Family, a terrifying experience of a 3-year-old. The protagonist watched helplessly as Hinata Hisashi killed his mother and his father committed suicide. He was bullied in the Hyuga family, but unexpectedly gained a method to refine chakra. During the Nine Tails incident, his aunt sacrificed herself to awaken his Byakugan, and at 8, he was to join the Umbu. Provoked during the exam, he knocked his opponent out with one punch. How will the story unfold? Let me tell you, this all started when I was 3 years old. That scene, with blood everywhere, I still can't forget. At that time, I was in my mother's arms, watching as the Hyuga clans be king. Hinata Hisashi, expressionless, raised his hand. My useless father thudded to his knees, banging his head on the ground, pleading, "My son is a genius. Please spare my wife and child." Guess what happened next? That old man didn't even blink and uttered a few words. "You must be punished. They will die." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike from a distance, bang. My mother, an ordinary person with no weapons, was instantly killed. Warm blood and flesh splattered all over me. That feeling, who understands? I immediately blacked out. It was at that moment that another soul, which is now me, crossed over. Okay, let's calm down and start from the beginning. Here's the thing. My father, Hinata Teka, committed a grave taboo of the Hyuga clan had a child with an outsider, my mother. In their eyes, this was a crime worthy of death, a heinous act of bloodline dilution. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded, with clan leader Hinata Hisashi personally coming to enforce the family law and clean up the house. Just as he was about to slap me, a 3-year-old child, to death a holy light. A stern shout appeared. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his Umbu team, made a grand entrance, directly picking me up from the pool of blood, repeatedly saying, "The child is innocent." When my father saw the Hokage had arrived, he knew he was doomed, but maybe I could survive. He thudded his head down again, crying as he begged the Hokage to spare my life, then turned and slapped his own forehead, committing suicide on the spot. Well, now Hisashi couldn't act recklessly anymore. He had to accept it, but on the condition that I must stay in the Hyuga family, and if I dared to awaken my Byakugan, I would immediately have caged bird carved on my forehead. The old man agreed to this to disgust the Hyuga clan. He wanted to see if this shame, could stir up the stagnant waters of the Hyuga family. Thus I survived. But the days that followed were like starting in hell mode. 2 years later, I was 5. The little brats from the Hyuga family, especially those from the branch family, had just been branded with the caged bird by the main family adults and were seething with anger. Not daring to provoke the main family, they turned their frustrations on me, using me as a punching bag. Who understands? Family? They corner me, punching and kicking, shouting bastard. A useless trash without Byakugan. They formed a bullying cycle. Having been oppressed, they oppressed someone lower down. And I was at the very bottom. I didn't dare to fight back because I knew if I did, they would hit me harder. That day, the oldest grandson had someone hold me up. He activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes as if he had hyperthyroidism, and yelled at me, "Look closely. This is the power you will never obtain in your life." With that, 2 fingers jabbed toward my chest, gentle fist technique, 2 palms. At that time, I didn't even know how to refine chakra. After that move, I felt my internal organs shift, spat out a mouthful of blood, and lost consciousness. Just as I was about to be beaten to death, a light truly appeared. My future chief uncle, Hinata Hayashi, descended like a war god, shouting "Stop," which scared those little brats into a frenzy. When I woke up, I was lying in my shabby house, my whole body aching as if it had fallen apart. Turning my head, I found a scroll beside me. I struggled to open it, and lo and behold, it was my chief father's notes on ninjutsu, on the combination of ninjutsu and gentle fist, filled with C and B ranked taijutsu techniques. But here's the problem. I couldn't even refine chakra. Wasn't this just a pipe dream? As I shook the scroll, another booklet fell out from the compartment beginner's guide. Chakra, refinement method. I was so excited I almost cried. I immediately sat cross-legged and began meditating according to the method. Guess what? In less than 10 minutes, a warm current surged from all my cells, gathering in my dantian. I had chakra, and as this chakra flowed, many of my injuries healed significantly. Is this my golden finger? The talent of a transmigrator is terrifying. I silently remembered the name Hinata Hayashi. I noted this favor. But the Hyuga clan, I gritted my teeth, smiling more fiercely than anyone else. Just wait, they'll play with you slowly. Later, I found out that my unseen little aunt, Hinata Yun, was Hinata Hayashi's wife. She begged her husband to save me and even arranged for me to receive the treatment of a branch family member with a monthly allowance of 10,000 ryo. And so, life went on for 2 years. My little aunt became pregnant, and my unfortunate cousin Niji was born. Uncle Hayashi simply took me to his home under the pretext of finding a companion for reading, effectively protecting me. In the following days, I trained like crazy. I discovered my talent was outrageous. My chakra volume was 2 to 3 times that of my peers, and I learned ninjutsu after seeing it once. I suspected there was some thin bloodline from the Senju clan on my mother's side that won me a genetic lottery. Time quickly passed to the 51st year of Konoha, and I felt like I had a ticking time bomb in my heart because I knew something big was about to happen in Konoha. Ninetales would come to hold concert. And my cheap little aunt, in the original story, died in this disaster. That night, I was anxious and insisted on taking Niji from my aunt, saying I would take care of him. My aunt laughed and said I was being sensible. In the evening, I held Niji, my ears perked like a rabbit, waiting for that huge explosion. Suddenly, with a boom, the entire Konoha began to party. It was here. The Ninetales had come. I suddenly opened my eyes, wrapped Niji in a blanket, kicked open the door, and rushed to my aunt's room, pulling her out. Don't ask, hurry. There's a big fox outside. But just as we exited the yard, a fool from the main family blocked us, the son of the second elder, named Hinata Naoto. He pointed at my aunt and ordered her to put on her ninja uniform and go to battle. My aunt said she had retired and only wanted to protect us. That brat didn't say a word and directly activated the caged bird. I watched helplessly as my aunt painfully held her head and knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down. That bastard even threatened, "If you dare to argue, you'll die." I was so angry my eyes turned red, but I knew I could do nothing now. My aunt, enduring the excruciating pain, pushed Niji to me, shouting, "Take care of Niji for me." I clenched my teeth, holding Niji, and dashed toward the shelter without looking back. I activated the wind release taijutsu to the max, feeling like I was about to fly. Under the guidance of young Kakashi, we finally made it to the shelter. Inside were all familiar faces: Asuma, Kurenai, Might Guy, and Itachi holding his little brother Sasuke. The battle outside lasted half the night, and my heart was in knots. When the disaster was over, I frantically ran back to the Hyuga clan grounds, which had already turned into ruins. I found my tired uncle with a face full of exhaustion. Beside him was no sign of my aunt. He looked at me. His lips trembled for a while before he managed to squeeze out 3 words: "But sacrificed." My mind went buzz, and the whole world instantly turned into a black and white silent film. My aunt's gentle smile, her last words of advice, replayed frantically in my mind. "It's all that Hyuga Naoto's fault. It's all because I'm too weak." An uncontrollable anger and sorrow exploded from the depths of my heart, and suddenly, with a bang, the black and white world in front of me became incredibly clear. I could see through walls and see everyone's veins and chakra flowing. I had opened my eyes. My uncle reacted extremely quickly, tightly holding me, pressing my head into his embrace, and urgently whispering in my ear, "Relax. Relax the chakra in your eyes. Quickly retract it." I jolted awake. Right? I can't expose myself yet. If I get marked as a cage bird now, I would truly become a lamb ready for slaughter. I listened to him and slowly retracted my chakra back to my dantian, my eyes returning to normal. 2 years later, I was 8 years old. I went directly to my uncle and Duong knelt down. "Uncle, I want to join the Umbu. I want to take the public examination." He knew he couldn't stop me, sighed, and gave me a recommendation quota for separating the clan. The next day, at the selection venue, I was the only one with black eyes among a group of cataracts standing out like a crane among chickens. The surroundings were filled with mockery, calling me bastard, shame. A guy named Hyuga Soke came up and attacked me, saying I robbed his brother's quota. With a roll of his eyes, he launched a move, gentle fist technique, strike towards me. I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. When he charged in front of me, with just one punch, I knocked him down, making him spit out his overnight meal. The whole place fell silent instantly. The proctoring Umbu announced the rules, which boiled down to a free-for-all. The last one standing advances. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of white eyes opened simultaneously, all glaring at me. The atmosphere became highly abstract. But was I afraid? I shouted loudly, "Come on." Gentle fist technique, 32 palms. Several branch family members attacked me together. I directly used the move from my dad's scroll, wind release, wind palm, and, with the wind enveloping my palm, I struck down with force, creating a crater of blood with each blow, causing a cascade of adversaries to fall. In the aftermath, no one dared to advance, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Ultimately, it was the proctor from the Umbu who could no longer stand idly by and called out, "Hinata K, you have been recruited by the 3rd Squad. Report immediately." Thus, I became a member of the Umbu. After acquiring my gear and selecting a mask, I chose a striking wolf mask that exuded charisma. When came time to register my code name, I contemplated briefly and decided on Yazai, embodying the principle of vengeance towards those who wronged me. Upon entering the training grounds of the 3rd Squad, I was greeted with a torrential downpour of hidden weapons. Akin to a hailstorm, a rather rude awakening. However, I remained unfazed, striding confidently down the center, embodying an air of composure. To assert my dominance, I made a bold display before everyone, striking a tree with a resounding slap, leaving it unscathed. Just as they were about to laugh, I snapped my fingers, and with a thunderous explosion, an adjacent tree was obliterated. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Both Kakashi and Tenzo, also known as Yamato, were present and duly impressed. I successfully secured a place in Kakashi's team. The ensuing days were filled with relentless missions, leveling up, and outshining my colleagues. I surveilled the Uchiha clan, abducted high-ranking officials from the Land of Lightning, and assisted Team Guy. In my spare time, I clandestinely learned Kakashi's Chidori, seamlessly integrating it into my taijutsu to develop an A-rank ninjutsu known as the Sealing Thunder Palm. My power surged daily, until the fateful day when I was assigned to duty in the archives, pretending to be utterly bored while casually flipping through the dusty records. My true objective was crystal clear. At last, in a hidden corner of the files, I discovered the name of the A-rank rogue ninja from Konoha below. The charges against him included conducting human experiments and researching the curse technique known as Gyalluo. The critical detail, however, lay at the end of the document, marked in red, Gyalluo Sealing Room 39. Bingo! The final piece of my revenge plan had fallen into place. As I reveled in my discovery within the archives, Kakashi appeared behind me like a specter, insisting I take a copy of Paradise of Affection, claiming I lacked experience and needed to learn. I was utterly flabbergasted. My focus was on my career, not frivolous matters. I promptly dismissed him. My strategy was to infiltrate the sealing room, utilizing the secret potion bestowed upon me by my uncle, Hinata Nichi, to temporarily amplify my Byakugan to its fullest potential, allowing me to see through walls and replicate the curse technique scroll with precision. On September 10th, while on duty at the sealing room, the opportunity presented itself. This location was far more secure than the archives, with 2 teams vigilantly observing each other. I took a casual stroll to assess the area, locating cabinet number 39. Channeling my inner actor, I clutched my stomach, feigning discomfort, and requested leave from the 2 captains, claiming I needed to relieve myself. My good rapport with the Umbu paid off, and they waved me off with a dismissive gesture, while my shadow clone occupied the restroom. My true self slipped into the small dark room above the sealing chamber. After consuming the potion, the blood vessels around my eyes burst forth, and my Byakugan activated. My vision penetrated the walls, and I immediately locked onto the scroll. However, in the next instant, a sensing barrier repelled me, obscuring my view. I had anticipated complications. Without hesitation, I activated Plan B, pulling out paper and pen, and swiftly sketched the scroll's design, patterns, and colors from memory. Task accomplished, I returned to the sealing room, feigning exhaustion as I clutched my stomach. Tenzo, ever the concerned colleague, remarked that I must have overeaten and urged me to take care of myself. Internally, I was nearly in stitches, while outwardly I maintained a facade of compliance. Upon completing the mission, I rushed back to the Hinata estate to find my sole ally, my uncle, Hinata Nichi. I presented him with my hastily drawn sketch, imploring him to forge a scroll for me. Upon seeing it, he immediately recognized it as a scroll from the sealing room. "You viewed it with your Byakugan?" he asked, and I nodded vigorously. "Uncle, this is of utmost importance to me." I bowed deeply. Understanding my intentions, he sighed and acquiesced. I also reminded him that I had discovered the scroll was from 3 years ago, during the 50th year of Konoha. This was crucial information. Bailuhu had defected that year. I then shifted the conversation. "Uncle, the main family is planning to take action against you and Niji, intending to brand you both with caged birds." His expression darkened, and I continued. "My reputation is growing, and they can no longer contain me." Nichi reassured me, saying he would handle it. My gaze fell upon the 3-year-old Niji outside. My heart twisted with anxiety. Who could understand the plight of family? Next year, the Cloud Village would arrive, and Hinata would be abducted. With my uncle being sacrificed as a scapegoat, I had to save him. And Niji, I would not allow him to be branded with that cursed bird. Time was of the essence, so I ruffled Niji's hair and executed a body flicker technique to depart. My plan was to seize the opportunity during the year-end inspection of the sealing class, when the Umbu was responsible for security. I would conceal the forged scroll within a large sealing scroll I acquired from the ninja tool shop, carrying it daily to acclimate everyone to my new appearance. When the time came, the true scroll would be hidden within, undetected. But that was not enough. I made my way to the Hokage Tower, seeking an audience with the third Hokage. Upon entering, I knelt before him, ready to perform. Third Hokage, the Hinata main family intends to brand me with a caged bird. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, leisurely responding, "Do you not wish to join the Hinata?" What a cunning fox. I immediately launched into my performance. I desire to. However, the main family has instructed me to gather sensitive information about Konoha, which I refused. They now wish to control me with the caged bird. Once branded, I will no longer be able to serve you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. They instructed you to gather intelligence? Why did you not report it? You will pay for your failure. I lower my head further, realizing I had successfully planted a seed of doubt in his mind. The individuals from the Hinata branch within the Umbu were not without their own sins. Sure enough, the old man instructed me to withdraw, stating he would consider the matter. Exiting the Hokage Tower, I swiftly made my way to Konoha Hospital, seeking out a retired medical shinobi from the Umbu, Matsuo Seiichi. I wasted no time, stating directly, "Seiichi-senpai, I need your assistance in publishing a paper asserting that branding with the caged bird too early would adversely affect the development of Byakugan, suggesting it be postponed until the age of 9. He was about to throw me out, claiming I was undermining the Hinata clan. I firmly pressed him back onto the sofa, smiling as I offered him a medical report. Hold on, take a look at this. Upon examining the report, his hands began to tremble as he recognized the blood type and age. Where is this person? I poured him a cup of tea and leisurely replied. In Konoha prison, I just captured a traitor from the sand. In the current peaceful state between the two nations, she would likely be released soon. However, I leaned closer, my voice low and sinister. I possess her death certificate. Should I submit the evidence, her fate would be sealed. Her corpse would then become your gift. I pressed on. Consider your ailing daughter. She requires that body. Would you have her spend her life in a hospital bed? His expression shifted instantly. For his daughter, he would do anything. I had him. He clenched his teeth, demanding, "But I want to see her heart and kidneys by tomorrow." Our collaboration was established. I had anticipated his agreement. The following day, Matsuo Seiichi's paper ignited a scandal throughout Konoha, titled "The Hinata Clan's Cruelty Towards Their Own Children, Endangering the Village's Future," which placed the Hinata family under intense scrutiny. The common folk cared little for distinctions between the main family and the branch family. They only knew that a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Meanwhile, I kept my end of the bargain and executed the sand trader. I informed Captain Ushikata of the situation, all within the Umbu's privileges. To demonstrate my sincerity, I ensured a thorough service, extracting all usable organs from the traitor, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and sealed them within a scroll, personally delivering them to the hospital. Here you go. In case your daughter falls ill again, you'll have replacements. Matsuo Seiichi was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly articulate his thoughts, and he urged me to undergo a compatibility test. The results were astonishing, an impeccable match. His daughter was saved. I now looked forward to witnessing how the Hinata family would withstand the mounting public pressure. Not long after my return from a mission with Kakashi and the others, I received a summons. "Yaji, Lord Hokage requests your presence." Kakashi patted my shoulder with a hint of concern. I was well aware that this was a moment of reckoning. Upon entering the office, the usual ritual of questions between lord and subject commenced. Sarutobi Hiruzen began with inquiries about our mission before unexpectedly shifting the topic. "What are your thoughts on the war with the Cloud Village?" Here it came. This cunning old fox was testing me. As a player with a god's eye view, I understood his every intention. I stated with conviction, "Third Hokage, I believe we should pursue negotiations. Our forces currently hold the upper hand, which provides us with an opportunity to secure favorable terms. Konoha needs to recuperate rather than engage in a Pyrrhic victory. My words seemed to resonate deeply with him, and his gaze reflected newfound admiration. As the atmosphere was just right, he suddenly inquired, "Are the recent opinions regarding the Hinata family you're doing?" I readily admitted my involvement, knowing I could not deceive him. "What is your reasoning?" I replied, "My younger brother Niji is just 3 years old this year. I wish for him to grow up healthy." I played the familial card, and indeed, the old man appeared even more satisfied, appreciating my sentimental nature and perceiving me as manageable. He reassured me that he would handle matters concerning the Hinata family and that the caged bird issue would be postponed until Niji reached the age of 9. I expressed my gratitude and took my leave. Upon exiting the Hokage building, I exhaled deeply. Acting had indeed been exhausting. However, this was not in vain. Not only had I saved Niji, but I had also sown discord between the Hokage and the Hinata family. Just as I returned to the Umbu, a new mission arrived. After reviewing the dossier, Kakashi handed it to me with a peculiar expression, suggesting I could take leave if it was inconvenient. I glanced at the task details and smiled. The mission was to eliminate 3 members of the Hinata branch family who had engaged in corruption. A true test of loyalty had come. Without a hint of hesitation, I passed the dossier to Yamato, declaring no problem. Although I bore the Hinata surname, I held a profound grudge against them. I insisted on being the one to execute the task. Our team strategically positioned ourselves along the route that those 3 fools would traverse. As they leisurely transported a cart laden with stolen goods, I activated the trap, an overwhelming barrage of explosive tags. The explosion shattered their cargo to smithereens. Just as the 3 miscreants began to organize themselves, I leapt into action, my body enveloped in crackling lightning as I activated my self-created Reiku armor, a technique specifically designed to counter Gentle Fist. Their faces paled in fear. I granted them no opportunity for dialogue. With a lightning flash, I appeared before one of them and executed the lightning sealing palm, instantly sealing all his chakra points. Then, I seized his body as a weapon, striking another with a thunderous blow that left a gaping wound in his abdomen. Swiftly, I dispatched 2 Chunin in mere moments. Only the particularly skilled Jonin remained. Recognizing me, he exclaimed, "You are Hinata Kai. The clan will not let you escape." I removed my mask and smirked. I am not one of the Hinata clan. With that, I unleashed a Chidori spear. He dodged, and we engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, each blow resonating with force. I realized my strength was somewhat lacking and was about to call for assistance when he suddenly lunged at me in a frenzied attempt to embrace me, his body laden with explosive tags, intent on taking me down with him. I remained unfazed, unleashing a surge of electricity that incapacitated him before kicking him away. Kakashi reacted swiftly, erecting an earth wall to shield us from the impending explosion. I gazed at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. A small demonstration of Hinata shock. I took the initiative to seal the bodies within a scroll, while Kakashi and the others fabricated a scene to suggest we had been ambushed by rain ninjas. Upon returning to Konoha, the Hinata family indeed cowered, announcing the postponement of the caged bird policy until Niji's 9th birthday. I invited my teammates to celebrate with a barbecue and then returned alone to the Hinata compound. Upon entering, I found my uncle Hizashi teaching Niji to practice his punches. Afterwards, Hizashi handed me the fabricated scroll, reminding me to exercise utmost caution. As I left the room, I caught sight of young Niji gazing at me with eager eyes. Melting my heart, I knelt down and adorned him with the wrist guards I had prepared, accompanying him in practice for a long while. It was only late at night when I returned to my apartment, which housed a secret basement I had dedicated to the study of ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to me, a shadow watched silently from a distance as I departed. In the chamber of the Hinata clan's elder, a ninja reported, "Elder, Hinata Kai shares an exceptionally close bond with Hizashi, particularly fond of young Niji." The elder chuckled ominously. "Hokage may have forbidden the use of the caged bird, but he is unaware that I possess an even more effective means to control this wretch." Meanwhile, I had returned to my sanctuary, locking the door securely. I quietly activated my Byakugan, meticulously scanning the surroundings of my apartment to ensure I was not being watched. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and retreat into my secret basement. I must tell you, the seals on the basement door remained untouched, precisely as I had left them before. This place had cost me dearly. My meager salary had been nearly entirely consumed in its creation. I had invested in expansions and equipment, transforming it into a miniature research center. I withdrew a sealing scroll from behind me and slapped it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the 3 bodies of the Hinata branch family members lay before me. Without hesitation, I donned gloves and swiftly extracted the 2 damaged Byakugan that had been corrupted by the caged bird curse seal, carefully immersing them in saline solution. I disposed of the 2 mutilated corpses, preserving only the most intact one, which I placed in the large freezer. How could I waste such a pristine specimen for experimentation? During the subsequent 7 days of vacation, I plunged into an intense work mode. Apart from occasionally checking on Niji's training, I was virtually glued to my basement. Thankfully, my background in the sciences from my previous life came in handy. Dissecting and gene sequencing felt remarkably intuitive. I even took a sample of Niji's blood, comparing it with my own and that of the unfortunate souls. You won't believe what I discovered. I unearthed a monumental secret. Our Hinata clan's so-called Byakugan bloodline is, in fact, intricately linked to the legendary Otsutsuki genes, all residing on the same genetic chain, akin to a string of candied hawthorn. However, after years of blood dilution, most of the genes had become dormant, akin to a power outage. The Byakugan we pride ourselves on is merely a small segment illuminated on this gene chain. Intriguingly, when I examined my own genetic chain, I found that, aside from the segment representing the Byakugan, there was another small section that was half-activated. In that moment, I realized, this must be the sage body gene of the Senju clan. Indeed, I possess Senju blood, albeit at a very low activation level, akin to a standby mode. This revelation opened up a realm of possibilities. My objective was to acquire the Kuroho technique and vigorously assimilate the bloodlines and ocular powers of others, forcibly upgrading my Byakugan. Do not underestimate the Byakugan, Kagaya, that ancient matriarch, could employ it for mental manipulation and mind reading, while later iterations could even traverse space. Should I evolve into the Rinnegan, I would possess the ability to rival the final form of Naruto. With this thought, I felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for my future. Thus, the immediate priority was to infiltrate Konoha's sealing chamber to steal the scroll containing the Kyoho technique. To facilitate this endeavor, I even developed a D-rank ninjutsu, which I named Ninjutsu, Raccoon Cat Switch, enabling me to silently exchange the contents of the sealing scroll with a counterfeit I held. Was this foolproof? No. I had a contingency plan. If the opportunity did not present itself, I would create one. Opportunities arise unexpectedly. A month later, on November 3rd, I, alongside Kakashi and Tianzong, loyal confidants of the Hokage, received a clandestine mission to the sealing chamber, tasked with safeguarding and inspecting the seals. This endeavor was exceedingly tedious. Each cabinet required unlocking and resealing. Kakashi and I were merely tools in this operation. As the sealing squad inscribed the unsealing techniques onto our hands while we diligently removed the old seals, and they affixed the new ones, working in a systematic, assembly line fashion that emphasized speed. Frankly, the sight inside was astonishing. There were claws of rare beasts, various failed forbidden techniques, and particularly the remnants of his second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, whose obsession with forbidden jutsu resulted in a mountain of failures. Yet, my mind was solely fixated on one thing, the Gei Yaluo technique, located in cabinet number 39. As my turn to open that cabinet approached, my heart raced with anticipation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from outside. An enemy attack. My heart sank. Had my shadow clone not activated? To my astonishment, a truly reckless foe had stumbled upon us. This was Providence. Seizing the moment of surprise, I accelerated my actions, executing the Tanuki Nezumi technique. I secured the scroll and swiftly substituted it with a fake, the entire process flowing seamlessly, so fast that it startled even me. Just as I concluded this maneuver, another wave of enemies surged in. In a shocking turn of events, one of our own Umbu brethren suddenly betrayed us, stabbing a nearby comrade before tossing several smoke bombs. The sealing chamber was instantly engulfed in acrid smoke, rendering visibility null and stinging our eyes. Who among us could comprehend that sensation? Amidst the haze, I sensed a shadow dart past me. A member of the Yamashiro clan, coughing, shouted, "Do not resist. I will use wind release to guide everyone." Understanding immediately, I released my mental defenses. In the next instant, I felt as if I were a mere spectator watching my body perform the hand seals autonomously. As the wind release cyclone swept through, the tempest dispersed the smoke. Rubbing my stinging eyes, I was struck with disbelief. The cabinet from which I had just retrieved the scroll was now empty. Several other cabinets had also been plundered. A squad leader promptly stood and bellowed, "No one move. Do not pursue anyone. Those attempting to leave will be treated as traitors." His concern was clear, fearing there might still be moles among us. Shortly thereafter, the Umbu captain, Sarutobi Shino, arrived with his team, sealing off the scene, while the interrogation and reconnaissance squads surrounded us. Those whose names were called were directed to the adjacent interrogation room. This was a serious matter. The revelation of a mole within the Hokage's trusted unit was a scandal. My mind raced with anxiety, pondering how they would investigate the traitor, hoping my little ruse would remain undiscovered. Kakashi, present. Tianzong, present. I watched as my teammates were called one by one. Finally, Hyuga, present. I stepped into the temporary interrogation room and found Sarutobi Shino seated at the center, surrounded by a circle of interrogation ninjas. "Sit," he instructed, gesturing to the chair before me. The interrogation was essentially a low-tech lie detector, relying on monitoring subtle details such as heart rate, chakra fluctuations, and endocrine responses to assess truthfulness. Others might panic, but not I. Being from the Hyuga clan, I had mastered the art of precise control over every organ in my body. "Have you betrayed Konoha?" "No," I replied, my expression unwavering. "Have you engaged in any actions detrimental to Konoha?" "No." My heartbeat remained steady. "Do you have any connections to today as traitor?" "No." The interrogators shook their heads at Shino. He nodded. "All right, you may leave." Just as I stood to turn away, he suddenly called out, "Stop." My heart skipped a beat, nearly leaping from my throat. Yet I slowly turned back, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. "What is it, Captain? May I inspect the sealing scroll on your back?" I cursed internally but kept my face impassive as I unfastened the scroll and handed it over, of course. Shino opened the scroll, revealing 4 labels: dark, clothing, food, and 1 blank. He unsealed the dark compartment, revealing a collection of shuriken. Upon unsealing the clothing and food compartments, he found a stock of clean garments and packaged food. Nothing of interest, he concluded. He resealed the items and returned them to me, even offering an apology. "My apologies. No matter, just a routine check," I replied, taking the scroll back and reattaching it as I turned to leave. The moment I exited the sealing chamber, I felt as if I had been reborn. I had narrowly avoided exposure. However, they could never fathom that I was playing a game of Russian nesting dolls. The true Guei Yaluo technique was sealed within a small scroll, cleverly concealed within the layers of this larger sealing scroll. I deemed this maneuver the Ninja World-esque version of hiding my pocket money. In terms of experience and insight, I could outshine the entire ninja realm. On my way home, a flood of memories surged into my mind, and my body felt weary. It was my shadow clone from outside that had dispelled itself. Initially, I had left them as a contingency. Should the opportunity arise, they would create chaos. I had not anticipated the real enemy would arrive first. Yet, after processing the memories from my shadow clone, a grin spread across my face. I was indeed impressive. Rewinding to before the attack occurred, my 3 shadow clones had witnessed several individuals clad in Konoha ninja attire stealthily approaching the vicinity of the sealing chamber. They were murmuring to one another, "Are these people stealing our work?" Foolish mortals. They were the true assailants, and their commotion was far more significant than our own. They then observed as these intruders hurled explosive tags at the sealing chamber, which failed to breach even the outer barrier. Subsequently, 2 groups burst forth from within. One comprised of pursuers, while the other consisted of the traitorous Umbu, clutching a pile of scrolls. The traitor dashed past, evading capture, right above the treetop where my shadow clones were concealed. The three shadow clones exchanged glances, and in unison, they declared, "Pursue." The traitor, relying on his Umbu garb, moved through the chaos unimpeded. My three shadow clones activated their Byakugan, trailing him until they reached a small grove on the eastern side of Konoha. Just as the traitor let his guard down, awaiting his contact, my three shadow clones surged forth from three directions. Lightning release, thunder palm, wind release, wind pressure palm. The three techniques struck simultaneously, impacting his chest, back, and crown. The man perished without uttering a sound, collapsing lifelessly. Surrounded by a scattering of sealing scrolls, my three chosen shadow clones conferred and proceeded to utilize wind release to shred the corpse into minuscule fragments. Then found a place to conceal all the scrolls, meticulously erasing all traces of the scene. Upon returning home, I collapsed onto the sofa, gulping water in a frenzy. Yet my excitement remained uncontainable. This was not merely a victory. It was an overwhelming triumph. Not only had I acquired the Yaluo technique, but I had also fortuitously obtained a wealth of advanced forbidden techniques and research materials. If I were to sell these, I could achieve financial independence in no time. Henceforth, the research on the Yaluo technique must be prioritized. I understood that it was incomplete and could transform me into a grotesque abomination, and I had no desire to appear as a bandaged figure. Therefore, modifications were imperative. In the following year, my life revolved around completing missions, conducting research, and opportunistically pilfering. When Konoha identified Orochimaru as the mastermind behind the attack and dispatched me to eliminate his remaining followers, excellent, I would gladly accept all of Snake Uncle's experimental data. When tasked with intercepting the Yunin merchant convoy, the wind release ninja had some impressive corpses. I secretly collected those. When asked to assist in the medical examination of Naruto, fresh Uzumaki sage blood, count me in. Whenever I encountered research bottlenecks, I would venture to study medical ninjutsu for a fresh perspective. On business trips to the Land of Thunder, I witnessed the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode firsthand. Returning to upgrade my own lightning armor, I prided myself on being a master of time management. So it was the end of the year 54 in Konoha, and the life and death crisis of Hyuga Hayashi, my rather inconvenient uncle, was finally upon us. The peace delegation from Yunin was set to arrive at Konoha, and, as an Umbu, I held full responsibility for security. My heart is as clear as a mirror. These rascals undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. On the evening of December 27th, high-ranking officials from two villages were engaged in discussions. The Hinata clan was absent due to the birthday of Lady Hinata, while everyone was immersed in the joy of peace. Kakashi's team discovered a suspicious cloud shinobi stealthily exiting the encampment, heading straight towards the Hinata estate. He scaled the wall, picked up the sleeping Hinata, and attempted to flee. At the moment he landed, I, along with Kakashi, Tianzong, and Yulin, wielding flashlights, illuminated his face with 4 beams of light. Kakashi had already positioned his blade against the intruder's neck. Release the child and come with us. The cloud shinobi reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and holding it to Hinata's throat, attempting to take his own life. I was prepared, appearing behind him in an instant, delivering a thunder-sealing palm that sealed his chakra points. He crumpled to the ground, and I caught the falling Hinata. I turned to Tianzang's wooden clone, Tianzong. Did you record everything? The wooden clone held a camera and gave an okay gesture. Excellent. With undeniable evidence, we shall seek out Lord Third. I harbored no ill feelings towards young Hinata and patted the dirt off her. You can return now. Tell your father that the Umbu saved you. The following day at the peace negotiation venue, the representatives from Yunin indeed struck first, with the hawkish Tsuchikage pounding the table, accusing us of murdering their people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elder statesman, calmly took a drag from his cigarette and gestured for us to enter the room. Tianzong pushed the projection screen while Yulin held the projector, and we entered as if screening a film. The Tsuchikage mocked, "Is Hokage-sama inviting us to watch a movie?" The third chuckled, "Indeed, The film is titled A Nighttime Infiltration by a Yunin Ninja into the Konoha aristocracy, culminating in a failed suicide. The Tsuchikage turned pale. Once Yulin played the recording, the entire sequence was laid bare, from the infiltration, the kidnapping, to the moment we apprehended him with evidence in hand, culminating in his attempted suicide thwarted by my intervention. The Tsuchikage tried to argue that it was a transformation technique. The third ordered me to drag the incapacitated Cloud Shinobi forward. With the evidence presented, the Tsuchikage was left speechless. His petty schemes had been completely unraveled. Ultimately, the representative of the pro-peace faction from Yunin, Mabu, bowed and apologized profusely, escorting the Tsuchikage away. The terms of the negotiations turned out to be greatly favorable for our Konoha. Afterward, our team was rewarded with a bounty of 2 million Ryo for completing an S-rank mission, which was exhilarating. Kakashi was promoted to team leader and insisted on treating us to barbecue. At the barbecue restaurant, we also held a farewell party for the retired Captain Yojiao. He was a kind man and, before departing, gifted me his treasured scrolls on the basics of the strong fist technique and the transformation of fire release chakra, saying he wouldn't let his legacy fade. In the 55th year of Konoha, I too was promoted to squad leader. On February 16th, in my basement, I formed 32 hand seals, facing the corpse of a branch family member from the Hinata clan, and shouted, "Blood seizure technique." A vast array of runes opened, instantly enveloping the corpse in black flesh, which then vanished into thin air. In the next moment, I felt a surge in my Byakugan. My ocular power had evidently heightened. I had succeeded. Ecstatic, I caressed my eye sockets as if handling an unparalleled treasure. On March 11th, our third squad welcomed a new member, Uchiha Itachi. In the familiar training ground, we seasoned veterans conspired to uphold tradition by presenting the 11-year-old prodigy with a discouragement package. Concealed, I grinned mischievously as I laid out the task. Let us test this newcomer's mettle. Kakashi, ever the cautious one, cautioned, "Don't go too far." Upon stepping into the training ground, Uchiha Itachi found it eerily empty. In the next heartbeat, an onslaught of kunai and shuriken rained upon him from all directions. Without a hint of panic, he unsheathed his sword to parry. We escalated the number and speed of our projectiles until it seemed he could barely withstand it. Then, his blood-red Sharingan flared to life. He unleashed 8 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and the metallic sounds of clashing echoed as they ricocheted through the air, deflecting all the projectiles we had launched at him. As we emerged from the shadows, applauding in astonishment, I was engulfed in a torrent of emotions. Witnessing such prowess in person was a stark contrast to merely observing it in anime. Was this the power of the Sharingan? It was utterly astonishing. After exchanging codenames, I introduced myself as Yazi, while he referred to himself as Wuya. The slothful Kakashi, in a stroke of irony, assigned Itachi to my team under the pretense of facilitating his onboarding training. Observing this talented youth, I surmised that he had likely mastered the essential skills of the Umbu. So I decided to impart something different. I introduced him to my own ninjutsu, specifically a newly developed fire release technique. Uchiha Itachi immediately bowed in gratitude. The technique I demonstrated, which combined Captain Yojiao's strong fist and fire release chakra transformation, was accessible even to ordinary ninjas. To my astonishment, after merely one demonstration, Uchiha Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, flawlessly replicated it. Tianzong and Yulin, who had been watching, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. This talent was simply beyond comprehension. What was even more perplexing was the shift in the way my peers regarded me due to my newfound prowess. Envy and admiration were etched on their faces. Particularly, Tianzong and Yulin looked as though they wanted to exclaim, "We, the non-bloodline ninjas, have wasted our lives." What was even more infuriating was that Itachi and I, merely teenagers, possessed strength akin to that of monsters. After our training, as the newly appointed squad leader, I declared, "Let's go. I'll treat you all to hot pot." To my chagrin, Kakashi shamelessly insisted on joining, claiming it was his right as a former teammate. It was absurd. Originally, Itachi had wished to cover the bill as a token of gratitude for my teachings, but he was firmly restrained by Kakashi and the others. How ridiculous! After all, I was not one to easily part with my hard-earned resources. However, they were still too young, thanks to the blood seizure technique. I had long surpassed my previous financial struggles, and this small sum was but a drop in the bucket. Of course, my generosity had ulterior motives. Cultivating a good relationship with Itachi would allow me to keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan and the village's dynamics. After all, I am the ace double agent, and those in the know understand my position. I was aware that Shui would be committing suicide at the Nanha River, yet the specific day remained an enigma to me. To speak frankly, I was quite anxious. Even the renowned Kabuto Yakushi could not locate Shusui's corpse, and thus my chances seemed rather slim. Time flew, and before I knew it, it was the 56th year of Konoha. During this year, I upgraded my blood seizure technique once more. How formidable had it become? Now, I could activate it without hand seals, allowing it to trigger instantaneously within a 3-meter radius around me. I was akin to a mobile flesh grinder. My bond with Itachi grew ever stronger. He frequently sought my counsel, treating me as a trustworthy senior. I even acquired the summoning scroll for Ninja Fish, preparing for the search for Shusui's corpse. On July 12th, I noticed Itachi's expression was graver than usual, his gaze as deep as the Mariana Trench. My heart sank. Something must have happened to Shui. I needed to act quickly. If I delayed, the corpse would be devoured by fish. I promptly feigned illness, granting our entire team a day off while I stealthily made my way to the lower reaches of the Nanha River. Activating the summoning technique, I conjured a swarm of small ninja fish, scattering a generous amount of bait and commanding them, "Find me a corpse." Indeed, fortune favored the diligent. By nightfall, I finally retrieved Shusui's body. Without returning it, I executed the blood seizure technique on site, draining all the Uchiha bloodline from him. Regrettably, the Sharingan had long since been extracted, rendering my efforts somewhat futile. However, it was not entirely without gain. I felt that the genetic chain of Daitongmu within me had become somewhat more complete. Then I remembered the pile of sealed scrolls I had hidden away before and hurried to the small grove to unearth them. As I sifted through them, I stumbled upon an unfinished jutsu by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, which astonishingly aimed for genuine resurrection. Not the reanimation of the impure world, but the revival of a living person. The second's thought process was rather unconventional. If I can summon people from the Pure Land, what is so difficult about reviving someone? Unfortunately, he was forbidden by his brother, Hashirama, who deemed it a desecration of the dead. Yet this concept, I must say, opened a gateway to a new world for me. What about the notion that too much time had passed since death, and the soul had wandered far? I can bring you back with impure world reincarnation. What about needing a vessel? I can have Orochimaru clone one for you. What about the exchange of life for life? Or insufficient chakra? Have you heard of the ultimate sage body? These issues are trivial in my presence. I was ecstatic at the prospect of following this line of thought to resurrect my aunt. It was no longer a mere dream. Time leaped forward to the 57th year of Konoha, where Itachi and I, two 13-year-old lads, were simultaneously promoted to the rank of Umbu squad leaders. Upon reviewing Itachi's orders, I noted he was assigned to the route under Danzo. I realized then that the Uchiha clan's extermination was imminent. Itachi's squad leader position was merely a facade. There was no way Danzo would allow an Uchiha to command his subordinates. My situation was different, however. I was the bona fide leader of the 2nd Umbu Division. My former comrades insisted on throwing me a farewell party, which was actually a ruse to feast upon me one last time, as everyone knew the 2nd Division was adjacent to the 3rd, making it impossible to avoid each other. In the end, I tearfully paid for the meal. The following day, as I took up my new post, I swiftly brought the class leaders to heel, solidifying my position as captain. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the shadows. Sure enough, the Hyuga clan's main branch could not remain idle. With an Uchiha as an Umbu captain, the Hyuga had to have one as well. Before long, I was assigned a long and arduous mission. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had passed away, and I was tasked with escorting his close son back to the village for succession. It was clear they wanted to sideline me. Throughout the journey, I had to evade samurai and rogue ninjas, navigating through bloodshed to see him ascend, all while remaining in the midst of relentless assassination attempts. The days were filled with an unsettling anxiety, as I sensed a calamity was brewing. As the new batch of Guardian Shinobi arrived, I completed the task handover without even taking a sip of water, urgently gathering a few trusted teammates to hasten back to Konoha. The only ones I truly cared about in this world were my uncle, Nikarashi, and Niji. During my absence, trouble had indeed befallen Konoha. The main branch of the Hyuga sent word, instructing Nikarashi to take Niji to the clan leader's residence. My uncle, being astute, immediately sensed something amiss. Who hold a meeting with children? He swiftly had Niji sneak away to find me, while he penned a farewell letter hidden beneath my bed, stating that if he did not return, it was the main branch's doing, and to take care of Niji. Then he went alone. At the residence, Nikarashi and those ancient elders sat across from each other. Noticing Niji's absence, Nikarashi explained that Niji had gone to play with Ki, implying they should not lay a hand on his son. The elders immediately tore off their facade, claiming they were to cultivate Niji, when in fact they sought to use him as leverage. My uncle stood firm against the pressure, unwavering. The elder, that wretched old man, unleashed the caged bird curse seal. My uncle collapsed in agony, suffering from the excruciating pain that ravages the nerves. Who among family can comprehend such torment? It was unbearable. That old wretch even threatened him, saying that further defiance would not be so easily dealt with. Yet he underestimated a father's love. Just as the elder prepared to activate the curse seal once more, my uncle, reminiscent of my father in the past, struck his own temple with a single palm. He took his own life. The three elders showed no emotion, appearing like dead dogs. Nikarashi feigned sorrow, lamenting, "Nikarashi, how could it come to this?" I spat. They had long prepared a contingency. Shortly thereafter, a branch family ninja dragged Niji in. Niji was shouting, "Let me go. I want to find Ki." Then came the moment when these vile creatures revealed their true colors. They deceived Niji, claiming his father had succumbed to a bloodline illness and was on the brink of death. Niji rushed into the inner room, only to find a disguised impostor lying in bed, feebly entrusting Niji to Nikarashi before his head tilted and he died. Poor Niji fainted in tears. When I finally returned to the Hyuga clan, the moment I stepped into the branch family's territory, I saw a white cloth draped everywhere. I dashed to my uncle's home, only to find the door sealed. Kicking it open, I discovered the interior was empty. My mind exploded with chaos as I rushed toward the main house. "Stop! This is not a place for you." Countless Byakugan eyes activated simultaneously, encircling me. I unleashed my lightning armor, striking each one down, clearing the room. Those foolish enough to challenge me were sent flying. I suppressed the urge to drain them completely with my demon blood extraction technique, forging my path to Nikarashi's residence. Upon entering the hall, I beheld Nikarashi seated high on the dais, flanked by the three ancient elders. Most importantly, Niji was right beside him. Nikarashi's hand, seemingly caressing Niji's head, was in fact a blatant threat directed at me. My eyes burned crimson. The lightning beneath my feet shattered the stone tiles as I ground out the words, "Where's my uncle?" At the sound of my voice, Niji burst into tears, attempting to leap towards me, only to be firmly held back by Nikarashi. In that instant, everything became clear. These scoundrels, with their insatiable greed, had leveraged my uncle and Niji against me. Now, their plan had succeeded. Niji was in their grasp, and I was rendered powerless, my capabilities eclipsed by the threat of their actions. Nikarashi continued his pretense, lamenting that Nikarashi had passed away, leaving us in his care. My vision blurred with rage. Such a flimsy excuse. How could my uncle, just fine when I left, suddenly perish? The elder departed with a nearly unconscious Niji, casting a smug smile in my direction. "If you dare to lay a finger on Niji, I swear I will drag your entire Hyuga clan into the depths of hell." I ground my teeth. Nikarashi, that hypocrite, feigned innocence, claiming to be Niji's uncle, incapable of causing him harm. The third elder, however, was unabashed, threatening me directly. "Your blood flows with Hyuga lineage. You must contribute to the clan, understand?" I ground my molars, spitting out 2 words, "Understood." They forced me to recount the entire mission, dismissing me like a dog once they were satisfied. I returned to my quarters, head bowed, feeling something was amiss. Upon entering, I sensed signs of disturbance. Instantly recalling, I crouched down and felt beneath my bed. Indeed, it was my uncle's farewell letter. Each word sliced through my heart like a blade. As I read the letter, a storm of emotions surged within me. My eyes reddened, and in the depths of my dark pupils, 1, 2, 3 tomo began to spin rapidly. The Uchiha bloodline I had absorbed awakened at that moment. Hyuga clan. I crammed that letter into my mouth, swallowing it whole, determined to etch every word into my very bones. If previously I had considered sparing a portion of them for my uncle's sake, now a single thought consumed me. Annihilate them. Not a single soul would be spared, with my kin falling one after another, if I do not avenge this grievance. I am unworthy of being a traveler through time. I immediately recalled the night of the Uchiha massacre. At that time, all of Konoha's attention would be devoted to the Uchiha. It would be the perfect opportunity to strike and eradicate the Hyuga, rescuing Niji. Yet, I felt I could not wait a day longer. I must hasten this timeline. In the days that followed, I took advantage of my position to disseminate the news of Tuan Zhang's ambush on Jishui, igniting the conflict between the Uchiha and the village with fervor. Simultaneously, I had to feign obedience, attending to the whims of the Hyuga's old dogs. After much effort, I finally secured an opportunity to meet Niji. Yet my surroundings were rife with watchers, rendering me mute. I realized that Niji's thoughts had been completely distorted by them, his every utterance aimed at protecting Hinata and Hanabi, placing the main family on a pedestal. The rage within me boiled. They intended to mold Niji into a thoroughly subservient dog. I had to act swiftly. On November 13th, through my relentless endeavors, the Uchiha massacre was finally brought forth. That night, all the ninjas on external missions from Konoha were summoned back. The Umbu surrounded the Uchiha compound, sealing it off completely. The root members also lurked nearby. I knew that tonight marked the end for the Uchiha, and tonight would also herald the demise of the Hyuga. I stealthily departed from my patrol post, returning to the Hyuga compound. I entered the dusty abode of my uncle and aunt, lifting the family portrait from the table. In the photograph, my uncle and aunt stood on either side, with 5-year-old me cradling the newly born Niji, our smiles radiating joy. It was their family that had sheltered me during my times of torment, and now they had all fallen victim to the main family, with Niji turned into a mere tool for others. I tucked the photograph into my bosom and poured the prepared sake on the ground. Mark my words, I shall rescue Niji and annihilate the Hyuga. Their greatest leverage was Niji, but I had long since employed the Genjutsu of my Sharingan to covertly control Hinata and Hanabi, compelling them to plead with Hayashi, urging Niji to take them to the night market. Now, the hostages were gone. I knocked on each door, and though the branch family's bloodline was inferior, a mosquito is still meat. On the opposite side of Konoha, the tragedy of the Uchiha was unfolding. Compared to Itachi, I was far more merciful. At least I ensured that each death was devoid of suffering. Soon, I had nearly purged the branch family. I seized the son of the third elder and stormed into his house, tossing him before his eyes. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, trying to assert his elder status. Of course, I have come to repay you," I replied. With a swift lightning palm, I knocked him unconscious, then placed my hand upon his head, invoking the soul extraction technique. This was a new method I had gleaned from the second Hokage scroll, directly extracting the soul, crushing it with chakra, transforming it into the purest form of spiritual energy. I granted them no chance to report to the Pure Land. I wanted them to suffer eternal damnation. The second elder and the first elder, along with the entire main branch, were devoured in the same manner, both body and soul obliterated. Finally, I approached Hayashi's residence. The main course, of course, was reserved for last. The guards at the entrance attempted to obstruct me, but I effortlessly transformed them into sustenance. Hayashi burst through the door, his countenance shifting dramatically. "Halt! Do not come any closer." Yet, I continued my advance. 8 trigrams, empty palm. He launched an attack, which I effortlessly dispelled. Was that all the novelty he had to offer? My eyes instantly transformed into a pure white, with hints of blue at the center, the veins around my eyes bulging. "You have awakened to be a Kugan?" Hayashi exclaimed in astonishment. He foolishly attempted to recruit me, suggesting I join the main family and support my ascension to Hokage. I feigned surprise. Is it truly possible as Steam Clan leader? He believed he had secured my allegiance, even threatening me with Niji. Very well, I replied with a smile. But I have an even better plan. What plan? If I annihilate the entire Hyuga clan, wouldn't I become the clan leader? No sooner had I spoken than a flash of lightning surged from my hand, darting towards Hayashi. Heavenly spin, he attempted to block. But as my right hand struck the technique, my left hand opened, a flash of blue light flickering in my eyes. A wave of invisible force forced his technique to a halt. The lightning palm struck him squarely, instantly sealing all his chakra points. His wife rushed out in an attempt to save him, only to be dispatched with a single blow, wrapped in black flesh, leaving only her head exposed. How do you like that? I grinned, mockingly observing the immobilized Hayashi beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall spare her. Hayashi closed his eyes, adopting a defiant demeanor. Knowing his thoughts, I taunted. Alas, I accidentally let it slip. The Hyuga clan is now reduced to just your family. All the first elder and second elder are gone. Tomorrow, the ninja world will learn that Konoha's foremost clan has been extinguished. Hayashi's fury surged, and he shouted, "You madman! I should have killed you 10 years ago." I reveled in his curses, then dropped another bombshell. You thought Hinata and Hanabi had escaped unscathed? Fear not, I shall not kill them. 10 years ago, you spared my life, and 10 years later, I shall spare your daughters. How fair is that? Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, my next words plunged him back into despair. Of course, killing them would be too merciful. I intend to toy with them, as you did with Niji. They will come to see the murderers of their fathers as their husbands, will view you as a disgrace, and will regard me as their savior. You beast! Madman! Hayashi completely lost his sanity. I lifted his wife's chin with a single finger. Why shouldn't I? Is this not what you have done? Your wife is truly beautiful. I can only imagine that your daughter will grow to be a beauty as well. His last psychological defenses crumbled, and he began to plead, "You cannot do this. I beg you, grant them a swift death." I shook my head in disgust. You truly are heartless. I shall not let them die. Once they reach the Pure Land, await me. Our game is far from over. As soon as my words fell, I clenched my hand, and with a sickening squelch, the two of them transformed into a puddle of flesh and blood. In that moment of vengeance fulfilled, I felt as though a small rocket had lodged itself in my eyes, a surge of immense chakra shooting toward the heavens. My three-tomo Byakugan began to spin wildly, ultimately coalescing into a striking swastika pattern. The exhilaration was undeniable, yet I was acutely aware of the grave cost of these eyes. However, upon reflection, Madara took nearly 20 years to evolve from the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to the Rinnegan. I was merely 13, and soon to develop a Rinnegan that would place me on par with him. How splendidly ahead of the curve I was. With my new eyes, I swept through the clan leader's chamber, discovering a hidden passageway concealed in the corner. Following the secret door, I was met with several sealing stone gates. These old-timers had truly taken precautions against intruders. Sealing techniques? I had no knowledge of such matters. So what to do? Simple, I would charge through. I took several steps back, gathering chakra into my fist, unleashing the fire wind ninjutsu. Blazing fist. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, but the entire passageway began to collapse. How treacherous to have a self-destruct mechanism. I hastily dashed into the hidden chamber, and I must tell you, the scene was astonishing. Rows of glass vials, all containing glistening pure white eyes. This was the ancestral treasure amassed by the Hyuga clan over several centuries. I had no intention of being polite. I activated the Kitsueki Dozo no Jutsu, akin to a vacuum, and absorbed them all in one sweep. There's also a scroll nearby, which I conveniently tucked into my pocket. If I didn't flee soon, I would end up like a Beto, crushed into oblivion by falling rocks. So I made my escape. Upon returning to the surface, I noticed several figures rushing towards me in a frenzy. It was Kakashi and Tenzo, among others. I hadn't planned on seeing them, but since they were here, I might as well bid them a formal farewell. I stood my ground, waiting for them to approach. Kakashi, with his eternally expressionless gaze, was the first to reach me. "Chi, what happened here?" Where are the Hyuga clan members? I glanced around the desolate ruins and replied nonchalantly. They have all been consumed by me. What? The nearby Umbu were immediately taken aback, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. I laid my cards on the table. No longer pretending. Indeed, I have annihilated the Hyuga clan. We have a deep-seated grudge. There is no need for doubt. With that, I prepared to leave. The supporting characters attempted to block my way, but upon turning around and glaring at them with my half-blue white eyes, I unleashed the chakra aura absorbed from over 100 individuals, causing them to buckle in fear, unable to move. I coldly fixed my gaze on Kakashi. Kakashi, tell me, can I leave? Kakashi took a deep breath and finally waved his hand. Of course, you are free to go. I smiled, retracting my imposing aura, and before departing, I imparted some advice to my acquaintances. Kakashi, you should read fewer of Jiraiya's risque novels. They are detrimental to your health. And that Sharingan of yours is not beneficial either. Consider sealing it away. Learn from your father, Hatake Sakumo, who relied on swordsmanship to attain the status of Hokage. Don't abandon your original path. I then turned to Tenzo. Tenzo, I sense you lack talent in the realm of ninjutsu. I suggest you retire and venture into real estate in the Land of Fire. With your 3 rooms and 1 hall technique, you will undoubtedly become a millionaire within 3 years, benefiting Konoha in the process. Lastly, I waved at another Umbu. And you, Yuzuri, hurry and retire to find a wife. You are not getting any younger. If you delay further, you may end up a lifelong bachelor. With that, I utilized my newly acquired gravitational control to take off, making a graceful exit. The Umbu below finally realized. That direction seems to lead to the Uchiha clan. What? Quickly report to Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, my shadow clone was already stationed outside the Uchiha clan grounds. The moment Neji, Hinata, and Hanabi appeared, I instantly used a body flicker technique to intercept them. Brother! Neji exclaimed excitedly, running toward me. I ignored him, swiftly appearing behind his back, seizing Hinata and Hanabi by their necks, and implanting control seals upon them. Hinata! Hanabi! Neji was instantly stunned, unable to comprehend. Brother, what have you done? I casually tossed the unconscious girls to the ground, letting out a cold chuckle. Of course, I require their eyes and their bloodline. I turned to face Neji, displaying my now azure, galaxy-like Rinnegan. Foolish Udu, you need not know these matters yet. If you wish to uncover the truth, strive to grow stronger. I shall return for you in a few years. For now, endure. With that, my figure gradually faded away. I, in my true form, raced onward, arriving just in time for the climactic tragedy of the Uchiha massacre. As I reached the scene, I witnessed a dramatic moment. Obito, clad in Uchiha Madara's guise, was binding Uchiha Izumi with chains, preparing to strike with his blade. Would I allow him to succeed? I unleashed a few wind blades, forcing him into a phased state. Standing before him, I exuded an overwhelming aura, taunting. How about we make a deal? Give me some Sharingan and hand over this girl, and I shall spare your life. What do you say? After all, it's a 3-tomo Sharingan. Nurture it, and it could become a Mangekyo, a lucrative investment. Obito burst into laughter. This is the first time I've encountered someone daring enough to threaten Uchiha Madara. He swung the chain, slamming Izumi against the wall and rendering her unconscious, then shouted at me. Then prepare to die. With that, he swung his blade toward me. I extended my right hand, activating repulsion, and his strike was instantly deflected. Obito was taken aback, likely pondering whether this was not a technique of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu, concealed underground, was nearly wide-eyed, exclaiming in panic, Rinnegan, it's the eyes of Ukase. This is a variable that must be eliminated. He quickly surfaced to inform Obito, Madara. This is the evolution of the Byakugan into Rinnegan, capable of manipulating gravity and repulsion. He has yet to fully adapt. Eliminate him quickly. However, at this point, Obito was already in disarray, struggling against my relentless assault. I employed a companion-style tactic, using my 360-degree visibility and nearly insurmountable repulsion defense to stick to him, forcing him to continuously phase out. Clarity dawned upon me. His phasing had a 5-minute limit, while my chakra reserves were abundant. I would outlast him. Kurizetsu, hidden in the shadows, was likely bewildered, thinking, could this guy possibly foresee the future? Ultimately, realizing he could not defeat me today, he urged Obito to retreat. Obito understood, executing a fire style, great fire annihilation as a smokescreen, and escaped using Kimui amidst the flames. I lifted the unconscious Izumi from the ground, entering the Konoha Police Department, now littered with corpses. Obito's hands were indeed stained with darkness. He had extracted their eyes. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. I formed a hand seal, and the corpses below erupted with black flesh, and I unapologetically absorbed their purest bloodlines and chakra. Just as I relished this moment, I sensed several chakra signatures approaching. I rolled my shoulders. Those persistent insects from Root were truly relentless. As Danzo and his men arrived, I stood nonchalantly on the railing of the police department building. No need to search. I'm right here. Without hesitation, Danzo waved his hand. Go, kill him. In an instant, several Root members appeared on the rooftop, launching themselves at me. I remained calm, activating my Rinnegan, and a phantom 8 trigrams array emerged beneath my feet. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams 128 palms. In a flash, I appeared before each Root ninja, delivering a complete set of acupuncture techniques. In an instant, no one remained standing on the rooftop except for me. I returned to the railing, extending my hands toward Danzo below, coldly warning him, if you dare to lay a hand on Niji, Konoha must prepare for annihilation. As soon as my words fell, a wave of repulsion sent Danzo flying. With that, I hoisted Izumi and vanished from Konoha using a body flicker technique. In a single night, I sprinted with Izumi until we reached the border between two nations, where I finally dared to catch my breath. By the campfire, Izumi gradually regained consciousness, her first words being, "Please don't knock me out again. I won't make a sound." I shrugged and handed her a skewer of roasted meat. I had no intention of knocking you out. Here, have something to eat. Once you finish, I shall reveal the truth to you. After she finished her meal, I began my 2-hour narrative, recounting the founding of Konoha, the conflicts with the Uchiha clan, the death of Shursui, and the massacre of Itachi, interspersed with Genjutsu to immerse her in the experience. I must say, I spoke until my throat was dry, all to provoke her into awakening her Mangekyo. And what was the result? Her expressions were indeed captivating: pride, sorrow, anger, and regret, but she did not awaken her eyes. Not even Sharingan, who among my kin understands this. She truly was Itachi's most devoted fan, utterly hopeless. At that moment, my frustration surged. I genuinely contemplated consuming her instead. But then I thought a pair of 3 Tomo eyes would be of little use. It would be better to retain her as a subordinate. I revealed my Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, it is time to prove your worth. Izumi immediately covered her mouth, her face filled with shock. I unleashed the unique ocular technique of my left eye, soul cleansing. In an instant, Izumi's gaze became vacant, and when she reopened her eyes, she had forgotten all about Uchiha Itachi and had implanted a memory of willingly repaying me by becoming my subordinate. Lord Chi, where are we headed next? Kyuzugakur. My goal is unequivocal. I have come for the bloodline of the Xuanwu, Xianglin mother and daughter. We changed our appearances and entered the Chao-In village. After spending a little money to gather information, I swiftly located the dilapidated wooden house marked with a sign reading 20,000 liang for a bite. The guard at the entrance was immobilized by a mere glance from me. Upon entering, I beheld a white-haired woman sprawled on the bed, her body covered in dense bite marks, while beside her, a red-haired little girl glared at me with the fury of a wild cat. Please, do not bite my mother anymore. The sight tugged at my heartstrings. It was truly pitiful. I instructed Quan to take the little Xianglin outside, then approached the bedside, forming hand seals as a green light enveloped the white-haired woman. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and I got straight to the point. Let us strike a bargain. You and your daughter shall become my subordinates, and I will lead you away from this place. I assure you, your lives will improve 1,000-fold. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. It was a no-brainer. Remaining here would lead to her death, and her daughter Xianglin would become the next blood pack. I ordered Quan to escort them out as we made our way outside. I tell you, The ragtag ninjas of Chao-in village couldn't even muster a decent jonin. Yet they dared to obstruct me? It was utterly laughable. They watched helplessly as I carried away their treasures, and soon enough, signal flares lit up the sky, summoning all the ninjas of the village, frantically shouting for the Yaoren to be returned. Yaoren? Who among them understands? What era is this that still engages in such barbaric practices? I unleashed my Lei Kai, and with a casual sweep of my hands, the front line of attackers fell like leaves in a storm. As I activated my Bagua formation, several shadow clones emerged, swiftly clearing the pursuers in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the village's entrance, I instructed Quan to take the mother and daughter to the cave we had passed earlier for safety. As for me, I would remain behind to teach these villagers a lesson. The little girl Xianglin, being pulled away by Quan, kept glancing back, her eyes sparkling with admiration at my formidable stature. The Chao ninjas observed me, standing alone, initially hesitant. They finally mustered the courage to charge once they gathered over 50 of their number. I couldn't help but laugh. Did they think numbers would matter? With a mere blink, my kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, and Susanoo emerged. You wouldn't believe the spectacle. With a single swipe of my hand, I sent the front line crashing away. They stood dumbfounded, likely having never witnessed such might, shouting about legendary power. One fool even yelled about wind and fire combos. A wall of fire surged towards me, imposing as it appeared, yet I merely conjured a massive blade with Susanoo and swept it clean away, along with their paltry courage. In no time, not a single one remained. Only then did I release Susanoo, my eyes slightly aching, but nothing serious. After all, our divine bloodline is unparalleled. Task accomplished. I slipped into the cave, where Quan was on high alert, but relaxed upon hearing my voice. The mother and daughter bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude for my rescue. Oh, no need for such formalities. I waved dismissively. It was merely a transaction. I inquired about their names. The mother was named Xuanwu Yuhua, and the daughter Xuanwu Xianglin. I laid out the terms. They would accompany me, tending to my daily needs like Quan, providing a small amount of blood weekly. Naturally, given their exhausted state, I wouldn't drain them dry immediately. I had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The fools of Chao-in village lacked any understanding of sustainable practices. I needed them to regain their strength, as I aimed for long-term benefits. Additionally, I needed time to digest the powers of the reincarnation eye. Thus, we settled in a quaint town where I instructed Quan to procure medicinal herbs and oversee their recovery plan while I engaged in rigorous training. Xuanwu Yuhua proved to be quite genuine, overflowing with gratitude, almost eager to warm my bed daily. I must say, the Xuanwu clan possesses remarkable vitality. In just 3 months, Yuhua's hair regained its striking red hue, and little Xianglin began learning ninjutsu from Quan, bouncing with energy. However, our peaceful days were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected guest. Clad in a black coat adorned with red clouds, I immediately recognized the insignia of the Akatsuki. Quan turned pale, hurriedly ushering Xianglin inside to alert me. As I stepped outside, I encountered a masked figure, a Beto. He had retrieved Kakashi's eye, completing his pair, evidently. After our last encounter, he felt a single I was insufficient. He spoke, "I am here to invite you to join the Akatsuki." As he began his sermon about striving for peace in the ninja world, I interrupted. "Spare me the fluff. Tell me what benefits you offer." He was straightforward, suggesting we converse using our Sharingan. Our eyes locked, and in an instant, we were connected in a mental realm, in a vast expanse of pure white. He began sharing tales of the goddess of the moon, the sage of 6 paths, and the 10 tails, his version of events, where the sage was portrayed as a rebellious son sealing his own mother for power. I listened intently, amused internally. He was woefully unaware of the depth of my knowledge. His trump card was the infinite Tsukuyami plan, designed to entrap the entire world in illusion. Sensing an opportunity, I proposed, "Let us collaborate. I will assist you in realizing the Moon SI plan, but you must ensure the God Tree produces a second fruit, which is mine." He, oblivious to my true intentions, readily agreed, believing he had struck gold. I feigned curiosity about the location of the Rinnegan. To which he replied it resided with the leader of the Akatsuki, a valuable pawn. Once the illusion shattered, I immediately instructed Quan to gather our belongings. Little Xianglin hesitated, and I gently patted her head. Silly girl, wherever I go is your home. Before leaving, Obito mentioned his alias in the Akatsuki, Toby, directing me to Amage Cure. Consequently, we boarded a carriage bound for the Land of Rain. During the journey, I remained occupied, contemplating how to merge chakra affinities and forge my own bloodline limit. Ever since acquiring the reincarnation eye, I occasionally glimpsed fragments of the future, akin to watching random trailers. As the incessant rain fell outside, Xianglin inquired why the nation was perpetually drenched. I replied, because this land is weeping. Images of pain unleashing Shinra Tensei to obliterate the battlefield flashed in my mind. War was imminent. Upon entering Amage Cure, the cyberpunk architecture was quite striking. Pain, perched atop a tower, sensed our arrival and dispatched a paper clone. No, it was Conan, to greet us. I must say, the villagers of Amage Cure regarded Conan as a living goddess, prostrating themselves in reverence. Conan led us to the Akatsuki's quarters, presenting me with a red cloud cloak, a ring inscribed with the character Kong, and several ninjutsu scrolls. The ring was to be worn on the left pinky, corresponding to the position on the outer path as golem. I was puzzled. Hadn't the Kong ring always belonged to Orochimaru? It had not been reclaimed after his defection. So had Nagato created a new one? Regardless, it was of little consequence. Conan was quite accommodating. I requested her assistance in enrolling Xianglin in a ninja academy, and she readily agreed. The following day, at a meeting, the renowned male ensemble of the ninja world was officially convened. Pain was the leader, codenamed Zero. Zetsu served as the information officer, codenamed Shien. Alongside them were Sasori, Haiden, Kakaze, and Kisame, not to mention my old acquaintance, Uchiha Itachi. I intentionally seated myself next to Itachi, greeting him. Itachi, I didn't expect to see you here. You become my senior now. He merely acknowledged me with a cold grunt. I was aware he still harbored resentment over the Uchiha massacre, suspecting I had intentionally instigated discord between the Uchiha and the village. What a brotherly fixation he has. Others are far more interesting than him. Fade Wan, the chatterbox, immediately asked me how I exterminated my entire clan and invited me to join the cult of the evil god. Jiaodu, on the other hand, pulled out a notebook to calculate my bounty, 50 million Ryo, and inquired if I had any interest in defecting so he could claim the reward. Guei Jiao lamented that both infamous clan exterminators of Mai were present, and the Akatsuki organization was truly thriving. Just then, Pain interrupted our friendly exchange to commence task assignments. Coincidentally, there was a recruitment mission for Deidara of Awagakure. Both Scorpion and I raised our hands simultaneously. I wished to witness his explosive techniques, while Scorpion, having heard that Deidara was also an artist, wanted to meet him. So, the mission was set. I informed Yu Hua and the others to remain in Yuin village, assuring them of their safety, and set off with Scorpion. Along the way, I tried to bond with Scorpion, expressing my desire to commission him for some puppets for future use. Upon hearing my interest in puppetry, Scorpion generously provided me with design blueprints. Upon reaching the outskirts of Awagakure, Zetsu appeared to point the way, and I approached Deidara's door. The moment the boy opened it and saw unfamiliar faces, he immediately became wary. I got straight to the point. We are here to invite you to join the Akatsuki. He flatly refused, claiming he wanted to focus on his art. I couldn't help but laugh, activating my Sharingan and looking down at him, declaring, "Your art is worthless in comparison to mine." This remark infuriated him, and he promptly pulled out his explosive clay, crafting a centipede and directing it toward me. However, just as he was about to detonate it, I reminded him to check himself. He glanced down and discovered that the centipede had somehow wrapped around him instead. Jinjutsu, do you understand? The moment he gazed in my eyes, he had already lost. This fellow, being rather straightforward, admitted defeat and said he could join, but he wanted to keep his life. Of course, I agreed, as long as he possessed that capability. Thus, the foremost male ensemble of the ninja world welcomed another artist. On the way back, I rode on his clay bird, praising the utility of his art while extracting the principles of his explosive techniques. This guy, with just a few of my words, divulged the secrets of how earth and fire chakra fused. He was simply too easy to deceive. Upon returning to Yuin village and completing the mission, I resumed my rigorous training regimen. I focused on mastering the Rinnegan, researching bloodline techniques, learning to create puppets, and studying sealing techniques with Yuhua. My schedule was packed. However, peace was short-lived as Itachi sought me out again. He immediately inquired about Izumi. I informed him that I had altered Izumi's memories, and she no longer remembered him. Angered, he clenched his fists and warned me not to lay a hand on Sasuke. I merely scoffed and reminded him that the true threat was not me, but Orochimaru, who drooled over his younger brother's Sharingan. Upon hearing this, his complexion paled, likely contemplating how to enhance Sasuke's abilities. While we engaged in our power struggles within the Akatsuki, the world outside erupted into war without warning. Iwagakure and Sunagakure launched a surprise attack on Mai, while Kumogakure, as Mai's ally, joined the fray. Meanwhile, Obito covertly manipulated Kirigakure to stab Mai in the back. The entire ninja world descended into chaos. Pain urgently summoned us for a meeting, utilizing the body flicker technique. Deidara immediately inquired about my progress with explosive techniques, and Scorpion asked about my advancements in puppetry. Pain interrupted our artistic discourse, presenting the topic: the 5 great nations are at war. Should the Akatsuki join the fray or remain hidden? Fade Wan, that madman, was the first to shout for a total massacre to sacrifice to the evil god. Jiao Du, as usual, aimed to profit as a mercenary. Sensing the tide turning, Scorpion and I exchanged glances and stepped forward. Scorpion articulated that we must not prematurely expose ourselves to the 5 great nations. Our strength lies in the shadows. I immediately concurred, asserting that we should not send intelligence prematurely, or else the Moon Eye plan would be jeopardized. Pain queried, what if the flames of war reach the land of rain? Should we remain idle? I smiled slightly and unveiled my plan. Of course, we must intervene, but not in the name of the Akatsuki, rather in the name of Hanzo. How do we operate under Hanzo's name, you ask? Allow me to explain. This strategy is called using a tiger's skin to hoist a flag. I analyzed with Pain and the others, declaring that we should broadcast a warning. Any who dare treat the land of rain as a battlefield will face the wrath of the demigod Hanzo. Although Hanzo is dead, the outside world is unaware. Since Pain took over, he has maintained isolationism, which creates a significant information gap. Should an audacious village doubt Hanzo's legend and send someone to test the waters, we would respond with a thunderous counterattack. This would serve as a warning to all. Once they are reminded of the fear instilled by Hanzo, who would dare to approach us? In this manner, the 4th Shinobi World War would devolve into a mere conflict among the 5 great villages, while we, the Akatsuki, quietly profited in the background. Upon hearing my proposal, everyone found it sound and collectively turned to Pain. Pain, being decisive, promptly declared, let it be so. Hinata, you will take full responsibility for this matter. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. That was the moment I had been waiting for. I immediately named 3 individuals. I require Scorpion, Gue Jiao, a master of poisons and an expert in water techniques. Additionally, I must have the summoning scroll of the salamander and the command of the rain ninjas. Very well. Pain waved his hand, appointing me as the wartime commander of Yuin village. Scorpion, Gue Jiao, you are to cooperate fully. Scorpion and I were already partners, so there were no objections. Gue Jiao, being a ruthless executor of orders, would not disagree either. I promptly established a military oath. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. As soon as the meeting concluded, everyone dashed away faster than rabbits. Jiao Du rushed to seek war profits. Fade Wan set off to conduct his evil god sacrifices, and Itachi likely retreated to a corner to worry about his younger brother and Mai. I exchanged farewells with Deidara, who reminded me not to forget to practice his explosive art. I assured him I would not forget, but already made my exit. In the end, only Pain and Conan remained. Although I had left, my ears were sharp enough to catch Conan murmuring, Pain, do you really trust him? What if he's a spy for Mai? Pain's voice remained calm. He has long severed ties with Mai. We have this intelligence. Moreover, his intentions align perfectly with mine. Ultimately, Conan still felt uneasy and volunteered to act as my monitor. Not long after, I encountered Itachi atop the tower. He was sending crows to convey messages to Mai. I strolled over, leaning against the railing. I knew you would be here. Do you know why I did not stop you? Itachi did not turn around, retorting, do you know why I did not avoid you? Ah, intelligent individuals converse effortlessly. Our interests aligned. I needed a battle to establish my reputation, and Mai required assistance to alleviate their firepower. I informed him that I intended to demonstrate to the higher-ups of Mai that I possessed the strength to topple their foundation at any moment, ensuring they would not lay a finger on my brother, Niji. After confiding in Itachi, I began preparing for my directorial debut. I adopted the pseudonym Takuyamura, and I must say, it sounds quite stylish. The plan was exceedingly straightforward. Utilize the rain ninjas as our eyes. Once enemies were detected, I would lead Gue Jiao, Scorpion, and my monitoring officer, Conan, to swiftly eliminate them. With Conan monitoring me, I did not expose her, as having multiple beautiful companions around was quite pleasant. Yuhua even rented us a 2-story apartment, where Conan also moved in. Each day, aside from waiting for enemies to arrive, I continued my training, simultaneously learning the impressive techniques of Hanzo, the salamander. Time flew by, and it was now May 13th. As expected, Itachi did not disappoint under his subtle guidance. The advanced forces of Awagakure and Sunagakure brazenly entered the land of rain. Upon receiving the intelligence, I promptly gathered Conan, Scorpion, and Gue Jiao, assembling the rain ninja forces and heading straight to our pre-planned ambush zone. Watching as hundreds of sand and stone ninjas charged into our territory, a nearby rain ninja excitedly asked, Commander Takuyamura, Angel, shall we engage? I waved my hand dismissively, signaling for patience. The young man, displaying a commendable sense of principle, averted his gaze from me and turned to look at Xiao Nan. In his mind, Sister Xiao Nan was the true envoy. With an expression of indifference, she instructed, listen to Mu Village. Only then did the young man acknowledge her command. I paid no heed. It was only natural for a new official to lack authority. Otherwise, what was the purpose of having Sister Xiao Nan around? I turned to my ensemble of stars and quietly assigned tasks. In a moment, I'll descend and embody Hanzo, showcasing several of his signature ninjutsu. When I call out Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Senior Gue Jiao, you shall strike but disguise it as my attack. Upon hearing this, Gue Jiao grinned, his shark-like teeth gleaming. Interesting, no problem. Senior Scorpion, your puppet is too conspicuous. Refrain from engaging and instead assist with poisoning our weapons. Scorpion consented. Finally, I address Sister Xiao Nan. Once Senior Gue Jiao's Water Dragon concludes, lead the charge and reap the rewards. Understood. All right, everyone, donny gas masks. I shall commence the operation. With a specially designed mask in place, I vanished in a water body flicker. Gue Jiao remarked from behind, TSK, TSK, a true genius. Just days ago, he sought my counsel, and now he executes it flawlessly. At that moment, several hundred Sunanin and IWNin were advancing swiftly. The instant they stepped into the heart of the encirclement, I detonated the trap. Fire release. Exploding flame formation. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted with countless explosive tags, ensnaring their ankles. An ambush. One Sunajonin narrowly evaded and, upon recognizing the familiar technique, felt a dormant terror awaken within him. Could it be that man? But wait, didn't the intel say Hanzo is too old to wield a sword? Instantly, chaos ensued amongst their ranks. I appeared before them in a traditional Aimnin guise, adorned with a gas mask and armed with a katana, exuding an imposing aura. You are trespassing. I, Mu Village Takuya, represent my master, the demigod Hanzo, and grant you a death sentence. At the mention of merely a disciple, many visibly relaxed. I smirked inwardly. The real performance was just beginning. I slammed my hand against the ground, summoning technique. Mountain pepper fish. A colossal mountain pepper fish erupted from the earth, swallowing several unfortunate souls, and then unleashed a cloud of toxic mist. Scatter. Evade the poison mist. The enemy formation disintegrated. I formed hand seals and, expending all my strength, bellowed, not done yet. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. In the shadows, Gui Jiao grinned mischievously. It's my turn. Instantly, several terrifyingly large water dragons soared from the forest behind me, roaring as they descended upon the crowd. An old chunin, having survived the Second Great Ninja War, stood dumbfounded. So many water dragons. Is this really just a disciple? Has Hanzo been reincarnated? A large portion of the enemy was swiftly annihilated. Little brat, perish. At that moment, several ninjas lunged at me from all sides. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Just as they were about to unleash their combined assault, my eyes, hidden beneath the mask, transformed into a brilliant blue. I drew my sword with fervor, swiftly slashing, and shouted, Gale Force decapitating slash. Boom! An invisible repulsive force erupted forth, deflecting all ninjutsu. Of course, I wasn't skilled in any Gale Force decapitating slash. This was merely a reference to the newly released nostalgic content from League of Legends 2025. I merely shouted a skill name while employing the Renegade's almighty push to deliver a devastating blow, relying on the element of surprise. The opposing ninjas were left dumbfounded. What kind of sword technique is this? Without a flash of the blade or sensing any chakra, it nullified the combined might of 5 elite ninjas. This technique must surpass even that of a demigod. In the midst of this critical juncture, several ninjas attempted to ambush me, but Sister Xiao Nin intervened, launching paper shurikens mixed with explosive tags that pinned them to the ground, reducing them to ashes. Seizing the moment, I bellowed, kill, kill, kill. Sister Xiao Nan led the Amnine army in an overwhelming charge, causing the enemy to crumble in disarray, fleeing in utter panic. I continued to shout from behind, go back and tell your Kage, as long as I and the great Hanzo are alive, you shall never set foot in the land of rain. I need not concern myself with the cleanup of the battlefield. I regrouped with a few teammates, proudly inquiring, how was my performance? Gui Jiao praised me as akin to Hanzo's true disciple, while Scorpion maintained his brooding demeanor, suggesting we eliminate them all. I shook my head. Exterminating them would only pique the curiosity of the 5 great nations. It was far more advantageous to retain Hanzo's illustrious reputation. Next, I entrusted Sister Xiao Nan with disseminating the message of a neutral rain country, where anyone entering would meet their demise. As for me, I stretched lazily and returned to my training. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. In Tsuchiki's office, Oyama was so astonished he leapt from his chair. What did you say? The vanguard has been annihilated? He pondered. That old codger Hanzo has actually trained a disciple? This cannot stand. The ninja world must not allow a second demigod to emerge. Yet he hesitated, temporarily halting plans to establish a third battlefield. Over in Suna, Lo Sha regarded the intel with a grave expression. Recalling the terror he had experienced under Hanzo's dominion during the Second Great Ninja War, he gritted his teeth, declaring, absolutely not allowed. However, he too dared not act hastily, fearing it would push the Rain country into the arms of Konoha. In Konoha, the third Hokage, pipe in hand, was equally baffled. Who was this new village to Kuya? He calculated that the Rain country posed no significant threat. The 5 great nations shared a tacit understanding. They would never permit a 6th great nation to rise. I had no interest in how these old foxes perceived the situation. After all, Mu Village to Kuya was merely a facade. My current objective was to continue my research and development. I placed my palm against a massive boulder and quickly leaped back, activating the chakra embedded within the stone. Boom! The boulder shattered into dust. Success! Beside me, Yuka and Korin cheered. Deidara stood nearby, adopting a mentor's air. Good art, though still quite juvenile. I had finally developed explosive release. A sudden epiphany struck me. Deidara's incessant proclamations about art were merely about embedding chakra into clay to create explosions. I could do that too. I promptly retrieved a puppet, activated my strikingly handsome Rinnegan, and infused it with a ball of spiritual energy and explosive chakra. At my command, the puppet charged into the nearby woods and detonated, toppling a vast expanse of trees. Just then, Sister Xiao Nan approached. A ninja reported an explosion here. I came to take a look. I quickly assured her that I would keep my distance next time and invited her to dinner that evening, promising to cook. To my surprise, she agreed. Corinne, observing Sister Xiao Nan's figure, which the windbreaker could not conceal, glanced at TheHyuga and then down at herself, gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Another formidable rival has arrived. That evening, seizing the rare clear weather in the rain country, I organized an outdoor barbecue with Yuka, Hanabi, Corinne, Xiaonan, and even Deidara. Life continued in this manner, training and developing, until September approached. My training hit another snag, with the seekers of truth proving elusive. Just as I stared blankly at the rain outside, Hanabi, tidying up, approached me with a scroll. Lord Chi, may I take a look at this book? Upon inspection, I recognized it as a rather mundane volume titled Warring States, Sealing History, which I had casually taken from Konoha. Finding it dull, I allowed her to peruse it. At that moment, a character from a game I played before crossing over suddenly flashed in my mind. Uchiha Hikari. I quickly activated the Ghost Vision Soul technique to delve into my memories from before my arrival. Indeed, it was the Uchiha clan member who had been treated as a weapon of war during the Warring States period and ultimately sealed away. Who cared who used him? Why couldn't I utilize him? I dashed to Hanabi's side. Quick, help me find if there's someone named Uchiha Hikari in there. As Corinne returned home from school, she happened to witness me in an intimate pose with her mother, engrossed in the book, leading to an emotional breakdown as she feared her mother was joining the battlefield, and she fled upstairs in tears. I had no time to concern myself with her. Together with Hanabi, I rapidly flipped through the pages, and, at last, we found it. Uchiha Hikari was locked away with sealing and bloodline markings. The former has the ability to halt time, while the latter can only be unlocked by the direct bloodline of the Sarutobi and Senju clans. The Senju clan is down to one member, Tsunade, whereas the Sarutobi clan is numerous. Yet the most accessible target is undoubtedly Sarutobi Asuma, the protector of the daimyo. Without hesitation, I approached Ju during the Akatsuki meeting and requested, Ju, please locate Tsunade for me. Ju promptly agreed. While Ju subtly inquired about the purpose of my request for her blood, I coolly replied with a mere 2 words, research. Deidara was taken aback, exclaiming, Chi, are you out of your mind? She is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Don't get yourself killed. Do you want us to accompany you? Even Sasori chimed in, expressing his curiosity about Tsunade's medical skills, pondering if she could cure his poison. I declined their offers, asserting that this was a task I could handle alone. Days later, in a dense forest within the Land of Fire, Ju emerged, informing me that Tsunade was at a local casino and currently suffering from hemophobia, incapacitated at the sight of blood. I thought to myself, how fortuitous. I donned a white robe and entered the casino, immediately spotting the woman with striking features shouting big win. However, luck was not on her side, and she lost again. I slammed a kunai on the table and declared to the room full of gamblers, I wager your lives. If you do not leave at once, I shall kill you. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the room emptied in an instant. I approached Tsunade, introducing myself. I am Chi, here to challenge you to a bet. Opening a suitcase filled with 10 million ryo, I stated I want your blood. Upon hearing this, Tsunade assumed I was affiliated with Danzo and outright refused. I wasted no time. I unleashed 4 puppets to block the exit and crushed a bag of blood, splattering plasma everywhere. Tsunade, witnessing this, immediately weakened and collapsed. In an attempt to assist her, Shizen was swiftly subdued by my puppets. I advanced, retrieved a blood collection bag, and began my extraction. Just as I finished and prepared to leave, a white-haired figure descended from the heavens, rescuing Tsunade and Shizen. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. I secured the blood bag and regarded the legendary hero before me. You are Hinata-chi? Jiraiya recognized me. I smiled. It is an honor to be acknowledged by you, Lord Jiraiya. However, I have no time for games. I leaped into the air, summoning a giant puppet eagle that soared me high into the sky. Jiraiya attempted to pursue, but it was too late. I left them with a parting remark. Jiraiya, Tsunade, may we meet again by fate. Observing my retreat, Jiraiya earnestly urged Tsunade to return to the village, asserting that her weakness had been exposed and that the outside world was perilous. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, feeling like a lamb to the slaughter, angrily punched Jiraiya into the wall, yet ultimately agreed, "Fine, I want to see what kind of explanation the old man has. If Danzo is behind this, I swear I will crush him." She then shouted at Shizune, "Shizune, go get my money." Just as Shizune returned with the money, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where did you get so much money?" I interjected, "Tsunade is just stubborn. Why do you care?" "I have good luck, is that a crime?" Tsunade retorted, "Well, I almost believed it." Meanwhile, Shizune quietly whispered to Jiraiya that the money was mine, intended for blood. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she quickly changed the subject, asking Jiraiya, "What's the deal with Hinata Chi?" Jiraiya, being forthright, divulged all the speculations from Konoha, stating that I could absorb Kekkei Genkai and had previously utilized the Mangekyo Sharingan in the Grass Village. To everyone's surprise, Tsunade exclaimed, "Then our Senju clan has a successor." I stood by, utterly baffled. What kind of logic was this? Jiraiya wore a look of incredulity, noting that I was simultaneously a Uchiha and a Hyuga descendant. On my end, having obtained Tsunade's blood, I immediately began the absorption process. Remarkably, the granddaughter of the first Hokage possessed a formidable lineage. Yet for me, it was merely a stepping stone. My sage body had reached its limits, and acquiring the first Hokage's cells seemed imperative. Nevertheless, I successfully acquired the gene chain for wood release, which was a worthwhile gain. Now, all that remained was the blood of the Sarutobi clan to unlock the final seal. Without further ado, I took to the skies on my puppet eagle, diving straight down to crash into the conference room of the daimyo's mansion. The guards sprang into action to protect the daimyo, but I scoffed at their ineffectiveness. The daimyo, recognizing the futility of resistance, promptly inquired about my demands. I stated plainly two things: the blood of Sarutobi Isuma and the earth release, rebirth technique. Seeing them hesitate, I activated my chakra armor, causing the floor to tremble under my power. "If you refuse, do not blame me for the consequences." The daimyo, overwhelmed with fear, immediately commanded, "Give it to him." I collected the blood, stored the scrolls, summoned my eagle, and departed without a moment's delay. I could tell the daimyo was utterly terrified. No sooner had I left than he began issuing recruitment orders to establish his own ninja force. Safety, it seemed, was a matter of self-reliance. Having resolved everything, I swiftly returned to the Land of Rain, bringing along Uzumaki Yuwa and Uchiha Izumi. Our destination was the sealing location of Uchiha Hikari. Upon locating the cave of the cliff, we came across a stone door adorned with runes. Yuwa identified it as the blood identification seal. I promptly smeared Tsunade and Asuma's blood upon it, and with a click, the door swung open. However, I did not rush inside. Instead, I cast a Jinjutsu, pulling Yuwa and Izumi into a first-person immersive experience of Uchiha Hikari's life through a 4D film. I aimed to convey that the one resting within was not a monster, but a tragic soul. The goal was to evoke strong emotional resonance. After ensuring they felt a deep connection, I instructed them that upon entry, they should appeal to her emotions, and if that failed, to knock her out without delaying my mission. We ventured deeper and pushed open the stone coffin. To my astonishment, a stunning beauty lay within, resembling a female version of Uchiha Madara, her beauty strikingly surpassing all else. Just as I was admiring her, she suddenly opened her eyes, sprang up, and delivered a punch directly to my chest. However, I had anticipated this reaction. I absorbed the impact, forcing out a mouthful of blood, and crucially, I embraced her tightly. Whispering softly into her ear, I said, "Hikari, we are here to rescue you. Do not be afraid." The girl was momentarily taken aback, having never experienced such warmth, which caused her defenses to crumble. She burst into tears, even biting my shoulder in desperation. Yuwa and Izumi stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Once she had calmed down, I activated my Sharingan, seizing the opportunity to cast a Jinjutsu at her most vulnerable moment. I showed her the scene of her parents naming her Hikari, allowing her to understand that she was not merely a weapon. Then, I began sharing my own story, how I lost my family and annihilated the entire Hyuga clan. Following that, I recounted Yuhua and Korin's plight, how they were treated as mere bloodbags. This emotional barrage left her speechless. Finally, I extended my hand, declaring, "We are all individuals who have been hurt by this world. Join us, and together we can transform it." She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed her hand in mine. The plan was successful. I assured you, this was all a calculated ruse. That punch lacked true force, and the blood was self-induced. The warmth of my embrace, enhanced by fire release chakra, physically raising her body temperature. After this elaborate performance, the century-old girl had been completely persuaded. Why go through such lengths? Because her Mangekyo Sharingan technique, 8,000 spears, was an ultimate skill capable of manipulating others' minds and chakra, a veritable bug. Simply taking her eyes would be a loss. Convincing her to join us meant adding a powerful ally who would be fiercely loyal. Upon our return to the Land of Rain, I settled Hikari next door, while downstairs, Corinne was thrilled to have a peer her age. Meanwhile, the hidden figures of Bai and Hei were nearly petrified with fear. Recognizing Hikari and understanding the immense potential of her ocular abilities, he began to contemplate that this significant variable of mine might very well become the greatest asset to his Yuji-Yen plan. Over the course of the following year, peace reigned, and the Fourth Shinobi World War came to a close. I devoted myself to training at home, while Guang seamlessly integrated into our little family, accompanying Xianglin to and from school daily, almost forgetting about my quest for vengeance. Until one day, Ju emerged with a task, stating that the boss wanted me to eliminate Orochimaru. I thought to myself, what a splendid opportunity. I single-handedly stormed into the Land of Rice, and upon seeing me, Orochimaru was utterly exhilarated, as if he had encountered a rare treasure, immediately demanding that I leave my body behind. Then, he unleashed his grand technique, the summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. For coffins burst open, revealing the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the third Kazekage, and the third Raikage. Goodness! With such a lineup, Orochimaru truly regarded me highly. A few elder figures even complained about how Konoha only produced rogue ninjas, to which I casually informed them that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had been annihilated. Now, the Sarutobi clan ruled the land. The second Hokage fell silent upon hearing this. After our idle chatter concluded, Orochimaru directly erased their consciousness. With a 4-on-1 scenario, the battle commenced. I revealed my prowess, activating the Rinnegan Chakra mode. 3 Seekers of Truth materialized behind me, my ultimate treasures. Meanwhile, the Shinju descended, accompanied by the Iron Sand, Flying Thunder God, and Hell Stab. A series of attacks landed upon me. However, I countered with my Seekers of Truth, erecting a black absolute defense barrier that blocked all assaults. Orochimaru and Kabuto were left astounded. Now was my turn. I hurled a shuriken infused with the power of the Seekers of Truth. The third Raikage, reputed as the mightiest spear, charged at me, only to be obliterated in an instant, his very soul dispatched to the Pure Land. Orochimaru, not one to be outsmarted, commanded Kabuto, who utilized the Rashomon and Iron Sand, ultimately allowing the second Hokage to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting me, along with my Seekers of Truth, several dozen kilometers away. This granted me a 5-minute window. The wood dragon swiftly ensnared me, beginning to siphon my chakra. Orochimaru, believing he had triumphed, approached with a grin, intent on capturing me alive. I simply laughed, questioning his audacity to approach me. Tsukuyami, activate. The new ocular technique time I locked onto him. Instantly, the world came to a standstill. Seizing this moment, I broke free from the wood dragon's grasp, capturing the souls of both the first and second Hokage. As time resumed, Orochimaru stood bewildered, witnessing my sudden appearance before him, his 2 strongest subordinates rendered powerless. I ensnared him in a genjutsu while Kabuto attempted to rescue him. I flashed in front of Orochimaru with a lightning shunshin, commanding him not to move, declaring that they were surrounded by none other than myself. Kabuto, still attempting to feign innocence, tried to portray himself as a mere lackey. I saw through his ruse, pointing out that his talent far surpassed that of his master. I led Orochimaru into his lair, seating myself upon his serpentine chair, while Kabuto could only obediently follow. Standing before me, afraid to breathe, I glanced at the still dazed Orochimaru, trapped in my Jinjutsu. I snapped my fingers, dispelling the illusion. Guess what? Orochimaru collapsed to one knee, bowing respectfully, addressing me as Master Chi, requesting my commands. Kabuto's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I crossed my legs, explaining to him not to be anxious, as this was merely one of the abilities of my eyes. How about considering this? Serve as my subordinate. Your talent can undoubtedly surpass Orochimaru's, freeing you from living in his shadow. I casually picked up a piece of Orochimaru's research material, feigning interest as I flipped through it. Once I finish reviewing this document, you must provide me your answer. Remember, whatever Orochimaru can offer you, I can as well. What he cannot provide, I will certainly deliver. I tell you, once my aura was unleashed, Kabuto was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. The CPU in his little brain must have been overheating as he frantically calculated how to navigate this predicament. Rescue Orochimaru? He dismissed that notion. What a joke. I could easily subdue all four shadows, and he would be foolish to attempt a rescue. Align with me? He feared I might also subject him to a similar brainwashing process. Before he could contemplate further, I slammed the document onto the table. What have you decided? This fellow was quite adept at passing the buck, countering with, I can be your subordinate, but Orochimaru has made me realize my true self, granting me the opportunity to comprehend the truths of the world. What can you offer me? Realizing the absurdity, I nearly burst into laughter. I extended my hand, condensing my chakra to create a water mirror before him. Here, take a good look at your current state. Will you consider yourself merely a tool, being tossed around by various factions? Is this truly what you desire? Is this the image your adoptive mother, Yaoshi Yinayu, wish for you? Is this what your companions from the orphanage hope for you? With a swift motion, I shattered the water mirror, splashing water onto his trousers. You are not a wayward child without a home. You are merely in denial. You are evading the truth that you inadvertently killed Yinayu, locking away all your beautiful and painful memories. Activating my Sharingan, I fix my gaze upon him. Come, do not fear. My friend will assist you in recalling that lost beauty. I unleashed a D-rank Jinjutsu, Na-Luo Jianji Shu, directly upon him. This technique normally incites one's inner fears, but enhanced by my Sharingan, its effect was maximized, immersing him in a nostalgic experience. In just 1 minute, Kabuto fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, weeping passionately. How could it be, Dean? I am Kabuto. Why do you not recognize me? Those who understand family know the irony. Just a second ago, he was pretending to be a master, and now he cried like a 300-pound child. I approached him, looking down upon him. Have you remembered? He grasped my clothing desperately, as if clinging to a lifeline, crying out, I remember everything. Master Chi, you must have a way to resurrect the Dean, right? I will do anything, at any cost. A fish was on the hook. I smiled inwardly, pulling him up. Resurrecting the Dean? A trivial matter. Not only can I assist you in bringing the Dean back, but I can also ensure that you personally eliminate that old dog Danzo, allowing you to return to Konoha in glory, reclaiming your connections. Is that truly possible? He questioned. You may falter, but I certainly can. I confidently smiled, producing a sealing scroll to examine my research findings, even though it was still a work in progress. Kabuto gingerly accepted it, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed its brilliance. After perusing it, he respectfully returned the scroll, inquiring, I have a question. I had already anticipated his inquiry. I know what you wish to ask. In my plan, I will ultimately transcend the Sage of Six Paths, and executing this technique will be as simple as pouring water. I handed him a copy of the scroll, instructing him to keep it and continue his research, marking this as your first task. I had already made significant progress on this resurrection technique. The first step, summoning the soul, was complete. The second step, reconstructing the body, was under research. Now, with Kabuto, this research genius, wouldn't the progress soar? Kabuto cautiously tucked the scroll away, understanding fully. Now, take me to see Orochimaru's assets over the years. As you command, Master Chi. I must say, Orochimaru's lair was indeed replete with treasures. A severed horn of the 8 tails, a 2-meter-high jar filled with Hashirama cells, and the remains of Kagaya's descendant, Jumaro. I held nothing back, directing a blood demon art to extract the Hashirama cells, condensing them into a basketball-sized mass. Delightful. Not only had my sage body been enhanced, but I also effortlessly mastered wood release. Next, Kabuto led me into Jumaro's chamber. Upon entering, the lad sprang from the shadows, 10 fingers arched, aiming directly at my forehead. With a swift motion, I deflected the bone bullet, activating my Sharingan once more, unleashing another soul-cleansing package that formatted his memories, replacing Orochimaru's name with mine. Master Chi. In an instant, Junma Lu's expression transformed, revealing an overwhelming respect. Do, observing from the side, was filled with trepidation, likely contemplating how my control over individuals seemed as if it were wholesale. I instructed Junma Lu to minimize his use of bloodline limits, as this represented my future reservoir of power, and I could not allow him to meet an untimely demise. Do mentioned that as long as he refrained from utilizing his abilities and focused on recovery, he could live for another decade. A decade was ample time. I directed him to periodically draw Junma Lu's blood for safekeeping, awaiting my eventual absorption. After our tour of the laboratory, we returned to the side of Orochimaru's serpentine chair. I turned to the puppet-like Orochimaru and inquired, "Where is the summoning scroll of the Lonely Cave?" Obediently, Orochimaru bent down and, with a sound of disgust, expelled a 1-meter-long scroll from his mouth. Goodness, how utterly revolting. I quickly employed a water technique to wash away the viscous residue and sign my name after pricking my finger. Just as I completed the inscription, I sensed a chilling gaze scrutinizing me from the shadows. Was it the White Snake Sage? Intriguing. I tossed the scroll to Do, suggesting he study the sage body of Zhongwu. Perhaps he too could attain the status of sage. This was not mere conjecture, as in the original narrative. Do indeed became the sage of the Lonely Cave. I was merely engaging in a long-term investment. Before departing, I set a multitude of KPIs for Do. Your current mission is to establish the Sound Ninja Village, study the reincarnation of impure earth, covertly collect the blood and flesh of powerful beings, recruit rogue ninjas, and complete all the unfinished business of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's intellect has waned, he remains a formidable ally. I provided Do with a puppet messenger bird for easy communication, urging him to perform diligently, for a grand stage awaited him. Having resolved all matters concerning Orochimaru, I returned to the land of rain to hand over the sky ring to Pain and casually informed him of Orochimaru's escape. Upon returning home, I was greeted with enthusiasm as Uchiha Hikari and Xiang Lin rushed to embrace me, sandwiching me in a delightful display of affection. Fortunately, Izumi, exhibiting her elder, sisterly demeanor, intervened to separate them. I instructed the 2 young girls to hurry upstairs and complete their homework, then inquired about the recent happenings at home. To my astonishment, Izumi revealed that Hikari and Xiang Lin were wagering on who would win my affection first. At that moment, I felt a wave of embarrassment. My dear family, have I been reduced to a mere object of their infatuation? Romance must wait until they reach adulthood. I resolved to let things unfold naturally. After reminding them to train diligently, I prepared to set off on another journey. With reluctant gazes upon me, I performed a reverse summoning technique and vanished with a resounding pop. Spinning through the air, I opened my eyes to find myself in a new location. Before me stood a resplendent palace, adorned with the character's Lonely Cave. An illusion, perhaps? Activating my Rinnegan, the palace shattered before my eyes, revealing a ground strewn with corpses. Approaching the door, I knocked, and a stunning maiden clad in a shrine maiden's outfit opened the door, bowing gracefully. "You must be the new contract holder. I am Tion Xin Shinji. The White Snake Sage awaits inside. Please partake in some food before I escort you." She gestured toward a table laden with delicacies. Yet I discerned that they were nothing but rotting flesh and decayed vegetables. Noticing my hesitation, she suggested, "How about a bath first? Allow me to attend to you." As she began to disrobe, revealing her alluring shoulders and sultry gaze. I glanced at the bathing pool and realized it was not water, but a pool of blood. I immediately shook my head. No need. I believe I've passed the test, have I not? Tion Xin Shunji paused, her intentions shifting to manipulation. Of course. That is not permitted. Before she could finish her sentence, my patience had worn thin. In an instant, I appeared before her, grasped her neck, and with a forceful motion, I smashed her into the ground. The surrounding illusions dissipated, unveiling a fog-laden stone cavern. I crouched down, regarding her. Now may we depart? You won't believe it. This woman licked the blood from her lips with a thrill of excitement. Of course. She stood, dressed herself, and pointed into the depths of the mist, indicating that the next trial awaited. In disbelief, I thought of how modern beauties engage in such theatrics. Ignoring her, I pressed forward. Behind me, I could hear her excited whispers. What a handsome man. I longed to trample him or be trampled by him. Thankfully, I could not hear her. Otherwise, I might have been covered in goosebumps. Not far ahead, I entered another stone chamber, only for the stone door to crash down behind me. A figure resembling a small girl in shrine, maiden attire, floated forth, introducing herself as Ichikishimaheim. She proposed a game in which I must fill the holes in the walls with stones, but the room would continuously siphon my chakra. Amused, I replied, "This game lacks excitement. Let us alter the rules. I shall create a dice cup and 3 dice using wood release. We shall play for size. If I win, you will teach me a sage technique once I master sage arts. Should I lose, you may drain my chakra until I am depleted." The little shrine maiden eagerly accepted the challenge. All right, I shall go first. She rolled a 4, 5, and 6, dancing with joy. I took the cup rolled and obtained a 1, 3, and 6. She lost, but was even more ecstatic, leaping onto my shoulder to greedily consume a mouthful of chakra. Little did she know, my sage body contained chakra akin to an ocean. Her siphoning was but a mere drop in a bucket, and I would recover in moments. From there, I focused on companionship, ensuring a balance of wins and losses to keep her excitement at its peak. Ultimately, she lost a total of 12 times. Fuming as she tossed aside the dice cup, permitting me passage, I donned my clothing and reminded her, 12 sage techniques, remember them. Continuing onward, I felt a chill behind me as another grand maiden, Sin Tsukiheim, bit into my neck before vanishing into the fog. She declared that this trial tested my mental fortitude. Immediately, illusions of Hinata Yuna, Hyuga Hizashi, and Niji appeared, all accusing me. Yet, I remained unfazed, even beginning to analyze the sage chakra infused within me from that bite. After absorbing its essence, I extinguished that chakra, causing the illusions to vanish in an instant. Before me stood a temple, where Tsuin Tsukiheim awaited. You have passed all trials. The White Snake Sage resides within. Upon entering, I was greeted by an elderly woman reclining with a pipe. I bowed respectfully, for she was of the same lineage as the Sage of 6 Paths. The White Snake Sage wasted no time, directly explaining the principles of sage arts before revealing her true form, a massive white serpent that bit into my neck, commencing the infusion of natural energy. The sensation was overwhelming. My body swiftly began to transform, sprouting scales. The 3 sisters outside believed I was doomed. However, I activated my Rinnegan, suppressing the transformation with immense ocular power. After 10 minutes, I gradually grasped the technique. The White Snake Sage released her grip, allowing me to absorb the energy on my own. Seated cross-legged, I began to channel the natural energy from the surroundings. In no time, the first strand of Sage Chakra successfully coalesced. Instantly, Azure Sage Chakra erupted from my body, forming a blue sage mask around my eyes. Perfection in Sage mode. The 3 women outside were left utterly astonished. Rising, I reveled in the explosive power within me, feeling as though I could defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki with a single blow. The White Snake Sage queried, "Would you like to test your strength? Go to the depths of the Longdi Cave and retrieve the reverse scale of the snake, Xinya." Absolutely. This was the perfect opportunity to practice. That masochistic Tion Xen Shunji insisted on guiding me, incessantly asking questions that drove me to the brink of annoyance. The more impatient I grew, the more exhilarated she became. Truly, a troublesome case. Upon arriving at our destination, I activated my Rinnegan and spotted a massive crimson python with one blinded eye. Without hesitation, I entered Sage mode and charged forward. Xianya, I have come for your reverse scale. Sage Art, Thunderpalm. I struck its tail, causing it to howl in agony. The power boost from Sage mode was astonishing. Following that, I unleashed Sage Art, Flameform Fist and Sage Art, exploding Body Palm, testing all my newly acquired techniques, leaving it questioning its very existence until it was nearly unconscious. I approached and plucked the reverse scale from its chin, administering a quick healing to it. As it regained consciousness, it looked as though it had seen a ghost, fleeing deeper into the cavern without a backward glance. I returned with the reverse scale. In the Bai Shi Xian, Rin expressed great satisfaction, instructing the three sisters to teach me the celestial techniques of Long Di Dong. Although the petite Shikadamaheim was reluctant, she ultimately honored her promise. In the days that followed, I traversed between Long Di Dong and the Rain Country, learning the celestial arts from the three snake sisters while remotely commanding my industrious emperor, Yao Shirdo. This fellow proved to be remarkably resourceful, even managing to entice the brilliant scientist Amato from the Naruto series to join our ranks. My research progress skyrocketed. One day, just as I returned from training at Long Di Dong, Ju came to seek me out, stating that the leader wished to discuss something. Upon arriving at the conference room, Pain handed me a piece of intelligence. To my astonishment, the rogue factions of IWA, Shinobi, and Suna Shinobi had conspired, taking advantage of our perceived vulnerability, to pressure the Rain Country into surrendering me, the alleged murderer. Pain proposed a direct assault to make the world feel the pain. I hastily advised against it, urging him to consider that they had just emerged from battle and were still in a weakened state. I suggested a surgical strike to demonstrate our strength, which would likely instill a sense of compliance. After contemplating, Nagato agreed. The following day, during the Akatsuki meeting, Pain issued a direct order: eradicate the border outposts of IWA and Suna. Akatsuki members Chiyo, Deidara, and Hinata would be responsible for Suna, while Kakuzu, Haiden, and I would handle IWA, with the objective of leaving no one alive. Haiden was particularly exhilarated, eagerly proclaiming the arrival of the evil god. Deidara, on the other hand, approached me to inquire about my artistic training. As we prepared to depart, the two eccentric individuals began bickering over whether to ride the clay bird or the puppet eagle, ultimately leading to Chiyo's exasperation and concession. With a sense of pride, Deidara began to craft his ultimate technique. Behold, my ultimate art, C2 Dragon. Within 5 minutes, a colossal white clay dragon soared into the sky, prompting Chiyo to scoff at its lack of substance. We mounted the dragon and flew toward the Suna border outpost in grand fashion. The Suna ninja quickly detected our presence, an elite jonin, upon peering through a telescope, turned pale and urgently commanded readiness for battle. They attempted to send a carrier pigeon back to their village for warning, but it was far too late. In an instant, the dragon loomed overhead, its maw opening wide as countless bizarre clay birds rained down like a deluge. In the next moment, boom, the thunderous explosions obliterated the entire outpost. Activating my rebirth eye, I precisely pinpointed the few survivors who had miraculously withstood the onslaught. Without hesitation, I unleashed a torrent of water jutsu, targeting those fortunate souls with pinpoint accuracy. Whether they hid behind walls or beneath tables, my water arrows, equipped with GPS navigation, pierced through walls and sought out their targets without mercy. Having completed my task, I clapped my hands in satisfaction. Beside me, Deidara brimmed with excitement. Eagerly approaching, what do you think? My art, the breathtaking explosion of C2 Dragon, asserting aerial dominance. Before the enemy even laid eyes on us, they were reduced to dust. What could I say? I could only nod in agreement. Indeed remarkable, a stroke of genius. His pride soared, almost lifting him off the ground. Subsequently, the three of us proceeded to methodically dismantle several Suna outposts, as if we were in a copy-paste mode. Deidara handled the aerial bombardment, while I executed precise ground strikes. By the end of our operation, not a single survivor remained, nor a whole brick to be found. until we encountered an adversary we least wished to face. Just as Deidara was reveling in his destruction, a golden sand emerged from the ground without warning, seizing our clay dragon's leg. In an instant, a multitude of kunai embedded with explosive tags rained down upon us. I retaliated with a wind jutsu, sending the troublesome projectiles back whence they came. Deidara, flustered, shouted, "You scoundrel! Prepare to witness my ultimate art." The clay dragon unleashed its remaining munitions in a furious barrage. What followed was the emergence of a massive golden sand shield that enveloped all the Suna shinobi, protecting them thoroughly. The explosions were indeed thunderous, but they merely provided a superficial scratch, causing no real harm. Hinata, prepare to switch mounts. Deidara bellowed, decisively discarding the captured segment of the dragon while leaving a clay clone behind. The three of us quickly mounted my puppet eagle and ascended into the sky, while the clay clone, carrying the half-dragon, plummeted downward like a divine wind kamikaze. From above, I witnessed a small mushroom cloud erupt, followed by a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves powerful enough to nearly topple us from the sky. It was a moment where I felt my ears might abandon me, buzzing incessantly. "Could you not give us a heads up?" I shouted, struggling to be heard over the din. "Ha ha. This is art." Deidara, blissfully oblivious, assumed I was praising him and continued to chuckle. I was rendered speechless. Well, time to finish off the remaining enemies. Upon descending, the scene was nothing short of a catastrophe. The ground was strewn with molten and solidified sand, alongside a multitude of ninja corpses that were now unrecognizable. This was all despite the protection of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Without his safeguarding, there would likely be nothing left. Deidara's explosive techniques were truly a weapon of mass destruction. "Where's Raza?" Chiyo inquired, glancing around, as he had long harbored thoughts of acquiring the body of Gaara's father, contemplating the potential of combining it with the third Kazekage's puppet to create something innovative. I activated my rebirth eye and scanned the area. A newly dug tunnel lay beneath. They had escaped, burrowing away before the explosion, and by now, they had likely returned to Suna village. Chiyo expressed his dismay, shaking his head. "What a pity. What is there to lament? Watch me conjure another C2 dragon to capture him for you," Deidara boasted, but as he finished his proclamation, he faltered, nearly losing his balance, and I had to steady him. The poor fellow was still quite fatigued. It was impressive that he had lasted this long. "No need. The mission is complete. We shall depart." Chiyo declined the offer. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Pain and the others awaited our arrival. The moment Deidara spotted them, he began to regale anyone within earshot with tales of how he had forced the fourth Kazekage to flee in terror. Throughout the journey, even the dogs we passed were subjected to his recounting. Pain, however, remained silent, producing 3 briefcases. "Well done on the mission. Here is your reward." Chiyo promptly handed his share to Deidara, indicating that he had merely coasted through the entire operation. Deidara accepted graciously, as his clay was indeed a costly endeavor. At that moment, Kakuzu's fascination took a peculiar turn. He crouched down, eyeing the golden sand that had accumulated on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Where did you get all this gold sand on your shoes?" "Hey, Kakuzu, are you even listening to me?" Deidara attempted to repeat his heroic tale. But Kakuzu was wholly uninterested, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fourth Kazekage's potential as a walking gold mine. He pulled out a map. "What did you fight?" I pointed out the location. "Thanks." Kakuzu turned to Chiyo and asked, "If I bring back the fourth Kazekage's corpse, can you make it produce gold sand?" Chiyo understood instantly. Of course. The Kazekage's individual output is a vital economic resource for Suna. I watched as Kakuzu silently inscribed Raza's name onto his list of financial products. "Boss, I'll take my leave now. I need to return home and rest. My hard-earned vacation has been thoroughly disrupted." Deidara wished to delay me to showcase his art, but I simply replied, "Next time, for sure," as I yawned and returned home. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a flower kneeling at the entrance, welcoming me. "Hinata Darren." I quickly helped her up. Her legs must have been numb from kneeling. "Didn't I say you could use the Kagura Shingon to check? There's no need to wait here all the time." Yet, this determined lady remained resolute, insisting that it was her duty. What else can I say? I certainly cannot scold her for this. I slumped onto the sofa and took a hefty gulp of juice from the table. Ah, what a comfort! Living in the long dong for training has indeed rendered my quality of life rather poor. By the way, where are Quan and the others? They have gone out to play with Guang and Xianglin and will only return in the evening. Just as I was speaking, Hua suddenly handed me a bundle of preserved blood. Dazed, I waved my hand dismissively. There is no need for this anymore. I have no use for it. I merely spoke offhandedly. In the next moment, to my astonishment, she knelt before me, banging her head on the ground, tears in her voice. Master Qi, please do not abandon us, mother and daughter. I would do anything for you. I was utterly taken aback, frozen in place. Who could understand the bewilderment of family? I had never encountered such a script before. She thought I was discarding them, even assuring me that her age and fading beauty would not disturb my future wife. How terribly mistaken she was. I scanned her from head to toe. Her appearance and figure were indeed quite appealing, and that sense of being a devoted wife was palpable. Recently, I had been somewhat irked by Tianx and Shinji's serpent, so I decided to go along with it, thinking it might put her at ease. I stepped barefoot onto the ground, lifted her from the floor, and kissed her. Shall we go to my room? She responded fervently. Here, 3,000 words are omitted. Those who understand, understand. A few hours later, I pulled Hua back, who was preparing to get up and cook, and kissed her forehead. Stop overthinking. I will protect you all from now on. Only then did her face blossom with a smile. She inquired, are you referring to Quan and Guang? Of course. I never show favoritism. However, they are still young. We shall discuss them in a few years. Meanwhile, the situation in Sha'in village had descended into chaos. The fourth Kazakage, Luo Sha, lay severely injured and unconscious, and the 50 elite ninjas sent out had all perished, leaving no clue about the assailants. Grandma Chio was urgently summoned, and upon seeing Luo Sha's burned body, she was utterly perplexed, ultimately deciding to perform surgery to save his life first. On the other side, Sachike Jinoki was equally astonished by the reports. The border outpost in the Land of Rain had been wiped out in a single morning. Being quite astute, he promptly hired our Akatsuki organization to investigate and eliminate the ninjas responsible for the outpost destruction. Upon receiving this mission, the Akatsuki base erupted in laughter. Deidara rolled on the table, clutching his stomach. Ha! Hiring someone to investigate themselves. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Haydn joined in, mocking Inoki for his folly. When Pain asked who would take on this task, I raised my hand. I will. I am eager to see the expression on his face when he views the false intelligence I fabricated. Thus, I transformed into a master screenwriter, feverishly penning at home. I concocted tales of a Sharingan ninja mastering the 5 elemental natures and a mysterious cult praying for the deceased, complemented by my soul-level sketches, making it challenging to discern truth from fiction. During this, Hua brought me some snacks, and then, well, a workplace comedy ensued once more. Afterward, I gazed into the mirror and noticed that I appeared somewhat haggard. I realized I needed to exercise restraint, for training was of utmost importance. Even more absurdly, Hua wanted to teach Quan how to be a qualified wife. When I learned of this later, I was left both amused and exasperated. Having completed the intelligence, I sought out Ju and handed him the dossier. Bai Ju flipped through a couple of pages and burst into laughter upon reading that Haydn was praying for the deceased. Just as I was about to leave, "Hey Ju, that sly one," stopped me, and his first words set off alarm bells in my mind. Have you considered replacing Uchiha Bido and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? I feigned shock, pondering whether this was a test from a Bido or an idea of Heiju's own. I countered him. Aren't you the embodiment of Madara's will? He chuckled ominously, revealing that he was not Madara Uchiha, but Uchiha Bido. I continued my act, widening my eyes. The hero of the Shinobi World War? Yes, he did not perish. This pawn has become disobedient, and I wish to find a new executor for Lord Madara. I scoffed. So you intend for me to be your pawn? No, it is for you to lead the game. You are stronger than a Bido and yearn for power even more. I pretended to be intrigued. What must I do? You need do nothing but wait for an opportunity to eliminate a Bido. Very well, I agreed without hesitation, though inwardly I scoffed at the notion of becoming a sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. Nevertheless, Obito was indeed a variable that needed addressing. After informing my family that I would return to Longdi-dong to continue my training, Quan, encouraged by Hua, shyly kissed my cheek. It made me reluctant to leave. I silently repeated that tender places are the graves of heroes and steeled myself to activate reverse summoning. Upon arriving at Longdi-dong, Tian Xin Shanji's serpent appeared before me like a hound, its nose twitching as it suddenly exclaimed, tears welling in its eyes. "You smell of another woman. How could you refuse me and consort with someone else?" I was utterly taken aback by her dramatics. I coldly replied, "And what of it?" To my surprise, this serpent became even more excited by my rebuff. I ignored her and sought out Yashiro Islandheim to play dice. Winning would grant me the ability to learn immortal techniques, while losing would mean a bite from her, as that was the priority. Time flew by, and 3 years had passed. In the year 63 of Konoha, in a certain valley of the Land of Wind, I had disguised myself and stood behind Yakushi Kabuto, facing the fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, who was bound in bandages. "Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Are you having second thoughts?" Luo Sha's voice, muffled by the bandages, exuded a sense of wariness. "Of course not." Orochimaru, now under Kabuto's control, said with a sinister smile. "However, before we begin, I would like to borrow something from you." "Is it my brother?" "No, I wish to borrow your head." No sooner had he finished speaking than numerous bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Luo Sha's 2 guards. Luo Sha reacted swiftly, using a sand technique to narrowly evade the attack. But did he think he could escape? No chance. I extended my hand, utilizing the universal pull to draw him closer. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a serpent, tightly coiling around him, its fangs sinking into his flesh. Luo Sha instantly weakened, unable to muster even a trace of chakra, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at us. I leaned down to deliver the final blow. This fellow was truly short-sighted. I summarized Luo Sha's life, believing he could easily obliterate Konoha without considering that the third Kazekage was a shadow-level ninja, and that the population of Sunagakure was still fewer than that of Konoha's first generation. I turned to Kabuto and instructed, "Proceed as planned. You and Orochimaru will impersonate him and his guards. Oh, and remember to preserve the body." After giving this command, my shadow clone dissipated in a puff of smoke, and a plethora of information flooded into my mind, confirming that the plan was a success. I assure you, my main body was not idle either. I activated a Senjutsu beauty filter, reverting myself to the youthful appearance of 13 or 14, and with Xianglin and Xiaoguang, transformed into a lower ninja from the Sound Village, heading towards the Chunin exams in Konoha. I specifically cautioned Xiaoguang to refrain from using her Sharingan upon entering the village. Yet, this little girl, Xianglin, approached me, asking if she could sleep together at night. My goodness, I was utterly flabbergasted, telling her she was old enough to sleep alone. She protested, asking why Guang could share a tent with me. Who could understand the destructive power of such innocent words? Guang blushed beside her, hastily saying she would sleep with Xianglin that night. The following day, the 3 of us arrived at the gates of Konoha. Gazing at the door, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. It had been 6 years, and now I returned with a different identity. The same 2 guards, Ganzi Tai and Shun Yueyuin, were still stationed there. I displayed my Sound Village forehead protector, presenting my pass and stating that we were here to participate in the Chunin exams. They checked the list for a while, and upon seeing Xianglin's red hair, their expressions shifted, likely recalling Lady Kushina. However, this was of little consequence. Our paperwork was in order, and we were allowed to enter the village. As soon as we stepped inside, I sensed the presence of the Umbu and spotted an old acquaintance, Tenzo, the future captain of Team Yamato. I could only pretend not to have noticed, while Xianglin discreetly squeezed my hand and conveyed through a secret technique that someone was tailing us. I responded with 2 gentle squeezes, indicating that I was already aware and calm, suggesting we first find a place to stay. As expected, that very night, the Hokage's office received a report. Upon hearing about a red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan, the 3rd Hokage's interest was piqued though he remained unhurried, contemplating to wait until the Chunin exams concluded before requesting her from the Sound Village. "Ah, old man, your calculations are quite sharp, but alas, you shall have no opportunity." The following day, once the surveillance umbu withdrew, I promptly took the two girls out. Where to? To Ichiraka Ramen, of course. Since we were already there, we simply had to indulge. As I settled down and ordered 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, the main characters of the drama made their entrance. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Uncle, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi-sensei will pay." I nearly burst into laughter as I recognized Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, Team 7, all sitting right next to me. I thought to myself, without me here, I wonder who Kakashi would turn to for financial support. Kakashi, being the astute individual he is, likely sensed my gaze and calmly inquired, "Since we entered, you've been watching us, Sound Ninja." I decided to drop the pretense and straightforwardly replied, "I was merely curious about what the renowned Kakashi looks like." I introduced myself and mentioned the names of the 3 of us. Upon hearing that Xianglin also bore the Uzumaki surname, Naruto immediately leaped in front of her, excitedly asking if she knew his parents. Xianglin looked bewildered and replied that she did not. Naruto, completely unaware of the land of whirlpools, was utterly baffled. I seized the opportunity to enlighten him about the history of the land of whirlpools, how it was annihilated by the Mist Village, and how the Uzumaki clan was left homeless and destitute. Naruto's eyes widened, especially upon learning that it was the Mist Village that was responsible, filling him with righteous anger. I then shifted the conversation, mentioning that some of his traits reminded me of a couple I had read about in past mission records. Naruto's eyes lit up like searchlights. Kakashi, clearly anxious, interrupted me, "Mushio-kun, this is classified information." You see, I had successfully baited him. I immediately fell silent, putting on an innocent expression of regret, and focused on my ramen. No matter how much Naruto pleaded, clutching my sleeve and crying, I remained resolute in my silence. Our small ninja village could not afford to provoke Konoha. In the end, I pulled out 1,000 ryo and placed it on the table, declaring that I would treat this time, then patted his shoulder and said apologetically, leaving with Guang and Xianglin. Xianglin felt a twinge of sympathy, remarking how pitiful Naruto was. I ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Don't worry, we are here to save him." As soon as we left, Naruto erupted, bombarding Kakashi with a flurry of soul-searching questions, asking why he was not allowed to know who his parents were, as if Kakashi intended for him to remain a demon fox forever. The chakra of the Nine Tails was nearly forced out of him, leaving Kakashi with no choice but to knock him out with a swift chop and carry him away. I could only imagine Kakashi's internal struggles, having failed to save Obito, Rin, and now unable to protect his own student. Witnessing Naruto's chaotic home life must make him feel utterly worthless. Having accomplished the first step, I continued to roam Konoha with the 2 girls, passing by a flower shop where I bought a bouquet for each of them, roses for Guang and violets for Xianglin, leaving passersby, including an elderly lady, utterly astonished, likely educating their daughters on avoiding individuals like me. That evening, I stealthily visited the Konoha cemetery, laying down flowers for my parents and Uncle Hizashi. The next day, Niji also came to pay his respects. Upon seeing the dewy white chrysanthemums, he immediately activated his Byakugan, likely deducing that I had returned. I was nearly caught by this kid. On my way back, I encountered a few youngsters from the Cloud Village who had come for the exams, such as ACI and Omoy. It seemed the storyline had indeed changed. That night, I met with Kabuto atop Hokage Rock, where he disclosed the location of Danzo's lair. I instructed him to hold off for now, planning to take him down on the eve of our main assault, while cautioning him to be wary of Tengen. Kabuto was positively thrilled, having suppressed his excitement for 3 years for this grand spectacle. In the following days, I completely relaxed, indulging in food and leisure with Guang and Xianglin, allowing everyone to believe that our Sound Village was merely here to fill numbers. Until the day of the Chunin exams arrived, when Naruto and his companions intercepted us on the road. Naruto bowed deeply, pleading for clues about his parents. I crouched down and whispered in his ear, "Meet me during the second exam, play along with me now, and when I finish speaking, strike me and pretend to faint." I then stood up, projecting my voice loudly enough for the entire area to hear. You think you have what it takes to challenge me? You're not worthy. Get lost. Naruto played along, shouting in frustration and throwing a punch at my face. I effortlessly dodged, countering with a shoulder throw that knocked him down, and he immediately closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Sasuke, witnessing his friend being bullied, rushed to my aid. I couldn't help but smirk internally, suppressing my power to the level of a newly joined Umbu. Delivering just a single punch, boom, he was sent flying. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Sasuke, refusing to accept defeat, activated his two-tomo Sharingan. But would it be effective? Not at all. Now that he had witnessed my speed, I decided to accelerate further. Another punch landed squarely on his face. Subsequently, I unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing a technique of dimensionality reduction, each blow landing with precision, leaving him utterly disoriented. Finally, I halted with my hand poised before his neck, the gust from my movement tousling his hair. With that display, I departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette and a group of stunned examinees. Sasuke was left in a daze, likely mulling over how fast and powerful I was. The three of us proceeded smoothly to the examination venue, which was already bustling with people. I had previously assigned Xianglin a task during the written exam. She would utilize her Kagura Shingon to copy the answers and relay them to us via secret technique. Guang appeared slightly jealous, inquiring why I seemed so invested in Naruto and Sasuke. I did not explain, simply ruffling her hair, and she obediently ceased her questioning. Before long, the examination hall quieted down, and with a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted as Marino Ibiki, the scarred bald man of the Konoha interrogation class, entered with a group of Chunin proctors. Everyone took their seats according to their exam numbers. To my surprise, the person sitting next to me was Hinata. The shy girl was blushing as red as a tomato. I greeted her, and her hands trembled adorably. Ibiki announced the start of the exam, revealing 9 questions, with the 10th to be disclosed 15 minutes before the end. Then, the exam hall became a showcase of ninja tactics, with various methods of cheating emerging. While some inexperienced candidates were caught and dragged out, I observed, amused, as one examiner, blindfolded, pinned a student against the wall. Was that not the teacher Gojo Satoru, who had traversed dimensions? Just as I was enjoying the spectacle, Hinata kindly pushed her answer sheet toward me. I smiled and shook my head, and not long after, Xianglin's answers were transmitted to me through our secret technique. I wrote rapidly, completing my answers, and then rested my head on the desk to take a nap. When the time came, Ibiki cleared his throat and wrote on the blackboard, "Novices, I am about to announce the content of the 10th question. Remember, your choices from this point forward will impact your lives." He proceeded to explain that if one answered incorrectly, they would forever be relegated to the rank of genin, with a clear understanding of their permanent status. However, they could choose to withdraw, but in doing so, their 2 teammates would also be forced to leave with them. Let me tell you, this tactic was utterly ruthless. Ibiki, truly a master of interrogation, was a PUA expert. On one side was the future of their lives, and on the other, the burden of their teammates, forcing a choice. Who among us understands this pressure? It was palpable. As expected, some could not withstand the pressure, crying out apologies to their teammates before raising their hands to withdraw. One person led the way, and soon, a flood of others followed suit, like dumplings falling into water. I squinted at that fellow, Mingrun, keen to witness whether this classic scene would unfold. Sure enough, his hand trembled like he was afflicted with Parkinson's. Unsteadily lifting into the air, I thought to myself, has the protagonist's halo dimmed? To my astonishment, he slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crack that startled me. He stood up and shouted, "Do not underestimate me." I refuse to back down. Even if I spend my entire life as a mere shinobi, I shall become Hokage. The fervor of his declaration dispelled the despondency that had enveloped the venue. A few who had considered retreating lowered their hands. Their expressions transformed. Mingrun added resolutely, "I mean what I say. This is my ninja way." Goodness. His words were so powerful at such a young age. Those few sentences invigorated the crowd. Seeing that no one was retreating, Ibiki chuckled and declared, "Congratulations, everyone. You have all passed. It turned out that the 10th question was merely a test of your courage to remain. Just as the excitement settled, a sudden crash echoed as glass shattered across the floor, 2 kunai embedded in the ceiling, and a black banner unfurled, proclaiming, "Second examiner, Yashitai Akane, has arrived." Immediately, a purple-haired lady dramatically descended onto the podium, striking what she deemed a striking pose. I lost interest in her chatter and stood up, preparing to leave for a nap. To my dismay, the lady objected, commanding me to halt and flinging a shuriken my way. I must tell you, Xiao Wang's reflexes were remarkable. She instantly appeared before me, deflecting the shuriken with a clang. Then, the ferocity in her gaze surged forth, causing the atmosphere in the examination hall to plummet, akin to the air conditioning being turned on. A glance revealed that Sasuke's hands trembled, Mingren stood frozen, and Gaara's manic eyes lit up. Had he found a kindred spirit? I patted Xiao Wang's shoulder, urging her to remain calm, then yawned and divulged, Training Ground 44. The Forest of Death sees the heaven and earth scrolls. Konoha has already communicated with your village's higher-ups. Disperse and attend to your own matters. With that, I led Xiao Wang and Xianglin away, leaving the lady Akane sweating profusely, likely dazed by Xiao Wang's murderous intent. Later, I learned this incident reached the 3rd Hokage, who was quite alarmed and hastily replaced Akane with Jiraiya as the examiner. Meanwhile, Mingren cheerfully returned home after his examination, ready to tuck away his prize collector's edition ramen to present to me the following day. Ah, that lad is quite considerate. He soon fell asleep, while I stealthily approached and used the Sharingan to weave a dream for him. In the dream, a golden-haired handsome man and a red-haired beautiful woman appeared as his parents, Minato and Kushina. The warmth of their family was undeniable, filled with after-school pickups and delicious meals. Upon awakening, Mingren first relieved himself, then recalled the dream, bursting into tears, his tears flowing freely. I quietly observed from outside the window. Having settled matters with Mingren, it was time to visit Sasuke. Sasuke's situation was straightforward. I merely had him relive the night of the massacre in high definition, watching him awaken in a cold sweat, which reassured me to depart. The next morning, at the entrance of the Forest of Death, Jiraiya, adorned in the guise of a toad sage, made his grand entrance. Engaging in some humorous banter with Mingren about his lecherous antics before announcing the commencement of the exam, our team obtained the Heaven Scroll, and I instructed Xiao Wang and Xianglin to head to the finish line while I awaited Mingren and the others. Before long, Mingren's boisterous voice rang out. I leapt in front of him, and he directly inquired about the clues regarding his parents. After extracting a solemn vow from him, Sasuke, and Sakura to keep it confidential, I presented the photographs. The first image depicted the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Sasuke was astonished. Isn't that the 4th? I affirmed. Indeed, see the golden hair? Doesn't it resemble Mingren's? The second image revealed his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. As Mingren gazed at the likeness, tears cascaded down, matching the shadows from his dream. I then showed him the graduation photo and wedding picture of his parents. At this point, he could no longer contain himself, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Once his tears had subsided, I dropped a bombshell. In this world, there are ways for the deceased to return. I casually mentioned Edo Tensei and encouraged him. Ninjutsu knows no limits, Mingren. Strive to become powerful enough to develop a technique for resurrection, so that you may reunite with your parents. Upon hearing this, Mingren was instantly revitalized, and even Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mingren eagerly pressed a canister of his cherished collector's ramen into my hands, insisting on expressing his gratitude. That evening, I treated them to roasted wild boar and inquired about their dreams. Mingren wished to become Hokage and revive his parents. Sasuke aimed to kill his brother, and Sakura aspired to marry Sasuke. I noted that both their ambitions required strength, a realm I was well versed in. I handed Mingren a scroll containing his mother's signature move, the adamantine sealing chains. Turning to Sasuke, I asked if he had ever heard of sage techniques. Sasuke, wary, inquired about my intentions. I explained, this is an angelic investment. I see great potential in you. By investing now, when you thrive in the future, you shall support me. A reasonable proposition, wouldn't you agree? Sasuke consented. I instructed him to remove his shirt, then activated my sage mode, my eyes adopting a teal visage, chakra morphing into serpents. And I bit down on Sasuke's shoulder, bestowing upon him a sage technique curse mark in the shape of a 3-tomo. I urged him to give it a try, and to my astonishment, upon activating the curse mark, his speed and strength surged by 30%. We exchanged a few moves, and with a flick of my wrist, I sent him flying, leaving him astounded. Mingrun, watching eagerly from the sidelines, inquired if he could also receive such a blessing. I informed him, "You cannot. You are a sage body, the chosen one. You must learn the authentic sage mode, while this inferior version is not suitable for you." While we enjoyed our camaraderie, the Akatsuki organization was conducting an online meeting, noticing my absence. Pain inquired, but Zetsu replied he was unaware. They shrugged it off, proceeding with their agenda. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Forest of Death, Gaara and his group encountered a few ranged shinobi who were boasting. Gaara, expressionless, declared there is no need. I shall kill everyone before me. The opposing ninja activated his jutsu, Rain of Thousand Needles, unleashing a torrential downpour of steel needles. However, the sand beneath Gaara surged upward, forming a 360-degree defensive barrier. The sand then ensnared the leader of the ranged shinobi, lifting him into the air. Gaara clenched his hand, exclaiming, "Sand burial." A thunderous boom echoed as blood rained down. An impressive display of physical retribution. The remaining 2 ranged shinobi, frightened, tossed aside their scrolls and begged for mercy. Gaara ignored them, unleashing another 2 sand burials, intensifying the blood rain. He held an umbrella, reminiscent of a shower, muttering about how Shura requires blood to thrive. Hiding in the grass, Hinata and her companions turned pale. Kiba urged, "Run. If we are discovered, we are doomed." Just as they attempted to flee, a wall of sand suddenly rose, blocking their escape. I assure you, the moment that wall was erected, Gaara's ominous voice echoed, claiming he had observed us little mice for quite some time. Terrified, our legs turned to jelly. As we stepped out of the bushes, Shino attempted to negotiate, offering their scrolls for mercy. Gaara coldly responded, "No chance." At that moment, the sand began to envelop us, threatening to bury us alive. Kiba began to utter his last words, apologizing for dragging us into this. Just as the situation grew dire, a male voice cut through, exclaiming, "Hinata-chan, what a coincidence." Instantly, the sand beneath us ceased its advance. Emerging from the forest was a young man named Shinya Mushio. Hinata urged him to flee, but Mushio remained unfazed, casually stating, "Leave it to me," before leisurely donning 2 metallic arm guard from a scroll. He gently punched a nearby tree, which instantly cracked and fell towards us, creating an impromptu bridge. My family, who could understand, marveled at his precision. It was simply astounding. The 3 of us immediately grasped the situation and hurried along the trunk to follow him. And Zeno declared that one could be killed, but never humiliated, and we would not be the cowardly traitors who abandoned our comrades. We would fight together. Mushio did not refuse. He assumed a godlike perspective and assigned us tasks on the spot. Listen closely, his words flowed rapidly. The one with the gourd, you leave to me. The puppet master. Insect brother, you handle him. Use your insect to sever his chakra threads, and he will be rendered powerless. The remaining woman with the fan, you and Hinata will engage her closely, preventing her from using the fan. This strategic deployment was both logical and well-founded, instantly boosting our confidence. You promptly fed his dog, Chiwan, a soldier's pill, transforming the little white dog into a fierce red one, brimming with combat prowess. Zeno also summoned a horde of insects from his sleeves, which was quite unsettling to behold. And then the battle commenced. Mushio dashed toward Gaara, who had cloaked himself in sand as per his usual tactic. On the other side, Temari was mocking, questioning whether he could truly breach Gaara's absolute defense. However, the next moment, her laughter ceased abruptly. Guess what? Mushio's wrist guard emitted a hum, launching a sonic attack that left Gaara stunned within his sand sphere. It was as if he were experiencing a 3D surround sound assault. Gaara screamed in confusion, akin to a ghostly encounter. Temari urgently shouted for him to disperse his sand shield, and just before Gaara lost consciousness, he managed to disperse the sand. However, the instant he revealed himself, Mushio seized his neck with a massive hand and dragged him deep into the forest, reminiscent of dragging a lifeless dog. Temari and Kankuro attempted to pursue, but we swiftly obstructed them. Ya and Chi-Wan executed a beastly diversion, while Zeno's swarm of insects descended upon them, with Hinata flanking Ya to create a pincer movement. Meanwhile, Mushio dragged Gaara to a remote location and, with a mighty throw, smashed him against a large tree. As Gaara regained some consciousness, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turned manic. "You have provoked my wrath." To our astonishment, he activated his ultimate technique. A storm of sand clouds gathered in the sky, raining down like hail. Yet, Mushio spread his arms and bellowed, unleashing a massive sonic wave that obliterated the descending sand. In that moment, the entire forest of death was engulfed in a sandstorm, leaving us all in awe. Was this truly the Battle of a Chunin? Gaara, undeterred, attempted to summon 3 giant hands made of sand to capture Mushio. However, Mushio was even more formidable. He thrust his hand into the sand hands and unleashed a forceful burst, shattering them to pieces. In an instant, he teleported behind Gaara and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Just as Gaara struggled to rise, preparing to unleash his full power, Mushio swiftly placed a blue seal upon his back. The torrent of chakra was instantly suppressed, causing Gaara to roll his eyes back and faint on the spot. When Mushio returned carrying the unconscious Gaara, the expressions of Temari and Kankuro were priceless, their eyes nearly popping out. You foolishly inquired if the monster was dead. Zeno clarified that he was merely unconscious. Mushio tossed the fainted Gaara towards Temari, stating that he was in a good mood today and would let them off easy. Before departing, he even stylishly kicked a heavenly scroll towards them, saying, "Take this with you." Temari immediately bowed to Mushio, her gaze filled with admiration. Hinata, witnessing this, blushed crimson. Who could resist such a heroic rescue scenario? Afterward, Mushio awkwardly apologized for gifting away our spoils. We dared not voice any dissent, showering him with gratitude. He then invited us to the central tower for lunch preparations. Yeah, with a mischievous smirk, stopped Zeno from offering assistance, whispering that it was clear Mushio was interested in Hinata. Mushio took Hinata to the riverbank to catch fish, instructing her to use her Byakugan to locate them. After finding them, he plunged his hands into the water, soon surfacing with several unconscious fish. He patiently taught Hinata how to handle the fish, occasionally making physical contact, leaving her blushing like a steaming dumpling. He gently encouraged her, remarking on her excellence and predicting she would make a wonderful wife in the future. I tell you, his tender demeanor had us all enraptured. While I turned away, desperately trying to suppress my laughter, this guy certainly deserved an Oscar. The following day, we made our way to the central tower, where we encountered Liloaka, the bushy-browed, watermelon-headed ninja. He blocked our path and bowed to Mushio, declaring his desire for a duel. Yeah, emboldened by the presence of a strong ally, brazenly ordered him to step aside. However, Liloaka ignored him entirely. Fixated on Mushio, Mushio instructed us to proceed while he stayed behind. Liloaka, brimming with youthful vigor, charged forward with a leaf hurricane kick. Yet, Mushio effortlessly caught his leg with one hand, as though playing a game. Mushio, assuming a nonchalant stance, remarked that Liloaka could not defeat him and should use his ultimate technique. Just as Liloaka prepared to remove his leg weights, Niji and Ten emerged from the tower, halting him and stating that they would save the sparring for the third match. Thus, this incident passed without further consequence. Upon entering the central tower, we encountered Naruto and his companions. Naruto promptly referred to Mushio as Brother Mushio, leaving us all bewildered. You inquired about the sudden change, recalling that Naruto had been beaten just days prior. After some stammering, it was Sasuke who intervened, explaining that he had sought Mushio's advice on training. I mean, even the proud Uchiha Sasuke addressed him as Mushio-kun. That was quite a reputation. As we conversed, a group from the Hidden Cloud Village approached. One particularly brash, red-haired member began to mock us. To our astonishment, He pointed at Mushio and insulted him as a Leaf Village lackey. The atmosphere instantly intensified, with Naruto and Sasuke preparing to retaliate, and Hinata activating her Byakugan. While the entire 12 Konoha rookies assumed combat stances, awaiting Mushio's command. Mushio stopped us, casting a reassuring smile our way before swiftly appearing before the brash ninja. The latter reacted quickly, swinging his sword towards Mushio's neck. However, Mushio blocked it with his wrist guard, producing a resonant clang before issuing a sharp command, causing the blade to shatter into fragments. In the next moment, Mushio seized the ninja by the neck, lifting him off the ground as he struggled, desperately attempting to stab Mushio with kunai. But all his efforts were thwarted by the wrist guard, and he was rendered unconscious by the sonic shockwave. Then, as if discarding trash, Mushio hurled him out the window. His teammates reacted swiftly, jumping down to rescue him. An enraged female companion charged at Mushio with a knife. Yet Mushio was quicker, delivering a punch to her abdomen, causing her to double over and vomit stomach acid onto the ground. Mushio coldly stated, "This is a lesson. Mind your words in the future." At this moment, his two female teammates arrived to assist him. We all stood in stunned silence, with Ten asking Niji how he would fare against Mushio. Niji, with a serious expression, replied, "His speed and power exceed mine. I cannot defeat him." 2 days later, the preliminaries began. The proctor, Moonlight Gale, announced the rules. 1-on-1, either fight to the death or concede. As soon as he finished speaking, Mushio's teammates, Xianglin and Uchiha Hikari, promptly raised their hands to withdraw, leaving everyone bewildered. The electronic screen soon displayed the first matchup, Uchiha Sasuke versus ACIE. Goodness, wasn't this the very individual Mushio had tossed out of the tower just days prior? Sasuke smirked, recognizing it as a perfect opportunity for revenge. ACIE, equally excited, thought to himself, if I can't defeat that monster, surely I can best this Uchiha. As a result, Sasuke, throughout the entire ordeal, adeptly utilized a Sharingan to perceive all of his adversaries' attacks. Ultimately, seizing the opportunity, he executed a barrage identical to the one he had unleashed upon Mushio that fateful day, promptly knocking a CIE out and having him carried back to the infirmary. In the second match, Naruto faced Inuzuka Kiba. Remarkably, Naruto triumphed by defeating the scent-enhanced Kiba with nothing more than a fart, a truly absurd turn of events. In the fourth match, Shino confronted Kinkuru, both engaging in a tactical duel that culminated in their mutual poisoning and subsequent disqualification. The fifth match featured Hyuga Niji against Hyuga Hinata. Niji commenced by targeting Hinata's mental state, gently advising her, "Hinata, you are unfit to be a ninja. Allow me to handle the vengeance. It would be wiser for you to find a good husband and restore the Hyuga clan." Upon hearing the phrase, "good husband," Hinata cast a furtive glance at the stands where Mushio was seated, her cheeks flushing crimson, yet her resolve solidified. "No, Niji and I shall not give up." Once Hinata declared her determination, Niji unleashed his full power, his hands igniting with flames. "Then I shall defeat you using my brother's technique. I must say, the flames he conjured and the stance he struck made my DNA stir. Was that not my self-created Konoha strong fist?" The lad had indeed learned quite well. Hinata, undeterred, summoned chakra in her palms and readied her stance as well. Meanwhile, Naruto, the fool, was inquiring of Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, isn't that your technique?" Kakashi nearly succumbed to nostalgia. Sasuke, standing nearby, coldly interjected, "Is that not the infamous Hinata K, who annihilated the entire Hyuga clan, leaving no corpses behind?" Indeed, it was I below. The two combatants clashed with fervor. Yet, truth be told, it resembled an adult battling a child, for Hinata was thoroughly overwhelmed. Niji, though, exhibited a degree of mercy. I could see clearly that the flames in his hands were dwindling, akin to a lighter running out of fuel, as he restrained his strength, seemingly hoping Hinata would concede on her own. However, our Hinata was no quitter. Her arms were nearly scorched, bearing scars from the heat, and yet she refused to back down. Each time she was sent flying, she would rise and charge forward again. Who among her family understands this stubbornness? This dedication despite her lack of skill? Ultimately, Niji could no longer bear it and delivered a decisive blow, bringing the match to a close. It was then that my gentle, brotherly role came into play. I leaped down from the stands in an instant, arriving before the unconscious Hinata, channeling green light in her chest, employing medical ninjutsu to restore her vitality. As Hinata slowly awoke, her eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Mushiokun." "It's nothing," I replied, donning what I believed to be my most tender smile, while also tending to the burns on her arms. The medical ninjas arriving behind me were astonished, surrounding me with inquiries about this miraculous technique. Could I divulge my secrets? I simply smiled enigmatically. "Just a few minor tricks, my friends. This is but a small matter." Ultimately, I managed to persuade Hinata, who wished to persist, onto a stretcher. Better safe than sorry, right? Watching her being carried away, I leisurely returned to the stands. The subsequent matches were little more than a whirlwind. Sakura and Ino, two close friends, clashed fiercely over Sasuke, resulting in both being knocked out. A draw. How amusing. Damari, with a swift motion of her large fan, dispatched her opponent effortlessly. Shikamaru and Chuji engaged in a unique contest to see who could surrender first, resulting in Chuji, with his quick wit, conceding first, allowing Shikamaru to claim victory. Chuji, meanwhile, leisurely munched on chips, truly remarkable. When it was my turn, under the guise of Shinya Mushio, I unleashed my sonic wave technique, swiftly removing my opponent from the arena with remarkable efficiency. Next up was my future sister-in-law, Tion. Goodness, the affluent truly stand apart. She unleashed an array of ninja tools as if they were free, overwhelming her opponent with her twin ascending dragons. I couldn't help but nod in approval. With wealth and power, I would gladly welcome my brother Niji into the family. On Gaara's side, things were even more ruthless. His opponent was reduced to mere dust by his sand, leaving no trace behind. Rock Lee was equally outrageous, not even removing his weights, finishing the match with a flawless set of lotus techniques. And thus, the preliminary rounds concluded, revealing the top 10, followed by a draw for the next round. My opponent turned out to be Rock Lee, and then a month-long break ensued. That evening, an intriguing scene unfolded. Hinata lay in bed, feeling melancholy, her mind consumed by Niji's earlier words about her inability to become a ninja and the suggestion to find a good husband to restore the clan. Her sister, Hanabi, a clever little girl, hopped on her bed. Hanabi's words brought me amusement. She said, "Sister, we must have clear roles. Your talent is not on par with mine. I shall train for vengeance while you focus on continuing the family lineage. This is what we call specialization, understood? We cannot only think of revenge and sever our roots." This line of reasoning was exceptionally advanced. It swiftly resonated with Hinata. Following that, Hanabi began her interrogation. "So, is there someone you fancy? Invite him over for dinner. I'll be your judge." Hinata's face flushed a bright red, stammering, "I don't know if it counts as liking him. He is just very gentle. Oh my, isn't that the essence of pure love?" The next morning, my door was knocked upon with urgency. Upon opening it, I found little Hanabi, who spoke at a rapid pace. "I am Hyuga Hanabi. My sister thanks you for healing her. This afternoon, please join us for dinner. Remember to dress nicely. Here is the address. Don't get lost." She thrust a note into my hands and dashed away, leaving no room for refusal. I clutched the note and smiled. "My friends, the plan is set. First, I shall use the guise of Mushio to win her heart, making her deeply infatuated, and when the time is ripe, I will reveal my true identity as her family's nemesis, Hinata K. I intend to toy with their emotions, much like the way the Hyuga main house brainwashed Niji in the past. Simply using techniques to control them would be too mundane. This slow-burn betrayal is far more exhilarating. In the afternoon, I donned my most dashing trench coat, layered with a charm technique procured from Tion and Shinji, embodying the very essence of allure. I then procured a bouquet of white roses, setting the stage for a romantic atmosphere. At 3 o'clock, I knocked on the door punctually. Hanabi answered, playfully assuming a parental role, clearing her throat and adopting a mock-serious demeanor. "Just place the fruit on the table. My sister is preparing the meal." I crouched down to her level, ruffling her hair. So you're Hinata's sister? You delivered the message this morning. Quite adorable. After changing into slippers and placing the fruit basket down, I concealed the bouquet behind my back and stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Hinata was facing away from me, engrossed in cooking. I gently tapped her shoulder. She did not turn, saying, "Hanabi, stop playing around. I'm cooking." I tapped her again, and this time, she finally turned around. I presented the white roses to her, gazing earnestly as I proclaimed, "May our Hinata-chan remain forever beautiful and kind." She solemnly accepted the flowers. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. After dinner, feeling thoroughly satisfied, I returned to my inn, only to be greeted by Xiang Lin's mournful gaze, likely internally critiquing me. This guy claims to have no interest in women, yet here he is, flirting with everyone. While I engaged in this nurturing game, my grand plan continued unabated. Standing atop a cliff, I observed Naruto training with Jiraiya, the colossal toad emerging, signifying his burgeoning mastery over the Nine-Tails' power. The moment is ripe. To corrupt Naruto, mere words won't suffice. I must utilize the dark chakra of the Nine-Tails as a catalyst to incite him further. Jiraiya, dear Jiraiya, you are indeed my finest ally. The night before the third exam, the main event arrived. I had arranged for my actor, Yakushi Kabuto, to take the stage. Knock, knock, knock. When Naruto opened the door, a bloodied Umbu member collapsed at his feet. I assure you, Kabuto's acting skill could earn him an Oscar. Clutching his abdomen, he gasped, "Naruto-sama, you are as benevolent as your father. I have a few words to share." What followed was an onslaught of information. "Naruto-sama, whether you believe it or not, you must listen. Your father was the fourth Hokage. The demise of the fourth Hokage and your mother was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen from the shadows. He desires to regain power and deliberately conceals your identity, allowing you to be scorned by the villagers." Upon finishing his words, he thrust a meticulously forged stack of documents into Naruto's hands. Just as the figure of Dew vanished, members of the third Hokage's faction arrived, knocking on the door and inquiring if he had seen anyone pass by. Startled, Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. What a flawless loop this had become. Once the Umbu departed, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he crawled beneath the bed to retrieve the stack of documents. The first page contained a confidentiality agreement concealing his identity, filled with signatures, including that of Hatake Kakashi. The accompanying analysis indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had intentionally incited the villagers to perceive him as a demon fox, thus allowing himself to play the benevolent figure and gain their trust. Upon reading this, Naruto nearly ground his teeth to dust. The second page featured a document issued during the fourth S tenure, yet the signature at the bottom was that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The analysis stated that the old man was infatuated with power, yearning to become the elder Hokage. The third page was shocking. The place of Kushina's childbirth was a closely guarded secret. How had the enemy managed to discover it? The answer pointed directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had divulged Konoha's secrets in his quest to eliminate the fourth Hokage. What? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. To slay his parents and manipulate their child, such treachery was unfathomable. The fourth page revealed the true perpetrator behind the Nine-Tails incident, Uchiha Obito. The documents detailed Obito's fake death, his resentment towards the fourth due to Rin's demise, and ultimately, his collusion with Sarutobi Hiruzen to murder his own teacher. Each page felt like a dagger piercing Naruto's heart. He finally comprehended that everything he had endured was part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sinister plot. His features contorted in agony. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "I will avenge you. Mom and Dad," Naruto silently vowed. "Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks to possess everything in Konoha. Very well, I shall bring ruin to the entire village." Amidst his pain and turmoil, Naruto once again entered the sealed space of the Nine-Tails, gazing upon its colossal form, his voice ominously low. "So, you're the Nine-Tails, correct? You wish to break free, do you not?" The Nine-Tails, realizing the opportunity before it, burst into laughter. "Indeed, boy, release me, and we shall wreak havoc. Let us obliterate this wretched village your father established." "It is not yet time." Naruto's expression darkened. the red chakra enveloping him, intensifying. How delightful it would be to create chaos on the morrow, the most significant day. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to possess such talent. The Ninetales was equally exhilarated, ready to present Konoha with a grand gift. Observing the intermittent red glow emanating from Naruto, I smiled in satisfaction. Naruto, you have not disappointed me. The information I crafted, a blend of truth and fiction, coupled with Du's masterful performance, was more than sufficient to deceive a mere 12-year-old child. Du appeared behind me, bowing slightly. Lord Chi. How did I perform? I patted his shoulder, praising him. Well done. Had you not chosen the path of a ninja, you would undoubtedly make a fine actor. Rising to my feet, I dispelled my transformation jutsu, revealing my true identity as Hinata Chi, stretching my shoulders. Let's find Niji. Tonight promises to be eventful. And I must also pay a visit to Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's name, a flicker of hatred and anguish crossed Du's eyes. I glanced at him sideways. Fear not. I will leave Danzo's fate in your capable hands. Thank you, Lord Chi. Our next destination was Niji's room. I silently appeared at his bedside, gazing at his familiar features, and gently tapped his forehead. Niji jolted awake, surprised at first, then quickly sat up, pulling a kunai from beneath his pillow in defense. I chuckled, teasing, "Easy now. No need for such caution. I am your brother." To instill trust, I reminded him of the time I gifted him a protector as a child, causing his face to flush as he urged me to refrain from mentioning it, fearing I would reveal his past mischief. "You've finally come to take me away," Niji said, lowering the kunai. "Why the sudden urgency?" My expression turned serious. "The death of your parents was actually orchestrated by the Hyuga clan." "What?" Niji's eyes widened. Not wishing to waste time, I activated my Sharingan, ensnaring him in a Jinjutsu, allowing him to relive the harrowing night of the Ninetales incident. Witnessing his mother being forced onto the battlefield by the clan, and seeing the farewell letter left by his father. As the Jinjutsu ended, Niji clenched his fists, breathing heavily. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The cycle of vengeance ends here. I am here to take you away." "Very well, I shall follow you," Niji responded without hesitation. I smiled, relieved that he had not succumbed to hatred. I teased him. "Shall I bring Tintin along too? She seems quite taken with you." Niji's face reddened as he brushed my hand away. "Brother, I am no longer a child. Ah, little Niji has grown into big Niji," I laughed, moving towards the window and vanishing into the night. Having bid farewell to Niji, Du awaited outside, brimming with excitement at the prospect of confronting his nemesis. I had arranged a meeting with Danzo under the guise of Orochimaru, and Du's voice trembled with anticipation. The old fox was overjoyed upon hearing of Konoha's impending collapse, eagerly awaiting our opportunity to eliminate Tsurutobi Hiruzen, so he could seize control and ascend as the fifth Hokage. I scoffed at the thought. A mere clown unworthy of the stage. Let us proceed to our meeting and encounter our future fifth Hokage. In the underground base of the Root organization, Danzo indulged himself, savoring a drink as he fantasized about his dream of becoming Hokage. Learning that Orochimaru's subordinates had arrived, he intended to keep us waiting to negotiate terms. Did he think he could toy with me? In an instant, I kicked the door down, swiftly appearing before Danzo and delivering a powerful punch to his gut. Grasping his hair with an iron grip, I yanked him forward, my other hand crashing into his face, shattering the bandages that concealed it, and without hesitation, I thrust my hand into his eye socket, forcefully extracting a living Sharingan. What a waste it is to possess such eyes. Allow me to safeguard them for you. I flicked the blood off my hand. At last, Danzo reacted, retreating swiftly and breaking the seals on his arms. The bandages fell away, revealing a pale arm covered in a multitude of writhing crimson eyes, a grotesque sight. "You are Hinata Chi?" Danzo recognized me. Beside him, Du seethed. "Danzo, how fortunate I am to still be alive, so that I can personally kill you in honor of the late director." Danzo attempted to recruit us, but I mocked him directly. "Your concerns are unnecessary. I doubt you will survive until tomorrow." Arrogance. He unleashed a gust of wind blades from his mouth. I sidestepped and appeared behind him, delivering a kick to his back that slammed him against the wall. Danzo's body slowly slid down, his figure fading activating Izanagi. He reappeared behind me, wielding a kunai aimed at my heart. I swiftly turned, seizing his wrist, while my other hand pierced his chest, crushing his heart with a single grip. He collapsed once more, one of his Sharingan closing as his body vanished, only to reappear at a distance. He surveyed the vast root base, now littered with corpses, silence reigning supreme. I stepped out of the room, taunting, "Give it up. All the root ninjas have fallen at my hands." With a sinister grin, Danzo summoned a massive beast, the Dream Eater, its gaping maw creating an immense suction. Yet, I remained steady, leaping onto the beast's back, striking down while simultaneously activating the explosive chakra embedded within it. With a deafening explosion, the Dream Eater erupted in a conflagration of flames and flesh. Danzo, standing at the foot of the beast, was engulfed in the inferno, forced to activate Izanagi once more. Reappearing at a distance, he gazed at his arm, where 3 of his Sharingan had already closed, his expression grim. He originally intended to exhaust me to death with Izanagi, but before absolute strength, his trump cards appear to be mere jest. As I emerged from the wall, my voice resonated like a demon's whisper, shattering his last shred of hope. You possess a total of 10 Sharingan on your arm. Each revival costs you 1. You currently have 7 left. Am I not correct? Tuan Zhang's legs weakened, barely allowing him to lean against the wall without collapsing. In the next few minutes, you shall perish 7 more times. Let us proceed. I reappear behind him, seizing his collar and forcefully smashing his head against the stone wall, rendering it a bloody mess. First, Tuan Zhang revived once more, spewing forth several massive gusts of wind. My eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and a verdant Susanoo skeletal frame materialized around me, absorbing the wind blasts without a trace. The skeleton instantly grew into a colossal half-giant, wielding a long blade that cleaved Tuan Zhang in 2. Second, I declared. Remarkably, he revived again. I must say, I was too exasperated for words. The Susanoo conjured an 8-span jewel, reminiscent of an RPG, and whisked him away once more. Third, this time Tuan Zhang played it smart. Attempting to hide, I simply deactivated my Sharingan, switched to the Rinnegan, and a wave of Azure Chakra enveloped me, with 5 black Dao jewels floating behind. I scoffed, "Hide? Where do you think you can escape before my gaze?" I pinpointed his location behind the wall with ease. 3 Dao jewels transformed into gigantic spears, propelled by a tempest, crashing through any barriers in their path. With a thunderous boom, Tuan Zhang, along with the wall, was reduced to mere remnants. Fourth, as he revived, the 3 spears, as if guided by GPS, swiveled and pursued him. Fifth, sixth, seventh, in one breath, I obliterated all 7 of his lives. Now utterly defeated, Tuan Zhang leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his Sharingan extinguished, akin to a power outage. Even more astonishingly, his arm suddenly transformed into a tree, leaving me momentarily stunned. I leisurely approached him alongside Yakushi Kabuto. Folding my arms, I began to pierce his heart. "Let me guess, old man. You wish to use that self-destructive rigid 4-symbol seal? Unfortunately for you, I happen to have a member of the Uzumaki clan under my command. Do you think I can't unravel it?" He stared intently into my eyes. "Is your ability to see through my thoughts derived from your eyes?" Not quite. I deceived him. I've already foreseen your demise. It's quite tragic. In truth, I had no capability to predict the future. I merely sought to intimidate him, lest he resort to self-detonation. With that, I teleported before him, delivering a swift slap to his chest, dismantling his self-destruct technique. Now, he had no opportunity to drag me down with him. I leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Rest assured, tomorrow your dear friend Tsurutobi Hisashi will join you." "You scoundrel." He fumed, his eyes nearly bulging out. I shrugged innocently. "Come on, sir, this is the task you paid us for. Why the discontent?" Tuan Zhang, teeth clenched, was likely regretting his choices. I paid him no further mind, turning to Kabuto, who eagerly rubbed his hands together, and said, "Kabuto, your toy to play with. Take your time." "Understood, Lord Chi." Kabuto replied with utmost respect, his eyes filled with admiration. I had promised him vengeance, and now the task was in his hands. I decided to explore his lair, seeking out anything of value. As I ventured deeper into the base, I disregarded the sight of Tuanzong being dragged away by Kabuto. Who understands when one claims to act for Konoha, yet at the brink of death lacks the courage for self-sacrifice? I navigated my way to a secret chamber, where rows of glass jars lined the shelves, each filled with Sharingan, resembling a supermarket display. Although the finest had been taken by Uchiha Bido, even the smallest morsel is still meat. I wasted no time, activating the Blood Phantom technique, a surge of black flesh cascading forward, shattering all the glass jars and seizing every Sharingan within. Reverting to Sharingan mode, I felt my ocular power ascend to a new pinnacle, exhilarating. Upon emerging from my task, I found Kabuto had finished, stuffing Tuanzang's corpse into a scroll. I issued a command, forge a false treaty for me. State that a Wagakure aided Tuanzang in eliminating the third Hokage, in return for full support from Konoha in our expansion, including funds, technology, and manpower. Most crucially, we require the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as an unwaged war weapon. I added, remember, write it in such a way that emphasizes Tuanzang's willingness to sacrifice everything for the Hokage position. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming behind the lenses. As expected of Lord Shi, you truly excel at these dirty deeds. Prepare several copies. Once the plan commences, we shall inadvertently let Konoha discover it, I instructed. I intended to extract every last vestige of value from Tuanzang's demise. This place, being remote, had excellent soundproofing. The earlier commotion went unnoticed outside. Now that he was dead, there would be no one to alert the third Hokage. Even if they discovered it, so what? Tomorrow was the Chunin exams, with the daimyo of the Fire, Wind, and Lightning nations in attendance, along with various high-ranking officials. Even if Sarutobi Hisashi suspected foul play, he would have to proceed for the sake of Konoha's reputation. I, on the other hand, awaited the unfolding of the spectacle. Meanwhile, the third Hokage jolted awake in the dead of night, lighting his pipe and taking deep drags, likely sensing an impending calamity. He immediately summoned the Umbu. Elephant, double the Umbu presence at the exam venue tomorrow. Bring Jiraiya. He initially considered summoning Tsunade, but perhaps he realized she bore him no fondness. The following day, the Chunin exam finals were a veritable sea of humanity. The third Hokage, sporting dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, saw Tuanzang but found the root empty, only blood remaining, which he assumed was from a summoned beast. Yet, with the dignitaries from various nations seated in the stands, he could only force a smile to greet them. The Kazekage. Actually, I was impersonating Orochimaru, and the Raikage were already present. Raikage boisterously remarked, Hokage-sama, you seem quite busy. The third Hokage forced a smile. I'm managing. The fake Kazekage taunted. At your age, it would be wise to pass the baton to the younger generation. Clinging to your position doesn't look good. The third Hokage retorted. The issue is that I haven't seen anyone worthy of trust in the younger generation, unlike your Sunagakure, who can simply elevate anyone. Such words struck at the heart, insinuating the dubious origins of their fourth Kazekage. Ultimately, it was Raikage who smoothed things over, stating he had heard of a young prodigy from a small village who had outperformed everyone. I tell you, that refers to me, Shinya Mushio. Below the stands, Naruto, Niji, Gaara, and I stood ready, while the only one missing was Sasuke. Shikamaru sidled up to Naruto, noticing something was amiss. He looked unusually somber. Naruto forced a smile, claiming he was merely a bit nervous. I cast a sidelong glance, secretly amused. How could he not be anxious? I had shattered the very faith he had held since childhood. His mind was likely a muddled mess. The referee, Tsukiyakuri Shippu, announced that if Sasuke did not arrive, he would forfeit, leading to the first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara. What a spectacle, two Jinchuriki facing off. I leaned against the railing, watching quietly as my plan was about to unfold. Gaara regarded Naruto with disdain. Your blood is too inferior. It will taint my sand. Naruto retorted, I too feel an urge to slay you. These two had an innate conflict, the essence of the Nine Tails and One Tail repelling each other. The match commenced. The sand surged toward Naruto. In his heart, he shouted, Nine Tails, it's time to pay rent. The Nine Tails, exhilarated, raucously pumped chakra outward. In an instant, red chakra erupted from Naruto, his speed and strength surging dramatically as he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gaara's sand. Cornered, Gaara swiftly retreated into a colossal sand sphere, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique and summon Shikaku, the One Tail. Unyielding, Naruto's crimson chakra intensified, and suddenly, a tail sprouted from his back. The villagers of Konohagakure erupted in chaos, memories of the Nine Tails incident flooding back. It's the demon fox. Run for your lives. The situation spiraled out of control. The third Hokage, alarmed, shouted, "Quick! Evacuate the spectators. Call the sealing team. Stop him." A frown crossed my face as I pondered whether Naruto, if left unchecked, might encounter his father, Minato Namikaze, and jeopardize my plans. However, there was no turning back now. I had to play along with the unfolding drama. The sealing team's Umbu rushed in to restrain Naruto. His blood-red eyes scanned the encroaching figures and the fleeing villagers, likely reveling in the chaos. "My father isn't here this time. Let us see how you handle this." Nine Tails, come out of play. Naruto's chakra exploded forth as second, third, and fourth tails emerged, transforming him into a fearsome, quadrupedal crimson beast. With a roar, he swatted away the sealing team members like mere flies. This was dire. The third Hokage could no longer remain passive. As he prepared to intervene, a figure blocked his path. Orochimaru, clad in the garb of the Kazekage. Orochimaru's arm morphed into serpents, ensnaring the third and hurling him onto the rooftop. The Sound Four suddenly materialized, activating the four-purple barrier, enveloping the entire rooftop in a violet shroud. "Orochimaru, it's you!" The third Hokage exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury washing over him. "Hihi, Sarutobi-sensei. You truly have grown old," Orochimaru taunted, licking his lips as Kabuto summoned two coffins. Out emerged the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The second Hokage, still possessing some awareness, urgently called out to the third. "Monkey, Orochimaru is being controlled by the one behind him. Be careful." But before he could complete his warning, Kabuto had fully seized control. Fury coursed through the third Hokage, who summoned the Monkey King. "You've managed to control Orochimaru." "Indeed. But you want to have the chance to relay that information." Meanwhile, Gaara had successfully summoned the complete Shikaku, which charged at Naruto with a furious cry. "You foul fox. Perish!" Transformed into the Four Tails, Naruto retaliated with a concentrated tailed beast bomb. Just then, Kakashi arrived, accompanied by Sasuke, only to be taken aback by the chaos that had ensued. He quickly commanded, "Sasuke, evacuate the civilians. The rest provide support. Neji, you need not go." A voice chimed in, and a shadow clone of mine patted Neji's shoulder, indicating it was time to leave. "Brother," Neji exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. Kakashi eyed me warily. "Hinata, what brings you here?" I smiled. "I'm taking my brother home while enjoying the spectacle." With that, I summoned several puppet eagles for Neji to ride. Tian, annoyed, shot countless ninja tools at me. Release Neji with a casual flick. I deflected the projectiles and invited Tian onto a puppet eagle. Teasing, sister-in-law, seems quite eager. The puppet eagles soared into the sky, departing swiftly. In the next moment, Jiraiya appeared behind my clone, spiraling a Rasengan in his hands. My clone effortlessly dodged, pointed towards my original Shinya Mushio, and ascended into the air, leaving the chaos behind. "I merely came to spectate," I remarked. Stepping forward to formally introduce myself, I proclaimed, "I am the leader of the Sound Village, Shinya Mushio. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Hinata, summoning her courage, approached and asked, "Mushio-kun, why? Aren't we friends?" I instantly donned an expression of profound sorrow. "I'm sorry, Hinata. To uphold the trust of my people, I must take this course." Jiraiya interjected, his voice booming. "Is war the answer for the people?" I plunged into character, fixing my gaze upon him with fury as I began my performance. "What do you understand? As a great nation, Konoha cannot fathom the struggles of our smaller nations. How much protection tax must the land of rice pay you annually? While you engage in petty squabbles within the ninja world, We small nations can barely scrape by. This is the blood and sweat of our people. Clenching my fists, my voice resonated powerfully. Thus, for the trust of my people, I shall carve out a path to the future, even if it costs me my life. I assure you, my acting was so compelling that even the Academy Awards would have awarded me a golden statuette. The audience, including the rakage, was utterly captivated, praising me as a hero. Jiraiya's expression turned cold. It seems negotiation is futile. Let's engage in battle. As my words fell, natural energy surged violently into my being, instantly transitioning me into perfect sage mode. The Dragon Cave sage mode. Jiraiya was taken aback. His half-baked sage mode required considerable preparation. He urgently called out to Kakashi and Guy. "Hold him off. I need time." Guy shouted with youthful vigor, delivering a powerful kick. I raised my arms to block, the sound of my gauntlets reverberating as he was sent flying. Kakashi attempted a sneak attack from behind, stabbing me with a short blade, only for my sage dragon scales to absorb the impact with a resounding clang, immobilizing the blade. I retaliated with a whip-like strike targeting his neck, but Yamato intervened with wood release to save him. Drawing the blade lodged in my scales, I charged forward. "First, take care of yourselves." Kakashi unleashed a great fireball, while I countered with a massive waterfall technique. The two elements collided, creating a cloud of steam. Opening the seventh gate, the shock gate, Guy burst forth, enveloped in blue steam, launching a punch. I met him head-on, refusing to evade. The impact sent us both staggering back, but he fared worse, hurtling away. I rapidly formed seals, sage art, white radiance technique. A luminous red dragon erupted from my mouth, detonating in the air, a blinding light and sonic boom enveloping the arena. All the Konoha ninjas clutched their eyes and ears, collapsing in agony. Brandishing my blade, I surged forward. Jiraiya, enduring the excruciating pain, ensnared me with his hair. Guy, barely holding on, unleashed a day tiger attack. I countered with a fire dragon, only for Tsunade to descend from above, delivering a crushing heel drop. I clapped my hands together. Sage art, power of the dragon. My muscles swelled as I absorbed her strike. The ground beneath us shattered, the entire structure collapsing, burying me in the rubble. Tsunade leapt up, and Jiraiya joyfully exclaimed, "Tsunade, you finally arrived." Everyone believed I had perished under the debris. But from the ruins came my icy voice, sage art, non-organic rebirth. Surrounding debris and trees sprang to life, bombarding the Konoha ninjas like cannonballs. From the rubble, a hand emerged as I pushed myself up, slowly standing, wiping blood from my mouth, and with unwavering resolve, I declared, "I have vowed to forge a path to the future for the trust my people have placed in me." In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone, including Sasuke, was awed by my fierce aura. Of course, no one could have anticipated the true thoughts racing through my mind. Damn it, Kabuto, when will your forged alliance be exposed? If no one comes to negotiate with me soon, my carefully crafted persona will shatter. And guess what? Tsunade indeed arrived. The chaos was palpable. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was on the verge of going berserk, nearly reaching its full form, while Yamato's would release appeared fragile. In that critical moment, Tsunade teleported beside Yamato, slapping her hands onto his back. The intricate patterns of the mitotic regeneration technique coursed through him, flooding him with immense vitality, fortifying his wood release. Meanwhile, I was engaged in a fierce clash with Jiraiya, both of us wielding Sage Mode in a titanic struggle. His Toad Sage Mode was visibly deteriorating, with the miniature sages Fukasaku and Shima perched atop his shoulders like two mascots. The three of them conspired and immediately unleashed a technique known as Shinfa whamming, a cacophony of noise that felt like a form of mental pollution. Alas, I had long since sealed my hearing, rendering me physically immune. Not long after, they executed a combination technique involving Hood Dun and You Dun, unleashing a fiery inferno aimed directly at my face. With a swift clap of my hand, earthen walls surged from the ground, effectively shielding me from the onslaught. Seeing that ranged attacks were futile, Jiraiya descended from the sky wielding a sage art stone sword, eager to engage in close combat. I could not help but laugh. Employing the Yu Wu Rong Fa, I melded effortlessly into the earth, evading his strike. For those who understand, this game of hide-and-seek is truly exhilarating. I would occasionally poke my head above ground, teasing him with a quick grab, only to retreat at his glance. After leading him in circles, I re-emerged some distance away, hands joined as I prepared my ultimate technique, Shinfa Tudu Long Di Fu Sha. The ground erupted as if sprouting teeth, with countless sharp stone spikes thrusting upward, forcing Jiraiya to flee in a panic. Once he was at a safe distance, I opened my mouth to unleash a potent illusion, Shi Ling Ming. This technique was far superior to the croaking of frogs, directly impacting the soul. I would wager that Jiraiya, in the throes of this illusion, dreamt of Tsunade embracing him, resting his head upon her ample bosom, if you catch my drift. As expected, he was momentarily incapacitated, wearing a foolish grin. Had it not been for the two frogs on his shoulders summoning him back to reality with their croaks, he might have laughed himself to death. Realizing the situation was untenable, Jiraiya instructed the sage Fukasaku to extend his tongue and grasp a distant stone spike, swinging toward me like a pendulum, while simultaneously conjuring an enormous Euro shuriken that towered over him. Meanwhile, a breakthrough occurred on Naruto's end. Within his mental realm, just as he was about to tear off the seal and release the nine tails to celebrate, a hand pressed down on him. Who could it be? Minato Namikaze, his father. The remnants of his chakra had been awakened. Naruto, like a machine gun, clung to his father, spilling all the dark secrets I had previously fed him. Rumors about the third Hokage's schemes, that Obito was the masked man, and that the third had deliberately leaked the location of his mother's delivery. Minato, initially skeptical, was swayed when the Nine Tails, ever the loyal ally, transmitted a memory, scenes of Naruto being bullied throughout his childhood, enduring expired milk and instant noodles. Minato was immediately stricken with guilt. As a genius Hokage, it took but a moment's contemplation for him to realize how the third had undermined him during his tenure. He embraced Naruto, eyes filled with remorse, urging him to seek out Jiraiya-sensei, assuring him that Jiraiya would help uncover the truth. Naruto, in his naive manner, questioned, "Is that the lecherous sage? Could my name have come from his little yellow book?" Minato, exasperated, frowned, asserting that it was an incredibly inspirational book. With that, Minato's figure vanished. In the real world, the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto suddenly calmed, and he plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Tsunade. Just as Jiraiya and I were about to clash in a spiraling confrontation, an Umbu swiftly approached Tsunade, presenting a scroll. It was a forged treaty I had commissioned from Yakushi Kabuto, unearthed from Danzo's stronghold. The document clearly indicated that the Sound Village would assist Danzo in becoming Hokage, and in return, Danzo would lease Naruto to us as a weapon of war for 10 years, providing funding, food, and technology, an utter disgrace to the nation. Tsunade, upon reading it, trembled with rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. The Leaf Village, founded by my great-grandfather, shall not become a tool for Danzo's ambitions. The Umbu added fuel to the fire, stating that the two elder advisors suggested considering some terms to minimize losses. Despite her fury, Tsunade possessed an overarching perspective, understanding that a head-on confrontation would yield even greater losses for Konoha. Thus, she entrusted Naruto to her subordinates and charged toward the battlefield where Jiraiya and I clashed. Before long, Jiraiya's massive Euro shuriken was already barreling toward my face. I sneered and swiftly conjured a bone drill entwined with wind and water, Xianfa Gulin Fengjuan. The resulting clash produced a tremendous explosion, my bone drill shredding through his spiraling attack, sending him hurtling away. I quickly followed, pressing the drill against his forehead, while the two frog sages were sent back to their realm. Farewell, one of the legendary three ninjas. I was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Stop. We can agree to your terms with the Sound Village. Tsunade finally arrived, clutching the forged treaty. My heart swelled with delight, though my expression remained one of feigned indignation. As I retorted with, "Danzo deceased, your plans have been exposed. Is this your feeble attempt to deceive me?" I pressed the drill harder against Jiraiya's neck. Tsunade, growing desperate, clenched her teeth and added more conditions. We can also agree to the 7th and 8th terms, providing war reparations and establishing orphanages for the Sound Village. I continue my charade. Words are but air. Why should I trust you? You aren't even a member of Konoha's upper echelon. No sooner had I spoken than an Anbu, quick on the uptake, knelt before Tsunade, presenting the Hokage's hat. Without hesitation, Tsunade donned the hat, her aura radiating power. I swear by the name of the 5th Hokage. Incredible. Tsunade had stepped up to the challenge and assumed office on the spot. With the performance reaching its zenith, I decided to negotiate a retreat for my men while I remained behind to discuss terms. Tsunade acquiesced. My subordinates, thoroughly indoctrinated by my teachings, proclaimed their unwavering loyalty, declaring their intent to stand by me, leaving the Konoha ninjas dumbfounded, likely pondering my charisma that inspired such devotion. Once my men had departed, Tsunade ordered me to release Jiraiya. I smiled, embedding a long D-Dong curse mark on his neck before relenting, stating, "Until the treaty is finalized, I must retain a safeguard." Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, yet found herself powerless against me. Subsequently, we proceeded to the Hokage's office, where we convened with Mito Minyen, Tsunade's 2 elder advisors and the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, as well as the Raikage, to formally initiate negotiations. For those who understand, moments before we had been engaged in a fierce battle, yet in an instant we transformed into business elites seated around a table. With the daimyo's backing, I faced the newly appointed Tsunade and her 2 cunning advisors. I slammed the forged treaty onto the table, declaring we were here at Danzo's behest to rectify the chaos. The elder statesman, of course, denied this, labeling Danzo a traitor. I seized upon the fact that Danzo was still the acting Hokage at that time, refusing to relent. Ultimately, we reached an agreement. Konoha would concede to several inequitable terms, and in future conflicts, Konoha would be required to pay us for assistance as mercenaries. My fee as a shadow-level powerhouse was set at 50 million. Jiraiya's ransom, also 50 million. This was an extraordinary profit. After signing the treaty, Mito Minyen feigned hospitality, inviting me to stay for Tsunade's inauguration ceremony. I'd been searching for an excuse to linger in Konoha, so I readily accepted. It is an honor. We are now indomitable allies. After the ceremony concluded, Tsunade and I visited the hospital to lift the curse mark on Jiraiya. Upon entering the ward, we heard Jiraiya mumbling in his sleep. "Tsunade, no. You can't touch that." Tsunade's face turned dark, and had I not intervened, Jiraiya might have ended up back in the ICU. Strangely, the first thing Jiraiya did upon waking was grab me, inquiring whether the illusion that induced beautiful dreams could be taught to him, claiming he wanted to use it for inspiration. Tsunade could no longer contain herself and punched him out of the room, creating a human-shaped hole in the wall. I exited the hospital, chuckling, just as Naruto rushed in. Frantic, my heart sank as I found Uchiha Ko waiting outside. Indeed, the plan had gone awry. I devised a plan to seize Naruto amidst the chaos, employing an illusion that resurrected his parents as bait. However, he surprisingly rejected it, recalling his father's advice to seek Jiraiya. Subsequently, I attempted to brainwash him using our Uchiha clan's exclusive technology, the 8,000 spears, but that too proved futile, thwarted by an exceptionally pure chakra from the realm of the living. It appears that Ashura chakra, the handiwork of the sage of 6 paths, was at play behind the scenes. It seems Naruto's path is temporarily obstructed, and I must redirect my focus toward Sasuke. After spending a few more days in Konoha, I attended Tsunade's inauguration ceremony, honoring our new ally. During this time, Naruto confided in both Jiraiya and Tsunade, and upon hearing the scandalous revelations about the 3rd Hokage, their faces turned pale. Nonetheless, they agreed to assist Naruto in uncovering the truth. Tsunade also began to promote Naruto as the hero of the recent events. On the 3rd day, as I prepared to leave Konoha, I was met with an unexpected number of farewell attendees. The legendary Konoha 10 were all present. One might think I was there for a friendly visit. Of course, 2 of the Konoha 10 had already been persuaded to join me in the Land of Rain, so they were not counted as fully present. Naruto foolishly approached me, grasping my hand, and inquired how I had become the leader of Otogekyure. I thought to myself that he should be more concerned about becoming Hokage rather than merely training to perfect his jutsu. I took the opportunity to impart some wisdom, telling him that to become Hokage, one must not only be strong, but also be loved and supported by the people. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits soared, and he nodded vigorously, declaring that he understood. Alas, poor lad, he remains oblivious to the fact that I have already dismantled Konoha's greatest secret, leaving him with little to boast about upon his ascension. As I waved goodbye to the younger generation, I suddenly turned back and called out to Hinata. I asked Hinata, "Could you accompany me for a moment?" The young girl blushed fiercely, her excitement akin to winning the lottery, and nodded eagerly. We strolled outside the village for a while, and I told her that when we next meet, I wish to see a confident, transformed Hinata. Before departing, I opened my arms, and she shyly hesitated before finally embracing me. I pulled her close, a petite figure, soft and fragrant. After releasing her, I gifted her a specially crafted puppet bird, explaining that it would serve as our secret communication line. No matter where I am in the world, it would deliver messages to me. I instructed her to keep this a secret. Watching her cradle the bird as if it were a treasure, I elegantly turned away, waving my hand, concealing my achievements. No sooner had I departed than Konoha erupted in chaos. The anonymous, scandalous information I had previously fed to the ninja world media regarding the third Hokage had now ignited a public uproar. Allegations of undermining the Senju clan for power and supporting Danzo's inhumane experiments mixed together, pulling Sarutobi Hiruzen down from his pedestal as the revered Hokage. I can only imagine Tsunade is currently in the Hokage's office, slamming her fist on the desk as public trust plummets, and petitions to revoke his title as third Hokage pile up. But this was merely the beginning. I also revealed that Uchiha Obito was the true mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident and the manipulation of the fourth Mizukichi. The moment this news broke, Nagato and the Land of Rain immediately severed ties with Obito. The inside scoop I received had Nagato confronting Obito directly, questioning whether he should address him as Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito. Obito attempted to play it cool, claiming that names were inconsequential. Nagato retorted, asserting that peace would be achieved by him alone, not through the Akatsuki as Obito's tool. With that, Nagato turned and left, effectively expelling Obito from their group chat. Those who understand the gravity of the situation know that Obito was left utterly stunned, his plans unraveling unexpectedly, now a fugitive sought by all. This series of events, executed with a strategic information gap, effectively overwhelmed Obito's mental faculties. Naturally, I learned of the aftermath only after returning to the Land of Rain. I first reunited with my extended family, including Niji, Tenten, and the mother-daughter duo of Karui and Omoi, preparing to relocate to my stronghold in the Land of Rice. Konan even conveyed Nagato's wishes, insisting that I had merely been deceived by Obito and that the Akatsuki would welcome me back. I yawned and informed her that I had my own enterprises to manage, and she could reach me for missions via the holographic body technique. Before leaving, I also erased Tenen's memories, ensuring that she would not disclose any sensitive information about the Land of Rain. With everything settled, I calculated that an exciting spectacle awaited at the Valley of the End. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a fierce battle reminiscent of the legendary clashes between the first Hokage and Madara. I watched as their titanic jutsu clashed, and once Sasuke emerged victorious, leaving Naruto incapacitated, I emerged from the shadows like a final boss. Sasuke, initially mistaking my presence as that of Orochimaru's envoy, was quickly disabused of that notion. In the voice of Chiba Mushio, I inquired, "Do you not appreciate the power I have bestowed upon you?" Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. "You are Chiba Mushio?" I smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am, yet I am also not." I then posed the question of whether he would join me. Without hesitation, driven by the allure of power, he agreed. As I led him onto my puppet, the Flying Eagle, I leisurely revealed my name, Hinata. Sasuke's worldview shattered. The one who annihilated the Hyuga clan and orchestrated Konoha's downfall was now attempting to recruit him. An Uchiha orphan. How much more could this world be turned upside down. Sensing the moment was ripe, I intensified my approach. Do you recall what I told you? Death is not the end. I informed him that we had developed a technique to resurrect the dead, albeit in a rudimentary form that still required a life to be exchanged. My ultimate ambition is to surpass the Sage of Six Paths, at which point the entire ninja world will become our adversary. Therefore, I require his strength. Sasuke, still too naive, was swiftly captivated by my grand vision. Seizing the moment, I began to enlighten him on the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you know why Uchiha Madara was so formidable? Because he possessed the eternal Mangekyo. I revealed my own Mangekyo, explaining that excessive use of the standard Mangekyo leads to blindness. And the key to obtaining the eternal Mangekyo lies in transplanting the eyes of one's siblings. In an instant, Sasuke grasped the implication, his fists clenched tightly. Itachi left me his eyes for a reason. Exactly, I encouraged him, but this is also your opportunity. If you surpass him, take his eyes for yourself, and you will become the next Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's demeanor transformed entirely. The flames of vengeance rekindled within him, now infused with a catalyst of ambition. He rose to his feet, facing the wind as he declared, "Please, teach me. I will kill Itachi and resurrect my parents." Success. I smiled inwardly and patted his shoulder. In 3 years, I shall help you surpass Uchiha Itachi. Upon returning to my stronghold in Oto-Geikure, I threw Sasuke and Neji into the training grounds, where they would push each other to their limits. True to form, during their first sparring match, Neji's superior taijutsu and Byakugan led him to victory over Sasuke. Observing their competitive spirits, I felt a sense of pride as a mentor. However, my leisurely days were short-lived. The Akatsuki's ring became a hot commodity. It seemed work was on the horizon. Upon activating the holographic body technique, I immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere, serious and tense. After Pain announced Obito's expulsion, securing the morale of our ranks, he began distributing tasks. My heart sank. I had indeed failed to evade responsibility. Pain called out, "Hinata-chi, you are assigned to capture the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki." Just as I was about to protest that I had no teammates, he interjected, "Conan will accompany you," effectively nullifying all my excuses. Deidara, reveling in my misfortune, laughed at my impending labor. I could only acquiesce, arranging a rendezvous time with Conan. Alas, my paid vacation had come to an end. After meeting with Conan, we boarded my puppet, the Flying Eagle, and set our course for the land of Earth. The Four Tails. Otsutsuki, I am coming to bring you warmth. I must tell you, the Wuwei volcano is a desolate place where even birds would refrain from leaving their droppings. I pointed at the still smoking crater and inquired whether this was the location, to which Xiao Nan, after consulting her map, nodded in affirmation, stating that intelligence indicated Lao Zi was practicing nearby. At that moment, I felt the urge to scoff. This area, devoid of any signs of life for miles, made me wonder if this fellow lived on military rations, for he was bound to become as thin as a lightning bolt if he continued this way. Xiaonan paid me no heed, likely suffering under the oppressive heat, as she hailed from the land of rain and was ill-equipped to endure such conditions. Observing her parched visage, I offered her a jar of moisturizer, saying, "I purchased this yesterday in town. It is a local specialty. Do give it a try." She accepted it with a grateful nod. Activating my Rinnegan, I was astonished to see a figure perched on the crater like a high-powered telescope revealing its secrets. Clad in purple robes with a red beard and a rock ninja headband, it could only be Lao Zi. I was taken aback. Surely, there was scarcely any oxygen left in that place. Was he truly cultivating there, or perhaps engaging in some extreme sport? I instructed Xiao Nan to provide cover from above while I handled the individual below alone. She was reluctant, unfurling her paper wings behind her, insisting on accompanying me. I flatly refused, jesting that her flimsy wings would render her an easy target for a single burst of flame. With that, I leaped in a display of faith and descended, using repulsion to stabilize my landing. Approaching the crater, I wasted no time. "So, you are the lava release user Lao Zi? The Akatsuki, come along with us." Lao Zi slowly rose, gazing at my fiery attire with a bemused expression. "Who are you?" Akatsuki, I replied, extending my hand. Come to me. To my surprise, he reacted swiftly, clapping his hands together as magma flowed around him, forming several large fireballs that hurtled toward my face. With no alternative, I switched my gravitational pull to repulsion, deflecting the magma balls. Instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of lava, entering his lava-release chakra mode, and astutely inquired, "Can your eyes control both gravity and repulsion?" "More than that," I declared. "Allow me to broaden your horizons." Floating into the air, my azure chakra erupted, 6 dark orbs of the Rinnegan materializing behind me. I sensed a shift in his demeanor. His gaze transformed. Later, I would learn that the 4 tails within him had grown agitated, mistaking my Rinnegan orbs for the resurrection of the Sage of 6 Paths, leading to a furious Lao Zi proclaiming that if we did not collaborate, we would both meet our end here. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi immediately pledged allegiance to the tailed beast, a red tail sprouting from his back. Consensus reached? Alas, it is futile. My 6 Rinnegan orbs surged forward, morphing into 2 colossal wind shuriken entwined with wind and lightning, crackling ominously. "Go," I commanded, and the shuriken shot forth like missiles. The 4 tails inside him screamed warnings. "Dodge. Use the natural magma for defense. It can counter all ninjutsu." As Lao Zi summoned a massive column of magma in front of him, my shuriken pierced through it, albeit slowly, continuing toward Lao Zi. The 4 tails shouted again, "Don't let it touch you. Quickly evade." Lao Zi executed a backflip onto the magma column. In quick succession, magma columns erupted from the volcano, resembling fiery dragons charging at me. I was forced to retract my Rinnegan orbs and conjure a black shield. Lao Zi, observing me being engulfed by magma, likely thought he had secured victory, declaring, "It is over." The 4 tails, in a panic, cautioned against complacency. Immediately, I broke through the magma, my Rinnegan shield splitting into 4, unleashing a barrage of laser-like energy beams toward Lao Zi. The azure light rained down upon him, the magma wall proving insufficient as it riddled his form with numerous holes. With no other option, the 4 tails urged him, "Trust me and leap into the magma behind you. I will ensure your survival." Clenching his teeth, Lao Zi cursed, "To hell with this," and leaped into the volcano. Understanding the implications, I realized he was about to undergo a transformation. Indeed, the entire volcano began to erupt with fervor, magma bursting forth. A colossal figure, engulfed in lava, the fully transformed 4 tails, emerged from the crater, roaring at me with a force that left my ears ringing. Xiao Nan, aloft, frantically shouted, "Hinata, retreat. He has the advantage here." Without looking back, I merely gave her a thumbs up to assure her. The 4 tails began to gather energy, forming a massive tailed beast ball. I chuckled, eager to test my abilities. My right hand's 6 Rinnegan orbs began to whirl violently, azure chakras surging. Tailed beast ball. The immense dark energy sphere charged toward me with cataclysmic intent. Silver wheel rebirth explosion. The spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. In an instant, I unleashed a silver sun, a gigantic silver vortex manifesting from thin air and rapidly expanding. As my silver vortex surged forth, the 4 tails tailed beast ball shattered like glass marbles upon impact. The vortex engulfed his massive form, slicing through it mercilessly. The 4 tails found himself caught in my silver tempest, instantly reduced to mere sashimi. Xiao Nan, witnessing the event, gaped in astonishment, her worldview seemingly shattered. As the storm subsided, Lao Zi emerged from his tailed beast form, unconscious and plummeting from the sky. I hastily summoned a flying eagle to catch him. He was a valuable asset and could not be allowed to meet a molten fate. Once I reached Xiao Nan, I gestured toward Lao Zi lying on the eagle's back. "The 4 tails has been captured. Our work here is done." We found a cave, summoning the Outer Path demonic statue to extract the tailed beast. As the transformation commenced, the other members of the Akatsuki joined us. Didera, ever the provocateur, remarked first, questioning whether the 4 tails was too weak for my swift victory. I pondered for a moment. Of course, I had to play it cool. With nonchalance, I replied, "Indeed, it was somewhat lacking. The battle was not particularly satisfying. Those around me, including Xiao Nan, were left incredulous, likely thinking, is this what constitutes weakness? Scorpion, exasperated, retorted to Didera, he is merely comparing himself to the challenge. You know nothing. Pain interrupted our banter, issuing a command to commence the sealing process. The outer path demonic statue expelled several purple dragons that coiled around Lao Zi, and one of its eyes slowly opened, sealing him successfully. With the task completed, we escorted Xiao Nan back to the Land of Rain. Shortly thereafter, I received a letter from Hinata. To my astonishment, Konoha was dispatching a delegation to the Sound Village, and both Hinata and her sister Hanabi would be accompanying them. This was a bountiful opportunity for me. I promptly responded, expressing my longing, and instructed Kabuto to keep Sasuke and Niji hidden to prevent my identity from being revealed. A week later, I stood at the village entrance, watching Konoha's convoy approach. Led by Jiraiya, my heart soared. This was no mere delegation, but my fortune incarnate. Boxes upon boxes of supplies, research equipment, and my mentor, all signs of prosperity. I eagerly approached Jiraiya for a handshake, as reporters snapped away. In a hushed tone, he asked, feeling awkward? I replied, not particularly. It feels as though I'm a monkey in a zoo. Among the throng, I spotted Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata. I guided them through the village, and upon reaching the hospital, they were utterly captivated, with Nara Shikaku praising my leadership. At that moment, an Umbu member rushed in, handing Shikaku a letter. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he returned to us with a grave message. Lord Mu, the ninja world may be on the brink of turmoil. My heart sank. What had transpired? As the details unfolded, I struggled to maintain my composure. It turned out that my capture of Lao Zi had been detected by Wagakure. Unable to locate him, Inoki had shifted the blame onto Konoha, believing them responsible, and had since occupied the Land of Grass, preparing for war against the Land of Fire. What was this? It was an outrageous and unjust scapegoat. I had captured Lao Zi, yet Konoha was to bear the brunt of the blame. I found myself stifling laughter internally while maintaining an outward facade of righteous indignation. I decisively announced that our Enin village, as allies, must dispatch troops to assist. Lu Jiao was profoundly moved, immediately engaging in fervent discussions with my subordinates regarding the mercenary fees. After concluding our serious matters, night had fallen. I sent the Konoha delegation away, contemplating my next move concerning Hawaii. However, the little girl Hanabi had followed along, and I hoped she wouldn't interfere with my plans. That evening, I timed my visit perfectly and knocked on Hinata's door. She appeared barefoot, having just bathed, her cheeks flushed. From behind, I produced a small gift I had meticulously prepared, a necklace adorned with a blue gem I had formed from chakra. Upon seeing it, Hinata's face turned pale as she adamantly refused it, insisting it was too extravagant. I persuaded her, claiming it was merely made of chakra and of little value. Just as we were tugging at the necklace, the bathroom door creaked open. Hanabi emerged, rubbing her eyes and exclaiming, "I'm done washing too." Let me tell you, the scene was utterly surreal. It was a moment of unguarded honesty, with droplets of water still clinging to her skin. The air felt thick with tension. Reacting swiftly, I thrust the gift into Hinata's hands and turned away. "Ah!" Hanabi shrieked, darting back into the bathroom and shouting, "Sister, why is there a man in our room?" Only then did Hinata realize the situation, her face reddening dramatically as she repeatedly apologized. After a while, Hanabi emerged in a bathrobe, glaring at me with indignation. I hastily apologized, clarifying that I had merely come to deliver a gift. How do we resolve this? Simply put, a necklace sufficed. I told her, if you like it, tomorrow I will get you one just like it. The little girl beamed with joy, eagerly requesting me to teach her about training under the pretense of seeking redemption. After some contemplation, I decided that having an additional follower wouldn't be a bad idea and agreed. This little girl was quite strategic, calling me brother-in-law, which left Hinata blushing deeply. With a smile, I presented the necklace to Hinata, adorning her neck with it. This time, she did not refuse and gently murmured her thanks. As I stroked her hair, watching her wear the necklace, actually a surveillance device, I felt immense satisfaction. Securing Hinata's sister in this manner was a delightful surprise. Since that day, my little sister-in-law, Hanabi, had become my shadow, incessantly calling me brother-in-law and bombarding me with questions. I could sense her intentions. She was diligently training, hoping for a chance to challenge me. It was amusing. Who could understand how delightful it was to witness an innocent girl striving to best you? On the eve of the Konoha delegation's departure, I took the opportunity to provide her with personalized training, guiding her closely, observing her earnest dedication. My heart swelled with joy. Keep it up, young lady. By the time you can breach my defenses, the Otsutsuki may have changed leadership. After the training, I unveiled another necklace of the same kind for Hinata, naturally another surveillance device. I said, "Here, this is the promised gift for our beloved Hanabi." The little girl was overjoyed, inspecting it thoroughly before shyly handing it back to me, turning away with an unmistakable request for me to help her wear it. Very well, I shall oblige. After fastening the necklace around her neck, she turned to me, showing off. "Is it pretty, brother?" "Indeed, it looks even more charming on you." My words dripped with sweetness. Then, to my astonishment, this little girl suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on my cheek. With a flushed face, she declared, "This is a reward for you, brother, and my first kiss too." With that, she dashed away. What a delightful turn of events. Not only had I successfully endeavored to win over Hinata, but I had also inadvertently gained a little sister-in-law. What a remarkable profit. Just as I was reveling in this fortune, Yakushi Kabuto appeared like a specter, presenting me with a plan. A cursory glance revealed that Konoha was offering 100 million ryo for my participation, requesting I lead a charge against IWA Shinobi. This was no ordinary battle. It felt as though money was raining down from the heavens upon me. I immediately approved. Let us proceed with this plan. Once we see off the Konoha delegation, we shall embark. That night, I returned to my quarters, eager to test the capabilities of my newly acquired surveillance device. I locked in on Hinata's location and shifted my perspective. To my surprise, I stood up in astonishment. Contrary to my expectations, the scene I viewed did not require special vision to access. The two sisters were frolicking in the bathroom. Through Hinata's necklace, I had a clear view of Hanabi, and my curiosity led me to switch to Hanabi's perspective, unwittingly getting an unobstructed view of Hinata as well. Ahem, I must clarify. Hinata possesses considerable allure. With a future full of potential, she is undoubtedly a hidden gem. I assure you, my motives were purely for reconnaissance purposes and not to indulge in any peculiar interests. After witnessing the spectacle, I hastily withdrew, feeling the need to seek out Kosuke for some distraction. The following day, at the village entrance, I bid farewell to the Konoha delegation amidst a scene of harmony. Jiraiya and I shook hands, as reporters snapped countless photos, with everyone believing we were discussing world peace. In reality, we were merely exchanging opinions on which restaurant in IWA was the finest. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurinai's gaze was sharp as knives, fixated on the necklaces around Hinata's and Hanabi's necks. "Did that Chiba Mushio give you these?" Hanabi, ever the clumsy ally, blushed crimson and stammered, failing to articulate a coherent response. This prompted Kurinai to concoct a dramatic narrative of a perverse leader ensnaring underage girls, and she promptly brandished a kunai, ready to confront me. Friends, you have no idea how unjust this was. Fortunately, Hinata reacted swiftly, pulling her back and explaining the situation. While Kurinai's anger subsided somewhat, she still took Hanabi aside, whispering a cautionary lesson. "You must cherish your body and not let men see it so freely." Hanabi, with a naive twist of logic, innocently asked, "But since it's already been seen, can it be seen again?" I suspected Kurinai might have harbored murderous thoughts toward me at that moment. Once the Konoha delegation had departed, I headed straight to my underground armory with Yakushi Kabuto. The scene was nothing short of a steel tempest. The entire subterranean space had been hollowed out using my Rinnegan, and once the production line was activated, the sound of industrious puppeteers echoed throughout, tirelessly laboring. Minutes later, the first batch of puppets rolled off the assembly line. I casually activated one, commanding it to dance, and it complied. moving in a clumsy manner reminiscent of a novice driver. Truly remarkable. Kabuto expressed concern over my mental strain, fearing that controlling so many puppets simultaneously could lead to my downfall. But I had contingencies in place. I explained to him that the colossal Rinnegan on the moon was essentially my supersized power bank. My plan had two components. First, to send Kaguya to seek a secret passage to the moon. Second, to wait for that Otsutsuki to descend, seizing Hinata and Hanabi's Byakugan. Should he dare to show his face, I would personally deliver a family-sized meal to him while conveniently retrieving my power bank. Kabuto calculated our current finances and estimated we could produce around 10,000 puppets. This was insufficient, given that Kaguya had 100,000 white Zetsu. I needed to muster an army of at least that size. Clearly, I had to devise a plan to amass funds swiftly. The solution? To emulate the Lighthouse Nation. No, not printing money, but borrowing it. I intended to establish a shinobi federation, drawing in the neighboring small nations under the pretext of collective defense, compelling them to contribute financially. In due course, I would have Uchiha Itachi utilize a Sharingan to transform their high-ranking officials into my personal ATMs. This plan was nothing short of flawless. Of course, the prerequisite was to first establish my reputation. Coincidentally, assisting Konoha in their conflict against IWA would serve as the inaugural blast of my renown. I promptly issued the command. Moku Shinobi, deploy to the land of grass. Days later, I arrived at the border leading 1,000 elite sound shinobi. Meeting up with Jiraiya's troops. These past few days had been a sheer delight. Even before we reached our destination, the commissions from Konoha had already begun to pour in. Jiraiya's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and every time he glanced at the bills presented by Yakushi Kabuto, his heart bled. Kabuto, ever so considerate, reassured him, Lord Jiraiya, do not worry. Lord Mushio has stated that, for your sake, Konoha will receive a 5 discount. I wandered around the camp and noticed that Naruto and his youthful companions were absent, which left me feeling a tad bored. I had been eager to witness Naruto's rampage. That evening, the grand offensive commenced. The ninjas of Konoha feigned a charge, only to disintegrate upon contact, retreating in haste. The simpletons from Iwagakure took the bait, charging after us with a loud uproar, led by the imposing son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, named Kuratsuchi. I silently ridiculed the fact that such a hulking figure could emerge from the diminutive Inoki. Perhaps he took after his mother? As the Iwagakure pursuers stumbled into our encirclement, I patted Shigemori's shoulder. He promptly stood and fired a signal flare into sky. Kill. The hidden sound ninjas erupted from their concealment, and the Konoha ninjas, who had been retreating, suddenly skidded to a halt and turned back to fight. The Iwagakure forces were momentarily stunned, realizing they had walked into a trap. Kuratsuchi, possessing some wit, bellowed for his troops to break through to the west. Escape? Not a chance. I activated Sage Mode, drawing forth 2 bone knives, and like a meteor, I crashed into their escape route with a thunderous impact. Upon landing, 2 corpses lay beneath my feet. I looked coldly at them and commanded, kill him. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas lunged at me in a frenzy. I swiftly dodged, wielding my bone knives, and wherever I struck, flesh and blood flew. It was nothing short of a rampage. Stand back, Kuratsuchi roared, his rock-encased fist aimed at my face. I evaded and retaliated with several bone projectiles, taking down several of his men. Kuratsuchi, eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, our sound village has no grievances with you. Why do you aid Konoha? As I fought, I chuckled. There is no choice. Konoha pays too well. Whatever they offer, Iwagakure will pay double. Oh, I paused, extending 3 fingers, a flat rate of 3 billion. I'll turn back and attack Konoha right now. Without hesitation, Kuratsuchi agreed. Good heavens, from a distance, Jiraiya's face turned green upon hearing this. He instantly appeared beside me. His face flushed with urgency. Lord Mushio, one must keep one's word. I'll add 20. It can't go any higher. Pleasure doing business, I replied with a smile. Such immense wealth must be seized for oneself. After extracting this fortune from Konoha, it was time for business. I charged at Kuratsuchi, channeling a bone drill entwined with wind and water. He attempted to use Earth Release to conjure a stone golem to block me, but my bone drill pierced through it like tofu. Ultimately, he had to withstand my attack with his own fist. Although he managed to block it momentarily, I still rendered his entire arm useless, sending him flying and spitting blood. I didn't kill him. Instead, I knocked him unconscious, intending to sell him to Konoha for a profit. Just when I was about to wrap things up, Kakuzu appeared, the old accountant from the Akatsuki, and shockingly, Inoki had enlisted him as an external aid. Upon seeing me, and then glancing at Kuratsuchi's unconscious form, his eyes lit up with dollar signs. Chiba Mushio, 10 million ryo. Plus Kuratsuchi's corpse. Inoki should offer a fair price. This fellow revealed the 4 masks on his back, clearly prepared for a fight. I realized I couldn't actually kill him, or else the plot would be thrown into chaos. I clapped my hands and shouted, "Would release, tree, binding, eternal burial." Countless branches erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping Kakuzu like a mummy. Guess what? This guy had PTSD from his encounter with the first Hokage. The moment he saw Would release, he lost his nerve and fled without a backward glance. It was utterly hilarious, a remedy for all forms of discontent. Jiraiya rushed over, astonished, and asked how I could use Would release. It would be a disservice not to blame Danzo for this. I feigned surprise and replied, "Oh? The cells of Senju Hashirama, provided to me by your Danzo." Jiraiya was instantly petrified, likely cursing Danzo's ancestors in his mind. One more addition to Danzo's growing list of transgressions. After the battle, Iwagakure was left in ruins. Upon receiving the report, Inoki, furious, tore the document to shreds. His son Kuratsuchi had been captured, and his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, wept, pleading for her father's rescue. With no other option, he begrudgingly prepared to negotiate with us. On the other hand, I was quite at ease. I had just received the final payment from Konoha, and now I awaited Iwagakure's arrival with the ransom. Meanwhile, Konoha approached Hinata Hayashi, inquiring how he had acquired the Would release ability, offering 10 billion for the method. Hinata replied that he was quite eager to earn that money. But the technique could only be used by him and was ineffective for ordinary ninjas. Considering the absence of a significant number of Would release ninjas from the Sound Village, Konoha accepted Hinata's claims. Hinata then sought out the daimyo of the Land of Grass, whom he intended to support, utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to alter his will, transforming him into a daimyo with a deep-seated animosity towards the great nations. This would facilitate the upcoming plan. Not long after, Hinata received a communication from Konoha, stating that the 3 nations were to negotiate in the conflict zone. The 2 major nations visiting the Land of Grass were there to eliminate external threats to the Grass Village. The 3 parties included the Fire Nation's Konoha, the Earth Nation's Iwagakure, and finally, Hinata's own Sound Village. Subsequently, Hinata commanded Shigemori to lead the Sound Forces back to Iwagakure with the money, while contacting Yakushi Kabuto to arrange for inciting the sentiments of surrounding small nations, promoting anti-great nation sentiments to bolster Hinata's cause. Only Kumihiro and Jugo remained from the combat units as Hinata's guards, although he hardly needed their protection. However, it was a necessary show of face. As a village leader, one must have guards. By the way, Kumihiro's medical bloodline problem had been successfully resolved, and now he was a formidable shadow-level guard when he unleashed his full power. The next afternoon, Hinata and his 2 guards arrived punctually at the designated negotiation site, where a simple meeting room had been erected. Being the first to arrive, Hinata observed the surroundings, finding no signs of anyone intending to disrupt the 3-nation talks. He found his seat equal to those of the other 2 major nations, but he felt somewhat disappointed. Otherwise, he could have seized the opportunity to make a statement. Soon after, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, arrived second, accompanied by her guards, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Hinata greeted her with a smile. "Hokage-sama, it's been a while." Tsunade, disregarding the current collaboration between the 2 nations, remarked, "I didn't wish to see you. Your presence reminds me of my lost funds." The moment she laid eyes on Chiba Mushio's face, she recalled the substantial sum she had just parted with, having been thoroughly extorted by him. One could only imagine the staggering figure involved, enough to cause distress even to a gambler. Hinata, unperturbed, countered, Wasn't the outcome beneficial? Not only did Konoha achieve victory in the war, but you also captured a significant target. With this thought, Tsunade's mood improved slightly, as she could leverage this victory to extract a hefty sum from a Wagakure. However, such actions would be foolish. Konoha's goal was to transform the land of grass into a puppet state, establishing a nation aligned with them, ensuring a direct channel for potential military action against a Wagakure. Hinata had recognized this and secretly manipulated the daimyo of the land of grass that the Fire Nation sought to support. Finally, Inoki arrived late, his guards being his two apprentices, the future Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Apologies for my tardiness, Inoki stated insincerely as he settled into his seat. With age, one should prepare for retirement rather than instigate war and disrupt the ninja world, Tsunade remarked without reservation. Isn't it true that Konoha intended to encroach upon the land of Earth, attempting to capture my Jinchuriki? Inoki retorted with a sneer. All right, everyone. Hinata-chi opened the discussion, stating, today we gather here to deliberate on a plan for peaceful coexistence. Let the past remain in the past. We must focus on the future. Tsunade and Inoki exchanged glances, both recognizing the reluctance reflected in each other's eyes. However, they understood the continued conflict would yield no greater benefits for either nation. Beside Inoki, Kuratsuchi glared at Hinata-chi with a seething hatred, for it was Hinata-chi who had shattered her father's arm. Now let us commence, Hinata-chi said with a smile, a fleeting glint of pride crossing his gaze. The Wagakure had plundered the land of grass and forced Kanagakur to pay reparations, leading to significant financial losses for both nations. In the end, only Hinata-chi emerged victorious, while both countries had labored in vain. Even the daimyo of the land of grass, supported by Kanagakur, was covertly under Hinata-chi's control. I have triumphed twice. Both great nations owe me a debt. Firstly, I have never encountered your Jinchuriki. All of Konoha's elite forces remain within Konoha. How can you speak of ambushing Jinchuriki? Tsunade asserted emphatically. Furthermore, I must inquire why a Wagakure invaded the land of grass and plundered its treasury. That is the true invasion, a blight upon the shinobi world. Inoki had prepared for this, producing a confidential letter. This is a missive from the former daimyo of the land of grass, requesting my leadership in eradicating treasonous officials. It is my failure that I could not fulfill this task. As he spoke, Inoki shed a few crocodile tears. Hinata-chi could only roll his eyes. Recognizing the farce for what it was, he contemplated employing the Edo Tensei technique on the spot to expose the deceit. I believe your claim of eradicating treasonous officials is merely a facade for your true intention of plundering wealth. Tsunade retorted, refusing to yield, aiming to morally overpower Inoki. Hinata-chi listened as Tsunade and Inoki debated matters of justice, war reparations, and the distribution of interests. Konoha's demand was to reconstruct the land of grass, while a Wagakure sought to fragment it into smaller nations as a strategic buffer. Yet, as the vanquished party, the Wagakure was willing to pay a monetary price for this. Hinata-chi thought to himself, it is my turn to take the stage. As negotiations reached a crescendo, he abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table and vociferously admonishing Inoki. You invaded the land of grass first. We, the Sound and Konoha, come to advocate for peace and justice. Your Earth nation is already a defeated nation, yet you still wish to use the land of grass as a bargaining chip. Do you think that great nations can toy with smaller ones? Have you no shame? We of the Sound and Konoha are not to be trifled with. In making his point, he included Konoha to show his support for his ally. Inoki scoffed. In negotiations among great powers, it is not for a small nation like yours to voice its opinions. Our actions are for the genuine peace and development of the shinobi world. He regarded Hinata-chi's youthful proclamations with disdain, thinking him too naive to realize that in the shinobi world, it was an accepted truth that small nations were merely battlegrounds and playthings for the great. Even the once powerful Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain had sought to change his nation's fate, yet ended up fleeing in disgrace. There had been no significant movements in recent years. Hinata-chi smirked, finding the situation absurd. Your so-called peace and development demand the sacrifice of the interests of smaller nations? I would rather forego such peace. His gaze swept across the assembly, his resolve unwavering. Today, I stand here representing the Sound Village, and we will not tolerate such injustices. Should you insist on this path, we of the Sound Village will go to any lengths to defend the sovereignty of the Land of Grass. He exuded the aura of a righteous champion of the shinobi world, determined to secure peace and freedom for the Land of Grass. Tsunade couldn't help but commend Hinata-chi in her heart for his impressive rhetoric, recognizing that he truly delivered on his promises. Inoki's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Hinata-chi's resolute stance. However, at that moment, Tsunade interjected, "Lord Mu is correct. This war was instigated by a Wagakure, and any attempt to divide the Land of Grass is absolutely unacceptable." The atmosphere grew tense, with both sides unwilling to concede, and the negotiations appeared on the verge of collapse. "I see that you wish to tear apart this fragile peace and refuse dialogue," Inoki exclaimed angrily. Hinata-chi retorted defiantly, "If you do not wish to negotiate, then let us not." Recognizing the need to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, Tsunade quickly interjected, "Everyone, let us remain calm. Our goal is to resolve the issues, not to escalate tensions." After a moment of silence, Inoki slowly replied, "Very well, then state your terms." Tsunade cleared her throat and declared, "It is simple. The Land of Grass must maintain its independence and integrity. Iwagakure must cease all interference in its internal affairs. Additionally, you must apologize for this act of aggression and provide appropriate reparations. Konoha will fully assist in the reconstruction of the Land of Grass." Inoki frowned. "That is impossible. The assistance from Konoha is a facade. I suspect you intend to support a puppet regime." Hinata-chi countered, "Then let the Sound assist in the reconstruction of the Land of Grass. We are willing to shoulder the responsibility of aiding other nations." Tsunade nodded in agreement, recognizing that the daimyo of the Land of Grass already leaned toward Konoha. Therefore, who would assist in the reconstruction was of little consequence to them. After much contemplation, Inoki realized that his son was still in their custody. Allowing the Sound to reconstruct the Land of Grass was preferable to Konoha, and the Land of Grass would not submit to the Sound, at most finding a new ally. He finally nodded, "All right, I accept your conditions." The negotiations continued, and both parties began drafting the terms of the peace treaty, delineating ceremonial responsibilities. The primary clauses stipulated that the Earth Nation would compensate Konoha and relinquish a substantial portion of the wealth it had seized from the treasury of the Land of Grass, while Konoha would return the prisoners of war taken during this conflict. Furthermore, Iwagakure would provide a significant sum to the Sound as funding for the reconstruction of the Land of Grass, with Iwagakure and Konoha serving as oversight parties. A fresh contract emerged, outlining the division of interests. Iwagakure had returned all its plunder, and the losses from the war amounted to negligible gain. Konoha's compensation, minus the fees owed to the Sound and the war's expenses, yielded minimal profit. Yet Hinata-chi emerged as the grand victor, with Konoha covering all expenses, having lost a batch of shinobi, while the remainder was pure profit. "May peace endure," Hinata-chi said with a smile, shaking hands with both parties. Inoki's face was clouded with displeasure. He recognized that Hinata-chi bore half the responsibility for his failure. Had it not been for his unexpected entrance, he might not have been defeated on the battlefield. "Leader Mu, truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have already stirred the winds of change," Inoki begrudgingly complimented. After signing the contract, Hinata-chi swiftly returned to the Sound Village with Kimimaro and Yugo, leaving the subsequent matters to others. The arrangements for the reconstruction of the Land of Grass would be entrusted to his subordinates. He need not instruct them on how to profit from this. Naturally, the materials for rebuilding would be procured from the Sound Village, indirectly boosting its economic development. What truly mattered was the essential role he played, even if it was for his own benefit. In the days following Hinata-chi's return to the Sound Village, a wave of opposition against the 5 great nations surged across various small countries. The 5 great nations were seen as the root of instability in the shinobi world, the source of suffering for smaller nations. Meanwhile, the leader of the Sound Village, Shinya Mushio, whose denunciation of Inoki's statements during the peace negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth reverberated throughout the shinobi world, was hailed by many civilians as a fearless hero standing against the tyranny of great nations. His valiant deeds on the battlefield, effortlessly dispatching elite shinobi from powerful nations like Jiraiya and Obito, became legendary across the shinobi realm. In an instant, the name Shinyamushio was transformed into a symbol of resistance against the great powers, becoming a spiritual leader for many. Far away in the land of rain, Pain gazed at the intelligence report about Shinyamushio as if he had found a kindred spirit. At last, someone had seen through the hypocritical facade of the great nations. Xiaonan, prepare yourself. I intend to personally recruit this ninja, Pain declared. Nagato believed that Shinyamushio would surely comprehend his ideals, and the report indicated that his strength was formidable, perfectly meeting the recruitment criteria. The reactions of the 5 great nations varied, with most dismissing the notion. No matter how grand the hype, could it surpass Hanzo? The once divine figure, a savior of small nations and a hero against the great powers, now seemed to be languishing in obscurity, with only the gullible commoners of those small nations believing in such a savior. Chapter 82. The future of the Ninja World Federation, the prestige of Shinyamushio soared to unprecedented heights. His name revered as a deity by the populace of numerous small nations. Hinata K swiftly proceeded to the next step of his plan, extending an invitation to the influential elites of neighboring countries in the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rice. Ostensibly a gathering of nobility, it was, in fact, a trap set by Hinata K. He invited the daimyos and high-ranking officials of Takigakure, Iwagakure, Yugakure, and Tsuki no Kuni, with only the renowned General Mitsuba of Iwagakure and the leader of Takigakure, Shinmu, truly notable among them. These 4 nations were selected after discussions with Yakushi Kabuto, forming a connected network that promised resource sharing and abundance. Other potential choices, like Kusen no Kuni, had just endured a great war and would be a burden in the short term. Within the daimyo's estate of the Land of Rice, the banquet commenced, with the high-ranking officials of various nations indulging in revelry. The 5 daimyos convened at a table, and the daimyo of Iwagakure spoke up. Where's the leader of the Sound Village? We haven't seen him. He has been quite the spectacle lately. He will arrive shortly. He is handling some official matters, replied the daimyo of the Land of Rice, delicately sipping sake while covering his lips with a fan. To be late for such an important occasion is quite lacking in decorum, commented the daimyo of Yugakure. From the shadows, Hinata K noted that all the guests had gathered, recognizing it was time for the main event. He entered the banquet hall alongside Uchiha Hikari, who held a crystal ball in his hand. Upon witnessing Hinata K's arrival, the daimyo of the Land of Rice pointed to the sake jug and said, "The leader, Mushio, is late and must drink 3 cups as penalty." Hinata K smiled gently. "We shall discuss the penalty later. Let us attend to business first." Indeed, the leader Mushio is correct. Some matters must be resolved first. The daimyo of the Land of Rice expressed eagerly. The daimyo of Iwagakure sensed something amiss. Business? Isn't today a noble banquet? The daimyo of the Land of Rice explained. Of course, we are using the guise of a noble banquet. Otherwise, how could those great nations allow us to achieve our desires? Hinata K stepped forward into the center of the banquet, capturing everyone's attention. I am here to assist everyone. We, the small nations, have long lived under the oppression of the great powers. Only by uniting can we free ourselves from their control. With fervor, he surveyed the room, his gaze resolute as he continued. We can no longer sit idly by. We must take action. I believe that if we work together with one heart, we can achieve our goals. Whispers of skepticism and excitement rippled through the crowd. The great nations will not sit idly by as we unite. They will undoubtedly seek to dismantle this alliance. One voice interjected. Hinata K inhaled deeply. First, we need to establish tighter connections and collaboration. We can jointly formulate strategies, share resources, and support one another. Secondly, we must cultivate talent and enhance our own strength. Finally, and most critically, we must possess the courage to resist the oppression of the great powers and safeguard our rights. A voice scoffed. It's easy to say. You merely wish for us to become tools for your ambitions. Hinata K revealed a hint of regretful amusement. clearly aware that his rhetoric had yet to sway many. He gestured toward the crystal ball in Uchiha Hikari's hands, saying, "Please direct your attention here." The assembly turned their gaze toward the crystal ball, within which Uchiha Hikari's eyes gleamed with the crimson of the Sharingan. Through the crystal ball crafted by the research department, he projected an image that ensnared the consciousness of every individual present. With the activation of the powerful eye technique, every person's awareness was forcibly altered. Hinata K spoke once more, "Please reconsider my proposal. There is no need for further deliberation. Let us proceed with this plan." "Yes, I have long found those great nations intolerable." The crowd erupted in fervent agreement, as if ready to clash with the 5 great nations at any moment. Hinata K thought to himself, "This is a bit excessive." He raised his hand to calm them, signaling for silence. "Do not act impulsively. We must first strengthen ourselves before we can confront the 5 great nations. For now, we must remain hidden and quietly enhance our cooperation. My assistant will inform you of the subsequent steps." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from outside. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Hinata K patted Kabuto's shoulder. "I'll leave it to you to integrate the 4 nations." Kabuto's glasses glimmered with determination. "No problem, Lord K. What shall we name this new nation?" "The Ninja World Federation." Hinata K replied without turning back. He exited the banquet hall, knowing that he no longer needed to concern himself with the proceedings. In a year's time, Yakushi Kabuto would successfully unify the 4 nations and subsequently announce the establishment of the Federation. All that remained was to await the backlash from the 5 great nations. Eventually, one of them would be unable to bear the pressure and declare war on the Federation, compelling the 5 great nations to recognize this nascent regime as the 6th great nation. For now, he merely had to wait. What Hinata K did not anticipate was that the evening would bring an unexpected visitor. Seated comfortably, with Uchiha Hikari grilling meat and offering it to him, Hinata K pondered. After dedicating over a decade to the peace of the ninja world, can I not enjoy this moment? These daimyos truly knew how to indulge. It was no wonder they were reluctant to oppose the great powers, lacking any ambition. The few, like the daimyo of Kusa no Kuni, who faced the tribulations of the great nations, were exceptions. Most could remain blissfully ignorant of the world outside, consumed by hedonistic pursuits. Regardless of how their nations fell into the flames of war, they continued to revel in pleasure. As Hinata K savored the exquisite hospitality provided by Uchiha Hikari, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures entering the courtyard. They made no effort to conceal their approach, boldly striding through the main entrance. The visitors were the long-absent Pain and Xiaonan. Hinata K contemplated briefly, quickly discerning their intentions. They sought to recruit him. The name Chinimushio echoed throughout the ninja world, and his title as a hero of the small nations would naturally attract the attention of Nagato, who harbored similar disdain for the great powers. With this in mind, Hinata K placed his hand before Uchiha Hikari, assisting her in altering her appearance. After all, they had encountered Uchiha Hikari during their time in the Land of Rain, and her identity must remain concealed. Hinata K rose and stepped outside, surveying the 2 figures in the courtyard from an elevated position. "Visitors?" he mused, delicately grasping his wine cup and sipping the remaining contents before slowly stating, "You have entered uninvited. I fear you may be unwelcome guests." Chapter 83. The second invitation from Akatsuki, the city of Ghost Chinimushio. "I am here to invite you to join Akatsuki," Pain stated coldly. Hinata K feigned interest. "Akatsuki? The name rings a bell. I have conducted some inquiries. Are you not a rogue ninja mercenary organization? How curious that you wish for me, a leader of a ninja village, to join." Pain replied, "That is merely a facade. The power of Akatsuki can lead the ninja world toward peace." Hinata Chi sat upon the steps, intrigued by the mention of peace, a term he had not encountered in quite some time. "What is your price, and what reason do you have for me to join your ranks?" Upon hearing the word peace, his interest was piqued. The individual before him shared a dream akin to that of Akatsuki, as Nagato mused. Nagato continued, "You aspire to establish a 6th great nation, to protect the common folk, correct?" His arrival at the banquet was sufficient to unveil Hinata-chi's intentions. While the elite shinobi he had assembled remained oblivious to the infiltration of Nagato and Konan, a murderous intent ignited in Hinata-chi's eyes. "You have uncovered my secret. Do you not fear that I might eliminate you at this very moment?" Nagato merely smirked, undeterred by the overwhelming aura of death. "You would not dare, for we share the same aspirations." The notion of shared dreams subdued Hinata-chi's murderous intent, replaced by a disdainful smile. What a splendid lie! How many have fallen beneath the weight of dreams? Nagato, unfazed, slowly replied, "Allow me to share a tale. Perhaps you will find a reflection of yourself within it." An alarm rang in Hinata-chi's mind, as reason cautioned him that this individual sought to engage in verbal maneuvering to discover commonalities between them and lure him into servitude. This was a familiar tactic, reminiscent of the script he had employed on Uchiha Hikari. 27 years prior, in the Land of Rain, 3 children forged a bond amidst the chaos of war, united by a shared longing for peace. To realize their ideals, they founded Akatsuki, yet faced relentless setbacks due to the collusion of Hanzo and Danzo. The death of a dear friend revealed the harshness of the shinobi world, leading him to wield the power of tailed beasts to plunge the world into suffering, thereby achieving an alternative peace. Only through universal suffering could humanity learn to fear war and attain true peace. As Nagato concluded his narrative with evident patience, others might have resorted to the almighty push to persuade him. "Our ideals diverge, for I seek to unify the shinobi world, creating a singular voice rather than allowing it to descend into agony. War is merely the continuation of politics, and politics is a concentrated expression of economics. When interests are unevenly distributed, a great conflict becomes necessary to reshuffle the deck. No war has ever been initiated by Konohagakure. It holds the greatest stake, and your understanding of war is painfully superficial." Nagato fell into contemplation, absorbing Hinata-chi's words. Rising, Hinata-chi proclaimed, "Nevertheless, if your terms are satisfactory, I may consider joining your cause." Nagato roused from his thoughts and stated, "I can assist you in repelling the great nation's encirclement and aid in establishing the 6th great nation." Hinata-chi clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent. Then you shall assist in capturing the 4 tails, correct?" "Indeed," Nagato affirmed. "Let us summon the master of the 4 tails to aid you. I believe he would pique your interest." Hinata-chi insisted on taking matters into his own hands. "Very well. I shall relay your wishes. Should he be intrigued, he will respond accordingly," Nagato continued. "Inform him that I possess something he desires," Hinata-chi asserted. "As long as you can assist me in establishing a 6th great nation, joining your organization presents no hindrance." "Konan, provide him with the items of Akatsuki," Nagato commanded. Konan tossed a sealing scroll to Hinata-chi, which he caught with one hand. Inside were the communication tools and attire of Akatsuki. "The master you seek will arrive shortly," Nagato assured. With that, they departed towards the courtyard. "Take care," Hinata-chi remarked as he returned indoors to unseal the scroll. The contents were reminiscent of those he had received upon first joining Akatsuki, the ring bearing the codename Shien, nail polish, and 3 ninjutsu scrolls, holographic body technique, Phantom Dragon 9 seals, and symbol transformation technique. Having rejoined Akatsuki, he pondered the prospect of needing to create a shadow clone for future meetings. However, there were advantages. He could now fully unleash his power, as the identity of Chiba Mushio felt somewhat lacking. Not long after, Hinata-chi received a message from Nagato, urging him to assist Chiba Mushio in establishing the 6th great nation. He feigned interest in Chiba Mushio, readily accepting the task. Anticipation for the forthcoming conflict filled his thoughts. Returning to Odo Geikure, Hinata-chi received new intelligence. The Lord of the Ghost Lantern, Wu Wei, from the Land of Grass, reached out to him, wishing to assume the role of the new leader of the Grass Village under the guise of a former Jonin. The Ghost Lantern was a prison established by the 5 great nations, housing countless criminals, most of whom were powerful and unruly. A fine group of cannon fodder. Hinata-chi mused, envisioning these criminals being conscripted into a disposable army. He speculated that the legendary Paradise Box within the Ghost Lantern was likely an ancient sealing tool devised by the Sage of Six Paths to contain special powers. Those drawn into it would be transformed into creatures known as Wu. Despite their transformation, they would retain a fragment of their consciousness. Hinata Chi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps this power could be harnessed. He could send a white Zetsu inside to control the timing, reclaiming it once the assimilation was nearly complete, potentially gaining a formidable weapon for war. It appeared another journey awaited him. Stretching, Hinata Chi set forth with Uchiha Hikari towards the Ghost Lantern. He had previously inquired whether using the 8,000 spears to mark so many individuals would deplete his ocular powers. Yet, the consumption of ocular power by the 8,000 spears was minimal, especially when paired with the projection crystals developed by the research facility, allowing him to control numerous individuals simultaneously. Before long, they arrived at the Ghost Lantern, a colossal prison rising from the sea. Hinata Chi confirmed it was indeed the fabled Ghost Lantern, with the Paradise Box contained within. He descended before the grand entrance, utilizing the identity of Chiba Mushio, precluding the use of the puppet Flying Eagle, opting instead for Sage Mode to carry Uchiha Hikari. Upon their arrival, several Grass Village shinobi barred their path. "Who are you?" they inquired. "I am Chiba Mushio. I have come to discuss the reconstruction of the Grass Village with Wu Wei," Hinata Chi replied. The Grass Shinobi's eyes widened with excitement. They had expected the legendary Chiba Mushio to send a subordinate, but here he was in person, a testament to his status as the hero opposing the great nations. "Please, enter, Lord Mushio. We shall inform him immediately." The prison gates slowly creaked open, and after exchanging smiles and nods, Hinata Chi stepped into the Ghost Lantern. Chapter 84. The Paradise Box. Hinata Chi was led towards the meeting hall, where a handsome, middle-aged man awaited, whom he recognized as Wu Wei, accompanied by a young boy, presumably the innocent child destined to become Wu in the original narrative. "My dear Mushio, what an honor! Why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance so that I could prepare?" Wu Wei exclaimed. Maintaining his facade, Hinata Chi replied, "Upon hearing of your intentions, I came immediately. The reconstruction of the Grass Village is splendid news. It bolsters the strength against the great nations." Wu Wei laughed heartily. "Indeed, Mushio, you understand my ambition perfectly. I aim to fortify our power so that we are no longer subjected to humiliation. At present, Wu Wei-san had yet to be cast into the Paradise Box due to his father's ambition, reflecting Wu Wei's still untainted aspirations. "Please come in." Wu Wei gestured invitingly. Several individuals entered the reception hall and took their seats. Hinata Kei, observing the young man beside Wu Wei, smiled and inquired, "This must be your esteemed son. Indeed a handsome figure. This is my son, Wu Gu." "Wu Gu, quickly greet Uncle Mushio. Is he not the one you admire most?" Wu Wei remarked. "Uncle Mushio," Wu Gu bowed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Hinata Kei initially intended to have Uchiha Hikari behind him use the 8,000 spears for indoctrination, but it appeared unnecessary, as Wu Wei seemed to be a ninja filled with animosity towards the major powers. This was evident from his son, and as ninjas from the land of grass, they had narrowly avoided becoming slaves to a fallen nation. It was only through Hinata Kei's assertions during the peace conference that the land of grass was able to reclaim its sovereignty. The respect reflected in their eyes was genuine. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to voluntarily present the ultimate treasure. Hinata Kei chuckled. "Since you have addressed me as uncle, how could I not present a token of our meeting?" He produced a scroll of secret techniques and a sound ninja tool. "Thank you, Uncle Mushio," Wu Gu expressed. "Go out and play for a while. I need to discuss matters with your father." "All right." Watching Wu Gu exit the reception hall and noting the absence of others, Hinata Kei felt at ease to discuss the cooperation regarding the reconstruction of Kusen no Kuni. In his conversation, he subtly probed Wu Wei's stance towards the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations are all the same, viewing small countries as mere ants, solely concerned with their own interests. Wu Wei exclaimed, striking the table in anger. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Hinata Kei straightened his posture and declared, "I intend to establish a federation composed of small nations. I wonder if you would be interested in joining?" Wu Wei's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing this. Please, Mushiokun, enlighten me. Hinata K smiled faintly, knowing he had successfully hooked him. He reiterated the grand vision he had shared with the dignitaries at the banquet, which excited Wu Wei as if they had already achieved the magnificent blueprint that Hinata K described. If this succeeds within 10 years, we could rival the 5 great nations of the 6th power. Hinata K gently shook his head, saying, not 10 years. We have only 1 year. We must secure a decisive victory within that time to intimidate the 5 great nations, or else we will remain mere playthings of theirs. Wu Wei felt a tinge of despair as he listened to Hinata K's grand vision. 1 year is impossible. Only by uniting all the surrounding small nations can we gather a ninja army capable of defeating a great nation, and even then, we cannot guarantee that every country will work in unison. Hinata K chuckled. Since I have spoken it, there is no impossibility. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his robes, unfurling it to reveal the signatures of the majority of the dignitaries from the 4 small nations inscribed upon it. I have secretly united the land of waterfall, land of moon, land of waves, and land of iron, integrating the forces of the Federation to unleash the combined might of these 4 nations in times of war. Hinata K further unfurled the scroll, leaving ample space blank. I wonder if the land of grass and Kusa no Kuni would be willing to join in this grand gamble? Wu Wei fell into a long contemplation before decisively biting his finger and inscribing his name upon it. If we succeed, we can break free from the control of the great nations. Even if we fail, we will merely remain as their dogs. Nonetheless, the seed of resistance shall be sown. Excellent. With your joining, it is like adding wings to a tiger, Hinata K remarked. What can we in Kusa no Kuni contribute to the Federation? Wu Wei inquired, eager to make a meaningful contribution now that he had joined. With so many nations united, we still lack a weapon of war that can rival the tailed beasts. Hinata K revealed his ulterior motive, hoping to entice Wu Wei into divulging the secret of the ultimate treasure. Although Takigakure possessed a 7-tailed beast, it could be controlled with a Sharingan in critical moments. Wu Wei pondered deeply, and after a long hesitation, he gritted his teeth and revealed a secret close to his heart. If Lord Mushio can ensure that the land of grass receives equal treatment in the Federation, I am willing to offer a treasure from Kusa in no Kuni. Wu Wei had switched to formal language, aware that the land of grass had nothing and was a latecomer, making it susceptible to exclusion. He sought to exchange this for greater benefits for his country, as that treasure was unusable by anyone in Kusa no Kuni, requiring chakra of tailed beast caliber to access. Thus, he resolved to part with it in hopes of greater gains. He was gambling, wagering that Hinata K's credibility would not result in betrayal or violence. Hinata K solemnly stated, very well, I swear upon my honor. Wu Wei exhaled, a heavy weight lifting from his heart, knowing he had made the right gamble. Thank you, Lord Mushio. Please follow me. The treasure is in the secret chamber. Wu Wei led the way, with Hinata K following closely behind. The treasure, known as the Ultimate Box, was said to be a weapon of the Sage of 6 Paths. In ancient times, Kusa no Kuni nearly unified the ninja world with this treasure, and if it could harness foreign chakra, it could fulfill the user's wishes. Wu Wei shared what he knew, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. But these are likely mere speculations of the ancients. If such power truly existed, the land of grass would not have faced near annihilation. Hinata K did not respond, watching as Wu Wei pressed a book in the study, revealing a hidden passage before them. Hinata K quickened his pace to walk ahead of Wu Wei. Lord Mushio, allow me to lead the way, he offered, subtly indicating that there were no traps ahead. No worries. I am eager to behold the treasure. Hinata K displayed an extraordinary demeanor. Wu Wei felt a surge of emotion, touched by the trust placed in him during their first meeting. He thought to himself that he had found a worthy superior. Upon reaching the innermost part of the secret chamber, Hinata K beheld a massive black box adorned with 4 distorted faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, each bearing powerful sealing masks. As Hinata K placed his hand upon it, he felt a tremendous pull attempting to siphon away his chakra. This treasure indeed seemed capable of addressing the needs for a weapon of war. Hinata turned and remarked, "This could certainly assist the Federation." Wu Wei immediately displayed an expression of excitement. "As long as it can help the Federation, that is all that matters." "Shall I take this with me?" Hinata inquired. "Of course, no problem at all." Placing his hand atop the box, Hinata executed a reverse summoning technique, and the colossal ultimate box was transported to the Dragon Cave, where he had carved out a warehouse for himself, guarded by Shinya to ensure its security. Chapter 85. The Monster That Feels Emotions. Wu Wei. Next, someone will approach you to discuss the reconstruction of Kusa no Kuni and the coordination of all matters concerning the Federation. "How many prisoners remain in the city of Mizukigure?" Hinata asked. "A total of 275, Wu Wei replied. Hinata smiled lightly. "Very well, take good care of them, for this year will be their final moments." "Understood." Wu Wei's expression remained unchanged, comprehending that these prisoners would soon become sustenance for the Federation. The 275 prisoners were mostly mid-level ninjas, many from the 5 great nations, who had committed grave offenses after achieving notable accomplishments, their crimes severe enough to prevent execution. Thus they were all confined here. Now, Hinata intended to carry out their executions, but he planned to transform them into nourishment for the Federation. The research facility had developed a one-time use sealing technique that, in conjunction with Takigakure's hero water, could temporarily elevate each mid-level ninja to a high-level ninja's caliber. The hero water was a treasured resource of Takigakure, produced by the sacred tree of the village, yielding only a small amount every century. The hero water could amplify the user's chakra by 10-fold, but at the cost of their lifespan. However, Takigakure had limited supplies of this water, necessitating dilution for broader use, a task best left to the researchers, who would surely be intrigued by the hero water. The one-time sealing technique could grant a person the power of the second level of the seal, but it would inflict harm on the user's body, resulting in irreversible damage. The fusion of these two elements will give rise to the most formidable army, comprising 275 elite shinobi. Even if one of the 5 great nations were to stand alone, it would lack such a concentration of upper-tier combat prowess. This can indeed be considered one of Ri Xiangqi's trump cards. In the original narrative of the 4th Great Ninja War, the combined forces of the 5 great nations amounted to nearly 90,000 troops, along with an additional 10,000 ninjas stationed in their respective villages. Even if elite shinobi are exceedingly rare, the total number across the 5 nations would barely reach 1,000. Note, the warriors of the Land of Iron are not included in this count. Departing from the city of Kidai, Ri Xiangqi first returned to the Ryuchi Cave, intending to utilize his Rinnegan to ascertain the contents of the mysterious box known as the Paradise of Bliss. Upon activating his Rinnegan and peering through the sealed confines of the box, he was met with an abyss of darkness. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming fury surged within him, a desire to annihilate the world itself. Yet, he did not allow that wrath to cloud his judgment. He calmly closed his Rinnegan and shut his eyes to regain his composure. At that moment, the voice of Shi Chue Dao Ji wafted in, as she floated gracefully into the warehouse. "I heard from Xayanya that you had arrived. Come, let's play some Do Di Ju." Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight of the black Paradise of Bliss, causing her to tumble to the ground. "Paradise of Bliss? How could you possess such a thing?" she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet to regard the dark box. Ri Xiangqi inquired, "Do you recognize this object? Can you tell me about its origins?" "No. This is our Ryuchi Cave," Shi Chue Dao Ji retorted. Ri Xiangqi interjected, "I have recently devised a new game. I wonder if you might be interested." Instantly, her tone shifted. "Of course, I can speak of it. This is not a secret within the 3 Great Lands. It is said to be a relic from the era of the ninja sect, originating from a forbidden realm known as the Paradise of Bliss, which granted immense power. Those who sought its strength were ensnared, transforming into monstrous beings that wreaked havoc until they were discovered and sealed away by the Sage of 6 Paths centuries ago. This artifact was once again unleashed by a power-hungry individual, causing devastation, but was ultimately resealed by the collaboration of the 3 Great Lands and the formidable humans of that time. Anyone who enters is consumed, becoming a creature that can only perceive a singular emotion. If one's life has been predominantly marked by fear, that individual will embody the essence of terror itself. I understand, Ri Xiangqi replied. He then honored his promise, teaching Shichui Dao Ji a new card game along with some strategies. After departing from the Ryuchi cave, Ri Xiangqi returned to the sound-hidden village with Uchiha Hikari. He made his way to the underground sealing prison, which housed a powerful sealing array. Without proper authorization, entry into this vast prison would subject any intruder, living or deceased, to potent sealing constraints. This location typically stored remnants of failed experiments conducted by the Research Institute. Constructed beneath the surface in imitation of Konoha's sealing chamber, this place lacked a second Ri Xiangqi to plunder its treasures. Shortly thereafter, a significant number of researchers arrived, summoned by Ri Xiangqi through Uchiha Hikari, who stated that the tools of the Sage of Six Paths had been discovered. Upon hearing this, scholars devoted to the esoteric sciences, as well as biologists, rushed to the site. Mocha Shidano, may we have the honor of witnessing this artifact? The crowd encircled Ri Xiangqi, their anticipation palpable. Though urged on, Ri Xiangqi remained unperturbed. Such behavior was typical of these individuals, often leading them to act impolitely in the name of research. With a smile, he said, "Please step outside the sealing chamber first. That object is quite perilous." "Of course, we shall retreat to observe from outside," they replied, hastily moving to the chamber's exterior to watch through the iron bars. Summoning forth the immense black box, Ri Xiangqi revealed its grotesque design, adorned with warped human faces, each masked by sealing visages. He explained, "I have verified that a mysterious power is sealed within. This force does not belong to chakra. Any entity that enters will be corrupted into a being known as Wu." Ri Xiangqi reiterated Shichui Dao Ji's earlier words, igniting fervent discussion among the scholars. "My intent in allowing your research is to master this power." At that moment, a white Zetsu materialized, standing vacantly beside Ri Xiangqi. This entity was well known among the scholars, having replaced human subjects as their primary experimental material. Biological laboratories had even begun artificially cultivating white Zetsu. Seeing that all the ingredients were in place, Ri Xiangqi unfalteringly extended his hand towards the paradise of bliss. A surge of immense chakra flowed into the box, causing the seals to gradually unravel, and the masks fell away with a heavy thud against the ground. Under Ri Xiangqi's mental command, the white Zetsu approached the box, uttering, "I seek power." Suddenly, the cavernous mouth of the box gaped open, unleashing a violent suction that drew the white Zetsu inside. The force then turning upon Ri Xiangqi, attempting to consume him as well. "I felt not the slightest fluctuation of chakra. This is truly not of the same power system," marveled the scholars outside. Ri Xiangqi deftly employed several summons, conjuring black chains from the void to ensnare the paradise of bliss, countering the suction with the seals left by the Sage of Six Paths. The pull ceased abruptly, severing Ri Xiangqi's mental link with the white Zetsu. After a minute, Ri Xiangqi released the seals and addressed the box, stating, "I wish for the white Zetsu to return." The box's maw opened once more, and the white Zetsu emerged, its once white form now transformed into a dark, scaled creature. Its once gentle features replaced by menacing fangs and claws. This was merely the result of 1 minute. Had more time passed, the mutation would have intensified. Chapter 86. The establishment of the Ninja World federal government and the promises made to the people. This white Zetsu, already lacking in intellect, had now devolved into a mindless beast, roaring as it charged at Ri Xiangqi. Once more, chains materialized in the air, binding the mutated white Zetsu. Ri Xiangqi condensed a mental sphere and sent it into the creature's chest. He sought to control its essence, but discovered that the white Zetsu's already feeble spirit had been utterly extinguished, reduced to a soulless beast. The power of the Rinnegan, no matter how formidable, could not dominate a being devoid of a soul, and Genjutsu could only affect living entities. It had lost its very essence, completely under the thrall of the paradise of bliss. Now, what I desire is a usable weapon of war. Thus, I require you to develop methods to control Wu. With a clap of his hands, the sealing masks re-established a thorough lock on the paradise of bliss. With another gesture, several ninjas pushed past the curious scholars to seal the transformed white Zetsu. You may study these creatures, but I expect results within 3 months. Ri Xiangqi was unconcerned that the scholars might unleash the entities within the paradise of bliss. It required vast chakra, and apart from himself, no one in the sound-hidden village could possibly open it again. Understood. At your command, Lord Qi. May I see that monster now? The scholars, hearing of powers beyond chakra for the first time, were filled with excitement, eager to uncover what had endowed the white Zetsu with such formidable strength. That will suffice. You have but this one specimen, and please do not kill it. Ri Xiangqi chuckled, waving his hand as he departed. The small ceiling prison was instantly filled with people, all wanting a closer look. Ultimately, an elder scholar managed to restore order, ensuring fair distribution among the various laboratories. How they would conduct their research was no concern of Ri Xiangqi. He needed only to await the results. A year later, Yakushi Kabuto successfully completed the integration of the lands of Tian, Ryu, Bo, Tai, Chao, and Yu. All preparations were finalized. The joint forces of the 6 nations stood ready for deployment, and Wu could be sent into battle at any moment. The prisoner army had also completed its indoctrination. This time, Ri Xiangqi chose not to conceal his intentions, directly summoning the lords and dignitaries of the 6 nations to the sound-hidden village for the nation-building ceremony, all while ensuring the news spread through newspapers and broadcasts to every corner of the 6 nations. The traditional national landscape shall be supplanted, with the daimyo evolving into a symbol of the state. Subsequently, the Federation will abolish the rights of the daimyo, taking responsibility for every citizen. Rihoki shall serve as the leader of this nation, referred to as the Führer, guiding national affairs through parliamentary elections. The parliament is merely a facade. Rihoki cannot relinquish power until he has executed his plans and established absolute control over the nation, although he delegates authority to various departments on a daily basis. Rihoki maintains unwavering dominance over all matters. On the following morning, Rihoki stood upon a platform, addressing the multitude of citizens from Inin village, with the daimyo of the 6 nations behind him. The microphone in front of him transmitted his voice to every reachable corner via broadcast. Rihoki raised the microphone and proclaimed, "We, the ninjas from various small nations, unite here today to announce the establishment of the Ninja World Federation, in defiance of the oppression and dominion of the great nations. We are acutely aware that for far too long, the great powers have exploited and oppressed the smaller nations through their formidable strength and resources. This inequitable situation must be rectified, and our Ninja World Federation shall uphold this principle." Midway through his declaration, he recognized that the majority of the populace from the smaller nations lacked education, and thus a mere promise would resonate more than extensive rhetoric. "I pledge, on my honor, to each citizen of the Federation that within 3 years, every one of you shall have enough to eat. Your children shall receive an education, and you shall be liberated from the oppression of the great nations. Henceforth, I shall be your leader, and I will be accountable for every citizen in this nation," Rihoki asserted confidently. He cited the example of the land of rice, where he had already fulfilled his promise and merely needed to continue implementing such policies. The simplest of promises elicited the most fervent cheers, resonating throughout every location covered by the broadcasts of the 6 nations. Long live the Federation. Long live the Führer. They harbored no doubts regarding the feasibility of Rihoki's promises. That year, the economic and technological support from Inin village had already allowed them to taste the sweetness of prosperity. The yield of rice was astonishingly high, and the new technologies proved remarkably effective. Coupled with the propaganda portraying Qian Yamushio as the savior of the small nations, he appeared to them as a celestial messenger, a reincarnation of the sage of 6 paths. These rumors circulated among the populace, unnoticed by the 5 great nations. The arrogant leaders of the great nations dismissed these tales, unaware that they would soon pay the price for their hubris. A few foreign intelligence operatives, hidden among the crowd, felt a chill as they observed the excitement and fervor of the people. This intelligence must be relayed immediately. Meanwhile, several members of the Inin Umbu observed the departing figures but did not intervene. Riho-ki stood atop the platform, reveling in the adulation of the populace, awaiting the great battle for nationhood. Riho-ki's audacious declaration of nationhood swiftly spread to the 5 great nations, each reacting differently, with most expressing hostility towards this new federation. The federation established by Riho-ki would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the interests held by the 5 great nations. In Konoha, Tsunade's first response upon hearing this news was to convene a meeting to discuss strategies regarding this nascent regime. We must dispatch troops to swiftly annihilate them while their nation is still unstable, declared a radical ninja without hesitation. The establishment of the Federation already envelopes Konoha. If war breaks out, we will be besieged from all sides. Others from the peace faction interjected. We are already allied with their Führer, Kinyamashio. In the future, he will shield us from many wars instigated by the land of Earth. Moreover, Konoha has already suffered enough from the ravages of war. The 2 factions engaged in heated debate. Tsunade found herself at a loss, glancing at Nara Shikaku, who was most likely to provide a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku stated, "We actually need not rush into war against the Federation. There are those who are more anxious than we are. The only outlet for the Land of Lightning has been severed by the Federation, and the Land of Moon has joined their ranks, effectively barricading the Land of Lightning. A war between the 2 nations is inevitable within a month. If the Land of Lightning defeats the Federation, we can see some benefits amidst the chaos." A question arose, but what if the Federation emerges victorious? Someone quickly dismissed this possibility. Impossible. The Federation has just been established. How could they possess the strength to contend with the great nations? Jiraiya interjected. "I am acquainted with Kinyamashio. If he undertakes an endeavor, he will undoubtedly have contingencies in place. The current situation has surely been anticipated." Nara Shikaku continued. "Then we should establish diplomatic relations and maintain our alliance." One individual stood up. "That is not feasible. How do we explain this to the daimyo? They demand immediate military action." Tsunade nodded, arriving at a final decision. "I concur. This indeed is a prudent approach. I will clarify matters with the daimyo." In Chapter 87, an epic confrontation looms as the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning encircle Konoha. The 11 young ninjas of Konoha perused the latest issue of the Ninja World Times, which reported that the Land of Rice had united with the Land of Waves. The Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Iron, and the Land of Moon to establish the Ninja World Federation, with Kinyamashio as the Führer, overseeing all military and political affairs. The Ninja World Times was a publication established at the behest of Riho-ki, whose experiences across 2 lifetimes had imparted upon him an acute understanding of the importance of controlling public opinion. Within a year, the newspaper had reached every corner of the ninja world, utilizing radio stations and other devices for remote communication. Does this mean that Kinyamashio is now akin to a daimyo? Naruto pondered, gazing at the newspaper's contents with curiosity. Shikamaru identified the underlying issue. No, this surpasses the authority of a daimyo. He controls all military and political matters. In the Land of Fire, military and political affairs are separated. Now, Kinyamashio is not merely a daimyo. He is also the leader of a village. So Kinyamashio has ascended to the role of Führer. I wonder when I too can achieve such heights, Naruto mused, admiring a photograph of Riho-ki responding to the cheers of the crowd from his elevated platform. Yearning for the recognition of the villagers of Konoha, Shikamaru rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing. This is 100 times more challenging than becoming Hokage. He pondered how the 6th daimyo managed to agree to relinquish their rights and become mere figureheads. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. Could Kinyamashio be employing Jinjutsu? Has he audaciously used illusions to control the 6th daimyo? Does he not fear a united assault from the 5 great nations? Regardless of the circumstances, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly be furious, fearing that the Hokage might aspire to emulate Kinyamashio and assume the mantle of Führer. Meanwhile, Hinata gazed at the photograph, lost in thought. Kinyamushio had reached an unattainable height, compelling her to intensify her training. In a Wagakure, Tsuchikage and Noki reclined languidly in his chair, unperturbed by the establishment of the Federation, as it posed no threat to his territory. Conversely, his old friend from the Land of Lightning was now cornered, likely amassing troops. The gateway to the Land of Moon must not be entrusted to others. In response to the demands from the daimyo of the Land of Earth for military action against the Federation, he resolved to commence a month-long war mobilization, demonstrating sincerity to the daimyo while awaiting their outcome before deciding whether to exploit the situation. In Sunagakure, Chiyo gazed at the intelligence report with a heavy heart. Even if she wished to mobilize troops, her hand were tied. After the assassination of the fourth Kazekage, she had temporarily assumed the duties of acting Kazekage. Sunagakure was now more vulnerable than ever, not only due to the death of the fourth Kazekage, but also because the daimyo of the Land of Wind had reduced funding. They were compelled to slash most expenditures to maintain their current number of ninjas. Just then, an excited individual burst into the Kazekage's office. Lord Chiyo, the daimyo has pledged to increase our military budget, but we must deploy forces against the Federation. Excellent, Chiyo exclaimed, rising abruptly. We must engage in this war. Even if we face defeat, we must act against a nascent regime. Please contact Yunin Village to discuss the matter of a joint military expedition. In Wuyin Village, Zhao Meiming gazed at the handsome profile of Hinata Hayashi in the intelligence report, licking his lips. He is indeed an admirable man, but alas, his time is likely short. Otherwise, he would have been a fine choice. With that, he tossed the report aside and focused on his administrative duties. The Land of Water, distant from the continent, remained unaffected by the turmoil. Zhao Meiming secretly wished for conflict, hoping that their capital would be shattered. In Yunin Village, the fourth Raikage AI held the intelligence returned by a spy in his right hand, while his left arm repetitively lifted a dumbbell, using the motion to suppress his rising anger. Yet, he could no longer contain himself. With a fierce swing, he slammed the dumbbell down, creating a large hole in the specially reinforced floor. We must deploy troops and attack the Land of Moon. Beside him, Killer Bee began to sing. I often hear my brother speak of being a hero, but this time against us, let him turn from hero to a mere bear. You are not to go. I will lead the troops myself. AI unhesitatingly rejected his brother's request, for the enemy was not to be underestimated. He had witnessed the true power of Chiba Mushio. Very well, brother. You always do this. I can only continue my training, Killer Bee responded without further argument, deciding to sneak to the front lines, evading those who monitored him. From outside, a figure in a plain cloth entered. Raikage-sama, a message from Sunagakure. Hand it over, AI commanded. Upon receiving the letter, he read that Chiyo had agreed to join the expedition. Tell her that the Land of Lightning requires no concern from her. We will swiftly gather our forces and deploy to the Land of Moon within a week. Understood. 3 days later, in the Federal Conference Room, Hinata Hayashi, alongside numerous high-ranking officials, surveyed the ninja world map. Konoha remained utterly still, while Sunagakure and Yunin had already assembled their troops. The Federation now faced the necessity of a two-front war. Defeating the armies of both countries was not a daunting task. The focus was on achieving a resounding victory that would instill fear in the 5 great nations, compelling them to recognize the Federation status. A voice called. Supreme Leader. Yakushi Do, having studied under Danzo, had his arm entirely wrapped in sealing bandages. You are responsible for the military operations against Sunagakure, commanding 5,000 troops. Wu Wei will lead the prisoner army, and the Research Institute will plant disposable Sage Technique seals in each prisoner, equipping them with diluted Hero S water. As you command. Yakushi Do and Wu Wei responded in unison. Yakushi Do had not only created an organ to absorb natural energy through the power of technology, but had also grasped a portion of the power of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, willingly allowing it to infect his arm, thereby acquiring the strength of command. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yakushi Do's current power was on par with that of the original work. Even if the One Tail were to come, he would still have the strength to fight. Entrusting the battlefield of the Land of Grass to him, Hinata Hayashi felt at ease, supported by 300 elite shinobi prisoners. alongside the monsters from the box of Ultimate Bliss. Facing the reduced military capacity of Sunagakure, they held an absolute advantage in both high-end combat power and equipment, while Sunagakure might only have a slight edge in lower-tier forces. After all, great nations cultivate ninja capabilities far superior to those of smaller nations, and it was impossible to elevate the level of these ninjas within a year. I will personally lead the expedition to the Land of Moon, Hinata Hayashi declared. Mitsubun will command 2,000 samurai, and Shoki will lead 4,000 shinobi. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu, must also accompany us. The former leader of Takigakure, Shimo, voiced his concern. My lord Fu. Before he could finish, Shoki stepped forward, gripping Shimo's collar. Are you questioning the Supreme Leader's decision? I do not dare. Shimo stammered. Hinata Hayashi coldly interjected. Shoki, release Shimo. The council must allow everyone to express their opinions. Shimo is concerned for his companion, which we can understand. Rest assured, I can guarantee her safety. The battlefield of the Land of Moon was the true focal point, where they would face two Jinchuriki capable of complete tailed beast transformation, a Reikage, and an average powerful Yanin force. Yet, Hinata Hayashi possessed unmatched confidence in this war. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to unleash a massive attack. The Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion to sweep the battlefield. Chapter 88. The Battlefield of the Land of Grass, the Raging Monster Legion. Du-sama, how shall we conduct this war? Wu Wei inquired, showing the utmost respect for Du, the right-hand man of Mushio. Du replied with a smile. Naturally, we'll crush our way through. Mushio has provided us with disposable materials. We shall use them all. The prisoner army could achieve Jonin-level strength for a brief period, and they would unleash their full prowess on the front lines. The monsters birthed from the box of Ultimate Bliss, while under Yakushi Du's control, would struggle to distinguish friend from foe, necessitating that they simply rush into the enemy's ranks. The following morning, the federal military camp rolled out 15 5-meter-tall black coffins. As several federal ninjas stood them upright, directly facing the defensive line of Sunagakure, then hurriedly retreated. This peculiar action quickly caught the attention of several patrolling Sunagakure ninjas, who swiftly reported back. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, including Chiyo and Maki, immediately moved to the front lines to assess the situation and organize the ninjas to prepare for battle. Behind Chiyo followed a young boy, Gara, who had matured somewhat, his dark circles less pronounced. Chiyo had kept him by her side since her ascension to a higher position, seeking to alleviate the hatred that had clouded Gara's heart as a witness to his tragic past. Moreover, she had grown quite fond of him, recognizing many similarities between him and her own grandson. Both were geniuses, both reclusive. That is a sealing coffin. It must contain their secret weapon, one Sunagakure observer remarked. Notify the entire army to prepare for battle. Chiyo recognized the strangeness of the black coffins. Just as her words fell, the coffin lids suddenly crashed open, revealing a dozen eerily shaped monsters. Some were covered in feathers and bore 5 claws. Others were scaly, with 3 heads, each head sporting a mouth that opened and closed incessantly, exuding an unsettling aura. Merely gazing at them sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. What are those? Several Sunagakure ninjas with weaker nerves trembled in fear. Monsters. Demons. Those federal forces can control demons. The monsters, detecting the scent of humans in the air, turned and charged towards the federal camp. Look, they're going to kill those federal ninjas. Just as their excitement peaked, the next scene plunged them into despair. A figure emerged from the federal camp, revealing a black arm, covered in mouths filled with sharp teeth that opened and closed, leading into a dark abyss, obscuring any view within. This was Yakushi Du. Upon his arrival, the 15 monsters immediately halted their movements. With a mere gesture, Yakushi Du commanded the terrifying beasts to charge towards Sunagakure's defensive lines. Following closely behind, 300 prisoners appeared before the onlookers. Each prisoner wore an ecstatic grin, seemingly filled with anticipation and eagerness for the impending battle. They each held a bottle of mysterious potion in their hands. For the Federation, let's offer our hearts. With their fervent battle cry, Not a single one displayed a hint of hesitation, raising their potions high and drinking deeply. In an instant, a powerful energy erupted from within them, transforming their previously calm auras into a tempestuous and fervent force. Their chakras surged, tripling in mere moments. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded as red light flared from their bodies, forming various shapes, each radiating a mystical aura of sage technique seals. These seals, reminiscent of ancient runes, embedded themselves upon their skin, shining with an unsettling brilliance. In this fleeting moment, the prisoner army successfully merged with the second phase of the immortal technique seal. Their bodies began to undergo a series of bizarre and terrifying transformations. Some sprouted sharp claws, others grew enormous wings from their backs, while still others were engulfed in flames. They resembled a legion from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread. Long live the Federation! Long live the Führer! Faced with this terrifying army that continuously shouted their praises, even the battle-hardened shinobi of Sunagakure could not help but feel their hearts race. Such strange and formidable power was truly astonishing. 300 of them charged directly towards the 7,000-strong Sunagakure army, their faces alight with fervor. Monsters, monsters indeed. Some young genin, fresh from the academy, turned pale with fear, their legs trembling, and a few even lost control of their bladders due to sheer terror, staining their pants. This horrific scene was undoubtedly an unbearable nightmare for these fledgling warriors. Gaara, it is time for you to act. Even if you cannot kill them, you must impede their advance. Chiyo observed the grim expressions of the Sunagakure soldiers behind her. The morale had already plummeted before the battle had even begun. This was unacceptable. Gaara leaped forward to stand before all the Sunagakure shinobi. It is that monster. Elder Chiyo is indeed wise. We must use monsters to combat monsters, cried a Sunagakure ninja. In front of them, Gaara's eyes displayed a hint of gloom, yet his hands continued to weave seals. Sand waterfall flow. A towering wave of sand surged up from beneath Gaara's feet, reaching heights of several dozen meters, majestic and awe-inspiring. Wherever the sand wave reached, everything was submerged in a sea of sand, with no obstacles in sight. In an instant, the prisoner army was engulfed beneath the yellow sands. The ground itself elevated by 2 meters, but this had no effect on them. They effortlessly extricated their legs and continued their charge towards the Sunagakure defenses. The morale of the Sunagakure forces was revitalized. It turned out these foes were merely a facade. Elder Chiyo is wise. Wonderful, they have all been ensnared by Gaara. Yet only Gaara sensed the movements within the sand, astonished. They were attempting to break free. Several members of the prisoner army managed to claw their way out of the sand's grip, and their comrades swiftly followed suit. Ha! Those rabble actually thought they could bind us like this. Kill them. The prisoners laughed heartily as they charged forward, although they had been brainwashed by the 8,000 spears. Their instinct for battle and inherent brutality remained intact. The morale of the Sunagakure forces plummeted once more. Just then, the 15 wuss, created by the Box of Bliss, were less than 100 meters from the defensive line. Chiyo, witnessing this, issued orders without hesitation. Release the ninjutsu immediately. In an instant, countless powerful wind-release ninjutsu surged forth like a torrential storm. Yet these wuss showed no intention of evasion, crashing directly into the onslaught. To everyone's astonishment, such a multitude of potent wind-release techniques left only trivial wounds on these monsters. Subsequently, the wuss slammed into the defenses of Sunagakure with tremendous force, tearing them apart with ease. The defenses crumbled under the wuss assault as if made of mere paper. Following this, the wuss charged into the ranks of Sunagakure, unleashing a brutal and bloody massacre. Wherever they went, flesh and blood flew, and the scene was one of utter devastation. Soon after, a mixed battalion of 5,000 ninjas and samurai surged forward. Chiyo watched as her subordinates fell one after another, and summoning the Jumanji 10 guards proved futile. Those 300 ninjas were all jonin. Their defense against such a force had been ruthlessly shattered. Where did the Federation find so many jonin? Retreat. Quickly retreat. Chiyo bellowed, issuing the order to fall back. The outcome of this battle was indisputable. the Sunagakure forces could barely withstand 2 days of offensive before suffering a devastating defeat. In this conflict, the Sunagakure army was mercilessly crushed, with 3,000 ninjas perishing, leaving them unable to launch further attacks as they fled back to their homeland in utter disarray. Chapter 89. On the battlefield of the Land of Thunder. Absolute power sweeps all aside. The battlefield of the Land of Moon differed significantly in its approach. The strength of Kumogakure far surpassed that of the Land of Wind. Baiju discovered that this time, Kumogakure had dispatched nearly 8,000 troops, all cultivated over many years. Hinata Kiyoshi's task in this battle was to unleash his power and demonstrate what true resistance meant. At the entrance of the canyon leading to the Land of Moon, the Kumogakure forces halted to regroup, awaiting the results of the reconnaissance from the Umbu. Report to Reikage-sama. There are no ambushes in the canyon ahead. An Umbu appeared beside Reikage to deliver the news. Are you certain? A inquired once more. The Umbu assured him. There is no one above or at the exit of the canyon. Oh, an ambush in the canyon, and yet it is empty. The foolish Federation cannot escape their doom. Killer Bee began to improvise again. Shut up, you fool. Punched his brother, forcefully pushing him into the rock. Divide into 4 groups, teams 1 and 2. Establish a defense as soon as we pass through the canyon to cover the rear units. A commanded, appearing reckless, but actually possessing a keen sense of detail. Hidden among the clouds, Hinata Kiyoshi revealed his true form, donned in his usual white robe. Observing 2,000 men departing from the ranks to cross the canyon first. It seems Reikage is not entirely foolish, Kiyoshi smirked, laughing lightly. But it matters not. No matter how many pawns come, they're insignificant. His gaze suddenly shifted. His previously dark pupils transformed into azure orbs resembling the galaxy. As his entire being was enveloped in bubbling azure chakra, with 7 orbs of mysterious light appearing behind him. In an instant, he entered the chakra mode of the Rinnegan. The surrounding natural energy seemed to be drawn to him, converging upon Hinata Kiyoshi. He transitioned into Sage mode, perfectly merging the 2 formidable powers, emanating an aura that dispersed the surrounding clouds like a tempest. The 7 orbs behind Hinata Kiyoshi, enshrouded in azure chakra of the Rinnegan, spun rapidly, merging and compressing into an even larger orb. A radiant light erupted from him, as if he grasped the very essence of the world within his hands. His figure ascended amidst the light, standing above the heavens. This magnificent spectacle was witnessed by several ninjas, as Hinata Kiyoshi's figure aligned with the sun. The sun has turned azure. It truly was azure. Hearing the exclamations of his subordinates, Reikage shielded his eyes, gazing towards the sun. Wait, someone is within. A few sensory ninjas sensed something amiss. High above, Hinata Kiyoshi raised the azure orb of truth, and a colossal beam of light shot into the sky. Numerous Kumogakure ninjas were entranced by the terrifying sight above, as a straight beam of golden light tore through the heavens. I shall herald the song of doom. Golden will rebirth explosion. Hinata Kiyoshi's voice resonated in the ears of every Kumogakure ninja, as the golden light descended upon the Kumogakure forces without hesitation. A massive golden beam rained down from the sky, slicing through the earth like a beam of judgment. As it passed through the canyon, the air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing howl. The 2,000 Kumogakure ninjas crossing the canyon had no time for lament or fear before they were obliterated by this strike. Yet Hinata Kiyoshi's assault did not cease there. The beam continued towards the Kumogakure encampment. The earth was effortlessly cleaved apart like paper, vast fissures rapidly spreading, and dust and debris surged into the sky. Quick, scatter! Hurry! Reikage shouted loudly. Run! Without the need for commands, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yinrin could no longer maintain formation and scattered in all directions. However, it was all too late. The golden beam of light surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, the Yunin camp was reduced to ruins, with screams echoing in the air. Some Yunrun who attempted to resist were also swept away, vanishing into thin air. A single strike had cost Yun-In over 2,000 lives. Reikage AI's eyes widened as he beheld this catastrophic spectacle, unable to fathom how one individual could possess such terrifying power. TheHyuga stood elevated, calmly observing the devastation below. His gaze held no trace of compassion, only a chilling indifference towards his foes. As Hayashi descended to the ground, Reikage AI, Killer Bee, Tsuchikage, Darui, and Kiri. 6 figures surrounded him ominously. Tsuchikage's eyes widened in recognition. He seemed to have encountered this person before. The 8 tails within Killer Bee also recognized the sacred object. The Jinchuriki behind Hayashi. That is indeed the Jinchuriki, and I have the fortune of witnessing it in this era. The Ox Demon reminded him. You cannot hope to match him. The black sphere behind him is the Jinchuriki, which I once saw behind the Sage of 6 Paths. Who are you? A federated ninja. Why serve the Federation? Reikage AI suppressed his rising anger. Hayashi coldly replied, I am TheHyuga, entrusted by the leader of Mushio to repel the Yunin forces. Should Yunin persist in their assault, I shall have no choice but to resolve the matter with force. Tsuchikage's eyes widened further. He finally recognized this individual, the Leaf's Umbu from 10 years ago during the peace talks, the very one responsible for the annihilation of the Hyuga clan. Had he not been absent for so long? How could he suddenly appear here? Having spoken, Hayashi did not wait for a response from Reikage and ascended into the air. The moment his words fell, he took flight without a hint of hesitation, swiftly departing, seemingly indifferent to whether Reikage would respond. The remaining survivors of Yunin gazed in horror at his receding figure, their hearts filled with boundless despair and fear. They could not help but question, could such power truly belong to a ninja? Such a terrifying force far exceeded their comprehension, rendering it unimaginable that someone could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream. Yet the shattered ground before them continuously affirmed the reality of the events. Reikage-sama, shall we continue our advance? One individual cautiously inquired. AI's features contorted in fury, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness, an absolute crushing of strength. Since becoming Reikage, he had never felt such vulnerability. Retreat. Yes. Once the crowd dispersed, Killer Bee approached AI. His expression grave. Brother, just now, the 8 tails informed me that the black sphere behind Hayashi is called the Jinchuriki. The 8 tails has only seen it behind the Sage of 6 Paths. What? Are you saying that man possesses power rivaling the Sage of 6 Paths? AI exclaimed in astonishment. I will inquire further with the 8 tails, Killer Bee replied. After a moment, Killer Bee's expression darkened as he said, at the very least, we cannot defeat him, and even injuring him would be a challenge. AI sat upon a stone, disbelief etched across his face. He did not doubt the 8 tails' assessment, for its wisdom surpassed that of any of them. Chapter 90. The 6th Great Nation of the Ninja World, the 6 Nations Conference. Meanwhile, Hayashi led the 7 tails Jinchuriki, Fu, into a cave. With a swift blow, he rendered her unconscious and began extracting the tailed beast, leaving only a portion of its chakra to sustain her life. Within a transparent ceiling jar, the diminished 7 tails repeatedly slammed against the ceiling wall. Seeing the futility of escape, she looked at Hayashi and asked, What do you intend to do? Someone seeks to resurrect the 10 tails and requires your power, Hayashi replied, leaving only that statement as his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Asserting control over the 7 tails. He would soon deliver this as part of a transaction with the Akatsuki, needing someone to assist in reviving the 10 tails. 2 nearly overwhelming victories had transpired. Sunagakure was effortlessly crushed by a monstrous army, while Yunin was repelled by a single individual. News of these victories spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world within mere days, with the Federation achieving 2 monumental triumphs. The people of the Federation rejoiced, never having imagined that their small nations could vanquish the armies of great powers. Hayashi's near-overwhelming victories reached the ears of everyone in the form of newspapers. In Kanahagakure, Tsunade perused the intelligence report, noting that the forces of Sunagakure and Yunin had been repelled within a week, with minimal losses to the Federation. How is this possible? She incredulously handed the report to Shikaku, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others. Each one, upon reading the report, was filled with disbelief. A nation recently formed from a coalition of small countries had effortlessly defeated the armies of two nations. Even a country as formidable as the Wind Country could not be matched by those small nations. We must reevaluate the relationship between Konoha and the Federation, Shikaka stated. Indeed, let us set aside the matter of deployment for now, Tsunade replied. Yet, this Hayashi had not made an appearance for a long time. Upon resurfacing, he had annihilated 2,000 Yin soldiers under the pretext of a commission. Shikaku pondered, based on his personality profile. He does not seem to be one who would remain idle. He is undoubtedly plotting something. Regardless of what it may be, we in Konoha must remain vigilant. Shikaku extracted a photograph from the report depicting the ground torn asunder by the attack. With his level of power, should he choose to assault Konoha, we would be utterly defenseless. Tsunade felt a headache beginning to form. The mess left by the old man is truly overwhelming. I can hardly manage it all. A knock echoed from outside the door, followed by Shizen's voice. Tsunade-sama, we have received word from the Federation. Enter. Shizen stepped into the Hokage's office. Let us get straight to the point. Understood. 1 week from now, the Federation's leader, Chiba Mushio, invites you to attend the Six Nations Conference, hoping to hold the negotiations in Konoha. Similar messages have been dispatched to the other four Kages. In the Land of Rain, Pain contemplated the intelligence in his hand, pondering whether Chiba Mushio was indeed correct, that unifying the ninja world was the right path. Quickly, he dismissed the thought. Even if he temporarily unified the ninja world, issues of interest, distribution, and internal strife would inevitably arise, leading to greater chaos. In ancient times, the goddess of the moon had also unified the ninja world, only to be betrayed and slain. His path could not be mistaken. Only by making the ninja world endure suffering could peace be achieved. He picked up the 7 tails sent by Chiba Mushio, preparing to have the outer path golem absorb it. 1 week later, within the Hokage building at the negotiation table, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages gathered. Hayashi appeared at the negotiation venue, bearing Chiba Mushio's name. It has been a while since we last met. Chiba Mushio greeted the 5 leaders. It should be noted that he had conflicts with all present except for Terumi, Mei representing Kirigakure. He had fought against Konoha, slain enemies from Sunagakure, beaten those from Awagakure, and cut down forces from Yunin, nearly completing all the major nations' challenges in the ninja world. Well, we have nothing to discuss. I only harbor resentment for not having allied with Konoha to eliminate you back then. Reikage AI glared at Hayashi. Knowing that 2,000 Yunin soldiers had perished indirectly due to him, Chio echoed, "It is not too late. Why not join forces to eliminate him? Surely you have all received the daimyo's orders to eradicate the Federation?" They aimed to intimidate Hayashi, seeking to gain the upper hand in the upcoming negotiations. Hayashi Ki remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "We are all here to fight for our respective peoples and nations, united in the pursuit of peace. We do not yearn for war. It is the 5 great nations that press aggressively upon us, leaving the interests of smaller nations unprotected, and our people suffering in dire straits. Thus, I stand before you today. It is the will of every citizen of our federation to unite against oppression, and our foremost duty is to safeguard the interests of these smaller nations. We can acknowledge your nation and your neutral position, but you must recognize that you are not the supreme leader, but rather a daimyo of this nation." Dino Kimura remarked. A cunning ploy was at play, aimed at undermining the foundation of the Federation. Should Hayashi Ki concede to being a daimyo, his legitimacy would be called into question, and his actions would be construed as aggression. Hayashi Ki's expression turned serious as he resolutely replied, "That is impossible. My authority stems from the recognition of each citizen, not from some absurd feudal dominion. Recognition? Those daimyo would not agree. I suspect they are under your illusionary control." Chio chimed in, collaborating with Dino Kimura, the 2 old schemers aligning for their own interests. "You may dispatch ninjas to the former daimyo's residence to ascertain whether they are indeed under your illusionary control," Hayashi Ki proclaimed, a glimmer of golden light seemingly emerging behind him. "This has been the root of your malevolence. Your oppression of smaller nations has long fostered resentment. Even without me, Chayabo Kashu, others would rise to the occasion. Should you persist in your delusions, we shall meet on the battlefield. Hiyoshi Ki's words struck a nerve. They dared not instigate war, as the power displayed by the Federation was overwhelmingly formidable. Unless the 5 great nations united, they could not hope to defeat the Federation. Just the prowess exhibited by Hiyoshi Ki alone rendered them incapable of matching his strength. Although Chiyaboku could not always summon Hiyoshi Ki, one strike could spell the end for his village. If there are no objections, I hope you all can set aside your hostility and cherish this hard-won peace. I merely wish to declare the Federation's status and principles from this platform. Reikage, regarding the border issue, expressed an openness to dialogue, suggesting that certain uninhabited areas along the borders could be sold to the Land of Lightning to serve as a buffer zone. The Land of Lightning had no concern for the establishment of outposts. Thus, selling these uninhabited areas could lower their neighbors' guard while also serving as a personal favor. In summary, the negotiations were progressing favorably towards Hiyoshi Ki's envisioned outcome. The 5 great nations were compelled to recognize the Federation's status and establish diplomatic relations. Chapter 91. The Reanimated Hokage, besieged by Sarutobi Hizen. The negotiations concluded relatively smoothly, and Hiyoshi Ki took the opportunity to engage with the Hinata sisters, ensuring that plans were proceeding without a hitch. With the busy tasks largely behind him, Hiyoshi Ki awaited the commencement of the Tsuki no Mi plan. He found himself in a state of idleness, seizing the moment to retrieve the Shinigami mask from the storage within Konoha, thus acquiring additional pieces for his game. Konoha had only obtained the method to perform the Shiki Fujin, with no knowledge of its Jiachu method, and there was no defensive force present. Hiyoshi Ki effortlessly secured the masks of the 4 Hokage sealed within. Upon completing these tasks, he returned to Odo. Kabuto summoned Orochimaru to release the souls of the 4 Hokage. Hiyoshi Ki sought out Yakushi Kabuto. Understood summoning technique. Yakushi Kabuto clapped his hands to the ground, and a white coffin symbolizing Orochimaru appeared before them. Orochimaru emerged from the coffin, stiffly donning the Shinigami mask that Hiyoshi Ki held, then turned to initiate the Jiachu of Shiki Fujin. The flames of the souls of the 4 Hokage flickered to life in the basement. Hiyoshi Ki immediately summoned 4 white Zetsu, Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. The paper scraps engulfed the 4 white Zetsu, and the 4 Hokage manifested within the basement. Hiyoshi Ki adopted the identity of Chiyaboku, untroubled by the possibility of Sarutobi Hizen recognizing him. Senju Hashirama was once again roused from his slumber, and even the most patient individual could not endure being summoned for the 3rd time without understanding the current situation. You have gone too far. Senju Hashirama's chakra erupted as he attempted to break free from Hiyoshi Ki's Edo Tensei control. Senju Tobarama, too, grasped the gravity of the situation and was prepared to utilize 50% of his strength to break free from Hiyoshi Ki's grip. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hizen, upon witnessing Orochimaru in his Edo Tensei state, comprehended that Orochimaru had long since become their pawn, part of the plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Sarutobi Hizen began to resist Hiyoshi Ki's technique. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato remained oblivious to the situation, simply following the lead of his 3 predecessors attempting to break free. The chakra he had placed on Naruto could not relay any information back to him, thus leaving Minato's memories stuck in the midst of the Nine-Tails crisis. The formidable presence of the 4 caused the surrounding stone walls to shatter. What is the rush? Hiyoshi Ki chuckled lightly, effortlessly suppressing the 4 Hokage with a swift hand sign. Cold sweat trickled down Yakushi Kabuto's face. Were he to resurrect the 4 Hokage himself, he would be unable to control them so easily. Why do you persist in disturbing the peace of the dead? Hashirama queried. For war and for peace, for the shinobi world, and for my own desires, Hiyoshi Ki cryptically replied. Is instigating war in an attempt to destroy Konoha your means of achieving peace? Tobarama admonished. Hiyoshi Ki gently shook his head. War is merely a means. My objective remains unwavering. True peace will be realized in my hands. Hiyoshi Ki's playful spirit surged. What he orchestrated needed an audience to be truly entertaining. You may not be aware of the happenings beyond these walls. Allow me to enlighten you on the current state of the shinobi world, as it pertains to my forthcoming endeavors. Hayoshiki's eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, ensnaring the four deceased in an illusion. Let me first explain the establishment of the Shinobi Federation. The evolution of the environment and the process through which Hayoshiki established the Shinobi Federation unfolded before the four. By the conclusion, their expressions darkened. They witnessed the fervent excitement of the Federation's people and their animosity towards the great nations. They also understood the intentions of the individual before them, to unify the shinobi world through force. In a mere week since its establishment, the Federation had already vanquished the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Given a few more years, unifying the shinobi world would not pose a challenge. Esteemed seniors, the evidence reveals that your one village, one nation system has not eradicated conflict as you believed. The era of chaos that you, Hashirama-senpai, sought to conclude was merely the prelude to further wars. Yet, this cycle shall come to an end. I will restore the shinobi world to its rightful path and achieve genuine peace. The expressions of the four grew grim, being suddenly resurrected and informed that all they had fought for was in vain, while true peace would be accomplished in another's hands, was a bitter pill to swallow. This situation was difficult for anyone to accept. Tobirama discerned a flaw in the Federation's model. You are the leader of the Federation, controlling all matters. Can you guarantee that your successors will be as capable as you? Hayoshiki scoffed. I intend to achieve immortality. It is merely a matter of returning power to the people. I need only unify the shinobi world, and the rest shall be entrusted to future generations. I will act as the guiding force from behind the scenes, correcting any disruptions should they arise. Tobirama countered, you cannot live forever. One day, you will pass. Hayoshiki retorted, why should I not attain immortality? It presents no challenge to me. Hashirama sighed deeply. Perhaps you are right. He cannot deny that the path he believed would lead to peace is indeed fraught with obstacles. Perhaps the person before him truly possesses the ability to achieve tranquility. At the very least, his current actions are beneficial for the shinobi world. When small nations are oppressed, it is commendable for a larger nation to stand up and support them against the might of powerful countries. On a side note, the reputation of the third Hokage has recently been quite unfavorable, Hyuga remarked with a smile. The evidence of past transgressions has resurfaced, revealing that he had betrayed the location of the fourth Hokage's wife's delivery, conspiring with Uchiha Obito to frame the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Under your governance, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans were all annihilated, while you misused public resources to support the Sarutobi clan. The list of accusations is endless. Our esteemed third Hokage is now on a path that may lead to his becoming a pariah in Konoha. Sarutobi Hayashi sensed 3 gazes fixed upon him. It cannot be. Who is the current Hokage? It's Danzo, isn't it? That guy must be slandering me. Yakushi Kabuto joined the conversation. Relishing the sight of the third Hokage in a state of panic, is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, your apprentice Tsunade. What? The four were taken aback to discover that Tsunade had indeed become the 5th Hokage. Senju Hashirama seemed to envision Tsunade using Konoha to settle debts. No, Uchiha Obito is inherently kind. He is my disciple and died saving his comrades. How could he have attacked Konoha? Namake's Minato raised his doubts. 4th Hokage, it seems you have been deceived by the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is born of evil. Senju Tobirama immediately propagated his theory of Uchiha malevolence. Hyuga reiterated the information about Uchiha Obito to Minato, ultimately showcasing Naruto's tragic childhood. Observing Naruto's unfortunate upbringing, Hyuga sighed. This is the treatment of a hero's child. You are indeed unjustly maligned, 3rd Hokage. Minato, let me explain. Sarutobi Hayashi, with a grim countenance, attempted to clarify. What I meant was that concealing Naruto's identity and allowing him to live as an ordinary person was a rumor propagated by Danzo. Even Senju Tobirama could not contain himself and remarked, so you just continued, without refuting the rumor, letting things unfold naturally? Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hayashi's silence, which could be interpreted as acquiescence, Tobirama frowned and declared, The greatest mistake of my life was passing the Hokage title to you. Chapter 92. The Transplantation of the Sharingan Technique. May I meet Naruto? Minato suddenly requested, sensing that the individual before him might know Naruto and could potentially grant his wish. I am not a worthy father, but there are words I wish to share with him. Hyuga rolled his eyes. Nonsense. You might as well relay messages to Konoha while you're at it. Rest assured, although Naruto nearly lost control, he was saved by the chakra you left behind and is now training with Jiraiya. Minato realized that his thoughts had been uncovered. You even know about the chakra I left behind. Of course, I am aware that Uzumaki Kushina also left chakra. You still have ties in this world. When I am in a foul mood and decide to destroy Konoha, the first Hokage will kill Tsunade, the second Hokage will kill Asuma, and the third Hokage will kill Naruto. You scoundrel. The 4 Hokages were all incensed. Do you think I would hesitate? The idle chatter concluded. You may as well take your place in the coffin. Hyuga clapped his hands, and 4 coffins rose from the ground, enclosing the 4 Hokages. Your ambitions are unattainable. Someone will surely stop you. Sarutobi Hayashi cursed. Hyuga scoffed. Do you truly believe that I am the only enemy in the shinobi world? You should pray that my plans come to fruition. Otherwise, the entire shinobi world will bid farewell. Without allowing them time to ponder the implications of his words, the coffin lids closed, sealing the 4 within. Kabuto, have I found the person I was searching for? The individual Hyuga referred to is named Seisen. During the ancient era of the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya partnered to plant the divine tree. Kagaya served as the vessel for the divine tree, while Ishiki became its guardian. During this time, Kagaya betrayed and ambushed Ishiki, grievously injuring him. Subsequently, Ishiki was forced to parasitically reside within Seisen through a divine technique known as the wedge to sustain his life. He is now awaiting a suitable vessel for his perfect resurrection, and Hyuga aims to find him and consume him. Although he currently lacks the power to kill him, he believes an opportunity will arise. Not yet. Then continue searching, but remember to avoid alarming the snake. Understood. I will inform the subordinates that we are searching for the artifacts of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kabuto nodded in response and departed to continue assigning tasks. In the secret chamber, only Hyuga remained. He sat in a chair, contemplating methods to defeat Ishiki. When pressed, Ishiki could utilize the wedge to reincarnate into Seisen's body. However, he has only 3 days to live, during which he must regain his full strength. But he must find a vessel to plant the wedge again within this time frame. Hyuga needs his body and must consume him at the moment of resurrection. As a parasite of the Otsutsuki, there are likely extremely stringent conditions. The new vessel must be a permanent host, not a temporary one like Seisen. Given my current strength, I may not even be able to force him into reincarnation. In Boruto, it was Jiraiya's clone that took advantage of his weakness to summon the natural flames, forcing him to reincarnate. Suddenly, Hyuga recalled the capability of one individual Sharingan, specifically Obito's Kamui. It seems I cannot leave Obito alive. That pair of eyes will be my finest accessory. I might be able to transplant his ocular technique into my Mangekyo, but first, I need to find a method to transplant the ocular technique of the Uchiha and obtain Obito's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's extensive literature is either in Obito's possession or resides in Konoha. Furthermore, my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to pause the surrounding space is the greatest nemesis of his Kamui. Even the offensive power of the Rinnegan cannot withstand it, while Kamui can only sever what it perceives. White Zetsu. Boss, what is your command? A white Zetsu emerged from the ground at Hyuga feet. Find me Black Zetsu. At once, the white Zetsu immediately retreated underground to seek Black Zetsu. Hyuga sat quietly in the chair, awaiting Black Zetsu's arrival. Shortly after, Black and White Zetsu appeared beside him. Hyuga first inquired whether the underground spring on the moon had been found. Black Zetsu replied, not yet. The White Zetsu left by Lord Madara can only mobilize a portion of its forces, as I've already drawn Obito's attention. No matter. You will soon be able to deploy all White Zetsu. Where is Obito now? Black Zetsu asked. Do you intend to kill Obito? Indeed. He is a significant variable in the Moon's Eye plan Hyuga replied. Certainly, Obito's two Mangekyo Sharingan are indeed the greatest variables in our plan, Black Zetsu remarked, expressing his desire to take action against Obito. Obito cannot compare to Hyuga. Since Hyuga's arrival, the Four Tails and Seven Tails have successively returned, and the plan has progressed remarkably smoothly, even establishing his own nation within the five great nations. Obito's paranoia has rendered him distrustful, while Hyuga possesses only an insatiable thirst for power, making him easily manipulable. Do you know how to transplant ocular techniques? Hyuga inquired. You wish to transplant Obito's Kamui? This action aligns perfectly with Black Zetsu's suspicions about Hyuga. How could one who craves power forego such an excellent ocular technique? Precisely. You learned this from Uchiha Kagami, didn't you? Black Zetsu chuckled ominously, feeling Hyuga's trust in him solidifying, thereby abandoning any thoughts of betraying Uchiha Obito. It's nothing much. It's merely the method by which Uchiha Madara fused his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan amalgamated all their accumulated Mangekyo Sharingan into Uchiha Kagami. However, the fusion of non-blood relatives Mangekyo SH Sharingan would provoke a severe rejection reaction, leading to blindness at best, or, at worst, uncontrollable ocular power resulting in death. Hinata squinted. Then why is Uchiha Hikari unaffected? Kuroju explained. This is because the Uchiha clan employed other secret techniques, forsaking the opportunity to evolve their eternal Mangekyo SH Sharingan, and overextending Uchiha Hikari's life force to complete this fusion. No wonder there was a time when Uchiha Hikari suddenly became exceedingly weak. It was only after Hinata infused a substantial amount of life force that he recovered. Now, Hinata possessed only Shirsue's single-eyed Mangekyo. The ability of Kotoa Mitsukami was somewhat useless to Hinata. It bore no effect on the strong and was inferior to his own soul-cleansing technique against the weak. It was impossible to extract Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan for himself, as she was currently manipulating the thoughts of the powerful across the Federation. If Hinata dared to take Uchiha Hikari's eyes, it would annihilate years of effort in establishing the Federation. Hinata stood up. Let us go. It is time to claim his Sharingan. Are you really going there directly? Kuroju asked in disbelief. Hinata retorted, what other option do we have? Fearing that Hinata would fall into Obito's trap, Kuroju hastily added, Obito bears a curse mark left by Madara on his heart. I can teach you how to activate it, causing his heart to cease beating. This will not result in immediate death, as he possesses half of Hashirame's cells from White Zetsu, and will not lose his life in the short term. Finally, after much rambling, Hinata heard what he desired. He halted. This way, the chances of killing him will be significantly higher. Kuroju shrugged, stating he hadn't anticipated Hinata would act against Uchiha Obito so swiftly. Kuroju then explained the method to activate the curse mark on Obito's heart. Now that he had acquired the information he sought, Hinata did not intend to act himself. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, Obito must first be dealt with by Konoha to wear him down for Hinata advantage. The next day, Konoha Village received a telegram from the Federation, stating that Federation ninjas had discovered a suspected base of the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito during a mission and inquired whether assistance was required to eliminate the threat, providing the base's location along with information regarding Kamui. Hinata exact words were, the existence of Uchiha Obito poses a grave threat to the Federation's national defense. If Konoha fails to act, the Chancellor will take measures to eliminate the threat on Konoha's behalf. When this intelligence reached Tsunade's desk, she was overwhelmed with a headache. If the Federation intervened, it would imply that Konoha was powerless. However, Uchiha Obito was an S-rank rogue ninja, incredibly powerful, having controlled the Nine Tails and indirectly caused the death of the fourth Hokage. Despite Tsunade's current position as Hokage, she had no capable personnel at her disposal. She could only summon Jiraiya to lead a team back for another attempt. With the intelligence regarding Obito's ocular techniques, combined with the Umbu, it should not pose a problem. Call Jiraiya, Kakashi, Irika, and Shikamaru to come here, Tsunade commanded. Understood. Shortly after, the four individuals summoned by Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office, followed by Naruto. Naruto, You should step outside. No, I want to go with a perverted sage to avenge my parents. Naruto clenched his fists. How do you know? Tsunade furrowed her brows. Looking at Jiraiya, Jiraiya shrugged and produced a newspaper. Ninja World Times front page headline. S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Obito spotted within Federation territory. Konoha remains passive. This is the Federation putting pressure on us. Now, even if they wish to remain inactive, they could not afford to do so. Tsunade seethed with fury, aware of the Ninja World Times influence. If Konoha did not act soon, the number of commissions this year would significantly diminish, delivering a severe blow to Konoha's economy. While countless celebrities sought opportunities, Hinata Chi had smoothly placed Obito on the front page. As a devoted fan of the ongoing saga breaking through the ninja world, Naruto had purchased a copy and saw the intelligence prepared by Hinata Chi. This was Hinata Chi's second maneuver, ensuring that Kakashi, Naruto, and others were also aware of the situation. Kakashi was someone Obito had been reluctant to kill, and with his involvement, Hinata Chi's plan to weaken Obito would be half secured. However, Rin's corpse was likely in Obito's possession, and without locating it, Hinata Chi could not proceed. He harbored no fondness for the enemy who had indirectly caused the death of his loved one. From the first moment he encountered Obito, he had wished for his demise. Yet circumstances had forced him to delay that desire. Just then, Kakashi pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee upon entering and beseeching. Hokage-sama, please allow me to go. With my understanding of Obito, I can certainly kill him. Kakashi learned that the Nine Tails incident had been orchestrated by Obito over a decade ago, and he initially found it hard to believe. He could not accept that the very person who had once declared the abandonment of comrades was now the one responsible for the deaths of his sensei and sensei's wife. Yet, the information and Obito's love for Rin indicated he was indeed capable of such acts. Kakashi felt that he was the root cause of it all. Had he not inadvertently killed Rin, Obito would not have turned out this way. Everything stemmed from his own inadequacies. Since it all began with me, I shall be the one to end it. Kakashi had made up his mind. Even if it meant risking his life, he would kill Obito. Tsunade sighed. Very well. You shall lead the first Anbu team, while Jiraiya and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams assist in the extermination of Uchiha Obito. Understood. Naruto protested. Tsunade Baba, I want to go too. Without Tsunade needing to refuse, Kakashi gazed earnestly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, you are still too weak. Leave this to me. I will kill Obito. Minato was also my sensei, and I will give you an explanation. Naruto trusted Kakashi implicitly. Even though he had initially concealed his identity, that was merely Sarutobi Hiruzen's error. At that moment, Jiraiya also placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Leave it to us, Naruto. Naruto looked steadfastly at Kakashi and Jiraiya, aware that they meant well. But he did not wish to perpetually depend on others. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, I know you are both strong, but this time I want to defeat Obito using my own strength and avenge my father. The others exchanged glances, recognizing the determination in Naruto's eyes. Tsunade hesitated for a long while. Very well. Then Yamato shall accompany you as well. Remember to follow orders. Thank you, Tsunade Baba. Within a dense forest in the land of grass, a contingent of over 20 Konoha ninjas swiftly navigated through the terrain. Throughout the journey, Naruto remained nearly silent, his mind replaying memories of living with his parents in dreams. He was resolute that Obito must pay for his actions. This Naruto was unlike the one in the original story. Due to Hinata Chi's involvement, he had learned much more, and fueled by his hatred, he trained with greater diligence. After more than a year of training, his abilities had improved tremendously. Meanwhile, Obito also received a message from White Zetsu. Obito, it seems that Konoha has discovered our whereabouts and is heading this way. Who is it? Obito did not turn around. He stood beside a crystal coffin, gazing at the lifeless form of Noara Rin within. The girl was preserved from decay by a Hashirama cell transplanted into her chest. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and that fool you often mention, White Zetsu replied. Upon hearing Kakashi's name and seeing Rin in the crystal coffin, an inexplicable rage surged within Obito. Since they have already discovered my identity, It is time to reunite with my old friends. Aware that his location had been compromised, Obito activated Kimui, withdrawing the crystal coffin into his space. As Konoha's team advanced, a figure suddenly appeared before them, clad in black, wearing a red vortex mask that revealed two crimson Sharingan eyes. The inhabitants of Konoha swiftly encircled Obito, yet the self-assured wielder of the dual Mangekyo Sharingan paid them little heed. "Kakashi, I hear you are searching for me?" Obito remarked in a low tone. Kakashi instantly recognized his dear friend Uchiha Obito, with his deadpan gaze fixed upon Obito perched on the branch. He voiced his pent-up inquiries. "Why did you slay our sensei and his wife? You must recall how benevolent she was to you. And if you harbor resentment towards me for failing to protect Rin, why not take my life instead?" Obito's voice was devoid of warmth. "Killing is merely killing. What of it? Your life, Kakashi, still holds some utility for me. What of it? I demand your life in return." Naruto's crimson eyes bore down upon the murderer of his parents. Thanks to the relentless guidance of Hinata and the Nine Tails before and after the Chunin exams, Naruto's demeanor had shifted somewhat. At the very least, he now displayed a murderous intent towards such an adversary. Yet, had he learned of Obito's past, he might have chosen to forgive him once more. Obito regarded the blonde youth beside Jiraiya. "You are Naruto. I once held you as a child. I suppose you no longer remember." Chapter 94. Interwoven Bonds. Konoha Team versus Uchiha Obito. Two figures hovered above, observing the scene. Minato Namikaze and Hinata. Minato, witnessing his son confronting Obito below, finally beheld Naruto as an adult. Though he could not hear their exchange, he discerned Naruto's profound anger. "Thank you," Minato said to Hinata. Utilizing the powers of his Rinnegan, Hinata commanded their forms to remain suspended in the air. "This is part of our pact. I show you Naruto, and you assist me in tracking Obito with the flying thunder god mark you left on him." This constituted the third step of Hinata's plan, leveraging Minato's mark from the Nine Tails incident to ambush the weary Obito. Simultaneously, he employed a seal to obscure Minato's presence from Naruto's awareness of the Nine Tails. "Fool!" Naruto shouted, unable to contain his fury any longer, leaping into the fray and striking towards Obito. Yet, his form passed through Obito as if he were but a wisp of air. Obito swiftly pivoted, reaching for Naruto's throat. In that critical moment, a kunai whistled through the air, compelling Obito to revert to his intangibility, his hand slipping through Naruto's form. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto executed a roll, landing firmly on the ground. "So, you're aware of my abilities. It is the information left by Lord Minato, is it not?" Obito's expression soured as his ability was unveiled. No one responded. They would not divulge such vital intelligence to Obito. "If you choose silence, I shall capture one of you for interrogation." Obito's eyes bore the three intertwining tomo, distorting the space around Kakashi as he attempted to draw him into the Kimui dimension. "Would release, would wall." Yamato intervened, erecting layers of wooden barriers before Kakashi, obstructing Obito's line of sight and thwarting his long-range absorption capabilities. Indeed, the intelligence proved accurate. He could only absorb what was within his gaze, and he could not attack while intangible, nor could he become intangible while attacking. "That's right," exclaimed Yugo loudly, ensuring the surrounding Umbu heard. At that moment, a voice resonated within Naruto's heart. "Kid, I can lend you my power, but you must help me slay that man." Naruto frowned. "Why would you assist me? That's none of your concern. Just know that I can grant you my strength." The Nine Tails would never confess to being under the control of the Sharingan. It would be a disgrace. "Very well," Naruto agreed decisively. He desperately required strength to avenge his father. Enveloped in a translucent crimson chakra, three massive tails of chakra emerged behind him, swaying gently and emanating an unsettling aura. This was the utmost power of the Nine Tails chakra that Naruto could muster while striving to maintain his sanity. However, upon seeing that familiar red chakra, Yamato, now known as Deo, felt a sudden pang of anxiety, mistakenly believing Naruto had lost control once more. "Naruto, calm down," Yamato called out, his voice filled with urgency and concern. In response to Yamato's plea, Naruto remained remarkably composed. He understood that he had not lost his wits. Instead, he had reached a tacit agreement with the Nine Tails. He reassured, "Fear not, Yamato-senpai. The Nine Tails and I share a common foe." At that moment, Minato in the sky noticed the surging chakra enveloping his son. Witnessing Naruto in peril, as a father, he was consumed by anxiety, entirely forgetting his precarious situation. A wave of overwhelming paternal love surged within him, propelling him to rush forth to save his son. However, Hinata would not allow Minato to succeed so easily. He swiftly employed gravitational forces to firmly restrain Minato, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Hinata's frigid voice cut through the air like a chilling wind. "Do not move. And do not forget what I previously warned you. If your actions cause the slightest deviation in our plan, I will immediately resurrect Uzumaki Kushina to accompany you." Upon hearing Hinata's threat, Minato felt a sharp pain in his heart. He recognized the gravity of Hinata's words. Yet how could he remain idle while his son was in danger? Amidst his inner turmoil, Minato clenched his teeth, suppressing his impulse, and silently observed Naruto below, praying for his safety. With all fours planted firmly, Naruto leaped once more, akin to a beast, charging into the air towards Obito. In the sky, he locked his gaze onto Obito's figure. Foolish. Obito activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu, causing Naruto's eyes to lose their luster. Under the Jinjutsu, Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness and hurtled towards Obito, who extended his arms to grasp him. "I should never have brought Naruto," Jiraiya lamented inwardly. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others swiftly sprang into action, wielding Rasengan and Raikiri, rushing to intercept Naruto, determined to prevent him from falling into Obito's clutches. Failure was not an option, as they could not face Minato, their teacher, otherwise. Just as Naruto was about to fall into Obito's grasp, he suddenly raised his head and extended his hand, which transformed into claws aimed at Obito. Having forged an agreement with the Nine Tails, Naruto now counted as a perfect Jinchuriki. If he fell under Jinjutsu, the Nine Tails could rescue him from the spirit realm. Obito, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, reacted swiftly, evading the strike with ease as Naruto once again passed through his form. Drawing a long blade from his waist, Obito swung it towards Naruto, who did not back down. Without turning around, the red chakra behind him coalesced into claw-like appendages that lunged at Obito. Once more, Obito was forced into intangibility, and both of their assaults met empty air. "Let us see how you evade in midair." Obito unleashed Kimui at Naruto. The space around Naruto distorted, rippling with strange waves. At that moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi appeared instantaneously on either side of Obito, their hands radiating with potent chakra as Rasengan and Raikiri simultaneously surged towards him. This time, Obito did not retreat into intangibility as before. Instead, astonishment flickered across his features. "We did it! Truly, Master Jiraiya." Minato, who had remained composed, could not suppress his exhilaration. Drawing from his combat experience during the Nine Tails incident, he was certain that this strike would land on Obito. Yet, unexpectedly, a blue skeletal Susanoo emerged, enveloping Obito in an impenetrable armor. Jiraiya and Kakashi's attacks collided violently with the Susanoo, producing a thunderous roar, yet they could not penetrate Obito's defenses. That seemingly fragile Susanoo proved to be as resilient as an unyielding fortress. Chapter 95. The death of Uchiha Obito Hinata. Chi floated gracefully in the air, savoring the unfolding battle below, while beside him, Minato Namikaze wore a troubled expression. The Konoha team, armed with the intelligence provided by Hinata Chi, managed to engage Obito in a back-and-forth exchange, even coming perilously close to injuring him several times through the strategies designated by Kakashi. Suddenly, an unusual turn of events occurred. The shadow imitation technique of Kakashi's Doton, heart decapitation, had left a tunnel that connected to Obito's shadow. The shadow imitation technique succeeded. Yamanaka Ino, true to the cooperative spirit of the Ino, Shika, Cho Trio, reacted swiftly without any reminder. The mind-body switch technique. Obito's body stiffened, and the protective half-body, Susanoo, surrounding him dissipated rapidly. Attack him quickly. Do not mind me, Obito commanded, controlled by the technique. Kakashi, upon hearing this, wasted no time, wielding his short blade towards Obito's chest. With a piercing sound, a large wound was inflicted upon Obito's torso. Ino's spirit returned to his body, and due to the backlash from the mind-body switch technique, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up blood. Obito covered his wound, retreating swiftly. Kakashi, you remain ruthless towards your comrades, but I can reveal a secret to you. Is it not said that I traded with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the location of Kushina's childbirth? That is a falsehood. You told me yourself, Kakashi. Obito pointed a finger at Kakashi, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present, who struggled to believe his words. Unhesitatingly, Obito shattered Kakashi's last shred of hope. Do you not believe me? Let me remind you, right before my gravestone, you spoke those words. You remember, do you not? You are my accomplice. I spared your life so that you too would live in suffering. Kakashi's eyes widened as he recalled his murmured words before Obito's tombstone. As a ninja, he could not even maintain his grip on the short blade, which slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Why not atone for your remaining days? With that, Obito activated Kamui and vanished from the battlefield. What a thrilling spectacle. Minato-sensei, we must also depart. Please track Obito's location carefully, Hinata-chi remarked from the sky. Although Minato could not hear their words, he felt a wave of sadness, unable to comprehend how Obito had become this way. Understood. In the Kamui dimension, Obito performed basic treatment on his wound, standing quietly beside the crystal coffin, gazing at the girl lying within. Lin, wait for me. I will establish a truly peaceful world of ninjas, and we shall meet again. Obito placed his hand on the coffin, yearning for a reunion with the girl inside. His gaze was resolute as he gently caressed the crystal coffin. Memories of his time with Lin flooding back like a tide. I have been striving for that peaceful world of ninjas. I will make this world a better place, Lin. This is my promise to you, the pursuit of my life. Taking a deep breath, he turned to leave the Kamui space. As he reappeared in the real world, Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique left on Obito's back, instantly appeared before him. Hinata-chi unleashed a long-prepared attack. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, the Eye of Time, activated and froze the surrounding time within the cave. Obito felt his body rendered immobile, his mind still active. Hinata-chi swiftly appeared before Obito, extending a hand towards the Sharingan hidden beneath his mask, knowing that the Sharingan could only exert its full power when complete. If he could seize even one eye, Obito would be at his mercy. Just before Hinata-chi activated the time lock, Obito countered with Kamui. Hinata-chi's hand passed through Obito's face, and he stood still as Obito and Hinata-chi's forms turned back to back, realizing that continuing to waste his ocular power was futile. Hinata-chi released the time lock. You dare to betray me? Do you not desire the fruit of the God Tree? Obito's voice dripped with murderous intent. Facing numerous setbacks in his plans, he had not anticipated that his ally, Hinata-chi, would betray him as well. Even if I kill you, my plans will continue. I can become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki myself and cultivate the God Tree. I can accomplish all this on my own. Hinata-chi shook his hand, needing to stall Uchiha Obito as he awaited the cool down of the Eye of Time. Obito had recently engaged in a fierce battle, and his time to use Kamui was likely running low. Do you not wish to catch up with your mentor? Hinata-chi inquired. Obito ignored Minato beside him. You found me through the Flying Thunder God technique left by Minato-sensei, did you not? It was Black Zetsu who informed you, right? That guy chose you as the new executor of the Moon SI plan. Only Black Zetsu knows your true identity, aside from few White Zetsu. No one else is aware, and those White Zetsu follow Black Zetsu's commands. In that moment, many perplexing questions were resolved. You intend to leak my information, using Nagato to oust me from Akatsuki and independently monitor Akatsuki's continuation of the Moon's Eye plan, correct? Indeed, we are in perfect sync. Killing you will make our plans more seamless. Speaking of which, we are somewhat adversaries. It was you who released the Nine Tails 13 years ago, leading to the death of my loved ones in the disaster you orchestrated. Hinata-chi's voice carried a hint of malice. having contemplated killing Obito since their first encounter, but only acting upon it now. Obito showed no sign of remorse. Rest assured, I will ensure you reunite with them during the infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, allow me to share a secret with you. Black Zetsu may not be the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will. He knows many secrets even Madara is oblivious to. Minato remained composed, not allowing anger over the death of his disciple to cloud his judgment. He listened intently to their conversation, hoping to uncover their secrets. Hinata Chi dropped his pretense, disdain evident in his words. I am well aware that he is not the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's intent. I also know the Moon SI plan is a fabrication. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a ruse. Everything you toil for is merely a wedding dress for me. Mid-sentence, Hinata Chi's kaleidoscope Sharingan's pupil constricted sharply, reactivating the Eye of Time, this time expending even more ocular power. He approached Obito once more, aiming for both of his eyes. Obito, caught off guard, activated Kimi, but his chakra reserves were too depleted from the earlier battle to permit such a move. With a piercing sound, Hinata Chi's hand plunged into Obito's eye socket, blood gushing forth, and then the cursed seal within Obito was activated, causing his heart to shatter abruptly. Hinata Chi observed the scene with cold detachment, having outplayed Obito in their game, and swiftly twisted Obito's neck. He withdrew his hands, and Obito's lifeless body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 95. The Fusion of Kemui, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Minato, gazed at Obito's corpse with a complex expression. While Obito deserved his fate, he bore a significant portion of the blame himself. Had he saved Lin, Obito might have never strayed onto this dark path. Yet, the Hinata Chi before him was even more terrifying, having toyed with the formidable Uchiha Obito. All he could hope for was that Hinata Chi's ambitions were truly for the betterment of the ninja world. Hinata Chi shook the blood from his hands, collecting the Sharingan and Obito's corpse. Although Obito had perished, his spirit would remain intertwined with Hinata Chi, and the entire ninja world would continue to believe he was alive. In the future, Hinata Chi could resurrect him with the Edo Tensei to serve as a scapegoat. However, Hinata Chi would need to find someone new to execute the Moon's Eye plan, someone ambitious and powerful. That was a matter for another day. Hinata Chi snapped his fingers, and a white coffin rose from the ground. Konoha-senpai, please enter on your own. Our transaction has concluded. Konoha stepped into the coffin, which was then sealed once more. Hinata Chi had completed his task and retracted his Sharingan, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. The reckless use of his ocular technique had taken a toll, even on someone like him, who had merged with hundreds of Sharingan. However, it mattered not, as countless new Sharingan would soon be acquired. Meanwhile, Kuroju and Yakushi Kabuto must have also finished their tasks. The group split up, with Hinata Chi taking charge of dealing with Uchiha Obito, while Kuroju and Yakushi Kabuto handled the collection of Obito's remains. In due time, his ocular power would surpass the limits of the Mangekyo Sharingan, achieving the Eternal Mangekyo. Upon returning to Odanin Village, Kuroju and Yakushi Kabuto had prepared everything and were merely awaiting Hinata Chi's arrival. Observing the wall adorned with numerous three-tomo Sharingan, Hinata Chi wasted no time. He activated his blood demon technique, causing black flesh to burst through the glass and sweep away all the Sharingan. The pain in his eyes intensified, having reached the limits of the Mangekyo. He closed his eyes and commanded, "Prepare for the operation. Fuse Obito's Sharingan with mine." "Understood." "Lord Shi," Kabuto replied, having already reviewed the Uchiha clan's records, making him well-equipped to perform such a procedure. 3 hours later, the surgery was successfully completed. Having just fused a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Hinata Chi experienced excruciating pain due to the severe rejection reaction from using the Uchiha clan's fusion method. It was no wonder that fusing the Eternal Mangekyo required blood relatives' eyes. The rejection was so intense that an ordinary person might not withstand the transition to blindness. With bandages wrapped around his eyes, Hinata Chi sat up from the operating table, finally understanding why the original story required blood relatives' eyes for the fusion of Eternal Mangekyo. "Lord Shi, here is the potion I prepared to alleviate the rejection reaction and accelerate the fusion of his Sharingan," Kabuto said, handing the concoction to Hinata Chi. No need. I won't require these, Hinata-chi responded, forcefully using his controlled ocular power to suppress and merge with Obito's Sharingan. In just a brief moment, he refined that ocular power, tearing off the bandages to reveal a pair of blood-red Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the patterns now more intricate. Remarkably, he achieved the fusion through sheer force of will. Kuroju remarked in astonishment. Truly impressive. With this, Hinata-chi's strength must be nearing that of the Sage of Six Paths, Baiju inquired. Can we truly control him? Kuroju asserted confidently. As long as he seeks power, he will ultimately be our puppet. Hinata-chi felt as though the ocular power within him was inexhaustible. Even the power he had just utilized had returned. However, should he wish to further evolve into the Rinnegan, he would require the Ashura and Indra chakras from Naruto and Sasuke. He could claim to have merged with their chakras, but the integration of such powers was exceedingly slow. Even Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, had taken 20 years. Hinata-chi estimated he would require at least double that time. Thus, it would be more efficient to directly consume Otsutsuki Kagaya. With these thoughts, Hinata-chi began to master the power of Kamui, activating his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to employ Kamui on the potion in his hand. The potion was drawn into the Kamui space, and Hinata-chi subsequently transported himself into that realm. As in the anime, due to his fusion with Obito's Sharingan, they shared a common space. Initially, Hinata-chi had intended to wait until necessary to summon Obito, allowing him to spend more time with Rin in the Pure Land. However, he now felt compelled to bring Obito back from the dead. Otherwise, if someone else were to resurrect him in the future, he would have an adversary capable of countering his abilities. Upon entering the space, Hinata-chi spotted a crystal coffin in the distance and leaped toward it. Inside lay a young girl. Surely this was Rin. Noticing a faint rise and fall of her chest, he realized her soul had returned to the Pure Land, sustained by Hashirama's cells. I'll keep her for now. She could serve as leverage against Obito in the future, Hinata-chi thought without a hint of scruple. With that, he exited the Kamui space, reflecting on how convenient this ocular technique was. Even though Konoha had discovered Kamui's weaknesses, it remained an excellent tool for travel and self-preservation. As Hinata-chi emerged, Yakushi Kabuto awaited his return and congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Chi, on evolving your Eternal Mangekyo. Securing Kabuto's allegiance was one of Hinata-chi's wisest decisions. He was not only a versatile talent, but also provided emotional support, making him an ideal subordinate. Also, prepare Baiju for me. We cannot leave Obito in the Pure Land, as he is connected to my Kamui space and must not be exploited by others, Hinata-chi instructed. He could not guarantee that Kuroju did not possess Obito's remains, and while their collaboration seemed amicable, in truth, it was a relationship of mutual exploitation. There was no telling when a rift might arise, and he could not afford to leave such a weakness in someone else's hands. Is it over? Obito thought, eyes tightly shut, unable to fathom that this would be his fate, his Moon Eye plan being nothing but a ruse from the beginning. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted. Laced with playful teasing, are you still unwilling to open your eyes and see me? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing that familiar voice, Obito's eyes shot open, Rin. Before him stood the person he had yearned for, causing his heart to skip a beat. Would his actions truly earn Rin's forgiveness? Sorry to keep you waiting, Rin said, taking Obito's hand. We've traversed quite a few winding paths. Can you share your experiences with me? Obito, feeling slightly guilty, nodded. At that moment, a blinding light enveloped him. Edo Tensei, that detestable fellow. Obito exclaimed. I'm sorry, Rin. It's all right. Rin smiled reassuringly. I will always wait for you. This is my promise. In that instant, Obito felt utterly foolish, realizing that the person he longed to see had been waiting for him all along. The fourth volume will soon commence, as the story has been filled with constant battles, and I believe everyone has grown weary of it. The new volume will introduce a touch of lightness. Chapter 96. Hinata-chi, win hearts with virtue. Revived through Edo Tensei, Obito opened his eyes and, in an instant, directed Kamui at Hinata-chi. How dare you interrupt my reunion with Rin? You must not wish to live. Hinata-chi swiftly formed hand seals, subduing the enraged Obito. The corpse within the Kamui space must be the legendary Noera Rin. He mused with a smile. Surely, you wouldn't want me to disturb her soul? Upon hearing this, Obito fell silent, though his gaze remained fixed on Hinata Chi, unyielding in its intensity. The weight of those words was palpable. His love for Noera Rin would not permit her soul to be disrupted. I can leave Rin undisturbed, as long as you obediently play the role of my pawn. Obito took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and nodded. I can be your puppet. My soul is already tainted, but you must not disturb Rin's rest. Of course, rest assured, who wouldn't choose between a subordinate with a Mangekyo Sharingan and a medical ninja? It's a no-brainer, isn't it? Obito, feeling weary, nodded once more. A coffin rose from the ground, and Hinata Chi gestured, "Please step inside." Without uttering a word, Obito entered the coffin. The lid closed, sealing him away until Hinata Chi called upon him again. I, Hinata Chi, have always won hearts with virtue. Kabuto, begin gathering the deceased strong ones. Let us strive to build an Edo Tensei army within 2 years. Hinata Chi felt that his plans were finally ready to move to the next phase. The ninja world quieted under Hinata Chi's influence, and 2 years swiftly passed. In the past 2 years, numerous events have transpired. On the side of Ri Xiangqi, the Federation has steadily progressed, with its economy and technology advancing at a remarkable pace, establishing diplomatic relations with various nations. During these years, the Federation has been molded by Ri Xiangqi into the police force of the shinobi world, safeguarding the interests of small nations and assisting others in their development. The technique of Tianming Su Sheng has been fully developed, yet no one has been able to activate it, as the required vitality and chakra are beyond even Ri Xiangqi's capabilities. Nevertheless, he has mastered it, awaiting the day of its use. Ri Xiangqi has also resurrected an army through Edo Tensei, having siphoned the strongest shadow-level ninjas from the 5 great hidden villages. In Konoha, the strategy to win over Hinata and Hanabi has proven quite fruitful, thanks to Ri Xiangqi's frequent diplomatic visits and correspondence. Both have fallen deeply in love with him. Naruto has returned from training with Jiraiya, and Sakura, who trained under Tsunade, has formed a new team 7 alongside a former root ninja, Sai. After Ri Xiangqi's massacre of the root, some root ninjas were still alive, executing missions outside. In Suna, Gaara has successfully become the 5th Kazekage with Chiyo's assistance. The other 3 great hidden villages have not encountered significant issues. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts has commenced, with the revival of the 3 tails, and all tail beasts are now in existence. In the Land of Rain, during a meeting of the Akatsuki, all were present except for Ri Xiangqi's doppelganger, Chien Yimushio. Only Konan and Nagato were aware of Chien Yimushio's membership in the Akatsuki. Nagato proposed considering the Federation as a contingency plan, should the Ten Tails plan fail. It would signify that his path was flawed. If he were to perish one day, he wished for Chien Yimushio to take over the Akatsuki to unify the shinobi world. Nagato, seated in the main position, issued orders to allocate tasks for capturing the tailed beasts. The assignments were as follows: 1 tail, Deidara and Sasori; 2 tails, Kakuzu and Haiden; 3 tails, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha; 5 tails, Ri Xiangqi; 6 tails, Konan and himself. Pain surveyed the room. Does anyone have questions regarding the plan? Noticing the silence, he continued. The plan must not allow for any mistakes. True peace is within reach. The one-tailed Jinchuriki has become the Kazekage and is likely in Suna, allowing Deidara and Sasori to proceed. Should any other Jinchuriki be located, I will inform you immediately. Ri Xiangqi understood that this mission would result in Deidara losing an arm and Sasori sacrificing his life, although it was a decision of his own volition. Nonetheless, Ri Xiangqi wished to assist his friends. Do you need my help? I would like to meet this Kazekage. Deidara scoffed. Are you underestimating us? Just wait for our good news. Sasori also declined. We are more than capable. Very well. Ri Xiangqi refrained from pressing further. For ninjas, death is merely a common occurrence. Their demise would only add a few more names to Ri Xiangqi's resurrection list. However, he felt compelled to recover Sasori's body. For his puppets are the pinnacle of puppet making in the shinobi world. Better in his possession than in the hands of that fool, Kankuro. As he watched the two depart, Ri-Seong-chi stood up and, before leaving, addressed Itachi Uchiha. Recently, Konoha discovered Orochimaru's corpse, confirming his death at the hands of your brother. This statement was intended for both Naruto and Itachi to hear. Just as Ri-Seong-chi had anticipated, Itachi visibly relaxed upon receiving this news. Ri-Seong-chi, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked, according to intelligence, he also took 3 of Orochimaru's test subjects and is now seeking revenge against you. This was indeed no fabrication. The 3-year agreement had elapsed, and he had released the Uchiha prodigy, Sasuke, from his tutelage. Under Ri-Seong-chi's guidance, Sasuke had become significantly stronger than in the original narrative, bolstered by various scientific ninja tools. Ri-Seong-chi had even selected 3 ninjas, formerly under Orochimaru's command, to assist him, replacing the roles of Karen and others from the original story. I understand, Itachi replied coldly. I am eagerly anticipating your brother's battle. After this exchange, Ri-Seong-chi exited the meeting room, looking forward to that day when Sasuke's eyes would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, thus gaining another eternal Mangekyo under his command. It would validate his long-standing investments. Activating Kimui, he returned to the office of the Federation's leader, instructing his secretary, Karen, contact Suna. I will personally visit to discuss matters of cooperation. Over the course of 2 years, Karen had blossomed into a young woman. Instead of promptly following his orders, she circled the desk and abruptly sat in Ri-Seong-chi's lap, affectionately rubbing against him. With a playful flick of her tongue across her lips, she suggested, "Let us discuss business later, Brother Chi." Chapter 97. Temari's desperation in Suna. The narrative unfolded much like in the original tale. Sasori, utilizing his insider within Suna, infiltrated the village, while Deidara was responsible for the capture. To save Suna, Gaara exhausted all his chakra to thwart Deidara SC1, only to be captured himself. As the clay bird faded into the distance, only Kankuro and a few others pursued, while the rest attempting to rescue Gaara were halted by Suna's higher-ups, who insisted they remain in the village to prevent foreign attacks. A day later, Kankuro was brought back, gravely poisoned, and even Chiyo was powerless against the toxin. Subsequently, Suna's leadership convened a meeting, with Chiyo, the elderly matriarch, once again taking charge. Desperate, the village had no choice but to summon her back to manage the crisis. During the assembly, opinions clashed. Some advocated for a rescue mission for Gaara, while others argued that he had likely perished, rendering any attempt futile. Ultimately, the sentiment to save Gaara prevailed, as his actions had inspired many. We have already requested aid from our ally, Konoha, and reinforcements will arrive shortly to accompany our team. But who shall we send? That would be 2 shadow-level combatants. Amidst the heated debate, Chiyo interjected, I will go personally. No, you must remain in Suna to maintain order. A voice quickly protested. However, an alternative emerged. The Federation's diplomatic team was soon to arrive in Suna, including Prime Minister Chin Yimushio. Doubt arose among the assembly. Impossible. How could a nation's prime minister intervene personally? Chiyo retorted, he need not act himself. We merely require his guards to assist, which would still constitute formidable strength. Chiyo's voice brimmed with frustration. Suna does not require help from our enemies. Chiyo, the Federation has established diplomatic relations with multiple nations and is now an economic ally to many. Their visit is to discuss cooperation, which is crucial for Suna. We must leverage the Federation for trade, as our village is inherently resource poor due to its environment. This opportunity to sell our specialties is essential. One member elucidated the current international landscape, emphasizing that Suna needed the Federation's market for trade. Chiyo, feeling somewhat bewildered, sighed softly, realizing she was out of touch with the changing times. Very well. At that moment, Temari stood up. I will personally request the Federation's assistance. Both of my brothers are in peril due to the Akatsuki. Not only does Gaara require rescue, but Kankuro is also gravely poisoned. The Federation's medical technology is the most advanced. I must implore them for help, regardless of the cost. A glint of determination flashed in Temari's eyes. as rumors swirled about the Federation's leader, Qin Yimu being a notorious womanizer, always surrounded by beautiful women, which she had witnessed during the Chunin exams. Even if it means putting oneself in peril, one must rescue one's two younger brothers. However, Ri Xiangqi remains unhurried, meticulously timing his journey as he leads the elite guard towards Sha'in village. He anticipates that Sha'in will indeed request his assistance. As expected, on the eve of their arrival, a messenger from Sha'in arrives at the federal camp. Your Excellency, a messenger from Sha'in seeks an audience. A voice calls from outside the tent. Let her in. A figure enters, her orange hair styled into two buns, and her light purple eyes radiate beauty, albeit tinged with hesitation. This is the princess of Sha'in, Shimru, who approaches Ri Xiangqi with a resolve akin to burning one's boats. Pretending to be unaware, Ri Xiangqi inquires, "It has been a long time since we last met, during the Chunin exams in Konoha. I apologize for any offense caused. How have your two brothers been of late?" This statement carries profound implications, darkening Shimru's gaze. During the Chunin exams, Gaara unleashed a massacre, only to be subdued by Chiba Moku, who spared the three siblings and left them with the scroll of heaven and earth. Surrendering her body to the man before her seemed inconsequential, for he embodies both unparalleled beauty and strength. Without uttering a word, Shimru kneels, her forehead striking the carpet of Ri Xiangqi's tent with a muted thud. "I beseech your Excellency to extend your hand of mercy." "Why do you do this? Please rise and speak," Ri Xiangqi urges, bending to his sister. Shimru remains kneeling, her gaze filled with sorrow and determination fixed upon him. "We in Sha'in are facing grave troubles. I implore your Excellency to aid us." Seeing Shimru's unwillingness to rise, Ri Xiangqi refrains from insisting, returning to his seat and tapping the armrest. "Speak freely. If it is within my power, I am inclined to assist. Our Federation has always been benevolent, and we shall endeavor to help, provided your requests are not excessive." Shimru recounts the dire events that have befallen Sha'in, her narrative ultimately leading her to tears. "I hope your Excellency can help us reclaim Gaara and save Kankuro. I am willing to do anything for you." As she speaks, she removes her tattered gray cloak, revealing a fitted netted garment beneath. Yet, she does not stop there. She discards her final piece of clothing. Before Ri Xiangqi appears a vision of exquisite beauty, her skin glowing subtly under the flickering lights, her graceful form eliciting a rapid heartbeat. Shimru kneels before him in this state, her garments scattered like green leaves accompanying flowers, tantalizing Ri Xiangqi's desire for conquest. She dares not gaze upon him, tightly closing her eyes, awaiting his response, hoping fervently to save her brothers. She hears his footsteps approaching, and then feels a garment draped over her shoulders. "Put this on. I am not one to take advantage of another's misfortune." This declaration is sincere. Although Shimru is undeniably a rare beauty, Ri Xiangqi abhors coercion. Though it is said that a forcibly harvested fruit lacks sweetness, it can still quench thirst, and he finds no thirst within himself. Misinterpreting his words as a rejection, Shimru disregards her modesty, wrapping her arms around his waist, her body pressed against him. "Please, truly, I am willing to do anything for you." Ri Xiangqi responds, the Akatsuki's assault on Sha'in, kidnapping the Kazekage and disrupting the ninja world, can already be classified as acts of terrorism. Even without your plea, the Federation would intervene for the sake of order within the ninja realm. Is that true? Shimuru lifts her tear-filled gaze to meet his. Indeed, Ri Xiangqi nods, picking up the discarded clothing and offering it to her. "Now, please dress." Shimuru, coming back to her senses, reflects on her impulsive actions. Ri Xiangqi, feigning nonchalance, exits the tent, commanding, "Cease resting and proceed to Sha'in at full speed." Yes. Chapter 98. The rescue team for the Kazekage Ri Xiangqi's accompanying guard swiftly reorganizes and sets off again, with Shimuru, now clothed, following closely beside him, tears glistening in her eyes. After a swift march, they soon arrive at Sha'in village, where Chiyo and other high-ranking officials await. Chiyo glances at Shimuru, her expression darkening. filled with resentment towards her own ineptitude for allowing the ninjas of the village to resort to such extremes. Chiyo-senpai, it has been a while. Ri-seong-chi extends his hand, and they shake. Your Excellency remains as impressive as ever. I feel as though I am half buried in the earth, Chiyo remarks. Ri-seong-chi smiles gently. Chiyo-senpai, you jest. You still possess the vitality of youth. Please, come inside. We have prepared tea. No need. I am here on an entrusted mission. Ri-seong-chi glances at Shumaru. First, let us see the patient. Shumaru hurriedly bows in gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chiyo's conviction grows stronger, feeling even more ashamed upon hearing this. Please follow me. Chiyo guides them to the infirmary. Upon entering, Ri-seong-chi sees Kankuro. Unconscious and on the brink of death, his breathing rapid, seemingly enduring immense suffering in a stupor. Ri-seong-chi steps forward as a medical ninja from Sha-in prepares to present a diagnostic report. No need, he waves, summoning a small white snake that detaches from his arm and bites Kankuro's arm, extracting the virus. Chiyo sighs softly, placing her hand on Shumaru's shoulder. You have worked hard. Shumaru's face reddens. Chiyo obeys. I am fine. Your Excellency has not harmed me. Chiyo perceives this as youthful shyness. Ah, it is a pity. It is our inadequacy that has forced you to bear such burdens. Within half a minute, Ri-seong-chi, utilizing Sage Mode, concocts a healing elixir. As the white snake bites into Kankuro's arm, he begins to cough violently, prompting Ri-seong-chi's attending physician to assist him in turning over. Kankuro subsequently expels a considerable amount of black blood, and after flipping over, his breathing gradually stabilizes. Ri-seong-chi places the small snake on his shoulder. In less than a minute, he has cured the virus that had left the entire village of Sha-in powerless. How can this be? Chiyo approaches, disbelief etched on her face as she places her hand on Kankuro's chest, feeling the absence of the virus. There is nothing impossible. Your Excellency is all-powerful. The attending physician exclaims, starry-eyed with admiration. Ri-seong-chi chuckles lightly. You flatter me. Indeed, the physician nods earnestly, though his opinion remains unchanged. Shumaru steps before Ri-seong-chi, bowing deeply. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my brother. I will fulfill my promise. Kankuro slowly regains consciousness, informing everyone that his puppet holds a piece of the scorpion's clothing, which could provide clues for the rescue mission. Just then, a distant voice calls out excitedly, Moku Shioji. Turning, they see Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai of the new Team 7 approaching. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi, it has been too long. Ri-seong-chi greets them with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Chiyo's gaze lands on Kakashi, and she instinctively moves to strike him, only to be thwarted by the collective efforts of the others. Ebizong says, Sister, take a closer look. This is not Hataki Sakumo. Oh, I see, Chiyo admits, feeling embarrassed. I am getting old and can no longer remember certain things. Moku Shioji, are you here to support Shine? Naruto asks. Ri-seong-chi nods, indeed. We initially came for diplomatic purposes, but decided to assist upon hearing of the attack on Sha-in by a terrorist organization. Naruto exclaims with excitement. Does this mean we will fight alongside you? Moku Shioji? Sakura reminded. Foolish Naruto. Senior Mushio is now a leader of a nation. How could he personally intervene? Hinata nodded in agreement with Sakura's statement, saying, I will dispatch my 2 guards. Naruto scratched his head and asked, So when shall we depart? Chiyo replied, We will set off tomorrow. Everyone must remain vigilant. There is no need for that. Gaara is in the enemy's hands. Every passing second increases the danger, Naruto stated firmly. This assertion was indeed accurate. Meanwhile, Hinata's shadow clones had begun to assist in extracting the tailed beast. Extracting one tailed beast required 3 days, and tomorrow marked the final day, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the extraction. Naruto and Gaara shared remarkably similar experiences during their time in Konoha. The two had even engaged in battle while transformed into tailed beasts, an unusual circumstance that had drawn them closer together. They also need to rest properly, as the tracking of Akatsuki's whereabouts by the ninja dogs will take time, Kakashi remarked. Sakura approached the bedside and collected the black blood spat out by Kankuro. hoping to research an antidote from it. Hinata then called over Kimimaro and Jugo, instructing, if any enemies appear along the way, you are to hold them off. The mission to rescue the Kazekage will be entrusted to the people of Konoha and Sunagakure. Understood, the two responded respectfully, fully committed to Hinata's orders without a hint of doubt. Hinata did not wish for them to exert themselves excessively, as it might affect the subsequent developments. The group rested in Sunagakure for the night. The following morning, a rescue team composed of Konoha's new 7th Squad, Sunagakure's Shio, and the Federation's Kimimaro and Jugo set off. In the distance, Konoha's Guy's team, under Kakashi's Ninja Dog's guidance, was also hastening towards the Akatsuki's location for extracting the tailed beasts. Kakashi summoned his ninja dogs and proceeded along the path they had scouted the previous day. After watching the group depart, Hinata returned to the room prepared for him in Sunagakure, beginning to plan for the upcoming matters. In a cave on the border between the land of wind and the land of grass, members of the Akatsuki stood atop the outer path's demonic statue, extracting the tailed beast. Suddenly, Hinata opened his eyes and said, "The team to rescue the Jinchuriki has set off. Included are members from the Federation and Konoha, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki among them. Let us employ the elephant transformation technique to buy some time." Pain suggested. Itachi volunteered, "Let's handle this." He was concerned that other members might act recklessly and inadvertently kill their foes, hence his decision to take matters into his own hands. "Very well. Then you shall go with Kisame to thwart them," Hinata calculated inwardly. He was aware that Niji had not seen his girlfriend in quite some time, and this presented an ideal opportunity for him to return to Konoha. Hinata had no excessive demands of Niji. He merely wished for him to live happily. Thus, he resolved to allow Niji to undergo training in the ninja world and subtly guide him towards rescuing Team 3, with the true intention of encouraging him to reunite with Tenten and hope for a blossoming romance. Even if Niji followed Team 3 back to Konoha, it would be acceptable. It would be even better if he could take Tenten along for a journey. Currently, Konoha was under Tsunade's governance, with much of the darkness having receded. Moreover, with Hinata's reputation at stake, Tsunade would not dare to harm Niji unless she desired to plunge Konoha into peril. To ensure Niji's safety, Hinata sealed his Rinnegan's ocular power within Niji's Byakugan. Should Niji encounter danger, the Rinnegan's power would activate automatically, eliminating any enemy threat. Hinata would then instantly utilize Kemui to remove Niji from harm's way. Chapter 99. Niji's return to romance. After Niji's departure, Guy's team had yet to add any new members. Tsunade had suggested including others, but all had been respectfully declined, as they insisted that the position was reserved for Niji. Consequently, the vacancy in Guy's team remained unfilled. Presently, Guy's team was intercepted by Kisame's clones employing the elephant transformation technique, finding themselves embroiled in a challenging battle. Kisame's water release altered the surrounding terrain into a lake, granting him advantageous positioning, while his water release proved tremendously powerful, easily countering their assaults. Rock Lee was the first to charge forward, launching the Leaf Whirlwind at Kisame. However, Kisame effortlessly evaded the attack and immediately conjured a water wall to block Lee's advance. Observing this, Tenten promptly initiated her own assault with ninja tools, casting a multitude of blades that rained down upon Kisame's clone. Yet, Kisame swiftly submerged into the water, causing Tenten's attack to miss its mark. Kisame formed hand signs, and two water clones emerged from the surface, employing the water prison technique to ensnare the two. Guy, eager to rescue his students, found himself obstructed by Kisame's true form. In an instant, Tenten and Lee found themselves in a perilous predicament. Just then, two air palms suddenly appeared, striking the water clones and dispersing them, rendering the water prison technique ineffective. The two gasped for breath, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Tenten recalled the previous attack. Was that Niji's by what air palm? She gazed toward the source of the assault, and a figure gradually came into view. Could it be Niji? Tenten watched the hazy silhouette, her heart racing with excitement. 3 years had swiftly passed. Would they finally meet again? As the figure drew closer, Tenten finally discerned the visitor's face. After 3 years apart, Niji had matured into a remarkably handsome young man, his smile still as gentle as ever. Niji, unable to contain her feelings of longing, Tintin rushed toward him like a bird returning to its nest. Niji, too, missed his comrades and Guy's team, gently embracing her. After a long while, Tintin blushed and released Niji, asking Niji, "How did you end up here? Weren't you training with your brother?" This was an illusion planted by Hinata, as she only remembered Niji accompanying his brother for training. Lee, mirroring Tintin, warmly embraced Niji, saying, "Niji, it's been 3 years. I wonder how far your strength has progressed. We must spar later." Niji did not immediately answer Tintin's question, saying instead, "It's been a while, Tintin, Lee. We can catch up later. I need to finish this battle first. You both take a breather. I'll assist Guy-sensei." With that, Niji instantly appeared behind Kisame, who was engaged with Guy. The master and disciple joined forces, delivering simultaneous strikes that struck Kisame squarely. Kisame's clone fell lifelessly to the ground, the elephant transformation technique dispelled, revealing its true form. The surrounding waters calmed as the user departed. Guy, seeing his long-lost student, rushed forward to give him an exuberant embrace, exclaiming, "Haha, Niji, welcome back to the team." "Hello, Guy-sensei," Niji greeted him. At that moment, Tintin and Lee joined them, and Guy excitedly pulled him into a group hug. Tears of youth streaming down his face. Team 3 of Konoha is reassembled. After a while, once the emotional moment subsided, Guy gradually released the group. Tintin again broached her question, "Niji, weren't you training with your brother?" Tintin held a favorable impression of Hinata. She remembered the times Hinata arranged for her and Niji to live together in an apartment for an extended period. Moreover, Hinata had affectionately referred to her as sister-in-law, which was quite the unexpected twist. Niji nodded and replied, "I trained with my brother for 3 years. He deemed my abilities sufficient and sent me on my way." Tintin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since you have nowhere else to go, why not return to Konoha with us?" "I indeed plan to stay in Konoha for a while before traveling the ninja world to gain more experience," Niji said without hesitation. He wished to visit Hinata and Hanabi, and though Hinata had instructed him not to reveal the truth, he still hoped to persuade them to let go of their hatred. Tintin's eyes brightened further. "That's wonderful. Your old residence has already been reclaimed by Konoha. Would you like to stay at my house? Would that not be too inconvenient?" Niji inquired. "Not at all. My home is spacious, and there are empty rooms unoccupied. Let's first focus on the mission at hand." Kai observed that the delay had stretched longer than anticipated and felt compelled to interrupt the idle chatter between the two. "You should return to Konoha first. We will head back after completing our mission," Tion suggested. Niji, having been taken away by Hinata for 3 years, could no longer be considered a Konoha ninja. Thus, he was not required to undertake missions. "No worries, I will accompany you," Niji replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi appeared before the rescue team, prompting Sho Wu and Junma Lu to recall Hinata's instructions and step forward. "We will hold him off. You continue with your mission," Junma Lu declared. "This is an S-rank rogue ninja. It would be wise to resolve this matter before departing together," Kakashi stated, drawing his short blade and preparing for action. Sho Wu decisively activated the Sage Art Seal mode, utilizing his sage perception to discern that the figure before them was merely a clone. "This is just a shadow. It possesses at most 30% of the original strength, and we can handle it. We will catch up with you once we have dealt with this." With the assistance of federal technology, Sho Wu had long since mastered his powers, and going berserk was no longer a concern. "Understood, Brother Junma Lu, Brother Sho Wu. I will definitely rescue Gaara," Naruto vowed, then maneuvered around Uchiha Itachi alongside the others. "Thank you." Chiyo expressed her gratitude to the duo. "As long as it is the order of the esteemed leader, we shall execute it diligently," Junma Lu said, withdrawing a bone blade from his palm. Junma Lu closed his eyes, entering the Sage Art Seal state too, as facing an opponent with Sharingan made the use of sage perception considerably advantageous. This conclusion was drawn after numerous encounters with Sasuke. Itachi watched as the group departed, aware that with his current 30% strength, he could not possibly detain so many. And the two before him were equally difficult to evade. "I'm going in," Sho Wu exclaimed, unleashing chakra from his back like a rocket. charging towards Itachi. Utilizing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Itachi slightly sidestepped to evade the strike. Junma Liu, seizing the opportunity, appeared beside Itachi with blinding speed, swinging his bone blade at him. In response, Itachi swiftly retaliated, flames igniting from his arm as he employed the fire techniques learned during Hinata's time in the Umbu. Crashing down on Junma Liu. Before the bone blade could strike, Itachi's punch sent Junma Liu staggering back. Junma Liu dared not open his eyes, relying solely on sage perception, which still lagged slightly behind. Chapter 100. Recovery of Scorpion's corpse. Kisame was the first to open his eyes, speaking in a deep voice. Hinata, your brother is becoming increasingly mischievous. He unexpectedly defeated my clone. Pain, observing for traitors, queried, how did your brother suddenly appear here? Hinata, aware that his scheme had come to fruition, shrugged and feigned helplessness, sighing, what can I say? Adolescents are like that. They refuse to listen to me and venture out on their own. Besides, he is unaware of my affiliation with the Akatsuki. Ha ha. You and Itachi are alike in having a mischievous younger sibling. Deidara laughed. Do you need me to teach him a lesson? He continued, reminiscing about how obedient his younger brother had been back when they were in a Wagakure. Hinata smiled slightly, waving a hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself. Focus on your own affairs. They will soon arrive here. TCH, just a bunch of trash. I can handle them with ease, Deidara scoffed. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to the original narrative, with a new Team 7 successfully regrouping with Team 3 outside the cave. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki had extracted the One Tail, leaving only Scorpion and Deidara within the cave. Scorpion commanded a clay eagle to carry Gaara's corpse away into the distance, prompting Naruto to pursue without hesitation, with Kakashi and Sai closely following to rescue Gaara. Super Beast imitation picture, bird in the clouds. Sai flicked his wrist, summoning an ink bird from the void, leaping onto it while calling out to Kakashi and Naruto, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto-kun. The two understood immediately, leaping onto the ink bird and engaging in an intense aerial battle with Deidara. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Sakura remained behind to engage Scorpion in fierce combat. Using her superb puppet technique, Chiyo controlled 10 puppets, while Sakura combined her immense strength and antidotes to battle Scorpion relentlessly. Scorpion revealed an array of hidden tricks, including the 4th Kazekage puppet, the Scarlet Flow Shell, and 4 scrolls behind him, executing the secret technique, 100 Machines Performance, as well as the scroll's Flame Prison Formation. The battle raged intensely, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Hinata watched from the shadows, witnessing a pinnacle duel of puppet masters, knowing such captivating battles between puppeteers would seldom occur again. There would be no one to inherit this stunning puppet technique, as Kanjiro's usage in the Boruto series was merely a toy left by Scorpion in his childhood. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Scorpion revealing a vulnerability and meeting his end beneath the very puppets he had crafted, as a long sword pierced the regeneration core, purple blood oozing forth. Scorpion could neither refuse nor evade this symbolic embrace, as it stirred deep-seated feelings of longing for his parents within him. In the final moments of memory, Scorpion seemed to return to the time when he was cradled in his parents' arms. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Sakura found themselves utterly exhausted. With a sigh, the sound of footsteps reached their ears. A figure approached slowly from the distance, clad in a red cloud robe, with a handsome face and deep black eyes resembling endless voids. More of those Akatsuki members. Are they here to support Scorpion? Chiyo and Sakura, straining against their fatigue, struggled to rise and assume battle stances. Chiyo searched the ground, managing to gather a few puppets that could still be utilized, piecing them together. It's Hinata. Sakura finally recalled having seen him before. Surprisingly, the passage of 3 years seemed not to have left a mark on his visage. He remained as he had been during the Chunin exams. He was the same Hinata who had once single-handedly thwarted an army of Kyomogakure. Beads of sweat formed on Chiyo's forehead. Despite the scant information about this individual, she would never doubt his prowess. 2 years prior, during the War of the Federal Establishment, Hinata had repelled Kyomogakure with singular force, his casual strike even reshaping the local terrain. Who would have imagined such a figure had joined the Akatsuki? What then were the Akatsuki's true objectives? Hinata approached the two, walking past them as if they did not exist. Chiyo and Sakura's backs were drenched in sweat. Hinata arrived before the parents and the remains of Scorpion's regeneration core, as well as the remnants of the third Kazekage puppet, collecting them all into his scroll, particularly the puppet of Scorpion's original body, which bore the scroll on its back. Scorpion had only utilized 2 of the 4 scrolls. Hinata was curious to see what the final trump card was. Scorpion fell victim to familial bonds. So I shall not kill you. Consider fulfilling his final wish. You may leave, Hinata said over his shoulder to the two. Chiyo and Sakura exchanged glances, bewildered as to why Hinata would spare them. Are you not leaving? Hinata turned cold indifference in his gaze. Chiyo gritted her teeth and pulled Sakura away from the scene. They needed to relay this news promptly. Hinata watched their retreating figures, reflecting internally. Scorpion, you remain so soft-hearted. However, unlike you, I shall ensure that anyone who obstructs my plans must vanish. He then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Team 3 outside had simultaneously vanquished their clones and made their way to support Naruto. On the other side, Deidara gritted his teeth, never anticipating that he would be pushed into such a dire predicament, with Konoha's ninjas relentlessly pursuing him. Must I truly resort to the puppet left by Hinata? I refuse to use another's art. If you desire the Jinchuriki's corpse, then I shall return it to you. With his remaining arm, Deidara retrieved a sealing scroll from his tool pouch and hurled it into the air. Release. A dense fog suddenly enveloped the air, and 4 puppeteered flying eagles burst forth from the mist, each carrying a Deidara. Among them, 3 were his clay clones. The clay eagle that grasped Gaara's lifeless body emanated a crimson glow as it hurtled towards the group from Konohagakure. It was preparing to self-destruct. Sai, manipulating his ink bird, sought to evade the impending explosion of the clay eagle. However, Naruto's gaze was solely fixed on Gaara. He leapt into action, desperately clutching at the body ensnared by the clay eagle, striving to rescue it before the detonation. Otherwise, Gaara would not even have complete corpse left. Yet, contrary to his intentions, Naruto struggled to break free from the clay, but his speed was insufficient. The temperature of the clay eagle continued to rise, mere moments away from explosion. Observing this, Kakashi also leapt into the fray, positioning himself behind the clay eagle. His short blade crackled with lightning as he delivered a fierce strike at the eagle's talons. Just before the explosion, he successfully rescued both Naruto and Gaara. The explosion of the clay eagle was thwarted by the lightning, sending it plummeting towards the ground. Sai, in a timely manner, maneuvered the ink bird to catch them just before their descent. Gaara, wake up! Naruto fervently shook Gaara's body, only to discover that he had already ceased to breathe. In that moment, Naruto perceived a reflection of himself within Gaara. Both yearned for the acknowledgement of their people, aspiring to become the leader of their village. Yet both met their demise here. Damn it! Naruto's eyes gradually transformed into a fierce glare as he roared, I will avenge Gaara. However, such vengeance was not easily attainable. The 4 puppeteered flying eagles had already vanished, and they could only hastily choose one to pursue, only to confront the self-detonation of puppets and clones. Chapter 101. Self-resurrection on a desolate stretch of land. The rescue team regrouped once more. Naruto knelt beside Gaara's body, tears streaming from his eyes. I'm sorry, Gaara. It's all my fault for not saving you. Chiyo closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene before her. In the span of a single day, she had lost 2 loved ones. Through prolonged contact, she had come to regard Gaara as her own grandson. Let me handle this. Chiyo sat beside Gaara, her hands beginning to form seals. Self-resurrection is a jutsu I devised after the demise of Scorpion's parents, aimed at reviving my son and daughter-in-law. Utilizing my entire chakra as a medium, I can transfer life force to the deceased. The caster S chakra will transform the soul of the departed until the caster meets their own end. However, before I could fully develop this jutsu, Scorpion treacherously assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and defected from Sunagakure. I never anticipated that I would utilize this jutsu now, trading my life for Gaara's. Truly a lucrative bargain, haha. Chiyo chuckled to herself, though no one around could find humor in the moment. Though not ninjas of Sunagakure, they could all sense the elderly woman's emotions. Chiyo's intention to sacrifice her life to revive Gaara was not only a resolution for Sunagakure, but also for herself. At that moment, a figure came sprinting from the distance. It was Temari, who should have been in Sunagakure. Following her was Hinata. Grandma, no? Temari attempted to halt Chiyo's actions, unwilling to witness further tragedy, even if it meant exchanging lives. After the death of their parents, Temari and Kankuro had been cared for and guided by this elderly woman, allowing them to once again experience familial love after their mother's passing. Chiyo's hands remained resolutely still as she smiled and said, "To encounter you three siblings in my twilight years is truly a stroke of good fortune. We redeem each other. Seeing you, I am reminded of Scorpion in his youth." Chiyo glanced at Muki and Naruto, envisioning the path of the shinobi world ahead, believing that one day, all would come to mutual understanding. In this flawed shinobi world established by the elderly, the emergence of individuals like you brings me great joy. I have committed many errors in the past, yet before my demise, I shall finally accomplish something righteous. Sunagakure, the Federation, and Konohagakure, the shinobi world that follows must surely differ from our era. Naruto, Kakashi mentioned that you harbor immense power and boundless potential within you. Perhaps you will indeed surpass the previous Hokage. Naruto stared blankly at the elderly woman before him, uncertain of what to say. Muki, I know you aspire to greater dreams, so please take care of Temari. Hinata crossed his arms and nodded, acknowledging Chiyo's last wishes. Chiyo had become a respected adversary. This time, she had indeed recognized Hinata's potential. He possessed a truly grand ambition. Yet they would undoubtedly meet again, but on the battlefield of the shinobi world, hoping she would not regret her judgment. Tears streamed down Temari's face. Foolish child, life and death are part of the cycle. It is inevitable. Moreover, to use my life to revive Gaara is worth it. In that moment, Gaara's body began to shimmer with a verdant light, while Chiyo's chakra gradually dissipated. Chiyo's voice grew increasingly faint as her body leaned to one side, yet she was timely supported by Temari. Meanwhile, Gaara, lying on the ground, gradually awakened, sitting up in a daze, unsure of the situation before him. What happened to me? He only saw his sister weeping, while Chiyo leaned against her, her face filled with disbelief and sorrow. A wave of ominous premonition washed over him. Gaara struggled to crawl to his sister's side, extending a trembling hand to check Chiyo's breath, only to find that she had already perished. His eyes instantly turned crimson, brimming with hatred and fury. He lifted his gaze, seeking the culprit behind his grandmother's death. Upon scanning the vicinity, he fixed his gaze upon Hinata, standing nearby. It was no wonder he harbored suspicion. After all, there had been long-standing grievances between their nations, and among those present, Hinata was the most likely suspect. Furthermore, Hinata had a history of colluding with Orochimaru to assassinate the fourth Kazekage. Chiba Muki, did you kill Grandma Chiyo? I will make you pay with your life. Gaara rose, his voice laden with profound grief and murderous intent as he prepared to strike Hinata, only to be restrained by Naruto. Let me go, Gaara bellowed, his eyes filled with madness and despair, as if he had lost his sanity. He struggled against Naruto's hold, but Naruto clung tightly, refusing to release him. Gaara, calm down. It was Grandma Chiyo who sacrificed her life to save you. Do not let hatred blind you. Naruto exclaimed loudly. Gaara's body froze momentarily. Temari quickly grasped her brother's arm, anxiously saying, after you were captured by the Akatsuki, it was the Federation and Konohagakure that jointly dispatched aid to reclaim your body. Grandma Chiyo sacrificed her life to bring you back. Gaara knelt beside Chiyo in disbelief, having seldom experienced the affection of elders. Yet Chiyo had cared for them like a grandmother. She had taught them the ways of ninjutsu like a mentor and cooked for them like a loving grandmother. Hinata approached Gaara, looking down at the youth before him. He spoke in a tone befitting an adversary. Chiyo was a worthy opponent. She saved you with her life, not for you to remain engulfed in sorrow. Gaara raised his head, a hint of confusion reflected in his eyes. Hinata continued. She regarded you as her own grandson and entrusted the future of Sunagakure to you. You must shoulder this responsibility and ensure that Grandma Chiyo's sacrifice holds meaning. Sunagakure needs a strong Kazekage now to lead them forward. Gaara's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. He understood he could no longer dwell in sorrow. He would strive for the sake of Grandma Chiyo and for Sunagakure. He stood tall, inhaling deeply as if drawing strength from within. He gazed into the distance, silently vowing to strengthen himself and protect all that Grandma Chiendai cherished. Gaara gradually concealed his sorrow, exhibiting the dignity befitting a Kage, extending his hand to firmly grasp Hinata's. This marked a mutual reconciliation between the leaders of the two nations, signifying the impending establishment of cooperative relations. Thank you, Lord Mushio. I misjudged you, Gaara expressed with respect, finally comprehending why even criminals in the Federation displayed such loyalty to their leader. Shinyi Mushio was an incredibly charismatic leader, whether as an adversary or a friend. It is nothing. I understand your anger. The death of a loved one is an immensely painful truth, and losing control of one's emotions is inevitable. Hinata continued to display the composure expected of a leader. Chapter 102. The Hero Who Saved Suna, Temari's Farewell Gift. Sakura nudged Naruto, lowering her voice. Haven't you been searching for information on Uchiha Obito? Brother Mushio, do you have any intel on Sasuke or Obito? Naruto asked Hinata. He had been relentlessly pursuing their whereabouts, intent not only on retrieving Sasuke, but also on vanquishing his foe, Uchiha Obito. Sasuke, alas, I never anticipated his thirst for power would reach such extremes, Hinata remarked, seemingly lamenting for a friend. Yet, inside, he was secretly lamenting the burden of playing dual roles daily, which was quite troublesome. However, since Sasuke had been manipulated by Orochimaru, what connection did it have to me? Shinyi Mushio? Naruto clenched his fists and declared, It's fine. I will bring him back. Hinata suddenly smiled. If it's you, Naruto, perhaps it truly is possible. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Uchiha Obito vanished without a trace after you wounded him. It remains a mystery where he has hidden. Sasuke is likely searching for information on the Akatsuki, and Uchiha Itachi has also joined the Akatsuki. If you track the Akatsuki, you may find something worthwhile. Thank you. Naruto bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Neji regarded Hinata with a peculiar gaze, fully aware that Shinyi Mushio was merely one of his brother's masked identities. He also knew that Sasuke had been taken away by his brother and had trained with him in combat a few years prior. His brother was indeed playing two roles, sacrificing much for the shinobi world, yet he felt powerless to assist. The battle for the title of Kazekage concluded, with Grandma Chiendai sacrificing her life to successfully save Gaara. The reinforcements from Konoha were about to return home, and before their departure, Hinata bid farewell to every Konoha ninja. He specifically patted Neji on the shoulder, indicating he should excel in his mission and successfully take his younger sibling, Ten away. Neji internally rolled his eyes, fully understanding Hinata's implication, and upon seeing Temari beside Hinata, he silently lamented the addition of yet another sister-in-law. After bidding farewell to the Konoha ninjas, the remaining individuals escorted Grandma Chiendai's remains back to Sunagakure for burial. The return of the group was met with a warm welcome from the villagers of Sunagakure. Now, the entire village regarded Hinata as an exemplary figure. In the early days of the Federation's establishment, Sunagakure had initiated conflict with the Federation. Yet, when Sunagakure faced a crisis, Hinata not only refrained from taking advantage of their misfortune, but also issued no grudges, instead sending personnel to assist in bringing back the fifth Kazekage. What a magnificent spirit of selflessness. This embodies the new era of shinobi ideals that the Federation advocates. However, the truth was that Hinata had exerted little effort, merely dispatching his attendants to lend a hand. Yet, due to his illustrious status and position, he was still perceived by the masses as the primary force in this battle. It is hard to imagine the shock and astonishment that would grace the faces of Sunagakure's villagers if they were to discover that Hinata was, in fact, an accomplice to that detestable murderer. Would it be anger? Or perhaps despair? Such thoughts are indeed intriguing. Subsequently, Hinata engaged in discussions with the higher-ups of Sunagakure regarding multiple cooperative ventures. Negotiations had ceased to be mere negotiations. Both parties continuously offered concessions to one another. Once the discussions concluded, the Federation delegation had no reason to remain in Sunagakure, and Hinata had to depart, for he had many matters to attend to. At the parting moment, only Temari came to bid farewell. Not a single high-ranking official from Sunagakure made an appearance. Was he being coerced into an arranged marriage? As Hinata walked through the swirling sands, he mused silently, while Temari kept her head lowered, quietly following beside him. "Thank you so much for your assistance, Mushio," Temari softly expressed. "There is no need for gratitude. I act for the peace of the shinobi world. If the fifth Kazekage were to fall, the shinobi world would once again be engulfed in flames of war," Hinata replied. "You have always been so great, yet no matter the circumstances, I'm immensely grateful to you. You may look down upon me, but my feelings have never wavered," Temari said assertively, her words implying that he could do whatever he wished with her. Hinata nearly rolled his eyes at this revelation. He harbored too many secrets and did not intend for Temari to remain by his side, for that would bring him closer to exposure. "Since I haven't decided yet, let me collect a little interest." Hinata suddenly turned, embracing Temari and swiftly kissing her cherry-like lips. Temari had not anticipated such an action from Hinata, and her mind instantly blanked. He made no further advances, merely placing a gentle kiss on her, then releasing her. He gazed at Temari's astonished and flushed face, offering a slight smile as he softly said, "This is the interest I sought." With that, Hinata waved and turned to leave, leaving Temari standing in place. Touching her lips and suddenly laughing, "It seems I still possess charm." In the presence of Hinata, she felt that her once prized beauty paled in comparison. Yet this time, she finally regained her confidence. As she watched Hinata's retreating figure, a sweet sensation blossomed in her heart. She silently resolved, "I will become stronger and seek you out." Hinata continued with his plans, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, occasionally sampling the sweetness of wildflowers brought a unique flavor. In a land of rain, what a mess, Deidara! Hinata presided over a surgical operation, transplanting an arm for Deidara. Although Deidara lay on the operating table, he stubbornly retorted, "That guy only managed to injure me because he had the advantage. Otherwise, I would have blown up the entire Sunagakure to showcase my art." "By the way, is Brother Scorpion really dead?" Deidara suddenly inquired. "Yes," Hinata nodded, his expression unchanged as he retrieved a ring from his pocket and placed it aside. He had sacrificed his own life. Otherwise, he would not have perished. "I thought as much. I knew Brother Scorpion wouldn't die so easily. Though his art pales in comparison to mine, he was still formidable." Deidara maintained his tone, picking up the ring with one hand, his words lacking much sorrow. They were, after all, a group of fugitives. Perhaps tomorrow would be his last. Yet, he was determined to unleash the most beautiful art before his demise. Unlike Scorpion, who died so ordinarily, Hinata performed several healing jutsu, completing the surgery. "All right, give it a try now." Deidara moved the new arm that Hinata had grafted for him, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Hinata, your skills are truly impressive." Hinata washed his hands, turned towards the door, and remarked, "I'll take my leave. When pain arrives, return the ring to him. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails has appeared in the land of Earth, and I must go capture the tailed beast." Chapter 103. The rising tide. Upon hearing that Hinata Kiya was also set to capture a tailed beast, Deidara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I wish to join. It would be a splendid opportunity to witness your artistry, the power capable of altering the very landscape of the valley." Hinata Kiya scrutinized Deidara's appearance. "Are you truly capable of this?" Deidara nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Capturing tailed beasts is an inescapable duty of mine." "Very well, just be cautious," Hinata Kiya replied, allowing Deidara to trail behind him. As they exited the base, they encountered Itachi and Kisame approaching. Hinata Kiya halted and inquired, "Are you two embarking on a mission?" Kisame, displaying his sharp teeth, grinned. "The Three Tails has surfaced, and we are preparing to capture it." "Haven't you just concluded a tail beast capture? Where are you headed?" We are off to capture the host of the Five Tails. Best of luck to you, Hinata Kiya said, before departing with Deidara. According to the original narrative, the contest for the Three Tails would undoubtedly be fierce. It remained uncertain how many factions would set their sights on it this time. However, with Kisame and Itachi involved, the mission should proceed smoothly. Just as they boarded the Puppet Eagle, Hinata Kiya received a message from Yakushi Kabuto, indicating that three factions were contending for the Three Tails: Kirigakure, Konohagakure, and Iwagakure. Most notably, Uchiha Sasuke, accompanied by the three subordinates Hinata Kiya had entrusted to him, was also participating. Recently, Sasuke had requested intelligence on the Akatsuki from Yakushi Kabuto, concluding that the Akatsuki would intervene, hoping to trace their whereabouts. Yet, Hinata Kiya understood that Sasuke was inadvertently correct, as it was Uchiha Itachi who was tasked with capturing the Three Tails. The commencement of the Shippuden arc had everyone eagerly anticipating the first encounter between the Uchiha brothers. Furthermore, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been pursuing Sasuke, would likely join this operation. The convergence of Naruto and Sasuke, along with the clash of the Nine Tails, Three Tails, and Five Tails, promised an extraordinary spectacle. Hinata Kiya remarked, "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing." "What is becoming intriguing?" Deidara asked, perplexed. Hinata Kiya elucidated. "My informant has revealed that the host of the Five Tails is likely engaged in another mission." "What mission?" Deidara inquired. "To capture the resurrected Three Tails. And Uchiha Sasuke, the rogue ninja from Konohagakure, will also be present, aiming to uncover the Akatsuki's trail, which leads to Uchiha Itachi." Deidara's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is delightful, utterly delightful. I have decided not to intercept the host of the Five Tails midway. It would be better to witness a grand performance unfold," Hinata Kiya stated. "I concur," Deidara exclaimed, clenching his fist in enthusiasm. The anticipated clash between the Uchiha brothers was indeed a spectacle worth looking forward to. "Then let us join the fray and set forth to the Land of Tea." Hinata Kiya smiled. The Land of Tea, situated beneath the eastern peninsula of the continent and bordering the Land of Fire, is surrounded by the sea on three sides and renowned for its tea production. This is the very location of the Three Tails resurrection and the stage for the ensuing power struggles. After leaving Sunagakure, Niji returned to Konohagakure alongside Team 3. However, the first hurdle awaiting him was Tsunade's scrutiny. Having been away from the village for 3 years, it was difficult to ensure he had not been sent as a spy. Moreover, it had come to light that Hinata Kiya had joined the Akatsuki. Niji had been taken by Hinata Kiya, and now, after 3 years, he returned unexpectedly, thwarting the plans of the Akatsuki. Everything about this situation reeked of suspicion. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, after hearing Team 3's report, slammed her hand on the desk, producing a resounding noise. "You joined the Akatsuki and still dare to return to Konohagakure." "Guards!" Instantly, several Anbu appeared beside Niji. "Take him to the interrogation department. Hand him over to Marino Ibiki." The Anbu swiftly moved to subdue Niji. Tintin and Lee immediately positioned themselves beside Niji. "No, Lord Hokage. Niji is definitely not a member of the Akatsuki." Might Guy added, "Lord Hokage, Niji defeated an Akatsuki member in an instant." Yet, Niji remained unfazed. "It's all right, everyone. Allow me to explain to the Lord Hokage." He stepped forward to face Tsunade directly, stating, "Do not say I am not a member of the Akatsuki. Even if I were, what of it? My brother would not have allowed me to come here without a contingency plan. Do you believe you can detain me? Or do you think you can bear the wrath of my brother? I fear my brother would be exceedingly angry, and at that point, Konohagakure might cease to exist." These words did not perfectly embody the humility and gentleness that Hinata Kiya had instilled in Niji. Rather, they were teachings imparted to him. The great nations often displayed arrogance, only respecting the strong. This was the reality of the shinobi world. Only through strength would they comprehend. This was also the most invaluable lesson Hinata Kiya had gleaned over the years. "You dare threaten me?" Tsunade's fury was palpable. She had never held Hinata Kiya in high regard, especially after he had exploited her fear of blood to extract 2 bags of her blood upon their first meeting. This incident further validated her brother's assertions, prompting a silent sigh from Niji. When Hinata Kiya had prepared Niji for this moment, he had predicted this exact scenario, and it played out just as Hinata Kiya had described. How could I dare threaten Lord Hokage? I merely state a fact. Niji smiled slightly, casting a reassuring glance at Tenten. I returned to Konohagakure solely to accomplish a few tasks, and once completed, I shall traverse the shinobi world. Should you have any reservations, you may send someone to follow me. Lies do not harm. It is the truth that wields the sharpest blade. Given the prowess displayed by Hinata Kiya, even if the entire village of Konohagakure were to mobilize, it would be akin to an ant attempting to push a cart, a futile endeavor. They would not dare provoke a ninja who had once effortlessly slain 2,000 elite cloud shinobi. In reality, the best approach to dealing with Niji would be to treat him like a revered deity, catering to his every need. This might even win Hinata Kiya's favor. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen been in power, he would have undoubtedly adopted this approach. However, Tsunade, with her pride, would not allow herself to do so. She initially intended to assert dominance and intimidate Niji. Had Niji been merely an ordinary 16-year-old, perhaps Tsunade could have succeeded. But now, it was futile to mention that Hinata Kiya had personally trained Niji. Even without that, Tsunade could not intimidate him. Tsunade found herself in an awkward position, uncertain of how to proceed. The balance of firmness and softness had led her to a point of desperation. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she softened her tone. I will have someone keep an eye on you. Do not think of pulling any tricks. Then I shall take my leave. Niji replied with his characteristic smile, disregarding the surrounding umbu, and he pushed open the office door to exit. That smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Hinata Kiya's. Lord Hokage, may I take my leave? Tenten cautiously inquired. Tsunade, resting her forehead in her palm, waved her hand. Go on, go on. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Tenten quickly followed Niji out of the Hokage's office. As Tenten emerged from behind Niji, she grabbed his hand, saying as they ran, Let us go to my home. I shall prepare a room for you. Chapter 104. Side Story. Tenten's father's scrutiny. Niji saves a life in Tenten's living room. The two sat facing each other on the sofa. You are Hinata Niji? Tenten's father scrutinized the young man before him, eager to ascertain the nature of the one who had captured his daughter's thoughts for 3 years. For reasons unknown, Ningxi, who had previously faced the Sharingan without flinching, felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze of Tiantian's father. I am Ningxi, uncle, he stated. What have you been doing since leaving Konoha? Tiantian's father pressed. He regarded Ningxi with a sense of disdain, believing that aside from his pleasing appearance and eloquent speech, he had no right to wed Tiantian. So you have been training alongside your brother? That means you are unemployed? Ningxi ran his fingers through his hair, acknowledging the truth of his lack of vocation. Indeed, Tiantian's father, a businessman with a sharp gaze, continued, I see. What about your savings? Let me make it clear. My daughter Tiantian has been spoiled since childhood. If you don't have at least 1 million in savings, you can forget about marrying her. Ningxi realized he did not meet any of the requirements. Although his brother was wealthy enough to rule a nation, he had not provided Ningxi with even 1 million for travel expenses this time. According to Hinata's words, someone would cover his travel costs. But had his brother foreseen this? Dad, what are you talking about? Tiantian, returning from washing fruit, was flushed with embarrassment and playfully hit her father's shoulder. Upon seeing his daughter, Tiantian's father quickly changed his demeanor, donning a smile. Tiantian, I'm just ensuring your safety. How can you ask such things? Even the Hokage wouldn't dare inquire about Ningxi before you did. He is merely staying with us for a few days. Tiantian chastised him and chose to ignore her father thereafter. Come, Ningxi, have some fruit. Ningxi accepted the fruit and replied, Thank you. It is understandable that uncle is protective of his daughter. Tiantian's father observed the young man before him, inwardly musing that this lad was quite articulate. However, he understood that becoming his son-in-law would not be a simple task. He dismissed the remark about the Hokage's caution, assuming it was merely his daughter's flattery. Tiantian and Ningxi engaged in conversation, reminiscing about amusing incidents from the past 3 years. Ningxi kept their secrets, only sharing tales of training alongside his brother. Ningxi, I have prepared your room, so rest assured, Tiantian's mother said with a smile as she approached. Ningxi stood and bowed, expressing his gratitude, Thank you, Aunt, for your trouble. No trouble at all. Unlike Tiantian's father, she looked upon her prospective son-in-law with increasing fondness. That night, Ningxi's stay was relatively smooth. The following morning, after breakfast, he departed from Tiantian's home. He made his way to the apartment where Hinata and Hanabi lived, contemplating how to persuade them to relinquish their hatred. After all, no matter how hard they tried, they may never match up to his brother in next life. Furthermore, the man they depended on and adored, Shinya Mushio, was merely another identity of his brother. Ningxi understood that his brother's actions were simply a means of exacting revenge, mirroring the manipulation he himself had endured. Nevertheless, Ningxi felt that the time had come to put an end to this cycle of hatred. The Hyuga clan had already perished. Both the branch and main families no longer existed. He approached and knocked on the door. Shortly, Hanabi opened it. "Hinata Ningxi, what brings you here?" Hanabi's expression turned wary as she recognized him. 3 years prior, Hinata Ningxi had been taken away by Hinata Kiyoshi, and it seemed he had forgotten the feud. "It is I. I have something to discuss. May I come in?" Ningxi spoke softly. Hanabi's gaze was icy as she replied coldly. "I have nothing to say to the brother of the man who exterminated my clan. Speak your piece here. If Hinata Kiyoshi intends to kill us, we shall not go down without a fight." Hanabi's tone was resolute, reflecting her determination. Ningxi gently shook his head, realizing that the person before him had been blinded by hatred. "What about Hinata? I wish to convey a message to you. I will relay it to my sister." Hanabi's demeanor remained unchanged. Ningxi, feeling helpless, stated, "This is the best advice I can offer. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. The events of the past are complex, and you should seek the truth. All I know is that Hinata Kiyoshi killed my parents and slaughtered the Hyuga clan. I will not rest until he is dead." Hanabi's tone was unwavering, as if stating an undeniable fact. Sighing, Ningxi understood her perspective. The Hyuga clan had murdered her and her brother's parents and attempted to manipulate them, while his brother had retaliated by annihilating the Hyuga clan, but spared Hinata and Hanabi, even resorting to similar emotional tactics against them. Their desire for vengeance was understandable. It was merely their lack of strength that hindered them. Ultimately, according to his brother's plans, they would not face life-threatening danger. By acting as he did, Ningxi had already contradicted his brother's intentions. "Please reflect on my words." After speaking, Ningxi ceased his persuasion and departed without looking back. On his way home, he planned to bid farewell to a few acquaintances before embarking on a journey through the ninja world. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I will kill this child. I demand to see that wretched woman. Otherwise, I will take his life." Ningxi heard a shout and looked up to see a crowd gathered at a distance. He approached the scene, where a Konoha ninja in a traditional outfit was holding a child hostage. Among the onlookers, he recognized a few familiar faces, Tiantian's family. "Uncle, Aunt, what is happening?" Tiantian's father sighed upon seeing Ningxi. "This man is a ninja. While on a mission, his wife cheated with his brother. When the affair was revealed, his brother took his wife and child and fled. We are in pursuit of the two. You must release the child. He needs to breathe." The ninja responsible for negotiations spoke softly, attempting to calm the man. Several Umbu surrounded him, wary of making any moves, knowing that the man was a Chunin. If they acted, the man could easily harm the child. It wasn't that they valued the life of the civilian, but the large crowd made any mistake potentially disastrous for Konoha's reputation. "Then hurry and capture those two scoundrels," the man shouted, pressing the blade closer to the child's throat, the glint of the steel reflecting a deadly intent. "Do not act rashly. We're doing everything possible to apprehend them. Please trust that we will bring them to justice," the negotiator urged, trying to pacify the man. However, the man was deaf to reason, his emotions spiraling out of control, eyes filled with desperation and madness. Ningxi stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding drama. His keen gaze detected something amiss in the man's expression, and an ominous premonition surged within him. This was bad. The man was about to strike. Ningxi thought, and suddenly, his Byakugan glimmered with a faint blue sheen. In that heart-stopping moment, the man swung his knife towards the child's throat. Yet at the last instant the blade halted. Ningxi moved like a flash of lightning, swiftly seizing the man's wrist with an ethereal grip, effortlessly disarming him. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around the child, cradling them securely, his movements fluid and precise. Almost simultaneously, Ningxi delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. A loud thud echoed as the man was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving all witnesses dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the child lay safely in Ningxi's embrace, completely unharmed. Chapter 105: Entangled Grudges and Hatreds. The surrounding Umbu quickly apprehended the man, and Ningxi handed the stunned child over to the frantic couple that rushed toward him. The couple continuously expressed their gratitude, almost feeling compelled to kneel before Hinata Niji. At that moment, Tian hurriedly approached, grasping Niji's arms and examining him up and down. "Are you unhurt? Why were you so reckless just now?" Niji smiled gently. "I'm fine. He couldn't harm me." Only then did Tian release a sigh of relief, for she had nearly lost her heart when she witnessed Niji's decisive action to save the hostage. "That's good to hear. You frightened me terribly. By the way, what technique did you use? You saved the hostage in just 2 moves." Tian's father observed the two, secretly grinding his teeth in frustration. He had never received such concern from his daughter, yet an outsider was enjoying it, which he found utterly detestable. Tian's mother looked at Niji from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. "This boy is truly remarkable. He is humble and possesses great strength. He must at least be a jonin, right? That is not acceptable." Tian's father instinctively retorted. Tian's mother shot him a sidelong glance and admonished, "He is more than worthy of our daughter. Do you wish to be resented by her for a lifetime? As parents, we only need to ensure everything is in order." Tian's father could already envision the future, where upon hearing of Niji's marriage, Tian would glare at him with resentment, refusing to acknowledge him as her father. He could only sigh, a daughter must not be kept. The next day, at the southern gate of Konoha village, Tian and Niji carried 2 large scrolls filled with provisions prepared by Tian's family. Niji was engaged in a tense exchange with his future father-in-law, who warned in a tone only they could hear, "You little brat, if you let my daughter suffer even a little, I will not spare you." He added, "And most importantly, we are men. You must take responsibility. No matter what happens, that final step must wait until the wedding night. Do you understand?" Niji, about to explain that they were far from that step, caught sight of the murderous glare from Tian's father and immediately replied, "Understood, uncle, I assure you." This seemed to put Tian's father at ease somewhat, as he patted Niji's shoulder and handed him a small scroll. "Take this. Money is a man's courage. You will need it on your journey." "I don't need it." Niji began to refuse, but was interrupted. "This is not for you. It is for my daughter. Whatever you do is your business, but my daughter cannot suffer." "All right then." Niji accepted the scroll. At that moment, Tian, having finished her conversation with her mother, rushed over, took Niji's hand, and cheerfully said, "Okay, Dad, we are off." Tian's father sighed helplessly, patted Niji's shoulder once more, and embraced his daughter. "Be careful on your journey. Don't worry, with Niji around, nothing will happen," Tian reassured him. Finally, the group waved goodbye, and Niji and Tian embarked on their journey to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainers, or rather, to traverse the ninja world. Meanwhile, several Baiju observed everything from underground and then swam away into the distance. Near the conclusion, far away in the land of tea, Hinata K sat alone in his room, sipping a cup of green tea. Suddenly, a Baiju emerged from the ground, respectfully reporting, "Lord K, young Master Niji has already left Konoha village, accompanied by a girl named Tian. All right, you may go. Your task now is to protect both of them." Hinata K replied, his expression unchanged upon hearing the report. "Understood." Baiju sank back into the earth. Hinata K chuckled softly, as expected of my brother. He has inherited my skills in courting young ladies. The best outcome he had envisioned was being realized by Niji. This way, he no longer needed to concern himself with Niji's affairs and could focus on the matters at hand. Hinata K picked up another report delivered by Baiju. The Land of Tea had gathered 5 teams. Konoha had dispatched Team 7 led by Kakashi, collaborating with Team 8 under Yuhi Kurenai. The Hidden Mist Village was led personally by Terumi Mei. This mission was crucial for her reputation, making success imperative. The Hidden Stone Village was represented by the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, the Steam Ninja Han, alongside the Umbu of the Hidden Stone. Sasuke's team had also arrived in the Land of Tea, waiting for the moment the Akatsuki members would reveal themselves. The Akatsuki's Kisame and Itachi team appeared with the objective of capturing the tailed beasts. Little did Itachi know, his brother awaited him there. Lastly, Hinata K's temporary team with Deidara comfortably settled in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. How amusing. Perhaps it will be delightful to stoke the flames of this grand spectacle. Hinata K snapped his fingers, and a white coffin rose from the ground, from which Obito emerged. In a frigid tone, Obito questioned Hinata K, "What do you want from me?" Hinata K remained unperturbed, fully understanding Obito's fury. After all, being manipulated is never a pleasant experience. Soon, the battle for the Three Tails would commence, with 5 teams vying for its capture, and I want you to join in the fray and disrupt the situation. Hinata K explained, briefly outlining the current scenario. Obito took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and replied, "Understood. For the next few days, you are free. Your goal is not to capture the tailed beast, but to create chaos. If you perform well, I will consider truly reviving you and Rin in the future." Hinata K stated. He then tossed a half-unrolled scroll of ninjutsu in front of Obito. Obito caught the scroll, and upon seeing the words Destiny Rebirth, initially scoffed. But soon his eyes widened in shock. If this ninjutsu truly operated as described, it might indeed allow for the unlimited resurrection of the deceased. Hinata K understood the principle of offering a sweet reward after a harsh lesson. He coldly remarked, "But remember, the curse seal of the Edo Tensei will monitor your every move. If you make any attempt to disclose my plans, I will ensure Rin is revived in another manner." His meaning was clear. He intended to resurrect Rin through Edo Tensei. "I understand," Obito replied, and activated Kimi, disappearing from the room. The situation, under Hinata K's manipulation, was growing increasingly intriguing, with Kakashi and Obito, Sasuke and Naruto, and Sasuke and Itachi all intertwined in a web of enmity and affection. There were numerous enemies as well. Obito harbored deep grudges against the Hidden Mist Village, having once controlled the Mizukage and enforced the brutal policies of the Blood Mist. The animosity between Obito and Naruto was even more pronounced, rooted in the tragedy of their families. The relationships among the various factions were also complex. The 3 major hidden villages were at odds with each other, while simultaneously wary of the Akatsuki, who coveted the tailed beasts. Furthermore, Obito, now expelled from the Akatsuki, was under Hinata K's control and had already set out to seize the tailed beasts, which would undoubtedly provoke the Akatsuki's ire. The more one thought about it, the more chaotic it became, likely culminating in a monumental conflict. Chapter 106. The battle for the Three Tails begins. Sasuke. Lord K has instructed me to tell you that tomorrow he will appear as a member of the Akatsuki. You must be cautious with your disguise, and the person you have longed for will also make an appearance, Baiju advised Sasuke. Understood, Sasuke nodded, igniting a flame of vengeance in his eyes. After 3 years together, Sasuke had come to trust Hinata K immensely. K not only guided him in training, but also supported his quest for revenge. In the future, K could even revive his parents, making it hard for Sasuke to refuse such terms. Presently, Sasuke stood as a loyal supporter of Hinata K. Very well. Baiju chuckled and disappeared back into the earth. He was sent by Hinata K to remind Sasuke, preventing any unforeseen incidents due to Sasuke's temperament. All 6 teams scoured the various waters of the Land of Tea in search of the Three Tails, eager to see who would be the first to discover it. The following afternoon, Obito arrived by a lake, observing from a distance as the Konoha members searched for the Three Tails using sealing techniques. Suddenly, the sealing technique experienced a disturbance, and a colossal shadow emerged from the lake. The enormous Sanbai slowly rose from the water, attempting to break free from the seal that bound it. With a thunderous roar, Sanbai's tail repeatedly struck against the sealing technique. "Allow me to assist you." Obito activated Kimui and appeared beside a Konoha Umbu ninja who was performing the sealing technique. With a swift motion, he decapitated the ninja, causing the sealing technique to vanish instantly. Sanbai broke free from its confinement and began an indiscriminate assault. Meanwhile, the 7th and 3rd teams, acting as guardians for this operation, swiftly launched their counterattacks. "It's you again." Naruto summoned his shadow clones and formed a Rasengan, charging towards Obito. "Naruto, do not act recklessly," Kakashi shouted, urging him to coordinate their attacks. Other Konoha ninjas also launched their assaults. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Insect jutsu. Unfazed, Obito evaded all attacks with his intangibility, as his true intention was merely to reveal Sanbai's location to the world. The real battle had yet to commence. Obito leaped onto the frantically thrashing Sanbai's back, using his Mangekyo Sharingan to control it, transforming Sanbai's single eye into a crimson Sharingan. "You don't remember, do you? It was with my Sharingan that I controlled the Kyuubi at your birth," Obito said, extending his hand without courtesy. "If I can incite the Kyuubi to rampage as well, the ensuing chaos will be even greater." With murderous intent in his eyes, Naruto declared, "One day, I will tear you apart." "Obito, come back with me," Rin pleaded, not wanting to see him like this. "How dare you mention Rin?" He was filled with rage, for the Sanbai beneath him was the very source of Rin's demise, and standing before him was her killer. Obito's fury, previously restrained after encountering Rin in the Pure Land, erupted forth. He unleashed his emotions, "Kakashi, the Sanbai once resided within Rin, so let me show you my wrath." Sanbai opened its mouth, gathering immense chakra, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Scatter. The Konoha ninjas dispersed. The tailed beast bomb shot forth like a cannonball, piercing the calm lake surface with unparalleled might, crashing down upon a hill. A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the earth to tremble. The hill was obliterated, reduced to a flat expanse, as clouds of dust and debris soared into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. Obito had clearly held back. He had no intention of killing Kakashi. After learning the truth of the Pure Land, he was even less inclined to allow Kakashi to reunite with Rin before him. The true purpose of this strike was to send a clear message to the surrounding forces. Sanbai had resurfaced, heralding a new storm. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, looked up to see the mushroom cloud created by the tailed beast bomb. "The Sanbai has appeared." He called to his companions. "That's the attack of a tailed beast bomb. The Sanbai has been located. Let us hurry." "Yes." A tall, middle-aged man, clad in red armor, responded. "Let us proceed. The tailed beast of Kirigakure will not tolerate any interference." Terumi may strode ahead with long strides, followed by her 2 guards and several Kirigakure ninjas. "Itachi-san, shall we move out now?" Kisame asked, seeking Itachi's approval. "Let us go. We must end this capture swiftly." Itachi nodded coldly. Sasuke beheld the mushroom cloud, a manic smile spreading across his face. It has finally appeared. The Akatsuki should also make their appearance. It would be best if Itachi came, so I can kill him right here. "Sasuke, shall we head straight there?" "Let us go." I can hardly contain my eagerness. Wow, what a splendid explosion. The power of the tailed beast is truly an art. Deidara cheered from atop his clay eagle. "Let us go directly. It's magnificent, and I can't wait any longer." Hinata nodded, having already learned of the situation through Obito. Obito's actions had indeed been commendable. By the lakeside, having narrowly escaped such a blow, the Konoha ninjas were still shaken. Naruto, Kakashi, Hinata, and Yui Kurenai hid beneath a patch of grass to discuss their strategy. "We should retreat. The combined strength of Obito and the Sanbai is beyond our capabilities," Kakashi, as the team leader, suggested. "Kakashi-sensei, I have reached an understanding with the Kyuubi. This time, I will definitely kill Uchiha Obito," Naruto declared resolutely. Kakashi pondered for a moment, knowing that since the ambush on Obito 2 years ago, Naruto had established a fundamental trust with the Kyuubi, enabling cooperation on certain matters. "Are you confident?" Kakashi inquired. "Yes, I trust the Kyuubi," Naruto affirmed. Hearing this, the Kyuubi within Naruto lay down, rolling its eyes. "Kid, hold on." Kakashi suddenly heard numerous hurried footsteps. The group simultaneously peeked out. Several figures emerged from the woods and approached the lakeside, as the main actors of this grand performance had all arrived. "It's Sasuke." Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon spotting his long-awaited friend. He could no longer hear Kakashi's commands and dashed out. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, the Mizukage Trumi Mei, Akatsuki S. Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame Hashigaki had all arrived. Kakashi recited their names aloud. Kakashi, it seems you've omitted two individuals, the Akatsuki S. Hinata and Deidara. A voice called from behind them. The group turned swiftly to see two figures approaching from a distance, revealing Hinata and Deidara. This time, Hinata finally saw her enemy, the one who had slain her father and mother, face to face after many years. She immediately took a defensive stance, prepared for a desperate confrontation with Hinata. How disheartening. Have you forgotten so quickly? I am your brother, Hinata said with malicious amusement. Why did you commit those acts? Hinata asked, voicing the question that had long troubled her. Recalling the times when Hinata used to play with her and Niji, she could not comprehend how the gentle Hinata had transformed into the perpetrator of the Hyuga clan massacre. However, she was unaware that these were all memories Hinata wished to implant in her mind. The memories of their childhood were already hazy, and Hinata's genjutsu easily embedded these non-existent recollections deep within her heart. Chapter 107. Sasuke's hatred for the annihilation. For what reason? Hinata chuckled. For power, for revenge, and for ambition. His disdainful smile seemed to mock Hinata. Hinata, you have truly become detestable after such a long absence, Kakashi interjected, positioning himself before the others. Hinata scratched his head, seemingly reverting to the humble youth he once was. Is that so? Perhaps I have simply been in disguise for too long. Why did you spare us? Are you not afraid of my revenge? Hinata pressed, asking the final question that had plagued her for so long. Why, after annihilating the Hyuga clan, did he still leave them alive? Why? I shall tell you now. Hinata gestured, and Hinata's body was uncontrollably pulled toward his hand. Yuhi Kurinai and Kakashi reacted swiftly, attempting to catch Hinata, but were repelled by an unseen force. Hinata seized Hinata by the neck, lifting her before him, locking his gaze on her Byakugan. It is, of course, to ensure that you live in the agony of hatred, just as I did back then. The individuals who knew the truth of Hinata's parents' deaths had nearly all perished, and Hinata could never learn the truth. Hinata cast a genjutsu, drawing Hinata into its depths. Within the illusion, Hinata took the place of 3-year-old Hinata, cradled in her mother's arms, while her father, Hiashi Hyuga, pleaded desperately before Hinata. The head of mother was shattered by a single strike from Rijichi, with brain matter splattering onto oneself, while father took his own life to protect Hue Tien. After committing the heinous act, Rijichi coldly addressed Hue Tien, saying, "Do you feel it now? That profound hatred? But this is merely the beginning. I will now guide you through my experiences. I trust you will comprehend my intentions." As his words fell, the illusion continued. Outside, Rijichi cast the illusion of Hue Tien onto Shiri Hong. Do not attempt to unravel this illusion. It will only deepen her suffering. Rest assured, she will not come to harm. This illusion merely allows her to witness certain events. Rijichi sneered. This illusion was safeguarded, combined with the gem embedded in his chest, rendering it unsolvable. While Hue Tien was ensnared within the illusion, reality saw her struggling in Shiri Hong's embrace. The others, upon hearing this, dared not act rashly to break Rijichi's illusion. He ceased his words and, accompanied by the increasingly impatient Deidara, strode past them toward the lake behind. My target is not you, Konoha, Kakashi, so do be sensible. As Rijichi passed by, few dared to obstruct him. At last, I have found you, Itachi, Sasuke exclaimed, eyeing the figure not far away. Itachi's gaze narrowed slightly. Though filled with longing for his brother, he stated, Sasuke, you have indeed grown, yet I wonder how your strength has developed. Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi sword, revealing his double Tomo Sharingan. For the past 3 years, I have kept your words in mind, continuously growing stronger, waiting for the day I shall end your life. Such ugly eyes, is that all you've got? Itachi remarked disdainfully, fixing his gaze on Sasuke. You aspire to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, do you? It must have been exhausting to play the role of the good brother. all to make me awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan as your accessory, and you wiped out the Uchiha clan for those eyes? Sasuke's barrage of questions laid bare Itachi's concealed intentions. Seeking confirmation of his suspicions while still harboring a sliver of trust, wishing for Itachi to confess. You've made considerable progress, deducing my intentions. Itachi remained unperturbed. You cannot defeat me, not with those eyes. He was far from being exhausted. It was not yet time for Sasuke to claim his life. Upon hearing Itachi's acknowledgement, Sasuke could no longer contain his fury. He could not fathom how one could murder their own parents for the sake of a pair of eyes. Do not underestimate me. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword crackled with the energy of Chidori. You need not worry about that Fang man. He instructed his team members. Understood, they replied in succession. Shall I intervene? Mr. Itachi? Kisame inquired with a grin. No, go capture the tailed beast, Itachi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the situation involving the three tails. Iwagakure and Kirigakure had temporarily allied to assault Uchiha Obito, who controlled the three tails. Obito wielded the power of the beast with lethal efficiency, particularly against the ninja of Kirigakure, who were especially vulnerable, as his most beloved girl had once perished due to their schemes. Very well, I shall handle the three tails, Kisame declared, heading toward the third party in this conflict. Yet his mind was preoccupied with how to assist Uchiha Obito in escaping. He had been drawn into the Akatsuki by Obito and was among the few privy to the Moon Eye plan. Sasuke's assault arrived in an instant. He leapt into the air, swinging the Kusanagi sword downwards with lightning speed. Itachi's reflexes were extraordinarily quick. He swiftly drew a kunai to block Sasuke's attack, attempting to thwart his advance. However, Sasuke's strength surpassed Itachi's expectations. Empowered by the force of lightning, the kunai shattered into two, and the Kusanagi sword continued its descent with fierce momentum. Itachi evaded the lethal strike with a sidestep and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Sasuke's airborne form. Sasuke, having accumulated 3 years of combat experience, anticipated this move. He deftly twisted his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding Itachi's kick. Following this, Sasuke plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground. In an instant, a surge of powerful electricity erupted, with Sasuke at its center. This attack was nothing short of perfection. Sasuke had unleashed the full potential of the Chidori technique. The Chidori blade transformed into Chidori stream, with electricity surging outward like a tidal wave. In the face of such a formidable assault, Itachi's eyes gleamed with a hint of approval. His eyes, now a connected trio of Tomo, transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, a layer of red skeletal frames emerged around Itachi's body. These frames seemed to possess life, assembling themselves into an unassailable defense, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of Chidori stream. Even more astonishing, a massive skeletal hand materialized, crashing down upon Sasuke. This time, Sasuke was far from fortunate. He could not react in time and was struck away, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string. At that critical moment, Naruto rushed in like a bolt of lightning, reaching the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He leapt into the air, catching Sasuke with precision, before landing safely back on the ground. Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto asked, concern etched on his face as he steadied Sasuke's arm. Consumed by rage, Sasuke violently shook off Naruto's grip, shouting, "Get away!" Unfazed, Naruto grasped Sasuke's arm once more, anxiously asking, Sasuke, are you truly unhurt? Have you sustained any injuries? Sasuke, still fuming, forcefully pushed Naruto's hand away, yelling, I told you to get lost. Do you hear me? With that, he charged once more toward Uchiha Itachi. However, after several rounds of taijutsu exchanges, Itachi activated Tsukuyomi, effortlessly ensnaring Sasuke in its grasp. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Uchiha Itachi, attempting to save Sasuke. Yet, Itachi seized Sasuke by the collar and hurled him toward Naruto, who hastily caught him again. Why are you so concerned about this guy? Itachi questioned, holding Sasuke close. Naruto allowed his head to rest on his shoulder, glaring angrily at Uchiha Itachi, and declared, You would never understand. This is the bond between friends. A bond, you say? Itachi murmured, seemingly recognizing that Sasuke had found a true friend. Chapter 108 Riichi Strikes the Shattered Head. Uchiha Itachi elegantly unfurled his cloak, summoning a multitude of crows that quickly ensnared Naruto within an illusion. The crows circled around him, their black feathers swirling in the wind. Among them, one crow bore a Sharingan and, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed toward Naruto, who instinctively opened his mouth, allowing the crow to fly into his abdomen. The illusion lifted, and Uchiha Itachi departed into the distance. Naruto did not pursue. Instead, he turned his attention to the unconscious Sasuke, wishing to free him from the illusion. Release Sasuke. At that moment, Riichi subordinates sprang into action. They coordinated seamlessly to launch an assault on Naruto, who summoned numerous shadow clones to engage them while tightly shielding Sasuke within their ranks. Just then, Sasuke managed to awaken from the illusion, his mind tormented, and struggled to perform several hand signs. In an instant, the ground erupted in a cloud of smoke as a massive serpent's head emerged, effortlessly swallowing Sasuke whole, causing the shadow clones protecting him to dissipate in the impact. Do not linger. Lord Sasuke has escaped. We must retreat. Understood. They quickly threw smoke bombs and made a hasty exit from the scene. Damn it! Naruto, filled with rage, struck the tree beside him with a powerful punch, shouting loudly, Sasuke, I will definitely bring you back. In the distance, Sasuke's teammates exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if he might be unwell, relentlessly pursuing a man. It was no wonder he was so invested in Sasuke. Could it be that he harbored such peculiar inclinations? Why not join forces to eliminate that guy first? We can contend for the Sanbai afterward, proposed Terumi Mei. Killing Obito would also enhance their prestige, for he was indirectly responsible for the death of the fourth Mizukage and the architect of calamity for Kirigakure. Regardless, he remained the archenemy of the village. And based on a recent attack from Sanbai, Terumi Mei firmly believed there was no personal grudge involved. Agreed, Han replied after a brief contemplation, acknowledging that Obito, who controlled the Sanbai, was undoubtedly the strongest presence here. We must capture the leader first. Let us join forces to compel Obito to relinquish his control over Sanbai. Terumi Mei declared. Han remained silent, leaping onto the back of Sanbai, prepared to engage Obito. The two factions reached an accord and leaped onto Sanbai's back to confront Obito directly. At that moment, Hinata, Q, and Deidara arrived near the chaotic battleground, their presence instantly halting the conflict. Another faction had entered the fray, causing Terumi Mei and Han to swiftly distance themselves from Obito, leaping down from Sanbai's back to avoid further entanglement. You certainly know how to draw attention, Deidara remarked. I think I shall observe your artistry from the skies. As you wish, he replied, as Deidara mounted his clay bird and soared into the air. Hinata Q turned, his countenance icy, his voice devoid of emotion. That does not belong to you. I advise you to resolve this matter before I intervene. This seemingly innocuous statement bore immense pressure upon those present. Ao's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he trembled, his hands quaking as he reached for his own eye. Faced with such a formidable and terrifying adversary, it was wise not to provoke him rashly. There is no need for that. Terumi Mei interjected suddenly, halting Ao's actions. Her gaze was sharp, directed at Hinata Q. Her voice laced with indignation. Your actions are rather tyrannical, are they not? To attempt to seize my subordinate's eyes at the outset. A smirk graced Hinata Q's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Yet he chose not to respond to Terumi Mei's remarks. He extended his hand towards Ao in a seemingly casual manner, which immediately raised the alertness of the Kirigakure forces. In an instant, several Umbu swiftly positioned themselves in front of Ao. Bang! Hinata Q uttered softly, and his previously outstretched hand suddenly clenched into a fist. In that moment, a chilling spectacle unfolded as the heads of the Umbu and Ao exploded like puncture balloons. Blood and brain matter splattered across the vicinity, resembling a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Terumi Mei, caught in this gruesome scene, found herself splattered with the remnants of gore, her expression contorted in shock and fury. The decapitated corpses gradually toppled over, crashing heavily to the ground, their necks continuing to bleed profusely, staining the earth a deep red. "It is quicker for me to handle this myself," Hinata, Q declared, once again extending his hand towards Terumi Mei. In an instant, she felt as if her throat were being constricted. "Run!" The surviving Kirigakure shinobi shielded Terumi Mei, escorting her away from the scene. From a nearby grass, several Konoha ninjas beheld the harrowing sight, their faces etched with terror, questioning what manner of ability could cause such devastation with a mere gesture. Kakashi suppressed his rising doubts and calmly stated, "We need to find Naruto and leave this place immediately. We cannot engage in a conflict of this magnitude." "Understood." Kiba and Sakura nodded in agreement. Sakura emerged from the underbrush, locating Naruto, who was still intent on confronting Obito. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei insists we retreat at once." "No, I must kill Uchiha Obito," Naruto replied, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Another Hinata, Q, has appeared. He is also a member of the Akatsuki and may target you as well," Sakura urged. "Now is not the time for vengeance. We must prioritize tracking down Sasuke." Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Naruto hesitated, allowing Sakura to draw him back to the group. They retreated, needing to tend to the injured and postponing the pursuit of Sasuke. "With the Sanbai and Gobi present, we should deal with them together." "Q, let's manage our own mission," Kisame interjected, claiming the task. If Hinata Q were to act, he might eliminate Obito outright, jeopardizing their plans for the Moon Eye. However, unbeknownst to them, Obito had long since perished. The figure before them was merely a reanimated puppet adorned with a mask. Hinata Q cast a glance at Kisame, a smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall leave it to you, Kisame. I will proceed to capture the Gobi." "No worries," Kisame felt immense pressure, as if Hinata Q could see right through him. Chapter 109, Capturing the Gobi. "Q, give it your all. Show them the might of the Akatsuki's artistry," Deidara shouted as he watched Hinata Q approach Han. Hinata Q couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Deidara's words seemed to diminish the stature of the three Akatsuki members present. He never imagined that his past flattery of Deidara would still resonate today. "You are Hinata Q," Han stated, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed, I have come to be your opponent," Hinata Q nodded. "Your ability to crush their skulls was only possible because they stood still, correct?" Han deduced. "Your attack requires the accumulation of power, compressing the air around your enemies, before ultimately shattering their skulls." "Close enough," Hinata Q replied nonchalantly. The ability to manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces had become second nature to him. Even without activating his Rinnegan, he could wield it, the further the distance, the weaker his control over gravity and repulsion. Thus, it required preparation time to crush an enemy's skull. "Impressive, Steam Ninja Han. Your deduction of my abilities is quite commendable," Hinata Q remarked, his eyes transforming into the azure of the Rinnegan, azure chakra igniting around him as 8 truth-seeking orbs manifested behind him. However, all of this is ultimately futile. The truth-seeking orbs of the old man. The Gobi Mu King gaped in disbelief, realizing that the collection of tailed beasts meant that this individual aimed to resurrect the 10 tails. The Gobi's reaction mirrored that of the other tailed beasts, astonished that someone in this era could wield such power. "Han, we must join forces. If we are defeated, our demise is inevitable. Release my seal, and we shall achieve complete tailed beast transformation." The Gobi's voice was earnest, his tone sincere, devoid of any pretense. Before Han could contemplate further, Hinata Q launched his offensive. The 8 truth-seeking orbs radiating brilliant light, spinning rapidly to form a silver tempest. This silver storm, akin to a cataclysmic flood, obliterated everything in its path, be it towering trees or colossal boulders, which were mercilessly shattered in an instant. "So magnificent!" Deidara exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. "This is pure artistry." However, faced with such an unparalleled assault, Han and the Gobi had no time to consider anything else. They understood the dire situation and knew that a moment's carelessness could lead to their utter annihilation. "Run!" Wu Wei swiftly called out to Han, continuously channeling chakra into him. Han, quick to react, immediately unleashed his ultimate technique upon hearing Wu Wei's warning. Suddenly, a robust tail erupted from his back, while a crimson steam armor enveloped his entire form, incessantly exhaling scalding vapor. This steam appeared to possess boundless power, propelling Han's body forward like a speeding locomotive, his velocity increasing with each moment. In this instant, Han resembled a formidable steam engine, utilizing the immense thrust of the steam to narrowly evade the attack range of Ying-Chi. At a critical juncture, he activated the Dunton technique, burying himself deep underground, vanishing without a trace. In a familiar plot twist, Siwei also achieved cooperation in a similar manner in the end. Ying-Chi's body slowly ascended, hovering in midair. "Did you kill Laozi?" he inquired, to which Han emerged from the earth, filled with sorrow and indignation. Though Laozi had defected from the Wagakure, they had shared life-and-death experiences together. "Close enough. I've given you time to enter your full-tailed beast transformation, so please hurry," Ying-Chi urged, eager to witness the power of Wu Wei. "As you wish." Han unleashed his sealing technique, breaking the seals upon himself. Within his spiritual realm, the chains binding Wu Wei shattered completely. With the seal lifted, Wu Wei did not depart from Han's body. "Prepare to receive my power." "Understood." From Ying-Chi's vantage point, he observed as Han suddenly erupted with searing steam, and in an instant, a colossal white beast with 5 tails manifested upon the earth. This creature exhibited a peculiar form, resembling a horse, yet possessing a head akin to that of a dolphin. More strikingly, 5 sharp, elongated horns grew from its crown. "Excellent," Ying-Chi praised, simultaneously entering sage mode to acknowledge his opponent's prowess. "Not merely good," Han echoed in agreement with Mu Wang. The white beast nodded slowly, aligning its 5 long horns, then charged towards Ying-Chi with astonishing speed and power. Horns of Fury. Ying-Chi, undeterred, extended a hand, seemingly eager for the ensuing clash of strength. Wu Wei's form surged forward like a racing train, colliding against Ying-Chi with unparalleled force. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Ying-Chi merely raised one hand to his chest, firmly grasping the longest horn of Wu Wei. Despite Wu Wei's residual strength, it still propelled Ying-Chi several steps forward, compelling him to extend his other hand to stabilize Wu Wei's massive frame. How is this possible? Both Wu Wei and Han exclaimed in astonishment, questioning whether the individual before them was even human, capable of halting the tailed beast's assault midair. The retreating Konoha team glanced back, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. Kakashi struggled to fathom the extent of Ying-Chi's power. Is this truly the level of the ninja god? Has your strength become so terrifying that no one can defeat him? Naruto gaped in disbelief. Is this the extent to which a ninja can ascend? At this moment, he could scarcely imagine such a confrontation, though he too would eventually become part of it in the future. Nearby, Itachi and Kisame, engaged with Sanwei, were equally taken aback. As Sanwei broke free from Obito's control, it beheld this astonishing scene, trembling in fear. It immediately dove underwater, prompting Itachi to swiftly react by unleashing Amaterasu upon Sanwei. Sanwei roared in defiance, attempting to gather tailed beast balls for retaliation, only to be interrupted by Kisame's great shark bomb technique. Meanwhile, Ying-Chi remained oblivious to the astonished expressions of others. It seems this is where it must end. He mused internally, gripping Wu Wei's long horn tightly, his arm muscles taut. With a surge of strength, he lifted the colossal form of Wu Wei effortlessly. Wu Wei's forehooves flailed aimlessly in the air, gradually losing their support. Now, Ying-Chi exerted all his might, hurling Wu Wei forcefully into the distance. Wu Wei's immense form, akin to a mountain, plummeted to the earth like a meteor, causing trees to shatter and the ground to be cleaved deeply as if struck by a colossal axe. Had you all noticed? The author's greatest strength lies in never resorting to filler. It is always rich in substance. Chapter 110, Itachi's Entrustment. A brilliant script prepared for Sasuke, Ying-Chi closely followed as he appeared above Wu Wei's head. Countless purple sealing chains seemed to emerge from the depths of the void, swiftly entangling Wu Wei's massive body, binding it securely. He then thrust a fist forward. A colossal surge of sage technique chakra began to gather frantically in his hand. Farewell. Ri Yingqi's fist struck towards Wu Wei from afar. In an instant, an enormous fist shadow descended upon Wu Wei with the weight of a mountain. This strike contained unparalleled power, seemingly capable of obliterating all. A tremendous roar echoed as the earth trembled beneath the impact. Wu Wei's once mighty form was forcibly embedded into the ground, immobilized. The damage inflicted was shared between Wu Wei and Han, instantly shattering their complete tailed beast transformation state. Han and Wu Wei simultaneously succumbed to unconsciousness, losing all awareness. The power is commendable, indeed worthy of a 6 paths level martial art. Ri Yingqi remarked with satisfaction at his own masterpiece. Truly a technique described in the formula book as capable of shaking the heavens with sage power. It was further complemented by the bloodline limit ability of the TheHyuga. Ri Yingqi summoned a puppet eagle to retrieve the unconscious Han, flying towards Itachi and Kisame. Sanwei was nearly captured as well, lying unconscious upon the lake surface. Deidara was busy binding Sanwei with ropes, preparing for the clay bird to drag Sanwei across the water surface. Meanwhile, Kisame was tending to his weapon, while the traitorous shark skin lamented beside the incapacitated Sanwei. Ri Yingqi reigned in his myriad abilities and approached Itachi. Where is Uchiha Obito? This fellow intends to capture tailed beasts and will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy for the organization. He fled. The space-time Sharingan is difficult to counter, but fortunately, we've secured Sanwei, Itachi replied. I see. That was your brother, wasn't it? After all these years, he has grown significantly stronger, Ri Yingqi remarked. Yet it seems he does not comprehend your good intentions. Despite not considering his identity as a traveler, Ri Yingqi, as a former member of Konoha's Umbu and Itachi's superior, was well aware of Itachi's actions. This statement, seemingly sincere, carried an undercurrent of complexity. Itachi stated, he is the last hope for the Uchiha clan's revival. Is it truly wise to entrust the desire for family restoration to a single individual? Ri Yingqi casually asked while sitting upon a massive stone. Regardless, this is the path I have chosen, Itachi replied quietly, gazing into the distance, an unwavering determination flickering in his eyes. Ri Yingqi nodded slightly in understanding. He recognized that Itachi had borne immense pressure and suffering, compelled to make numerous difficult decisions to protect both his village and his brother. Perhaps one day, Sasuke will come to understand your sacrifices, Ri Yingqi feigned reassurance. Itachi fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I hope that as one of the few who knows about this matter, you can guide Sasuke back onto the right path should he stray after my death. His voice was calm, yet his eyes revealed a hint of resignation and sorrow. Ri Yingqi pretended to be puzzled. What, then, constitutes the right path? Is it revenge against Konoha or becoming Hokage? Itachi cast a glance at Hinata and slowly responded. To become Hokage, to protect Konoha, and to revive the Uchiha clan. This is the future I hope for Sasuke to pursue. His words were imbued with profound affection for his younger brother, Sasuke, and a steadfast commitment to their clan's legacy. Upon hearing this, Hinata feigned an epiphany, smiling as he remarked, I see. So what reward might I receive for assisting you in this endeavor? Itachi hesitated for a moment before quietly stating, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. At this revelation, Hinata-chi's eyes narrowed, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Indeed, Fugaku's Sharingan resided in Itachi's possession. Presenting it as a bargaining chip to pave the way for Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be a fitting utilization, a remarkable act of filial piety. Hinata-chi pressed further. Which pair is it? Could it be Fugaku, Uchiha's eyes? Itachi nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. He was aware that Hinata-chi could absorb Kekkei Genkai, and that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan undoubtedly held great allure for him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Hinata-chi had already fused Obito's Mangekyo, achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hinata-chi jested, Are you not afraid that I might renege on our agreement and absorb both Sasuke and your Sharingan? In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as both held their own thoughts and objectives. Hinatachi's promise was indeed trustworthy. Time was of the essence. Utilizing the power of the Mangekyo had exacerbated his Kekkei Jinkai illness, and he needed to ensure Sasuke's safety before his demise. As someone in the know, Hinatachi was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. Hinatachi extended his hand to clasp Itachi's, stating, "It's a deal. May our collaboration be fruitful. I shall fulfill your promise and guide Sasuke onto the right path. I, Hinatachi, am most steadfast in my commitments, of course, provided the outcome remains unchanged, regardless of the detours taken along the way. However, before that, you must first hand over your eyes," Hinatachi added. Itachi's gaze flickered with hesitation. Yet he produced a sealed container, inside of which lay Fugaku's Sharingan. Hinatachi accepted the container, examining the eyes within. On the surface, they appeared to be ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, yet he could sense the immense power they harbored. More importantly, the significance behind these eyes was paramount. After Itachi's death, Hinatachi could manipulate Sasuke with Fugaku's Mangekyo to execute his own plans. "Remember your promise," Itachi reiterated. "Rest assured, I'm a man of my word." Hinatachi replied with a slight smile. However, Itachi felt an ill omen at the sight of Hinatachi's grin, yet the transaction had been completed, leaving him no recourse to retract. Certainly, Hinatachi, the Grand Orchestrator, had prepared an exquisite script for Sasuke. Obito Uchiha had perished, yet Sasuke Uchiha remained. Moreover, he had also prepared enhancements for Sasuke. Should the time come, emerge two Mangekyo, coupled with extensive training, should Sasuke still fall. Then Hinatachi would truly be at a loss. At that moment, Deidara approached with the ropes bound around the three tails, using his clay bird to drag it across the lake's surface. He came beside Hinatachi, patting him on the shoulder. "Chi, that last strike was truly magnificent. I acknowledge your artistry." Hinatachi smiled in response. "It is an honor." Compared to the mental sparring with Itachi, Hinatachi preferred the uncomplicated exchanges with someone like Deidara, as it made him feel like a pure-hearted youth. Chapter 111. Sasuke's thirst for power. Go tend to the tailed beasts. Inform the leader that capturing them has been a tremendous drain on my resources, and I can no longer utilize ninjutsu, Hinatachi instructed Deidara. "You? Exhausted?" Deidara scrutinized Hinatachi, who certainly did not appear fatigued. Hinatachi stretched lazily, feigning fatigue. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am utterly drained." Seeing that Hinatachi was insistent on resting, Deidara ceased to inquire further. "Very well, then you should rest. Farewell, everyone." Hinatachi waved goodbye, boarding a puppet eagle to depart. In a place unseen by the others, he activated Kamui, entering the Kamui space. Obito awaited him inside, quietly seated beside Rin's corpse. Hinatachi was unconcerned that Obito might secretly hide or destroy Rin's body, for the Edo Tensei curse mark allowed him to monitor Obito's every move. "You performed admirably this time," Hinatachi praised Obito. Obito had flawlessly executed his instructions, and the grand spectacle had served Hinatachi's objectives well, much to his satisfaction. "I hope you will uphold your promise," Obito responded coldly. "Of course," Hinatachi replied, carefully placing Obito back into the coffin, laying him beside Rin's body for burial, fulfilling Obito's last wish. Within the outer path's golem, the 3 tails and 5 tails had returned to their places, with only the 2 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remaining before the 10 tails' birth. However, the remaining matters held little relevance for Hinatachi. He had numerous pressing issues to address. The passage to the moon had been located by the white Zetsu brainwashed by the Uchiha, and Hinatachi's task was to travel to the moon and devour Otsutsuki Kagaya. In Hinatachi's view, eliminating a being yet to awaken the Rinnegan was a trivial endeavor. The only concern was the massive golden Rinnegan, which required some caution. Furthermore, he needed to pay a visit to Sasuke to assuage his emotions. After all, their first meeting in 3 years had ended in a devastating defeat at Itachi's hands, a reality that left Hinatachi feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the Konoha team found a nearby inn to temporarily settle down. Under the effects of the illusion, TheHyuga gradually began to awaken, having fully experienced Hinatachi's story from age 3 to 13 within the Genjutsu. In the illusion, Her parents became the head of the main branch, and she became Hinata Chi, burdened with a blood feud. Watching as her parents were murdered by Hinata's family and the relatives who took her and were also slain by the Hyuga clan, she became the Hinata Chi who slaughtered the Hyuga clan, ultimately sparing only Hinata Chi and Hyuga Niji, solely to make them feel her anguish. Hinata sat dazed on the bed, repeatedly recalling the scenes from her dream, subconsciously beginning to comprehend Hinata Chi's actions. No. Hinata Chi is the enemy who killed my parents. No matter the reason, he cannot be forgiven. She incessantly repeated this phrase in the empty room, as if to solidify her hatred. In that room, Hinata's complexion was pale. The impact of the illusion had filled her heart with conflict. She understood that Hinata Chi's past was likely fraught with suffering, yet that could not serve as an excuse for the murder of her parents. With fists clenched tightly, she struggled to free herself from the chaos of her thoughts. She had to confront reality. Hinata Chi was her foe, and that fact would never change. Yet, uncontrollably, she pondered whether the hatred would continue to be passed down through generations. Was there truly any meaning in that? Hinata Chi, disguised as Chiba Mushio, appeared beside Sasuke under the guidance of Zetsu. Faced with Hinata Chi's sudden arrival, Sasuke's expression remained unfazed. "Lord Mushio," exclaimed Sasuke's subordinates, excitedly greeting him. Hinata Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke's gaze was resolute as he unhesitatingly declared, "Please grant me the transplantation of sage art organs." Hinata Chi, hearing Sasuke's request, displayed no surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. Initially, when he successfully researched the organs capable of absorbing natural energy, Sasuke was the first person who came to mind. However, at that time, Sasuke had decisively rejected the proposal. For a long time, Sasuke harbored disdain for the notion of acquiring power through bodily modification. He firmly believed that only through personal effort and rigorous training could one truly master and wield formidable strength. However, his recent confrontation with Itachi compelled him to abandon this conviction. He now felt an urgent need to possess power that could rival the Sharingan, regardless of its source. Vengeance was his sole focus. Hinata Chi found solace in Sasuke's decision. Yet he understood that once the door to bodily enhancement was opened, it would be as uncontrollable as a flood. Furthermore, Sasuke's increase in strength would undoubtedly aid his plans. Hinata Chi readily acquiesced to Sasuke's request. "Very well. I shall take you back to In village to prepare for the surgery, and I will have Yakushi Kabuto as your lead surgeon." Understood, Sasuke nodded in agreement. Hinata Chi activated Kamui, drawing Sasuke and his 3 subordinates into the Kamui space. In an instant, they arrived at In village. It must be said that since acquiring Kamui, Hinata Chi's efficiency had visibly improved. The round trip between locations took mere seconds, showcasing an undeniable enhancement in productivity. "You should rest now and get your body into optimal condition," Hinata Chi instructed Sasuke and his companions. Understood, Sasuke nodded and departed the laboratory, where he had his own room in In village. Observing Sasuke's retreating figure, Hinata Chi's lips curled into a slight smile as he quietly instructed his subordinates, "Go fetch Yakushi Kabuto." Yes. Shortly thereafter, Yakushi Kabuto, engrossed in experiments, was interrupted and hurried to Hinata Chi. Now that the Federation's affairs had settled into a routine, most matters no longer required his constant attention. Thus, he dedicated the majority of his time to research. "Lord Chi, you summoned me." Once alone in the room, Yakushi Kabuto naturally shed his disguise, no longer addressing Hinata Chi as Lord Mushio. "How have you been lately?" Hinata Chi, in good spirits, expressed concern for his trusted aide's well-being. "Everything is proceeding smoothly." Yakushi Kabuto replied with utmost respect, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Chi." Hinata Chi nodded slightly and got to the point. "What is the progress on the sage art organ I instructed you to cultivate for Sasuke?" "It has been successfully cultivated. In accordance with your request, I have also integrated a small amount of Hashirama's cells along with Naruto's blood." Yakushi Kabuto cautiously inquired, "Lord Chi, I am puzzled as to why we needed to incorporate Naruto's blood." "The fusion of yin and yang can manifest all things," Hinata Chi replied. His intention was not to enable Sasuke to awaken the Rinnegan on his own, as that would be too slow. Rather, he aimed to facilitate Sasuke's future compatibility with Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. At that point, it would not necessarily need to be implanted in the eye socket. It could also be placed in the palm. Kabuto quickly understood. All things? Are you referring to the Rinnegan? Precisely, Hinata Chi reminded him. This organ must enhance Sasuke's capacity for endurance. Rest assured, everything has been done according to your specifications. Hinata Chi nodded in satisfaction. Prepare for Sasuke's Sage Art Organ Transplantation. Understood. Chapter 112. The Ambush of Shiron. Absorbing the purple Rinnegan on the hospital bed, Sasuke groggily opened his eyes, finding Hinata Chi seated beside him. Congratulations. The surgery was a success. You are now a girl, Hinata Chi remarked mischievously. Sasuke recognized this as Hinata Chi's playful jest. He sat up, sensing that the world had transformed. The natural energy from the outside now swirled around him, as if it had become an extension of his being. Noticing Sasuke's lack of amusement, Hinata Chi lost his inclination for further jest. Next, Yakushi Kabuto will guide you in adapting to this new organ. Sasuke, unusually grateful, replied. Thank you. It's nothing. You are my collaborator, and the stronger you are, the better, Hinata Chi smiled encouragingly. This sage art organ is custom-made. Incorporating cells from the Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama, it will not only enable you to harness natural energy, but also enhance your vitality, replenishing your ocular power. Rest well. I have matters to attend to, Hinata Chi said as he exited the hospital room, where Yakushi Kabuto was already waiting outside. Hinata Chi instructed, do not allow Sasuke to seek revenge before I return. He wished to witness the unfolding drama. Understood. Hinata Chi then instructed Baiju to accompany him to the underground lake connected to the moon. As the coordinates had not yet been recorded, he could not use Kamui for instant teleportation. Riding on a puppet eagle, he soon arrived at his destination, a cave situated at the border between the land of fire and the Federation. Gazing at the clear lake emanating a faint glow, he scooped up some water but felt no moisture. This aligned with the events depicted in the film, without a doubt. This was the lake mentioned in the original work that could lead to the moon. It was likely a time-space passage left by the ancient Otsutsuki Yumura. Without hesitation, Hinata Chi leaped into the water and immediately noticed numerous bubbles rising. These were illusionary bubbles emitted by a crab. Touching them would ensnare one in a genjutsu. Hinata Chi skillfully avoided all the bubbles, swimming forward for several minutes until he could no longer discern up from down. He could only swim toward the source of light ahead. After a while, he finally reached his destination, climbing ashore to find himself inside the moon. Hinata Chi surveyed his surroundings and realized he was still in a cave, the walls adorned with vividly colored crystals. A massive red crab lay nearby, having sensed his presence and was now warily observing him. The illusionary bubbles in the water were its creation, and Hinata Chi found this remarkable crab capable of casting illusions quite intriguing. Surely, biologists would also be fascinated. He conjured a mental sphere and placed it in the crab's head, easily controlling it before storing it within the Kamui space. Hinata Chi then made his way out of the cave, having entered the interior of the moon, a world established by Otsutsuki Yumura, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, to provide a habitat for his descendants. The Sage of Six Paths had sealed the Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Outer Path Golem on the moon using the Heavenly Star technique. To guard the shell of the Outer Path's Golem and Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yumura led his entire clan to migrate to the moon, leaving only a branch of the clan in the ninja world, which was the Hyuga clan. After Yumura's death, his descendants diverged into two factions due to differing interpretations of their ancestors' final words. One faction believed that the world created by the Sage of Six Paths, which had been plagued by continuous wars for a millennium, was a failure and should be eradicated. Consequently, they sacrificed their entire TheHyuga to fuse into a single purple Rinnegan, exterminating the branch family that advocated for peace. However, the branch family perished due to bloodline defects, leaving only one descendant named Otsutsuki Shiren. Hinata Chi's current objective was to obtain the two existing Rinnegan on the moon, one being the purple Rinnegan of the branch family, and the other, the golden Rinnegan within the artificial sun capable of moving the moon. As Hinata Chi contemplated the purpose of his journey, he exited the cave. Upon taking his final step, the sight before him was breathtaking. Tens of thousands of puppets stood in perfect formation, resembling a well-trained army, facing Hinata Chi with military precision. At the center of the formation rested a colossal spherical stone, its surface engraved with the emblem of the Otsutsuki clan, standing out prominently. Undoubtedly, this stone was the seal containing the purple Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Shiran, I did not expect you would greet me in such a manner. What a delightful surprise. Hinata Chi's lips curled into a smile, his voice resonating clearly throughout the surroundings. Faced with this spectacle, Hinata Chi felt no turmoil within. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. He had long anticipated such an occurrence. After all, according to the narrative of the original work, these individuals would undoubtedly frequently investigate the state of Earth. Daitongmu Shiran, aware of the man who had once slaughtered the Hyuga clan and possessed the fused reincarnation eye, understood the ambition and thirst for power of Hyuga Chi. Eventually, Hyuga Chi would ascend to the moon in pursuit of greater strength. Standing within the Yutsuan temple, Daitongmu Shiran observed Hyuga Chi through the colossal golden reincarnation eye, and upon hearing the latter's greeting, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. How could he possibly know my name? Then, he witnessed a scene that filled him with even greater dread. Hyuga Chi's gaze pierced through the vast distance, locking onto him. Following this, Hyuga Chi revealed a smile that seemed to convey the message that he would soon come for him. Hyuga Chi then turned his attention to the army of puppets before him, estimating their numbers to be no less than 30,000. It was apparent that these had been hastily assembled by Shiran upon learning of Hyuga Chi's potential arrival. After all, the external world was rife with meteors, serving as a source of raw materials. Contemplating this, Hyuga Chi unhesitatingly activated the chakra mode of his reincarnation eye. A layer of azure light enveloped him, and in an instant, his form transformed into a streak of blue light, racing towards the sealing stone that contained the purple reincarnation eye below the mountain. As Hyuga Chi made this move, the puppet army immediately sprang into action. In a heartbeat, countless puppet warriors mounted their puppet flying eagles, descending upon Hyuga Chi in a relentless assault, determined to impede his advance. Moreover, the puppets on the ground raised their hands, unleashing a barrage of lasers formed from ocular energy, raining down upon Hyuga Chi like a torrential downpour. Nevertheless, Hyuga Chi's velocity remained unperturbed. In the face of this overwhelming tide of attacks, he merely surrounded himself with the 8 Dao balls, which circled him at incredible speed. Any attack or puppet that dared to approach him was swiftly crushed by the formidable force of the Dao balls. When Hyuga Chi was merely a few thousand meters from the sealing stone, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The previously silent sealing stone erupted with dazzling purple light, akin to a star on the verge of explosion. Finally, as the energy reached its zenith, a straight golden beam shot forth from the reincarnation eye. This golden beam, resembling a sharp sword, engulfed Hyuga Chi's form at an astonishing speed. Subsequently, the golden beam continued its relentless trajectory, piercing through the moon's exterior. The entire surface of the moon trembled from this strike, as countless rocks and dust were propelled into the void, creating a massive crater. Chapter 113. The Eye That Sees the Future. Daitongmu Shiran with the golden reincarnation eye. The golden beam overwhelmed Hyuga Chi's form like a torrent, its power so immense that it penetrated the moon's sturdy shell, leaving a shocking gash on its surface. Success! Shiran exclaimed with exhilaration. However, in the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. Hyuga Chi passed straight through the colossal golden beam, continuing his flight towards the purple reincarnation eye. How is this possible? Shiran's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend how someone could withstand such a powerful attack unscathed without any defense. He quickly employed the golden reincarnation eye to scrutinize Hyuga Chi closely. At that moment, he was astonished to observe that Hyuga Chi's originally blue reincarnation eye had contracted, revealing a new pair of intricately patterned Sharingan beside it. Could it be the kaleidoscope's ocular technique? I refuse to believe you can continuously withstand my ocular techniques. Shiran clenched his teeth, remotely activating the purple reincarnation eye to unleash a more ferocious offensive. Meanwhile, the ability Hyuga Chi activated was none other than Shinra Tensei. Through his own training and the enhancement of Sage Arts, he successfully transformed his body, unlocking the double eye mode. Moreover, he cleverly allocated his Sharingan ocular energy to this new pair of eyes, achieving the unprecedented feat of simultaneously activating both the reincarnation eye and the kaleidoscope. The purple reincarnation eye gathered energy once more, and the straight golden beam pierced through Hyuga Chi's form again, breaching the moon's exterior. Countless individuals in the ninja world looked up at the moon, witnessing the eruption of light. Is there a battle occurring on the moon? Does this world harbor extraterrestrial beings? Could it be that aliens are invading Earth? The populace was filled with trepidation, engaging in fervent discussions. Hyuga Chi would not grant Shirin another opportunity to unleash the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. He had already reached the sealing stone, canceling his ethereal state and bringing the Tao ball crashing down upon it. The sealing stone shattered, revealing the basketball-sized, purple reincarnation eye within. Hyuga Chi decisively activated the Blood Demon technique, consuming the purple reincarnation eye with black flesh. In an instant, a vast reservoir of ocular energy surged into Hyuga Chi's eyes, and he felt the power of the reincarnation eye swelling within him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, attempting to harness this formidable energy. As his consciousness swirled, the power of the reincarnation eye began to unfurl, distorting the surrounding space and time. His blue reincarnation eye, reminiscent of a profound ocean, radiated a breathtaking glow, its original hue gradually shifting. As if eroded by a mysterious force, it transformed into a deep purple, capable of perceiving all things within the universe. At that moment, countless visions suddenly materialized within Hyuga Chi's gaze, flashing rapidly before him, as if revealing various possibilities of the future. Ha ha ha! I can now see through the future. Even a usually composed Hyuga Chi could not help but burst into laughter. In truth, his eyes had previously occasionally glimpsed fleeting visions of the future, yet at that time, he lacked control over this peculiar ability. However, the present was entirely different. Now, Hyuga Chi could effortlessly glimpse scenes 10 seconds into the future, this ability having become a passive skill. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that if he were willing to expend a portion of his ocular energy, he could even observe more distant futures. After his laughter subsided, Hyuga Chi turned his gaze towards the golden sun in the sky, a synthetic sun created by the golden reincarnation eye. Daytongyu Shi Run and the golden reincarnation eye resided within. The azure chakra enveloping Hyuga Chi gradually transformed into a violet hue, and he shot towards the artificial sun like a purple meteor. He effortlessly breached the searing exterior, entering the interior of the synthetic sun. Once he regained his footing, Hyuga Chi immediately beheld the massive castle and Yutsuin temple floating in the air. Without hesitation, he flew towards the temple that concealed the golden reincarnation eye, where Shiren was currently hiding. He could even faintly sense the presence of a life form sealed within the temple, Daytam Yukagaya. A sense of foreboding washed over Hyuga Chi as he observed the golden reincarnation eye within the temple continuously shrinking, while Shiren awaited nearby with a frenzied expression. Hyuga Chi accelerated towards the temple, countless puppets surging forth from within, launching suicide attacks against him like a tidal wave. However, these puppets were no match for Hyuga Chi's Tao balls, easily being torn apart. Regrettably, it was already too late. Hyuga Chi's fusion with the purple reincarnation I had consumed a significant amount of time. In the next instant, a silver tempest erupted like a cataclysmic hurricane, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, shredding everything in its path and sweeping towards Hyuga Chi. He dared not delay for a moment, immediately expanding the Tao Ball shield and concentrating his chakra to its utmost limit. The silver tornado collided with the Tao Ball shield, propelling Hyuga Chi backward until it finally breached the moon's exterior, ceasing only when it reached the vastness of space. As the assault gradually subsided, Hinata Chi retracted its Yudao shield before him and beheld Daitongyu Shirin slowly emerging from the Yutsuin shrine. The golden Rinshinjian nestled within his right eye socket signified that the fusion had indeed been achieved. Initially taken aback, Hinata Chi soon observed the continual ebb of chakra and vitality from Shiren's body. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Is this merely the result of forcibly wielding Daitangya chakra and bloodline?" Shiren's current state could be aptly described as a cornered beast fighting for survival. "To kill you and obliterate the shinobi world is already sufficient," he proclaimed with a frenzied voice, aware that his time was limited, yet resolute in his mission to eliminate Hinata Chi. Chapter 114. The Battle Between Rinshinji and the Shattered Moon. In a vast expanse of space, the two stood in opposition. Hinata Chi and Shiren emanating formidable auras that rippled through the air. Observers from the shinobi realm were captivated by this astonishing spectacle, their gazes firmly fixed upon the scene unfolding above. They could only discern two minuscule silhouettes obscuring the moon. Each shinobi village deployed their most advanced telescopes, intently monitoring the aerial confrontation. However, limited by their technological capabilities, they could barely perceive the two figures locked in confrontation, with other details remaining obscured. "Let us see how this unfolds," Hinata Chi mused, gently raising his hand to summon the 8 Tsudaoyu, which converged to form a resplendent orb. He grasped this sphere tightly, and in an instant, a potent surge of energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a dazzling golden light that illuminated the surroundings. This radiance was as searing as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Not to be outdone, Shiren enveloped himself in blazing golden chakra flames. Simultaneously, the 10 Tsudaoyu in his possession fused into a single entity, emanating an even more intense brilliance than that of Hinata Chi. With fervor igniting his gaze, Shiren summoned his strength. Jinlun Rinshinbeo. They both intoned in unison, unleashing beams of golden light imbued with boundless destructive power towards one another. The two beams, akin to roaring dragons, intertwined and collided at astonishing speed. The very fabric of space trembled under the weight of this terrifying energy, warping the surroundings. In that moment, the shinobi world witnessed an unforgettable sight. Despite the night, the golden light illuminated the realm as if it were dusk. Hinata Chi, wielding a pair of purple Rinshinjian to counter Shiren's solitary golden Rinshinjian, found himself evenly matched. As their onslaughts began to wane, neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the blinding light dissipated, revealing that Hinata Chi had vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Shiren, delivering a devastating chakra-infused punch that sent Shiren hurtling backward, akin to a meteor crashing into the lunar surface. With a deafening thud, his form sank into the moon's soil, sending dust swirling into the air. Struggling to rise from the crater, Shiren swayed unsteadily, the pain of his body eclipsed by the anguish of his spirit. How could it be that, despite merging with the golden Rinshinjian, he was still unable to best his opponent? How is this possible? He mumbled, disbelief lacing his trembling voice. Hinata Chi descended gracefully to the moon's surface, his gaze unwavering as he regarded his adversary. "Do you still not comprehend?" Hinata Chi's voice was frigid. "This is the chasm of power. I am formidable, far surpassing you." At that moment, both combatants Jinlo and Rinshinbeo had entered a cooling phase, rendering them incapable of unleashing their Rinshinjian abilities once more in the immediate future. Without hesitation, Hinata Chi released the 8 Tsudaoyu from his back, sending them hurtling towards Shiren like meteors. Concurrently, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, racing towards Shiren like an arrow released from a bow. Alarmed, Shiren hurriedly unleashed the 10 Tsudaoyu behind him, attempting to intercept Hinata Chi's assault. Yet, as the Tsudaoyu clashed, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted, with neither side able to claim victory. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Chi had closed the distance, raining down punches upon Shiren like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with tremendous power. Gritting his teeth, Shiren braced himself, retaliating with his own fists as they exchanged blows in the air, engaging in a fierce flurry of combat. The two fists collided repeatedly, resulting in an exchange of over 100 strikes. Shirin exerted every ounce of strength to keep pace with Hinatachi's movements. Yet he soon realized that this was an insurmountable challenge. Hinatachi's Renshinjian seemed to perceive each of his actions, rendering his attacks entirely ineffective. Even the mere act of touching Hinatachi became an arduous endeavor. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Hinatachi delivered a swift kick to Shiren's abdomen, sending him flying once more. Clutching his midsection, Shiren rose to his feet, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Why, despite possessing the Renshinjian, am I still unable to overcome you? He uttered through gritted teeth. The Renshinjian is indeed powerful, but you have yet to truly harness its might, Hinatachi responded. As for me, through countless battles, I have achieved perfect synergy with the Renshinjian. Do not delude yourself. Even if you had not recently fused with a purple Renshinjian, you would still be no match for me. Breathless, Shiren recognized the truth in Hinatachi's words. While his Renshinjian may have been superior, his lack of combat experience hindered him from unleashing its full potential. Conversely, Hinatachi, seasoned by countless battles, had mastered the Renshinjian, rendering Shiren's hasty fusion with the golden Renshinjian insufficient in comparison. Surrender your eyes to me, Hinatachi commanded, summoning back his TheHyuga to once again coalesce his attack. This strike would undoubtedly shatter Shiren completely. A glimmer of madness flickered in Shiren's eyes. He understood that should he continue down this path, he would never stand a chance against Hinatachi. Yet, he still held the hope of obliterating this flawed shinobi world. Manipulating the TheHyuga, he tore apart the lunar crust beneath him and surged toward the far side of the moon at lightning speed. In an instant, he had traversed the lunar surface and reached its hidden side. Meanwhile, Hinatachi had completed his attack. The Renshinjian accurately pinpointed Shiren's location, and through foresight, Hinatachi discerned Shiren's true intentions. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreating from his assault. He merely diverted his attention to invoke Shunwei, sealing the temple housing Kagaya Otsutsuki within a space of safety. After all, a six-path level seal could not be easily dismantled by such an attack. Just then, a brilliant golden beam erupted from Hinatachi's hand, effortlessly tearing through the moon's crust and rocketing towards him like a cannonball. In response, Shiren unleashed his premeditated attack, exhausting the last remnants of his life, force, and chakra. In that moment, his once robust physique rapidly withered, resembling little more than skin and bones. The two Jinluan Renshinbyo collided ferociously once more, and this time confined within the moon's interior. The immense energy could not dissipate, but rather accumulated until it reached an unprecedented level of terrifying power. At last, when this energy reached its critical mass, an unparalleled explosion ensued. In an instant, the entire moon erupted as if ignited by a colossal bomb, shattering into countless fragments. Countless fragments of varying sizes shot out in all directions like rain, creating a magnificent spectacle. Chapter 115. The Convergence of the Reincarnation Eye and the Transmigration Eye to Reconstruct the Moon. The moon has exploded. Everyone in the shinobi world gaped in astonishment at the moon, which burst forth like a brilliant firework, their mouths agape in disbelief. Worse still, some fragments of the moon were drawn in by the gravity of the shinobi world, plummeting towards it like meteors. On the federal building, Yao Shirdo observed this scene, adjusting his glasses as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lord Hayashi's handiwork is truly remarkable. If anyone in the shinobi world could shatter the moon, it would definitely be Hinata Hayashi. What did you say? A puzzled federal ninja beside Yao Shirdo inquired. It's nothing, Yao Shirdo commanded. Immediately relay orders to the state governments to prepare for defense, guide civilians to safety, and ready the chakra cannons to intercept the meteors. Yes, Do allow me. A voice chimed in. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new power. Sasuke had approached Do unbidden. Do pondered for a moment and nodded. Be cautious about concealing your identity. Understood. Sasuke flashed a confident smile, feeling empowered enough to shatter any meteor. Nevertheless, Yao Shirdo insisted on preparing the chakra cannons, partly because the capital of the Federation, Odanin Village, could not afford to falter, and partly because Hayashi had mentioned Sasuke's overconfidence and lack of accurate self-assessment. Other nations and ninja villages swiftly reacted, organizing evacuation efforts for the populace. Tsunade of Konoha decisively ordered, "Quickly guide the people to the shelters and prepare the ninjas to face the meteors." She herself ascended to the Hokage Rock to confront the impending meteors. Inoki of Iwagakure soared into the sky, ready to meet the falling debris. Still in shock, could there truly be extraterrestrial beings? Terumi Mei of Kirigakure focused intently on the meteors descending from the heavens. A of Kumigakure stood atop the fully-tailed beast, Killer Bee, as they prepared to obstruct the meteors. Gaara of Sunagakure constructed numerous anti-air sand walls within the village, bracing for the meteor onslaught. These actions could only serve to mitigate casualties and losses. In such a calamity, it was impossible to remain completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu gazed upon the shattered moon with his mouth agape. Could it be that Mother has emerged? This was the only possibility he could fathom. As who else in the shinobi world could rend the moon asunder? Was it the remnants of Mother's clan that had arrived? A sense of foreboding gripped Kurizetsu. It occurred to him that Hayashi was searching for the spatial passage left by Yumura leading to the moon. Surely he must know something. Hayashi, of course, could not inform Kurizetsu of his journey to the moon, and Kurizetsu could not ascertain whether this was indeed Hayashi's doing. Hayashi, too preoccupied with the shattered moon, activated his Kimui, appearing instantaneously before Shoten, grasping his neck. "It's futile. Even if you kill me, you cannot prevent the annihilation of the shinobi world," Shoten gasped, a strange smile creeping across his face. To the shinobi world, the moon was not essential. In ancient times it had not existed, and yet the world had thrived. The Sage of Six Paths had only created the moon after sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki with the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star. However, in his final moments, Shoten exerted all his strength to hurl numerous moon fragments towards the shinobi world. These fragments now slowly advanced toward the shinobi world, with the meteors set to devastate the ecosystem, necessitating a complete reconstruction of a new ecosystem. Hayashi extracted Shoten's golden transmigration eye from his eye socket and consumed it. "You need not concern yourself." The power of Hayashi's transmigration eye intensified, its hue transforming into a golden shade. Then, flesh and blood surged, completely engulfing Kagaya Otsutsuki Shoten. In the next moment, the chakra within Hayashi became even purer, entirely transforming into the untainted chakra of Otsutsuki. Unexpectedly, an intense sensation coursed through his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hayashi quickly realized the implications. How could I have forgotten? Otsutsuki chakra is the source of the union of yin and yang. Ashura and Indra's chakra are merely derivatives of Otsutsuki chakra. Laughing, Hayashi gradually calmed himself. He concentrated, summoning the Otsutsuki chakra within him and painstakingly merging it with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As time ticked by, 10 full minutes passed, with Hayashi maintaining unwavering focus. Lest he falter. Finally, the pupils of his Sharingan began to transform. The originally blood-red, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gradually shifting into a series of mysterious purple Rinnegan. The purple Rinnegan and the golden transmigration eye spun within his gaze like the yin and yang of Taiji, emanating an extraordinary brilliance. By awakening the Rinnegan through his own power, Hayashi not only acquired the formidable abilities of the Six Paths, but also gained a unique ocular technique akin to Madara Uchiha's Limbo, Border Jail. Hayashi's Eye of Time was greatly enhanced. He could now effortlessly halt time in his vicinity, accelerate, decelerate, or even reverse time at will. However, this formidable ability was not without its restrictions. Each use allowed him only 10 minutes of control, and afterward, he would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate. Upon successfully merging with the Rinnegan, Hayashi turned to gaze upon the remnants of the shattered moon. Most fragments had not drifted far, and the outline of the moon remained faintly visible. The shinobi world could not yet face annihilation. With a mere thought, Hayashi released the Yumura shrine from his Kamui space, placing it back at the center of the moon's outline. It was uncertain whether Kagaya's seal had reached the level of the Six Paths. and even if he could break it, releasing her would not benefit him. He required a fully revived Pete Kagaya Otsutsuki, not the bloodied remnant sealed for a millennium. Everything would have to wait until the plot unfolded further. Hayashi's golden transmigration eye and purple Rinnegan shone with brilliance. He aimed to recreate the moon, and in an instant, using the Yumura shrine as a nucleus, the surrounding moon fragments and meteors converged as if returning to the sea. The fragments of the moon and meteors, initially headed for the shinobi world, were intercepted by Hayashi, with only a minuscule few continuing their trajectory towards it. However, these posed no catastrophic threat to the shinobi world. Under Hayashi's command, countless fragments gradually merged, forming a brand new moon. Though smaller than the original, this was an unavoidable compromise. The previous moon had been hollow, and creating this smaller version was already the result of Hayashi's utmost efforts, utilizing numerous stray meteors as filler. This was a monumental test for Hayashi's chakra. He had nearly exhausted all his reserves to forge this new moon. How to return to the shinobi world became a new dilemma, for the original spatial tunnel had undoubtedly collapsed. Hayashi had no choice but to expend his remaining chakra to repeatedly activate Kimui before finally returning to the shinobi world. Chapter 116. The Shinobi World Trembles, the game with Kurizetsu. As the meteor shower gradually ceased, survivors emerged from their shelters, gazing skyward. Is the moon back? No. It has been recreated by someone. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths once created the moon. I never believed it before, but now I do. It must have been the Sage of Six Paths who intervened to protect the shinobi world. The inhabitants of the shinobi world gazed upwards in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the breathtaking spectacle above. Countless colossal meteors streaked across the sky like shooting stars, only to converge once more with astonishing velocity. They collided and fused, ultimately forming a complete and resplendent sphere. The moon was reborn in the heavens. The five Kage were left in utter shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The events unfolding that night were beyond imagination, and the profound implications of these occurrences sent shivers down their spines. First and foremost, the fact that a fierce battle had taken place upon the moon was staggering. The sheer force of this conflict was so immense that its aftershocks had shattered the moon itself. What terrifying power this was! Yet, even more astonishing was the revelation that the moon had been reconstructed. Such earth-shattering feats could only be attributed to the legendary Sage of the Six Paths. Who else could accomplish such a miracle? The most plausible explanation at this moment was that the Sage of the Six Paths had engaged in a monumental duel with some mysterious adversary, resulting in the moon being obliterated by their clash. Fortunately, the Sage triumphed and successfully remade the moon anew. However, a pressing question remained. Who was this enigmatic foe? Could it be extraterrestrial beings from beyond the stars? Do aliens truly exist in this world? Might they invade the shinobi realm once more? Though the Sage of the Six Paths had vanquished them this time, one could never be certain that they would not return with vengeance. Countless uncertainties loomed like dark clouds over the leaders of various nations, lingering and unresolved. Within the federal building, Yakushi Kabuto commanded his subordinates to carry the unconscious Sasuke away. As Hinata Kiyoshi had predicted, Sasuke lacked a clear understanding of his own power. He shattered a meteor with lightning, but subsequently succumbed to exhaustion. What a grand maneuver by Lord Kiyoshi! Kabuto mused as he gazed at the reformed moon in awe. In Konohagakure, Tsunade moistened her dry lips and instructed Shizen, "Notify the Umbu to contact the other nations and prepare for a summit of the 6 countries. This matter concerns the survival of the shinobi realm." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Naruto stood transfixed, his expression somewhat dazed as he marveled at the magnificent sight. He had thought that Hinata Kiyoshi, whom he had encountered recently, was already formidable enough. But could he truly have shattered the moon? In Sunagakure, Gaara looked at the newly risen moon and sighed in relief. Had all the moon's fragments fallen to the shinobi world, it would have surely faced annihilation. In Iwagakure, Inoki rubbed his aching back and murmured, "Even Uchiha Obito could not destroy the moon. Perhaps only the legendary Sage of the Six Paths could achieve such a feat." In Kumogakure, I suddenly thought of another individual, Hinata Kiyoshi. Although he did not believe Kiyoshi to be the one responsible for the moon's destruction, he undoubtedly possessed the six paths truth-seeking balls and must know more secrets than they did. In Kirigakure, Terumi May licked her parched lips and softly remarked, "The shinobi world is truly on the brink of transformation." The sudden emergence of external forces capable of world destruction loomed like the sword of Damocles over everyone's heads, instilling fear in their hearts. What if the Sage of the Six Paths did not appear again to save the shinobi realm? What then would they do? Meanwhile, the most anxious of all was Kurizetsu, for with the moon having been destroyed and restored, what would become of his mother? She was still within the moon. Hinata Kiyoshi, yes. Hinata Kiyoshi. His Rinnegan must have seen something. He needed to find him to ascertain the truth. Worried for the safety of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kurizetsu hurried to Oto Agakure in search of Kiyoshi. Emerging from the ground, Kurizetsu found Kiyoshi seated in a chair, his expression somber, his aura faint, and his complexion pale, clearly indicating he had sustained grave injuries. Before Kurizetsu could ponder who had wounded Kiyoshi, the latter's voice, filled with an inexhaustible killing intent, echoed ominously. "You have finally arrived? I have some questions for you." As Kiyoshi's words fell, numerous ceiling formations appeared around the room, instantaneously ensnaring Kurizetsu within. Kurizetsu did not attempt to flee. Only the yin-yang release could confine him, and these sealing techniques were insufficient to impede his escape. Today, he had to extract the truth. He needed to know whether his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had been taken by members of the Otsutsuki clan or if she remained on the moon. Kiyoshi, of course, was aware that these sealing techniques could not hold Kurizetsu. They were merely theatrical props. "What do you intend to do? I am your ally. Do you not wish to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails?" Kurizetsu feigned panic, as if trapped by the sealing techniques. Kiyoshi rolled his eyes inwardly, recognizing the ruse. Kurizetsu was merely putting on an act, still reluctant to reveal the truth. The two were akin to actors, each scheming against the other. Kiyoshi spat out a few words through gritted teeth. "What exactly are you hiding from me? You are not the consciousness of Uchiha Madara. What is it that is sealed upon the moon?" Kiyoshi's words were shocking, revealing some of the greatest secrets of the shinobi world. He sought to take the initiative, to interrogate first rather than wait for Kurizetsu to inquire about the events on the moon. Kurizetsu fell silent, his gaze wavering as he contemplated how to respond to Kiyoshi's probing questions. He could surmise part of the truth regarding the moon. Kiyoshi must have clashed with Yui or the village of Yui and suffered a crushing defeat. Otherwise, no one else in the shinobi world could possibly match Kiyoshi in combat and overpower him. Of course, this was merely speculation and required further verification. After a moment, Kurizetsu sighed softly, deciding to divulge a fragment of the truth. Otherwise, their alliance with Kiyoshi would falter, and the grand endeavor of resurrecting his mother would vanish into thin air. "Yes, that useless Uchiha Obito informed you, did he not? He has long suspected me." Kurizetsu probed cautiously. Kiyoshi narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he locked onto Kurizetsu. "So what if it was Uchiha Obito who told me? Indeed, I am not the consciousness of Uchiha Madara. What is sealed upon the moon is my mother. I am the embodiment of her will." "You mean the goddess of the moon?" "Indeed, you must have heard this tale from Obito. My mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is in fact the mother of Otsutsuki Yui, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths in the shinobi world. However, she was later betrayed by Otsutsuki Yui, who conspired with his brother Otsutsuki Himura to seal my mother upon the moon." Chapter 117. Deceiving the world. Kiyoshi's expression softened slightly. "Continue, I am listening." Kurizetsu carefully observed the changes in Kiyoshi's demeanor, noting his expression relax. He continued, "In order to resurrect my mother, I infiltrated Uchiha Madara's side, guiding him to discover the stone tablet left by the Sage of the Six Paths. In his later years, Uchiha Madara, using the flesh of Senju Hashirama, awakened the Rinnegan, and he required a new executor for his plan, none other than Uchiha Obito, who understood love better. He manipulated Obito's affection for Rin to control the higher-ups of Kirigakure and implant the Three Tails into Rin's body. Rin willingly perished under Kakashi's attack to protect her village. Obito was a witness to Rin's death, and consumed by profound sorrow, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and embraced the plan to create a perfect illusionary world. Kiyoshi was well aware of these events, as they were all part of the original narrative. Kurizetsu manipulated Uchiha Madara, who in turn manipulated Uchiha Obito, and Obito directed Nagato. They appeared to be the players of the game, yet in truth, they were merely pawns. Kiyoshi nodded, filling in a gap in Kurizetsu's narrative. In truth, there is no such thing as infinite Tsukuyomi. The true objective is to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kurizetsu felt a surge of joy within, as Kiyoshi had unwittingly addressed the most significant flaw in his story. Kiyoshi was indeed easy to deceive. Indeed, I merely wished to free my mother from her seal. Shangchi displayed a smile and waved his hand dismissively, saying, if only you had mentioned it sooner, there would have been no need for all this trouble. Once I become the Jubi Jinchuriki, I will be able to lift the seal on your mother. Heiju immediately flattered him, saying, thank you, Lord Qi. While his words appeared to be compliments, he secretly praised Shangchi for being easily deceived, as it took merely a verbal promise to ensnare him. In the eyes of Heiju, Shangchi resembled Xiangyu, proud and arrogant, believing he could control everything, yet he was merely a puppet in Heiju's hands. Though Heiju was unaware of Xiangyu's true nature, I am somewhat concerned about my mother's safety and what has transpired on the moon, Heiju inquired. Seizing the moment as Shangchi's expression returned to normal. Shangchi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he recounted, I encountered the Otsutsuki Kinshiki and engaged in battle with him. In the final moments, I shattered the moon, directing its fragments towards the shinobi world. It was a narrow victory, leveraging the threat against the shinobi world. Your mother should still be sealed within the moon. When it shattered, Kinshiki managed to protect the temple. Shangchi had cunningly appropriated Sharon's methods, disguising his actions as quite despicable. Heiju was inwardly astonished at Shangchi's ruthlessness, realizing he was prepared to drag the entire shinobi world into destruction. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief, knowing that his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had not encountered any mishap. In the end, I exhausted all my strength to reassemble the moon, allowing me to consume it, he continued. To corroborate his claims, Shangchi revealed his newly acquired golden Rinnegan. What? How could Kinshiki still be alive? Heiju questioned, perplexed. It seems akin to borrowing a corpse to return to life. He utilized the body of one of his descendants, resurrecting himself with the Rinnegan he left behind, Shangchi elucidated. When I arrived, only one of the Otsutsuki clan remained. Fearing my overwhelming power, he forcibly merged with the golden Rinnegan and perished, only to mysteriously resurrect, claiming to be Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Shangchi fabricated this narrative. Understood. What shall we do next? Heiju inquired, displaying a demeanor of complete allegiance to Shangchi. Shangchi, seemingly well prepared, deftly lifted the sealing technique binding Heiju. Recently, the Akatsuki organization has been excessively ostentatious. We can use this incident to divert attention. They likely believe that the Sage of Six Paths and extraterrestrial beings are battling to save the Earth, causing widespread panic regarding alien powers. Shangchi appeared to possess a well-thought-out strategy. We shall use the Federation's name to solidify this narrative, inciting their fear while we continue to hunt for tailed beasts. Understood. Is there anything you require from me? Heiju asked. Just ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. After escorting Heiju away and confirming no one was watching, Shangchi stretched lazily, his pallor restored. The earlier weakness had merely been an act. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the secret chamber. Come in. The only person who could enter was Yakushi Kabuto. Upon his arrival, Shangchi inquired, what news of the forgeries? They are ready, as per your request. Yakushi Kabuto respectfully presented a stack of blurred photographs to Shangchi. Flipping through them casually, Shangchi noted that they depicted the Sage of Six Paths in his Magatama robes engaged in a fierce battle with a white-robed man with horns. The 5 great nations won't notice, correct? Shangchi asked. Rest assured, their technology will not detect anything amiss, Yakushi Kabuto assured him. In recent years, the Federation's technology had vastly outstripped that of the 5 great nations. though many confidential technologies remained undisclosed. Excellent. We must also prepare for the upcoming Six Nations Summit. I will personally attend in the guise of Musho and present these items to them, Yu Shangqi stated. During our last video conference regarding the summit's venue, we tentatively decided on a location being in the Village of Sound, but we couldn't finalize it. Let us confirm it in the Village of Sound, Shangqi replied immediately. The Village of Sound was not like the Village of Rain, which could not be seen. All critical secrets lay underground, shielded by sensory-blocking ninjutsu, making it invisible to others. He could also plant some traps to facilitate future plans. And what of Sasuke? He has awakened from his coma and has set out to find Uchiha Itachi. Just have Baiju keep an eye on him. Remember to notify me before the brothers showdown, Shangqi replied, eager not to miss the spectacle of an enhanced Sasuke facing Uchiha Itachi. Understood. In the Land of Rain, Nagato reviewed the intelligence returned by Shangqi under the identity of Musho. Do not forget, Musho is also a member of the Akatsuki. As a substitute leader of the Akatsuki, if the Jubi plan were to fail, unifying the shinobi world would become the new goal of the Akatsuki. Thus, Musho rarely communicated with the Akatsuki, yet such crucial exclusive intelligence must be relayed back. The reports detailed the battle between the extraterrestrials and the Sage of Six Paths, revealing many skills unique to the Rinnegan. This convinced Nagato, for aside from himself and Conan, no one else could possibly know the abilities of the Rinnegan. A bold idea suddenly struck Nagato. Perhaps this opportunity could be used to directly complete the collection of tailed beasts. Chapter 118. The Six Nations Summit commences. Deception begins. The venue for the Six Nations Summit was soon confirmed to be held in the Federation's Village of Sound. In recent years, the Federation had maintained an excellent reputation, engaging positively with various nations, making it the most suitable host for this summit. During this period, the shinobi world was rife with anxiety as each nation busied themselves with post-disaster reconstruction and stabilizing public sentiment. Simultaneously, a united statement from the Six Nations was necessary to alleviate the populace's fears. The five Kage, as second-in-command of the five great nations, gradually arrived at the Village of Sound. Shangqi personally greeted each of the five Kage. Lord Musho, it has been a long time. Gaara extended his hand to shake hands with Shangqi. Lord Gaara, I trust you are well, Shangqi replied with a smile, engaging in pleasantries. Lord Musho, Temari, standing beside Gaara, greeted. Shangqi openly admired Temari until her face turned crimson, at which point he complimented, Temari, you have become increasingly beautiful. Among the five nations, the Federation enjoyed the best relationship with the Land of Wind, and Shangqi invited Gaara into the reception room to discuss matters concerning the summit the following day, securing Gaara's support in advance. The next day, the Six Nations Summit commenced smoothly, with Shangqi representing the Federation, Tsunade from the Land of Fire, Gaara from the Land of Wind, A from the Land of Lightning, Anoki from the Land of Earth, and Mei Terumi from the Land of Water, each occupying a seat around the round table. The bodyguards of each nation's Kage stood behind them, resembling the assembly from the original narrative. What caught Shangqi's attention was Jiraiya and Kakashi standing behind Tsunade. These six nations represented the most powerful entities in the shinobi world, and these six individuals stood at the pinnacle of its power. The outcome of this summit would shape the future trajectory of the shinobi world. Shangqi cleared his throat, gazing at the five Kage, and began, I trust you are all aware of the current situation in the shinobi world. The recent calamity has inflicted tremendous losses upon us. Therefore, I hope that during this summit, we can reach a consensus and jointly address the crises we may face in the future. This was merely a formal opening statement. The real crux would follow, as Shangqi had already hinted to the five Kage about the vital intelligence he had obtained. They urged, this is not a press conference. Let's skip the pleasantries and present the intelligence so we can devise a strategy. Of course, Shangqi smiled, producing a stack of forged photographs and handing them to Kinmaru, saying, please show these to the Kage. Understood. Kinmaru took the photographs, circulated them, and distributed them among the five Kage. Upon receiving the images, the expressions of all present turned grim. The two individuals before them, as they had conjectured, were indeed the Sage of the Six Paths, wielding a staff. While the adversary was most likely an extraterrestrial being. Lord Mushio, can you ascertain the authenticity of this? TheHyuga expressed his skepticism regarding the existence of aliens and the Sage of the Six Paths, seeking confirmation from Ryongchi. Certainly, this imagery was captured by our Federation's most advanced space telescope, Ryongchi affirmed. We preliminarily deduce that the combatants on the moon are the Sage of the Six Paths and an unknown alien foe. A screen materialized before the six, showcasing footage of the two engaged in battle. Although brief, the clarity of the video was significantly enhanced. This footage had been fabricated by Ryongchi himself. He had ventured into space to capture it, fearing that these astute individuals would not be easily deceived. The scene depicted the Sage of the Six Paths, with his Rinnegan, wielding a black staff, and behind him floated 9 spheres known as the Jubi, as he clashed with an enemy possessing Byakugan. Tsunade's heart sank when she saw the Rinnegan in the sage's eyes, while Jiraiya, standing behind Tsunade, was momentarily overcome with sorrow. AI, what is that black sphere? AI's brow furrowed. He had previously encountered this object behind Ryongchi. The group's gaze quickly converged upon Reikage AI. The Jubi? Ryongchi feigned surprise. AI pondered for a moment before divulging what he knew. We once observed that black sphere behind the rogue ninja, Ryongchi, from Konoha. Initially, we did not recognize it. It was the Hachibi who informed us. You should understand that the tailed beasts possess vast knowledge, and my brother, being a perfect Jinchuriki, would not deceive us. Tsunade's heart raced at this revelation. She recalled the incident involving Ryongchi collecting her blood. She slammed her hand on the table. I understand now. Ryongchi must be aware of the underlying truth. He has collected my blood and absorbed the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. He certainly knew about this before us. Gaara, who had remained silent, finally spoke with a calm demeanor. So, Ryongchi aspires to become the second sage of the Six Paths? Tsunade replied, that seems likely. The last time he intervened, he effortlessly defeated Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Iwagakure. Gaara raised another question. Then what is his purpose in joining the Akatsuki organization? AI was the first to challenge. That question should be directed at Lord Mushio. How did he manage to summon Ryongchi during our last conflict with the Land of Lightning? Ryongchi remained unperturbed, having anticipated such inquiries. He replied leisurely, it is quite simple. I negotiated using the bloodlines of the Kagaya clan and the Uzumaki clan, compelling him to assist me once. The venue fell into a contemplative silence, with everyone fixated on the screen. This tranquility was shattered when Terumi spoke up. The eye of the Sage of the Six Paths is indeed the Rinnegan, but why does the enemy possess Byakugan? Terumi articulated the collective confusion. While the Sage's eyes bore the legendary Rinnegan, it raised questions as to why the enemy's gaze reflected Byakugan. Ryongchi continued to guide their thoughts. Regarding this, we also have speculations. We have perused countless ancient texts and uncovered some information that suggests only one possibility. The Hinata clan is descended from extraterrestrial beings. Our scientists theorize that not only the Hinata clan, but also the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Kagaya clans are, in fact, descendants of aliens. TheHyuga was the first to refute Ryongchi's assertion. That is implausible. The Uchiha and Senju have been adversaries throughout the Warring States period. They cannot share the same ancestor. Unfazed, Ryongchi elaborated. Why not? Hokage, do you know what the Uchiha's eye and the Senju's physique are called? Tsunade instinctively responded. Sage eyes and sage body. Precisely, it is the sage eyes and sage body, and in ancient times, the only individual worthy of being called a sage was the Sage of the Six Paths. Ryongchi's reasoning was compelling, instilling a sense of conviction among the listeners. We speculate that in ancient times, a group of extraterrestrials invaded the ninja world, but for reasons unknown, they erupted into civil strife, splitting into two factions that annihilated one another. The victorious side, fearing retribution, chose to remain in the ninja world and procreate, leading to the emergence of the subsequent bloodline clans. Ryongchi's narrative was a reinterpretation of historical truths, leaving the others unable to contest its validity. Chapter 119. The Arrival of Pain, the unending conference. Everyone pondered the credibility of Ryongchi's conjectures. Jiraiya suddenly interjected. Wait, I once had a disciple who possessed the Rinnegan, yet he was a member of the Uzumaki clan? Why is that? Ryong-chi fell into silence, taking a considerable time before he responded. I'm uncertain, but did you confirm that his eyes were indeed the Rinnegan? The others turned to Jiraiya with inquisitive gazes. If someone in the ninja world possessed the Rinnegan, they would surely be aware of it. Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. Indeed, that is the Rinnegan. Those eyes are identical to those in the video. The Yimu was the first to inquire. Where is he now? If such a person exists, we could cultivate him into the second sage of the six paths, thus providing us with a means to resist those extraterrestrial beings. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then sighed. He is likely deceased. The Yimu couldn't help but lament. What a pity. He might have become the second sage of the six paths. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sudden scream erupted from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps. A voice called from beyond the door. Jiraiya-sensei. It has been a long time. The guards behind the six immediately assumed a combat stance, preparing to confront the unwelcome visitor. Ryong-chi revealed a barely perceptible smile. The main subject of their discussion had arrived. Subsequently, the conference room's door burst open, and a figure slowly entered, clad in a red cloud cloak, his face adorned with peculiar black rods, a pair of Rinnegan glaring from his eyes. Raikage AI fixated intently on those eyes, exclaiming, Rinnegan, Jiraiya, did you not say he was dead? Not only that, but this attire indicates that he is a member of the Akatsuki. Gaara's gourd spilled sand at his feet. Poised for action, Jiraiya did not respond to AI's inquiry. He immediately recognized that the individual before him was not Nagato, but Yahiko, who had aspired to become a god. You are Yahiko? How can Nagato's eyes be in your possession? The Yimu speculated quietly. I see. Your companion coveted the Rinnegan and took his eyes. How tragic. Pain responded. Yahiko? That guy's been dead for a long time. Now, what stands before you is pain. Jiraiya swiftly deduced the circumstances. The Yahiko he knew would never resort to stealing his companion's eyes for power. This must be a puppet, right? The one behind you must be Nagato. I do not know what circumstances have transformed you into this, but do not remain deluded. Jiraiya clenched his fists. True to form, Jiraiya immediately discerned the truth. As for my purpose, it is to genuinely realize peace. Pain, with an impassive expression, recounted a tale to everyone. In ancient times, there existed a tailed beast known as the Ten Tails, whose power could obliterate a nation with ease. The sage of the six paths feared its might and sealed it within himself. Later, as the sage fell gravely ill, he divided its chakra into 9 parts, forming the current 9-tailed beasts. Its physical form, however, was sealed upon the moon, referred to as the Outer Path Golem. Jiraiya pressed further. So, your objective is to resurrect the Ten Tails? Indeed, Pain affirmed without hesitation. By surrendering the last 4-tailed beasts, the ninja world can wield the Ten Tails as a weapon against external threats, thereby achieving true peace. Pain unabashedly declared his intentions. When all fear the power of the Ten Tails and experience the anguish of war, there will be no more conflict in the ninja world. When billions of deaths confront everyone, they will come to comprehend the essence of suffering. Humanity is too foolish and requires a god to help them discern this world. However, how could this be possible? If the Ten Tails truly emerged, what would distinguish these great nations from annihilation? The true rulers would become the possessors of the Ten Tails. Jiraiya's expression darkened significantly. He could never have imagined that his beloved disciple would transform in such a manner. This is merely your wishful thinking. Shinya Mushio slammed his palm on the table, declaring that peace maintained through fear is not true peace. He also rejected vehemently. Do not dream. I will never hand my brother over to you. He rose, prepared to take action, determined not to allow Pain to continue speaking. If he swayed those present, then Karabi would undoubtedly meet his demise. A, clad in lightning armor, instantly appeared before Pain, delivering a swift strike aimed at Pain's neck. Just as he was about to succeed, a powerful repulsion emanated from Pain, causing the ground to shatter beneath them. I was unexpectedly sent flying, but Gaara quickly conjured a sand cushion to catch him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The full force of the Rakich's attack was so effortlessly deflected. This individual hadn't even moved a finger. One could only say that he truly lives up to the legendary Rinnegan. In an instant, no one dared to act rashly. It seems you have made your decision, Pain remarked, surveying the room with a detached tone. Then we must take matters into our own hands. It appears we will only meet on the battlefield. Pain turned his back, preparing to leave, yet the others could not allow him to depart so easily, as he was a potential grave threat and the perfect opportunity to eliminate him had arisen. Tsunade shouted, "Do not hold back. We must act together to prevent his escape." In an instant, numerous ninjutsu were unleashed upon Pain, yet he remained motionless, quietly observing the multitude of techniques descending upon him. Immediately, a tremendous cloud of smoke erupted from where Pain stood. Had they succeeded? The crowd sensed a life swiftly extinguished within the smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, it revealed a lifeless body, devoid of any human form, stripped of the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak and lacking the black rods. Hinata High's brow furrowed as he declared, "Indeed, he knew we were here. It was impossible for his true body to come. This was merely a clone." "Mushio, my lord, what shall we do next?" Terumi Mei inquired, as all eyes turned towards Hinata High, who, as the host, bore the responsibility for their safety and was expected to devise a solution. Hinata High replied, "This was indeed our oversight. We will dispatch individuals to track the Akatsuki's whereabouts and provide an explanation to all. However, some matters are pressing. Let us change our location for further discussion and also deliberate on how to defend against the Akatsuki." Very well. The 5 Kage nodded in agreement, and no one blamed Hinata High for any shortcomings in safety measures, considering the enemy possessed the Rinnegan. "Please follow me," Hinata High urged, leading the group forward. They arrived at the elevator of the Hokage building, pressed several buttons, and descended deep underground. 1 minute later, the elevator doors opened once more, and the group exited, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had anticipated a cavern or tunnel, yet before them lay a pristine white corridor, bustling with scholars clad in lab coats. This was clearly a vast research base. Hinata High cautioned them. "This is the underground world of Odanin Village, where all matters are classified federal secrets. Please refrain from wandering. I have long heard of the Federation's advanced technology. Today, seeing it firsthand, it truly lives up to its reputation." Terumi Mei marveled. Hinata High humbly replied, "It is merely a matter of prioritization." Leading the way, Hinata High guided the group, and the staff they passed greeted him with respectful bows, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Chapter 120. Mysterious Message. Beware of Shinya Mushio. Jiraiya trailed behind the crowd, his mind wandering as he pondered why his once-kind disciple had transformed into such a being. "Yahiko, Nagato, Konan." Jiraiya snapped back to reality, internally sighing. He recalled his previous encounter with Naruto, whose unwavering belief in becoming Hokage and deep love for the village had shone brightly. Perhaps this is what Nagato and the others have lacked, Jiraiya mused. He resolved to uncover the truth behind this transformation. If his disciple had strayed down the wrong path, it was his responsibility to rectify it. Thus, Jiraiya quickened his pace, striving to catch up with the others. At that moment, a researcher clad in a tightly sealed protective suit brushed past him. Jiraiya sensed a familiar aura, momentarily stunned, and before he could react, they collided. "My apologies." The individual hastily bowed and apologized. Jiraiya felt a slip of paper tucked into his sleeve, but chose to remain composed and nonchalant. "It's nothing." He hastened to catch up with the group, reaching the front where he found Hinata High. "My lord Mushio, I need to use the restroom." Tsunade, overhearing Jiraiya's request, remarked impatiently, "You truly are a lazy one." Jiraiya, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, "Ah, well, everyone has their urgent needs." Hinata High, fully aware of Jiraiya's intentions, had arranged for the researcher who had just bumped into him. Nodding, Hinata High replied with a smile, "I understand, Kumu. Please escort Lord Jiraiya to the restroom and bring him directly to the conference room afterward." "Certainly." Kumaru immediately complied, turning to Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, please follow me this way." "Thank you." Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, The five Kage each had their own thoughts. The Federation's caution was evident, even in something as mundane as a restroom visit, indicating that secrets lay hidden within. The monstrous army that had clashed with the Wind Country years prior must have originated from here. Following Kunru, Jiraiya arrived at the restroom, where Kunru did not enter but waited outside. Once inside a stall, Jiraiya unfolded the note, which boldly read, "Lord Orochimaru has been Shinya Mushio's puppet for 8 years. Shinya Mushio harbors grander plans. Proceed with caution." Upon reading these words, Jiraiya's heart raced in shock. The first reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? 8 years ago, that was before the destruction of Konoha. If Orochimaru was already Shinya Mushio's puppet at that time, then who killed the fourth Kazekage, and who later misled Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya's confusion deepened. Could this be a ploy by the Akatsuki to sow discord? Yet, recalling the familiar aura he sensed from the individual earlier, it bore a resemblance to Orochimaru, an essence that could not be fabricated. Referring to Orochimaru as Lord indicated that this person might indeed have been one of Orochimaru's subordinates. The more he contemplated, the deeper he fell into confusion, with questions swirling in his mind. However, he needed to leave quickly to avoid suspicion. He promptly tore the note into shreds and flushed it down the toilet, composing himself before exiting. "Let us go, Kunru," Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Kunru nodded and led Jiraiya back to the conference room. Along the way, Jiraiya silently contemplated his strategy. Regardless of the truth of the information, he had to proceed with caution and ensure that no one detected his abnormality. Upon returning to the conference room, Jiraiya found the others engaged in a fervent discussion regarding countermeasures. Hinata High summarized the current crisis. "Our enemies now include the Akatsuki and potential extraterrestrial threats that may arrive at any moment. However, the immediate concern remains the Akatsuki. The extraterrestrial invaders' arrival appears to correlate with the historical records of 2 millennia ago. We speculate that even extraterrestrial beings would face challenges in communication over such vast distances. Otherwise, during the internal strife among extraterrestrial beings in the ninja world 1,000 years ago, someone should have come to suppress it rather than waiting until now for intervention. Our foremost objective remains to thwart the Akatsuki from acquiring the tail beasts. The only tail beasts still in our possession are the Kyubi of Konohagakure and the Hachibi and Nibi of Kyumogakure, alongside the Rokubi of Kirigakure." As Jiraiya entered the conference room, he observed Hinata K speaking with righteous fervor, voicing concerns for the future of the ninja world. In that moment, Jiraiya's suspicions deepened, contemplating whether this was merely a ruse by the Akatsuki. The expression on Terumi Mei's face was grim. The Rokubi Jinchuriki had already escaped and was no longer within the confines of Kirigakure. Indeed, since her ascension, not a single-tailed beast had remained in Kirigakure. The Sanbai had vanished with Yagura's demise, and the Rokubi Jinchuriki had defected outright. Hence, it was understandable why she had been so eager to capture the Sanbai during the recent struggle. Tsunade's countenance mirrored her concern. Did this not mean that the Rokubi had already been delivered into the hands of the Akatsuki? Hinata K proposed, "I suggest that the 6 great nations must immediately initiate a search for the Rokubi Jinchuriki. We cannot allow any more tailed beasts to fall into the hands of the Akatsuki. Moreover, we must protect the remaining tailed beasts from capture." He continued, "Given the circumstances, we must set aside past grievances and concentrate our efforts on safeguarding the remaining tailed beasts." Inoki promptly questioned, "We agree on the first point, but how do we concentrate our forces? Are we to send our ninjas into other nations' villages to assist in defense?" Aoi, hearing this, was the first to object. "Impossible. I will not permit foreign troops to enter the land of lightning. No one could reasonably consent to such a proposal. Allowing military forces from other nations to occupy one's territory would be tantamount to relinquishing the very lifeblood of one's country. Handing over the fate of one's nation to others was simply out of the question." Inoki scoffed at this juncture, still fixating on national interests. "How can we genuinely cooperate to resist external threats?" Aoi retorted angrily, "Are you suggesting that we from Kyumogakure should bring our tailed beasts to hide within your Iwagakure?" The long-standing animosity between Kyumogakure and Iwagakure made collaboration implausible. Hinata then stepped forward as a mediator, suggesting, "Let us approach the matter from another angle. We can offer our specially crafted technological ninja tools to enhance the strength of your ninjas. Naturally, these would not be provided for free. They would need to be acquired at cost price." This proposition met with unanimous approval. The attendees had long coveted the technological ninja tools from the Federation, and now they were presented with a genuine opportunity to procure them. As the debate continued, a knock echoed from outside the door. Such an intrusion during a significant meeting surely signified a grave matter. "Come in." Hinata beckoned. Yakushi Kabuto entered, accompanied by a ninja from Kumogakure. The Kumogakure ninja immediately knelt before the fourth Raikage, reporting, "Lord Raikage, half a day ago, the Akatsuki attacked the border outpost and abducted the Nibi Jinchuriki." What? Astonishment spread across the faces of those present. If the Akatsuki had also secured the Nibi, their leverage was dwindling. The ninja proceeded to recount the details. The Nibi Jinchuriki had been ambushed and captured by two enigmatic ninjas while executing a mission. Hinata instinctively recognized the handiwork of the immortal duo. After the report, the ninja was led away by Yakushi Kabuto to rest, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. The Akatsuki was advancing relentlessly, leaving only three-tailed beasts yet to be captured. Seizing the moment, Hinata proposed perhaps we could establish a mobile special task force composed of personnel from each nation, operating under unified command, specifically tasked with addressing such incidents. Upon discovering any trace of the Akatsuki, they would immediately proceed to provide support. I concur with Moku's suggestion. Gara, who had remained silent until now, was the first to nod. Such a team would better equip us to confront the threat posed by the Akatsuki. The remaining four Kage also nodded in agreement, endorsing the proposal. The task force will be formed from personnel from various nations, allowing for mutual oversight to prevent any actions detrimental to the unity of the ninja world. Who should command this force? The Raikage inquired. A moment of silence ensued, as this matter pertained to the interests and power distribution of each nation. "I propose that we six share the role of commanders," Hinata suggested, ensuring fairness and justice while maximizing the strengths and capabilities of each nation. "I agree." Gara was once again the first to express his support, followed by the other four Kage. "Next, we must address the selection and training of personnel," Tsunade stated. "We need to choose the most exceptional ninjas to face the Akatsuki." Hinata continued. "I recommend forming a squad of 15, which maintains a streamlined composition while preserving combat efficacy. Considering the need for cohesion, they should undergo collective training." Tsunade concurred. Leader Moku's proposal is sound. Routine joint assignments would facilitate training, allowing for a coordinated response when the Akatsuki emerges. However, they face the challenge of distributing the 15 slots among 6 nations. Hinata interjected, "As our federation is newly established, we lack an abundance of elite ninjas. We could provide technological ninja tools as assistance." He had no desire to monitor or arrange personnel himself. As a co-leader, he had the right to knowledge. And with Baiju's presence, he truly did not require a spot. The others did not press Hinata primarily due to the allure of the technological ninja tools, which they had no reason to refuse. The Raikage then posed a question. "What shall we name this squad?" Hinata smiled. "The Akatsuki signifies dawn. Thus, we shall call ourselves the Twilight." Inoki concurred. "Very well, the team shall be named Twilight." The discussions effectively concluded, orchestrated by Hinata strategic planning. After bidding farewell to the Kage, Hinata promptly instructed that this matter be published in the Ninja World Daily. The 6 great nations had finally achieved a preliminary collaboration, marking a pivotal moment in their campaign against the terrorist organization, the Akatsuki, an event worthy of great acclaim. This news rapidly spread throughout every corner of the ninja world, temporarily stabilizing public sentiment, as the collaboration of the 6 nations provided a considerable sense of security. Nagato, upon reviewing the intelligence, scoffed. "Is that all there is? In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, is that all the 5 great nations can do?" The Akatsuki's plans were proceeding remarkably smoothly. The Nibi had just been captured, leaving only the Rokubi, Hachibi, and Kyubi yet to be obtained. Furthermore, the Akatsuki had only lost one member and remained extraordinarily strong. Having secured the Hachibi and Kyubi, they would now focus on capturing the Rokubi. Conan, expedite the search for the Rokubi's whereabouts. We must locate it before the 5 great nations do. Understood, Conan nodded. After capturing the Rokubi, they would directly assault Kanahagakure and Kumogakure to seize the tailed beasts. Though Nagato's voice was weak, it was imbued with unwavering determination. In Kanahagakure, within the Hokage's office, Naruto stood before Tsunade, his eyes shimmering with resolute light as he fervently pleaded to be included in the Twilight Squad. He hoped to seize the opportunity to locate Sasuke while pursuing the Akatsuki. Grandma Tsunade, please allow me to join the Twilight Squad. During the last pursuit of the Sanbai, I found Sasuke. This time, I am confident that if I see him, I can bring him back. Naruto leaned forward, hands clasped together, earnestly imploring. Absolutely not. Tsunade shook her head resolutely. It's too dangerous. You are the Jinchuriki and a prime target for the Akatsuki. We cannot allow you to join the squad. Naruto, I cannot let you take that risk. As Naruto contemplated relinquishing this opportunity, a sudden idea struck him. He approached the desk beside Tsunade, who assumed he was making another request, deliberately ignoring him and focusing on her work. Transformation Jutsu. As Naruto formed hand seals, a cloud of white smoke erupted around him, heralding the grand entrance of a golden-haired girl in a kunoichi outfit, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto clung to Tsunade's arm, his voice dripping with sweetness as he implored, Tsunade Baba, what do you think of this appearance? When the time comes, I can join the Twilight team like this, and the Akatsuki organization won't realize that I am the Jinchuriki. Beside them, Shizun's eyes widened in disbelief at the drastic transformation. Was this still the same Naruto she had just seen? With his facial hair concealed and dressed anew, he now resembled a stunning blonde maiden. Tsunade turned to look at him, astonished, and immediately rejected his proposal. Naruto, while the transformation technique can alter your appearance, it cannot completely obscure your chakra signature. The members of the Akatsuki are all elite shinobi. They are likely to sense something amiss. I cannot allow you to take this risk. Disappointment flickered in Naruto's eyes, yet he remained resolute. He decided to approach Tsunade from a different angle. Tsunade Baba, I understand your concern for my safety, but if I do not make an attempt, I will never have the chance to find Sasuke. I cannot resign myself to that fate without at least trying. I promise to be extremely cautious and will not easily reveal my identity. Moreover, with the cover of this transformation, I can execute my mission more effectively. Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating Naruto's words. She recognized his determination and concern for Sasuke, yet she could not allow him to plunge into danger so recklessly. Naruto, I understand your feelings. However, I must consider the safety of the entire village. It is not only you who may be in peril, but also the village and even the entire shinobi world. Naruto clenched his fists, aware that Tsunade's apprehensions were not unfounded, yet he firmly believed in his ability to cope. Tsunade Baba, please trust me. I am no longer the same Naruto I once was. I will use my strength to protect myself and the village. This opportunity is crucial for me, and I must find Sasuke. Tsunade gazed into Naruto's determined eyes, her resolve beginning to waver. I support Naruto's decision. Jiraiya's voice resonated from outside as he leaped through the window, blood streaming from his nose. Let him go. Naruto has always worked hard. Besides, Tsunade, you have seen that his transformation technique is indeed quite flawless. Feeling moved by Jiraiya's support, Naruto exclaimed, Pervy sage. Tsunade sighed, conceding, very well, it is decided. However, Naruto, you must remember that your foremost task is to protect yourself. Do not act recklessly. If you sense any danger, retreat immediately. Naruto leaped for joy, his exuberance causing his chest to jiggle. Thank you, Tsunade Baba. I will not let you down. I will bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya watched in wide-eyed astonishment at the spectacle. Chapter 122. The Resurrected Sneaky Serpent. Having achieved his goal, Naruto bid farewell to Tsunade and Jiraiya as he departed from the Hokage building. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. What brings you here? Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he wiped the blood from his face. I have something important to tell you. The other day, my stay in Otoge-kure was not merely for the delightful cuisine. I was investigating crucial intelligence. Tsunade rolled her eyes at his words, assuming it was merely Jiraiya's attempt to uphold his image. What intelligence could possibly warrant such a trip? She crossed her arms, regarding him with skepticism. Jiraiya's demeanor grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. While at the underground research facility, someone discreetly handed me a note. I went to the restroom to read it. It stated, Lord Orochimaru has been a puppet of Chiba Mushio for 8 years. Chiba Mushio harbors a greater conspiracy. Proceed with caution. Without hesitation, Tsunade dismissed Jiraiya's suspicions. That's impossible. You can't possibly have fallen for the Akatsuki's schemes. Besides, which leader does not have ulterior motives? As Hokage, I too aspire to lead Konoha to its pinnacle. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Initially, I thought the same, but that person bore the chakra of Orochimaru. I stayed in Otoge-kure under the guise of leisure and discovered many troubling issues. He elaborated on the signs of Orochimaru's involvement in the founding of Otoge-kure, questioning why Chiba Mushio would become its leader and how he had appeared as if out of nowhere 2 years before invading Konoha. With even the villagers unaware of his past, Jiraiya pointed out the inconsistencies surrounding Chiba Mushio, suggesting they were deliberate traps left by Hinata Akira to sow doubt. Tsunade furrowed her brow, refusing to believe that Chiba Mushio posed any threat. Impossible. Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke. How could he be a puppet of Chiba Mushio? Moreover, Chiba Mushio may have been secretly nurtured by the Land of Rice, and he had connections with Orochimaru before the invasion of Konoha. Jiraiya nodded, then shook his head. I'm also uncertain. My return to Konoha is to ascertain the truth of this matter. Tsunade resumed her seat, her expression grave. If this is true, then the implications are serious. How do you plan to verify it? We can use Akane's curse seal to resurrect Orochimaru. If Orochimaru revives, it means Chiba Mushio is innocent. If he does not, it indicates that he has indeed become a puppet, warranting further investigation in the depths of Otoge-kure. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly. No, you know how dangerous Orochimaru is. If we resurrect him, it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him again. Both shinobi were acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable nature. Jiraiya countered, if we prepare the sealing technique in advance, it should not pose a problem. Even Orochimaru cannot escape the confines of a sealing technique. This endeavor is worth the risk. If Orochimaru is indeed under Chiba Mushio's control, it would imply that the invasion of Konoha and the manipulation of Sasuke's defection were his orchestrated drama. After deliberating the pros and cons, Tsunade finally nodded. This matter is indeed worth a try, but let us not raise alarms. The fewer who know, the better. Shizune summoned Jiku, Kakashi, Asuma, and Akane. Shizune nodded. Understood. Let us proceed to the basement to arrange the sealing. Shortly thereafter, the four gathered, and Jiraiya reiterated his suspicions. They exchanged glances, revealing no doubts. All right, Akane. The process ahead may be a bit painful. You must endure, Jiraiya instructed, looking at her. Understood. Lord Jiraiya, Akane replied with a nod. Jiraiya summoned the 2 great sages and temporarily entered sage mode, first performing the sealing method to release the seal. He then placed his hands on Akane's shoulders, infusing her with sage chakra to activate Orochimaru's curse seal. In an instant, everyone entered a state of readiness, awaiting Orochimaru's appearance. Meanwhile, in Otoge-kure, within the mortuary of the impure world reincarnation, a coffin began to tremble violently. Inside, Orochimaru's spirit awakened. Sensing the call of the cursed seal and yearning to break free from the confines of the impure world reincarnation, Hinata, Akira, and Kabuto observed this scene quietly. Knowing their plan had come to fruition, Kabuto casually produced a sealing talisman and placed it upon the coffin. In the next moment, the trembling ceased, and Orochimaru's spirit was once again extinguished. Within Konoha, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, a white snake emerged from Akane's shoulder, unfurling into a corporeal form. The body fell limply to the ground, motionless, and its gaze vacant, resembling that of a lifeless being. Tsunade bent down to lift Orochimaru's body, which felt like mere snake skin in her grasp. She sensed that no soul resided within. It was merely a vessel devoid of life. With this realization, she cast aside Orochimaru's body. "Thank you, great sages. Little Jiraiya, we shall take our leave for now." Jiraiya bid farewell to the two great sages and approached Orochimaru's body to sense its condition. It was evident that Orochimaru's soul was not in the Pure Land. If it were, he would have certainly revived, Jiraiya speculated. Kakashi proposed a possibility. Perhaps he had already been resurrected. Jiraiya concluded, "No, such a curseal requires the caster's cooperation. Otherwise, it cannot be activated. The ability to expel the body without a soul merely indicates that Orochimaru desires to revive, but has been thwarted." Shikaku pondered for a moment. This suggests that the credibility of that note is extremely high. Orochimaru is indeed being controlled by someone, most likely Chinyamushio. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. "What shall we do then? Should we speak out against the Federation?" "No, we lack absolute evidence. This would only alert the Federation." Jiraiya was the first to refuse, unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. Tsunade inquired, "Then what do you intend to do?" Jiraiya flashed a confident smile. "Naturally, we shall infiltrate the Federation's underground base to gather evidence." In an instant, everyone in the basement widened their eyes. Infiltrating the Federation's underground base? That was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Tsunade and Shikamaru were especially aware of this. On their way to the conference room, they had observed the tight security, with guards stationed every 10 steps and sentries every 5, coupled with layers of scrutiny. Had it not been for the urgent situation last time, led by Chinyamushio, they would never have known that the Federation housed such a research base. "No, you have seen the level of defense there. You absolutely cannot go," Tsunade immediately rejected. "I understand, but this is currently the only solution," Jiraiya stated earnestly, "and I have already established contact with an insider among Orochimaru's subordinates. He is now a researcher inside, so there is no problem." However, Tsunade still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiraiya. "Do not worry, I will be cautious." Jiraiya patted Tsunade's shoulder and flashed a thumbs up. "You must remember, I am the Sage of the Toads." Chapter 123. Brothers Duel. Hinata's plan was progressing smoothly. While Jiraiya prepared to uncover the Federation's secrets, he walked intermittently, uncertain of when he would reach the Federation, while Sasuke relentlessly pursued Itachi's trail. Within the federal headquarters, Hinata fixed his gaze upon the name of the golden twin-tailed girl on the list of the Twilight Team. Could this be a female version of Naruto? After so many days apart, had she undergone gender reassignment surgery? Was this an attempt to retrieve Sasuke using beauty as a weapon? The thought of such a scenario felt bizarre. Glancing at the name, Bluffing Mingzi, was she to inherit the surname of Minato? As of now, no one knew that Naruto was the son of Bluffing Minato. Indeed, using this name would allow her to remain unrecognized. The Naruto in the photo had his signature whiskers removed, disguised quite effectively, of course, based on the premise that the enemy had never seen Naruto before. Subsequently, Hinata continued to peruse the list, noting Kakashi, Sai from Konoha, Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure, and Samui from Kumogakure, all of whom were somewhat renowned. Following this, Hinata also arranged for scientific ninja tools to be delivered as a form of support against the Akatsuki organization. Life for Hinata returned to tranquility as he calmly awaited further developments in his plan. Finally, days later, while Hinata was still developing the abilities of the Rinnegan, White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. "Lord Hinata, Sasuke has arranged a decisive battle with Itachi 3 days from now at the Uchiha stronghold." Hinata smiled slightly. "I see. Where is Sasuke now?" "He is at an inn on the border of the Land of Fire." "Take me there." Sasuke sat in his room, meticulously polishing the Kusanagi sword, his gaze somewhat distant as he seemed to contemplate something. At that moment, a familiar vortex reappeared beside him, and Sasuke recognized it was Hinata. "Senpai, have you come to witness Itachi's demise?" Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, his actions undeterred as he continued to polish the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke had always felt that Hinata's hatred mirrored his own, thus addressing him as Senpai. Hinata, feigning ignorance, asked, "I came to see you as Avenger. Have you made up your mind?" Are you truly going to kill Uchiha Itachi? This question was, of course, a prelude for Hinata to engage in verbal sparring after Sasuke eliminated Itachi. Sasuke did not grasp the significance of Hinata's inquiry, yet he nodded, stating firmly, "Of course. I must kill him, otherwise all I have done will be for naught. Even if doing so burdens you with more pain and hatred." Hinata pressed on. Sasuke halted his actions, gazing out the window, a flicker of a sinister smile crossing his face, as if he envisioned Itachi's demise. Sasuke's voice grew fervent. "How could that be? The very thought of killing Itachi fills me with exhilaration." "It seems you have made your resolution," Hinata sighed. "However, be cautious. Uchiha Itachi is not an easy opponent to contend with." Sasuke nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He picked up the Kusanagi sword once more, scrutinizing the blade. "I am prepared." Sasuke's voice returned to calmness. "This time, I will personally end his life." Hinata, channeling the essence of an Oscar-winning actor, sighed softly. Such is the fate of the Uchiha." Sasuke did not comprehend the implications of Hinata's words, believing he was merely lamenting his vengeful destiny. Since the age of 6, he had shouldered the mission of revenge. Every moment thereafter was born from that purpose. Everything was for vengeance. Hinata was merely laying the groundwork. When Sasuke uncovered the truth, he would grasp the meaning behind Hinata's words. Sasuke continued, "Once I kill Uchiha Itachi, I too can possess the formidable power akin to our ancestor Uchiha Madara. Afterward, I will wholeheartedly assist you in obtaining the power of the 10 Tails. At that time, I ask you, Senpai, to resurrect my parents. I shall await that day." A subtle smile flickered in Hinata's eyes. Sasuke rose, grasping the Kusanagi sword, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Uchiha Itachi. "I must undergo my final training for the decisive battle in 3 days. I have prepared a grand gift for Itachi." With that, Sasuke turned and exited the room. Hinata observed Sasuke's departing figure, secretly calculating. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Once Sasuke eliminates Itachi, I will reveal the truth to him, and he will undoubtedly descend into profound anguish and regret. At that moment, he will become the executor of my most formidable weapon plan. 3 days later, the sky was overcast, and a torrential rain brewed in the air. The atmosphere was thick with tension, weighing heavily on one's heart. Uchiha Itachi had long taken his place at the main seat in the Stronghold's hall, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. He sat there quietly, his gaze resolute yet revealing a hint of relief. Since the Uchiha massacre, he had borne too much. After this battle, Sasuke would return to Konoha bearing the stigma of having killed the traitor Uchiha Itachi, possessing the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to protect Konoha, ultimately becoming Hokage, albeit with the regret of not witnessing Sasuke's marriage. This battle was unavoidable. It was not only a fateful clash between him and Sasuke, but also a confrontation he must face to protect the village and his brother. He reminisced about the time spent with Sasuke, his heart filled with contradictions. He poured all his love into Sasuke, yet was compelled to push him into a corner. He hoped that through this battle, he could truly strengthen Sasuke, freeing him from the shadows of the past. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of footsteps drew near, pulling Itachi's thoughts back to reality. He knew Sasuke had arrived. As Sasuke stepped in the hall, each stride exuded a heavy sense of oppression, a chilling, killing intent radiating from his entire being. Sasuke gazed intently at the figure before him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palm. Yet he felt no pain. At this moment, all his attention was fixated on the man standing before him, Itachi. He stared at Itachi with unwavering focus, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions, rage, hatred, and a trace of familial affection that was difficult to relinquish. However, Itachi remained remarkably composed. He sat quietly in his chair, slightly lifting his head to meet Sasuke's gaze. A faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he said, "Sasuke, I thought you would fear death and hesitate to confront me." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened even further. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "Impossible. I shall forever remember my brother's teachings." Itachi calmly replied, I just wonder how far your eyes can truly see. Sasuke spat defiantly. How far can I see? I can already envision your demise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a razor-sharp, long sword suddenly pierced through Itachi's body from behind the chair. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. Simultaneously, a shadow emerged from behind the chair, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than another Sasuke. Well done, Itachi remarked, showing no signs of surprise at this sudden turn of events. Even as the sword impaled his body, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were not the one injured. Shortly thereafter, Itachi's form began to dissipate, transforming into a flock of swirling black crows that ascended towards the ceiling. Chapter 124. The Battle of the Sharingan. Hinata watched from the sky with his Rinnegan, observing the duel between the two. This was to be Itachi Uchiha's final battle. Sasuke Uchiha faced Itachi Uchiha, eager to see how much restraint he could exhibit against Itachi now that he had grown stronger. The crows congregated on the ceiling, and Itachi's figure appeared inverted above Sasuke. He drew a kunai and leaped down like a specter, charging towards Sasuke below. In an instant, Itachi was behind Sasuke, who did not turn around but swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword, intercepting the strike perfectly. Sasuke pivoted, forcefully pushing Itachi away with one hand. He swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping his sword in crackling lightning. Sasuke advanced relentlessly, driving his sword with precision into the wall, pinning Itachi firmly. Foolish brother, Itachi's voice echoed in Sasuke's ears. As the illusion faded, both reopened their eyes to find Itachi still seated, unmoved, while Sasuke remained in place. The previous exchange had merely been an illusion. In the clash of the three, Tomo, Sasuke had surprisingly held his ground. But the real battle was yet to unfold. Enough of these futile tricks, Sasuke said impatiently, eager to end Itachi's life. Itachi leaned back against the stone seat, calmly stating, "You seem to have disregarded my words, possessing eyes akin to mine." Sasuke scoffed. "Then go ahead and use your Mangekyo Sharingan to kill me. Or have you become incapable of gauging my resolve?" Such blind confidence, Itachi replied slowly, rising to his feet and descending the steps. The Mangekyo Sharingan, from the moment of its awakening, is destined for darkness and will inevitably lose its light one day. So you intend for me to awaken the Mangekyo and then seize my eyes to merge them into the legendary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? Since you are already aware of the secret of the eternal Mangekyo, Itachi's face twisted into a manic grin, his eyes and Sharingan power coalescing into a demonic essence. "Sasuke, you represent a new light for me. Become a part of me willingly. The Uchiha clan is a wretched lineage that resorts to fratricide in pursuit of eternal power, mercilessly turning on family and friends, and taking pride in such abhorrent strength." Itachi's voice was frenzied, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. As his nearly tangible ocular power transformed into tendrils, lashing towards Sasuke like whips. Sasuke, observing Itachi's current state, felt a sense of disbelief. He had never seen Itachi like this and could scarcely believe that this was the gentle brother he once knew. From the moment of your birth, you have been ensnared in this bloody fate. Come, brother, I shall kill you, liberating you from the clan's destiny and breaking your chains to free your true self. With that, Itachi swiftly struck, hurling an array of gleaming ninja tools that rained down upon Sasuke like a torrential downpour. Undaunted, Sasuke drew his own tools with remarkable speed, expertly countering Itachi's barrage. The air was filled with the sharp clattering of metal as the tools collided and sparkled, creating a dazzling spectacle. However, after their initial clashes, the tools lost momentum and plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. Itachi's throwing technique, combined with the Sharingan, was not only cunning and elusive but also visually captivating. Both combatants exhibited exceptional talent, their throwing skills having reached the pinnacle of mastery. It could be said that any Uchiha ninja who awakened the Sharingan was a master of ninja tools. This mastery contributed to the Uchiha's unmatched prowess in individual combat. Each encounter between the two was fraught with tension and unpredictability, even as the bloodline limit weighed heavily upon him, and his vision blurred. Itachi's experience proved to be more seasoned. He unleashed an increasing number of tools, and as time passed, Sasuke began to feel the strain. The sheer quantity and speed of the projectiles left him overwhelmed. A kunai grazed his cheek, leaving a wound. Sasuke could no longer afford to be complacent. Abandoning the use of tools, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the Chidori. A brilliant blue current surged from his hands, clashing violently with the incoming tools, producing a series of sharp clangs. The air was filled with sparks from the collision of electricity and metal, akin to a stunning fireworks display. Meanwhile, Itachi stood still, observing Sasuke's every move, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Sasuke leaped, evading a wave of incoming tools. At that instant, a plume of smoke erupted from his wrist, and a futuristic-looking scroll fell to the ground. The scroll exploded in smoke, and in the blink of an eye, two shadow clones appeared beside Sasuke like phantoms. Armed with razor-sharp Kusanagi swords, they launched a fierce assault on Itachi from both sides. The two long swords carved arcs of cold light, relentlessly advancing towards Itachi. In a flash, Itachi leaped upward, narrowly dodging this lethal strike. However, as he soared, several kunai shot forth from his sleeves, striking the two clones with pinpoint accuracy, shattering them instantly. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. With a deep roar, a torrent of scorching chakra erupted from his mouth, transforming into an enormous dragon of flame. Itachi, unfazed, unleashed the water release, water barrier. In an instant, a wall of water materialized before him, steadfastly repelling Sasuke's fire technique. Yet, Sasuke's onslaught did not cease. He took a deep breath and unleashed a flurry of fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, once more. Each flame was fiercer and more violent than the last. The sage chakra within Sasuke began to manifest, continuously supplying him with the purest sage chakra to amplify his jutsu. Itachi, too, was taken aback. Sasuke's fire release techniques now surpassed his own in both power and chakra volume. Though astonishment coursed through his heart, Uchiha Itachi exhibited no signs of hesitation in his movements. He leapt nimbly, evading Sasuke's attacks while occasionally retaliating with the kunai in his grasp. Simultaneously, a colossal fire dragon burst through the ceiling, soaring into the sky, leaving behind scorched remnants and scattered debris. Sasuke's objective was achieved, for the emergence of this fire dragon caused a dramatic rise in the ambient temperature, potentially leading to rainfall, a preparation for his forthcoming ninjutsu. Suddenly, Itachi's figure vanished from Sasuke's sight. Alarmed, Sasuke scanned his surroundings but found no trace of his brother. Activating his Sharingan, he searched diligently, striving to detect Itachi's presence. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of malice surged from behind. With no time to turn, Sasuke instinctively lunged forward. A kunai pierced his shoulder, and blood gushed forth. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rolled aside, finally discerning Itachi's position. Itachi stood a short distance away, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion as he regarded Sasuke. Clearly, you remain insufficiently strong, dear brother. Itachi's voice was flat and chilling, as if stating an undeniable truth. Sasuke withdrew the kunai and pressed his hand against the wound. His eyes widened in determination as he fixed his gaze on Itachi. In an instant, Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan activated a Jinjutsu, rendering Sasuke's body immobile, every muscle seemingly beyond his control. He stood frozen, watching helplessly as Itachi approached him step by step. "You're still too weak." Itachi advanced until he was before Sasuke, reaching out his hand towards Sasuke's eyes. Terror and fury welled within Sasuke as he beheld Itachi's hand drawing nearer. Yet, just as Itachi's fingers were about to graze his eyes, a formidable force erupted from within Sasuke. The sage chakra organs within him roared like thunder, and in an instant, the surrounding natural energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. Hinata's eyes sparkled with brilliance. At last, he unleashed the ultimate sage mode, transcending sage power. The sage organs, meticulously crafted for Sasuke, possessed more than merely enhanced ninjutsu capabilities. Hinata had painstakingly acquired the flesh and blood of the white snake sage from Lonely Cave, along with Hashirama's cells and Naruto's blood. Sasuke, do not disappoint me, Hinata murmured. Visible natural energy converged from all directions, enveloping Sasuke as his wounds healed at an astonishing rate. From his chest, several white snakes formed from flesh emerged, striking toward Uchiha Itachi like sharpened blades. With enhanced ocular prowess in Sage Mode, he shattered Itachi's Jinjutsu. Itachi swiftly retreated, his eyes tormented by the backlash of his own illusion, the world around him blurring. Sasuke tore at his upper garments, revealing a body gradually adorned with resilient snake scales, horns sprouting from his head, and wings of scales unfurling from his back. I have long surpassed you. I have now become a sage. Itachi gazed at Sasuke's serpentine transformation and questioned, is this the power of Orochimaru? Regardless of whose power it is, as long as it can extinguish your life, Sasuke roared, stamping his foot on the ground. His wings spread wide. He surged forward like a projectile aimed at Uchiha Itachi. His speed was blinding, reaching Itachi in the blink of an eye. Raising the Kusanagi sword to deliver a fierce strike aimed at Itachi's head. Itachi, enduring the pain in his eyes, sidestepped Sasuke's assault while swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the fire release, great fireball technique. A massive inferno erupted, hurtling towards Sasuke. Unfazed, Sasuke opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, redirecting the flames back. He then launched another assault, brandishing the Kusanagi sword relentlessly at Itachi. Itachi, retreating while countering, relied on his agility to evade Sasuke's relentless onslaught. However, as Sasuke adapted to the Sage Mode, his attack speed escalated. Sasuke's velocity now surpassed that of Itachi, who struggled to keep pace with his movements. Sasuke's onslaught resembled a tempest, each strike imbued with the force of thunder, making it increasingly difficult for Uchiha Itachi to evade, accumulating numerous wounds. It appears you have indeed grown considerably, yet remains insufficient. A flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Seizing the opportunity, he vanished, no longer engaging Sasuke head-on. Meanwhile, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to whirl rapidly, seamlessly transforming into the bloody and enigmatic Mangekyo. Within moments, Itachi hesitated briefly before activating the Mangekyo's ocular technique, Amaterasu. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes as dark flames erupted from Sasuke's form. The ferocity of these flames seemed intent on consuming everything in their path. Taken aback by this sudden assault, Sasuke felt unprecedented agony. The searing pain compelled him to kneel, desperately trying to extinguish the black flames enveloping him. Yet, these flames clung to him like a parasite, impervious to his struggles and efforts to extinguish them. The black flames of Amaterasu would not dissipate until their target was entirely incinerated. As the flames intensified, Sasuke's skin blackened and charred, his hair curled in the inferno, emitting a noxious scent. In that moment, Sasuke's mouth widened in a silent scream as a viscous liquid erupted from within him, revealing a Sasuke coated in slime emerging from the remnants of his former self. Only his discarded skin remained, subjected to the relentless onslaught of the blazing black flames. The classic Orochimaru's rebirth technique, by consuming vast amounts of chakra, not only healed his grievous wounds, but also liberated him from various negative states. One of Orochimaru's signature life-saving techniques, which Hinata had specifically imparted to Sasuke to counter Amaterasu. Very well, but how do you plan to respond to the ensuing attacks? Itachi's eyes brimmed with blood tears, preparing to unleash Amaterasu once more. Having previously experienced that unbearable sensation of despair, Sasuke dared not delay. He flapped his massive flesh wings and soared skyward. As he ascended, black flames ignited at his previous location. Even so, the flames merely pursued him. Itachi's Amaterasu continued to strike the empty space, igniting the walls of the room. Observing the black flames trailing behind Sasuke, Hinata shook his head. You're becoming increasingly lenient. Amaterasu can incinerate all that the Sharingan perceives, and no matter how swift Sasuke is, he cannot escape its gaze. Itachi is merely teaching Sasuke how to wield the power of the Sharingan. He sighed, lamenting that his proud creation was being overshadowed by Itachi. Such disappointment was hard to bear. Yet, it mattered not. Sasuke had yet to reach the state Hinata envisioned. Hinata's ideal state envisioned a single Rinnegan implanted in the center of his forehead, dual eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, harmonizing with ultimate Sage Mode, and would release. At that point, regardless of the circumstances, Sasuke's combat prowess should surpass that of Uchiha Bido. Chapter 126. Lightning Release. Heavenly punishment. The confined space within the room was too limited. Sasuke had just used the Great Dragonfire technique to create an opening in the ceiling, ascending to the rooftop. Itachi, utilizing the wall for leverage, swiftly followed him to the roof. Sasuke was well prepared, denying Itachi any opportunity to stabilize himself. D. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. As soon as Itachi touched down, Sasuke unhesitatingly unleashed the Great Fireball Technique. A colossal sphere of flames surged forth like a blazing meteor, hurtling directly towards Itachi. In the face of such a fierce assault, Itachi remained composed, swiftly countering with the same ninjutsu. He rapidly formed hand seals, exhaling a torrent of blazing fire that clashed head-on with Sasuke's fireball. Remarkably, Sasuke's flames were more ferocious, overwhelming Itachi's flames and pushing relentlessly towards him. Blood tears flowed from Itachi's eyes as he infused his flames with the black flames of Amaterasu, barely managing to halt his downward spiral. In this state, Sasuke's ninjutsu power and chakra surpassed Itachi's. However, Itachi's chakra would eventually be exhausted, while Sasuke's chakra resembled the relentless tides of the sea, ebbing yet always returning. The sage art organ within Sasuke acted like a chakra-infused heart, continuously supplying physical and mental energy, enabling the creation of the purest sage chakra. Sasuke's flames grew increasingly fierce, seemingly poised to engulf Itachi. Yet, Itachi showed no signs of yielding. He concentrated, merging the black flames of Amaterasu into his own fire, valiantly resisting Sasuke's onslaught. The flames clashed violently in the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Both Sasuke and Itachi gritted their teeth, exerting their utmost effort. Sasuke sensed a change in Itachi. He realized that Itachi had integrated the power of Amaterasu into his flames, rendering them even more bizarre and formidable. Sasuke swiftly altered his hand seals. Lightning Release. Chidori. A powerful current shot from his hands, piercing through the flames and advancing towards Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi promptly sidestepped to evade. Sasuke seized the opportunity to continue his assault, executing the Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs that soared towards Itachi like a phoenix reborn. Itachi twisted midair, dodging Sasuke's attacks. However, Sasuke's offense grew increasingly relentless, gradually wearing Itachi down. In this tense moment, Itachi finally unleashed his ultimate move, Susanoo. A crimson skeletal form enveloped Itachi, effortlessly blocking all of Sasuke's attacks. Ha! You finally pulled it out, Susanoo. Itachi, are you truly out of tricks? Sasuke laughed heartily, envisioning Itachi's demise as if victory was assured. At that moment, the surrounding air grew increasingly heated from the two fire techniques clashing, and torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Sasuke extended his hand to catch the falling raindrops, relishing the hard-won coolness. Above, Hinata stood bathed in the droplets. Yet not a single droplet approached him. Sasuke, allow me to lend you my strength, Hinata declared, channeling chakra to gather the surrounding clouds, intensifying the downpour above them. Sasuke's ultimate strike against the defense of the Yata Mirror was uncertain in its potential to shatter it. Hinata observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. The thunder roared deafeningly as torrents of rain fell, with countless bolts of lightning converging in the sky, illuminating the atmosphere with their brilliance. The lightning crackled in Sasuke's palm, emitting a melodious chirp, and the wings behind him fluttered as he ascended slowly into the air. In that moment, Sasuke appeared as a deity descended to the mortal realm, his figure exuding unparalleled majesty against the backdrop of the storm. This ninjutsu summoned the wrath of heaven in the form of lightning, compressing and directing it towards him, as if divine punishment was was to cleanse him of all sins. Sasuke's voice echoed through the air. The sage chakra coursed through him, continuously infusing the clouds as he raised his Chidori high, seemingly conversing with the lightning above. Instantly, the bolts of lightning converged like a torrent above Itachi's head. Sasuke has truly grown, Itachi thought to himself, acknowledging that his sins indeed required the cleansing power of lightning. This strike was worthy of a genius's name, deserving of the efforts he had invested. Hinata watched with pride, akin to a father witnessing his son's triumph. The meticulous fusion of sage techniques and lightning release was exponentially more powerful than the Kirin in the original narrative. Sage techniques inherently manipulate the forces of nature, and with the combination of lightning release, Sasuke had now tamed the very essence of thunder. The lightning, compressed in the high heavens, descended at light speed, transcending the realm of S-rank ninjutsu. Hinata gazed with satisfaction at the colossal lightning forming in the distance. Itachi quietly observed the immense bolt of lightning in the sky, his gaze tranquil as still water. A layer of red chakra began to form around him, gradually taking shape into a head and arms, eventually enveloped by flesh and skin. Adorned with the armor of the Yatagarasu, the orange-hued half-formed Susanoo grasped the Yata mirror in its left hand and the Totsuka blade in its right, embodying both offense and defense. The Totsuka blade could ensnare victims in a dreamlike illusion and permanently seal them within the gourd-shaped hilt. The Yata mirror possessed the ability to alter its attributes based on the nature of an attack, nullifying and reflecting all physical assaults. Together, they forged an almost insurmountable combination of offensive and defensive capabilities. While other attacks might falter against the Yata mirror's defenses, this strike was different. It harnessed the natural force of lightning, infused with sage chakra. With its unique properties, it held the promise of breaching Itachi's defenses. Hinata was certain that Otsutsuki Kinshiki and the others had arrived. Without defenses, they would surely perish under the onslaught of this natural force. This technique was known as sage art, lightning release, divine punishment. Accept this punishment from the heavens and vanish. With a sweep of his hand, Sasuke unleashed the pent-up lightning, transforming it into a powerful beam of destruction that descended ruthlessly upon Itachi. Chapter 127. The death of Uchiha Itachi as the fateful battle between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke unfolded. The members of the Twilight Squad had already received news of Itachi's appearance in the Land of Fire and were hastening towards the Uchiha stronghold. Naruto was filled with exhilaration. Itachi's presence often signified that his beloved Sasuke would also emerge. The 15 members of the Twilight Squad advanced rapidly through the forest as rain poured from the sky. They looked up, seeing countless bolts of lightning gathering in the distance. Naruto's heart raced with concern for Sasuke's safety. He forged ahead, alone at the forefront of the team, quickening his pace. This guy has absolutely no sense of teamwork. I can't believe we're expected to strike against the Akatsuki with someone so reckless, Karatsuchi remarked. Beside her, Akatsuchi scratched his head in innocence. He's just worried about his comrade. It's understandable. Didn't you think the same when you were trying to bring back Deidara? The current scene indeed mirrored that sentiment, with Naruto now appearing as an ardent admirer of Sasuke. Karatsuchi blushed. Slow down. Don't fall behind the team. Kakashi urged Naruto to take heed. However, Naruto seemed oblivious to their concerns. There's no need to go further. This path is blocked. A voice that both Naruto and Kakashi recognized all too well echoed in their ears. Hinata descended slowly from the sky, perched on a branch. Everyone immediately halted in their tracks, recognizing the legendary Hinata. The intelligence reports had described him as a monster who could defeat tailed beasts with mere physical prowess, annihilating 1,000 elite ninja with a single strike. They knew they stood no chance against someone of his caliber. Prior to their mission, they had been instructed to retreat if they encountered Hinata. In that moment, the air around them grew thick with tension. Merely standing there, Hinata exuded immense pressure. Kakashi sighed, blocking Naruto, who was intent on advancing. Naruto, let me handle this. I hope my face still holds some value. Kakashi stepped forward, approaching Hinata. Hinata, for the sake of our friendship, could you allow us to pass? Hinata Chisure smiled and remarked, Kakashi, as much as I would like to grant you this favor, I have already received a commission from Itachi and Sasuke. It would be best for you not to interfere in their battle. Just accompany me here and quietly await the outcome. He gestured toward Kakashi's short blade. Still quite adept, I see. Kakashi retained his typical deadpan expression. The two engaged in a casual conversation while a group of onlookers was held back by Hinata Chishire. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an anxious Naruto. Turning to him, Hinata Chishire reassured, "Do not worry. Itachi will not kill Sasuke. The ultimate result will surely be Sasuke's victory." Naruto countered, "That's impossible. Itachi, that guy, killed his own parents. What can he not do?" Hinata Chishire maintained his smile. "When I say it 1T happen, it 1T. The truth will reveal itself. And if the third Hokage were here, he would know the reality." The third Hokage? The one who would resort to any means for power, scheming against and harming the fourth Hokage? The crowd found themselves at a loss against Hinata Chishire. They could neither confront him nor evade him. Even Naruto had to bide his time, waiting for the outcome of the brotherly duel. Suddenly, a column of lightning descended from the sky, linking the earth to the heavens. And all gazes were drawn to the magnificent display. It seemed that Sasuke was on the verge of victory. Such an attack could hardly be withstood even by Susanoo. Hinata Chishire shielded his eyes against the blinding light. Naruto felt a sense of relief at this thought. Yet he was also reminded of Sasuke's formidable strength, while he himself remained stagnant. According to Itachi's plan, Team Twilight was supposed to rescue Sasuke after his demise, bringing him back to Konoha to become the hero who vanquished an S-rank rogue ninja and remain in the village. Yet now, they were obstructed by Hinata Chishire's shadow clone. Returning to the original narrative, at the Uchiha stronghold, the Susanoo clad in the armor of the Utenko raised the Yata mirror to meet Sasuke's most powerful strike. The magnificent lightning beam descended like a falling star, crashing down upon the Yata mirror. The brilliance instantly engulfed Susanoo, intertwining dazzling light and a deafening roar, warping the surrounding air into a vortex and creating deep fissures in the ground. The Uchiha stronghold, once formidable, was reduced to ruins by this single blow. Sasuke's Sage transformation had reached its limit, unable to sustain the ultimate Sage mode any longer. He slowly descended, his scaly wings fading away. Leaning against the rubble, he gasped for breath, staring at the spot where the beam had struck, seemingly hoping to witness Itachi's demise within that brilliance. As the light gradually dissipated, the orange-red Susanoo remained steadfast, yet it was irrevocably altered, its body marred by ghastly cracks, fragile like shattered porcelain. The once indestructible artifact, the Yata mirror, was now akin to an ordinary mirror, riddled with fractures, as if it would shatter into countless pieces upon the slightest touch. Within Susanoo, Itachi knelt, his knees buckling, his body swaying, blood spilling from his lips in torrents. At that moment, Itachi resembled a candle flickering in the wind, the flame of his life on the verge of extinguishment. Nonetheless, even in this state, Susanoo could no longer endure. With a resounding crash, it shattered. Itachi, gritting through the agonizing pain, managed to rise, limping toward Sasuke. Each step left a crimson footprint behind, quickly washed away by the rain. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be possible? That previous strike was nearly cataclysmic, yet Itachi managed to withstand it? How is that conceivable?" Sasuke could not fathom why his all-out attack had failed. Was he truly invincible? A wave of inexplicable fear surged within him. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld Itachi slowly approaching. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he staggered back a few steps, as if his will to resist had evaporated. Steeling himself against the encroaching dread, he fumbled in his ninja tool pouch for a scroll, gripping it tightly. Sasuke's hand shook violently, almost beyond his control, as a cloud of smoke erupted from his grasp, revealing another scroll. Trembling, he hurled the scroll into the air. It ignited mid-flight, transforming into a colossal fireball hurtling towards Itachi. Yet, Itachi, staggering forward, summoned Sasuke's skeletal form once more, effortlessly blocking the attack. In the midst of Sasuke's terrified and helpless gaze, Itachi approached him step by step. He reached out, trembling, to gently touch Sasuke's forehead, leaving behind 2 crimson streaks, simultaneously channeling his remaining ocular power into Sasuke's eyes. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." With that, Itachi's body began to slump, gracefully descending like a leaf falling into a pond, his eyes dimming as the light faded. Chapter 128. The second stage of Sage Transformation Serum. Sasuke's gaze became vacant, fixated on Itachi's lifeless form, filled with confusion. Why had he not taken his eyes? Why had he not delivered the final blow? Countless questions flooded his mind, yet he had no time for contemplation. In the midst of this intense battle, his body was utterly exhausted. In the next moment, his legs buckled, his vision darkened, and he collapsed beside Itachi. Marvelous, truly a breathtaking spectacle. Hinata Chisure descended gracefully, applauding the duel. This battle had indeed lived up to his expectations. The final lightning judgment was truly awe-inspiring, revealing to Hinata Chisure Sasuke's progress compared to the original narrative. His efforts had not been in vain. He could already envision Sasuke's complete Susanoo sweeping across the 5 great nations in splendid fashion. Hinata Chisure had developed a fear of Sasuke's insufficient firepower, a predicament he could not avoid. Sasuke bore the heavy responsibility of instigating the 5th Great Ninja War, yet his record in the original narrative had been disappointing. Since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had been consistently outmatched by various Kage-level opponents. He had been ruthlessly beaten by Karabi and bloodied by the Kage. Indeed, aside from the 5th Hokage, Danzo was the true embodiment of a Kage-level format. This was partly due to Sasuke's own arrogance. However, after years of training under Hinata Chisure, coupled with Niji's lessons as a peer, Sasuke had evidently adopted a more humble demeanor. Hinata Chisure activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, employing Kamui to transfer Sasuke and Itachi's bodies into the Kamui dimension. Subsequently, he dispelled his distant shadow clone technique, causing a clone of Hinata Chisure a kilometer away to explode, leaving the members of Team Twilight dumbfounded. They had been delayed for such an extended period by a single shadow clone. Transforming into Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto leaped out, eager to search for Sasuke's whereabouts at the battle site. "How disgraceful," Kakashi remarked, initially critiquing Hinata Chishure's actions, then hastening his pace to follow Naruto out of concern for his safety. The other members of Team Twilight quickly pursued the two. Hinata Chisure, utilizing Kamui, instantaneously returned to Oto-Geikure, placing Sasuke directly on the surgical table, securing Itachi's Mangekyo, and dispatching someone to summon Kabuto. Kabuto arrived at the surgery room door, gently pushing it open, and immediately discerned Sasuke lying on the medical bed, understanding the gravity of the situation. He approached Hinata Chisure respectfully and bowed. "Lord Chisure, you summoned me." "Yes, Itachi is deceased. Please administer the second stage serum to Sasuke." Hinata Chi gestured towards the operating table where Sasuke lay, now having perfectly mastered the Sage Art Organ. It was the ideal moment to inject the potion, catalyzing the Sage Art Organ into its second phase, thus aiding Sasuke in mastering would release. According to Hinata Chi's expectations, upon awakening, Sasuke should reach the level of Day. Although merely a facade, it still represented a significant enhancement. The third phase, however, was the crux, as it would at least allow Sasuke to utilize the Wood Dragon technique, achieving the prowess of Uchiha Bito from the original narrative. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Do retrieved prepared vials of potion and commenced the operation. Hinata Chi patiently awaited the conclusion of the procedure. The surgery progressed seamlessly, successfully catalyzing the Sage Art Organ into its second phase. Upon activating the Rebirth Eye, Sasuke not only experienced a surge in vitality, but also witnessed a visible doubling of his chakra levels. Such a quantity of chakra was indeed remarkable among those of the shadow level. "Leave this to me. You may depart for now, but ensure to keep a vigilant watch on Jiraiya. Notify me immediately if he arrives at the Sound Hidden Village," Hinata Chi advised the pharmacist Do, emphasizing the importance of the matter concerning the forthcoming plan. "Understood. I shall take my leave," Do replied, fully aware of Hinata Chi's intentions as the sole confidant of the plan. Hinata Chi nodded, leaning against the wall, waiting for Sasuke to awaken. It was not long before Sasuke, having entered the second phase of the Sage Art Organ, stirred from his slumber. He rose, staring vacantly at his hands, his expression blank, as if lost in a fog, oblivious to the presence of another. Hinata, Chi empathized with Sasuke. Had the lightning release heaven's punishment directly claimed Itachi's life, Sasuke would not have been engulfed in such confusion. Yet, Itachi's final gesture, the gentle touch to his forehead accompanied by that enigmatic phrase, had left Sasuke adrift in uncertainty, questioning the righteousness of his vengeance. If Itachi truly desired my eyes, why did he not take my life? Sasuke murmured. No. Itachi was on the brink of exhaustion and could not kill me. But why then did he utter those words? The gentle touch seemed to transport him back to his childhood. Observing Sasuke's disoriented state, Hinata recognized that it was time for him to step in as a mentor. He broke the silence. Congratulations, you have triumphed. I have arranged for your wounds to be treated. It would be prudent to refrain from any vigorous movements. Sasuke did not lift his gaze, his eyes clouded with confusion. The anticipated satisfaction from his revenge was eclipsed by ambiguity and doubt. He softly inquired, have you ever considered that perhaps your brother had his own intentions? Everything he did might have been to protect you. Sasuke abruptly raised his head, his voice rising in anger. Protect me? What nonsense! How could he, having slaughtered our entire clan, wish to take my eyes? Yet the truth remained, and Hinata continued with a calm demeanor, as if stating a fact. With Itachi's power, had he truly sought your demise, do you believe you would still be alive? Sasuke fell into a stunned silence, his mind involuntarily replaying the battle from the previous night. Approaching him, Hinata gently turned Sasuke's head to the side, tapping his forehead to release the sealing technique. Sasuke's left eye illuminated with Itachi's Mangekyo, shedding blood tears. Suddenly, a wall before him ignited with the black flames of Amaterasu. Do you feel that? This is the power of Amaterasu. Wherever your eyes gaze, the enemy shall have no escape, Hinata asserted, shattering the last vestige of Sasuke's hope. This was also the evidence of Itachi's protective instincts. He had sealed the power of his Sharingan within Sasuke's eyes through the rewriting seal. If ever confronted by formidable foes, it would activate, unleashing Amaterasu to safeguard him. Hinata approached the burning black flames and extinguished them with a single hand. Impossible. Why would Itachi do such a thing? Did he not aspire to surpass Uchiha Madara's power? Sasuke expressed his disbelief towards Hinata's words. Though he professed disbelief, the truth was even more incredulous. The very person he had strived to kill sought to save him. This realization seemed to invalidate all his efforts. What brother would ever wish to slay his own sibling? Hinata opened his Sharingan and said, allow me to share a tale with you. Once you have heard it, you may choose your path. He activated an illusion, drawing Sasuke into a world of memories. 16 years prior, Uchiha Obito had manipulated the Nine Tails with his Sharingan, instigating the Nine Tails attack, which resulted in the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, alongside countless deaths of ninjas and civilians. I recall vividly the sight of Itachi cradling you in shelter during that chaos, Hinata narrated, as Sasuke witnessed the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails on Konoha. With Itachi holding the wailing infant close, Sasuke remained transfixed, absorbing the scene before him. The Uchiha clan was subsequently embroiled in suspicion, perceived as instigators of a coup. Thus, they were forced to relocate to the village's outskirts, under constant watch from the ANBU. Discontent festered within the Uchiha clan, leading to an irreparable rift between them and Konoha. The Uchiha began plotting a coup to seize power, and, concurrently, they infiltrated Konoha with a spy in the ANBU. The scene shifted again. Returning to the moment, Itachi joined the ANBU and faced tribulations. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi became part of Hinata's team, executing missions together, their bond strengthening as they shared knowledge and experiences. Hinata unabashedly portrayed himself as Itachi's closest confidant within the illusion. The higher echelons of Konoha had already detected the Uchiha clan's unrest and successfully persuaded 2 Uchiha members to defect. Among them were your brother, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui, both of whom sought to prevent war between Konoha and the Uchiha. They maneuvered as double agents, striving for peace. Sasuke trembled, confusion evident in his voice. Why? Why did they betray the Uchiha? Hinata sighed softly as the vision transformed once more, surrounding them with a blood-soaked battlefield where ninjas clashed violently. They had grown amidst the Third Shinobi World War, witnessing harrowing scenes akin to hell, shaping them into advocates for peace. They prioritized the village's tranquility, recognizing Konoha's strength and believing that an Uchiha rebellion would inevitably lead to failure and devastation. Should an external threat arise, Konoha would be plunged into dire peril, resulting in even more casualties. Understanding this, Konoha's leadership exploited their resolve, transforming them into instruments of the village. Now that your questions have been addressed, let us continue recounting the narrative of the Uchiha and Konoha, Hinata urged, conjuring Shursui's visage before Sasuke. You should recognize this person, Shursui Uchiha, one of the Uchiha's most formidable assets, relied upon during the coup. He possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, housing the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodo Mitsukami, capable of subtly altering the consciousness of those ensnared. This represents the final opportunity to peacefully resolve the crisis. Should we reach a point of utter despair, he would be capable of using illusionary arts to control your father. However, Konohagakure would not grant him this chance. The animosities accumulated by the Uchiha clan since the founding of Konoha have become irreparable. Their sole intention is to eradicate the Uchiha clan deemed a threat. The scene before Sasuke shifts once more, as Danzo arranges a clandestine meeting with Shursui by the banks of the Nana River, subsequently launching a surprise attack that costs Shursui one of his eyes. After repelling his pursuers, Shursui finds Uchiha Itachi, entrusting his remaining eye and his convictions to him before leaping into the Nanha River to end his life, thereby stalling the Uchiha coup with his demise. It became evident that Konoha no longer trusted any Uchiha. They would never permit such formidable power to be wielded by a member of the Uchiha clan, even if he were wholly loyal. Konoha was intent on annihilating the Uchiha clan, and, as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly remain oblivious to the battles erupting within the village, yet he tacitly allowed it all to unfold. Hinata Hayashi, in turn, elucidated the darkest facets of Konoha to Sasuke. Clenching his fists tightly, Sasuke produced a series of crackling sounds, his teeth grinding in fury. He could not fathom how his brother and Shursui had been subjected to such horrors. Damn Konoha! Sasuke growled softly, rage flickering his eyes. Hinata observed Sasuke's fury. Nodding subtly, Sasuke still harbored deep feelings for Itachi and the Uchiha. No one could comprehend Itachi's emotions at that time. The death of a dear friend, the pressures from family and village, anguish awakened within him the legendary power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He deciphered the contents of the basement of the Nanha Shrine, realizing that merging with the Bloodline S Sharingan could transform his eye into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hinata continued to recount Itachi's experiences, gradually igniting Sasuke's hatred, seeking to evoke his emotions until he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Shursui's death delayed the Uchiha coup, it ultimately proved futile, as Itachi's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan filled the void. Meanwhile, Konoha's upper echelons assigned Itachi a top-secret mission. A glint of coldness passed through Hinata's eyes, as if he embodied Konoha's leadership at that moment. The mission's objective was to eliminate all Uchiha clan members. Itachi found himself at a crossroads. One choice involved the Uchiha initiating a coup, leading to their suppression and subsequent annihilation, which would also invite invasion upon the Land of Fire, resulting in countless displaced souls. The other choice was to bear the infamy alone and eradicate the Uchiha clan himself. Thus, Itachi made his decision, personally concluding the history of the Uchiha, which led to the events of that fateful night. Chapter 130. The Success of Deception, Sasuke's Mangekyo. While it may be termed a choice, Konoha left Itachi with no options. No one could grasp Itachi's intricate feelings at that moment. Hinata calmly narrated the unfolding events. He was to eliminate all his kin, yet his solitary strength was woefully inadequate. Consequently, he sought assistance from Uchiha Obito to aid in the annihilation of the Uchiha Security Department, the price being the Sharingan of its members. The specter of Red Knight Obito materialized before Sasuke. Itachi executed the task with his usual excellence. Among the Uchiha clan, the only individual capable of opposing Itachi was your father, Uchiha Fugaku, who also possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet he did not resist. He endorsed Itachi's decision, placing the Uchiha's honor and hopes for revival entirely upon you, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened. He had never known that his father had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and had died for his sake. Itachi could strike down anyone without hesitation, even his own parents. Yet he could never bring himself to harm his younger brother. This was the deal he struck with Konoha's high command. As long as Uchiha Itachi eradicated the Uchiha clan, Sasuke could remain the last Uchiha, preserving the bloodline and becoming the hope for the clan's resurgence. In this manner, Itachi personally obliterated his own family. Yet Konoha was unwilling to relinquish even the last vestige of his value. He received a final mission from Konoha to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and relay intelligence back to Konoha. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with anger and confusion. Why must Konoha eradicate the Uchiha clan completely? Why? You are aware of what transpired thereafter. As Itachi's dear friend, he entrusted me with guiding you onto the right path in exchange for your father's Mangekyo Sharingan. After the demise of the third Hokage, the one who promised to protect you is gone. Konoha is no longer safe for you. Thus, I brought you out of Konoha to safeguard you and teach you ninjutsu. Hinata produced a pair of glass vials and handed them to Sasuke, who carefully accepted the eyes, feeling the immense power contained within. It appears I have not fulfilled this promise, so let these return to their rightful owner. This statement is half-truth, as my guidance of Sasuke was conducted under Orochimaru's name. Itachi always believed it was Orochimaru who took Sasuke away. However, the request for Hinata to guide Sasuke back to Konoha is indeed factual. Yet now, with no evidence to verify, Hinata naturally fabricated the narrative. Sasuke cautiously placed the pair of Sharingan upon the table, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. What is the right path? Hinata replied. At the moment of your decisive battle, the Twilight Squad of the 5 great nations is en route here, among them your friend Naruto. Itachi believes Naruto can guide you back to Konoha. Thus, the right path is to return to Konoha, to protect it, and strive to become the next Hokage. Hinata gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and whispered, however, I believe you have the right to know the truth and the right to make your own choices. I will repel the Twilight Squad and reveal all truths to you. Now, 2 paths lie before you. One is to heed Itachi's arrangement and return to Konoha, where I will orchestrate your grand return as a hero. Before Hinata could finish, Sasuke's eyes flared with fury and resentment, as if about to erupt into flames. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Return to Konoha? Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcing out those words. You want me to return to the very place that slaughtered the Uchiha clan? Absolutely not. His voice was low and hoarse, laced with uncontainable anger. To him, Konoha was a nightmare, a place filled with painful memories. He could never forget the harrowing sight of his entire clan's extermination, nor the moment he witnessed his beloved brother's betrayal. These wounds were deeply etched in his soul, forming an insurmountable chasm. All of this was wrought by that filthy Konoha. Therefore, you have a second choice. Follow me and create a perfect world, while exacting revenge upon Konoha. Before Sasuke, an image of his family together in harmony appeared. He longed to reach out to his parents and brother, but the illusion shattered like fragile bubbles. Hinata dispelled the illusion of the Sharingan, and the two returned to reality. Sasuke's choice no longer required elaboration. He would follow Hinata to forge a perfect world and take vengeance on Konoha, without even exerting himself. Merely revealing the truth of the Uchiha's annihilation, Hinata had already sealed Sasuke's decision. How could one return to the embrace of the very perpetrators of his clan's massacre? Enduring excruciating pain, Sasuke rose from his sickbed and approached Itachi's lifeless body, gazing at his brother, whose lips seemed to bear a smile. He vowed, I will destroy everything about Konoha inflicting upon it the suffering I have endured 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As Sasuke spoke with increasing fervor, his rage reached a crescendo. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, and the spinning of his three tomo intensified, gradually coalescing into a pair of blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. Hinata K gazed at the pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his expression devoid of surprise. If Sasuke had not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan under such circumstances, it would signify the limits of his capacity. The emotional intensity of the Uchiha clan amplified the potency of their awakening. It remained uncertain whether Sasuke's two ocular techniques would undergo transformation. The Mangekyo Sharingan represented the fate of the Uchiha. Hinata K stood aside, lamenting. Sasuke, coming back to his senses, gently caressed his eye sockets and declared, I must make Konoha pay the price. One day, I will ensure they repay 100-fold. Hinata K shook his head and sighed. Have you truly made up your mind? To seek vengeance against Konoha? To follow me in creating a perfect world and resurrect your loved ones? This path will be fraught with peril, and it does not align with Itachi's dying wish. Hinata K's words seemed to stem from genuine concern for Sasuke, reflecting his earnest intentions. To an outsider, he appeared to be a selfless individual solely focused on Sasuke's well-being, devoid of any interest in the power of a Sharingan, even returning a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke. How could Sasuke doubt Hinata K's intentions? If he were to return to Konoha, he would hear Hinata K's counsel, and his previously frozen heart would begin to warm. Yet, his tone remained resolute, without a hint of hesitation as he interrupted Hinata K. Senior, there is no need for further persuasion. I have made my decision, and will not waver. Hinata K longed to sigh deeply, but suddenly realized he was still within the confines of a room. He could only silently turn away, his gaze fixated on Itachi's lifeless body, releasing a sigh laden with boundless sorrow and regret. The world often labeled the Uchiha clan as malevolent beings, asserting that their Sharingan could only awaken through the loss of loved ones. However, the truth was quite the opposite. The Uchiha were perhaps the most loving clan of all. Itachi had misjudged Sasuke's determination for vengeance against Konoha and had severely underestimated the depth of his affection for him. After hearing these words, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, descending into a profound silence, rendered speechless for an extended period. Chapter 131. The Burial of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's trust having made such a choice, one must be fully prepared. With your current strength, you are still far from your goal. Hinata K's voice resonated once more, tinged with seriousness and concern. I understand, Senior. Please train me. I must acquire greater power. Sasuke nodded emphatically. He was acutely aware that his present abilities fell short, had it not been for his brother's leniency and indulgence. Victory would have been unattainable. Your resolve is commendable, but the most pressing matter now is to ensure Itachi's body is properly laid to rest. Hinata K slowly approached Itachi's corpse. His movements were gentle and solemn, as if fearing to awaken the slumbering Itachi. He tenderly caressed Itachi's eyes, removing the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Once you have mastered the power of the Mangekyo, I will assist you in merging these two eyes, allowing your father and brother to witness the Uchiha's path to vengeance. Hinata K's voice was calm, yet authoritative, stirring something within Sasuke. I shall not betray the strength bestowed upon me by my father and brother. On a mountain peak outside Otonin village, Sasuke dug into the earth with his bare hands until his nails fractured and blood flowed freely. Hinata K swiftly restrained Sasuke's hands, saying, I know you are in pain, but your brother would not want you to torment yourself. Allow me to take over. Only then did Sasuke cease his efforts. Hinata K employed earth release to quickly excavate a grave. Sasuke quietly lifted the coffin containing Itachi's body and gently placed it within the grave. Hinata K then used earth release to cover the coffin, while Sasuke picked up a stone slab and began to etch a gravestone with a kunai, carving with care. Hinata K recounted Itachi's past, deepening Sasuke's hatred for Konoha. Do not be too sorrowful, Sasuke. Itachi often spoke of you with pride. Every time he heard news of you, he would joyfully share it with us. Upon learning you had become a ninja and completed a B-rank mission, Even he, who seldom smiled, burst into laughter. As Sasuke listened to Hinata K's words, tears welled in his eyes. "It was those people from Konoha who forced us," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. Hinata K feigned a sorrowful sigh. Indeed, Itachi bore immense pain and infamy to protect the village. Yet in the end, he received neither the respect nor the gratitude he deserved. Sasuke gripped the kunai tighter, as if to channel his pent-up fury. "Thus, you must seek vengeance, ensuring that those who revel in the peace forged by Itachi's sacrifices pay the price." Sasuke's gaze hardened, his grip on the stone slab tightening. "I will do so. I will make Konoha pay for their deeds." Not long after, a gravestone was erected at the grave, gazing out toward the distant land of fire. "Nisan, watch over me. I will avenge you." Sasuke knelt before the grave, bowing deeply. Hinata K also regarded the gravestone, reflecting, "I am sorry, Itachi. I have defied your wishes. I cannot bear to see Sasuke become a tool of Konoha. I have led him down a perilous path. This is my fault." His words seemed to echo Itachi's closest friend's sentiments. Had Itachi been able to hear them, he would have surely contended fiercely with Hinata K. Sasuke was deeply moved by Hinata K's words. Rising to stand beside him, "Senior, there is no need for guilt. This is my own choice, and I believe my brother would understand." After laying Itachi to rest, Sasuke and Hinata K returned to Otonin village together. Standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, they gazed at the starry sky, each lost in thought. Sasuke contemplated his revenge, while Hinata K pondered how to continue guiding him. "What are your plans next?" Hinata K inquired. "I will train and grow stronger," Sasuke replied with unwavering determination. "I can guide your training, but do not rush into matters of revenge," Hinata K cautioned. Sasuke nodded slightly, recognizing the need for time to evolve. Hinata K patted Sasuke on the shoulder, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. "Remember, hatred can be your driving force, but do not allow it to cloud your judgment. We have greater goals ahead." Sasuke nodded firmly, his voice imbued with profound trust. "Yes, Senior K." In Sasuke's eyes, Hinata K was not only a senior, but also a kindred spirit. Now, he bore the added significance of being Itachi's dear friend, entrusted with Sasuke's care as Itachi departed. Due to Hinata K's fabricated identity, Sasuke had unconsciously transferred a portion of his trust in Itachi to him. At this moment, Sasuke was entirely devoted to Hinata K. Hinata K stifled his inner anguish, forcing a faint smile. "You should also take time to rest, even while training. Adequate rest is essential." Sasuke's gaze sharpened, quickly catching the sadness in Hinata K's eyes. He thought to himself, with a dear friend gone, how could the senior not feel immense pain? "I understand. Senior, please take care of your health as well," Sasuke said, bowing slightly before turning to leave the rooftop. Watching Sasuke's receding figure until it vanished from sight, Hinata K slowly withdrew his gaze, murmuring softly, "Itachi, do not blame me." Though Sasuke walked far away, he still faintly heard Hinata K's words, which pierced his heart with unbearable pain. The loss of Itachi was a profound sorrow for Hinata K. How could he not grieve and suffer? Yet, here he was lacking understanding. Had I been able to discern the shadows lurking within Konoha earlier, perhaps those events would not have transpired. This was, of course, Sasuke's contemplation, and he could never fathom that at this very moment, Hinata Chi was preoccupied with thoughts of whom to seek out tonight, Uchiha Itachi or Sarada, as he felt Sasuke drift further away. Hinata Chi repressed the sorrow in his eyes and exited his role as the shadowy mastermind. Sasuke was indeed easily influenced, after all, with Fugaku's eyes as evidence. He had no choice but to believe, and he owed gratitude to Itachi. A twinge of guilt lingered in Hinata Chi's heart, for Sasuke trusted him implicitly while he had deceived him. Yet, this flicker of remorse swiftly dissipated, as it was merely part of the transaction, with the revival of Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi in the future as the ultimate goal. Chapter 132. The power Sasuke yearns for on the rooftop. Kabuto approached Hinata Chi and inquired whether he should retrieve Itachi's body. Hinata Chi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, it would be unwise if Sasuke discovered it. We shall wait until we can persuade him before retrieving it. Kabuto nodded respectfully, understood. He held profound respect for Hinata Chi, viewing him as a master strategist. Only those who remained by his side understood that he truly manipulated the world of shinobi at will. Hinata Chi cautioned, however, we must not allow others to find Itachi's body and exploit it, especially Kurizetsu. Understood. I will proceed to set up a sealing technique using Inyan release. After bidding farewell, Kabuto personally went to the grave of Itachi to arrange the sealing jutsu. Hinata Chi had meticulously orchestrated the affairs of the Uchiha brothers, contemplating how to exploit the deceased immediately after their demise. Truly, he spared not even the dead. The following morning, Hinata Chi brought Sasuke to the secret training ground. Senpai, what shall we train today? Sasuke asked respectfully. You have awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pressing matter is to help you master the ocular techniques and Susanoo within your eyes, Hinata Chi explained. Itachi's ocular techniques were Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, and when combined, they could unleash the third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. You should have felt their power. Tsukuyomi can ensnare one in an illusion for days, while only a second elapses in reality. Amaterasu ignites an unquenchable black flame in the visible area. Following that is the strongest defense, Susanoo, which manifests in various forms such as skeletal, humanoid, and Tengu. However, each use of the Mangekyo Sharingan diminishes the user's vision, leading ultimately to blindness. Sasuke listened, a wave of disappointment washing over him at the thought, but as he remembered his quest for vengeance against Itachi's enemies, excitement surged within him. Can I also master these abilities? Hinata Chi, like a patient elder, gently elucidated. Indeed, but each individual's awakened ocular technique differs. The full name of the Sharingan is the Eye of Mental Reflection, which awakens abilities corresponding to your innermost desires. Yet, do not harbor excessive expectations, nor rely too heavily on the power of the Sharingan. To illustrate his point, Hinata Chi formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone, which activated its Sharingan and assumed the most basic form of Susanoo. Under Sasuke's watchful gaze, Hinata Chi effortlessly crushed the skeletal form with a single hand before dispelling the clone. Hinata Chi warned, personal strength is fundamental. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan does not exempt you from the need to develop your ninjutsu. Itachi's Susanoo withstood your lightning release, heavenly punishment through the power of the sacred tools. Thus you cannot neglect your ninjutsu training. Sasuke nodded in reverence. I understand. Seeing Sasuke acknowledge him, Hinata Chi smiled. I have already retrieved the two sacred tools. They are currently being repaired and enhanced, and once completed, they will be presented to you. Sasuke, increasingly moved, expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you. It is nothing. Itachi entrusted you to me, so I must look after you. Hinata Chi chuckled, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Generally, awakening a dual ocular technique requires external stimulation or prolonged exploration. However, you do not have the luxury of time. I will utilize the ocular power of my Sharingan to expedite the awakening of the techniques within your eyes. While this process bears no adverse effects, it will be excruciating, and you must mentally prepare yourself. Should you wish to withdraw, I would understand. Hinata Chi's method was akin to awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, forcibly catalyzing the awakening through external ocular power. Without hesitation, Sasuke declared, I can endure. My suffering pales in comparison to what my brother endured. Hinata Chi gazed deeply at Sasuke. Very well, sit cross-legged. I will awaken the technique in one of your eyes. Obediently, Sasuke settled before Hinata Chi. Hinata Chi opened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, placing his hand upon Sasuke's head and gradually infused his ocular power into Sasuke's eyes. In an instant, Sasuke screamed in agony, his voice echoing in the empty training ground as he pressed his hand tightly against his right eye. The excruciating pain flooding through him like a relentless tide, nearly unbearable. The torment emanating from his right eye intensified, as if countless ants were gnawing at his eyeball, or a fire was raging, making him feel as though his eye could explode at any moment. Sasuke gritted his teeth, enduring the inhuman agony. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothing. He understood that if he could not withstand this trial, he would forever lose the chance to wield this power. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm himself. Yet the intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Hinatachi's voice reached Sasuke's ears. "Focus, Sasuke. Envision the power you desire most. Let it flow within you." As the pain peaked and his consciousness began to fade, he recalled his brother Uchiha Itachi, his father Uchiha Fugaku, and his mother Uchiha Mikoto, remembering their faces and voices. He envisioned the warmth of his family, and from deep within, a powerful desire began to surge, urging him to manifest it into reality. Sasuke poured all his strength into sensing that desire, melding it into his very soul. Gradually, he felt the pain in his right eye subside, the once tumultuous power beginning to stabilize. He slowly opened his eyes, discovering a peculiar light flickering within his right eye, a manifestation of an unprecedented formidable force. "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the first ability within your Mangekyo," Hinatachi announced. This was certainly neither Amaterasu nor Kagutsuchi, as anticipated. Due to Hinatachi's intervention, Sasuke awakened a technique distinct from that in the original narrative. Chapter 133. Distorting the barrier between reality and illusion. Sasuke knelt, his body leaning forward, heavy breaths resonating in the air as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like pearls, soaking his back and forming a damp patch on the ground. He felt the pain recede, the overwhelming agony gradually ebbing away like a receding tide. Trembling, he reached out to touch the contours of his eye socket, feeling the intense heat and stinging sensation. "Ha ha ha!" Sasuke's laughter echoed in the air, filled with madness and obsession. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, as though he beheld visions of the future. "With such power, I shall surely obliterate Konoha," he murmured to himself, his voice infused with boundless determination and animosity. Hinatachi quietly observed Sasuke's current state of exhilaration, fully aware of the emotions that surged within him, as he too often found himself engulfed in a similar fervor following a surge in power. After a considerable time, Sasuke regained his composure. Rising to face Hinatachi, "I apologize, senior. I have lost my demeanor." Hinatachi smiled faintly, unconcerned, and responded, "It is of no consequence. I too have succumbed to madness in the face of power. Would you care to share the nature of your newly awakened ocular technique?" Sasuke, now harboring immense trust in Hinatachi, disclosed his abilities without reservation. "Certainly, the ocular technique in my right eye is known as Yunwei Jing, capable of distorting the boundaries between reality and illusion, turning illusions into reality." Could this be the inverse of Izanagi? Izanagi transforms reality into illusion, while this technique does precisely the opposite, converting illusions into truth. Hinatachi inquired, puzzled. Does this mean that one can kill someone within an illusion, and by activating this ability, they can be slain in reality as well? Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this ability is remarkably potent. Most individuals cannot withstand the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, making this technique nearly insurmountable. Of course, this holds true under ideal circumstances. The reality is that those of lesser strength would expend their ocular power in vain, while even the powerful may not guarantee success. Hinatachi speculated on the reasons behind Sasuke's awakening of this ability, likely triggered by the scenes within his illusions. The harmonious vision of Sasuke's family from yesterday's Jinjutsu must have stirred him, leading to the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, Sasuke's aspiration to transform illusion into reality has birthed this ocular technique. After pondering for a moment, Hinatachi suggested, "Let us conduct an experiment to ascertain the limits of this ability to prevent any issues during its application in the future." He summoned a white Zetsu with a casual gesture. "Direct your power at him." "Very well," Sasuke replied, nodding as he activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu, ensnaring the white Zetsu within the illusion. Within that realm, Sasuke twisted the Zetsu's head, then unleashed his ocular technique, Yunwei Jing. A spectral mirror appeared before the Zetsu, reflecting its head now severed. In an instant, the mirror shattered, the illusion seen manifesting in reality. and Hinata-chi witnessed the Zetsu's neck snap with a suddenness that was startling. Hinata-chi couldn't help but applaud. This ability is indeed formidable. Anyone ensnared by your genjutsu is destined to be gravely injured. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sasuke's eyes. If combined with my other jutsu, the lethality would be even greater. Hinata-chi nodded in agreement, contemplating that if wielded adeptly, this technique could become a decisive weapon in combat. However, he cautioned, be wary of its effectiveness against formidable opponents. You must exercise caution. Understood, Sasuke replied earnestly, recognizing that the degree of illusion's transition to reality diminishes. If the adversary were not the defenseless Zetsu, but rather powerful figures like the Kage, the circumstances would differ greatly. At that moment, the communication device in the training room chimed, relaying the voice of Yakushi Kabuto. The Twilight team has arrived outside Odo no Kuni, seeking to collect their ninja supplies. Accompanied by Hinata Hanabi and Hinata. I see. I shall personally meet with the Twilight team. Hinata-chi responded, you lead them to gather their supplies. Then escort them directly to the reception room. Yes, Lord Chi. Hinata-chi turned to Sasuke and asked, shall we go see Naruto? He has been quite anxious during your battle with Itachi, fearing for your safety. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Let us go. It has been quite some time, though I wonder how his strength has progressed. Hinata-chi laughed heartily. In that case, from this moment onward, you must not present yourself in this guise before others. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently placed his hand on Sasuke's face. Sasuke's facial features began to transform distinctly. His previously flat chest and hips suddenly rounded out, his hair lengthening rapidly and cascading over his shoulders like a waterfall. Not only that, but his visage became more delicate and charming, his attire morphing into a dress under Hinata-chi's manipulation. This transformation was entirely to ensure Naruto would not recognize Sasuke. To guarantee absolute safety, Hinata-chi had to enact a complete metamorphosis upon him. In the blink of an eye, the once aloof and handsome Sasuke had vanished, replaced by a stunningly captivating young woman. Satisfied, Hinata-chi withdrew his hand, confident that Naruto would find her familiar yet unrecognizable. Sasuke meticulously examined her new appearance, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had intended to ask Hinata-chi to restore her original form. Just then, she heard Hinata-chi sigh. Itachi often spoke of wanting a sister. Now that you have taken on this appearance, if Itachi were to see you, it would fulfill one of his wishes. Upon hearing this, Sasuke quickly swallowed her words, silently trailing behind Hinata-chi. Meanwhile, Hinata-chi chuckled inwardly, realizing that Itachi's name was indeed quite useful. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming reunion between Sasuke and Naruto, a meeting that felt both familiar and foreign. On the way, Hinata-chi explained to Sasuke, Naruto's desire to join the Twilight team to search for your whereabouts cannot be tied to his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It would be impossible for him to join a team hunting the Akatsuki. He instructed Sasuke on how to identify him. When you see the blonde with twin ponytails in the Twilight team, that will be him. For a fleeting moment, Sasuke felt warmth in her heart, realizing that Naruto's actions were for her sake. However, that feeling was short-lived. Naruto was a ninja of Konoha, not truly on the same side as her. If there came a time when Naruto stood against her, she would have no choice but to strike him down. Chapter 134. The meeting of New Ming and Sasuke as they entered the reception room. The members of the Twilight team had been waiting for some time. Hinata-chi immediately spotted the Hinata sisters, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata, among the crowd. Overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Chiba Mushio, the Hinata sisters struggled to suppress their longing due to the occasion. Although they frequently communicated through puppets and carrier pigeons, opportunities for face-to-face meetings were exceedingly rare. This time, they were tasked with assisting in reconnaissance, which afforded them this precious chance. Hinata-chi offered the two a reassuring smile, signaling that they would indeed have time to be alone together. The last time he appeared as Hinata-chi, he had not had a chance to scrutinize them closely. Now, it was evident that they had matured significantly. After stepping into adolescence, Hinata's hair now cascaded to her shoulders, radiating an air of maturity. Her figure had become increasingly curvaceous, the white hoodie barely containing her graceful silhouette, yet her gaze remained gentle and fluid, now imbued with a touch more determination. Her round face and large eyes combined to render her irresistibly charming. Meanwhile, Hanabi had blossomed into a poised young woman, her long black hair styled into a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality and a spirited demeanor. Her features had grown more refined, her skin glowing with a lustrous sheen akin to white jade. Her slightly arched brows conveyed a vivacious and sunny disposition. Hanabi donned a loose-fitting kimono, contrasting sharply with her sister Hinata's demeanor. If Hinata represented a quietly blooming lily, then Hanabi was akin to a blazing sunflower. They were a pair of sisterly blossoms, complementing each other and forming a stunning tableau. At this moment, transformed into a woman, Ming Ren's gaze was instantly captivated by the tall and exquisite beauty behind Riji Qi, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. So beautiful. Upon witnessing Ming Ren's infatuated demeanor, Suaji felt a twinge of annoyance, leading him to clear his throat twice. It was only then that Ming Ren noticed Shi glaring at him fiercely, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over him. In truth, his admiration was not rooted in lust, but rather in an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing this, Riji Qi introduced, "This is our Federation's ninja, named Feng Lingzhuiyu. She has just completed a mission and, upon hearing that the Twilight team had arrived, wished to experience the grandeur of the 5 great nations." He then pointed to Ming Ren and stated, "This is the ninja from my village, Bo Feng Ming Zi." Upon hearing the names Ming Zi and Zhuiyu, a flicker of unease flashed in Suaji's eyes, and he silently cursed, truly disgusting. Ming Ren promptly extended his hand with enthusiasm, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Bo Feng Ming Zi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Suaji, compelled by the necessity of the act, reluctantly extended his hand in return, coolly stating, "I am Feng Lingzhuiyu." At this moment, the team leader, Kakashi, stepped forward to engage with Riji Qi, saying, "Lord Mushio, thank you for the assistance in providing ninja tools. These tools have repeatedly saved our team members from peril." In the presence of Qian Yimushio, he maintained a vigilant demeanor, yet his words were sincere. Riji Qi waved his hand dismissively, feigning ignorance, and remarked, "Eradicating the terrorist organization Akatsuki and contributing to the safety of the ninja world is the responsibility of our federation." He continued, "Kakashi, I have heard that you have recently eliminated numerous Akatsuki strongholds and intelligence networks. Have you captured any significant targets?" Riji Qi was well aware of the Twilight team situation. They had not apprehended any key members of Akatsuki, merely dismantling a few minor bases. With little to show for their efforts, they had only eliminated some lowly minions, but had acquired reliable intelligence that Uchiha Sasuke had killed the Akatsuki member, Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi understood that Riji Qi might have his own schemes and remained appropriately cautious, revealing this soon-to-be public knowledge. However, his timing was somewhat unfortunate, as the principal subject was present nearby. Suaji, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through him. Clenching his jaw in an effort to suppress the fury boiling within him, his chest heaving violently. "Why did I have to kill Itachi? Is it not because of you, Fermai? If it were not for your relentless pressure, how would our family have met such a fate?" Yet he knew he must continue to feign composure and reminded himself not to burden his seniors. Thus, he stifled his anger with great effort. Meanwhile, Ming Ren noticed Zhuiyu's chest rising and falling rapidly and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" The softness in Ming Zi's voice soothed a part of Sasuke's anger, allowing him to momentarily escape his wrath. "I am fine," he replied, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Apart from Ming Ren, no one else noticed his distress. Ming Ren looked at Suaji with curiosity, asking, "Feng Lingzhuiyu, your appearance seems so familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" A jolt alarm shot through Suaji, fearful that Ming Ren might uncover a flaw in his disguise. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, sneering, "What, do you think someone like you can get close to me? How amusing." Turning away, he chose to ignore Ming Ren. Noticing this, Rijichi attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, "Perhaps it is true that beautiful people often bear a resemblance. Haha." Indeed, Mingren joined in the laughter, scratching his head, seemingly unfazed by Suaji's aloofness. "All right, everyone, let's sit down and stop standing while we talk," Rijichi urged, inviting everyone to take their seats. Glancing at Kakashi, he smiled and inquired, "Kakashi, regarding Uchiha Itachi, do you have any further discoveries?" Kakashi shook his head, stating, "At present, we only know this much. However, why Uchiha Itachi joined Akatsuki remains a mystery." Sasuke's previously quelled anger flared anew, his concealed fist clenching tightly, nails digging into flesh. "Why did Itachi join Akatsuki? Was it not under your orders for Mai? Yet you stand here playing the innocent." Rijichi caught a glimpse of Sasuke from the corner of his eye. Though his heart was aflame with anger, he did not display it outwardly. Itachi's death had indeed fostered considerable growth within him. Perhaps he had his own burdens, he mused. Ming Ren interjected. "Just like Scorpion, they too are a group of unfortunate individuals." Sasuke's interest was piqued, glancing at Ming Ren, surprised that he would defend Itachi. TCH, with such a statement, he might just earn his life when the time comes to destroy Mai. Rijichi was internally impressed, acknowledging that this was indeed Ming Ren, who could charm even without knowing the identities of those beside him. Regardless, this represented a significant loss for Akatsuki. Rijichi declared, "We must hasten our actions and not allow Akatsuki any respite." Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement. "We will continue our pursuit of Akatsuki and ensure their complete annihilation." "Then I shall entrust this to you," Rijichi said. "If there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to speak up." Chapter 135. The Kiss of Hinata Hanabi. "You are all my wings." This meeting was a spontaneous decision on Rijichi's part, with little of substance to discuss. The matters were essentially settled within a span of mere minutes. Just as the conversation was flowing, a liaison from the Federation entered the meeting room briskly and approached Rijichi, handing him a piece of paper. "Wait a moment," Rijichi said to Kakashi, taking the document and examining it earnestly. It was a telegram from Mai, indicating that members of Akatsuki had been sighted within the borders of the Land of Fire, alongside the suspected trace of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. It was clear that Akatsuki's objective this time was the Six Tails Jinchuriki. An urgent summons had been sent for the Twilight Team to intervene and protect the Six Tails Jinchuriki, with Mai also dispatching ninjas to assist. Rijichi understood that this event was inevitable. He recalled the Six Tails arc from the original story. It was a tale of a heartbroken youth and a quirky girl, two unfortunate souls redeeming each other, entwined in a mentor-student romance. The only detail that caught Rijichi's attention was the secret technique rage of heaven sealed within the girl named Ing, belonging to the Tsuchigumo clan. It was said that if sufficient time were given to accumulate natural energy, it could obliterate an area with a radius exceeding several hundred kilometers. During the Third Ninja World War, a ninja from the Tsuchigumo clan had once annihilated a small ninja village using this technique. This Daida Law had exclaimed his desire for such a power. The principle behind the technique was remarkably simple, using the modified body of the practitioner as a vessel to continuously absorb natural energy, then unleashing it in an explosive moment. Rijichi discreetly passed the intelligence to Kakashi, saying, "The Hokage's orders, you have your work cut out for you." Kakashi, initially puzzled, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and stood up abruptly. They needed to act swiftly. Akatsuki was poised to capture the Six Tails at any moment. The entire Twilight Team rose in unison at Kakashi's sudden movement. Kakashi stated solemnly, "Lord Mushio, we must depart immediately. We cannot allow Akatsuki to succeed." Rijichi casually wished them well, saying, "May fortune favor you all." "Thank you, Lord Mushio." The group bowed respectfully. Though they hailed from a foreign land, they held great admiration for this legendary figure. There were even rumors circulating that Shinya Mushio would be the second reformer since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who ended the chaotic era. Rijichi bid farewell to the Twilight Team and instructed Suaji to seek out Yaoshido to learn wood release techniques. Now, only Rijichi, Riji Hinata, and Riji Hanabi remained in the reception room. Shangqi decisively locked the door to the reception room, ensuring that no further interruptions would disturb them. This moment was indeed the perfect opportunity to execute the final steps of a strategic plan. Unbeknownst to Hana, she had unwittingly walked into a trap. With no one around to hinder their nostalgic exchange, Hana eagerly threw herself upon Shangqi. He was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, followed by the gentle weight of Hana, who had now draped herself over him. "I miss you so much," she murmured, burying her face in his shirt, her legs entwined around him like a koala. Shangqi supported her with one hand to prevent her from slipping, gently patting her back, and replied with a smile, "I miss you too, little Hana." Upon hearing this, Hana lifted her head, her face radiating a blissful smile, her eyes brimming with affection for Shangqi. At that moment, Hinata also approached, observing her sister's actions without a trace of jealousy. Instead, she gazed at Shangqi with tender eyes. After a while, Hana leaped from Shangqi's embrace and playfully nudged her sister, who was staring at Shangqi in a daze. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she said, "I'm done. It's your turn now, sister." Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson. Her sister's words made her heart race uncontrollably. Lowering her head, she clutched her clothing tightly, her steps somewhat frantic as she approached Shangqi. When she finally looked up, her gaze was filled with shyness, unable to meet his eyes. Observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, Shangqi extended his arm and drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Feeling the warmth of Hinata in his arms, he softly spoke, "Hinata, I miss you too." Hinata felt a wave of emotion wash over her upon hearing his words. Wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his chest, they stood quietly enveloped in each other's warmth, while Hana looked on with a satisfied smile. After a while, Shangqi released Hinata, placing his hands on her shoulders, and suddenly kissed her sweet lips passionately. Hinata was taken aback by this unexpected act, her eyes widening in surprise, and her body trembled involuntarily. However, she quickly recovered, closing her eyes to savor the sweetness of the moment. Shangqi's kiss was fervent, as if he wished to meld Hinata into himself, and she responded shyly, gradually losing herself in the kiss. Their breaths quickened, and Shangqi's hands began to roam restlessly over Hinata's form. She shivered slightly, her gaze becoming dreamy, as if she had lost herself entirely. Eventually, Shangqi released Hinata, breathing heavily. Her face flushed. She could not hide her embarrassment. At that moment, Hana's discontented voice broke the silence. "That's not fair. Sister is so sly. I haven't even been kissed by brother." Shangqi gently patted Hana's head, saying, "Wait until you grow up." Hana's adorably round face puffed up in protest. "Brother, you're so mean." After a few hours, the two returned to rest, while Shangqi remained behind to tidy up the room. He swiftly removed the soiled sofa into his shui space and employed several water techniques to clean the area, subsequently calling for cleaning staff to replace the items. Given the circumstances, everything needed to be replaced. He realized he had been somewhat hasty, preferring to return to his own room instead. In the following days, Shangqi patiently guided them through a lifestyle that persisted until the two sisters departed. Although they were still ostensibly part of Wuyitsun, it was impossible for them to remain in the Federation indefinitely, and Shangqi's plans had to continue. Outside Dinchun, Shangqi bid farewell to Hinata and Hana, affectionately stroking their hair, reassuring them, "Once my matters are settled, I will come to it to take you home." Both Hinata and Hana nodded, their eyes filled with reluctance. "Brother, you must hurry, or I will ignore you," Hana said, tears welling in her eyes. "I promise," he replied. "Now, go before it gets dark." He gently nudged them away. Hinata and Hana left, glancing back multiple times, while Shangqi contemplated their retreating figures. Through their time together, Shangqi had subtly gleaned that the two had suppressed their deep-seated hatred for the extermination of their clan, recognizing the insurmountable gap in strength. Particularly after learning of Shangqi's abilities, they felt despair, shifting their focus back to the continuation of their family line. However, Shangqi was not one to let them slip away. His intent was to utilize them for stage death or to cleanse their reputations, temporarily withdrawing from the limelight or aligning with the righteous faction, awaiting the opportune moment. Shang-Chi positioned himself as a deity, orchestrating each individual's narrative. Now, he needed to concentrate on the affairs concerning the Village, ensuring the successful capture of the tailed beast while concurrently diminishing the ranks of the Akatsuki organization. In the eastern region of Huadriguo, at Gochungsan, resided the descendants of the Tudrichu clan. Surrounded by steep cliffs, Gochungsan resembled a secluded sky city. In one corner, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A handsome man leaned against a massive tree, his expression marked by a hint of fatigue as he squinted to relish the tranquility. Nearby, a blonde-haired girl was intensely focused, repeatedly forming hand seals, seemingly striving to unleash a particular ninjutsu. The man occasionally opened his eyes, casting a gentle gaze upon her, quietly observing her movements before offering suggestions and guidance. The girl attentively absorbed his words, adjusting her gestures and pace as she continued her concentration on a ninjutsu. Time passed slowly in this serene environment, the only sounds being the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the soft cadence of hand seals being formed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Pure love is truly beautiful, Shang-Chi mused quietly as he observed the scene. He had arrived here earlier than both the Akatsuki and the Twilight team, having already detected the presence of the Liyue. The man was Yurgal, the host of the village, originally a ninja from the village of Mist. Like most Jinchuriki, he bore a tragic fate, facing scorn and disdain from the villagers. This led him to become sensitive and suspicious. However, similar to Naruto, he had a mentor who treated him like a son. His mentor, unwilling to witness Yurgal's suffering, defied the village's wishes and employed a potentially life-threatening secret technique to safely extract the tailed beast from Yurgal. Unfortunately, Yurgal misconstrued this as an attempt to seize the power of the village. In a fit of rage, he killed his mentor and fled the village. He evaded pursuit and took refuge in this isolated Gashansen, where he was taken in by the nearby blonde girl. She allowed him to stay in the village on the condition that he would teach her ninjutsu. The current events closely mirrored the original narrative, and it would not be long before someone disrupted this tranquility, driven not only by the power of the tailed beast, but also by those coveting the Kudrichu clan's secret techniques hidden behind him. Hinata harbored no particular strategy for the upcoming battle over the Six Tails. His role was merely to act as a catalyst, ultimately tidying up the aftermath. That night, four stealthy ninjas approached Katsuragi Mountain, at which point Hinata silently materialized beside them. The group turned abruptly, startled to find a figure levitating above them, causing one of them to stumble and fall in fear. "Who are you?" the leader inquired, trembling with terror at the sudden appearance behind him. Hinata offered no reply, coolly stating, "With such meager strength, you are not even qualified to enter." His aim was to create a significant commotion to draw both Akatsuki and the Twilight, and these four were insufficient for that purpose. With a casual wave of his hand, three of them collapsed into unconsciousness, leaving only the leader standing. The leader, dumbfounded, watched as Hinata placed his hand atop his head, extracting his soul to delve into his memories. The rogue ninja sought to seize control of a nation using the power of the enraged heavens. Such inconsequential forces had no place in this grand spectacle. After absorbing the memories, Hinata released the soul effortlessly. He had long transcended the need to enhance his power through such primitive means. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata conjured four spiritual orbs using his rebirth eye and implanted them within the minds of the four, seizing control of their bodies. He retrieved the Federation's compound hero water from the Kamui space and commanded the four to consume it. This potion would temporarily triple their chakra, strength, and speed. Hinata manipulated the four to continue their mission, intending to compel Yutaka to unleash the power of the tailed beast. Such a ruckus would be sufficient to attract a larger audience, would it not? Under the cloak of night, Hinata stealthily dismantled the ceiling array of Katsuragi Mountain, guiding the four thieves up the mountain and into the courtyard atop it. Only 3 individuals resided there, Yutaka, Rin, and an elderly servant named Dun Bingwei. Hinatachi directed the four thieves to split into three groups to scout the rooms. Due to being relentlessly hunted, Yutaka possessed an acute sense of security. Even after residing there for some time, he had set numerous traps around his room. Under Hinatachi's control, the leader deliberately triggered one of Yutaka's traps in the corridor. Instantly, countless shurikens flew from all directions but were easily blocked by the clones. Yutaka awoke in an instant, seizing a blowgun beside him to unleash a flurry of soap bubbles. The bubbles surged from all around, enveloping the clones, and exploded in an instant, filling the courtyard with mist. The leader dashed out of the water vapor, retreating hastily as the prior attack had inflicted no harm upon him. As the leader prepared to exit the courtyard, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his body. Unbeknownst to him, Yutaka had infused his soap bubbles with a special adhesive substance that would slow the enemy's movements upon contact. Meanwhile, Yutaka swiftly rose and concealed himself within the shadows using ninjutsu. He approached the thief leader stealthily, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Hinatachi sensed the imminent danger and focused intently on maneuvering the thief leader to dodge the incoming shurikens, leaping onto the rooftop. The thief leader, perplexed, remarked, "I did not expect a ninja to be here." Yutaka did not pursue. Instead, he gazed at the figure atop the roof and inquired, "Who are you? When did the Umbu of Kirigakure adopt such attire?" The thief leader scoffed, "Our target is not you. If you are sensible, step aside and do not interfere with my mission for Madara-sama, or we shall have no choice but to eliminate you as well." Hinatachi continued to shift the blame onto Madara. Uchiha Bito? Yutaka silently repeated the name in his mind, fully aware of it. Uchiha Bito was a notorious rogue ninja who had manipulated the Mizukage and was well known within the shinobi world. If they were not after him, then their target must be Rin. It could hardly be the old servant Dun Bingwei. At that moment, sounds of combat reached their ears, fleeting yet confirming Yutaka's suspicions. His inherently cold nature instinctively urged him to evade this unwarranted calamity. Heeding the thief leader's words, he blew a massive soap bubble, seated himself within it, and prepared to depart. Just then, the other three thieves appeared atop the roof, flanking their leader, with two of them carrying Rin and Dun Bingwei. "This is no concern of yours. Depart at once." The thief leader waved dismissively, urging Yutaka to leave. However, upon witnessing the scene, Yutaka found himself paralyzed. Rationality dictated that these intruders meant harm and he should flee, yet for some inexplicable reason, he could not muster the resolve to leave. "Expose their backs," the thief leader commanded, disregarding Yutaka entirely. The two thieves complied, swiftly tearing open the backs of Rin and Dun Bingwei's garments. Upon gazing at Rin's back, which bore a grotesque scar embedded with a pitch-black gem, the thief leader erupted in gleeful laughter. "Haha, this is it. The secret technique, Rage of the Heavens, a legendary power capable of obliterating everything within 100 miles. This will become Madara-sama's ultimate weapon." This proclamation was clearly meant for Yutaka's ears. The term weapon was all too familiar to any Jinchuriki, as every hidden village regarded them as tools of war, a statement intended to evoke Yutaka's sympathy. Yutaka tightened his grip on the blowgun, feeling an inexplicable surge of fury. In the time they had spent together, he had developed a fondness for Rin, though his naturally aloof demeanor had kept him from recognizing it. Nearby, one of the thieves licked his lips while eyeing Rin. "This beauty is to be offered to Madara-sama, but can't we enjoy her a bit first? Haha, what is the harm? As long as she is not killed. I, you and Chengdu, have never been one to waste resources. We can line up for a turn later." The thief leader laughed heartily. "Thank you, Yuen-sama." The three thieves expressed their gratitude immediately. The elderly servant, Dun Bingwei, was carelessly tossed aside, barely conscious. He opened his eyes to see Yutaka in the distance, pleading, "Please take Rin and flee to find the ninjas of Konoha. The Tsuchigumo clan is an ally of Konoha, and the Konoha Ninja Handbook contains rules to protect the Tsuchigumo clan's ninjas. However, any man in this situation would find it impossible to remain composed." Yutaka could no longer suppress his outrage. In an instant, he appeared before the thief carrying Rin, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The thief was caught off guard, sent flying, and Yutaka deftly caught Rin, gently placing her within the protective bubble he had just conjured. The other two thieves rushed forward, launching physical attacks against Yutaka. He nimbly evaded their strikes, while simultaneously releasing a multitude of soap bubbles from his blowgun. Upon contact with the thieves, the bubbles detonated, generating a powerful shockwave that pushed them back. The three thieves attempted to advance once more, but were halted by their leader, who licked his lips. "So eager? That girl isn't your girlfriend, is she? She is quite lovely, and I don't intend to let you leave now. I want you to watch us have our fun with her." Indeed, indeed. The other three thieves chimed in with lewd remarks, laughing heartily, which only deepened Yutaka's rage. Hinata continued to incite the four thieves to provoke Yutaka, aiming to push him into a state of rage that would unleash the tailed beast within. In the original story, Yutaka had already begun to harness some of the tailed beast's power, entering a state of transformation. Hinata sought to catalyze this process, creating a significant uproar to attract the performers. Yutaka's gaze turned frigid, filled with murderous intent. His inherently indifferent nature left him puzzled as to why he felt such anger. Taking a deep breath, his chakra began to surge within him. "It seems you have chosen to drink the cup of punishment instead of the cup of celebration." At the command of their leader, three thieves charged towards Yugao. With agile movements, Yugao deftly evaded their attacks while launching soap bubbles from his blowpipe, which soared towards the adversaries like cannonballs. The thieves, however, easily countered his efforts, having been enhanced by the waters of the composite hero. Such an assault was utterly ineffective against them. Under the orders of Hinata, the thieves formed a formation and unleashed their combined ninjutsu, lightning flash. In an instant, fierce bolts of electricity enveloped Yugao, mercilessly ravaging every inch of his skin. A cry of anguish escaped Yugao's lips. Without the power of the tailed beast, he stood no chance against these four elite jonin. At that moment, Ing, encased within a soap bubble, regained consciousness. Desperately, she struck the bubble's wall, yearning to break free and assist Yugao. "Let me out. I want to help you," she cried. Observing the scene before him, Hinata felt a pang of guilt, seeing the two as a pair of star-crossed lovers in distress. As the electric storm of the thieves' ninjutsu began to dissipate, Yugao lay prostrate on the ground. His body charred, summoning the last vestige of his strength. He suppressed the agony coursing through him and propelled the bubble, encasing Ing away from the fray. "Ha ha! You think it would be so easy for her to escape?" The leader of the thieves flung a shuriken, piercing the bubble that protected Ing. Ing felt darkness engulf her as she lost the bubble's shield, her body crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Watching in horror, Yugao's heart shattered, and he yearned to rush to her aid. However, he had exhausted all his strength during the fierce battle, and even standing was a monumental struggle, let alone saving her. "You had your chance to flee, and now you have none," the thief leader remarked coldly, gazing down at Yugao, who lay motionless, a cruel smile spreading across his face. After stretching his limbs, he withdrew a sharp kunai from his waist and approached Yugao, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ying's eyes widened in despair as she witnessed the unfolding tragedy. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she shouted at the leader, "I will go with you. Please spare him. If you dare to harm him, I will unleash my secret techniques and take you down with me. You know the power of those techniques." The thief leader merely licked his lips, devoid of any fear in his eyes. Yet, recognizing the potential risk, he hesitated to advance further towards Yugao. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and a sly grin appeared. "Oh, I see now. You two must be husband and wife. No wonder you are so inseparable. Ha ha, how delightful. This game is truly exhilarating. I adore such tricks. Take her away. I shall retreat to enjoy this little beauty. Once I've had my fill, it will be your turn." With a lascivious grin, the leader gestured for his subordinates to act. Two fierce thieves lunged forward, seizing Ying's arms and effortlessly dragging her away. Ying struggled valiantly, tears streaming down her face as she cast desperate glances back at Yugao, her eyes brimming with despair and reluctance. Yugao's heart ached as he watched his beloved being forcibly taken from him. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, yet he felt powerless at that moment. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to rise and intervene, but his body felt alien to him, utterly devoid of control. "Let her go," he shouted, his voice trembling with pain and defiance. Yet his efforts were met only with the thieves' cruel laughter. "I command you to release her." Yu Gao released a portion of the seals binding him, unleashing the power of the tailed beast. In that instant, his form began to transform, a powerful aura emanating from within him. The tailed beast cloak enveloped him, and Hinata K felt a surge of joy. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. Yu Gao's skin glimmered with crimson chakra, as 4 tails of red chakra sprouted from his back. The thief leader's expression shifted from shock to greed, realizing the newfound potential of his adversary. "Capture him. We shall bring him back to Lord Abido." Yet, they underestimated Yu Gao's current strength. With a thunderous roar, he swept his tails, launching all 4 thieves into the air. In a blur, he positioned himself beside Ing, shielding her fiercely. Simultaneously, his tails morphed into razor-sharp blades, aimed directly at the remaining thieves with astonishing speed. In an instant, 3 of the thieves were pierced through their abdomens, blood splattering everywhere, while the leader narrowly evaded this lethal strike. However, before he could catch his breath, Yu Gao's tails struck again, ensnaring him and lifting him high into the air. At that moment, the yin-yang chakra within Yu Gao began to coalesce, signaling the impending release of the tailed beast bomb. Faced with imminent death, the terrified leader let out a desperate scream. "No, please, spare me." Yet Yu Gao remained unmoved, his bloodshot crimson eyes fixed upon the villain before him, a blaze of righteous fury igniting within his heart. Without hesitation, he unleashed the fully formed tailed beast bomb towards the thief leader. The attack engulfed the leader, who barely had time to emit a cry of agony before being obliterated, reduced to ashes. After releasing this devastating blow, Yu Gao reverted from the tailed beast cloak, the crimson chakra fading from his form as he succumbed to unconsciousness, the immense strain of wielding such power having taken its toll. "Teacher," Ing gasped, struggling to rise as she knelt beside the unconscious Yu Gao, uncertain of how to aid him. Nearby, the old servant, Dunbing, having regained some strength, approached her. "Miss, we must carry Yu Gao inside. I will retrieve the healing ointment." Yes, both severely injured, they could only drag Yu Gao into the room, laying him on the bed and applying the ointment to his wounds. Dunbing produced a distress letter, dispatching a messenger bird to Kanahagakure. With someone coveting the wrath of the tailed beast, it was imperative to inform Kanahagakure, as allies of the Tsuchigumo clan would send aid. Meanwhile, Ing remained by the side of the unconscious Yu Gao, tears flowing uncontrollably. She grasped his hand tightly, whispering, "You must recover quickly." In the sky, Hinata K stretched lazily. "It's done." With such a grand spectacle, the Twilight Team and the Akatsuki organization must have noticed. The entire drama was meticulously crafted to compel Yu Gao to unleash the power of the tailed beast, drawing the actors into the fray. How guilt-laden this tale of star-crossed lovers feels. Perhaps next time, I shall employ a different approach. In a distant camp, the Twilight Team gathered around a campfire, discussing their next objectives. "We've been searching everywhere for so long, yet we have not found a single lead," muttered Karui from Kyomogakure, her impatience evident. In the village, Samui took the lead to admonish, stating that despite the circumstances, they must continue their pursuit. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would fall into the hands of Akatsuki. "Enough of these disheartening words. Let us eat," he declared. Chitu from Iwagakure took the initiative to serve rice for everyone. "Thank you," the two replied as they received their wooden bowls. Karui inhaled the fragrant aroma of the food and exclaimed, "This federated military ration is never tiresome. Not only is it varied in selection, but it is also convenient to prepare, requiring no more effort than the traditional soldieress meal." The Federation, providing supplies for a team of 15, naturally ensured the finest ingredients, and Hinata SG would not skimp on their provisions. Indeed, Samui concurred, expressing that if such food could become widespread, ninjas would no longer need to worry about sustenance during missions. Chitu smiled and attributed this convenience to the technological support of the Federation, which had developed such portable food. However, amidst the enjoyment of the meal, a sense of urgency lingered. The Federation's advancements had already surpassed the 5 great nations by a decade, gathering countless scholars. Will they ever catch up? After much time spent together, the 15-member team had grown familiar with each other, fostering good relationships and effective collaboration. Meanwhile, Naruto, disguised as a woman, was voraciously consuming his meal, while Chojuro from Kirigakure shyly approached him, blushing, and offered some of his food. "Naruto, I'm not hungry. Please eat more," he said timidly. "Thank you," Naruto replied absent-mindedly, mistaking this act for friendly camaraderie, feeling that the ninjas from the mist were indeed warm-hearted. "No need to thank me. We are teammates," Chojuro responded before quickly turning away, his face flushed like a ripe apple. He muttered to himself, "Did Naruto just thank me? If I find more opportunities to speak with her, we can surely grow closer and understand each other better." He secretly rejoiced. Ever since joining the Twilight team, Chojuro had been captivated by Naruto. Her fiery personality, radiant smile, enchanting beauty, and exceptional skills had all endeared her to him. These qualities seemed to weave invisible threads of charm around his heart, compelling him to draw closer to this mesmerizing girl. Little did he know that the Naruto he admired was, in fact, a boy. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to Chojuro's feelings, interpreting them as mere friendship. If he were to discover Chojuro's affections, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Observing the two from a distance, Sai pondered silently. He carefully scrutinized their every action, contrasting it with the thick book he held. Was this love or friendship? Sai mused quietly, his voice barely audible to himself. He furrowed his brow, grappling with this perplexing question. The book clearly stated that when one harbors special feelings for another, certain behavioral traits become apparent. According to the text, Chojuro's demeanor towards Naruto seemed to align with the signs of affection. However, the dilemma arose from the fact that Naruto was unequivocally male, and the book spoke solely of love between men and women, leaving Sai astonished and deep in contemplation. Could love truly exist between men? This notion was utterly unfathomable to him. Sai shook his head, attempting to dispel this absurd thought from his mind. Yet, he could not deny the evident truth before him. Chojuro indeed exhibited an unusual concern and interest in Naruto. But if this was not love, then what could it be? Sai found himself lost in thought. If it were friendship, why would Chojuro display such peculiar expressions and behaviors? Just as he wrestled with his confusion, Kakashi approached, producing a book from his cloak and handing it to Sai. "Consider this book. It will offer you new insights, far superior to the one you currently possess," Kakashi remarked. He continued, "Love knows no gender. What matters is the mutual sentiment." Perhaps Chojuro has yet to realize his own feelings. They conveniently overlooked the possibility that Chojuro might be unaware that Naruto was, in fact, a boy. Sai nodded, seemingly enlightened, as he observed Chojuro and Naruto, silently wishing them well. He solemnly took the book from Kakashi's hands and began to read intently. Upon finishing the first chapter, he suddenly understood that transformation techniques could transcend gender, allowing for feelings that surpass traditional boundaries. This book was none other than Jiraiya's latest publication, The Paradise of Affection, inspired by Naruto's seductive techniques. The narratives within were bolder and the methods more audacious, with many claiming to have gained new perspectives on ninja interactions. Within the Federation, Hinata had even classified this book as forbidden literature, arguing that it corrupts the populace's thoughts, largely due to Jiraiya's persistent appeals to Hinata on its behalf. This very book had delayed their journey to the Federation. Sai slowly lifted his head, an earnest expression adorning his face. He gazed sincerely at Kakashi and deeply bowed, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "I finally comprehend the profound meaning. I am truly thankful for your guidance and teachings, Kakashi-sensei." Seeing this, Kakashi's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he gently patted Sai's shoulder, as if praising this young man's keen intellect and potential for growth. "Well done, Sai. Continue to strive for knowledge. You are still young, with much to explore and understand." He added, "Once you finish this book, Feel free to seek me out for further reading materials. Just ensure you take good care of them." In response, Sai earnestly assured, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. I will treat these precious books with the utmost reverence." Kakashi felt a sense of relief at Sai's appreciation for literature, internally reflecting that individuals who value books are indeed rare. All right, don't rush into reading just yet. Come join us for dinner first. You can read later," he suggested as the group began to relish their meal. Just as everyone was enjoying the feast, a brilliant crimson beam of light suddenly illuminated the distant sky, akin to a torch piercing the clouds, captivating and spectacular. This strange radiance instantaneously shattered the tranquility of the night, causing all present to gaze in astonishment. "Everyone, can you respond to my early morning update?" In Chapter 140, the reaction of the Akatsuki organization and the inescapable fate of Asuma unfolded. The members of the Twilight team found themselves unable to savor their food any longer. They ceased their activities, their gazes collectively drawn to the distant horizon. There, a dazzling crimson pillar shot into the heavens, tearing the sky asunder. Naruto widened his eyes, staring intently at the red light, disbelief etched across his face. He was all too familiar with that overwhelming chakra. It unmistakably belonged to a tailed beast. That S-tailed beast chakra. It must be the Six Tails. Naruto shouted, his voice laden with urgency and concern. The group felt a jolt of realization. Exchanging glances as they contemplated the situation, what could possibly compel a Jinchuriki to unleash such formidable tailed beast chakra? Who was the adversary they faced? Had the Akatsuki already gained the upper hand and located the Six Tails Jinchuriki? Just then, the crimson beam of light began to fade, followed by a thunderous explosion. A colossal tailed beast ball shot upward like a cannonball, instantly tearing the heavy clouds above into fragments, vanishing without a trace. Kakashi's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as a blade. He understood the severity of the situation and did not hesitate to shout to all his team members, "That is indeed tailed beast chakra. It appears that the Akatsuki may have captured the Six Tails Jinchuriki before us. Everyone move at full speed. Our objective is the direction of the chakra explosion. We must not let them succeed." "Yes." The team responded in unison, their voices resolute and unwavering. No sooner had he spoken than the group vanished, racing towards the distance like a gust of wind. On the other side, the Akatsuki placed great importance on the Six Tails. Hayden and Kakuzu's immortal duo, along with Pain and Konan's divine angelic combination, had all set their sights on the Six Tails. The two groups began their search for the Six Tails, yet they found themselves far from the location of the chakra explosion, unable to even catch a glimpse of the towering chakra. An hour had passed since the Six Tails chakra eruption. In the eastern region of the Land of Fire, inside an inn, Conan received information from a spy indicating that tailed beast chakra had appeared at the Katsuragi mountain. After estimating the distance, she turned to Nagato, who was fully supported by machinery, and said, "The tailed beast has appeared at Katsuragi mountain, but it is already far beyond the chakra transmission range. We must relocate." Nagato understood that controlling pain had its limitations. The black rods could only transmit chakra effectively within a certain distance, and the site of the chakra explosion had exceeded that range. Inform Hayden and Kakuzu to delay the enemy's movements regarding the Six Tails and to avoid prolonged combat. Pain will head there for support immediately. Nagato commanded, fully aware that the overall strength of the Twilight team was equivalent to high-ranking ninjas. Even the immortal duo would struggle to handle such a situation, necessitating Pain's direct involvement to have any chance of seizing the Six Tails from the Twilight team. Understood. Conan swiftly penned the orders, transforming the paper into a paper eagle that soared off towards the distance. Meanwhile, at the Exchange Bureau, Kakuzu had just completed a bounty and was counting the rewards. They had recently intercepted a Konoha ninja team that was en route to assist the Twilight team, which is why Asuma had tragically fallen to Kakuzu's blade, ultimately becoming a sacrifice for the high bounty. Beside him, Hayden appeared unusually restless, casually polishing his razor-sharp scythe, while muttering incoherently to himself. "Damn it, we should have dealt with them swiftly. Letting those three escape is infuriating." Reflecting on the drawn-out battle, Hayden felt a surge of regret and anger. They had the capability to annihilate their opponents entirely, but the troublesome bearded man had slowed their pace, causing them to miss an opportunity. Such an outcome was deeply dissatisfying. For one who relished in slaughter, unable to fully enjoy the thrill of carnage, was undoubtedly tormented. He feared that Lord Jashin would be displeased. Just then, the owner of the Exchange Bureau emerged from a back room, his face brimming with excitement as he struck up a conversation with Kaku. "Hey, my friend. We just received some extremely important intelligence regarding the tailed beasts. ISNT, your Akatsuki organization, always keen on gathering tailed beasts. I wonder if you might be interested in this news? I can offer you a friendly price of only 5 million ryo." Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at the mention, contemplating whether to purchase the information or simply kill the Exchange Bureau owner to seize it. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against violence, begrudgingly counting out 5 million ryo and handing it over. Kakuzu's tone dripped with menace. "Speak. If this information is worth less than this price, you'd best reconsider your life." The Exchange Bureau owner was unfazed by Kakuzu's threat, accustomed to dealing with such daredevils. "Of course, I never deceive my clients. The intelligence is this. Tailed beast chakra traces have appeared at Katsuragi Mountain. How about that? Worth the price, I presume?" Kakuzu nodded. Such precise information indeed justified the cost. But he needed to verify its authenticity. The Exchange Bureau owner gleefully accepted the 5 million, casually mentioning, "The chakra pillar at Katsuragi Mountain could be seen for miles." The owner of the nearby Exchange Bureau just sent a telegram. "With such a grand display, this news will soon spread throughout the ninja world. I just heard about it and am relaying it to you. It's roughly an hour old." Kakuzu nodded, placing the box of money on the table. "I'll leave this here for safekeeping. I will return for it." Of course, the Exchange Bureau owner agreed, accommodating such a significant client. Hayden, the Six Tails has emerged. This time, our enemy is the Twilight Team. "You will surely relish the slaughter," Kakuzu said expressionlessly to Hayden, though internally he was filled with excitement. Kakuzu had always been eager for the members of the Twilight Team, for each of them was a high bounty target, such as the granddaughter of Inoki and the copy ninja Kakashi. Indeed, tantalizing prey. It was said that they were all at the level of high-ranking ninjas. If he could offer such formidable sacrifices to Lord Jashin, it would surely delight him. At this moment, Hayden, who had previously appeared disheartened, suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Just as the two stepped out of the Exchange Bureau, a paper eagle, folded from paper, descended like lightning from the sky. Upon reaching the ground, the paper eagle quickly disintegrated into countless fragments, leaving behind a single intact message filled with writing. Kakuzu picked up the message, quickly scanning the text before unhesitatingly bringing it close to his palm, igniting it in a fierce flame. In an instant, the message was reduced to ashes, scattering into the air. Kakuzu, visibly displeased, scoffed. "Are we really required to be cautious with such small fry?" He arrogantly believed that with his extensive experience and exceptional prowess accumulated over the years, dealing with a mere handful of juniors would be trivial. Hayden, equally fervent, echoed, "Indeed. There's no need for Pain to take action personally. We can simply charge in and eliminate them all." With that, the two hastily made their way towards Katsuragi Mountain. In a cave far from the Exchange Bureau, the team of Inoshikicho, having successfully evaded their pursuers, sat together in a heavy and oppressive silence. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow. The three of them, like statues, stared blankly at the flickering campfire, their minds flooded with memories of the precious moments spent with their beloved teacher, Asuma. Choji and Ino cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down like an unrelenting flood, their bodies trembling from overwhelming grief. Meanwhile, Shikomu, whose eyes usually shimmered with wisdom, was now filled with confusion and despair, hot tears brimming at the edges. Yet he gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the sobs threatening to escape his lips. He understood that, as the strategist of the team, he must maintain absolute composure and rationality at all times. Just moments ago, their esteemed teacher, Asuma, had tragically fallen to the enemy's hands. To ensure the safe escape of the students, Asuma resolutely chose to remain and confront the enemy, ultimately sacrificing even his own body, which was taken by the two assailants. Shikamaru gently brushed away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Our foremost task now is to reclaim Teacher Asuma's body. We must not allow it to be desecrated by the enemy. Choji and Ino exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. We will avenge Teacher Asuma. Choji clenches fists. Indeed, even if it costs us our lives. Ino added firmly. Shikamaru took a deep breath and calmly stated, we need to devise a plan. We cannot act recklessly in our quest for vengeance, as it would only play into the enemy's hands. Our immediate priority is to retrieve our teacher's body. The enemy intends to deliver Teacher Asuma's body to the bounty exchange. We will wait until they depart, and then proceed to the nearest exchange to reclaim it. Indeed, the immortal duo had completed their bounty exchange and had already left the premises. The trio of Inoshikicho promptly set out for the nearest bounty exchange, keenly observing from a distance. Retrieving the body of a bounty target from such a place was no simple task. The establishment had stood resilient in the shinobi world for decades, fortified by the support and tacit approval of high-ranking officials from various nations. While Konohagakure could manage one bounty exchange, eliminating all such establishments was an impossible feat as Konoha ninjas. They could not demand the body in the name of the village without higher-level directives, leaving them with only the option of force. Shikamaru assessed the defenses of the bounty exchange. 2 guards stood at the entrance, their skill level undetermined, likely around that of Chunin. The night was at its most vulnerable. An opportune moment for stealth, and the guards appeared drowsy at their posts. Inside, the occupants were likely deep in slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru devised a strategy. First, he would use the shadow binding technique to incapacitate the guards, followed by a transformation technique to infiltrate the building. We will neutralize these 2 guards first, then Ino and I will use the transformation technique to blend in. Shikamaru outlined his plan. Choji and Ino nodded in agreement. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the 3 figures advanced stealthily like phantoms, drawing closer to the guards without the need for verbal communication. Shikamaru unleashed his signature technique, the shadow binding technique. The dark shadow stretched like a serpent in the night, easily ensnaring the 2 guards. Simultaneously, Ino swiftly activated the mind transfer jutsu, successfully taking control of 1 guard. Upon seeing this, Shikamaru released the guard held by Ino, who then maneuvered him towards his companion, covering the guard's mouth. A soft crack resonated as the guard's neck was effortlessly snapped. Ino, meticulous and cautious, gently laid the lifeless body on the ground. At that moment, Ino hastily withdrew her psychic energy from the guard, fully aware of the urgency of their situation. Before the guard could regain control over his body, Choji had already approached him. With his expansion technique, Choji enlarged his hand and crushed the guard's skull, ending his life without a sound. After neutralizing the guards, Shikamaru and Ino transformed into their likenesses to enter the bounty exchange, while Choji remained outside to support them. Upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming chill, surrounded by large drawers filled with corpses lining the walls. Ino's eyes glimmered with despair at the sight. With so many drawers, which one contained Teacher Asuma's body. Shikamaru signaled reassurance to Ino and stealthily approached the accounting desk, scrutinizing the records left behind. At last, he discovered the entry, Asuma, drawer number 325. Bounty payout of 35 million ryo. Anger and sorrow flickered in Shikamaru's eyes. Anger at the enemy for treating his teacher as mere merchandise, and pain for his own inability to save him, lamenting that had he been more perceptive, he might have prevented Asuma's demise. Shikamaru quietly approached drawer number 325. Ino watched anxiously as he took a deep breath and opened the drawer. Inside lay Asuma's body, his face still bearing the scars from battle. Grinding his teeth, Shikamaru whispered, "Teacher, I will take you away now." He carefully lifted Asuma's remains, striving to make no sound. However, at that moment, an unexpected noise erupted from afar as the door swung open, revealing the owner of the bounty exchange, who emerged yawning. Chapter 142. Vital Intelligence. He immediately beheld the scene before him. Before he could finish his sentence, Ino seized him with the mind transfer jutsu, taking control of his body, while her original form collapsed. The owner of the bounty exchange was just an ordinary person, unable to resist Ino's ninjutsu, and was promptly subdued. Ino continued, echoing the owner's words. "Why aren't you on duty? What are you doing in here?" Shikamaru dared not respond and hastily slung Asuma's body over his shoulder. At that moment, Choji, hearing the commotion, burst into the bounty exchange. Upon entering, he quickly grasped the situation, as Shikamaru had previously instructed him on how to act in such circumstances. Choji stealthily approached the bounty exchange owner, who was being controlled by Ino, and they coordinated to subdue him. Together, the three successfully carried Asuma's body out, also capturing a hostage in the process. The trio, bearing Asuma's remains and the captured owner, sprinted for a considerable distance until they were certain they were not being pursued, before finally halting. They gently set down Asuma's body alongside the bound owner of the bounty exchange. Tears streamed down Choji and Ino's faces as they knelt beside their teacher's remains, filled with anguish, while Shikamaru recognized that now was not the time for mourning. This was the perfect opportunity to track the Akatsuki organization, and a prime chance for revenge for Asuma. Thus, he approached the unconscious owner of the bounty exchange, retrieving a water pouch from his pocket, and without hesitation, doused the man's head with the cool liquid. The owner, tightly bound to a large tree, gradually awoke to the sudden chill. However, upon realizing his predicament, fear instantly gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the solemn, menacing Shikamaru before him, and he pleaded hoarsely, "Please, don't kill me. If you spare my life, I will offer you whatever wealth you desire. Just grant me a chance to live." As he begged for mercy, the owner of the bounty exchange surveyed his surroundings, acutely assessing the situation. Upon noticing the Konoha headbands worn by the three individuals and the cold body lying nearby, his complexion paled further, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You want the body of your comrade, right? Take it. It serves no purpose for us. We merely confirm deaths. Even if you hadn't come, we would have returned his body to Konoha. Please, spare my life." The owner of the bounty exchange cried out, fully aware that even if the three Konoha ninjas killed him to reclaim their comrade's body, they would not face punishment from Konoha, whereas his own life would be irretrievably lost. Shikamaru's icy gaze fixed upon the trembling man before him as he calmly stated, "Next, I will ask the questions, and you will provide the answers." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a glimmering cold light flashed by, a kunai flying straight toward the proprietor of the money exchange. With a soft thud, the kunai accurately embedded itself in the ground, a mere centimeter from the man's groin. This heart-stopping scene left the proprietor horrified, his complexion turning ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. "As long as you answer my questions honestly, I assure you, I will not take your life." The proprietor, already terrified beyond belief, fervently nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, indicating his willingness to cooperate fully. "I wish to know all the details about the two individuals you transacted with earlier, including their names, origins, and abilities." Nara Shikamaru gripped the kunai tightly, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. However, this murderous intent was not directed at the quivering proprietor, but rather aimed at the two enigmatic members of the Akatsuki organization. Yet even so, the proprietor remained utterly frightened, staring at Shikamaru with trepidation, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and quickly stammered, "Those two are indeed members of the Akatsuki. One is named Haiden, and the other is Kaku. As for Haiden, I don't know much, but I have heard he is Kakuzu's new partner and a devotee of the evil deity." Shikamaru keenly picked up on the critical details within the response and probed further. "Are you suggesting that Kakuzu frequently changes partners?" "Yes, that's correct." The proprietor nodded vigorously. "Kakuzu often eliminates his companions and collects their bounties. Moreover, he is a frequent visitor to our money exchange. According to intelligence reports, he has been undertaking various bounty tasks for over 50 years. Our headquarters estimates that he is over 70 years old." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's gaze turned icy, and he casually picked up a kunai, lightly slicing the proprietor's arm. In an instant, blood oozed from the wound, staining his sleeve crimson. "Ah, The proprietor let out a soul-wrenching scream, his face paling to a ghostly white. Shikamaru fixed a steely gaze upon him, his voice laced with severity. "How dare you deceive us? He hardly appears to be a man of 70. I swear I speak the truth." The proprietor sobbed. "Perhaps he possesses some special ninjutsu that keeps him youthful." Shikamaru remained impassive, yet his suspicion was further solidified. His previous action had merely been a test of this man's honesty, and it seemed he had indeed revealed all he knew. "Continue," he commanded. "Kakuzu is exceedingly fond of money, and he takes on bounty tasks solely for financial gain." The proprietor hesitantly divulged more trivial information. Seeing the relentless, murderous intent in Shikamaru's expression, the proprietor gritted his teeth and said, "I possess two crucial pieces of information. If I share them, will you spare my life? Otherwise, you'll never find them." He sought to leverage his remaining knowledge to negotiate a slim chance of survival. "Speak," Shikamaru replied, drawing his kunai to sever the ropes binding the proprietor as a gesture of sincerity. He harbored no concern that the proprietor would attempt an escape. After all, they had 3 ninjas on their side. How could an ordinary man manage to flee? The corpses delivered by Kakuzu often lack hearts. Our headquarters speculates that hearts are the medium through which he sustains his life. And what else? Shikamaru's gaze was piercing as he pressed for more. "Furthermore, I just sold them intelligence that a tailed beast has appeared in the vicinity of Katsuragi Mountain, and they are heading that way." The proprietor finished, trembling as he looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru's heart raced. The 6-tailed beast had indeed made its presence known, indicating that the Twilight team could potentially cross paths with the Akatsuki at any moment. He needed to relay his deductions without delay. "You may leave now." The proprietor felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Fearing that Shikamaru might change his mind, he fled without a backward glance. Having obtained the information he sought, Shikamaru turned to Choji and Ino, stating, "We must quickly inform Naruto and the others of this news." Both nodded in understanding of the urgency at hand. Chapter 143. The 6 Tails Jinchuriki Shikamaru, his expression grave, addressed Ino and Choji, "You must escort Asuma-sensei back to Konoha immediately. His body cannot remain exposed any longer. I will head to Katsuragi Mountain to find the Twilight team and relay the information." Choji promptly objected. "No, I should be the one to deliver the message. You two focus on safely returning Asuma to the village." Everyone understood that undertaking this mission could entail encountering the Akatsuki, and should they be unfortunate enough to cross paths, their chances of survival would be almost negligible, a perilous undertaking indeed. "You must follow orders." Shikamaru's expression was solemn as he rebuked Choji. This critical intelligence must be delivered before the Twilight team confronts the Akatsuki. Only then can Asuma's sacrifice hold any value. However, Choji seemed to wish to argue further. But as he opened his mouth, Shikamaru forcefully interrupted, "There is no room for negotiation. I am now the new squad leader, and this is an unequivocal command." Shikamaru asserted, "Hurry and act. I will avenge our teacher." Seeing no other option, Choji silently nodded in agreement, and along with Ino, they hurriedly carried Asuma's body back towards Konoha. Shikamaru watched their receding figures, silently praying for their safety. He then turned and sped towards Katsuragi Mountain. As he had stated, he needed to locate the Twilight team before the immortal duo did. He decided to take a shortcut through the mountains to find them more swiftly. The 3 of them ventured in different directions, and from the shadows of where the Inoshikacho team had rested, a figure emerged. It was Hyuga Kiyoshi, accompanied closely by the proprietor of the money exchange. At this moment, the proprietor appeared dazed, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been stripped away, clearly having become a puppet under Hyuga Kiyoshi's control. The reason Hyuga Kiyoshi orchestrated this operation was clear: to eliminate the immortal duo by means of Nara Shikamaru, thereby weakening the Akatsuki's power. He would not allow even the slightest error in his plan. Shikamaru was well aware of the immortal duo's capabilities. Coupled with his own exceptional intellect and the assistance of the 15 formidable jonin from the Twilight team, this mission was destined to succeed. This was merely one of the many clones monitoring the progress of his plans. The clone's next task was to guide Shikamaru directly to the Twilight team. Before departing, he waved his hand effortlessly, casting a sage technique to summon a beast from afar. The creature lunged at the proprietor, pinning him down, and then dragged him away into the distance. Since this individual had already become Hyuga Kiyoshi's puppet, he undoubtedly possessed knowledge of many secrets that should remain hidden. Moreover, he was not worth the effort for Hyuga Kiyoshi to control for long. Thus, for Hyuga Kiyoshi, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate him. After completing this, Hyuga Kiyoshi ensured the scene appeared as if it had been ravaged by a beast. In this way, even if Konoha Village later sensed something amiss and launched an investigation, they would find no trace of the events that transpired. The Twilight Team was the closest to Katsuragi Mountain among the 3 squads and were the first to detect the 6-tailed beast trace. They quickly arrived at Katsuragi Mountain. Gazing at the seal barrier with a gaping tear, they were taken aback. This was clearly evidence of the Akatsuki's presence. Had we arrived too late? The pessimistic Omoi lamented first. Now it's only the 8 tails and 9 tails left. The Akatsuki has already acquired 7-tailed beasts. Is the world truly on the brink of destruction? Everyone was weighed down by this grim realization, their morale severely impacted. The fellow ninja from Kumogakure, Karui, promptly chastised, "Silence. We are ninjas. Even at the final moment, one must never concede defeat." Kakashi, with an unwavering expression, drew the short blade from his back and resolutely stated, "You are correct. Prepare for battle and ascend the mountain." As a seasoned ninja of Konoha, he was well aware that this locale served as the stronghold of the Tsuchigumo clan, and that it harbored a secret technique capable of devastating an expanse of 100 miles. His current concern was that the Akatsuki organization had not only abducted the 6 tails, but also taken the heir of the Tsuchigumo clan, compounding their misfortune. Indeed, Kakashi proclaimed as he traversed the ceiling barrier, leading the charge up the cliff towards the summit, with the members of Team Twilight following closely behind. Contrary to their expectations of an ambush, they arrived at the courtyard atop the mountain without incident, immediately spotting 3 lifeless bodies and a plethora of dismembered flesh strewn across the ground. These are not members of the Akatsuki. Their attire and numbers do not match. Someone promptly analyzed. Indeed, the 6 tails has likely not yet been captured, and there are still others inside, a reconnaissance ninja from Sunagakure deduced. Hearing the commotion, the old servant, Dunbei, peered through a window and, upon seeing the 15 ninjas in the courtyard, instinctively assumed they were accomplices of the recent thieves, as it was impossible for anyone to reach this location from Konoha in just a few hours. As Dunbei prepared to spring a trap, Kakashi quickly interjected, "I'm a ninja from Konoha. Do not be afraid." At this juncture, the name of Konoha carried more weight than that of the 5 great nations. For Konoha was indeed an ally of the Tsuchigumo clan. Dunbei halted to observe the headbands of the newcomers, noting that they were all ninjas from the 5 great nations, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not the aforementioned thieves. Dunbei emerged from the room, beckoning to the group, "Please, come inside. Your arrival is most timely. We have injured within who require immediate assistance." "Understood," Kakashi replied, promptly dispatching a medical ninja to attend to the wounded. Upon entering the room, the group beheld a figure lying on the bed, with a concerned young woman watching over her. The medical ninja was diligently administering treatment. Each member of Team Twilight had seen the portrait of Yugao, and they were unequivocally certain that this was the host of the 6 tails. A few battle-hardened ninjas feigned casualness as they covertly surrounded the room. Meanwhile, Naruto remained seated beside Yugao, observing the medical ninja's ministrations. "Is she going to be all right?" Naruto inquired, concerned for Yugao's well-being, as he felt a profound connection with every comrade due to their shared fate. "She has sustained extensive electrical injuries and has overexerted herself using tailed beast chakra. She is currently unconscious, but her life is not in jeopardy. With treatment and some healing medication, she will recover swiftly," Hinata reassured him, carefully controlling the intensity of her techniques. "As long as she receives medical ninjutsu treatment and takes the Federation's medicine, she should awaken shortly." Beside them, Ing remained unconvinced and asked, "Are you sure there's nothing more to check? Should you take another look to ensure nothing is overlooked?" The medical ninja shot Ing a sidelong glance, Do not question my expertise. The healing arts of our Kirigakure are far from mere pretense. Thank you for your assistance. Ing replied. Chapter 144. Yugao's resistance and the difficulties of cooperation. Kakashi inquired about the events that transpired. Dunbei sighed and recounted the occurrences in detail. For ninjas claiming to be subordinates of Obito invaded this place with the intent of seizing the Tsuchigumo clan's secret techniques. But they were thwarted by the tailed beast transformation of Yugao. Kakashi's expression darkened as he confirmed, "Are you certain these individuals claim to be Obito's subordinates? If that is the case, Obito must be scheming something." Absolutely. I heard them clearly refer to him as Lord Obito. The leader was named Yumen Chengdu, and he is the very one whose remains lie upon the ground. They were all at least Jonin. Had it not been for Lord Yugao's might, the young lady would have truly been captured. Listening to his account, Kakashi pondered, sensing that significant trouble loomed ahead. He turned to the golden-haired girl and asked, "And who might this be?" "She is the young master of our Tsuchigumo clan, the current bearer of our secret techniques," Dunbei responded. At this moment, Ing performed a graceful bow to acknowledge the introduction. The medical ninja, having completed the treatment for Yugao, returned to the group, discreetly signaling Kakashi that the individual on the bed was indeed the host of the Six Tails. Kakashi mused, "It seems this location is not safe for prolonged stay. We must swiftly relocate the Six Tails host and the heir to a secure place." The Akatsuki must have sensed the presence of the Six Tails, and they might already be en route. Having taken significant time to arrive, there was no time to delay further. "We must leave immediately," Kakashi decisively proclaimed. He turned to Dunbei, asserting that both the Akatsuki and Obito had likely set their sights on this place, rendering it unsafe, and they must depart together. Dunbei, not one to be obstinate, readily accepted this proposal. "Very well, we can retreat to the Tsuchigumo clan's territory. The people there will protect us." Kakashi, however, promptly rejected this suggestion. "That is futile. The strength of the Akatsuki cannot be thwarted by a mere dozen ninjas from a single clan. It is a force that only great nations can confront. We must head straight for the nearest Konoha village. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity left." Dunbei widened his eyes, questioning the severity of the situation, but out of trust in Konoha, he acquiesced to the plan. "Without further ado, we shall set off at once." Kakashi signaled to the group, "Naruto, you are responsible for carrying Yugao. Kuratsuchi, you shall ensure Miss Ying's safety." Kakashi almost let slip Naruto's real name, forgetting that Naruto currently presented as a girl who was not suited for such tasks. Understood. Naruto, typically unmindful of such details, promptly moved to lift Yugao. Observing this, Chojuro immediately stepped forward, eager to take on the responsibility of carrying Yugao. "Miss Naruto, allow me to assist." "I'm fine. I can manage," Naruto confidently assured, patting her ample chest to demonstrate her capability. Chojiro's face turned crimson in an instant. "Yugao is our comrade from Kirigakure. It is my duty to care for her." Upon hearing this, Naruto recalled her own situation with Sasuke and promptly relented. "All right, then I shall leave it to you." Upon receiving Naruto's praise, Chojiro felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with energy, and naturally accepted the task of carrying Yugao. He handed over his dual swords to a partner from Kirigakure, and then hoisted Yugao onto his back. Unbeknownst to Naruto, her usual displays of kindness had inadvertently turned her into a captivating enchantress, effortlessly manipulating the unsuspecting Chojiro. Once everyone was prepared, Kakashi cautioned, "The enemy may very well set a trap along the way. Remain vigilant." The group, bearing the still unconscious Yugao, hastened towards the direction of Konoha. The atmosphere among the team was somber as they pressed onward. Their path, however, aligned perfectly with that of the immortal duo, ensuring that they would inevitably cross paths with the two. During their journey, Yugao gradually regained consciousness while slung over Chojiro's back. The first sight to greet her was the face of a Kirigakure ninja carrying her. As a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, her initial reaction was to assume she had been captured by the Umbu of her former village. Instinctively, she reached for a weapon, intending to deal a lethal blow to Chojiro. However, Kakashi had anticipated this scenario and had previously ensured that all of Yugao's weapons were confiscated. Next, Yugao attempted to reach for Chojiro's ninja tool pouch. Yet, the group was composed of formidable individuals, and her considerable movements had already drawn attention to her unusual behavior. In the village of Shain, a taijutsu ninja named Luo trailed behind the group. He immediately sensed a disturbance from Yugao and swiftly seized his wrist. Luo, a prodigy in taijutsu akin to Shaolin Mai, was unable to wield ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Consequently, he had often been bullied by his peers in his youth. This led the young Luo to dedicate himself to mastering taijutsu, ultimately developing his own technique. The 7-day breathing method, which temporarily enhances his strength through controlled breathing, rivaling the might of the 8 gates. What do you intend to do? His exclamation halted the group's advance, prompting them to turn back. They were astonished to see the previously unconscious Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, awakening and reaching into Chojiro's ninja tool pouch. Chojiro, in particular, broke into a cold sweat at this sight. Had Luo not intervened in time, he might have met a grim fate. He hastily released Yugao and turned to glare at him, realizing he had almost been killed by this individual. Yugao struggled fiercely, yet he could not break free from Luo's grip. His eyes burned with hostility and fury as he glared at Chojiro. This is a misunderstanding. Dunbei, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected. These individuals have come to rescue us. They are from the coalition team of the 6 great nations, Dusk. Ing hurriedly stepped forward to steady the swaying Yugao, softly reassuring him. You are right, teacher. They are indeed good people leading us away from enemy pursuit. At that moment, Kakashi approached, his demeanor calm as he addressed Yugao. You have just regained consciousness, and your emotions may not yet be stable. We have come specifically to assist you in escaping your predicament, so there is no need for such anxiety. Although Yugao remained breathless, he gradually regained a measure of composure. He turned to Kakashi, evidently the leader of this group, and replied firmly, There is no need for your assistance. Simply return my weapons to me, and I shall find my own way out of this place. He was acutely aware that he could not accompany these individuals from the 5 great nations. Doing so would lead to an interminable life of captivity. I will leave with you, teacher, Ing immediately declared. No, miss, you cannot gamble with your life, Dunbei exclaimed anxiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. If anything were to happen to her, he would be unable to face his late master. Chapter 145. The truth behind the kill. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. The significance of these 2 individuals was evident, and they were crucial to the overall situation. He could not afford to let them go easily. However, given the urgency of their circumstances, he could only attempt to persuade them to stay by any means necessary. I can return your weapons and allow you to leave. Kakashi's piercing gaze fixed on Yugao. But your current situation is exceedingly perilous. Accompanying us is the wisest and safest choice. Nevertheless, Yugao resolutely rejected him without hesitation, stating, I will not take Ing with me, nor do I require your sympathy or trust in your so-called goodwill. Why? At this moment, Ing found herself deeply ensnared in the whirlpool of love, unable to extricate herself. She was determined to follow Yugao, her heart filled with longing. Yugao, she said, tears welling in her eyes, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with pleading. As Yugao looked at her, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He could not bear to part with her, yet he had to consider her safety. Faced with Ying's ardent gaze, he felt a pang in his heart but steeled himself, turning away with resolve. He could not allow her to be drawn into this endless conflict and danger. In silence, he thought, Ing, forgive me. I cannot let you come to harm. This is the only thing I can do for you. He concealed his emotions, allowing only coldness and determination to remain in his eyes. The jutsu I taught you was merely a transaction, a means to secure your protection. I am not your true teacher, so do not harbor excessive expectations of me. Upon hearing Yugao's words, Ying's face turned as pale as a sheet. Unable to accept this harsh reality as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yugao, how can you say such things? Were your previous concerns for me all a facade? Her voice trembled, steeped in despair and sorrow. Yugao gritted his teeth, filled with anguish and helplessness. He could not allow her to fall deeper into this abyss. I was merely using you. Now that my objective has been achieved, you hold no value for me any longer. He turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of her sadness, fearing he might relent. Kakashi, aware of Yu Gao's internal struggle, decided to change his approach. Yu Gao, I understand your doubts about us. However, the situation is dire. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to escape the Akatsuki's pursuit alone. We possess sufficient strength to ensure both your and Ing's safety. Moreover, we are seeking ways to counter the Akatsuki. If you're willing to join us, we can discuss strategies together. Even if you decide to leave afterward, we will not obstruct you. As Kakashi spoke, he contemplated that if a serious issue arose, he might have to forcibly take Yu Gao for the greater good. He had long accepted the possibility of sacrifice. His survival was rooted in the fact that he had yet to fulfill his mission to protect Mai. Yu Gao fell silent, recognizing the truth in Kakashi's words. Indeed, it would be challenging to face the Akatsuki alone. If there were a viable option for survival, he did not wish for death. Yet, the obsession within him remained unyielding, and his prejudice against the ninja villages was deeply ingrained. Captain Kakashi, let me persuade him. Just as Yu Gao's thoughts became tumultuous, a medical ninja from the village of Mist stepped forward from a group. His presence immediately heightened Yu Gao's alertness. Do you remember me, Yu Gao? The voice was quiet yet resonated like a hammer against Yu Gao's heart. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the figure before him. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Yet he struggled to identify the individual. Countless memories flashed through his mind as he endeavored to recall the past. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. He recognized the person standing before him. Indeed, this man was the son of his former master, whose life he had taken. Yu Gao's expression became complex, filled with shock, anger, and a hint of guilt. I understand your concerns. You distrust us, doubt the 5 great ninja villages, and fear being imprisoned again, do you not? The man's tone was calm and gentle, as if he had seen through Yu Gao's inner turmoil and the hatred between them. My father died by your hand. I am overwhelmed with a desire to kill you, yet both the code of the ninja and my father's wishes prevent me from doing so. His voice trembled slightly, struggling to suppress his grief and rage. My father cared for you deeply. His affection for you even incited jealousy within me, his own son. Yu Gao, feeling provoked, retorted angrily, what love? He merely sought the power of the tailed beast within me. Yu Gao's heart was consumed with conflict and pain. He was reluctant to admit his mistakes, yet was beset by doubts about the events of the past. Lies do not wound, but the truth is a razor-sharp blade. After much contemplation, Yu Gao began to grasp the complexities of that incident. He merely could not confront reality, nor could he admit that he had killed the one who cared for him, his master. The man sighed softly, instantly discerning the flaws in Yu Gao's heart. It was merely a forbidden technique, the sole method to safely extract the tailed beast from within you. My father, unwilling to witness your suffering, defied the interests of Kirigakure to extract the tailed beast for you. Yu Gao clung desperately to the last thread of doubt in a man's words. Then why not speak directly to me, instead of employing such a method? Was it not a covetous desire for the power of the tailed beast? Yu Gao's heart remained rife with skepticism and resistance. The man's gaze was unervingly calm, akin to a still pond devoid of ripples. Yet he articulated a brutal truth with chilling composure. The forbidden technique requires absolute speed. Should the practitioner exhibit even the slightest anomaly, the entire technique would fail catastrophically, leading to my father's life being claimed by the technique's fierce backlash. However, he left behind a letter before performing the technique. Should it truly fail and result in his untimely demise, he wished for me not to harbor resentment towards you. As the man spoke, a hint of derision crept across his face, as if mocking his father's naivety and folly. Yet he could never have envisioned that he would not perish from the terrifying backlash of the forbidden technique, but rather fall victim to your overwhelming suspicion. Chapter 146. The Arrival of Narashikamu. A life-saving message. Yu Gao stood frozen, listening intently to each word from the man. At that moment, incapable of uttering a single retort, the harsh reality struck him like a heavy hammer, compelling him to accept this unbelievable truth. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. He extended his trembling hands to cover his head, tears streaming down his face like a relentless flood. His voice hoarse, he muttered to himself, "It was my doubts that led to my master's demise." Yu Gao's body shook uncontrollably, filled with regret and self-reproach. The man silently observed the individual before him, a flicker of barely perceptible gratification gleaming in his eyes. Now is not the time for your tears. The ninja world is facing a crisis of life and death, yet you remain fixated on your obsession? The man stated from a position of superiority. Yu Gao, facing the man, bowed deeply 3 times, repeatedly uttering, "I am sorry." The man shook his head slightly. "I have long since relinquished my hatred. I had no intention of seeing you again in this lifetime, but since I have received Lord Mizuki's instruction, I hope you can return to Kirigakure." The man understood Yu Gao's inner turmoil and continued to explain. The current Kirigakure, under the management of Lord Mizuki, is no longer the blood-soaked fog of the past. If you return, you will receive ample protection and will not be imprisoned. "Thank you. I am willing to return to Kirigakure." Yu Gao could find no reason to refuse and promptly acquiesced. The man produced a forehead protector from his sleeve and tossed it before Yu Gao. As Yu Gao gazed at the forehead protector, surprise flitted across his face, yet instinctively he reached out to catch it and placed it upon his forehead. Meanwhile, the members of Team Twilight remained silent, quietly listening to Yu Gao's tale. Among them, 2 were particularly moved, resonating deeply with Yu Gao's experiences. Naruto could not help but empathize, his eyes gradually moistening, until tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The love of a master reminded him of his own beloved mentor. The perverse sage. He could hardly fathom the madness he would suffer if he inadvertently killed his own teacher. At the same time, Choji momentarily forgot the harrowing experience of nearly being killed, hurriedly pulling out a tissue from his pocket to offer to Naruto. Kakashi listened to the story, a strong sense of familiarity swelling within him. He too had personally taken the life of the most significant person in his life, leading his dear friend astray. However, the mission must continue. Kakashi took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then stepped forward, gently placing his right hand upon Yu Gao's shoulder, offering comfort. "Yu Gao, what has transpired cannot be changed. We must focus on the present and the future." Yu Gao lifted his head, his tear-streaked face resolute as he declared, "I understand. I am willing to join you in opposing the Akatsuki organization." "Excellent." Kakashi smiled with relief. "Then let us fight for the sake of the ninja world." Yu Gao wiped away his tears, standing tall, his gaze unwavering. "I will use my strength to atone for the mistakes I have made." At that moment, Ing tugged at Yu Gao's sleeve, imploring, "Do not abandon me." Yu Gao's expression was complex as he replied apologetically, "What I said earlier was in anger. I feel as though I cannot be without you." Ing immediately broke into a smile, saying, "It is all right. I shall forgive you this time. But do not let there be a next time." Just as everyone was filled with joy, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket behind them. "Who is it?" In an instant, as if time had frozen, everyone took defensive stances, their gazes fixated on the dense thicket in the distance. A figure slowly emerged from the foliage, covered in dust and leaves, resembling a soldier returning from the battlefield. Bandages adorned his body, exuding an air of utter exhaustion, evidently having endured a fierce battle and a long journey. Upon stepping out from the thicket and seeing that the others had not been ravaged by war, the weight in his heart finally lifted. He leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath as if he were expelling every ounce of air from his lungs. "Finally, I have made it." At that moment, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He joyfully realized that the disheveled figure before him was none other than his childhood friend, Nara Shikamaru, with whom he had once played truant. Without hesitation, Naruto rushed forward to support Nara Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, what brings you here?" Naruto asked excitedly. Kakashi noticed that no one followed Shikamaru and felt his heart race, as if he had already surmised something. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru took a deep breath, his expression grave as he spoke. "We were attacked by the Akatsuki organization. Asuma-sensei unfortunately lost his life." Kakashi fell silent. This was the fate of most ninjas. He too could perish in battle, today or tomorrow. The only thing he could do regarding Asuma's death was to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this news, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. He could hardly believe the words he had just heard. Uncle Asuma was so powerful. How could he have fallen so easily? Furthermore, Asuma had always been a wise mentor, personally teaching him how to master the manipulation of wind-based chakra. With this thought, Naruto's heart grew heavier. The other members of Team Twilight also wore solemn expressions, though they did not know Asuma. This indicated that the Akatsuki organization was now perilously close to them, and their strength was formidable. Naruto anxiously inquired about Choji and Ino. Shikamaru's expression had grown numb, as if he were a machine, stating, "I sent them to return Asuma-sensei's body to Konoha, while I took a shortcut to find you and relay the information." Those two Akatsuki members employed exceedingly strange techniques. Before his demise, Asuma-sensei managed to discern some of their abilities. Later, I pressured a pawn shop owner for information and obtained some intelligence. The two accounts corroborated, allowing me to deduce a portion of their capabilities. What abilities? Kakashi quickly inquired. As a seasoned ninja, he understood the significance of intelligence, especially when facing an enemy with peculiar methods. Chapter 147. The Revenge Plan after a brief moment of silence. Liu Shika collected his thoughts and stated, among them, the exceedingly boisterous individual adorned with a necklace is named Fei Duan. He wields a crimson scythe to collect blood and possesses the ability of immortality. Even if his head is severed by an enemy, he can still survive. Teacher Asuma once decapitated him, and his head, upon hitting the ground, continued to speak. Later, his comrades reattached his head, allowing him to rejoin the battle. The crowd was astounded. They were aware of the formidable nature of the Akatsuki members, yet this revelation seemed beyond belief. "What? Are you certain this is not an illusion?" Someone exclaimed. Incredulity etched upon their features. Liu Shika nodded emphatically, his tone resolute. "It is absolutely not an illusion, and it appears he has mastered a certain cult ritual. He can lick his enemy's blood to inscribe the symbol of his dark deity upon the ground, and then resort to self-harm to inflict damage upon his foes. Teacher Asuma met his end in such a manner. Therefore, when confronting him, one must ensure he cannot collect any blood. If accidentally wounded, one should swiftly employ Suidun to cleanse the injury or force him out of his ritual. One must absolutely avoid attempting to kill him directly." Liu Shika had not only deduced the enemy's abilities, but had also formulated countermeasures. His mind had been occupied with strategies throughout his arduous journey, so it was only natural he had come up with solutions. Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly, revealing a flicker of concern and vigilance. He sighed softly and remarked, "It seems we have indeed encountered a formidable opponent." "What the other individual?" Liu Shika continued. "The other person exhibits two abilities, one that allows him to harden his body, seemingly utilizing Doton techniques, and another that enables him to extend thin threads from his arms to ensnare his enemies." His expression grew grave, and the atmosphere around them felt tense. However, through interrogating the owner of the money exchange, I uncovered a crucial piece of information. Everyone leaned in, intent on absorbing this vital intelligence. Kakuzu is an immortal being, having lived from the end of the Warring States era to the present, estimated to be around 70 years old, yet he shows no signs of aging. The astonishment on their faces lingered, as they questioned whether the enemies they faced were truly human. The combination of immortals and ageless beings wielding enigmatic powers seemed almost surreal. Kakashi's gaze was filled with shock and gravity, his brow knitted tightly, and his teeth clenched unconsciously. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "This is indeed hard to believe. An immortal implies that we face not only powerful foes, but also the mysteries and unknowns accumulated over time." His hand instinctively brushed against his forehead protector, contemplating how to employ his wisdom and experience to confront such challenges. Naruto's face was aflame with anger and defiance. His eyes blazed red as he clenched his fists until they creaked. How infuriating! An immortal. No wonder they are so difficult to deal with. But I will not be afraid of them. I must avenge Teacher Asuma. His body trembled slightly, his fighting spirit igniting like a flame. He looked at Lushika, his gaze resolute, as if to convey that he was prepared for battle. Others whispered amongst themselves, their expressions fraught with concern. The pessimist, AOMOE, sighed. What shall we do? Immortals and ageless beings. How can we possibly triumph? Yet others gritted their teeth, declaring, "Humph, no matter how difficult, we must confront them. We cannot allow them to continue their rampage." Yugao solemnly added, "Regardless of how powerful the enemy may be, I will fight with all my might. This is not only my battle for redemption, but also a means of self-preservation. For my own sake, I must give it my all." Lushika took a deep breath and spoke again, "Everyone, do not panic. Now that we understand the enemy's capabilities, I have devised a targeted plan. We must unite and leverage each of our strengths. There must be a way to overcome them." Lushika had deliberately instilled fear among the group to ensure they would heed his command and seek vengeance for their teacher. As they listened to Lushika's words, the group gradually calmed and began to attentively absorb the details of his plan. Kakashi's gaze was profound as he listened, swiftly analyzing the feasibility of each step in his mind, occasionally nodding in agreement. After Lushika outlined his plan, a sense of clarity illuminated their faces. The strategy was remarkably comprehensive. The plan accounted for all conceivable scenarios, and each member's roles were distinctly defined, allowing for the unique attributes of each village's shinobi to synergize. The team was reinvigorated, the previous despondency dissipated. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest," someone shouted, and others echoed their agreement. Kakashi observed the renewed spirit within the group and nodded subtly, acknowledging Lushika as the worthy son of Nara Shikaku. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "Everyone must act with utmost caution. We cannot afford to be complacent. The foes we face this time are unlike any before. Even the slightest misstep could yield irreparable consequences." Naruto nodded vigorously and proclaimed, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I will be careful. I will ensure those fiends pay for teacher Asuma's sacrifice." Chuji glanced at his comrade, his admiration for Naruto's loyalty evident. He too vowed, "I will strive to fulfill our mission." Lushika surveyed the group and declared, "Let us commence our operation, positions as per the plan, and prepare for this arduous battle. The enemy should be approaching as predicted. We have already delayed them." With that, he took the lead towards his designated position, and the others swiftly followed suit, the air thick with tension. Each member harbored a resolute determination to confront the two formidable foes of the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in the sky, Hinata was simultaneously attuned to Nara Lushika's strategy, occasionally nodding in approval. "Indeed, well done, Nara Lushika. You have not disappointed the intelligence I provided you." The immortal duo was not insurmountable adversaries. They were merely relying on a disparity of information. Lushika's emergence not only bridged this gap, but also equipped the team with a brilliant strategist. The immortal duo was destined to meet their demise. Chapter 148. The Descent of Deities and Angels. As dusk fell, the team set up camp by the roadside. According to Lushika's plan, they retained only 10 members, with Yugao serving as bait while the remaining individuals, led by Kakashi, concealed themselves as ambushers. Before long, two figures appeared on the horizon, Kakuzu and Fei Duan, brazenly striding along the main road. They are just ahead. Kakuzu sensed the presence of the 5 great nation shinobi who had prepared traps for them. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calmly advancing towards the distant camp with an air of unwavering composure. "Kill them," Fei Duan shouted maniacally, charging toward the camp with his scythe, eager to unleash a slaughter. Kakuzu made no effort to restrain him. To him, Fei Duan's immortality meant that even if he were to be dismembered, he could simply be reattached, making it an opportune moment for reconnaissance. Fei Duan brandished his scythe, charging into the camp like a madman, his voice echoing with fervent shouts. Observing this, Nara Shikamaru promptly initiated the plan, loudly mocking Fei Duan's beliefs. "Huh! Your absurd, evil deity is hardly worthy of the title of God, merely a wretched spirit, and you, a foolish acolyte." As he spoke, Shikamaru cast the recently carved statue of the malevolent god into the fire, the flames leaping and consuming the wooden effigy. Upon witnessing this, Fade One was consumed by fury, his eyes ablaze with rage as he lunged toward Shikamaru, exclaiming, "You dare to insult Lord Evil God. You will pay dearly for this." Shikamaru deftly evaded Fade One's onslaught while directing others to act as per the plan. As Fade One was lured away from Kakuzu, Kakashi and his comrades emerged from the shadows. Swiftly encircling Kakuzu, Kakashi, Naruto, Chuji, Akatsuki, and Omoi tightly surrounded him. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he realized he had fallen into a trap, yet he remained composed. Calmly, he remarked, "A clever plan. That fellow must be from the Nara clan. Am I right? You must have deduced Fade One's abilities through your intelligence. Battle-hardened and worldly, Kakuzu instantly grasped Shikamaru's intent. You aim to first incapacitate Fade One before focusing on me? How naive." With rapid hand movements, Kakuzu unleashed a variety of ninjutsu, attempting to break free from the encirclement. His arms transformed into black tendrils, reaching out like appendages to ensnare Kakashi and the others. However, they were well prepared, agilely dodging his assaults and launching counterattacks. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, creating multiple copies to strike Kakuzu from various angles, while Chuji engaged him in close combat with dual blades. Akatsuki and Omoi employed their ninjutsu to assist Kakashi and the others. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Kakuzu swiftly altered his strategy. He hardened his body using the black tendrils to bolster his defenses while manipulating them into various forms for both offense and defense. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, with neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Fade One, having been drawn away from Kakuzu by Shikamaru and his allies, found himself in a dire predicament. Shikamaru employed the shadow imitation technique to control Fade One's movements, rendering him unable to perform his cursed techniques. Other ninjas seized this opportunity to launch their attacks, striving to subdue Fade One. Despite his immortality, Fade One struggled to escape under the masterful coordination of Shikamaru and the others. He writhed in an attempt to break free from Shikamaru's grasp, yet to no avail. As Fade One began to tire, Shikamaru unexpectedly executed a final strike. He utilized the shadow binding technique to tightly restrain Fade One, rendering him immobile. "It is over, Fade One," Shikamaru declared coldly. The other ninjas rushed forward, dismembering Fade One, leaving him with nothing but his head, which continued to scream that the evil god would not spare them. Shikamaru gathered firewood and doused it in fuel beside Fade One. Realizing Shikamaru's intent, Fade One roared, "The evil god will not forgive you. I shall rise from hell to kill you. The evil god is omnipotent." Shikamaru retrieved a lighter, a relic of Asuma Sensei, and sneered, "Look at you now. Your evil god cannot save you." He tossed the lighter onto the wood, igniting it, and flames rapidly consumed Fade One's form, reducing him to ashes. His incessant clamor faded into silence, marking the definitive end of the immortal Fade One. Having avenged his master, Shikamaru stood momentarily in shock. "Asuma Sensei, I have avenged you." However, the others had no time for reflection. Kakuzu had entered his explosive state, and the four black creatures unleashed immense pressure upon the five encircled individuals. Injured allies necessitated immediate support for Kakashi and his team. Snapping back to reality, Shikamaru assessed the battlefield and swiftly devised a new strategy. He deduced Kakuzu's ability. Each mask represented a heart, a life. To utterly defeat him, they would need to shatter all the masks. Shikamaru instructed his comrades to ensnare the outer creatures, each symbolizing a heart. While a few would seal Kakuzu within a barrier and destroy the hearts inside him, preventing the others from returning to his body. The plan unfolded smoothly within the barrier. Kakuzu perished after losing his last heart, while the four hearts attempting to re-enter were thwarted and obliterated. Even though Kakuzu eventually discerned their strategy, it was too late. The disparity in numbers was insurmountable. The immortal duo met their end in a comically tragic fashion, yet they fulfilled their mission, buying time for Nagato and Konan. Just as everyone believed they could rest, a figure descended slowly from the sky. The familiar sight of a fiery cloud robe sparked a flicker of dread in their eyes. Yet they mustered their weary bodies to prepare for battle. The situation had changed. They were no longer at their best and lacked detailed intelligence. How careless, Kakuzu! Nagato observed the fallen Kakuzu's corpse, unperturbed. The nature of the immortal duo had sealed their fate. Yet his task was complete, with Nagato's arrival. The ensuing battle lost its suspense. Hand over the six tails. I do not wish to slay too many. Nagato spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. You're joking. I will not allow you to succeed. Naruto shouted vehemently. It must be said, as the formidable early-game boss, Nagato exuded a third of his dominance. In the sky, Hinata, Shino munched popcorn, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding battle below, as if watching a newly released colossal anime. Chapter 149, Hinata, Shino's Deal, Acquiring the Six Tails. Nagato's frigid gaze swept over the gathered ninjas, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite their extreme fatigue, the members of the Twilight team clutched their weapons tightly, preparing for a final, valiant stand. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless, Nagato's voice echoed ominously, as if emerging from a ghastly underworld. We will stop him. You must flee at once. Kakashi called out to Yutaka and Akina, for they were pivotal to the mission's success and could not fall into the hands of the Akatsuki. Yutaka was unwilling to depart so easily. No way. I must atone for my sins. Quickly take Akina and leave. This is the mission. His target is you. Only your escape signifies the mission's completion, Kakashi urged desperately. Yutaka gritted his teeth and blew a massive bubble, encasing himself and Akina, soaring towards the distance. Nagato did not rush to pursue, instead slowly raising his hand as a powerful surge of chakra erupted, causing the stones on the ground to tremble. A formidable shockwave shot forth, barreling towards them. The members of the Twilight team exerted their utmost effort to withstand it, yet against Nagato's absolute power, their defenses appeared feeble and ineffective. One by one, they were hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Naruto, filled with fury, charged forward, unleashing a variety of ninjutsu, but Nagato merely waved his hand, effortlessly nullifying Naruto's attacks. Give up, you're no match for me, Nagato stated coldly. The members of the Twilight team struggled to rise one after another, continuing to stand against Nagato, engaging him in combat. Observing their fierce resistance, Nagato summoned the other 5 paths of pain. These are mere puppets manipulated by unseen hands. Everyone should be wary of their attacks. Kakashi revealed the only piece of intelligence he possessed. A fierce battle erupted between Pain and the Twilight team, with the team members exhausting all their efforts to thwart Pain. They bore numerous injuries, yet their eyes reflected unwavering determination, striving to buy even a fleeting second for Yugao and Ing to escape. From within the vast, soaring soap bubble, Yugao and Ing gazed at the tumultuous clash in the distance. Suddenly, their soap bubble ceased its ascent, coming to a halt. Hinata Chi appeared before them, donned in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud robe. Yugao swiftly drew his blowpipe, poised for combat. Hinata Chi waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not fond of fighting. How about a bargain? I can guarantee your safe departure in exchange for the Six Tails and the fury of heaven. Yugao protectively shielded Ing, his eyes aflame with anger and defiance. Not a chance. We will never surrender to someone like you. Ing resolutely stood beside Yugao, shaking her head. We cannot trust your words. You must have some sinister plot. Hinata Chi frowned. Do you believe you have any other options? Pain will be upon you shortly. You will all perish. The Six Tails and the fury of heaven are the roots of chaos. Hand them over, and you can live as an ordinary couple for the rest of your lives. Yugao gritted his teeth, his heart a tumult of conflict. He understood that they had little chance against Pain, yet surrendering the Six Tails and the fury of heaven felt insurmountable. Just then, the anguished cries of a teammate echoed from afar, coupled with an overwhelming sense of pressure that washed over him again. Yugao's expression darkened further as he glanced at Ing and then at Hinata Chi. Consider this. If you hand over the Six Tails and the fury of heaven, your comrades will be safe. Once we acquire what we desire, we will depart. Yugao took a deep breath and said, All right, I will deliver the six tails and the fury of heaven to you, but you must guarantee the safety of Ing and my teammates." Hinata revealed a triumphant smile, nodding. "Rest assured, I keep my promises." Ing suddenly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "No, Yugao, we cannot just hand them over. It is our mission." Yugao halted, looking at Ing, his eyes filled with anguish and turmoil. "You have no bargaining power." Hinata swiftly pierced the bubble, gripping their necks as he began to extract the tailed beast and the fury of heaven. Before long, the six tails was drawn into a sealing box, thrashing wildly against the confines, yet was firmly restrained by Hinata. The fury of heaven was also extracted from Ying's body, a dark gem clasped in Hinata-Chi's hand. "I have kept my promise. You both remain alive," he said to the unconscious duo before using gravity to send them to the ground. Hinata returned to the battlefield where Pain and the Twilight team were engaged. In mere minutes, several members of the Twilight team bore severe injuries, with only the human path and hell path of Pain having fallen to them. Hinata appeared beside Deva Path Pain, holding the six tails. "It's secured. Let us depart." Although Deva Path Pain did not inquire further about Hinata-Chi's sudden appearance, he nodded slightly. Subsequently, both Hinata-Chi and Deva Path Pain unleashed their powers, a tremendous repulsive force erupting that sent the members of the Twilight team flying once more. Having accomplished their tasks, the two walked into the distance, followed closely by the remaining 5 Pain bodies, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Members of the Twilight team collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their hearts filled with a sense of unfulfilled resentment as they watched Pain retreat. Kakashi, suppressing his pain, approached Yugao and Ing, rousing them from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Yugao surveyed the devastation around him, filled with anguish and self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I put everyone in danger," he murmured. Kakashi patted his shoulder, offering solace. "This is not your fault." The team understood Yugao's choice. Had he not surrendered the six tails, they would all have perished, and Hinata would not have afforded him the opportunity to refuse. After resting for a while to regain some strength, they began deliberating their next course of action. "We cannot let this go. We must find a way to thwart the Akatsuki," one team member declared resolutely. "But the Akatsuki is too powerful. Our current strength is insufficient to contend with them," another member lamented. Kakashi recognized that this critical mission had severely impacted the team's morale. "We shall return to Konoha to report our findings and relay the intelligence we possess via telegraph. The Akatsuki's targets will soon be limited to Konoha and Kumogakure. We must prepare ourselves." "Understood." The members of the Twilight team nodded in agreement with this proposal. Chapter 150. Jiraiya's Arrival Leader. "I must take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I will not participate in the sealing of the tailed beast," Hinata stated as he handed the sealing box containing the six tails to Deva Path Pain. Pain accepted the box, nodding before inquiring, "Do you require assistance from the Akatsuki?" "No, my own power is sufficient to handle this," Hinata thought to himself. He recalled that the message from Yakushi Kabuto had reached him with merely 5 words: "Jiraiya has arrived." Now, as Nagato inquired about assistance, was he contemplating betraying his master as depicted in the original story? With these thoughts, Hinata swiftly departed, his figure vanishing from Pain's view. Pain observed the direction of his departure, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. He then redirected his focus to the matter of sealing the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, after distancing himself from Pain, Hinata activated Kimui, vanishing instantaneously and reappearing in his stronghold. Entering the surveillance room of Odogakure, he found Yakushi Kabuto awaiting him. "Lord Chi, you have arrived," Kabuto greeted respectfully. Hinata nodded indifferently. "Where is Jiraiya now, and when will he rendezvous with the puppet?" "Jiraiya just arrived at Odogakure under a false identity. I ensured his smooth entry, as per your instructions," Kabuto replied, lightly tapping the keyboard to display the surveillance feed directly on Jiraiya's face. On screen, Jiraiya appeared as a white-haired, youthful wanderer, cloaked and traversing the streets of Odogakure. To the untrained eye, he seemed inconspicuous, yet Odogakure surveillance left no blind spots. He was en route to the meeting point. where he would connect with the informant Hinata had secured for him, a loyal subordinate of Orochimaru. The pretense was to leverage Jiraiya's strength to rescue Orochimaru. But they had long since become Hinata's puppets. Hinata stretched leisurely. I shall go meet him. He intended to engage in a theatrical performance with Jiraiya, for only in doing so could he entice Jiraiya to willingly delve deeper into the underbelly of the Federation and uncover its clandestine secrets. Jiraiya ambled silently through the familiar streets of Otogekyure, his current visit markedly different from any previous ones. In the past, he had always entered under the guise of diplomacy. This time, he had entered utilizing a false identity acquired from the black market. Of course, that black market proprietor was also someone arranged by Hinata. He needed to exercise utmost caution, amplifying his sensory ninjutsu to its maximum range to ensure he would not fall into an enemy trap. He arrived at a modest inn, adhering to the predetermined secret code, which served as the meeting point for the subordinates of the infamous Orochimaru. Approaching the front desk, he gently tapped on the counter and uttered the peculiar password imparted to him by Orochimaru's minions. Tudo, Washir Digwa, Jiraiya uttered with a sense of embarrassment. The receptionist nodded subtly and responded in a hushed tone, Tudo Shodao. She then produced a key for room 1027, located at the far corner of the second floor of the inn. Upon glancing at the numbers, Jiraiya suddenly recalled Orochimaru's birthday, October 27th, solidifying his suspicion that these individuals were indeed Orochimaru's subordinates. Orochimaru remained as ruthless as ever, yet still commanded unwavering loyalty from his followers. After settling into room 1027, it was not long before Hinata's manipulation brought forth the researcher who had relayed the message to Jiraiya, knocking on the door of room 1027. Hud. Jiraiya quickly approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe a mature and alluring woman standing outside. He whispered through the door, "Who are you?" The woman replied, "Jima Kaimen, Washir Shigwa." "Jima Kaimen, Washir Dongwa." Jiraiya continued, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he silently critiqued the tastelessness of their secret codes, wishing they had a literary genius like himself among them instead of such pedestrian phrases. Undoubtedly, these codes were concocted by Hinata to play a prank on Jiraiya. Deciding to open the door and invite the woman in, Jiraiya closed the door behind her and ensured no one was tracking them. He frowned and asked, "Where is Senkawa Kei? Wasn't he supposed to come in person?" Though the woman was quite beautiful, the mission remained paramount. With a mysterious smile, she softly replied, "I am Senkawa Kei." As she spoke, her mouth widened, and a man crawled out from within her, covered in slime, standing before Jiraiya. The woman appeared as if she had lost her spirit, standing vacantly in place. Jiraiya grimaced at the pungent odor wafting towards him, instantly recognizing it as a grotesque ninjutsu characteristic of Orochimaru. The puppet, manipulated by Hinata, served as a constant reminder that this was indeed one of Orochimaru's subordinates. The cold man, identified as Senkawa Kei, explained, "Lord Jiraiya, the area outside is swarming with subordinates of Chiba Mushio. I had to take certain precautions." Jiraiya nodded slightly in understanding and then inquired, "Now, let us discuss your plan. How can I rescue Orochimaru?" A glint of cunning flashed in Senkawa Kei's eyes as he lowered his voice. "We shall proceed as per the original plan. We have gathered some intelligence. Lord Orochimaru has been controlled by the Edo Tensei technique, entrapping both his body and consciousness." Jiraiya frowned. "Then how can I rescue Orochimaru? The moment I see him, I will be exposed. How can I extricate him?" Senkawa Kei extended his tongue to lick the slime from his face. "There's no need to panic, Lord Jiraiya. Those resurrected by Edo Tensei are sealed within coffins and lack consciousness when the caster does not utilize the technique. You simply need to follow the map of the underground research facility that I marked, locate the room where Lord Orochimaru is sealed, and insert this talisman into his body to restore his consciousness." Senkawa Kei produced a talisman from his mouth to hand to Jiraiya, who quickly gestured for him to place it on the table instead. "Lord Jiraiya, you are indeed cautious," Senkawa Kei praised, prompting Jiraiya to roll his eyes. His caution stemmed from the sheer grotesqueness of the situation. "What about the map?" Jiraiya pressed. "How will I infiltrate?" Senkawa K tapped his head. The map is inside. I will draw it for you now. You can enter using my identity. He retrieved paper and pen from the bookshelf and skillfully began sketching the map, marking the functions and names of various rooms, with a question mark over one room. This room is where we suspect Lord Orochimaru is sealed. You need to infiltrate here, but the sealing technique will require your own resolution. Today marks the author's birthday. Let us celebrate with 3 chapters. Chapter 151, The Tale of Two Men. Thank you for the well wishes. We continue with 3 updates today. Jiraiya focused intently on the map. I understand, but I suspect the journey will not be smooth. Senkawake's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile that is only natural. However, Lord Jiraiya, your extraordinary strength will surely allow you to navigate any peril and turn danger into opportunity. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a group of individuals bursting into the inn. Unidentified personnel have infiltrated Odonin village. The police department is conducting a routine inspection. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. Oh no, have we been discovered? Senkawake's demeanor also shifted to one of tension as he quickly devised a response. This is bad. We may have been uncovered. Subsequently, Senkawake swiftly entered the body of the alluring woman once more, reverting to her form. Before Jiraiya could react, Senkawake urgently pulled him to the sofa and urged him to lie down. Senkawake decisively positioned himself in front of Jiraiya, emitting suggestive sounds. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, having previously witnessed Senkawake's true form, a rugged man, grotesquely covered in slime. Now, in female form, he sat before Jiraiya, engaging in such behavior, which was utterly repulsive. Jiraiya felt his stomach churn, desperately wishing to vomit. Yet, with the approaching footsteps outside, he had no choice but to suppress his discomfort. Indeed, footsteps echoed outside, and the door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a scene that was beyond words. The intruder promptly slammed the door shut, turning to his companions and declaring, "Let us go. Everything is fine here." After all, who would suspect that someone had gone to such lengths to infiltrate Odonin village for such frivolities? Once the noise outside subsided, Senkawake finally descended from Jiraiya. Jiraiya sprang to his feet and rushed to the bathroom, heaving as if he might expel the remnants of his last meal. Senkawake, still in the guise of the woman, approached Jiraiya and patted his back gently. "Lord Jiraiya, are you all right?" The sweetness of her voice nearly made Jiraiya retch. I'm fine. Just keep your distance," he stammered, filled with disdain for Senkawake. Having regained his composure, Jiraiya looked at Senkawake's appearance, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He feared he might succumb to madness, silently vowing to complete the mission quickly and escape this dreadful place. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand," Jiraiya said, forcing down his discomfort. "I have reviewed the map. What is your next step?" Senkawake smiled. "It is quite simple, Lord Jiraiya. You merely need to follow the map's instructions. Infiltrate the underground research facility, locate the room where Lord Orochimaru is sealed, break the seal, and insert the talisman into his body to free him from the control of Edo Tensei." Jiraiya nodded. "But how do I infiltrate the research facility?" "The defenses outside must be formidable." Senkawake replied confidently. "You need not worry. I have arranged everything. Just follow my plan, and you will surely gain access to the research facility." As he spoke, Sun Chuan-Kei retrieved a card and a set of researcher attire from his pocket and handed them to Jiraiya. "This is the access pass and researcher outfit for entering the research facility. Just present this, and you will smoothly pass through the entrance inspection. I will assist you from the sidelines." Jiraiya accepted the card, glanced at its contents, and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "This access pass appears rather ordinary. Can it truly be effective?" Sun Chuan-Kei seemed to discern Jiraiya's doubt and reassured him, "Lord Jiraiya, rest assured. This access pass has been meticulously crafted by me, and there will be no issues." After hearing this, Jiraiya felt a little more at ease. "Very well, I've been discovered. To avoid any prolonged complications, let us depart at once." Sun Chuan-Kei nodded and left the inn first. Once Jiraiya noticed the patrol personnel moving further away, He donned the researcher attire prepared by Sichuan K, carefully avoiding the patrolling ninjas and proceeding in the direction indicated on the map towards the underground research facility. In the monitoring room, Hinata K smiled, finding such a wickedly amusing game to be most suitable for punishing Jiraiya's peculiarities. Sichuan K's earlier actions were the result of Hinata K's manipulation. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that those schemed against by Lord K inevitably met with misfortune. First Orochimaru and Uchiha Bito, and now Jiraiya. Throughout the journey, Jiraiya maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, activating his sensory ninjutsu and remaining alert to his surroundings. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Federal Research Institute, one of the gateways to the underground world of the Federation. Jiraiya took a deep breath, praying fervently for no mishaps, and presented the access pass, smoothly passing through the inspection. Upon entering the research facility, they followed the map's guidance to the elevator door of the basement. At the entrance stood two guards, who, upon seeing Jiraiya's unfamiliar face, asked, "Who are you?" "This area is off-limits." At that moment, Sun Chuan K revealed his true identity from a distance, approached with a smile, and stated, "Let him through. This is my newly recruited researcher assisting me with my studies. This is his first visit for an interview." Jiraiya promptly handed over the access pass, and although the guards harbored some suspicion, they ultimately replied, "All procedures are in order. Please proceed." The two ascended the elevator, with Sun Chuan K pressing a series of buttons, the familiar sensation of weightlessness returning as the elevator descended deeper underground. When the elevator doors opened again, a pungent smell of chemicals assaulted them. Countless researchers bustled about, engrossed in their work, as they entered the underground research facility, a place representing the Federation's most profound secrets. The personnel here were diverse. Remember to pose as a seasoned researcher. I can only accompany you this far, Sun Chuan K whispered before stepping out of the elevator towards his own research room. Jiraiya slowly exited the elevator, mentally retracing the layout of the underground research facility. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, recalling how he had been restricted during his previous visit with Shinya Mushio. This time presented a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence. He noted that the research rooms were vast, divided into numerous laboratories and research zones, filled with a plethora of strange instruments and experimental specimens. Chapter 152, The Imprisoned Orochimaru, a Decade of Blood and Tears. Jiraiya stepped into a laboratory and immediately spotted a group of busy researchers engaged in various studies. The laboratory was cluttered with all manner of experimental apparatus and samples. And in the center of the room stood a massive incubation tank containing a bizarre creature. The creature's body exhibited an eerie black hue, adorned with tentacles, evoking a sense of dread at first glance. Jiraiya stood quietly in the laboratory, his initial curiosity gradually morphing into shock. His gaze fixated on the enormous incubation tank containing the strange creature, his body instinctively leaning back as if to distance himself from the unsettling scene. His mouth slightly agape. A chill escaped his lips, and perspiration had inexplicably begun to bead on his forehead. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, palms slick with sweat. The researchers remained absorbed in their experiments, paying no heed to Jiraiya, who continued to observe their latest experimental results. At that moment, someone entered the laboratory, questioning Jiraiya. "What are you doing here? I don't recall any personnel like you in this laboratory." Jiraiya hastily replied obliquely, "I was drawn here by your experiment. I was merely curious." The individual's eyes lit up, and he began to eagerly explain his research to Jiraiya. "We are investigating the transformation of dark chakra entities into weapons of war." After finishing, he sincerely invited Jiraiya to join his laboratory. "What do you think about joining our team?" It was no wonder he was so excited. Their laboratory was desperately short-staffed, and those interested in this line of research were exceedingly rare. He naturally could not miss out on this opportunity. Jiraiya repeatedly declined, hastily exiting the laboratory. After all, this was a covert operation, and he could not afford to agree. If this person inquired about his expertise, it would surely expose him. No, he had to hasten his pace. The Federation's research was too astonishing and must be relayed back to Konoha. The Federation undoubtedly harbored undisclosed secrets, and it was entirely possible that Orochimaru was indeed under the control of Shinya Mushio. He had once thought that Orochimaru and Danzo were the epitome of madness. But upon witnessing these individuals, he realized what true insanity entailed. They possessed the finest conditions, more comprehensive resources, and an array of research topics that the 5 great nations could scarcely provide. Such superior conditions fostered a breeding ground for mad scientists. Following the route he had memorized, Jiraiya soon found himself outside the room, sealing Orochimaru. Indeed, intricate sealing techniques adorned the door. He knew that breaking the seal would require considerable time, yet fortunately, this area was adjacent to the research facility's warehouse, and few individuals ventured here, granting him ample time to complete the task. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya cautiously pushed open the door, stepping inside and closing it behind him. He immediately spotted a white coffin standing in the otherwise empty room, marked with the character for Snake. Jiraiya realized he had indeed located Orochimaru's sealing chamber. He carefully approached and opened the coffin lid, revealing Orochimaru standing within, eyes closed, devoid of his usual arrogance. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he comprehended that Orochimaru had truly been controlled by Shinya Mushio. Did this mean that the plan to destroy Konoha and the entrapment of Uchiha Sasuke were all orchestrated by Hinata? Jiraiya could not afford to ponder whether Orochimaru would retaliate once he regained his consciousness. The situation was urgent, and he had little time to spare. He decisively retrieved the talisman from his pocket and inserted it into Orochimaru's head. In an instant, the control talisman left by Yakushi Kabuto was suppressed by the new talisman, and Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. Orochimaru, ever astute, quickly pieced together the events that had transpired, recalling the resurrection techniques from earlier. "I never expected you to be the one to save me," he chuckled. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me what you have experienced. Who exactly is Shinya Mushio?" Orochimaru scoffed. "Shinya Mushio? You mean Hinata, right?" Having witnessed many of Hinata's actions during his initial control, Orochimaru was well aware of the connection between Shinya Mushio and Hinata. What? Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by how Shinya Mushio was entangled with Hinata, as the two seemed entirely unrelated. "Jiraiya, you remain as foolish as ever." Orochimaru shook his head slightly, revealing that Shinya Mushio was merely a guise for Hinata. Jiraiya's mind was a tumultuous sea of confusion, thoughts surging in like a tidal wave. He stood frozen, his wide eyes filled with disbelief, mouth agape yet unable to utter a single word. He could not reconcile the towering figure of Shinya Mushio, who had fought valiantly for peace and justice in his mind, with the cruel and malevolent Hinata. Burdened with countless sins, memories flooded back of Shinya Mushio's impassioned speeches in various forums and his tireless dedication to the welfare of the people, now overshadowed by the brutal tactics of Hinata. Why then had he denounced the Akatsuki and facilitated the formation of the Six Nations Cooperation, the Twilight Team? Jiraiya took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He looked at Orochimaru, his voice low and somber. "Orochimaru, tell me everything you know in detail." Orochimaru did not hesitate, recounting his experiences from the initial battle with Hinata to being controlled by him, and the hidden conspiracies and plans he had witnessed, culminating in his soul being sealed here after being resurrected through Edo Tensei. He had been manipulating everything from the shadows, employing various identities and means to achieve his goals. A flicker of resentment shone in Orochimaru's eyes. His ambition was far greater than one could imagine. Orochimaru harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Hinata, who had controlled him for nearly a decade. With the opportunity to expose Hinata's secrets and regain his freedom, he had no intention of letting it slip away. Jiraiya clenched his fists, anger and concern swirling within him. He understood that Konoha and the entire shinobi world could be on the brink of a colossal crisis. Hinata had spun so many deceptions to ensnare the Akatsuki and the 5 great nations, undoubtedly harboring more undisclosed intentions. "We must relay this information back to Konoha swiftly, so they can prepare," Jiraiya declared resolutely. However, Orochimaru shook his head gravely. It won't be that simple. Since Hinata-chi dares to act, he must have made thorough preparations. Our situation is perilous. Indeed, a voice echoed from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. Chapter 153. The Duality of Personality? Hinata-chi, Shinyamushio? At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from outside. Jiraiya-senpai, intruding uninvited is hardly a commendable habit. With a sudden crash, a federal ninja forcefully burst open the door to the sealing chamber, followed by a tide of ninjas surging in, swiftly encircling Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They did not attack immediately, merely surrounding the two in a central position. "Be careful. Do not harm our esteemed guests," Hinata-chi remarked casually as he entered the sealing chamber. A faint smile gracing his face, hands leisurely clasped behind his back. "Yes." The multitude of ninjas echoed in unison. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Are you truly Shinyamushio or Hinata-chi? And how did you discover my presence?" Orochimaru assumed a battle stance, gravely warning, "He is Hinata-chi." A strange smile appeared on Hinata-chi's face as he nonchalantly replied, "Haha, I can be both Hinata-chi and Shinyamushio. Both identities represent me, and one might say neither is entirely the true version of myself." As he spoke, Hinata-chi's visage shifted between his true form and that of Shinyamushio. "As for how I discovered you, haha, every move within this federation is under my watchful eye. I detected your presence the moment you stepped into Odenin village." At that moment, another federal ninja walked in slowly, approaching Hinata-chi with 3 bloodied heads in hand, respectfully placing them before him. "Supreme Leader, the traitors have been eliminated." Hinata-chi nodded slightly, a smirk gracing his lips, exuding an enigmatic delight. Upon closer examination, Jiraiya realized those heads belonged to the very individuals who had assisted him in reaching this place. Although their alliance had been one of mutual utility, it filled Jiraiya with a seething rage. His brows furrowed tightly, eyes ablaze with fury as he pressed, "What sinister plot do you harbor? What is the purpose of all this?" Hinata-chi tilted his head slightly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he replied, "My purpose? Ha! That is beyond your current comprehension. Just know that this world requires but a single regime to suffice." Jiraiya clenched his teeth, fists cracking with tension as he shouted in outrage, "You madman! Do you realize the calamity your actions could wreak upon the shinobi world?" Hinata-chi shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling, "Calamity? Perhaps, but it is also a means to propel change. I am the harbinger of that change." Jiraiya felt a pang of anguish. He had once placed unwavering trust in Shinyamushio, viewing him as the beacon of hope for peace in the shinobi world. Yet now all of that seemed to dissolve like a mirage. The echoes of Shinyamushio's past self and his impassioned words intertwined with the malevolent presence of Hinata-chi, engulfing him in profound pain and confusion. In the throes of despair, Jiraiya suddenly grasped a revelation. "I understand now. Both are facets of your personality, Hinata-chi. You have consumed the persona of Shinyamushio, have you not?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, his voice steeped in disbelief and indignation as he pointed a trembling finger at Hinata-chi. Shinyamushio, he was once so full of ideals and ambitions. How could he become such a nefarious being? Hinata-chi had not anticipated Jiraiya's depth of emotional turmoil. Yet he found this interpretation quite fitting for his facade, and thus chose to play along. A menacing grin spread across Hinata-chi's face as he mockingly declared, "Haha, Jiraiya, you are so naive. Ideals? Ambitions? In this cruel world, they are but ephemeral illusions. Only by wielding absolute power can one command everything." With a forceful swing of his arm, he continued, "You fail to comprehend. Shinyamushio's dream was to transform this world. Unfortunately, his methods have proven futile. I am the amalgamation of 2 consciousnesses, inheriting their dreams, destined to exist for the purpose of transforming this world. Anyone who obstructs me shall be crushed beneath the wheels of history." As he spoke the final words, Hinata-chi's voice teetered on the brink of madness, his body trembling slightly. Rage ignited within Jiraiya, loathing his own ignorance for failing to perceive Shinyamushio's true nature all along. He regretted not seeing through the ruse sooner, allowing Hinata-Chi's schemes to escalate to this extent. Guilt and remorse inundated him, leaving him adrift on how to face the people of Konoha and reveal this harsh truth. Yet, amidst this turmoil of emotions, Jiraiya's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. He understood that now was not the time to wallow in despair. He must rally himself for the sake of Konoha, for the shinobi world, and confront Hinata-Chi in their final stand. "No, you are mistaken," Jiraiya roared. Raising his clenched fist high, Shinya Mushio never sought this path. "It is you who have led him astray." Led astray? Jiraiya, you do not grasp his inner self. His ambition has always been there, merely concealed. I have merely allowed him to unleash his true self. Hinata-Chi scoffed, arms crossed, his gaze filled with disdain. Jiraiya gazed resolutely at Hinata-Chi and proclaimed loudly, "No, you shall not deceive me. Shinya Mushio is certainly not as you claim. His kindness and justice are undeniably real." Hinata-Chi secretly chuckled, deeming him foolish for still believing in the long-lost Shinya Mushio. However, he thought it better to let him continue in his futile fantasies. With a slight smirk, Hinata-Chi remarked disdainfully, "What of it? I am the one in control now. Shinya Mushio no longer exists." Jiraiya, no matter how you struggle, you cannot alter this reality. Clenching his fists and trembling slightly, Jiraiya vowed, "I will not let you succeed, Hinata-Chi. I will stop you, even at the cost of my life." Hinata-Chi burst into laughter, exclaiming mockingly, Jiraiya, you are too naive to think you can stop me. I will create an entirely new world, and you will merely become dust in history." Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Jiraiya warned, "Everything you do will incur retribution. You will pay for your actions." Orochimaru, observing quietly from the side, suddenly interjected, "Hinata-Chi, no one can control everything, not even you." "Jiraiya, it seems we shall once again join forces after a long time." As he spoke, Orochimaru raised his hands slowly, assuming a battle-ready stance. Jiraiya nodded gravely. "Indeed, a long-awaited alliance. Do not hinder my efforts." Chapter 154. The Death of Jiraiya? The protagonist deliberately exposes his identity to prepare for a false absolution. This chapter will elaborate on that. While it appeared that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were prepared for a decisive battle, in truth, both were secretly devising plans for escape. Given the current situation, it was impossible to kill Hinata-Chi, but it was crucial to relay this information to have any chance of thwarting him. Jiraiya would not fight to the death as in the original narrative, for Hinata-Chi was not his disciple, and he had no need to sacrifice himself for the sake of clearing the path. Hinata-Chi narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Do you truly believe yourself to be the embodiment of justice?" The Konoha ninja, Jiraiya, trespassed into the research base, killed federal researchers, and stole research materials. Is that not enough to condemn you? He continued, "Jiraiya, cherish your remaining days. After your demise, I will return your body to Konoha." Such charges would leave even Konoha village with little recourse. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding federal ninjas surged forward like a tide. Exchanging a glance with Orochimaru, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand signs. It was evident that years of camaraderie had allowed them to communicate without words. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fierce flames intertwined with the powerful winds, creating a scorching and formidable force that swept toward the advancing federal ninjas. The ninjas were forced to retreat momentarily. Observing this, Hinata-Chi scoffed and extinguished the raging flames with a wave of his hand. "Is that all you have? Then remain here forever," he derided. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged another knowing glance, their understanding instantaneous. They swiftly darted from the ceiling room toward the elevator. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Hinata-Chi sensed their intent and immediately led the federal ninjas in pursuit. Jiraiya and Orochimaru fled desperately, employing ninjutsu to hinder their pursuers. Hinata-Chi, however, was unhurried, trailing behind them, as his goal was not to kill them. Reaching the elevator, just as they were about to activate it, the doors opened slowly to reveal a group of federal ninjas within. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's hearts sank, yet they quickly reacted. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Jiraiya swiftly cast his technique, raising a sturdy earthen wall to temporarily block the pursuing federal ninjas. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of snakes toward the ninjas in the elevator. The serpents swiftly consumed the ninjas, allowing both men to enter the elevator, only to find that it would not activate. Meanwhile, Hinata Chi coldly laughed, delivering a punch that shattered the earthen wall with ease. Do not struggle. You cannot escape. The elevator requires authorization to operate, he taunted. Orochimaru summoned a massive white serpent, transforming himself into serpent form, and the white serpent swallowed Jiraiya, crashing through the elevator ceiling and ascending toward the surface. Hinata Chi leisurely entered the elevator, watching the two ascend, not rushing to pursue, as the Sound Village was his asset, and any damage could be detrimental. You need not follow. I shall handle the rest, he commanded. Yes. The gathered ninjas responded in unison. Hinata Chi flickered away, pursuing the direction in which Orochimaru and Jiraiya had fled. As they climbed higher, the two soon sensed a powerful presence closing in behind them. Damn it, he's caught up, Jiraiya exclaimed from within the serpent's belly. Orochimaru felt a pang of despair, but could only hasten their pace. Just as they glimpsed the light above, Hinata Chi was already upon them. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a powerful repulsion that sent the white serpent tumbling through the air. Orochimaru was propelled skyward, crashing through the research facility's roof and landing on the street below. Burdened and forced to release Jiraiya, Hinata Chi emerged from the research facility, hovering in the air, gazing down at the two. Jiraiya, sprawled on the ground, struck the earth with one hand, creating a massive cloud of smoke that obscured everyone's vision. In the next moment, a gigantic toad leaped from the smoke, escaping toward the outskirts of the Sound Village, with both Orochimaru and Jiraiya upon it. Hinata Chi remained unperturbed, leisurely following behind them, as if engaged in a game of cat and mouse. He was in no rush, even aiming to allow them to escape, for it was only through their departure that he could disseminate his intelligence. Preparations for the impending assault on Konoha and the subsequent narrative absolution required meticulous planning. After all, if even a mastermind Nagato was absolved through mere words by Naruto, why could he not achieve the same? A villain worthy of redemption must possess the narrative of resurrection, embody a tragic yet powerful persona, and harbor grand ambitions. Only by allowing Jiraiya to return to Konoha and share his tale could the plan continue. He needed to establish his image in the minds of all, facilitating his own absolution. Thus, Hinata Chi followed closely behind them until they leaped out of the Sound Village and into the surrounding wilderness, at which point he slightly quickened his pace. Observing the approaching Hinata Chi, Orochimaru whispered, "This cannot continue. We need a plan. Your survival abilities are strongest in the form of the Edo Tensei. It is most likely you'll escape. I will hold them off while you find an opportunity to break free," Jiraiya urged, gritting his teeth. "You must return this intelligence to Konoha." With no other option, Jiraiya resolved to act. There was no chance for both to escape together. One must distract Hinata Chi. Orochimaru hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "I will." In such dire circumstances, they had no choice. Otherwise, neither would escape. Furthermore, Orochimaru had no lofty principles. He was not prepared to remain behind his bait. Hinata Chi casually struck at the toad, sending it soaring back to Myobokuzen. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya plummeted to the ground, landing safely. Orochimaru extended his hand toward Jiraiya, calling out, "Quick, give me an explosive tag." Although unsure of its purpose, Jiraiya retrieved several explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to Orochimaru. In the midst of the battle, several small serpents emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves. Latching onto the explosive tags, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and directed the serpents towards Hinata Chi in the sky. Recognizing the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, the mutual explosive tag, Hinata Chi was taken aback by Orochimaru's proficiency. Nevertheless, this revelation was not entirely surprising. He quickly summoned a few sealing orbs to form a protective shield as the serpents crashed into it, igniting a series of violent explosions. The explosive tags continued to resonate with one another, unleashing a barrage of detonations that lasted nearly a minute until the smoke gradually cleared. Chi remained unscathed, hovering in the air, his gaze icy as he looked down at the ground where Orochimaru had been reduced to mere dust. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru had managed to break free from the Edo Tensei technique. He would not relinquish his chance to escape Chi's grasp. Returning would not lead him to salvation. Instead, he would be revived and controlled once again, with no hope of rescue from Jiraiya next time. Was he truly resurrected? Whose body could he possibly inhabit? Chi swiftly activated his rebirth eye to investigate the recent events. Chapter 155. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Obito utilizing his rebirth eye to rewind time. Chi witnessed the preceding scene, where Jiraiya had retrieved Orochimaru's corpse to facilitate his hasty reincarnation, while Orochimaru had transformed into a white serpent and burrowed underground. As Jiraiya felt Orochimaru's chakra recede, a tinge of resignation washed over him, yet he recognized this might be the best outcome under the circumstances. Slowly, Chi descended before Jiraiya, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Ah, it seems you are the last one standing. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Jiraiya took a deep breath, straightening his posture. "I, Jiraiya, will not concede easily. If it is battle you seek, then battle we shall." With a cold sneer, Chi raised his hand, unleashing a repulsive force toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya hastily sidestepped while forming hand seals at an impressive speed. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A colossal fire dragon roared as it lunged towards Chi. Remaining unfazed, Chi deftly manipulated the ceiling orbs to dissipate the fire dragon effortlessly. Observing this, Jiraiya unleashed a series of ninjutsu, only to have each one neutralized by Chi. As the fight progressed, Jiraiya's stamina began to wane, his movements gradually slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Chi struck out with a powerful punch, sending Jiraiya hurtling through the air. Jiraiya crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he realized that his strength had all but evaporated. He was gravely injured and utterly exhausted. The force of Chi's punch had been overwhelming, causing Jiraiya to feel as though his very organs had shifted. Gasping, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Desperate to regain his footing, he found his bones felt shattered, rendering him powerless. Chi approached him with a victorious smile upon his face. Towering above Jiraiya, he pronounced, "Surrender, for you have no chances left." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, a spark of defiance flickering in his eyes. "Have you ever heard of a hero who surrenders?" Chi nodded. "Very well, then I shall grant you a swift end." A sealing orb shot forth from behind Chi, hurtling directly towards Jiraiya's forehead. Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. The tale of Jiraiya, the hero, seems destined to conclude today. Lying still upon the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In this life of mine, although I have always laughed and jested, I have never regretted my choices. I have roamed the world, witnessed countless stories, and trained exceptional disciples like Naruto. You must carry on my beliefs. He thought of Tsunade, that stubborn old woman, wondering if she would shed tears for him. Jiraiya's voice grew faint, as if it might vanish with the wind at any moment. I know that future challenges await, but the will of fire in Konoha shall never extinguish. It will burn in the hearts of every ninja and be passed down through the ages. Jiraiya pondered. It seems that death is not painful. In fact, it bears no sensation at all. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Are you not going to open your eyes?" Realizing he was not dead, Jiraiya abruptly opened his eyes to see the familiar figure of the masked man beside him. "I can hardly believe it, Obito. How is it that you saved me?" Having once led a team to hunt down Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya was now confronted with the unsettling reality that Obito sought to save him. What could be his motive? Is that a problem? Obito cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. Chi's expression darkened. "You again, Obito. Are you intent on thwarting my plans?" With a smile, Obito retorted, "You can exploit Konoha, but I cannot? That would be rather unfair, wouldn't it?" "Ha! My greatest regret was not eliminating you back then." Chi's voice brimmed with malice. Obito seemed pleased to see Chi in distress. You may find that opportunity has slipped away, traitor. Jiraiya listened intently to their conversation, dissecting the implications behind their words. The notion of exploiting Konoha likely referred to the Federation forcing Konoha to dispatch teams to hunt down Uchiha Obito, which ultimately led to Obito's severe injuries. They had once been allies, yet Hinata-chi's desire to eliminate Obito had failed, resulting in animosity and marking Hinata-chi as the traitor in Obito's eyes. However, this revelation led Jiraiya to understand that Uchiha Obito's motivation for saving him was likely rooted in a desire to leverage Konoha against Hinata-chi. Farewell, Hinata-chi, Obito declared as he pulled Jiraiya into the Kamui space. Hinata-chi unleashed a sealing orb, but it merely passed through Obito's form, and in the next moment, Obito's figure vanished. Well done. Your act was quite flawless, Hinata-chi commended, observing that the two had completely disappeared. He could not afford to let Jiraiya perish. Otherwise, his own reputation would be irreparably tarnished. To cleanse his name, he needed to minimize the stains upon his own character. Unlike the original narrative where Obito bore the burden of his darkness, Hinata-chi understood that even a temporary redemption required a semblance of virtue. Within the Kamui space, Jiraiya and Obito found themselves upon a stone pillar. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his lips and asked first, "Why did you save me?" Obito shrugged. "What other reason could there be? As you heard, I intend to use you to combat Hinata-chi. I have always been at odds with him. He once used you to ensnare me and nearly ended my life. It is only fitting that I return the favor. Of course, Lord Jiraiya, you could consider it a form of cooperation." Obito's words, reminiscent of a petulant child, sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. It dawned on him that what they had once perceived as their choices were merely pieces on a chessboard, manipulated by others. The sudden emergence of rumors regarding Obito's identity could very well be the result of the intricate games played between Hinata-chi and Obito. If you wish for us to eliminate Hinata-chi, you must provide us with information about him. Otherwise, how can we defeat him? Jiraiya understood that this was a facade. In their current situation, they were left with no choice but to oppose Hinata-chi. For now, he could only extract as much information as possible. Moreover, I hope you will assist me in dealing with Hinata-chi, Obito elaborated. Hinata-chi's eyes are known as the Rebirth Eye, the ultimate dojutsu awakened by consuming the Byakugan of the clan. The black sphere behind it is called the Sealing Orb, possessing the ability to nullify all ninjutsu in existence. Jiraiya gasped in disbelief. Then Hinata-chi is invincible. No ninjutsu can affect him. How are we to confront him? Chapter 156, The Shocking Truth of the Shinobi World. Obito chuckled softly. Jiraiya, you claim to be a sage, yet your ninjutsu is ineffective. Is it not mere senjutsu and taijutsu that you can rely on? However, even with these abilities, you may not be able to strike him. You should be aware that Hinata-chi's current strength undoubtedly surpasses that of this world. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and inquired, "You are aware of his strength. Then how can we possibly defeat him?" Obito, concealed beneath his mask, wore a sinister smile. "Precisely because of this, I seek to ally with you. I also intend to bring you to persuade Nagato to collectively eliminate Hinata-chi. His Rinnegan can only be countered by eyes of equal caliber." Nagato. Jiraiya recalled that young man. "How confident are you?" "Less than 10%. I've already severed ties with Nagato." Obito paused momentarily before continuing, "But with you, Jiraiya, there remains a 30% chance." Jiraiya, well acquainted with his disciple, swiftly expressed his skepticism. Hinata-chi is one of the members of Akatsuki, and his aspirations align with those of Nagato and Yahiko. Both seek to achieve peace through power. On what grounds do you believe Nagato would agree to an alliance? Because of the Ten Tails. Hinata-chi is utilizing the power of Akatsuki. He desires to unify the shinobi world and cannot do so without the strength of the Ten Tails. Obito divulged this secret. It was I who personally invited Hinata-chi to join Akatsuki and disclose the plan regarding the Ten Tails. At that moment, the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Do you think the sudden revelation of my true identity in the shinobi world was mere coincidence? It was Hinata-chi's doing. attempting to drive a wedge between me and Nagato, expelling me from Akatsuki while he alone monitors the Ten Tails plan. Obito's words were taught to him by Hinata K, and it was rather laughable that he only grasped these truths at the moment of his death. It is no wonder Obito was so naive. He had vaguely suspected someone was targeting him, and even Kurizetsu was untrustworthy. Yet, he never anticipated that the power-hungry Hinata K was merely a facade. His true desire was the entire shinobi world. As a transmigrator, Hinata K was privy to all the secrets of this realm, naturally transcending the chessboard of the shinobi world. Devoid of any adversary, this was Hinata K's solitary game. Once, in his youth, he could only watch the pieces move of their own accord. When Hinata K grew powerful, those pieces became mere toys to be manipulated. As Jiraiya absorbed the information provided by Obito, he lowered his gaze, contemplating the veracity of these revelations. He suddenly scoffed. "You speak of Hinata K's schemes, yet do you possess no means of your own?" Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Obito, scrutinizing the blood-red eyes concealed beneath his mask, as if to imply that without some useful intelligence, cooperation was out of the question. "Hinata K's dual persona has indeed deceived me. Yet what are you hiding?" In Jiraiya's perspective, Obito adjusted the mask on his face, seemingly in deep thought, and after a prolonged silence, appeared to reach a resolution. In truth, it was Hinata K who compelled Obito to reveal the truth of the shinobi world to Jiraiya. These matters are in the past. It matters little to disclose them now. Though I am not Uchiha Madara, I am indeed his successor. Jiraiya was taken aback. Uchiha Madara was a legendary ninja from the early days of Konoha's establishment. How could it be that, after so many years, he had chosen Obito to continue an unknown plan? Yet, he realized that the shock of Chiba Mushio and Hinata K being the same person was far greater. This day had witnessed too many events and heard too many unbelievable truths, leaving Jiraiya in a state of astonishment and elevating his mindset. Successor? Jiraiya furrowed his brow in speculation. So, the reason you did not perish at Kikyo Mountain is that you were rescued by Uchiha Madara and chosen as a successor? Obito nodded in affirmation of this hypothesis. Indeed, I inherited Uchiha Madara's will and continued the Ten Tails plan. Jiraiya posed a series of questions. Shouldn't Uchiha Madara have perished in the Valley of the End? Are you certain you did not encounter a false Madara? If Madara selected you as a successor, why is it Nagato who is currently advancing this plan? Do you truly believe a member of the Uzumaki clan could awaken the Rinnegan? Obito instantaneously shifted to sit upon a stone pillar, resting his chin in his hand, looking down at Jiraiya with a disdainful smile. You are quite naive. Uchiha Madara survived the Valley of the End battle through a technique known as Izanagi, and that pair of Rinnegan was, in fact, a product of Uchiha Madara's strength. Jiraiya refrained from posing further inquiries, quietly listening to Obito's tale while continuously reshaping his worldview. With the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama, alongside his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he awakened the Rinnegan just before his demise, becoming unable to execute his plan. Thus, Uchiha Madara sought out Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki with formidable vitality and chakra, to temporarily house his Rinnegan, enabling him to fulfill the task of collecting the tailed beasts while also allowing for his revival at a crucial moment. Obito's words revealed a significant piece of information. The Rinnegan could resurrect the deceased, and I am the executor of this plan, responsible for guiding Nagato down this path. Jiraiya could no longer contain his anger, realizing that the transformation of his disciple into that state bore an undeniable responsibility on the part of the individual before him. So was you who led Nagato to become what he is today, correct? Jiraiya-sensei, do not speak carelessly. I merely provided him with some guidance. Obito waved his hands repeatedly, his tone laced with mockery. If we are to speak of the mastermind, Konoha bears a substantial share of the blame. It was all thanks to Konoha's Danzo that things unfolded so easily. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Although Danzo had perished long ago, he still managed to unearth new scandals, never allowing peace even in death. You, as his teacher, have indeed failed in your duties. Allow me to reveal the truth. Obito's words pierced Jiraiya's heart like a blade, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he provided better guidance to the three, perhaps if he had delayed his departure, the tragedy might have been averted. In its early days, Akatsuki was not the terrifying organization it is now, but rather a group genuinely seeking to guide the shinobi world towards peace. They had even garnered the attention of Hanzo, who intended to bring this organization, sharing similar ideals, under his wing. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Chapter 157 Confession of the Scheme, however, just as the situation appeared to be thriving, Konoha's Danzo was scheming behind the scenes. He harbored misgivings regarding the power of the Rinnegan, fearing that Nagato's organization would threaten Konoha's status, and coveted the strength of the Rinnegan. Therefore, he began to sow discord between Hanzo and Akatsuki, instilling suspicion and fear in Hanzo toward Nagato and his companions. Obito took a brief pause before continuing. In order to maintain his position and power, Hanzo set a trap. He invited Nagato and his group for negotiations, falsely claiming to offer support and cooperation, and they naively believed him. However, what awaited them was a bloody massacre. Hanzo allied with Danzo's forces and launched a surprise attack on Akatsuki, catching Nagato and his companions off guard, resulting in devastating losses. During that battle, Yahiko sacrificed himself to protect Nagato. Nagato witnessed the death of his dear friend, and his pain and anger reached a breaking point. I merely helped him see the truth of this world, teaching him that only absolute power can bring about peace, ultimately leading him to establish Akatsuki. Hinata, K, manipulated Obito, placing the blame for all misdeeds on Konoha, making it the true culprit that set Nagato on the path of darkness. After listening, Jiraiya fell into a prolonged silence. Indeed, Konoha had inflicted immense suffering upon Nagato, first by taking away his parents, and now causing the death of his dear friend. Although these actions stemmed from individuals, Konoha could not escape culpability. Jiraiya took a deep breath and spoke gravely. I never expected such a convoluted entanglement to exist. That Tuanzong fellow acts without scruples for his own selfish desires. Daitu scoffed. Humph. Konoha has always been like this, outwardly pious while concealing countless unspeakable deeds behind the facade. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and countered. We cannot condemn the entirety of Konoha for the actions of a few. There are many righteous individuals within Konoha who continually strive for peace. Daitu dismissed him with a scoff. Hee, I have no interest in wasting breath here. I have shown enough sincerity. Now, it is your turn to make a choice. Shall I send you to your demise now? Or shall we collaborate? Sensing the malice in Daito's tone, Jiraiya remained calm and replied, You speak of others' tales. What of your own? What has transformed the once noble Uchiha Daitu into the being you are now? That is none of your concern. Daito's voice dripped with gloom. This topic reminded him of a girl from his past. I too once yearned for the light. But this ninja world has thrust me into opposition. I will ask you once more, Lord Jiraiya, have you made your decision? Upon hearing Daito's words, Jiraiya smiled with a sense of relief. Indeed, the adversaries of today are striving to amend this flawed world. Nagato, Hinata-chi, and the present Uchiha Daitu. Very well, we shall collaborate. The conditions you proposed are indeed enticing. Let us meet Nagato. I genuinely wish to have a serious discussion with him and attempt to guide him back to the righteous path. Jiraiya rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Moreover, the impending crisis facing the ninja world necessitates a united front from all. The enemy I speak of is not Hinata-chi, nor Uchiha Madara, but an unknown adversary from beyond. A wise choice indeed. Subsequently, Daitu activated Kemi, transporting Jiraiya to the streets of the Land of Rain. What are we doing here in the Land of Rain? How shall we meet Nagato? Jiraiya inquired. Daitu led him into a shop by the roadside to escape the rain, saying, This is the Akatsuki's headquarters. Nagato will come to us. Jiraiya sighed softly. He had already suspected part of the reason, and it seemed true. From another corner of the Kamui space, Hinata-chi smiled as he observed the two depart. The script was unfolding perfectly, although his identity had been exposed. The continual layering of deception had adequately prepared him for his redemption. The formula for a villain's redemption comprises a tragic past, charismatic personality, and lofty goals, all washed clean by the protagonist's eloquence. He perfectly matched these criteria. If he did not seek redemption, who would? Jiraiya had unwittingly provided a perfect rationale for his past actions, dissociative identity. The trauma Hinata Chi endured during his childhood in the Hinata clan led to the emergence of the persona Shinya Mushio, and the duality of his identities accounted for the starkly contrasting behavioral patterns that followed. As long as Jiraiya returned safely, this information would inevitably reach Konoha. This also furnished Hinata Chi with a new avenue for redemption. Should he perform convincingly, he need not feign death to escape. He might directly redeem himself and conceal himself among the forces of order, awaiting the final confrontation. The moment the two arrived in Amage Cure, they were detected by pain. Teacher Jiraiya, how did Uchiha Daitu and he come together? Nagato, bound within the dark rods in a hidden chamber of Amage Cure, wore a perplexed expression. How could these seemingly unrelated individuals join forces and appear simultaneously in Amage Cure? What was their purpose? Did Daitu leak Akatsuki's secrets to Teacher Jiraiya, intending to use him to eliminate me? Of course, it is to persuade you to stand against me. A voice emerged from outside as Hinata Chi pushed open the chamber door and walked in, this time adopting his true appearance. Hinata Chi, what brings you here? Nagato was not surprised by Hinata Chi's presence. With his eyes, such secrets could not remain hidden. I seek collaboration, Hinata Chi stated his purpose. Nagato commanded the 6 paths of pain to linger outside the chamber, preventing any sudden attacks from Hinata Chi. We are already in a cooperative relationship. What more is there to discuss? Hinata Chi intended to share with Nagato his own deductions. Jiraiya and Daitu outside are here to persuade you to join them in eliminating me. Without hesitation, Nagato replied, if that is the case, you need not worry. Cooperation with them is impossible. Although Jiraiya and Nagato shared a mentor-student relationship, their differing allegiances precluded any possibility of collaboration. Furthermore, Daitu had long since severed ties, making cooperation even more implausible. No, I am aware of this matter. I am indeed speaking of the offensive against Kimogakure and Konoha to seize the last 2-tailed beasts, as well as my other identity. Hinata Chi placed his hand over his face, transforming into Shinya Mushio. Such a transformation took Nagato by surprise. He recognized Shinya Mushio without doubt, as that aura could not be masked. I am both Hinata Chi and Shinya Mushio. Hinata Chi produced 2 Akatsuki rings, displaying them before Nagato. Nagato furrowed his brow. So you disguise your identity merely to toy with me? He recalled the conditions for Shinya Mushio's affiliation with Akatsuki, which involved Hinata Chi assisting in repelling the forces of Kimogakure. Yet, it appeared that now it was merely Hinata Chi's solo performance, manipulating Akatsuki with ease. Chapter 158. The Meeting of Jiraiya and Nagato. Hinata Chi shook his head, his expression earnest and sincere. Not at all. I was indeed in a position of helplessness at that time. Nagato's anger flared further. Are you mocking me? Can you not even control your own body? This was initially a rhetorical question born of Nagato's rage. Yet Hinata Chi slowly nodded, responding gravely. The leader is not mistaken. At that time, I truly could not control my own body. Upon hearing this, Nagato felt as though he had been made a fool of. Yet Hinata Chi's next words finally clarified the matter. Hinata Chi began to recount his harrowing past, starting from the tragic experiences of his childhood, during which a new persona, Shinya Mushio, was born within him, one that fantasized about becoming the ruler of nations and leading the world forward. At that time, this persona was not yet mature. Its primary function was to help Hinata Chi bear the pain of bullying and ostracization. Nagato listened intently to Hinata Chi's narrative, his expression gradually shifting from anger to contemplation. Hinata Chi continued, eventually, I completed my revenge and left Konoha, and, as time passed, the persona of Shinya Mushio grew stronger, even beginning to dominate my actions at times. He elaborated on this tale he had just concocted, drawing inspiration from Jiraiya, but modified by Hinata Chi. Over time, these two mentalities would sometimes cooperate and at other times be at odds, resulting in the contradictory actions Hinata Chi had taken. Not long ago, he had finally reconciled this second persona, fully regaining control over his body. My purpose in coming here remains unchanged. I aspire to unify the shinobi world through the power of the 10 tails, thereby realizing my ideals. Hinata passionately echoed the sentiments expressed in his conversation with Jiraiya. As long as we join forces, utilizing the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, no adversary shall stand a chance against us. We shall undoubtedly instigate an unprecedented revolution. Just like the Federation, even if I return power to the people, we can still advance steadily. We can harness the immense strength of the 10 tails to implement this policy throughout the entire ninja world. And in doing so, a perfect world will be born. There will be no oppression, and everyone shall live in abundance. Hinata's incendiary words resonated profoundly in Nagato's ears. Upon hearing them, Nagato fell into a long contemplation, evaluating the feasibility of Hinata's plan. It appeared far superior to his own scheme of inflicting pain on the world using the power of the 10 tails. After a prolonged silence, Nagato took a deep breath and slowly responded. Very well, Hinata, I shall temporarily place my trust in you and accept your invitation. So, how do you propose we proceed? Hinata seemed to anticipate Nagato's inquiry, and a confident smile graced his face. We are merely one step away from merging with the 10 tails. We only need to acquire the 8 tails and 9 tails. Our remaining Akatsuki members, Kisame, Deidara, Konan, you, and I, constitute formidable combatants. Furthermore, I possess a pawn who can seamlessly replace the deceased Uchiha Itachi. He has awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and possesses abilities that are equally impressive. Nagato thought of the brother Itachi had always inquired about. You mean Uchiha Sasuke? Precisely. Hinata affirmed. With such power, we could directly assault Kimogakure and Konohagakure without hesitation. Uchiha Sasuke, Kisame, and Deidara will attack Kimogakure to seize the 8 tails. Sasuke's Sharingan Jinjutsu can control the tail beasts, and with the assistance of these two, we shall prevail. Hinata unabashedly exaggerated Sasuke's capabilities, and Nagato remained oblivious to any discrepancies. After all, with the formidable intellect of Uchiha Itachi in mind, one could only assume that Sasuke, who had slain Itachi, will be no less impressive. Konan, you, and I will assault Konohagakure to acquire the 9 tails. There are 2 reasons for this. We must remain vigilant against Obito and Jiraiya, as they represent the greatest uncertainties in our plan. Nagato slowly nodded, acknowledging the proposal. He decisively stated, Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. We shall prepare for a period before commencing the plan. Excellent, then please handle the 2 individuals outside. Allowing them to continue gathering intelligence would be unwise. Hinata lightly clapped his hands in celebration of their newfound collaboration. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. I've already sent Konan to fetch them. Just then, Hinata heard Jiraiya's voice from afar. Konan, it has been a long time. You have become increasingly beautiful, though your demeanor has grown rather cold. Jiraiya spoke as if he were a familiar elder meeting a long-lost relative, commenting on Konan's transformation. Hinata smirked. As for the matters ahead, it would be inappropriate for me to appear, so I shall take my leave to prepare for what is to come. Very well. In an instant, Hinata vanished, seemingly departing, yet still observing from the clouds with his Tenseigan. Konan opened the door to the secret chamber, leading Jiraiya and Uchiha Obito inside, followed closely by the 6 paths of pain. Their presence was essential. Otherwise, should either of them act suddenly, Nagato would be in a precarious situation. Upon stepping into the chamber, Jiraiya beheld Nagato, who appeared as though he were nailed to a cross, his gaze laden with guilt. Long time no see, Nagato. Long time no see, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya inhaled deeply before suddenly bowing. I am sorry, Nagato. I have learned of your circumstances, and I hope you can forgive Konoha for its transgressions. Nagato scoffed with disdain, for the dead could not be resurrected, and to apologize at this juncture was the epitome of a great nation's arrogance. Ha ha ha! I have long since forgiven Konoha. How could a deity stoop to argue with mere mortals? Nagato's words dripped with sarcasm, and Jiraiya straightened, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Nagato, regardless of your perspective on Konoha, I have come today to urge you to cease your current actions and prevent further harm to the innocent. Jiraiya spoke earnestly. Nagato erupted in laughter. Innocent? In this world filled with so many innocents who would come to their aid. Chapter 159. The Unpleasant Parting Between Two. Nagato's laughter abruptly ceased. His countenance frostbitten as he glared at Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, you are far too naive. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only those with absolute power can effectuate change. What I'm doing now is to establish a brand new world order. Jiraiya shook his head, his eyes filled with resignation. Nagato, you have embarked on a misguided path. Such methods will only yield more suffering and disaster. Jiraiya's gaze remained steadfast as he regarded Nagato, slowly articulating, Nagato, you have been manipulated. Do you not see it? You are simply a pawn in Hinatachi's ambitions. In his attempt to unify the world, you are but a tool for him. At this moment, Jiraiya believed that Hinatachi had deceived Nagato into pursuing the goal of world unity. Nagato, you may not yet realize that Hinatachi is actually Chinamusho. The two are one and the same, with Chinamusho being Hinatachi's alter ego. Now that they have merged, his ambitions have swelled, and he seeks to dominate the entire shinobi world. His pursuit of the power of the Ten Tails is merely a means to exploit you. Jiraiya expected to see surprise or shock on Nagato's face upon hearing this revelation. Yet Nagato's expression remained serene. Nagato replied indifferently, Jiraiya, I'm already aware of all that you speak, and we have forged an alliance. In fact, I owe him my gratitude. He has pointed out the shortcomings in my plan, and the Federation model is indeed remarkably well structured. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya grew increasingly anxious. Nagato, think carefully. Hinatachi's assertions are far too contrived. His so-called ideal world is riddled with flaws. We cannot allow him to continue manipulating you. Jiraiya surveyed the Nagato before him, his heart heavy with disappointment and concern. He had initially believed Nagato would heed his words, but it was evident now that Nagato had been utterly ensnared by Hinatachi's charms. Nagato, you have lost yourself, consumed by the ambitions of Hinatachi. Have you forgotten your ideals shared with Yahiko? Jiraiya's voice carried a note of pleading. Nagato slightly lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Jiraiya. A flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by a resolute glare. Not even his teacher could deter him. Master Jiraiya, I have not forgotten our ideals. Yet I believe Hinatachi's plan holds greater promise for achieving our goals. You are mistaken, Nagato, Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice rising. Hinatachi's plan will only usher in further war and suffering. His ambitions will ultimately obliterate everything people hold dear. Nagato fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. These are necessary sacrifices on the path to a more perfect world. Our power can rectify this flawed existence. Teacher, did you not once say that my eyes are akin to the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage? I shall harness the power of these eyes to transform this world. Jiraiya observed Nagato's resolute expression, his heart heavy with resignation. He understood that no matter what he said now, he could not sway Nagato's convictions. Do you truly believe those eyes belong to you? They are merely a remnant of Uchiha Obito, said Kakashi as he stepped forward. Nagato dismissively shook his head, saying, Do you think I haven't considered this? Even if they belong to Uchiha Obito, what does it matter? If you have come merely to sow discord, I suggest you leave. Out of respect for our past, I shall refrain from taking action against you this time. But should you attempt to obstruct me again, we will have no choice but to confront one another. Very well, Nagato. Since you have made your decision, I have no further words. Should you realize your error, I implore you to turn back in time, Jiraiya stated before turning to depart. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato suddenly called out to him. I wish for you to leave this place and not interfere in our affairs. Jiraiya paused, casting a glance back at Nagato before letting out a deep sigh. You have that which you wish to protect, and I have my own. Since neither of us is willing to yield, we are left with no choice but to engage in battle. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Nagato, do you understand? War can never bring about true peace. Only through love and understanding can we achieve harmony in this world. Nagato scoffed. Love and understanding? Teacher, you are too naive. In this world, only the strong can survive. We must establish order through power. Jiraiya shook his head. Nagato, you are mistaken. Power is not the sole means to resolve issues. If we pursue only power and domination, we shall ultimately find ourselves ensnared in an endless cycle of war and suffering. Nagato remained silent for a moment before speaking. Teacher, I once shared your naive perspective. However, reality has taught me a crucial lesson. Only by wielding absolute power can one protect oneself and all that one cherishes. Jiraiya sighed. Very well, Nagato. Since your mind is made up, I shall say no more. Jiraiya exited the chamber, and beside him, Obito, witnessing their discord, realized his task was complete. He activated his Kimui, drawing Jiraiya into the void, causing him to vanish from sight. The plan proceeded smoothly. Hinata Hayashi, having eavesdropped on their conversation, saw Nagato resolutely reject Jiraiya's proposal. Hinata Hayashi's prior confession also played a role. The next step was to prepare for the assault on Konoha and Kumobikure. Hinata Hayashi retrieved a black gem, the very one acquired during the struggle for the Six Tails. It also served as the medium for the secret technique Rage of Heaven, capable of unleashing its power within a radius of 100 kilometers. Hinata Hayashi intended to deliver this gem to Deidara, as he would be a vital asset in the upcoming assault on Kumobikure. However, Deidara's clay bombs were countered by lightning techniques, and this gem would help mitigate some of his shortcomings. The gem had been modified to acquire abilities akin to Sage tools, enabling it not only to assist Deidara in gathering Sage chakra, but also to accumulate natural energy for a powerful self-detonation. Chapter 160, Excited Deidara. Utilizing his Rinnegan, Hinata Hayashi effortlessly located the artist Deidara, who was engrossed in testing his new art in the wilderness. Upon finding Deidara, Hinata Hayashi saw him intently working with his clay. Excitedly, Deidara lifted his head upon Hinata Hayashi's arrival. Ah, Hinata Hayashi, what brings you here? Are you interested in seeing my newly developed ninjutsu? Deidara grinned. Not much. I just captured the Six Tails and decided to drop by to see you. Hinata Hayashi stood beside Deidara, placing a tray of freshly purchased takoyaki nearby. Hinata Hayashi smiled. Here, enjoy these takoyaki while they are hot. Deidara rubbed his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger, and sat down next to Hinata Hayashi to indulge in the delicious food. The Six-Tailed Jinchuriki is no ordinary person. She is accompanied by a disciple from the Tsuchigumo clan, the inheritor of their secret techniques. I dare not go all out, fearing she might retaliate. In the end, I had to threaten her master-s life to obtain the Six Tails and that secret technique. Hinata Hayashi picked up a skewer of takoyaki, speaking as if sharing amusing tales with an old friend. However, this information had been modified by Hinata Hayashi. The technique posed no threat to him, merely serving as a tool for harvesting weaker foes. Although Hinata Hayashi intended to bestow this technique upon Deidara, proposing it outright would raise unnecessary suspicion. It was more effective to entice Deidara into requesting it himself. As expected, upon hearing of a technique capable of harming Hinata Hayashi, Deidara's interest peaked significantly. Having witnessed Hinata Hayashi's exquisite artistry, he deduced that a technique capable of injuring him must be a formidable form of art itself. Deidara quickly inquired, "What is this technique that could elicit such trepidation from you?" Hinata Hayashi gently shook his head. "Of course, I am not invincible. There are still beings in this world who can harm me." Hinata Hayashi referred to the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars, for perhaps only their strongest could inflict harm upon him. The Tsuchigumo clan possesses a powerful secret technique known as Rage of Heaven, which wields immense power. The user can act as a vessel to absorb surrounding natural energy and then unleash an explosion from the center outward, capable of annihilating an area with a radius exceeding several hundred kilometers. During the Third Great Ninja War, the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan used this ninjutsu to obliterate an entire village in an instant. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. "That cannot be true. You must be jesting. Such an art exceeds anything I could have imagined as the ultimate strike." Hinata Hayashi smirked. "Why would I deceive you? Due to the immense power and danger of this technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen requested that the Tsuchigumo clan seal it away and classify it as forbidden. He promised that when the Tsuchigumo clan faced peril, Konoha would lend them full support. As a former Konoha ninja, all this information is documented in the Shinobi Code. I may have doubted it before, but now I believe it. Hinata Hayashi waved the black gem before Deidara, smiling mysteriously. This is the medium for utilizing that technique. I have studied it and confirmed that this gem can indeed assist the user in gathering natural energy. However, the method is rather crude. After my modifications, it retains its original capabilities while also aiding in the gathering of Sage Chakra, enhancing the power of ninjutsu. Upon hearing Hinata Hayashi's words, a sense of yearning blossomed within Deidara. He had always pursued the pinnacle of artistry, and this Rage of Heaven technique sounded like a perfect masterpiece. A single strike could devastate an area of 100 kilometers. It was the most exquisite art crafted by the heavens. Furthermore, as Hinata Hayashi mentioned, it could enhance the power of ninjutsu, which would also amplify his explosive techniques. Brother Hayashi, could you teach me that technique? Deidara questioned with a flattering expression. I feel that this ninjutsu is perfectly suited for me. Hinata Hayashi feigned difficulty. I still need to study this technique. Sensing the hesitation, Deidara quickly insisted. Brother Hayashi, please agree to teach me. I promise to utilize this technique responsibly and create even greater art. Observing Deidara's fervor, Hinata Hayashi inwardly chuckled while maintaining an outward facade of indecision. However, this technique is far too dangerous. I fear you may not be able to control its power. Deidara clasped his hands together, urgently asserting, I want tea. Brother Hayashi, my pursuit of art knows no bounds. I will surely master the power of this technique. Hinata Chi gazed into Deidara's resolute eyes, realizing he had fallen into the trap. He feigned contemplation for a moment before reluctantly saying, very well. Who am I to refuse when you address me as Big Brother? Deidara leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, wonderful. Thank you, Chi and I shall ensure that this secret technique shines even more brilliantly in my hands. Now, turn your back and expose it. I will implant this gem for you. Hinata Chi instructed. Deidara, thrilled, obediently turned around, sat cross-legged, and removed his upper garment. Hinata Chi affixed the gem to Deidara's back, channeling Senjutsu Chakra to merge the dark gem into Deidara's body. Suddenly, flesh and blood surged behind Deidara, swiftly drawing the gem within, establishing a connection with his entire chakra network. Under Hinata Chi's guidance, the integration of the black gem was executed effortlessly. Deidara, feeling the power surging within him, exclaimed, Chi and I feel invigorated with strength. Hinata Chi nodded and remarked, indeed, the medium for the Rage of Heaven has been successfully implanted within you. However, you must practice diligently to truly master this technique. Subsequently, Hinata Chi elaborated on various methods of utilizing natural energy and the Rage of Heaven. Deidara absorbed the knowledge with ease, for he was a prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent who joined Akatsuki at the age of 12. I believe I can unlock even more artistic possibilities, Deidara proclaimed, feeling as though his mind had been cleared, with this new power opening a new realm for him. Hinata Chi patted Deidara's shoulder, encouraging him, do not let my efforts go to waste. I shall take my leave to rest now. Rest assured, Chi and I will undoubtedly create the most exquisite art. Deidara vowed, thumping his chest. I trust you. Hinata Chi smiled, turning to depart. He knew that his plan had come to fruition, and Deidara had become an integral part of it. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for manipulating the naive Deidara, the latter's elation was evident, marking a win-win situation. Chapter 161. Sasuke joins Akatsuki amidst the chaos in Konoha. Hinata Chi bid farewell to the exuberant Deidara and returned to Otogeikure, seeking out Sasuke, who was diligently honing his Mokuton ninjutsu. Senpai, you called for me? Sasuke approached eagerly upon seeing Hinata Chi. Yes, Hinata Chi replied, your strength has reached a plateau. Combat is essential for your advancement. I intend to introduce you to Akatsuki to take Itachi's place. Upon hearing that he would replace Itachi, Sasuke's eyes widened in excitement. Could it mean that his senpai had recognized him? This is wonderful. Hinata, Chi sternly cautioned. Once you join Akatsuki, you will be among Itachi's former comrades. You represent his face, and you must never allow your emotions to dictate your actions. Sasuke felt warmth in his heart at Hinata, Chi's admonition and earnestly nodded. I will not bring shame to Nizan. Remember your words, Hinata Chi said, producing Itachi's vermilion ring and handing it to Sasuke. Consider this a relic of Itachi. I entrust it to you, so do not tarnish his reputation. Sasuke solemnly accepted the vermilion ring, donning it on his finger, his gaze reflecting determination and resolve. Hinata Chi observed Sasuke, nodding slightly before continuing. The members of Akatsuki are formidable. Be prepared to confront various situations. Sasuke clenched his fists and declared, I understand. I will earn their recognition. Hinata Chi escorted Sasuke to Akatsuki's secret base. Upon sighting Sasuke, the other members displayed a myriad of expressions. This is Itachi's brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who will now take Itachi's place and continue the missions with us. Kisame was the first to step forward, scrutinizing Sasuke with a disdainful smirk. So this is Itachi's brother? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Kisame held a grudge against Sasuke for having killed his comrade. Sasuke tightened his fists but recalled Hinata Chi's warning, suppressing his simmering anger. Deidara, however, was indifferent to Sasuke's arrival, preoccupied with his own artistic aspirations. Pain regards Sasuke coolly, stating, Since you are here, adhere to Akatsuki's rules. I hope you can fulfill your role. Sasuke inhaled deeply and responded, I will. Hinata Chi subtly nodded at Pain, indicating that Sasuke was temporarily under his care, ensuring that nothing detrimental befell him, as he still held significant value. Within Konoha, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was exceedingly tense. Tsunade furrowed her brow, while Shizen beside her had set down the documents in her hands. The cause for their distress was not trivial. A string of dire news had just arrived. First, the Ketsukami clan was attacked by Obito, resulting in the emergence of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Subsequently, Asuma's team encountered the Akatsuki, leading to Asuma's death, with his body just returned. According to Choji and Ino's accounts, the enemy's tactics were increasingly sinister. If the Six Tails and Rage of Heaven fell into the hands of Akatsuki or Obito, the implications were utterly unfathomable. Report. At that moment, an Anbu swiftly entered the Hokage's office to deliver urgent news. The Twilight Squad is just outside Konoha, and among their ranks are the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, and the descendant of the Ketsukami clan. What? Repeat that. Tsunade exclaimed, rising in disbelief. The Anbu reiterated the situation he had witnessed. Tsunade's anxious heart finally eased. With the return of the Six Tails, Jinchuriki, and Rage of Heaven, the matter could be deemed perfectly resolved. As long as they safeguarded the three Jinchuriki, they could gradually counterattack Akatsuki, and the ensuing issues would resolve themselves. Bring them in. I wish to hear their account of the mission, she commanded. Yes. Shortly thereafter, a group of 18 swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade's heart sank. She felt no elation from the supposed successful mission, only an overwhelming sense of gloom. Even the usually boisterous Naruto silently followed Kakashi. Tsunade quickly inquired, Kakashi, report on the details of the mission. Understood, Kakashi replied, recounting the events as they unfolded. From the moment Yugao and Ing were persuaded by the Mist Ninja to join, to Shikamaru's arrival and the defeat of the immortal duo, and finally to Pain and Hinata Chi's appearance, who took the Six Tails and Rage of Heaven away. Tsunade's mood plummeted. What she had thought was a flawlessly executed mission had turned out to be a failure. Her expression darkened as she declared, the audacious Akatsuki. How dare they act with such impunity? Shizen, concerned, remarked, this situation has become even more complicated. The Six Tails Jinchuriki has also fallen into their hands. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. We cannot allow them to continue unchecked. We must devise a countermeasure. Upon hearing this, the mood among the gathered individuals soured further. Realizing her own slip of composure, Tsunade quickly reassured them. You have all performed admirably, having eliminated 2 Akatsuki members, significantly reducing their combat strength. You are the heroes of the shinobi world. Go and take your rest. Just as they were about to leave, another Umbu rushed in with an urgent report. The situation was dire, and he could not afford to be concerned about the current atmosphere. The Umbu swiftly stated, Orochimaru is just outside the gate. He wishes to see the Hokage. He claims to possess vital intelligence. Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily. Orochimaru? Had he not been slain by that Uchiha descendant, Uchiha Sasuke? Tsunade and Kakashi quickly connected the dots. They had been present to confirm Orochimaru's fate and were aware of Jiraiya's plan. With Orochimaru's arrival and Jiraiya's absence, it implied a multitude of things. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief at the implications of her deductions. Kakashi's expression was grave, and upon hearing the news, Naruto was equally agitated. Sasuke had been lured away by Orochimaru. Could it be that questioning Orochimaru would reveal the truth? Naruto, still in the guise of his alter ego, did not follow the others as they departed. With an intense yearning in his eyes, he turned to Tsunade and implored, Tsunade-bachan, may I stay? I wish to ask Orochimaru some questions. Tsunade forced a smile, replying, Naruto, you should go rest for now. If there is any news about Sasuke, I will inform you immediately. Tsunade was overwhelmed with sorrow as she had not received a single good piece of news that day. Naruto persisted, Tsunade-bachan, please let me stay. Kakashi sighed, Tsunade-sama, perhaps it would be best to allow Naruto to remain. He has the right to know what follows. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade nodded, very well, Naruto. Stand behind me. Understood. Naruto seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still exhilarated at the prospect of learning about Sasuke. The rest of the members of Team 10 had already retreated to rest. Chapter 162, Orochimaru's Bargain. Naruto's fury. Shortly thereafter, several Umbu escorted Orochimaru, bound with sealing techniques, into the Hokage's office. The moment Naruto laid eyes on Orochimaru, he stepped forward, urgently demanding, where is Sasuke now? Orochimaru disregarded the youth before him. Licking his lips and addressing Tsunade, it has been a long time. His escape here had not been without considerable effort. Although Hinata was occupied with Jiraiya, several allied ninjas had pursued him to the borders of the Land of Fire. Tsunade, however, had no desire for pleasantries with Orochimaru. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising in anger. Where is Jiraiya? He went to rescue you. Why did he not return with you? What transpired in the Federation? Orochimaru sneered. That fool probably perished while trying to relay information to me. Battling Hinata. Tsunade's face turned pale, her body swayed slightly, and Shizen rushed forward to support her. What Federation? What Hinata? What has happened? This cannot be. Sensei Jiraiya would not fall so easily, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. His brows furrowed. Orochimaru, you had better explain everything clearly. Orochimaru smiled, unfazed by their anger. I promised Jiraiya I would deliver the information, and so I have come. Tsunade's gaze sharpened, then speak quickly. Orochimaru, feeling in control, leisurely replied, I have a condition as part of this transaction. Tsunade clenched her teeth, suppressing her pain and anger. Orochimaru, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Orochimaru chuckled dismissively. Do not be so heartless, Tsunade. The information I bring concerns the fate of the entire ninja world and the survival of Konoha. Kakashi took a step forward, watching Orochimaru warily. First, tell us your terms. Orochimaru surveyed the group, then slowly stated, I want you to lift the pursuit against me and provide me with a safe haven. In exchange, I will disclose all the secrets of the Federation that I am aware of. Furthermore, I will assist you in repelling the enemies lurking behind the scenes. This condition is not too harsh, considering Hinata is also hunting me. Of all places, Konoha is the safest. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he cried out, no. That information was paid for with Sensei Jiraiya's life. You cannot have it. Tsunade pondered for a moment before saying, Orochimaru, we cannot ascertain the truth of your words. If you deceive us, Konoha will be plunged into greater peril. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Tsunade, you must understand that the current situation is highly unfavorable for you. Miss this opportunity, and you may never uncover the truth. Remember, this is information Jiraiya paid for with his life. At that moment, Shizen, who had remained silent, spoke up. Hokage-sama, perhaps we should hear him out, but we must remain vigilant. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her fury, and finally nodded. Very well, Orochimaru. Reveal all that you know. If your information proves true, I will consider your terms. Orochimaru smiled slyly, having achieved his goal. He began narrating his experiences, from encountering Hinata to being manipulated by him, and finally being controlled by his second persona, Chinua Mushio, to execute the plan for Konoha's downfall, and how Jiraiya had ultimately rescued him, including their conversation and Jiraiya's speculations about Hinata's dual persona. Orochimaru recounted the words spoken by Hinata before his self-detonation verbatim. Upon finishing, the room fell into a deep silence, with everyone lost in shock and contemplation. Naruto rushed forward, attempting to seize Orochimaru. You dare say that Mushio is a member of the Akatsuki? Tsunade-bachan, we cannot trust him. Orochimaru scoffed. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But this is the truth, and it is the message Jiraiya urged me to convey. At the mention of his teacher's name, Naruto felt a flicker of belief ignite within him, clenching his fists tightly. The very person who had once aided him, Mushio, was now implicated in the theft of the Six Tails and the corruption of Sasuke. Had they truly merged into one? And now, this individual had taken the life of his beloved teacher. How could it be so? Why could everyone not coexist harmoniously, sharing meals and conversations, ultimately reaching reconciliation? Naruto stood there, lost in thought, memories flooding his mind. Moments spent with Jiraiya, learning ninjutsu, shopping for clothes together, their travels, and the past with Mushio. He recalled how Mushio had encouraged him to step out of the shadows and revealed the truth about his parents. He simply could not accept that the very person who had once offered him support and encouragement was one of the masterminds behind this series of tragedies. Moreover, it was he who had taken the life of his most cherished teacher. Furthermore, Konoha had indeed acted in error, intruding upon a foreign land as forbidden territory. Even if they were killed, Konoha could not voice any objections. His tears flowed like a torrential river, filled with anguish and confusion. Why had it come to this? Why could everyone not coexist peacefully? Naruto murmured, his voice laden with sorrow and despair, recalling Mushio's warm smile and encouraging words, which still echoed in his ears. Yet now, all of it had transformed into the most brutal of lies. Naruto clenched his fists, his body trembling with a mix of rage and sorrow. He could not comprehend why there was such conflict and hatred between people. He had always believed that with effort and goodwill, peace could be achieved. However, with the loss of Jiraiya, Sasuke's disorientation, and Mushio's transformation, his faith began to waver. What was he to do? How could he change all of this? Tsunade spoke. Naruto, this is the situation. I am sorry. I supported him in undertaking this mission. Tsunade was concerned that Naruto might recklessly confront Hinata, so she took the blame upon herself. Tears streamed down Naruto's face like beads from a broken string. The perverse sage would never allow you to take such risks. Why did you let him undertake such a dangerous task? With that, Naruto stormed out. Kakashi watched Naruto's retreating figure and said to Tsunade, "You need not bear this burden alone." "I must," Tsunade replied, appearing strong while her eyes betrayed her sorrow. "As Hokage, I must remain steadfast. Let us discuss matters seriously. Kakashi, you're the most familiar with Hinata in the village. Share your thoughts. Can Orochimaru's words be trusted?" Kakashi thoughtfully remarked that the origins of dissociative identity disorder often stem from childhood trauma, psychological stress, and one's formative environment. Hinata K, burdened by hatred since childhood and subjected to oppression by members of the main family, is highly likely to exhibit such a condition. Furthermore, the stark contrast in behavior and personality traits between Hinata and Chiba Mushio lends credence to the authenticity of this intelligence. Tsunade nodded slightly in agreement, believing that no one could convincingly portray such a radically different second persona. Chapter 163, Jiraiya returns. Master and apprentice reunite. Naruto burst out of the door, racing through the village like a wild beast, heedless of everything around him. His tears scattered in the fierce wind, yet the anguish within him felt like a heavy boulder. nearly suffocating him. He arrived at the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, gazing at the impossibly familiar sign and memories of joyous times spent eating noodles with his mentor. Jiraiya flooded back like a tide. Those images, once filled with laughter and warmth, now cut at his heart like sharp blades. Tears once again streamed uncontrollably down his face, and his throat felt constricted as he choked out, "Sensei, why is this happening? Why?" Lost in despair, he continued onward until he reached a quiet corner of the village, where an ancient tree stood like a silent witness. Leaning against the tree, he slowly crouched down, burying his head deep between his arms, his body trembling slightly. "Naruto, you cannot become Hokage like this." Just then, a familiar voice that made his heart race softly resonated from behind him. Startled, Naruto jerked up as if struck by lightning. He slowly raised his head, disbelief filling his eyes, and turned around. There stood Jiraiya, wearing a warm smile, his familiar features and kind gaze suggesting that nothing had changed. "Perverted sage, you're alive?" Naruto's voice trembled violently, and tears burst forth like a torrential flood. Jiraiya approached Naruto with steady steps, crouching beside him, gently patting his shoulder, and spoke with a tender yet firm tone. "I am not so easily defeated, kid. This world still awaits my exploration and to witness you grow into the true Hokage." Naruto leaped into Jiraiya's embrace, sobbing heartily as if to release all his pain and grievances. "Perverted sage, I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared, truly frightened." Jiraiya, enveloped in Naruto's embrace, felt a rush of emotions, and, without his control, blood began to trickle from his nose. "Naruto, don't cry like a child. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" Naruto released Jiraiya, using his sleeve to wipe away his tears, striving to calm himself, and asked, "Sensei, what happened?" "Orochimaru said you." Jiraiya rose, gazing into the distance with a serious expression. "I was rescued by Obito. He intends for us to unite against Hinata and the Akatsuki." Naruto clenched his fists tightly. "That guy Obito is undoubtedly plotting something again. Last time he attempted to seize the secret techniques of the Tsuchigumo clan." Jiraiya gently shook his head. "Naruto, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. We must think calmly about how to respond to the impending situation. Also, please revert your transformation. There is no need for it in Konoha." Jiraiya did not dislike the current situation, but he was concerned that excessive blood loss might ensue from his nosebleed. Taking a deep breath, Naruto made an effort to regain his composure and reverted his transformation, saying, "Understood, perverted sage." Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a sense of pride. "Now that's more like it. Naruto, let's head back to the Hokage office and clarify the situation to Tsunade and the others." Just then, Tsunade and the others hurriedly arrived upon receiving word. Seeing Jiraiya safe and sound, the tension that had weighed on Tsunade's heart finally dissipated. "You old fool. You've worried everyone sick," she sighed in relief. Jiraiya, sensing Tsunade's concern, struck an exaggerated pose and laughed. "Haha, I'm the Toad Sage. It's not that easy to take me down." However, the abrupt movement caused pain to his wounds, and blood seeped from his sleeve once more. "Idiot!" Tsunade glared at him, her palm glowing with green light as she placed her hand on Jiraiya's arm to heal his injuries. "Shizen, take Jiraiya to the hospital. I'm fine. A simple treatment will suffice. We are short on time. The Akatsuki may attack Konoha at any moment, and we must devise a plan immediately," Jiraiya insisted, furrowing his brow in pain. The group returned to the Hokage office to analyze the latest intelligence, and Tsunade even called Nara Shikaku to join them. Jiraiya sat in a chair, while the others gathered around him. Kakashi stepped forward first. "Since you are unharmed, we need to reconsider the intelligence provided by Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. "What did Orochimaru tell you? Let us compare it with what I know." Kakashi recounted Orochimaru's intelligence, and, after listening, Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement of Orochimaru's analysis. "This intelligence is credible. Hinata indeed admitted to merging with the second persona, Chiba Mushio." Subsequently, Jiraiya elaborated on the details following Orochimaru's departure, recounting how Obito came to rescue him. Lost in thought, Shikaku was the first to speak. "Based on your descriptions, I suspect Hinata K does not fully control his second persona. Chiba Mushio's consciousness may still linger within his subconscious. From the records of Hinata K's actions, he typically concludes battles swiftly with overwhelming strength, either refraining from engaging or finishing fights with remarkable speed. We may be able to awaken his second persona, allowing Chiba Mushio's awareness to return to his body. We could enlist the help of the Yamanaka clan, as they are experts in the realm of the soul. Furthermore, given that Hinata's sisters hastily applied for marriage upon returning from the Sound Village, we can deduce that the fusion of Chiba Mushio and Hinata K occurred quite recently. If anyone can persuade Hinata K, it would undoubtedly be Hinata Hanabi and Hinata. After hearing Shikaku's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing that, in the face of Hinata K's extraordinary power, the best approach would be to employ wits when brute force was not an option. Jiraiya added, "We must also prepare for the worst. The Akatsuki could attack Konoha at any moment, and we must be thoroughly prepared." Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded. "I understand. I have already dispatched people to bolster our defenses. Furthermore, against a formidable foe like Hinata K, ordinary ninja attacks would be utterly ineffective." Jiraiya's gaze turned to Naruto. Noticing his teacher's attention, Naruto hurriedly shook his head. "I won't run away. I will stand with everyone to fend off the enemy." Perverted sage, I've developed my latest ultimate technique. There's absolutely no problem. Chapter 164. What is an enemy? What is a friend? Jiraiya anticipated Naruto's stubbornness and knew he would refuse his proposal. No. Reliable intelligence indicates that Hinata K possesses a ninjutsu known as the Seeking Ball, which grants immunity to all ninjutsu. Only sage techniques and taijutsu can inflict harm. Naruto, I hope you can go to Miyaboka Mountain to learn sage techniques. Only by mastering them can you hope to defeat Hinata K. Jiraiya expressed two distinct thoughts. One was, as he mentioned, to have Naruto master the sage techniques to defeat Hinata K. The other was, naturally, to allow Naruto to train in Miyabokuzen to evade the pursuit of Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately recognized the heavy responsibility he bore. Clenching his fists, he nodded resolutely, declaring, "Rest assured, I will surely learn sage jutsu." At that moment, Tsunade posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. What happened next? "It was Obito who saved me," Jiraiya replied after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was taken aback. What could his motive possibly be? Tsunade furrowed her brow in confusion, struggling to comprehend the underlying issues. While Jiraiya's survival was indeed a blessing, Konoha was at odds with Obito. Why would he save his enemy? This conundrum eluded her understanding. Observing the perplexed expressions of those around him, Jiraiya promptly elucidated. According to him, it was to retaliate against Hinata K. They once collaborated, and it was Obito's invitation that led Hinata K to join Akatsuki. However, later on, Hinata K and Chiba Moku struck a deal, both desiring the power of the 10 Tails, thereby secretly opposing Obito. A few years ago, when Obito's identity was exposed, Nagato expelled him from Akatsuki. Furthermore, the alliance demanded intelligence that led us to encircle Obito, and this time, Hinata K's appearance nearly resulted in Obito's demise. These events were part of a grand scheme orchestrated by both Hinata K and Chiba Moku. Currently, Obito is no longer a match for Hinata K. Thus he sought to rescue me, the one privy to the truth, in hopes of collaborating with us. We have fallen victim to Hinata K's ploy, utilizing us as tools for his own ends. Anger flared in Tsunade's eyes. Anyone would feel deeply aggrieved by such manipulation. Jiraiya offered a wry smile. Indeed, I have inadvertently stumbled upon these secrets. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Hinata K has truly ensnared us all, not just us, but the entire shinobi world. In a rational analysis, Jiku continued, this suggests that although their personalities are independent, they can cooperate in many respects. Naruto remained silent for a considerable time, his thoughts tumultuous. Once filled with hatred for Obito, the one who had slain his parents, he now found that Obito had saved his master Jiraiya, becoming an ally intent on joining forces with Konoha against their enemies. He also recalled Hinata K, a former friend who had morphed into a formidable foe. These revelations left Naruto in a state of utter confusion and disarray, his convictions severely shaken. Unsure of what to believe or how to confront these complexities, he felt lost. Witnessing Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya, uncertain how to console him, sighed and continued, "Let me recount what transpired next." Everyone held their breath, listening intently to his account. In truth, behind Obito and Nagato, there lay a principal mastermind, Uchiha Madara. The mere mention of Uchiha Madara's name startled the assembly. Tsunade furrowed her brow, saying, "Uchiha Madara? I thought he was dead." We confirmed that Obito had been masquerading as him. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he replied, "Indeed, Uchiha Madara has passed." But he had meticulously prepared everything. Both Obito and Nagato are mere pawns in his game. The machinations of Hinata and Chiba Moku might have been anticipated by him. Madara did not perish in the Valley of the End. Rather, he obtained the flesh of the first Hokage and, in conjunction with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, fused the Rinnegan before his demise. Jiku swallowed hard, feeling the oppressive weight of engaging with a legendary ninja. This makes sense. The bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths was divided into the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Uchiha recognized this history and sought to replicate the Sage's power. However, as his life neared its end, he entrusted his eyes and dreams to Nagato and Obito to carry forth. Tsunade promptly shook her head, dismissing Jiku's theory. No, he undoubtedly harbors grander designs. The 10 Tails may be part of his plan. Nagato's rudimentary strategy could not have originated from Uchiha Madara, who, alongside my great-grandfather, established the shinobi village system. How could he propose such a crude scheme? Kakashi interjected, his demeanor serious. What, then, is his true objective? Jiraiya inhaled deeply. Regardless of his intentions, our adversaries extend beyond Nagato and Hinata. We also contend with Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows. Obito disclosed these secrets to me in hopes of persuading Nagato to join us against Hinata. Yet, I failed. Nagato has allied with Hinata, determined to employ the power of the 10 Tails to transform the shinobi world. Afterward, Obito returned me to Konoha. He should currently be at the Memorial Stone. Upon concluding Jiraiya's narrative, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped the group, akin to an unstoppable tide surging within their hearts. Each individual mentioned by Jiraiya stood as an overwhelmingly formidable foe. Now, these terrifying entities were not only engaging in a relentless battle, but had also united. This did not even account for Obito, who temporarily aligned with Konoha. As they absorbed this shocking intelligence, they glimpsed the broader tableau of the situation. However, upon uncovering the truth behind it all, despair consumed them, for they beheld numerous powerful hands brazenly manipulating the intricacies of the shinobi world. Previously, they had regarded themselves as pivotal figures within the shinobi realm, never anticipating that they were merely larger pieces on a grand chessboard. It was akin to a cultivator, having endured millennia of arduous training, finally ascending to a higher realm only to joyfully leap from their original world, only to be met with despair upon realizing that this so-called ascension was a meticulously crafted ruse, and those yearning for higher realms were merely fodder for an external force seeking power. Jiku contemplated for a moment, stating, "If this is the case, then the situation we face is graver than we imagined." Chapter 165. Tsunade's orders, Kakashi and Obito's dialogue. The atmosphere in the office grew somber, faced with such adversity. How could one not feel despair? Yet at that moment, Naruto seemed to have come to a realization, emerging from his despondency, replaced by an unwavering resolve. He lifted his head, declaring, "No matter what, regardless of who the enemy is, I will not allow them to succeed." Naruto's words possessed an enchanting quality, lifting the spirits of those who had plummeted into despair. Tsunade was the first to regain her composure. She swiftly issued commands. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, as ninjas, we must fight until the very last moment, refusing to surrender the shinobi world to those individuals. I hereby command, Jiraiya, you must immediately go to the hospital for treatment and ensure you regain your combat strength within 3 days. Understood. Jiraiya, recognizing Tsunade's concern for him, felt a surge of happiness in complying with her order. Kakashi, you are to seek out Uchiha Obito by the Memorial Stone and extract as much information from him as possible. Understood, Kakashi affirmed, eager to engage Obito in meaningful dialogue. Naruto, proceed to Myobo-Kuzen to learn sage techniques, preparing to confront Hinata. Naruto nodded earnestly. Grandma Tsunade, I will certainly master sage jutsu. In addition, maintain communication with Jiowei. Inform him that the Ten Tails plan is to capture him. If he does not wish to become part of the Ten Tails, he must cooperate with Konoha. This is a conjecture from Konoha. When the Akatsuki captured the Three Tails, the host of the Five Tails, Han, managed to cooperate with the tailed beast at the last moment, becoming the perfect host. The think tank of Konoha has analyzed that the tailed beasts do not wish to be captured by the Akatsuki and ultimately become part of the Ten Tails, which is why they seek cooperation with their host to unleash their full potential. Naruto patted his chest and assured, rest assured. Little Joe has already promised me that if the Akatsuki attacks, we will join forces to defeat them. I trust him. Hearing Naruto's address and Tsunade's threat, the Nine Tails within him growled in anger. The Senju clan is as annoying as ever. Senju Hashirama was one, and his granddaughter is no different. And you, do not call me Little Gio. Understood, Little Gio. Naruto patted his abdomen and then activated a reverse summoning technique, vanishing from the spot. Upon seeing Naruto leave, Tsunade nodded with relief. Shizen, now summon all the ninjas on missions and notify Kumobikure. Inform them that the Six Tails has been captured by the Akatsuki and to prepare their defenses. The remaining tailed beasts are the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. Also, request assistance from Sunagakure and inform Kirigakure. In exchange, we can share the crucial information we have obtained. Understood. Shizen nodded seriously. Among the ninja villages, Konoha has the best relationship with Sunagakure, so the first thought for assistance is Gaara. I will discuss terms with that old fox, Inoki. Tsunade inwardly dreaded seeking help from Inoki, knowing that he would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation without regard for the safety of the ninja world. However, there was no other choice. The ninja world was in imminent danger, and they had to seek external assistance. Kakashi arrived at the Konoha Memorial Stone and saw a figure staring blankly at the grave, where the name Noera Rin was inscribed. Obito, it has been a long time. Kakashi approached, hands in pockets, standing beside Obito. We meet often. After all, that knife in my chest was delivered by you. Obito's voice carried a tinge of mockery, tinged with resentment. After all, if it weren't for Kakashi's blade, he might not have been killed by Hyuga Neji. His plan could have proceeded smoothly, allowing him to replace Neji, become the Ten Tails host, resurrect Rin, and establish a perfect world. Instead, he had become a mere pawn to Neji. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's suppressed emotions began to unravel. He could not comprehend Obito's actions. A knife? I would gladly kill you myself. The Obito who used to advise me to cherish my comrades is now but a shadow of his former self. Kakashi felt an unfamiliar rage directed at the current Obito. If Rin knew of your actions, she would never forgive you. Obito's body trembled slightly, and a look of anguish crossed his masked face as he shouted. Why do you have to mention Rin? She is already dead. You killed her, and this world has long since ceased to have a place for her. Everything he had done was built upon the Eye of the Moon plan, but Neji had revealed that the plan was nothing but a deception. Thus, everything he had done was a mistake, and he had become an unequivocal sinner. Kakashi gradually regained his composure. After I complete my mission, I will leave this world to seek Rin's forgiveness. Everything you have done will be nailed to the pillar of shame, and you will never receive Rin's forgiveness. Obito's eyes widened as he glared at Kakashi. You speak nonsense. Everything I did was for Rin, to create a world with her. Kakashi coldly replied, but your methods are misguided, bringing only more suffering and death. If Rin were still alive, she would never wish to see you like this. Kakashi took a deep breath and continued, Obito, it is not too late to turn back. Join us in fighting against the true enemy. Perhaps there is still a chance to atone for your mistakes. Obito remained silent for a long time, regaining his calm, and slowly raised his head. You have finally revealed your true self. All this talk was merely a ploy to extract information from me, was it not? Talk of atonement is just your trivial act. In truth, he wanted to heed Kakashi's words and atone for his wrongs, but he felt powerless. Any abnormal behavior would draw Niji's attention, disturbing Rin's soul, leading to his irrevocable sin. Just then, a gust of wind howled past, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Kakashi chose not to say anything further. He simply gazed at Obito, awaiting his final response. Obito placed a handful of bellflowers at the grave and stood up, passing by Kakashi. Chapter 166. The Alliance of Ninja Villages. The two stood back to back, and Obito slowly stated, "I will provide Konoha with information about Pain. But not because of you, Kakashi. It is merely in exchange for your help in dealing with those traitors." This was what Niji wanted to convey. In the original story, it was Jiraiya who risked his life to gather intelligence. Now, Niji could only use this method to relay information to Konoha. Kakashi's eyes flickered with complex emotions as he turned his head, his voice low and firm. "Obito, I hope you can keep your word. Konoha needs this information to address the crisis. It is not only for the village, but for the entire ninja world. You were once a member of Konoha. I firmly believe that a part of you still cares for the village." Obito's footsteps paused slightly, yet he did not turn back, coldly responding, "Kakashi, do not think so highly of me. My actions are merely to achieve my own goals. The fate of Konoha and the ninja world is of no concern to me. However, since I have promised, I will provide you with the information. But do not expect me to stand on the same front as you." Kakashi took a deep breath and replied, "Regardless of your intentions, as long as it brings useful information to Konoha, it is a good thing. But I still hope you can see your true self and not continue down the wrong path." Obito snorted coldly, choosing not to respond, his figure gradually receding, leaving Kakashi alone at the memorial stone, lost in thought. Kakashi gazed at Obito's departing figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He understood that Obito's heart was still filled with conflict and struggle, but at least there was now a glimmer of hope for obtaining intelligence. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi informed Tsunade of his meeting with Obito. Tsunade furrowed her brows, pondering the subsequent countermeasures. Meanwhile, Naruto began arduous training in Senjutsu at Myobokuzen. Under the guidance of Fukasaku, Naruto continuously attempted to absorb natural energy, and despite repeated failures, he remained undeterred, further solidifying his resolve. Jiraiya was receiving treatment in the hospital. Although his injuries were severe, his tenacious will and excellent medical ninjutsu allowed for a relatively favorable recovery progress. On the other hand, Shizen successfully recalled the ninjas on missions and sent out signals for assistance to Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure. Upon learning of the Six Tails' capture by the Akatsuki, Kumogakure immediately heightened their defenses. Gaara of Sunagakure, upon receiving the request for aid, unhesitatingly expressed his full support for Konoha. Terumi Mei of Kirigakure also subsequently agreed to Konoha's call for assistance. Only Inoki of Awagakure agreed to the request after Konoha made certain concessions. Soon after, teams from various ninja villages gathered in the Hokage's office in Konoha. Daryamu took the initiative to inquire, "Pray tell, what intelligence does Konoha possess? It would only aid us in preparing for the impending confrontation, would it not?" Tsunade produced the intelligence concerning Lu Dao Pain, delivered by Dado, along with several records of Hinata's actions. This is the formidable adversary we are about to face. The gathered individuals exchanged glances as they perused the documents, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Upon seeing the name Hinata, Terumi Mei involuntarily shivered, as the mere sight of it conjured immense psychological trauma. During the battle for the Three Tails, his peculiar tactics and overwhelming power had inflicted unprecedented pressure upon her. The foes we confront possess the two most potent ocular techniques in the ninja world, Hinata and Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye. Furrowing his brow, Inoki remarked, "Indeed, we are faced with a most troublesome enemy. Both the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye boast unprecedented formidable ocular techniques." Gaara's expression turned somber, yet we cannot falter. We must devise a strategy. Should we retreat, the ninja world may truly meet its end. Terumi Mei concurred precisely. Our alliance of the 5 great ninja villages should not be devoid of fighting strength. Tsunade clenched her fists upon the table. Let's first calmly analyze their abilities and weaknesses before formulating our battle plan. The room filled with voices as each individual contributed their insights. Based on the intelligence, it appeared that the ocular techniques of Hinata and Nagato were immensely powerful, yet they surely bore limitations and vulnerabilities. Furthermore, we must judiciously allocate our forces, ensuring we are not dispatched one by one. The discussion echoed throughout the office, thick with tension. At that moment, Gaara raised his hand to pose a question. Why have I not seen anyone from the Federation? Lord Mushio is an extraordinarily powerful ninja. Gaara held profound trust in Chiba Mushio, stemming from their experiences during the battle for the Wind Shadow. Terumi May nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the Federation's involvement, our chances of success would greatly increase. Tsunade's expression darkened. In a certain sense, our current enemy is Chiba Mushio. He embodies the Federation. The room fell into a hushed confusion. What could this mean? He was the primary advocate for opposing the Akatsuki and establishing an alliance. Why would Tsunade voice such a statement? Gaara's countenance shifted uncomfortably. Hokage. What do you mean by that? This is not the time for jest. It is indeed prudent to clarify certain matters. Terumi May furrowed her brow, doubting Tsunade would speak without reason. Her assertion must surely be justified. Meanwhile, Temari, serving as Gaara's protector, wore an expression of indignation. How could this woman utter such words? Did she not realize that it was Mushio who had always been at the forefront in opposing the Akatsuki? Chiba Mushio was, in reality, the second persona of Hinata. Tsunade revealed this shocking secret and went on to disclose Jiraiya's findings in the Sound Village, alongside what Hinata had expressed. Of course, Tsunade withheld certain information, such as the intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara. Although Hinata claimed that the two personae had completely merged, we suspect this might merely be a facade. In our strategy, we can first attempt to awaken his second persona. Perhaps we can immediately diminish a formidable force and persuade Hinata to join our side. Upon receiving this information, the crowd bore expressions of solemnity. Gaara's brow furrowed even tighter. It was his responsibility to awaken his friend, now transformed in such a manner. Temari's face turned pale. The one she admired had become unrecognizable. What could she possibly do? Moments later, she stepped forward, addressing the gathering. I wish to join the team that seeks to awaken his second persona. Gaara, instantly discerning his sister's intentions, saw the determination in Temari's eyes and promptly expressed his support. Temari shares a bond with Chiba Mushio. Perhaps this could indeed work. The seasoned individuals present immediately perceived Temari's motivations, attributing it to youthful infatuation. Yet, every additional member bolstered their chances. Perhaps she could indeed succeed. Tsunade and the others nodded in agreement, allowing Temari to join the efforts to awaken Chiba Mushio's persona. Chapter 167. The determination of the Hinata sisters Nara Shikamaru ambled through the streets of Konoha, one hand casually resting on the back of his head, gazing skyward, his thoughts wandering aimlessly like a wild stallion, adrift in uncharted territories. Who would have thought that Hinata and Chiba Mushio were, in fact, the same individual? He murmured softly, his brow furrowed, his expression a tapestry of confusion and conflict. But father, how could you entrust me with such a troublesome task? You claimed that peers would communicate more easily. This truly presents a formidable challenge. Earlier that morning, Shikaku had gravely entrusted him with the daunting responsibility of revealing this truth to the Hinata sisters, asserting that dialogues among contemporaries would naturally flow more smoothly. Throughout his journey, Shikamaru's face bore a frown, his steps weighed down with the burden of the task ahead, until he finally reached the doorstep of the Hinata sisters' residence. Taking a deep breath to compose his words, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Inside, Hinata, engrossed in her training, paused upon hearing the knock, hastily approached the door, and smiled as she welcomed Shikamaru inside. "Please, have a seat. I shall fetch some fruit," she said gently, turning to prepare. At that moment, the lively Hanabi bounced over, noticing a guest had arrived. "No need for that. I actually came to share something quite important," Shikamaru began, scratching his head. his face contorted in discomfort. Such matters were challenging for him to articulate. As Shikamaru hesitated, his expression became increasingly complex, a mix of entanglement and resignation. Hanabi, noticing his reluctance, felt a surge of impatience akin to ants on a hot pan, prompting her to urge, "Come on, just say it. Stop dragging it out." "All right." Shikamaru sighed deeply, as if summoning a great resolve, then quickly unleashed the bombshell revelation. Chiba Mushio is actually Hinata's second persona, and the two personas have now merged. At any moment, Hinata could invade Konoha. We suspect that despite the merger, his feelings for you may still persist, so we hope you can guide him when he appears. Having delivered his message in one breath, he anxiously watched the sisters' reactions. Upon hearing this news, Hinata and Hanabi felt as though struck by lightning, their bodies jolting violently. Hinata's gentle eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion drained of color, lips trembling like leaves in the wind. She stood rooted in place, murmuring, "How could this be? This cannot be real. It just can't." Her voice was fragile and quivering, her hands clenching her clothing tightly, knuckles paling from the strain. Hanabi's eyes flared with fury. As if ready to erupt, her voice rising in a frantic crescendo. "This is impossible. Shikamaru, you must be lying. This cannot be true." Her tone was sharp and filled with rage, breaths coming in rapid succession like leaves in a tempest. Her small face flushed red with anger and shock, resembling a ripe apple. "I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse." They could not fathom that the brother they cherished as Chiba Mushio was also their sworn enemy, the one who had vowed to bring about their demise. Though these were two distinct personas, the reality was too difficult to accept. Shikamaru fully understood their feelings. Shaking his head in resignation, his face contorted in anguish. "This is indeed the truth. I wish it were not so. But for the safety of the village, we truly hope you can reach out to him. This matter is not entirely irretrievable. Perhaps your love can awaken his second personality." Shikamaru's gaze held a flicker of anticipation and hope. He then elaborated on various speculations and analyses from Konoha regarding Hinata's dual personality. Hinata and Hanabi listened to Shikamaru's information in silence for a long while. Their hearts stirred like a lake disturbed by a massive stone, creating tumultuous waves of emotion. They involuntarily recalled the story of Hinata, who had once been ensnared by Hinata's Jinjutsu, experiencing the tragic past of Hinata as if it were her own, each detail piercing her soul. She could hardly fathom that a childhood, which should have been filled with joy and hope, was instead shrouded in endless persecution and darkness. The torment Hinata endured from the Hyuga clan in his youth was a cruelty beyond words. He was discriminated against, bullied, and treated as a pawn in the internal power struggles of his family. Growing up in such an oppressive and despairing environment, Hinata's heart had long since twisted. The fury within him burned to an extreme, ultimately leading to a bloody massacre. Now, the current state of Hinata was a monstrosity created by the Hyuga clan, with his parents and kin as the original perpetrators. Since everything stemmed from the Hyuga clan, they bore the responsibility to end it, regardless of the outcome. The light in Hinata's eyes gradually transformed from shock to determination as she softly yet resolutely declared, "If this is true, then we are willing to try." Hanabi clenched her fists, her expression resolute. "Indeed, I will bring back the former Chiba Mushio." Seeing their determination, Shikamaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the two might act impulsively due to these matters. However, all was well now, and he felt he had fulfilled his task. Shikamaru offered some guiding advice. "Prepare what you wish to say. If Hinata truly arrives, we will ensure your safety and create a conducive environment for communication. Try to evoke beautiful memories or unforgettable experiences that might awaken Chiba Mushio." "Understood." The two women nodded in unison. Shikamaru continued, "There is another person who will accompany you in persuading him. I will take you to the Hokage's office to meet her. You may find common ground to discuss." "Okay," Hinata replied. A sense of inexplicable foreboding surged within both women. They were aware that Chiba Mushio had many close acquaintances. They followed Shikamaru into the Hokage's office and immediately saw a blonde girl standing inside. The three exchanged glances, quickly deducing each other's identities. The beautiful girl spoke first. Her voice crisp and melodious. You must be Hinata and Hanabi. My name is Temari. Hinata and Hanabi nodded slightly, silently assessing one another. Temari's expression turned pained as she continued. I too have had interactions with Chiba Mushio. I have come to awaken him. Unable to restrain herself, Hanabi retorted, "Humph. How do we know you don't have ulterior motives?" Temari remained unperturbed, calmly responding, At this moment, our objectives align. Everything else is irrelevant. Hinata gently tugged at Hanabi, saying, Let us hear what Temari has to say. Thus, the three began to exchange stories about Chiba Mushio. As Temari recounted her moments with him, Hinata shared her experiences from the Genjutsu, while Hanabi occasionally chimed in to add her insights. Chapter 168. The Banter Before Battle, The Ultimate Shadow Emperor Hinata. On the tower of Yuin Village, the wind howled fiercely as Pain surveyed his companions, the last vestiges of Akatsuki's fighting force. Hinata, Deidara, Kisame, Konan, and Sasuke. The night was as dark as ink, heavy above them, with intermittent lightning illuminating their somber faces. Many had perished, and much had transpired within Akatsuki. Yet all was deemed worthwhile in their quest to establish a perfect world. Acting upon Hinata's recent words, they would simultaneously attack Konoha and Kumogakure, seizing the last two-tailed beasts. Pain stepped before them and issued Akatsuki's final command. His voice, though somewhat ethereal in the howling wind, carried an undeniable authority. Let us create chaos. Hinata was fully immersed in his role as the Shadow Emperor, a smile gracing his lips as fervor sparkled in his eyes, as if he could tear apart the dark shroud of night. Deidara rubbed his hands together with excitement, declaring, I can hardly wait. His laughter echoed in the wind, tinged with madness, as the thought of obliterating Kumogakure exhilarated him. Kisame grinned wickedly, his smile appearing particularly sinister in the lightning's glow. He too eagerly anticipated witnessing the fruition of the Tsuki no Mi plan. The group moved toward the tower's edge, embarking on their respective missions. Sasuke approached Hinata and quietly inquired, Senpai, I wish to attack Konoha. His voice trembled slightly, imbued with hatred and urgency. Hinata cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. Follow orders. Personal feelings must yield to this grand plan. You will have many opportunities for revenge in the future. Konoha has gathered the utmost fighting strength from 4 shinobi villages, and you have yet to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This battle is not suitable for you. I understand, Sasuke replied respectfully, realizing how selfish his earlier words had been, feeling a twinge of shame within. He acknowledged that he was not as mature as Nisan, often swayed by emotion. This mission would not lead to Konoha's demise. He had plenty of chances for revenge. Deidara fashioned 3 clay birds and launched them into the sky, with Kisame and Sasuke leaping aboard. Deidara waved at Hinata, saying, Big brother Hinata, I'm off. What a pity you won't see my art. The wind whisked his words away into the night. I will be watching, Hinata replied, creating a shadow clone to accompany the others aboard the clay birds. Deidara cheered, Fantastic. Soon, I will show you my new art. Deidara had promised to develop a more potent secret technique after taking Hinata's gem, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. Hinata smiled and said, Then let me witness your evolution, and yours as well, Sasuke. Sasuke's expression turned serious as he nodded earnestly. I will not disappoint you, Senpai. His gaze was resolute, shimmering like a cold star in the darkness. As he watched the others depart, Hinata and Konan accompanied Nagato toward Konoha. Utilizing gravitational control, Hinata swiftly transported Nagato to a location not far from Konoha, while Konan fashioned paper trees to disguise Nagato's true form. Nagato then formed several hand seals, summoning the 6 paths of pain. Konan, guard my true body. Let the plan commence, he instructed, a slight cough escaping his lips, excitement flushing his pale face. His voice resonated clearly in the tranquil outskirts. The Deva path led the way toward Konoha. Hinata waved at Konan with a smile. I shall take my leave now. Konan's expression appeared indifferent, yet concern lingered beneath. Together, Hinata and the 6 paths of pain boldly approached Konoha, effortlessly dispatching any Konoha ninja daring to obstruct their path. Nagato had no real offensive strategy. In his understanding, the two of them working together made defeat unimaginable. This approach also granted Konoha ample time to guide civilians to safety. Soon, Tsunade and the Hokage's office received word that Pain, the Six Paths, and Hinata were advancing toward Konoha. Konoha's Tsunade inhaled deeply and promptly issued her commands. As per our original plan, all ordinary ninjas are to assist the civilians in seeking refuge, while the elite ninjas selected for this operation will accompany us to engage in the final battle. Instantly, over a dozen Umbu swiftly departed to relay the messages. Konoha village began to function like a colossal machine, moving with precision and purpose. Shortly thereafter, all high-level combatants designated for this confrontation gathered outside the village gates, each one to tune in at the very least. At the forefront stood the four Kage, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Gaara, and Inoki, followed closely by elite forces from various villages, including Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Their mission was to confront Hinata K, the strongest in the ninja world. The howling winds whipped around them, rustling their garments. Behind them were four ninja villages, comprising 6 squads of Jonin, tasked with obstructing the 6 paths of Pain. Thanks to Obito's leak of pertinent information regarding Pain, they felt somewhat prepared to thwart him. At the rear stood the remaining 13 members of the Akatsuki team, accompanied by Temari, Hinata Hyuga, and Hanabi Hyuga. Their objective was to safeguard the 3 women and devise a timely plan to present them before Hinata K for dialogue. Countless figures stood at the gates of Konoha, awaiting the enemy's arrival, their expressions grave, resembling steadfast sculptures bracing for the impending storm. Gradually, silhouettes materialized before the gathered forces. Hinata K and the Deva Path of Pain led the way, with the other 5 Pains following closely behind. As they approached the gates of Konoha, the atmosphere thickened with tension, freezing the air. Hinata K, sporting a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, spoke with an undercurrent of malice. "Ah, what a grand spectacle. Are you all here to welcome me?" Gaara's expression darkened. "Lord Kyubi, I know you are still present. Have you forgotten your former dream? To maintain peace in the ninja world and free the people from oppression, not to instigate war." Hinata K readily accepted this title. "I could never forget. However, you have misinterpreted my dream. My ambition is to forge a flawless world." The smile faded from Hinata K's face, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Yet this world has utterly disappointed me. Even with an enormous external threat looming and the crisis of annihilation imminent, your endless infighting remains unchecked. Thus, it falls upon us to rectify this world." His reasoning, while somewhat fallacious, stemmed from the belief that even an extraterrestrial invasion remained a future concern. To expect these individuals to relinquish their vested interests was nothing short of fanciful. The 4 Kage, however, appeared visibly perturbed by Hinata K's declarations. In the face of potential threats, the 5 great nations lacked the resolve to unite against their hatred. "Hinata K, there is no need for further discourse. Their ignorance must be corrected by us," declared the Deva Path of Pain bluntly, directly inquiring. "Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Hand him over." Tsunade stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. "Naruto is our ally in Konoha. You shall not easily lay hands on the 9 Tails. The ninjas of Konoha will not retreat." The coalition behind her echoed her defiance with resounding roars, affirming their determination. Hinata K chuckled coldly. "You believe you can impede our advance? This is merely a futile struggle." Terumi Mei frowned. "Do not be so arrogant, Hinata K. We are ninjas bearing the name of Kage." Hinata K surveyed the group with disdain. "Then let us see how long your so-called united strength can endure." He extended a hand toward the ground, which abruptly fissured, and 4 white coffins began to rise from the earth. Each coffin bore the inscriptions of fire, wind, water, and earth. The coalition gasped in horror. Recognizing the technique, the legendary Edo Tensei, and to their shock, there were 4 of them. Hinata K revealed a sinister grin. "Behold the grand gift I have prepared for you." Tsunade glared furiously, exclaiming, "Hinata K, how dare you employ such malevolent techniques? Hinata K shrugged off her indignation. This is merely a means to an end. This technique originates from your own Konoha. I am merely utilizing it to its fullest potential. Deep within, Tsunade cursed her late grandfather for developing such a technique. Gaara's brow furrowed. Such unethical jutsu will not prevail. He seemed to grasp the meaning behind the inscriptions on the coffins. Hinata K snorted. Then let us see. At that moment, the lids of the coffins began to slowly lift, revealing 4 figures emerging within. They were the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the 2nd Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. Gasps of terror echoed through the crowd. As the figures from the coffins materialized, it felt as if an invisible hand gripped the hearts of the coalition tightly. Shouts of astonishment and disbelief rippled through the throngs, fear and shock spreading like a contagion. How can this be? It is indeed the 4th Hokage and other legendary Kage. Can we truly contend with these once mighty legends? Despair and helplessness filled the voices of many ninjas. Experienced Jonin exchanged grave glances, acutely aware of the dire situation. Among the Kage, Terumi May bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes. No matter what, we cannot retreat. Mu murmured to himself, brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly strategizing a countermeasure. Gaara clenched his fists tightly. The sand at his side swirling restlessly. No matter what, I will protect the village. The resurrected ninjas reacted in varied ways. Minato surveyed the crowd, momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained clarity, realizing Hinata K's intent to strike against the 5 great nations. He turned to dissuade Hinata K, only to receive a mental transmission from him. Do what you must. Should you leak any information, beware for your son. Minato's expression soured at Hinata K's words. He turned to Jiraiya. Sensei, please stop me. Jiraiya understood that Minato was not in control of his actions at this moment and nodded gravely. I will. The 2nd Mizukage glanced at the coalition, then at his comrades. The Edo Tensei technique, another creation of that Senju Tobarama. The 4th Kazekage remained silent for a moment. Gold sand seeping from his form, confronting Gaara. Gaara, you have indeed become the Kazekage. The 2nd Tsuchikage, hidden beneath layers of bandages, questioned. Inoki, are you still worthy of the title Tsuchikage in your old age? Minato was engulfed in helplessness and anguish. Fully aware that his controlled body was about to act against his true will, yet powerless to resist. Hinata K dramatically covered half his face with one hand, adopting an exaggerated pose, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, Kulme. Revel in this battle of despair. Many in the ninja coalition turned pale, unprepared for such a twist. This was far from the simulations they had rehearsed. Their only advantage had been obliterated by Hinata K's gambit. Gangshu proclaimed with fervor, Fear not, everyone. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely triumph over this malevolent technique. Kakashi, gripping his kunai with unwavering resolve, declared, No matter what, we must fight until the very last moment. Their words served to slightly bolster the morale of the troops. At that juncture, the 4th Kakeluo Sha once again fixed his penetrating gaze upon Gaara, his voice low and oppressive. Gaara, let me see if you possess the merit to protect the village. Undeterred, Gaara's eyes shone with unwavering determination as he resolutely replied, I will prove it to you. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly formed hand seals, commanding the surrounding sands to surge forth like tumultuous waves, launching an aggressive assault towards Luo Sha. The sands appeared to possess a life of their own, sweeping forward with an imposing momentum. In response, Luo Sha scoffed disdainfully, sweeping his hands to unleash a torrent of golden sand that transformed into sharp, lethal spikes, meeting Gaara's advancing wave. The collision between the golden sand and the tidal wave of sand produced a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. Meanwhile, at a loss, Bofeng Shui Min also initiated an attack against the allied forces. He hurled several kunai, his form flickering like a specter, instantly appearing amidst the ranks of the allied forces, where the glinting kunai swiftly claimed numerous lives. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Jiraiya stepped forward. He rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release! Fireball!" A massive fireball surged towards Bo Feng Shui men. However, with astonishing speed, Bo Feng Shui men evaded the attack, engaging in a tactical exchange with Jiraiya. Their ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield with dazzling brilliance, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In another fierce battleground, the second Mizukage, Gue Dang Huanyu, formed hand seals as a powerful chakra erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of water that crashed towards the enemy with overwhelming force, creating a stunning scene. Terumi Mei, unyielding, shouted defiantly, joining her hands before thrusting them forward. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Enormous water dragons leapt forth, colliding with Gue Dang Huanyu's waves, sending countless droplets shimmering in the sunlight. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, also engaged in a fierce confrontation with his opponent, both utilizing the light and heavy rock technique to soar into the air, hands outstretched as their chakra converged. The simultaneous cry of dust release, absolute domination resounded, and their ninjutsu collided, obliterating many unprepared ninjas in a devastating display of power. Katsuyu Kakashi and Might Guy understood that without defeating Hinata Hayashi and the Six Paths of Pain, victory in this battle would remain elusive. Seizing the opportunity while the five restrained the reincarnated foes, they swiftly rallied the majority of ninjas to execute their original plan to encircle and annihilate the Six Paths of Pain and Hinata Hayashi. Standing at the forefront, Tsunade proclaimed, "Friends, to protect our world, we must exert every ounce of effort today." The ninjas responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Kakashi, with unwavering determination, charged towards Hinata Hayashi, his kunai glinting ominously as Raikiri gathered power in his palm. Hinata Hayashi, however, remained calm and unhurried, sidestepping the attack with a slight lean, seizing Kakashi's hand and flinging him away with a forceful motion. Might Guy, without hesitation, entered the seventh gate, paying due respect to Hinata Hayashi as he leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames from his fists towards him. Hinata Hayashi flicked his sleeve, a gust of wind dispersing the flames effortlessly. Might Guy was also swept towards the ground, and Kakashi leapt up to catch him. "Is this all you have?" Hinata Hayashi's icy gaze bore into the two. "Perhaps it would be enlightening for me to witness your ultimate technique. Perhaps you could even defeat me?" Hinata Hayashi truly desired to experience the power of Night Guy, which could distort space. Taking a deep breath, Might Guy, observing the continuous casualties of his comrades, extended his hands towards his chest. Kakashi grasped Might Guy's wrist. "It is not time yet." Seeing the serious expression on his dear friend's face, Might Guy relented. Understood. Meanwhile, Tsunade unleashed her immense strength towards the Six Paths of Pain. Pain's Rinnegan sparkled with enigmatic light, effortlessly dodging Tsunade's assault. In the next moment, Tsunade suddenly retreated, as other ninjas unleashed their respective ninjutsu, a symphony of flames, torrents, and storms colliding against Hinata Hayashi and the Six Paths of Pain. Hinata Hayashi's expression remained indifferent as he stepped forward with Deva Path, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that shattered all incoming attacks. At the moment when the repulsion began to wane, a colossal slug descended from above, landing atop Hinata Hayashi, while the Six Paths of Pain scattered in all directions. Calmly, Hinata Hayashi released a punch, the godly air strike crashing down upon the slug, sending it hurtling back towards the wet bone forest. Meanwhile, the Six Paths of Pain had already dispersed, and Tsunade's objective had been achieved, as six combat teams surged forward. Each employed different strategies tailored to the unique abilities of the Six Paths of Pain, segmenting the battlefield to prevent them from regrouping. The information regarding the Deva Path's 5-second Shinra Tensei had been leaked, and they employed a rhythmic offensive to entangle the Deva Path. The Beast Path summoned colossal creatures to counter with ninjutsu and traps, while the most troublesome Hellhound engaged in sealing techniques. The other paths also executed various tactics to counter their foes. In an instant, the weakest two, the Human Path and Hell Path, were defeated. However, their defeat had unintentionally liberated a vast amount of chakra for the Deva Path. Suddenly, the Deva path spread its arms wide, exerting every ounce of strength to conjure an unfathomable black gravitational sphere, hurling it skyward with ferocity. The ninjas gazed in horror at the sky, a foreboding sensation slithering like a cold serpent within their hearts. What kind of jutsu is this? In that fleeting moment, the gravitational sphere erupted without warning, an overwhelming force of destruction sweeping across the battlefield, akin to a monstrous beast unfurling its gaping maw, mercilessly tearing everything in its vicinity upwards. The ninjas exerted their utmost efforts to unleash various ninjutsu, attempting to resist this nearly omnipotent force, yet many were helplessly drawn into the air, buried beneath the weight of rock and earth. A colossal rock orb expanded above. Tsunade gritted her teeth, veins throbbing, and shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, hold on!" Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation, commanding, "Focus your strength and attack the core of this jutsu." Upon hearing this, the ninjas gathered their chakra, unleashing a torrent towards the core of the gravitational sphere. However, their attacks seemed to vanish into the abyss, having little effect against the terrifying power of the sphere. Meanwhile, those capable of executing effective attacks were firmly obstructed by the reincarnated foes, unable to break free, leaving no one able to shatter this horrific celestial body. One by one, individuals were drawn into the despairingly powerful gravitational force, mercilessly swept away, ultimately buried beneath the cascading boulders. "No, no, save me!" The wretched cries and desperate pleas echoed, filling the air with chilling screams of agony. The Allied forces were swallowed in waves, suffering devastating losses, akin to a descent into a bloody hell. Might Guy watched helplessly as his comrades fell one after another, the words of his father echoing in his mind. Now is the time to protect those most dear. Might solemnly placed his thumb upon his chest, inhaling deeply as an indomitable spirit ignited within his eyes, one fierce enough to incinerate all in its path. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Death Gate, was opened. A thunderous roar erupted from Might. In an instant, his body became enveloped in a searing red steam, a formidable aura erupting forth like a volcanic explosion, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Chapter 171. Hinata Chi is injured. Hinata Chi sensed this overwhelming power, a grave expression finally gracing his countenance. In a flash, Might darted forward like a bolt of red lightning towards the ninjutsu that was relentlessly consuming the lives of his comrades. Yet Hinata Chi would not allow him to succeed. Immediately entering the rebirth, chakra mode, positioning himself before Might. 9 orbs of the truth sought enlightenment, completely activated, forming an impenetrable spherical shield that stood between Might and his target. With a bellow of rage, Might concentrated all his strength into his fists and feet, striking fiercely at the orb. A resounding impact reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding space to quiver slightly, yet the orb merely bore a few cracks. Hinata Chi scoffed, questioning if this was truly Maytake's limit. Without response, Maytake's gaze grew even more resolute as he launched an even more ferocious attack. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Hinata Chi, his Raikiri gleaming with a dazzling light. "You shall not impede Kai," with no choice but to divert his attention to Kakashi's ambush. Hinata Chi allowed Might to slip past him, stepping into the void and racing toward the core of the gravitational sphere that emanated an ominous allure. With a mighty punch, Might unleashed a colossal air cannon, the immense power causing significant fissures to form in the core of the gravitational sphere. Tian Dao Pain's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to augment the sphere's strength. All eyes were fixed upon Might. "Kai, you must succeed under Maytake's valiant strike." The core of the gravitational sphere could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering explosively. A powerful shockwave surged across the battlefield, sending both Hinata Chi and Tian Dao Pain reeling. The allied ninjas erupted in cheers. Just as victory seemed within reach, Hinata Chi had already grasped Kakashi by the neck. "Did you think this was the end? Surrender, for you cannot thwart me." Kakashi struggled to breathe, managing to utter, "Chi, stand down." Your ambitions will never be fulfilled, even if you eliminate us. Countless others will rise against you. Is that so? But you shall not witness it." With that, Hinata thrust his palm through Kakashi's heart, releasing his grip as Kakashi's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. Tsunade and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with despair. "Kakashi," Tsunade cried out in anguish. "Do you still not understand? You guard nothing." Hinata stood amidst the heavens, enveloped in golden chakra, the dawn sun merging with him. In that moment, Hinata resembled a descending deity. Upon witnessing the death of his dear friend, Meiteke's fury ignited, charging once more toward Hinata, his life force ablaze as he unleashed unprecedented strength. "I will make you pay for Kakashi's life." Meitake roared. He delivered a punch, Sunset Release 2 speed. Faced with Meiteke's furious onslaught, Hinata remained calm and composed, the 9 truth orb summoning a silver storm to clash with the air cannon. Meiteke's attack sought to tear through the tempest, yet was only able to breach half before being obliterated by the unceasing barrage. Witnessing this, Tsunade felt an urgent desire to assist Meitake, but the Six Paths pain had fully revived and blocked her path once again. "Do not think to pass," Tiandao Pain stated coldly. Tsunade glared furiously, channeling her immense strength as she engaged in a fierce battle with Tiandao Pain. Sunset Release 3 speed. Meitake aimed for an opening in Hinata's defense, delivering another punch, this one faster and more powerful, breaking through all hindrances toward Hinata. Hinata felt the air around him solidifying, restricting his movement. "Do you think I wish to flee? I have no intention of escaping." Hinata had anticipated this moment. His rebirth, I had already glimpsed the future. The golden chakra upon his fists boiled like scalding water, breaking through the confines surrounding him. This was the power that had once contained Uchiha Madara in his 10-tail state, yet Hinata shattered it with sheer force. 80 deities air strike. In an instant, Hinata unleashed a myriad of golden punches, violently colliding with Meiteke's Sunset Release 3 speed, erupting in a cataclysmic wave of energy. The surrounding space seemed on the verge of being torn apart, as the allied ninjas were swept back by the overwhelming force, some even losing consciousness. Meitake gritted his teeth, the red steam intensifying around him, his determination unwavering as he vowed to determine the outcome against Hinata. Sunset Release 4 speed. This punch, ultimately, was beyond Hinata's capacity to resist. The air cannon shattered through his golden punches, striking him directly. Hinata was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Once more, Sunset Release 5 speed. Taking advantage of Hinata's unsteady footing, Meitake pressed the attack. Launching another punch, Hinata barely managed to transform all the truth orbs into a round shield to block the lethal strike, exerting all his might to repel it. Yet Meiteke's speed and power were insurmountable. The truth orbs required time to transform into a shield, and Meiteke's assault shattered the defensive barrier entirely. Hinata, unable to utilize his Kimui ability without revealing that Obito had perished, could only endure the blow. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Hinata, creating a deep crater in the ground as dust billowed into the air. "It is over, Hinata." Meitake panted, his left hand supporting his right arm, which bore numerous fractures from the recent attack. Just as everyone believed Hinata had been defeated, the smoke within the crater began to dissipate, revealing him standing and laughing maniacally. "Ha! This is exhilarating. It has been so long since I met an opponent who could truly injure me." Before them, Hinata's eyes revealed the blood-red Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the golden Rebirth Eye, swirling like 2 celestial bodies in a cosmic dance. His wounds healed at a visible pace, his aura growing potent once more, even his tattered garments mending themselves. Hinata harnessed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to manipulate time, reverting it to before his injuries. "However, before my eyes, all your attacks are in vain," Hinata proclaimed, his overwhelming presence suffocating those around him. Meiteke's eyes widened in fury. Despite his battered body, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "Even if it is futile, I shall battle until the very last moment." Hinata laughed heartily in response to Maite's declaration. Your resolve is commendable. Allow me to witness your strongest strike. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 172. Withstanding Night Kai, Uchiha's Power Bank. Hinata smirked, his hands swiftly forming seals as brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes. Then let me show you true despair. The 9 truth orbs enveloped in golden chakra ascended slowly into the sky, intertwining and spinning at high speed, ultimately transforming into a resplendent golden sun. That dazzling sun radiated blinding light, illuminating the entire battlefield as brightly as day, compelling the ninjas to squint against its brilliance. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The golden sun unleashed countless fine beams of golden chakra in all directions, sweeping across the entire battlefield. In an instant, some ninjas found their heads severed, dying on the spot, while others had their legs cut off, writhing in agony on the ground. In the blink of an eye, countless ninjas perished under this fierce onslaught. The surroundings transformed into a veritable hell of carnage. Kai's eyes bulged with rage as he crouched low, his crimson chakra swirling and surging, accumulating power. TheHyuga recognized this technique. It was the most formidable strike from the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yekai! Kai bellowed, his form morphing into a red dragon-shaped current, charging towards TheHyuga with an unstoppable, death-defying momentum. Upon witnessing this, TheHyuga's expression turned grave. He concentrated countless fine golden chakra beams into a singular point, forming a dazzling and immensely powerful energy beam to counter Kai's Yekai. However, Kai's assault was relentless, tearing through the formidable laser. The dragon-shaped current of Yekai, imbued with overwhelming destructive power, surged directly towards TheHyuga. His eyes widened. Having read about this in the original text, he felt the terrifying force profoundly, an awe-inspiring strike that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Yet, he found himself unable to evade it, nor did he wish to employ his divine prowess to escape, for this was also a moment of self-validation. Curiosity gnawed at him. Could he withstand this blow? The clash of tremendous energy resonated throughout the space, as if the very fabric of reality would shatter. The blinding light rendered it difficult to gaze at, and the colossal shockwave surged outward in a frenzy. The strike landed squarely in TheHyuga's abdomen. Propelled by an indomitable resolve and unparalleled strength, with no sign of diminishing force as it sent him flying at great speed. They barreled through thick trees, shattering trunks with a crisp snap, their branches and leaves scattered like debris in a tempest. Next, they streaked across steep cliffs, the sharp rocks yielding under the immense force, sending brilliant sparks flying and leaving deep gashes in their wake. All combatants on the battlefield momentarily ceased their actions. Even the 6 paths of pain halted as Nagato's attention shifted. The allied ninja forces stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, their mouths agape, rendered voiceless by sheer astonishment. The power displayed by Kai's final strike, fueled by the burning of his life force, left everyone in stunned silence. Is this truly the power of Senior Kai? The young ninjas whispered in awe, their eyes shimmering with a mixture of astonishment and delight. I never expected Kai to unleash such terrifying strength, murmured an experienced jonin, his face etched with incredulity. The fate of TheHyuga loomed heavy in their hearts. Surely, a powerhouse like him would not perish so easily. Someone speculated quietly, uncertainty lacing their tone. It is hard to say. Senior Kai's strike was astounding. Perhaps TheHyuga truly was a ninja of exceptional caliber. Just then, the smoke began to dissipate gradually, and everyone's hearts raced, tense as they awaited the final outcome. As the brilliance and haze faded, a vast crater emerged on the battlefield. Kai lay at the bottom, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the luminescence surrounding TheHyuga had vanished, and he knelt on one knee, bloodied. With a massive, gaping wound in his abdomen that let light through, his breath weak and labored. TheHyuga spat out blood and took deep breaths, muttering, "What a troublesome opponent." The gaping wound on his belly began to visibly heal, not due to the time-reversing powers of his Shijizi, which had already been exhausted. But through the sheer will of his extraordinary sage body and medical ninjutsu, he had already expended most of his techniques to withstand that blow. Kinjutsu, the Rinnegan, Susun, and the time reversal, depleting a significant amount of chakra to block the attack. Now, he found himself regretting his earlier decision. Had he known, he would not have held back. Nevertheless, he still had a contingency plan. TheHyuga produced a kunai inscribed with the word guard and thrust it into the ground. Almost instantly, a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair and a commanding presence appeared beside him. This was Uchiha Hikari, who had not been summoned for quite some time. TheHyuga had kept her in his harem as a mere ornament, but now she was called into action. Over the time apart, he had instructed her in the Flying Thunder God technique, and she had matured from a girl into a captivating woman, resembling a feminine version of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Hikari grasped TheHyuga's arm, her eyes filled with concern. "My lord, how could you be so injured?" TheHyuga gently shook his head. "Transfer your chakra to me." "Understood." Uchiha Hikari activated her ocular technique, the 8,000 spears, instantly connecting with all the ninjas in the Sound Village, rapidly restoring a significant portion of TheHyuga's chakra. Ninjas from thousands of miles away devoted their chakra to him. Countless chakra streams converged into Uchiha Hikari's body and were then passed onto TheHyuga. With the influx of chakra, his healing accelerated, and in no time, he had regained about 30% of his strength. Though still far from peak condition, it sufficed to continue the ruse against these foes. TheHyuga patted Uchiha Hikari on the shoulder. After all, he had summoned her primarily as a source of energy, and her continued presence would only hinder his performance. "You should return. Your presence is no longer needed here." "Very well." Uchiha Hikari cast a wistful glance at TheHyuga, feeling a twinge of resentment for being called upon only to be dismissed. Yet she complied with the command and activated her Flying Thunder God to depart. TheHyuga tore away his tattered shirt and stood tall, gazing at the unconscious, feverish Maitei. "It is over. I shall grant you a dignified strike." For reasons unknown, TheHyuga felt a sense of familiarity with this scene. Yet there was no time to ponder as he aimed a Rinnegan orb at the now unconscious Maitei. At that moment, a plume of smoke erupted before Maitei as a frog from Mayabuka Mountain invoked the summoning technique, bringing forth Naruto, dressed in sage robes. Naruto wasted no time in unleashing the frog group technique, redirecting the Rinnegan orb aimed at Maitei without even making physical contact. "Naruto, your timing leaves much to be desired," TheHyuga remarked, recalling how this scene mirrored the original Shinobi World War, with Naruto making yet another heroic entrance to save Maitei. However, unlike before, Naruto lacked the yang power to save Maitei, who had opened the 8th gate. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Though he was a ninja, he had never experienced war and had never witnessed such a scene, an infernal tableau strewn with debris and pools of blood. He saw distant figures still engaged in battle, including his father. Minato, sensing his son's arrival through the nine tails within him, turned and shouted, "Naruto, attempt to connect with the nine tails, seek to understand it, and quell its hatred. Only you can stop them. I believe in you, for you are my son." "Father," Naruto murmured, turning away in anguish, glaring at TheHyuga, and exclaimed, "What in the world are you doing, Mushio?" TheHyuga, upon hearing this designation, responded with an impassive demeanor. "Naruto, this is a necessary step to alter the world." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted with fury, "What kind of change is this? This is outright destruction." TheHyuga narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "It is merely a matter of method. However, this flawed world requires our intervention. Naruto, surrender the Kyuubi within you, and I can assist you in realizing your dreams. I can elevate you to the position of Hokage of Konohagakure. Is that not your aspiration?" Naruto, with outstretched hands, found it unimaginable that the person before him was once a dear friend. He clutched his heart in anguish. "My dreams, your dreams cannot be achieved through such means. You have lost your way, Brother Mushio. I aspire to be Hokage, but not in the manner you propose. I still remember your words. It is not the Hokage who is loved, but the one who is loved who becomes Hokage. Are you now to deny this truth? Moreover, I will not relinquish the little QB. It is a gift from my father. Even if it has brought me endless suffering, I will continue to protect it. Naruto's gaze turned resolute as he fixed his eyes on HyugaK. K. What I must do now is to stop you. The QB within Naruto fell silent. Listening to his words with Minato, Naruto was fighting to protect it. Despite the opportunity to surrender it for gain, Naruto firmly refused. Perhaps this youth truly differed from others. Even after such a prolonged time together, the QB sensed no hatred in Naruto's emotions. Even when faced with a sworn enemy, what prevailed was anger. The QB seemed to comprehend something, its massive jaws opening within Naruto's inner world. Kid, release the seal. Against such an adversary, we must unite. By the way, my name is Kurama. In the depths of his heart, Naruto joyfully turned around. All right, Kurama. Without hesitation, Naruto released the seal left by Minato and fist-bumped with Kurama. Upon hearing this, HyugaK K displayed a trace of disdain. Naruto, you are far too naive. The rules of this world are not as simple as you believe. Your persistence is futile. After breaking the seal and joining forces with Kurama, an immense chakra erupted, transforming Naruto's body astonishingly. The original sage robes gradually enveloped in golden radiance until they were entirely replaced by a golden cloak, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. At the collar, Tomo emerged, radiating a profound light. His hair stood upright like flames, and his eyes sharpened, with golden pupils resembling a fox's, combining with the sage's eyes to form a cross. With fists clenched, the golden cloak billowing, Naruto roared, "Let us see about that. I will surely awaken you." HyugaK K mused. Indeed, under such pressure, Naruto has reconciled with the QB and directly entered the sage fox state. This was the pinnacle of Naruto's power before acquiring the Sage of Six Paths abilities, having already brushed against the threshold of the Six Paths level. Meanwhile, the battles of the four reanimated individuals had nearly concluded. Gaara was the first to seal his father. A touching exchange between father and son, proving that the title of the weakest Kazekage was not unfounded. Following Gaara's intervention, the other three Kages were successively sealed. Mu successfully predicted the next move with Gaara's assistance, delivering a devastating blow that destroyed a significant portion of his body before he could recover and was sealed. The weakness of Kisame was known to Meiterumi, the Mizukage, and he was defeated through the cooperation of the three Kages. Meanwhile, Minato was overwhelmed and sealed by Jiraiya in Sage mode alongside Gaara, as sand engulfed every kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering Minato incapable of retreating. The battle between Tsunade and the Four Nations ninja against Pain of the Six Paths was fraught with difficulties. Tsunade, in an effort to delay Pain, made a mistake and was countered by the Hungry Ghost Path, draining most of her chakra and significantly diminishing her combat strength. The Four Nations ninja also faced numerous blunders, suffering heavy casualties under the devastating techniques of the Earth Explosion Star of the Universal Pull, leading to a collapse in morale. HyugaK K and Nagato's bloody lessons indicated that such a level of combat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki faction, Pain of the Six Paths approached HyugaK K. Opposite them stood Naruto, flanked by Jiraiya, Tsunade, Gaara, Mu, and Terumi. HyugaK K did not hesitate to praise the group. Truly impressive, ninjas bearing the title of Kage to conclude battle so swiftly, surpassing their predecessors. Naruto, you have indeed astonished me. You have perfectly mastered the power of the QB. However, the game of make-believe must come to an end, despite the apparent disadvantage. HyugaK K maintained a smile, raising his hand to snap his fingers. It was now time for the father-son duel. Chapter 174. The father-son battle with a snap of his fingers. The sealing chains that bound Minato abruptly shattered in an instant. Minato broke free from the seal, his state mirroring Naruto's, having also entered the mode connected with Kurama. The nearby ninja tasked with overseeing the seal attempted to intervene, but was violently repelled by the sudden appearance of 9 golden tails. Minato, in anguish, uttered his final 3 words, "Stop me." HyugaK K replied with a laugh. Now, it is time for the father-son showdown. Subsequently, HyugaK K completely sealed Minato's consciousness. Having long since used a special technique to control the in aspect of the Kyuubi, Minato was now a perfect artificial Jinchuriki. Under TheHyuga's control, Minato dashed toward Naruto like a specter. His gaze no longer held warmth and affection, but was instead filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Naruto gazed at his father's familiar yet foreign figure. His heart conflicted, and with tear-filled eyes, he called out, "Father, it's me, Naruto." Yet, Minato showed no sign of hesitation, conjuring a massive Rasengan aimed directly at Naruto. In that critical moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, forming a giant Rasengan to shield Naruto. Shouting, "Minato's consciousness has vanished. Act quickly." Minato's assault remained relentless as the two Rasengans collided, and although Jiraiya fought valiantly, he was evidently at a disadvantage. Tsunade, eyes wide with fury, shouted, "Damn it!" She unleashed her immense strength towards Minato. Gaara manipulated sand to assist, attempting to restrict Minato's movements. Mu and Terumi also unleashed their respective techniques, and in an instant, various powerful forces intertwined. However, the combined attack of the four Kages was merely dispersed by Minato's golden chakra tails. TheHyuga stood by, coldly observing the chaotic scene, contemplating his next move. Despite the onslaught from the group, Minato remained ferocious, unaffected by the surrounding attacks. Each of his moves exuded a murderous intent, as if he aimed to annihilate everyone before him. Naruto, witnessing his father's frenzied attacks, felt a surge of urgency, striving to awaken his father's consciousness. "Dad, I know you're still in there. Please wake up." At that moment, Minato hesitated slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by indifference as he continued his relentless assault. A golden, semi-transparent fox head coalesced around Minato, gathering a black-tailed beast bomb at its mouth. Poised to launch, with tears glistening in his eyes, Naruto had no choice but to retaliate in kind, gathering his own tailed beast bomb. The two-tailed beast bombs shot forth, colliding and resulting in a tremendous explosion, obliterating everything in their vicinity. Hinata skillfully employed gravitational manipulation to facilitate the escape of Liu Daopain and himself from the explosion's vicinity, while the members of the allied forces, aided by Gaara's sand, managed to exit the danger zone unscathed. Naruto, gazing at his father, who had succumbed to a loss of reason under control, felt an immense turmoil within him. Yet, he understood that he must muster his strength to confront the situation. Drawing a deep breath and suppressing his tears, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. "Father, I am truly sorry," Naruto bellowed as he formed a colossal Rasengan in his hands. In an instant, Minato appeared before him, thrusting a kunai towards Naruto's throat. Naruto sidestepped, countering with a Rasengan aimed at Minato's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, Minato executed a backflip to evade the attack. He surged forward once more, moving with the swiftness of lightning, engaging Naruto in a fierce close-quarters battle. Gritting his teeth, Naruto fought valiantly against Minato's onslaught, each collision sending waves of agony through him. Futon, Rasen Shuriken. Seizing the opportune moment, Naruto unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. The spiraling shuriken, infused with wind chakra, hurtled towards Minato. With a deft movement, Minato performed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Naruto, delivering a swift kick. Struck, Naruto stumbled forward but quickly regained his footing, turning to charge at Minato once more. "Father, I will not give up." Naruto concentrated his chakra, preparing for another assault. At that moment, a flicker of struggle briefly illuminated Minato's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by indifference. "Kurama, lend me your strength," Naruto roared. In an instant, he transformed into a magnificent golden chakra fox, complete with 9 tails that swayed wildly behind him. Grasping Minato, he dragged him away to avert collateral damage to the surrounding ninjas during their intense battle. Under the instinctual drive of battle, Minato too entered a complete tailed beast form, morphing into a colossal golden 9-tailed fox, identical to Naruto's. Thus began a ferocious clash between the two titanic beings in the open landscape. Each lunge and claw strike bore cataclysmic power, uprooting the earth and sending dust swirling into the air. Naruto commanded the Nine Tails, unleashing a massive tailed beast ball towards Minato's counterpart. Minato nimbly dodged, the sphere detonating in the distance, creating a tremendous shockwave. Seizing the moment, Minato lunged forward, his sharp claws raking against Naruto's fox form, leaving deep gashes. In pain, Naruto retaliated with a sweeping tail, sending Minato staggering back. "Father, please awaken," Naruto cried out within, attempting to establish a mental connection through the Yin-Yang Nine Tails to rouse Minato. However, the controlled Minato offered no response, launching another fierce attack. The two nine-tailed beasts engaged in a brutal struggle, their golden chakra flickering erratically, narrating the arduous and brutal nature of their confrontation. A flash of resolve crossed Naruto's eyes as he resolved to unleash his full power, hoping to shatter Hinata's control and restore his father's consciousness. "Kurama, together!" Naruto shouted. The Nine Tails responded, channeling even more strength into Naruto. The aura surrounding Naruto's Nine Tails intensified, exuding a formidable presence that bore down on Minato. Under this pressure, Minato's Nine Tails faltered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged forward, tightly embracing Minato. "Father, I believe you can overcome this malevolent force," Naruto continued to call out. At that moment, the glimmer of struggle in Minato's nine-tailed form grew stronger. Chapter 175, Persuasion and Betrayal. Observing the battle between Minato and Naruto's colossal beasts, Hinata revealed a smile, reassured by his contingency plans. Regardless of their pretenses, the scheme would proceed smoothly. Hinata addressed Pain, stating, "This battle is in your hands. My injuries have not fully healed, and the Nine Tails should soon lose their combat efficacy." Indeed, Hinata spoke the truth. The recent toll had been significant, compelling him to retract his Byakugan. "Understood, I'll handle it," Pain replied as all six of his puppets advanced toward Jiraiya, Gaara, Inoki, and Tsunade, who had just emerged from their prior skirmish. With Tsunade incapacitated by the Preta Path, Pain faced only Jiraiya, Gaara, Inoki, and Tsunade. All four had endured a prior battle and were relatively weakened, while Pain, having shared the burden of firepower with Hinata, retained substantial chakra reserves. The six paths of Pain could easily manage the situation. The six puppets of Pain closed in on Jiraiya and his companions. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya stifled his fatigue, fixing a determined gaze on Pain. He swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Katan, Dai Inden." Enormous flames surged towards Pain. However, the Deva path effortlessly waved an arm, dispersing the flames with a powerful repulsive force. Gaara manipulated sand to erect sturdy barriers, attempting to obstruct Pain's advance. The Azura path bent low, producing a mechanical sound, and unleashed a barrage of rocket projectiles that shattered the sand walls. Observing this, Inoki formed hand seals, invoking the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, launching a formidable assault at Pain. The Hungry Ghost path swiftly positioned itself at the forefront, absorbing Inoki's ninjutsu, rendering the dust release's formidable power ineffective. Tsunade, undeterred, unleashed her liquid release, spewing forth a corrosive substance. The beast's path slammed the ground, summoning a panda from the sky that effortlessly absorbed the blow. The battle intensified, with the six paths of Pain coordinating almost flawlessly, suffocating the allies. Meanwhile, Hinata ambled towards the battleground where Naruto and Minato clashed, not to assist Minato, but to provide Hinata and Hanabi an opportunity for solitude, as his part in the drama was soon to conclude. The remaining members of the Twilight team seized this moment. Targeting Hinata, "We cannot allow him to assist the fourth Hokage. We must delay his advance," Shikamaru declared. "This is his most vulnerable moment, and our best chance to awaken Chiba Mushio." The remaining members of the Twilight team nodded in agreement, swiftly heading towards Hinata. He moved leisurely, as if on a stroll, awaiting the arrival of the Twilight team. Suddenly halting, he smiled, addressing Shikamaru, "You underestimate me far too much. Did you truly believe you could thwart my progress? This ambush is rather rudimentary." From the surrounding trees emerged a rustling sound as a dozen members of the Twilight team appeared, each adopting a combat stance, ready to fight. You think my injuries make me vulnerable? You cannot stop me. It will be best for you to leave. A new world is at hand, and all you need to do is wait, Hinata urged in a familiar tone. This is war, and should you insist on obstructing my path, I will have no choice but to eliminate you all. Shikamaru's expression grew grave. We protect our village, and Naruto is our friend. We cannot allow you to pass. This plan was designed to test Hinata's lingering feelings for the former Chiba Mushio. Indeed, the Twilight team advanced, pressing towards Hinata. Among them, only Choji's expression was particularly complex, as he had once harbored fondness for Naruto, who bore the visage of Minato. However, the object of his affection suddenly transformed into a man, an occurrence that was utterly difficult for him to accept. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him fearing that he would never be able to confront love again. I'm not here to eliminate Naruto. Didn't Yu-Gi-Oh live, well, after I extracted the Jinchuriki from him? Why speak so justly? This is war, and there is no distinction of righteousness. Hinata, Kei shifted his shoulders. In light of the assistance you have provided for my scheme, I shall first render you all unconscious, for you pose no threat to me yet. In that moment, Shikamaru's heart stirred. This was precisely the affirmation he desired. For Hinata, Kei had not abandoned his emotions. With Hinata, Kei's words, everything else became inconsequential. 5 minutes later, a dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground, while Hinata Kei remained standing, as if the confrontation were merely a child's play. He subdued them all with ease. Just then, there was a commotion nearby, and 3 women emerged. Hinata Kei's expression shifted to one of profound betrayal. Hinata, Hanabi, Temari, are you here to thwart me as well? Or if you still cling to the notion of awakening a second persona, do not speak. Shinya Mushio is me. I have not changed, only gained clarity on certain matters. Before the Hinata sisters could respond, Temari stepped forward and declared, No, Mushio-kun, they may be here to persuade you, but I find your plan utterly brilliant. I am fond of you, Mushio-kun. I wish to join your endeavor and witness that perfect world. Temari's words were laden with logic, yet the details betrayed her intent, and Hinata Kei was willing to play along. Hearing Temari's declaration brought a smile to Hinata Kei's face. Your words suffice. The new world is within reach. Step behind me. I shall deal with these 2 traitors. Hinata's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on Temari in furious disbelief. Temari-ne, how could you do this? Have you forgotten your convictions? Hanabi's expression mirrored disbelief, her eyes glistening. Sister, you are aiding the oppressor. How could you betray everyone? Temari averted her gaze slightly, biting her lip. Hinata, Hanabi, you do not understand. Hinata Kei's plan will usher in a new world devoid of conflict. After speaking, Temari disregarded the sisters and approached Hinata Kei. Excellent. Come to my side. I shall bestow upon you all my love. Hinata Kei opened his arms, as if to embrace Temari, resembling a manipulative charmer. Just as Temari reached his side, she suddenly launched an attack, her fan striking at an acute angle toward Hinata Kei. Chapter 176. The art of words. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Hinata Kei swiftly raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting the blow. As Temari prepared to act, Hinata Kei struck her chest with a palm, instantly incapacitating her with a surge of electricity. Are you all turning against me? Hinata Kei shook his hand vigorously, his countenance enveloped in a frost that was both cold and menacing. Indeed, we are sworn enemies in this absurd and erroneous world, where only endless hatred and seething anger can endure. You have come to kill me, have you not? Just as I mercilessly slaughtered your kin? Has the fire of vengeance within you not been stoked to an inferno? The Hinata clan once ruthlessly exterminated my family, and I retaliated in kind, decimating the Hinata clan, leaving you remnants to perpetuate the cycle of enmity. Hinata Kei's visage grotesquely morphed into that of Shinya Mushio, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed. Now, come and attempt to slay me. Continue this unending cycle. It is far from over. This erroneous world, this flawed narrative, persists, forever unceasing. Hinata Kei's voice bordered on madness, as if he had lost all reason, ensnared in the abyss of hatred. Hinata gazed upon the man before her, who appeared deranged. Her eyes shimmering with tears as she spoke with unwavering conviction. Kay, we are not enemies. We are family. The past hatred has spilled too much blood, shattered too many homes. Yet we no longer wish to be blinded by vengeance, nor do we wish to be caught in this ceaseless cycle of suffering. We are willing to relinquish our hatred and hope you will too. Hanabi stepped forward, her lips pressed together, sincerity radiating from her eyes. Brother, we are family. The past cannot be altered, but the future remains in our hands. Believe in this world, trust in our bond. It can resolve all. Hinata K's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression fraught with incredulity as he shouted, Relinquish? I have long since let go. It is your time for revenge now. Come and kill me. I will not resist. Come forth. Boldly advance. Continue this cycle steeped in blood and hatred. Hinata K seemed genuinely shaken by the sister's compassion, grappling with his disbelief. His trembling form betrayed the turmoil within. Hinata gently shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. We may not fully comprehend your pain, but we understand that perpetuating hatred only brings more suffering. We do not wish to lose you, nor any more family members. Kay, try to let go. Hanabi added, Brother, this world possesses its beauty and hope. Together, we have witnessed the cherry blossoms of spring and counted stars on summer nights. Those warm moments should be sufficient to instill hope for the future, should they not? Hinata K recognized his emotional lapse and inhaled deeply to regain composure, scoffing. World? Beauty? Future? I cannot fathom how these three words intertwine. Those who inhabit this world do not aspire for improvement. I once endeavored passionately to alter this world through peaceful means. Yet all I received was despair. Hinata stepped forward, seemingly eager to grasp his arm, urgently stating, Kay, beauty may be fleeting, yet it can inspire more. If you are willing to relinquish hatred, we can seek greater beauty together. Hanabi concurred. Indeed, brother. Moreover, look at the present. Because of hatred, we suffer so deeply. Do you wish for this agony to persist? Beside them, Shikamaru struggled to rise, coughing forcefully. The 5 great nations have united. We have cast aside hatred. If we continue, we can undoubtedly forge a beautiful world. Hinata K fell silent, his gaze filled with turmoil and hesitation. Tears streamed down Hinata's face, her voice growing more sorrowful. K, even if this world has disappointed you, we can strive together to change it. As long as we do not give up, there will always be hope. Hanabi clenched her fists, her gaze resolute as she looked at Hinata K. Brother, you are not alone in this battle. We shall remain by your side, confronting all challenges together. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Hinata K's eyes, as if he were on the verge of being swayed. Shikamaru, seeing the doubt in Hinata K's eyes, stepped forward, meeting his gaze. Hinata K, we all recognize that your past is steeped in suffering, but that is no justification for your extremism. Regardless of the actions of other nations, Konohagakure has always pursued peace and justice. We are willing to assist you in finding a genuine solution. This was the last gambit Shikamaru could muster. He could not defeat Hinata K as an enemy, only persuade him. If Hinata K remained unmoved, he would truly be at a loss. After a prolonged silence, Hinata K slowly lifted his head, the frenzy and indifference in his eyes seemingly diminishing, yet still laden with profound doubt. You speak so simply, yet how can I believe this is not yet another deception? Lu Miao promptly stated, We can demonstrate our intentions through actions, provided you grant us an opportunity, a chance for this world. Hinata wiped away her tears, her gaze filled with hope. Chi, we can take it step by step, starting now. Hanabi stepped forward, tugging at Hinata's clothing. Brother, please give a try. With a long sigh, Hinata Chi finally nodded. Very well, I shall trust you this once. But should this lead to yet another disappointment, I will show no mercy. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sigh of relief. Lu Miao added, You need not participate in the upcoming battle. I will address the ensuing issues, proving our resolve and capability to change the world. Lu Miao did not wish to prevent Hinata Chi from concluding this conflict, but he feared that Hinata-chi might once again be swayed by pain, leaving them without a second chance. At that moment, Hinata-chi's control over Minato was also severed, and he, along with the others, looked up toward the distance. Under the continuous calls of his son, the glimmer of struggle in Minato's eyes gradually intensified, ultimately prevailing. The malevolent aura surrounding him began to dissipate, and his previously raging power calmed, as Minato slowly regained his senses. "Naruto, my child," Minato's voice was tinged with weakness. As Naruto's nine-tails form gradually faded, he wept as he gazed at his father, the two embracing momentarily. "Father, you have finally awakened." Minato smiled, gently stroking Naruto's head. "Naruto, you have grown and become stronger." Before they could exchange more words, Minato's form began to detach from the Edo Tensei, aware that his soul was soon to return to the Pure Land. Speaking rapidly, Minato urged, "Do your utmost to guide Hinata, Chi, and Nagato onto the righteous path. They are products of this flawed world. Naruto, do not grieve. You must continue to protect the village and cherish all that we hold dear. Seeing you like this brings me peace. You have become a capable ninja. Convey this to your mother, and she too will be reassured." Hearing his father's earnest words, Naruto's tears flowed freely as he nodded vigorously, grasping his father's ephemeral hand across the void. "Father, I will. I shall not disappoint you. Mom, Dad, I am eating well. No need for concern. I am not picky. I eat everything, especially tonkatsu, miso, and soy sauce, of course, not just ramen. I bathe daily and occasionally visit the hot springs in Konoha. Though everyone says I merely skim the surface, I have made many friends. They are all wonderful people. Although my grades are at the bottom, I firmly believe I will not be disheartened. My confidence is stronger than anyone else's. I have learned much while training with the perverted sage. Despite my failures in the 3 prohibitions, the legendary sage among the 3 is incredibly handsome, and I hold the utmost respect for him. My mother wants me to find a woman like her, but, well, I am trying to meet her expectations, even if I have not fully succeeded yet. I have dreams too. I aspire to become a Hokage even greater than my father. I will achieve it. Tell Mom over there not to worry about me. I will live well." As he listened to his son's endless ramblings, Minato's figure grew fainter, ultimately transforming into specks of light, vanishing into the air. Chapter 177. Obito takes action. No smiling at Nagato. Naruto, disregarding his sorrow, dashed towards the battlefield, confronting the 6 paths of pain, where the 5 were already struggling to hold their ground. The relentless assault from the 6 paths of pain had overwhelmed Jiraiya and the others. Naruto rushed into the fray, where Jiraiya and his companions lay exhausted on the ground, their breaths faint and labored. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the Nine-Tails mode activating instantaneously, a surge of chakra swirling within him like a roaring tide. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, pain wasted no time. The 6 paths launched a fierce, tempestuous assault. However, Naruto remained composed, effortlessly evading wave after wave of attacks, thanks to the heightened perception granted by Sage Mode. With the formidable assistance of Nine-Tails Mode, Naruto successfully repelled the 6 paths of pain. Without hesitation, he seized the black rod from the ground and inserted it into his body, instantly sensing Nagato's location. Just as he prepared to head in that direction, Jiraiya struggled to rise, taking a deep breath. "Naruto, I will accompany you." "Teacher, I can handle this alone. You should rest in the rear," Naruto replied with concern. Jiraiya shook his head. "No, Nagato and the others are my disciples. Their current path is my responsibility." Naruto, seeing the determination in Jiraiya's eyes, understood he could not refuse and nodded. "Very well, teacher, let's go together." Meanwhile, Konan, noticing the situation outside, turned and said, "Let us depart. We shall capture the Nine-Tails another time." However, Nagato stubbornly shook his head. "I wish to meet my junior brother." Thus, the two made their way toward Nagato's location, the atmosphere laden with tension. At last, they broke through the paper trees Konan had used for camouflage and arrived before Nagato. In that moment, Nagato appeared extremely frail. Closing his eyes, he turned away from the two, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, we meet again." Jiraiya gazed at Nagato, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Nagato, it was truly unnecessary to come to this point. Nagato scoffed coldly. Sensei, do you still not understand the truth of this world? The so-called peace is merely an illusion. Unable to contain himself, Naruto exclaimed, Nagato, your actions are misguided. They will only bring more suffering. Nagato opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Naruto. What do you know? You have never experienced the despair I have faced. Jiraiya sighed. Nagato, your original intentions were not like this. Do you remember our shared dream? After a moment of silence, Nagato slowly replied, Dreams? In this cruel world, dreams have long shattered. This world is rife with pain and injustice. Only by making everyone feel suffering can we achieve peace. Jiraiya stepped forward, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Nagato, you were once a child with dreams. Why choose such an extreme path? Nagato remained silent for a while before stating, Sensei, the peace you believe in is unattainable. Naruto frowned and shouted, No, as long as we do not give up, there will always be a way. I have faced numerous hardships, yet I firmly believe that one day, everyone will understand one another, and wars will cease. At that moment, Jiraiya spoke gently. Nagato, turn back. Let us seek the true path to peace together. Naruto stepped forward, his tone sincere. Nagato, I understand your pain. He began recounting his own story, his childhood experiences, the murder of his parents, and how he had been used by Sarutobi Hiruzen, among other hardships. He then presented Jiraiya's maiden work, the tale of the strong-willed ninja. Perverted Sage, this book was inspired by you and your comrades, and my name comes from the protagonist within. Nagato, please believe me. Upon receiving Naruto's affirmation, Nagato saw the reflections of Yahiko and himself in Naruto, convinced that Naruto was indeed the one Jiraiya had spoken of, capable of bringing true peace to the ninja world. Nagato opened his eyes. Perhaps you truly can find a way to peace. I look forward to this new world, but before that, I must atone for my actions. After speaking, Nagato began to form hand seals, expending his last ounce of strength to perform the Rinne rebirth technique. A radiant light enveloped them as those who had perished in battle slowly opened their eyes, regaining their lives. After completing the technique, Nagato's life force was instantly drained, and his body involuntarily lurched forward. Naruto rushed to support him, feeling the resurgence of life around them, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, Nagato. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. Konan silently approached Nagato's side, tears glistening in her eyes. Nagato's voice trembled with emotion. He managed a weak smile as he turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, I hope you can achieve true peace and ensure that my sacrifice was not in vain. Please convince Hinata. Naruto nodded solemnly, affirming, I will certainly do that. Just as everyone was still grappling with the complex emotions stemming from Nagato's sacrifice, the space around them suddenly twisted, and Uchiha Obito appeared unexpectedly. His expression beneath the mask was inscrutable, yet his eyes glimmered with a cunning delight, as if a plot had come to fruition. What a splendid performance, Obito mocked coldly. Before anyone could react, he swiftly seized Nagato's lifeless body. Obito, you scoundrel! Naruto shouted furiously. Obito laughed heartily, declaring, This is the fate of those who betray me. Nagato's Rinnegan is a rare power. How could I not utilize it? And I must thank you all for your assistance in making it so easy for me to reclaim the Rinnegan. Enraged, Naruto advanced, exclaiming, You will not laugh at Nagato. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's brow furrowed in concern as he questioned, Obito, what are you plotting? Obito sneered dismissively. You fools cannot comprehend the new world I seek to create. With that, he vanished in a flash, attempting to escape. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Konan reacted swiftly, joining forces to attack in an effort to prevent Obito's escape. However, Obito utilized his Kimyui to penetrate the ground, effortlessly evading their assault and disappearing from sight. After Obito's departure, Naruto trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. That bastard Obito, I will not let him get away. He bellowed, his voice echoing in the air. Jiraiya, grave in expression, understood that Obito's actions heralded an even greater crisis. Naruto, calm down. Anger will not solve anything. We must find a way to cope with this. Jiraiya tried to soothe Naruto, but he was far from calm, as Obito's arrogant visage continuously haunted his thoughts. Chapter 178. Hinata's Speculation Teacher. I must make him pay for his actions. Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes almost aflame with indignation. Conan's eyes mirrored his fury, filled with unwavering determination. I must find him quickly. The Rinnegan is the Akatsuki's power, and I will reclaim Nagato's body. Jiraiya was conflicted, uncertain whether to reveal Uchiha Madara's plans to Conan, knowing that the eyes belonged to Madara. Reluctantly, Jiraiya changed the subject, urgently reminding everyone, the war is not over. We don't know the situation with the rest of Team Twilight. Suddenly, Naruto smacked his forehead, recalled, and exclaimed, "Let's go stop Hinata." "No need. I have already arrived," Hinata said, accompanied by Shikamaru and the Hyuga sisters, as they stepped into the paper tree. In an instant, both Naruto and Jiraiya assumed defensive stances, prepared for confrontation. Shikamaru hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously explaining, hoping to avoid angering Hinata and altering his resolve. Hinata has agreed to give the ninja world a chance, willing to forge a new world through peaceful means, so we are no longer enemies but comrades in arms. Naruto gazed at Hinata, delighted to see him relinquish his hatred. He strode forward and clapped Hinata on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Makushu, let us strive for peace together." Hinata nodded slightly, though his eyes revealed a lack of fervor, indicating his lingering distrust of the 5 great nations. At this moment, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. "It is truly wonderful that we no longer have to oppose Hinata. Now, let us unite our efforts and strategize on how to face the challenges ahead." With a solemn expression, Hinata slowly stated, "There is already a plan in place. First, we must eliminate the internal instability posed by Uchiha Obito and feudal rule. Establish a council of representatives, advance technology, and counterattack the extraterrestrial races." Everyone was taken aback. In such a short time, Hinata had already mapped out the future path. Conan stepped forward, her demeanor tinged with sorrow as she addressed Hinata. "Hinata, Nagato once said that after his death, you would inherit the Akatsuki. Now, you are the new leader." Hinata nodded, acknowledging, "I understand," but recalling Deidara and Kisame may be too late, and Obito has already acquired the Rinnegan. His Kimui allows for swift movement, and he may have already reached Kimogakure. Conan questioned incredulously, "Don't you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? Did you not leave them a shadow clone before departing?" Hinata shrugged helplessly. "The battle was too intense. I dispelled it long ago. All I know is they have begun their assault on the Kimogakure." Jiraiya's eyes widened in confusion. "Kimogakure? Could the 8 tails have already been captured?" Hinata remained composed as he continued, "We are splitting into 2 teams. One with me, Nagato, and Conan attacking Konoha, while the other consists of Deidara, Kisame, and Sasuke launching their own assault." Upon hearing his dear friend's name, Naruto rushed forward, gripping Hinata's arm tightly. "Makushu, you took Sasuke with you, so you must be able to persuade him to return to Konoha, right?" Hinata gently removed Naruto's hand and clarified, "To say I took Sasuke would be more accurate to say that Itachi took him." The group was left bewildered by Hinata's words. "Itachi and I were friends. During our time in the Akatsuki, he asked me for a favor. He wanted me to protect his brother, Sasuke, as Konoha would no longer be safe after Sarutobi Hiruzen's passing. He hoped I could take Sasuke with me and teach him to become strong. In exchange, he would grant me several pairs of Sharingan." I agreed, and under Orochimaru's name, took Sasuke to the Sound Village to teach him ninjutsu. Naruto stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Uchiha Itachi cared for Sasuke. It seemed to him an utterly incomprehensible revelation, given that he had witnessed Itachi torment Sasuke and was the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. How could he care for his brother's safety? Yet, the truth remained complex and convoluted. Before Hinata could finish, Naruto eagerly interrupted, "I want to know." Just as Hinata was about to speak, Jiraiya grasped his arm, stating, "This is a secret of Konoha." Hinata scoffed, as if hearing a grand joke. Has Konoha not committed enough disgraceful acts? Now that the parties involved are gone, you still refuse to speak? He shrugged off Jiraiya's grip and recounted the tale he had shared with Sasuke in detail. By the end, Naruto's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He knew of the many dark secrets within Konoha and had long sought to change it, only to discover its depths of darkness, where a clan that helped establish Konoha ultimately became a political sacrifice. Two exceptional ninjas who could have become Hokage sacrificed everything for Konoha. While Sasuke was just a pawn in this political struggle, Jiraiya cast a worried glance at Naruto, fearing that he might not be able to accept these revelations and would fall into despair. Yet, if Naruto wished to become Hokage, he must embrace these truths, as they represented the reality of the world. Meanwhile, Conan silently observed the scene, having already seen through the dark nature of this ninja world. If Naruto could not endure these issues, it would only signify that Nagato had misjudged him. Hinata Kiya, disregarding Naruto's current state, continued speaking. The events that followed, you are already aware of. Sasuke, in accordance with Itachi's wishes, took his life. It was Itachi's intention that you, Naruto, would persuade him to return to Konoha, becoming the hero who vanquished the rogue ninja of Konoha and ultimately the new Hokage. I intervened not out of a desire to manipulate him, but because I believe Sasuke deserves the right to know the truth. Just as I revealed the truth about your parents to you, I also disclosed to him the reality of the Uchiha massacre. Enraged, Sasuke resolved to exact revenge on Konoha and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hinata Kiya paused momentarily, allowing everyone a moment to process the information. At this point, Sasuke will certainly not return to Konoha because of my involvement. The current Sasuke may very well become our adversary, and Uchiha Obito may exploit this situation. Additionally, my plan has another collaborator, Yakushi Kabuto. Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired. You mean the one formerly under Orochimaru, now your assistant and the user of Edo Tensei? Hinata Kiya nodded, then shook his head. We are in a cooperative relationship. I have promised to utilize the power of the Ten Tails to resurrect his family members who were killed by Danzo. Even if I have deviated from my original plan, he will not give up. He may also become our enemy. We have collected extensive DNA information from many powerful individuals, all of which is in his possession, enabling him to resurrect them at will using Edo Tensei. Chapter 179, Invasion of Kimogakure, Revised Version. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Yakushi Kabuto? That once inconspicuous individual has managed to stir such monumental upheaval, and with such a perilous technique as Edo Tensei. This is indeed extremely troublesome. His brow furrowed as he paced back and forth, exclaiming, this is nothing short of a blatant challenge to the very foundation of the ninja world. If he can freely resurrect those formidable warriors, the threat we face is incalculable. Hinata gazed at the anxious Jiraiya and stated solemnly, moreover, these individuals could unite at any moment, forming an exceedingly formidable force. Jiraiya proposed his thoughts. Can you lure him out and then ambush him, eliminating this most formidable adversary first? Impossible. The fourth Hokage, just revived through Edo Tensei, must already be aware of the situation. I merely obtained their control from him. As if responding to Hinata Kiya's words, several souls of previously sealed Edo Tensei ninjas were liberated. Hinata Kiya observed this scene. He must have voluntarily lifted the Edo Tensei technique. He likely intends to employ ninjutsu elsewhere. Naruto's eyes widened. Does that mean my father's soul will be disturbed again? Hinata Kiya reassured him. The fourth Hokage has escaped Edo Tensei once. He would not dare attempt to resurrect him again, at least not for now. Our immediate task is to hasten to Kimogakure. We can only hope it is not too late. Hinata Kiya turned to Conan. Conan, take Pain's body back to the land of rain. Obito has likely hidden away. I will inform you if I discover his whereabouts. If Sasuke and the others have returned to Amigakure, do your best to stabilize them and send me word. Conan, concerned for Nagato's body, understood the necessity of this decision and nodded in agreement. Hinata, Hanabi, you should remain here. I will return to find you once I resolve this matter. With that, the group wasted no time and promptly set out for Kimogakure. Hinata Kiya, utilizing the puppet technique, soared into the sky with Jiraiya, Shikamaru, and Naruto, their spirits heavy with foreboding. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, his mind racing through potential scenarios and strategies. Naruto clenched his teeth, vowing to rescue Sasuke and prevent him from descending deeper into darkness. Hinata Kiya remained vigilant, attentive to any sudden threats. As they accelerated towards Kumogakure, they arrived to find the once majestic buildings, mountains, and hills completely obliterated, leaving only a vast circular crater behind, with just a few Kumogakure ninjas moving about. This is indeed Kumogakure, but how has it been transformed into a massive pit? Shikamaru repeatedly compared the map with the scene before him. What on earth has happened? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Hinata Kiya surveyed the surroundings without exhibiting much surprise, thanks to the information relayed through his shadow clones. He had mentally prepared for this scenario. Ascending into the sky, Hinata Kiya activated his Rinnegan to investigate the events that transpired here just hours prior. A clay bird carried Hinata Kiya's shadow clone, Uchiha Sasuke, Hashigaki Kisame, and Deidara swiftly towards Kumogakure. Upon nearing the vicinity, the group easily captured Ninja Sasuke. Using his Sharingan, interrogated him coldly. "Speak quickly. Where is Killer Bee?" The captured ninja, under the influence of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, dully revealed Killer Bee's possible location. Lord Killer Bee should be within Kumogakure. Hinata Kiya's shadow clone was skeptical of this information. He activated his Rinnegan to scan for large concentrations of chakra within 100 kilometers. He discovered that Killer Bee was concealed in the Kumo Thunder Gorge. While Kumogakure was devoid of civilians, hiding hundreds of elite ninjas and numerous traps. Simultaneously, he sensed that all the civilians of Kumogakure had been relocated, leaving only a portion of elite ninjas and the wreckage behind. Kumogakure had deliberately created the illusion that Killer Bee was hidden within to serve as bait, waiting for them to take the hook. Hinata Kiya quickly assessed the situation and decisively commanded, "Deidara, you and I will attack Kumogakure to draw their attention. Sasuke, Kisame, your task is to capture Killer Bee." In unison, they acknowledged and split into their respective roles. The clay bird carried Deidara and Hinata Kiya into Kumogakure, where Deidara initiated the assault, maniacally exclaiming, "Taste my evolved sage art. See one clay spider." As his voice echoed, countless spider bombs rained down, engulfing Kumogakure in a fiery inferno. "Enemies are appearing. Release lightning arrows." The wreckage secretary, Maki, promptly commanded everyone to engage. The elite ninjas of Kumogakure swiftly rushed to intercept. They were evidently well prepared, unleashing a barrage of lightning-infused arrows towards the two in the sky. While Deidara felt a surge of trepidation, Hinata Kiya's golden Rinnegan shimmered, instantly reflecting all incoming attacks, resulting in the demise of several assailants. The wreckage, roared, "You scoundrel shall not act with impunity in Kumogakure." Surrounded by crackling lightning, he charged towards the two like a thunder god. Unfazed, Hinata Kiya chuckled coldly. "Wreckage, it has been a long time." "You, Hinata Kiya," the wreckage bellowed, recognizing him as the inconspicuous member of Konoha's Umbu from years past. Although Hinata Kiya was merely a shadow clone with average strength and unable to unleash powerful jutsu, he could still employ taijutsu to suppress the wreckage. Descending from the clay bird, Hinata Kiya enveloped his fist in flames and strong winds, delivering a blow that sent the fourth wreckage staggering back. The wreckage, astonished, had not anticipated the formidable strength of Hinata Kiya's taijutsu. Nevertheless, as the wreckage, he would not concede easily and charged forward once more, his every strike infused with violent lightning, striving to penetrate Hinata Kiya's defenses. However, Hinata Kiya's movements were as swift as lightning, effortlessly evading the wreckage's relentless onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata Kiya sidestepped and unleashed another punch. The flames and winds intertwining to form a powerful force that struck the wreckage squarely in the abdomen. Ling let out a pained groan as his body was hurled backward, crashing heavily against a building, which instantly collapsed. "Ling, you are no match for me," Shang-Chi proclaimed from above, gazing down with an air of superiority. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Ling wiped the blood from his mouth, yet his eyes remained resolute. even if I perish in battle. I shall not allow you to wreak havoc in Yunin Village. In Chapter 180, Self-Detonation, the narrative shifts as Ling gathers his strength once more, summoning a colossal sphere of lightning energy that envelopes him as he propels himself like a cannonball toward Shangqi. Unfazed, Shangqi pressed his palms together, channeling immense chakra into a golden energy sphere. As Ling closed in, he forcefully unleashed the energy sphere. The impact resonated with a deafening roar, causing the entire Yunin village to tremble under the force. As the smoke cleared, Ling knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted, while Shangqi remained poised and coldly surveyed him from above. Farewell, Ling Daren. With that, Shangqi dove downward, preparing to crush Ling with another energy sphere. Suddenly, the shadowy figures of his bodyguards, Dao and Shi, appeared in Shangqi's path. Lei Dun Lei Guangzhu, Lan Dun Li Cuo So He Su. They unleashed their ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart Shangqi's assault. The blinding light obscured everyone's vision, yet could not impede Shangqi's reincarnation eye. Undeterred, he intensified the brilliance of the energy sphere, breaking through their defenses. The overwhelming force sent Li and Shi reeling, their faces pale. Witnessing this, Ling struggled to rise again, charging toward Shangqi, determined to protect his homeland and loved ones against any formidable foe. Ling Daren, no, Dao Yi cried out. But Ling pressed on recklessly, his lightning surging with ferocity, as if ready to ignite. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom, Shangqi scoffed, hurling the energy sphere at Ling. At that critical moment, several shadowy figures darted forward to shield Ling. Ling Daren, flee. It was the elite ninjas of Yunin Village. The energy sphere detonated instantly, its powerful shockwave leveling everything in its vicinity. Those brave ninjas sacrificed themselves, and Ling and his companions were hurled backward by the residual force. Fuming, Ling gazed at the debris-strewn ground, filled with fury and frustration. How will you withstand this next strike? Shangqi began to form another golden energy sphere, poised to deliver the final blow. However, this clone abruptly erupted in a cloud of smoke as Shangqi, far away, dismissed the clone due to chakra limitations. Lei Ying and the others stared in disbelief. This was merely a clone? Da Lui's voice trembled with shock. Shi's expression turned grave as he murmured, if such power belongs to a mere clone, how terrifying must the original be? Clenching his fists, Lei Ying felt a mix of anger and anxiety. Damn it, to be cornered by a mere clone. The other ninjas exchanged uneasy glances, shaken by the recent fierce battle, and now confronted with the revelation of a clone's strength. Their astonishment was beyond words. While Lei Ying and his team remained absorbed in the shock of Shangqi's clone, Didala showed no signs of lowering his guard. The battle is far from over. Didala swiftly formed hand seals. C3 number 18. A massive clay puppet materialized in the air, exuding a menacing aura. The ninjas of Yunin Village reacted swiftly, unleashing their various ninjutsu against Didala. Lei Dun Hui Ban Cha, Soi Dun Soi Long Dan. Various techniques surged toward Didala, but he adeptly maneuvered the clay puppet to evade their attacks. Haha, with your trivial tricks, you cannot harm me. Didala cackled, directing the puppet to counterattack. The puppet unleashed a barrage of small explosives, resembling a swarm of locusts, toward the ninjas of Yunin Village. Be careful, Da Lui shouted. The ninjas scrambled to evade, yet many were struck by the explosives, falling injured to the ground. Shi attempted to use Landun to shield against the onslaught, but the sheer number of explosives overwhelmed him. Observing the resilience of Yunin Village's defenders, Didala decided to unleash his ultimate technique, Jiao. He consumed a ball of explosive clay and then expelled a gigantic puppet identical to himself. Behold my C4 Jiao, he bellowed. The puppet exploded, dispersing countless tiny, invisible clay spiders that spread out with a blast. The ninjas of Yunin Village, unaware of the technique's true peril, continued their charge toward Didala. However, Lei Ying sensed the imminent danger and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious, do not approach." Some ninjas inhaled the tiny clay spiders, initially feeling no difference, but soon discovered their bodies becoming unresponsive. With a triumphant smile, Didala declared, "Now, let my art take a grand finale." He prepared to detonate the clay spiders. At that moment, she sensed the urgency and shouted, "Use Lei Dun." Lei Dun can counter his clay. Lei Ying and several Lei Dun ninjas reacted promptly, unleashing powerful Lei Dun techniques that intertwined around them, forming a protective barrier. Upon contact with the lightning, the clay spiders detonated. Yet the power of the explosions was significantly diminished due to the Lei Dun's counteraction. Still, many who had inhaled the clay spiders were reduced to ashes under the nano-sized explosives. Frustrated that its effectiveness was greatly diminished, Didala attempted to manipulate more clay spiders for an attack, but the ninjas of Yanin, under Lin's leadership, fought back tenaciously. They had identified Didala's weakness, continuously neutralizing his explosions, which incensed him greatly. To an artist, having their creations destroyed is unbearable. "You detestable Lei Dun ninjas, always ruining my art," Didala shouted, following up with a series of enhanced techniques, including C2 Zhilong. However, the Lei Dun techniques of Yunin village mitigated the explosive power, leaving Didala in a furious state. The ninjas of Yunin unleashed a myriad of Lei Dun techniques, colliding with explosives, creating a spectacle of light and thunderous sounds. Finally, pushed to his limits, Didala resolved to employ his ultimate technique, declaring, "If that's the case, then prepare to witness my C0, the self-detonation of fury." With a dramatic flourish, Didala discarded his Akatsuki garb, revealing a pulsating black gemstone at his chest, emanating a blinding light as natural energy surged toward him. The radiance was so overwhelming that it seemed ready to consume the very fabric of reality. A frenzied madness gleamed in Didala's eyes, his twisted visage becoming more grotesque in the illumination. He consumed the last of his clay, allowing it to merge with his body, which began to tremble violently as his muscles swelled and veins bulged. "This is my final art. You shall all be reduced to ashes in this unparalleled explosion," Didala exclaimed, exhilarated as the moment to embody his art had arrived. In Chapter 181, Deju's true power, Didala cast aside his Akatsuki attire, revealing the pulsating black gemstone at his chest, which blazed with a brilliant light as the surrounding natural energy surged in a frenzied tide. The brilliance shone with an unparalleled intensity, as if it threatened to engulf the entirety of heaven and earth. In Didala's eyes glimmered a frenzied madness. His contorted visage appeared even more grotesque and terrifying under the radiant glow. He retrieved his final clay and allowed the mouth on his chest to consume it. Instantly, the clay melded into his being, causing his body to convulse violently, muscles swelling and veins protruding ominously. "This is my ultimate art. You shall all be reduced to mere dust in this unprecedented explosion." Didala's voice brimmed with exhilaration, for this moment represented the sacred realization of his artistic vision. The shinobi of Yunin village gazed upon this horrifying spectacle, an involuntary shiver of fear rising within them. Didala's form seemed to transform into a colossal sphere of energy, the radiance intensifying as the surrounding space began to warp and twist. The skilled shinobi, Mabu-e, swiftly approached Reikage AI, already forming seals to execute the technique of Tensei, intending to transport the Reikage to safety. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the skies, and a blinding white light obliterated everything within a 100-mile radius. Once the brilliance dissipated, the structures of Yunin village had vanished entirely, mountains reduced to mere plains, and a massive, semicircular crater emerged in their place. The elite shinobi who had lain in ambush within the village were utterly annihilated by this cataclysmic strike, leaving only Reikage AI to narrowly escape with Mabuyi's assistance through the spatio-temporal technique. Witnessing the crater, Reikage AI's expression dimmed with despair. His village and subordinates had been lost in an instant. He stared blankly at the great pit, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Pain and hopelessness filled his gaze, a deep sorrow for the loss of his homeland and comrades overwhelming him. Why has it come to this? Reikage AI's voice trembled, hoarse with anguish, as if his heart had shattered into countless pieces. Once vibrant Yunin village now lay in desolation and silence, a fact that gnawed at his conscience, filling him with remorse. Memories of the shinobi who had once fought by his side surged forth, their smiles, their dreams, all mercilessly obliterated by this explosion. Reikage AI felt as though he had failed them as a leader, betraying their trust. Hinata Q, I shall not let you go unpunished. Reikage AI bellowed to the heavens, his voice brimming with fury and determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kisame had located the Jinchuriki, Kurabi. Sasuke was resolute in his desire to confront the Eight Tails host alone, eager to prove his strength and surpass his brother, showcasing his prowess before the esteemed Hinata Q. Drawing his Kusanagi sword, Sasuke declared, "You are the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. We have come to capture you." Kurabi, however, retorted with a chuckle, "Little brat, don't be too arrogant." Thus began an intensely fierce battle. Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, wielding the Kusanagi, sword enveloped in black flames, thrusting it menacingly at Kurabi. Under the guidance of Hinata Q's training, Sasuke could manipulate the flames of Amaterasu effortlessly, even without the aid of the Tsukuyami. Kurabi skillfully danced with his 8 blades, countering Sasuke's relentless assaults. He discerned the peculiar nature of the flames. Once his swords were tainted by them, they would burn incessantly. Kurabi, astonished, maintained his composure, continuing to jest, "Hey little brat, you've got some skills." With a disdainful snort, Sasuke launched another fierce attack. The flames of Amaterasu blazed fiercely, distorting the air around them. Kurabi, no longer underestimating his opponent, responded with full force, his 8 blades clashing against Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, producing a cacophony of ringing sounds. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Sasuke unleashed a massive fire dragon that surged toward Kurabi. Kurabi narrowly evaded, the ground scorched beneath the dragon's path. Realizing he could not afford to underestimate Sasuke any longer, he summoned a swirling red chakra, entering the state of the tailed beast's cloak, his form transforming into a colossal crimson beast. Kurabi's giant form extended an arm, a bull's skull materializing above it. In a similar state to Naruto, Sasuke murmured softly, forming a purple skeletal structure around himself. Raitun, Thunderblade. The beast roared as it charged at Sasuke, the bull skull arm swinging down fiercely. Sasuke summoned his Susanoo to meet the attack, the purple skeleton clashing violently with the red chakra, producing a dull thud. "Little brat, today you shall witness the might of the 8 Tails," Kurabi proclaimed loudly. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with defiance. "Don't underestimate me." The battle intensified, the surrounding rocks shattering, trees collapsing. Kisame observed from the sidelines, searching for an opportune moment to assist Sasuke. Just then, Kurabi vanished in a flash. Sasuke's heart raced. He scanned the area warily. Above, Kisame shouted. The red beast descended from the sky with overwhelming force. Sasuke quickly summoned his Susanoo to create an arm for defense. It was forced back by the immense power. As Kurabi landed, he unwittingly stepped into the trap set by Sasuke. Sasuke formed seals to activate wood release, and massive trees enveloped Kurabi tightly. The trees absorbed the tailed beast chakra from Kurabi, growing stronger and tightening their grip. Kurabi's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a technique from Sasuke. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the trees, but they were exceedingly resilient, and he felt increasingly weakened, unable to escape. This technique is called Sage Art, Wood Release, Eternal Binding. Seeing the situation, Sasuke smirked slightly, cold resolve glinting in his eyes. "You shall not escape, 8 Tails." Kurabi roared, "Little brat, don't get too cocky. Little 8, lend me more power." He unleashed an even greater force of tailed beast chakra, the red energy surging and cracking the encasing trees. Kisame watched, pondering whether to intervene. At that moment, Sasuke formed seals once more, amplifying the power of the wood release. More branches erupting from the ground to bind Kurabi even tighter. Kurabi's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized he could no longer remain passive. Gathering all his strength, he prepared for a desperate counterattack. Tail Beast Bomb, Karabi shouted, a colossal energy sphere coalescing in his mouth, aimed directly at the trees. With a thunderous explosion, the trees shattered and Karabi finally broke free. However, before he could catch his breath, as their eyes met, Sasuke quickly cast an illusion. In the Jinjutsu, it appeared as though Karabi's arms had been severed by two razor-sharp blades, while Sasuke wore a victorious smile. He then activated the Yumi no Gai, a technique residing within his right eye. This technique could distort reality and illusion, transforming the scenes within the Jinjutsu into reality, meaning that if Sasuke's ocular technique succeeded, Karabi's arms would indeed be severed. After the formidable power of the Hachibi released from Chi-La by shattered Sasuke's Jinjutsu, an astonishing transformation began to occur within Chi-La Bai's body. 8 robust octopus tails emerged behind him, concealing his form within their embrace. As the upper half of the Hachibi gradually unveiled itself, a chilling aura of terror emanated from him, signaling Chi-La Bai's complete transformation into a tailed beast. The massive and grotesque figure of the Hachibi manifested before everyone, letting out a furious howl that resonated, causing nearby trees to splinter. With a casual flick of its robust tail, it stirred up a tempest, sending sand and debris swirling into the air. Faced with such a formidable adversary, a flicker of trepidation welled up in Sasuke's heart, yet he steeled himself, preparing to launch another assault. However, the fully transformed Chi-La Bai moved with lightning speed, lunging forward with a howling gale in its wake. Sasuke, unable to evade, could only extend the skeletal structure of his Susanoo, which was brutally struck aside by the Hachibi's colossal hand, crashing heavily against a distant cliff with stones cascading like rain. Chi-La Bai offered no respite, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. In an instant, the ground trembled, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Recognizing the dire situation, Kisame made the decision to intervene. Suiton, Daikoden no Jutsu, he bellowed, launching a massive shark-shaped water sphere towards the colossal Hachibi. The shark-shaped water bullet bit into the Hachibi, eliciting a pained roar. This assault drained a significant amount of chakra from the Hachibi, amplifying the power of the water bullet. Yet, the overwhelming strength of the Hachibi rendered the attack relatively inconsequential. It merely flicked its tail, dispersing the water bullet effortlessly. Kisame's expression turned grave, fully aware that against the fully transformed Hachibi, this strike was but a drop in the ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals once more, ready to unleash a more potent ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his Sharingan spinning ever faster. Suddenly, black flames erupted upon the Hachibi. The flames burned fiercely, seemingly intent on reducing all existence to ash. The Hachibi swung its thick tail in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but the Amaterasu flames, once ignited, could not be quelled. Soon, its tail was engulfed in black flames. Chi-La Bai seethed within the Hachibi, cursing, "Damn brat. What manner of strange flames are these?" Sasuke retorted coldly, "This is Amaterasu, flames that will consume you utterly." At that moment, the Hachibi let out an enraged roar, its chakra surging forth once more, striving to suppress the Amaterasu flames. However, the flames continued to burn fiercely, showing no signs of abating. Observing this, Kisame increased the speed of his hand seals, proclaiming, "Suiton, Daiba Kufu no Jutsu." A torrent of water surged forth from his mouth, crashing towards the Hachibi. The water flow destabilized the Hachibi's form, allowing Sasuke to seize the opportunity to attack again. The sound of his Senjutsu apparatus resonated as he hurled the grass-cutting sword into the air, rapidly forming hand seals. Raitun, Tenrai. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with surrounding lightning converging into a brilliant beam that crashed down, engulfing Chi-La Bai entirely. Feeling the immense power, Chi-La Bai exerted all his strength to command the Hachibi in defense. Yet, under the relentless barrage of attacks, the Hachibi appeared somewhat overwhelmed. "Little 8, sever your tail and escape," Chi-La Bai fervently urged in his mind. The Hachibi instantly understood, parting with one of its tails. In the eyes of the two, Chi-Labai finally succumbed to the overwhelming assault, exiting the tailed beast transformation state, collapsing heavily to the ground, and falling into unconsciousness. Sasuke and Kisame stared at the fallen Chi-Labai, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. However, just as they prepared to carry Chi-Labai away, a sudden surge of intense chakra rippled through the air as the fourth Raikage, AI, arrived like a whirlwind. He struggled against his fatigue from a recent battle as he rushed to their location. "You two despicable fiends! How dare you harm Chi-Labai?" The Raikage's face was a mask of fury, his body crackling with brilliant lightning, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Without a moment's delay, the Raikage charged directly at Sasuke and Kisame. His speed was like lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them. Sasuke and Kisame felt a tightening in their chests. Fully aware of the Raikage smite, Kisame hastily formed hand seals, executing the Suiten Daikoden no Jutsu in an attempt to thwart the Raikage's advance. However, the Raikage showed no fear. With a powerful punch, he shattered the water shark bullet with overwhelming lightning chakra. Yet, this attack still drained a portion of the Raikage chakra. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, preparing to cast a Jinjutsu in response to the Raikage. However, the Raikage's extensive combat experience enabled him to discern Sasuke's intentions, and he evaded the Jinjutsu with his speed and reflexes. The Raikage continued his assault, each strike laden with incredible force. His lightning-infused punches and kicks rendered Sasuke and Kisame hard-pressed to defend. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke declared, "We can only fight back." Under the relentless onslaught of the Raikage, Sasuke instantly activated the Susanoo in its Yada no Kagami form. The imposing figure of the Yada no Kagami emanated an air of authority and power. As the Raikage's attacks descended like a thunderous storm, Sasuke deftly maneuvered the Susanoo, raising the Yada no Kagami to shield against the Raikage's mightiest lightning assault. The Raikage's offensive was halted momentarily, leaving him slightly stunned. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the Susanoo drew back its bowstring, conjuring a colossal energy arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth, propelled by immense force towards the Raikage. The Raikage's expression changed drastically. He sought to evade, but it was too late, as the arrow pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. "Little brat, don't think this will defeat me." The Raikage roared defiantly, attempting to pull out the chakra arrow embedded in him. Meanwhile, Sasuke was panting heavily, the intense battles having drained both his stamina and chakra significantly. "We must leave." Seeing the approaching Cloud Shinobi, Kisame hoisted Chi-Labai's chakra clone and fled the scene alongside Sasuke, not looking back. Chapter 183. The Persuasion of Yakushi Kabuto. The Furious Raikage. Within a cave in the Land of Fire, Yakushi Kabuto summoned forth the recently resurrected individuals through the Edo Tensei technique once more. With the exception of the fourth Hokage, behind him lay hundreds of white coffins of various sizes, all containing powerful figures gathered by Hinata High. Having completed his task, Yakushi Kabuto rose, preparing to fulfill Hinata High's narrative, gathering Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito to instigate the Fourth Shinobi World War. Just then, the space beside him warped, and Uchiha Obito appeared alongside the body of Nagato. "All right, my task is done. I'm going back to rest now," Obito said coldly. He had entirely relinquished his identity, driven by Hinata High, solely to safeguard Rin's peace. Each day was spent in front of Rin's coffin, lost in thought. "This is not over. I need you to help persuade Sasuke, and Kisame is set to initiate the Ten Tails plan." Yakushi Kabuto crouched down to carefully store the Rinnegan, also sealing away Nagato's corpse. He looked at Obito and added, "Moreover, we are now comrades in the endeavor to launch the Fifth Shinobi World War." Obito's expression darkened. All the blame seemed to have fallen upon him, while he remained merely an actor. "I understand. No need for reminders. I know where Sasuke and Kisame are," Yakushi Kabuto said as he pulled out a map, indicating a location for Obito. "Let's proceed, and remember to act your part well. Once the plan is complete, Lord High will resurrect you and Rin in that new world." Yao Shirdo did not forget to paint a grand vision for Dai Tuesday. However, Dai-Tu remained unfazed by Yao Shido's few words. His sole desire was to ensure that Lin's soul remained undisturbed. If Lin were to be resurrected, she would once again become a tool used by Hinata to threaten him. Dai-Tu silently obeyed the orders left by Hinata and drew Yao Shido into his Kamui space. In a dense forest within the land of fire, Kisame and Sasuke hurried towards the land of rain. Kisame carried the clone of Kyubi on his back, swiftly racing towards their destination. They had not received any communication from Nagato regarding their plan to absorb the tailed beasts, compelling them to hasten their journey. At that moment, Dai-Tu and Yao Shido suddenly appeared before them. Both halted immediately, and upon recognizing their visitors, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, exclaiming, "Yao Shido, how could you be with Uchiha Dai-Tu? Are you planning to betray Senior Hinata?" Sasuke harbored no fondness for Dai-Tu, the collaborator responsible for the Uchiha clan's annihilation. His relationship with Senior Hinata's assistant was merely professional. Should he betray Hinata, Sasuke would not hesitate to execute him. Yao Shido, a seasoned actor, feigned heartbreak as he replied, "Do not be so cold. After all, I was once your teacher in Mokuton." Dai-Tu, exhibiting an impassive demeanor, stated, "Sasuke, Kisame, the plan to capture the Nine Tails has failed. Nagato is dead, and Hinata has betrayed the Ten Tails initiative." Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible! How could Senior Hinata betray us? He is the executor of this plan." Kisame, observing from the side, chuckled ominously, sensing that if both Hinata and Nagato, the strongest figures in the ninja world, had failed, Dai-Tu must be involved. Dai-Tu had certainly not abandoned his ambitions and would continue to pursue the Moon's Eye plan to create a truly real world, which Kisame would support. Yao Shido sneered, "Sasuke, the facts are evident. Why deceive yourself? Hinata has betrayed our common goal and allied with the 5 great nations." Enraged, Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi sword, shouting, "Silence! You traitor, what right do you have to speak here?" He leaped forward, swinging his sword at Uchiha Dai-Tu and Yao Shido. Dai-Tu swiftly evaded Sasuke's attack, saying, "Sasuke, calm down. This is not the time for impulsiveness. Do you not wish to resurrect your loved ones?" Sasuke, consumed by rage, could not heed his words. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, unleashing a surge of powerful chakra. Kisame, acting as an insider, quickly intervened, urging, "Sasuke, do not act rashly. Listen to what they have to say." Dai-Tu spoke with an impassive tone. "Now is not the time for emotional outbursts. We must redefine the direction of our plan." Sasuke glared at Dai-Tu, exclaiming, "Dai-Tu, you instigator. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You have always sought to use us to achieve your ambitions." Dai-Tu scoffed, "Sasuke, you are too naive. Hinata's betrayal has plunged us into a crisis. Without unity, all our efforts will be in vain." Kisame concurred, "Sasuke, first hear them out. Our situation is indeed dire." Sasuke retorted, "Kisame, are you also in league with them? I trusted you because I believed you were Itachi's former comrade." Yao Shido continued, "Sasuke, if we advance our plan and integrate the Ten Tails, you will gain the power necessary for revenge. Do you not desire vengeance for your clan?" Sasuke clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Of course I seek revenge, but I refuse to believe that Senior Hinata would betray us." Dai-Tu countered, "Sasuke, think carefully. If it were not for Hinata's betrayal, why have we not received any news from him?" Sasuke fell into a momentary silence, his heart filled with conflict and doubt. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. It was the forces of Kumogakure pursuing them. Dai-Tu urged, "Sasuke, there is no time to hesitate. Join us in evading them, and we shall deliberate further." Sasuke glanced at the approaching Kumogakure ninjas, steeling himself, and said, "I will trust you this once. But if I discover you have deceived me, you will pay the price." In Kumogakure, several individuals had located Hinata and Naruto, while these reinforcements were taken to meet Raikage A. Those who had witnessed Hinata during the conflict had perished, and none recognized him as the member of Akatsuki who had just attacked Kumogakure. Under the guidance of the Kumogakure ninjas, they arrived at a makeshift room prepared for the 4th Raikage recovery. The 4th Raikage lay on a sickbed, pale-faced and heavily bandaged. However, upon seeing Hinata, His eyes ignited with furious rage, disregarding his injuries as he struggled to rise and attack him. This was the very individual responsible for the recent assault on Kumogakure. How could he dare to return after the loss of so many elite ninjas? You damn scoundrel! How dare you destroy Kumogakure? I shall tear you to pieces! Roared the fourth Raikage, enduring his pain as he attempted to gather chakra and strike at Hinata's neck. Before Jiraiya could react, Naruto stepped forward, extending his hands to block the fourth Raikage's attack. Jiraiya quickly interjected, "Raikage, please calm down. This is not the time for rash actions. The leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, has fallen. The new leader, Hinata, has turned to our side and is willing to join forces against our common enemy." The fourth Raikage glared at Jiraiya, retorting, "Jiraiya, why do you protect this criminal? Is the tragedy of Kumogakure not enough to warrant his death?" Hinata, expressionless, coldly stated, "Raikage, this is the price of war. However, we face a common foe and must set aside our hatred." The fourth Raikage was not swayed, bellowing, "A common enemy? My greatest enemy is you." It appeared that our Raikage was unwilling to cooperate with me. Hinata's eyes suddenly blazed with intense, killing intent. "Then I shall have to kill you and continue negotiations with a new Raikage." Shikamaru, sensing the tension, stepped forward alongside Naruto, urging Hinata and the Raikage, "Raikage, this is not the time for internal strife. We must unite to confront a far greater crisis." Naruto patted Hinata's back, trying to calm him. "Take it easy, big brother Mushio. The Raikage simply does not understand the situation." The fourth Raikage, panting heavily and glaring at Hinata and the others, ultimately suppressed his fury under the persuasion of the group, yet the murderous intent in his gaze remained undiminished. Hinata's demeanor remained icy as he stepped forward, and the Raikage's golden chakra coalesced above his head, forming a long spear of the truth-seeking ball that descended directly. The Raikage's lightning armor reached its limit, but could not withstand the might of this strike. The spear halted just above the Raikage's head, and cold sweat streamed down his brow as he widened his eyes, breathing heavily. He understood that had it not been for Hinata's mercy, he would have already met his demise. "Remember, I'm willing to give you a chance to prove yourselves. Should there be a next time you dare to offend Hinata." He did not finish his sentence, but everyone comprehended the implications. With that, Hinata withdrew the spear. The fourth Raikage clenched his teeth, but remained silent, recognizing that acting on impulse would be futile for Kumogakure at this moment. A brief silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Shikamaru broke the silence first, frowning as he said, "Since we have all temporarily laid down our hostilities, let us quickly discuss how to address the impending crisis. Uchiha Obito lurks in the shadows, ever vigilant. We must unite as one." Naruto promptly nodded and exclaimed, "Indeed, we must devise a plan together. We can no longer afford to bicker amongst ourselves." Jiraiya stepped forward, stating, "The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured. I hope you will accompany us to Konoha to collectively resist our foes. We need to convene a new summit of the Six Nations." As he spoke, Jiraiya cast a glance at Hyuga Ki, seeking his opinion. Upon receiving a nod from Hyuga Ki, he continued, "We must discuss strategies to counter our new adversaries." The Raikage remained silent, fixated on Hyuga Ki, struggling to trust this newcomer to the alliance of the six great nations. He did not wish for Hyuga Ki to overhear his forthcoming words, opting instead for this silent form of protest. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware that Hyuga Ki was indeed Chinya Mushio, the leader of the Ninja World Federation. Hyuga Ki, however, felt no anger. He understood that showcasing power had already been demonstrated adequately. If you refer to the captured being as merely a disguised Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, I'm already aware that the true Eight-Tails still lives. The Raikage was taken aback, realizing that Killer Bee had been concealed. At that moment, a Cloud Village ninja rushed in, visibly flustered. "Raikage-sama, this is dire news. The pursuit unit has suffered near total annihilation, and we have detected signs of space-time ninjutsu. The enemy seems to have vanished without a trace." Everyone was startled, and Hyuga Ki furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it must be Uchiha Obito. He has taken Uchiha Sasuke and Hoshigaki Kisame. He must have won them over to his side. We must tread carefully. The fourth Reikage was bewildered by the situation, questioning why Uchiha Obito was allied with the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to stand tall, declaring, regardless of who it may be, the Cloud Village shall not fall easily. The enemy had already taken action. We could no longer delay. Hyuga Ki issued commands. Shikamaru, inform him of the events in Konoha, and then accompany me to the summit. Understood, Shikamaru replied without hesitation. I will attempt to pursue Obito. I will return to Konoha within a day. As Hyuga Ki stepped outside, he paused just before crossing the threshold. From this point forward, I shall personally partake in the efforts against Uchiha Obito to substantiate my stance through tangible results. However, let me be clear, should anyone dare to act against the unity of the ninja world during this period, the room fell silent. The weight of Hyuga Ki's assertion hanging heavily, even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. He then stepped outside, vanishing from sight. Once he departed, those remaining in the room were enveloped in a brief silence. Shikamaru inhaled deeply and began recounting the series of events that had transpired in Konoha to the fourth Reikage, whose expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. The multitude of revelations was overwhelming, but the most astonishing was not the fact that Shinya Musho was Hyuga Ki's second persona, but rather the existence of a Rinnegan, which could resurrect the deceased. If he were to obtain the Rinnegan, it would imply the possibility of reviving his fallen comrades. It was no wonder Hyuga Ki was so eager to track down Uchiha Obito. However, had he known the Reikage's thoughts, he would have laughed at his short-sightedness. Hyuga Ki had long possessed the Rinnegan. Regardless of whether one could acquire it, how could they resurrect those who had long since passed? Would they rely on Edo Tensei? Those deceased had already been reduced to mere dust. Hyuga Ki departed to make final preparations for the revival of Rin and Yanoyu, aiming to completely seize control over Obito and Kabuto. Meanwhile, Obito returned to the cave with Kisame, Sasuke, and Kabuto. With a somber gaze, he addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, I know this is difficult for you to accept, but the truth lies before us. He gestured for Kabuto to reveal Nagato's corpse. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Nagato's lifeless body. How is this possible? He knew well who Nagato was. Having heard tales from Hyuga Ki about the wielder of the Rinnegan, the second most powerful ninja in the world, and yet now, here lay his corpse. Obito coldly stated, "This serves as evidence. Nagato was slain by Hyuga Ki. He betrayed our plan and the Akatsuki." Kisame furrowed his brow, deep in thought, while Kabuto seized the opportunity to press further. "Sasuke, you must believe it now. Hyuga Ki has forsaken us for his own gain." Sasuke clenched his fists, his knuckles paling. Why? Why would he do this? He could not believe that Hyuga Ki had betrayed their plan. He had once placed immense trust in him. Yet now he found himself opposed to the very person he sought vengeance against. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Obito's eyes. Perhaps he has developed grander ambitions. Or perhaps he has been swayed by the 5 great nations. Regardless, we cannot allow him to sabotage our plans. Sasuke was engulfed in profound anguish and confusion, his convictions wavering in that moment. Kisame queried, "What is our next move?" Obito replied ominously, "We must reorganize our forces and continue advancing with the Eye of the Moon plan. Sasuke, if you wish for revenge, you must stand with us." Sasuke raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred and resolve. "Very well, I will cooperate with you, but should you deceive me, I will not spare you." A tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the cave as they began plotting their next course of action. Chapter 185. The Revival of Yano Rin. Obito's Loyalty at 100. As for the revival of Hyuga Ki's parents and the couple, this matter shall be postponed for now. The reason being that the grand undertaking remains unfinished. They shall eventually be revived, as the author has not forgotten Hyuga Ki's original intent. What are our plans? The 8 tails is already in our grasp, but we still lack the final 9 tails. How shall we acquire it? Sasuke inquired. Obito chuckled derisively. "Do you truly believe you have captured the 8 tails?" With that, he placed his hand upon Killer Bee's clone, dispelling the chakra surrounding it. A massive octopus limb materialized before them, and both Kisame and Sasuke's expressions turned grim. Realizing that the being they had captured was merely a clone, Sasuke could hardly believe that his Sharingan had failed to discern this. Kabuto reassured, "Do not fret. Our current strength is still inadequate. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has perfectly mastered the power of the Nine Tails. His abilities now surpass yours, Sasuke." Sasuke frowned deeply. "That Naruto, I do not rush. I have brought many valuable items from the Federation." Kabuto produced a sealing scroll from his sleeve. Unfolding it and releasing the seal, revealing 2 pairs of Sharingan preserved in nutrient solution. "These are Itachi and Fugaku's Sharingan. You have now mastered the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I will assist you in merging it with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Sasuke resolutely nodded in agreement with Kabuto's proposal. He was indeed in urgent need of greater strength. Obito turned away, vanishing into the Kamui space, leaving behind a single sentence. "We shall begin now. We still have time to reach the Six Nations Summit." As Kabuto was in the process of merging the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan for Sasuke, other events were unfolding within the Kamui space. Upon entering, Obito found Hyuga Ki standing beside Rin's crystal coffin, gazing intently at him. Obito fixed his gaze upon Hyuga Ki, his eyes narrowing as he sternly warned, "Stay away from Rin. I am merely following your instructions." Hinata waved his hand and smiled as he said, "Of course, you have not disappointed me. You have done quite well. But do you remember the promise I made to you?" A flicker of realization crossed Obito's heart, as if he had recalled something. But he feigned ignorance and asked, "What do you mean?" Hinata casually perched atop a stone pillar, stating, "It is nothing of great significance. I merely recall my promise that if you successfully carry out all the tasks I assigned you, I would resurrect both you and Lin." After a brief pause, Hinata added, "I believe you have performed admirably. It is time to fulfill my promise." "Is that true?" Obito's heart raced, his eyes widening. "Of course. It cannot be without conditions. You simply need to continue supporting my plan and execute the script I provided to you. Only then will you both be able to live happily in the new world I create. If Sasuke has not become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails by then, you will need to assume his role and continue the plan to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails." Obito closed his eyes, attempting to decipher the implications of Hinata's words. Eventually, he burst into laughter. Did he truly have any choice? Was he not merely being used by Hinata? Now, with Hinata displaying such benevolence, why not accept? "Very well, I accept." Hinata's smile grew warmer. "I knew you would agree. Follow me." Hinata activated Kamui, drawing Obito into a specific coordinate. In an instant, they arrived at a new location, where Obito looked around, enchanted by the vibrant scenery. In the distance, rolling hills undulated. Verdant trees formed a lush tapestry, resembling a green ocean swaying gently in the breeze. A clear stream gurgled, its waters shimmering with golden flecks of sunlight, merrily weaving through dense grass. Before them stood several quaint wooden cottages beside rice paddies, where the aroma of ripening rice wafted through the air, accompanied by fish and wild ducks, all tended to by numerous puppets. This place resembled a dreamlike garden. "This is the world at the center of the moon. A creation of mine," Hinata remarked with a smile. "What do you think? Are you satisfied? This is a temporary residence for Lin before the new world is completed." As Hinata described, this was indeed the moon world he had painstakingly reconstructed, with the support of Hinata's ocular power, as long as he remained alive. The artificial sun here would continue to shine. Obito nodded silently, unsure of how to respond. He had once dismissed those words as mere illusions conjured by Hinata, never expecting that he would truly resurrect Lin and himself. "That is all I need to hear," Hinata declared, retrieving a crystal coffin from the Kamui space. He opened the coffin lid and summoned the Outer Path Golem to provide him with chakra. With adept precision, Hinata formed hand seals, channeling chakra that erupted forth as he performed the ninjutsu Tianming Sushang. A vast array of runes expanded beneath his feet, enveloping the crystal coffin and Obito within. A golden glow enveloped their bodies, and Obito felt as though he had regained the sensations of life. Breathing, taste, hunger, and all other experiences returned to him. His pair of Mangekyo Sharingan remained intact, as Hinata had separated his ocular power to recreate them for him. Inside the crystal coffin, Lin's eyelids fluttered before she gradually opened her eyes. Initially clouded with confusion, her gaze soon cleared as she sat up slowly, looking at Hinata and Obito with a mixture of bewilderment. "Who are you? What is happening? Wasn't I in the Pure Land?" Lin's voice was tinged with weakness, and as she regarded Obito, who wore a mask, she did not recognize Hinata. Obito slowly removed his mask, revealing his completely restored visage. He stepped forward, embracing Lin tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Lin, you've come back to life. You truly have. You are Obito?" "It is I." After sending the Outer Path Golem back to the ninja world, Hinata sensed the lack of chakra and vitality within him. The chakra supplied by the golem barely compensated for his loss, but replenishing his life force proved more challenging. His face appeared somewhat pale. This indicated that he still required the 10 tails and the body of Kaguya Otsutsuki to complete this final piece of the puzzle. He then quietly stood to the side, smiling as he watched the two reconnect, embodying the role of a supportive companion rather than that of a hidden mastermind. Hinata was intent on resurrecting Lin. Since he aimed to revive Obito, Lin's resurrection was equally essential, as he could not trust Obito without her presence. Once Lin was revived, Obito would refrain from reckless actions. He could not afford to gamble with Lin's life again, fearing that Hinata would extinguish her once more. Obito had no desire to see his beloved perish a second time. As for fleeing with Lin, he dared not consider it. Where could he escape to? He had witnessed Hinata's capabilities. In a ninja world, no one could impede him if he wished to eliminate someone. Furthermore, Hinata had declared that this was his created world. How could he take Lin away from here? Thus, adhering to Hinata's directives emerged as the wisest choice. Chapter 186. The Resurrection of Yakushi Ninu. Loyalty of Yakushi Kabuto 100. After their nostalgic reunion concluded, Lin approached Hinata and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for granting me a new lease on life." A warm smile blossomed on Hinata's face, radiating righteousness as he responded, "It is nothing. Obito and I share a common goal as comrades. It was he who implored me to resurrect you." Hinata graciously attributed the credit to Obito. "Then I must thank you once more," Lin said, turning to Obito, her face alight with a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Obito." Obito, taken aback by her words, felt as if he had reverted to the Obito of Konoha. He sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "No need for thanks." Lin gazed at Obito, her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. "Obito, what have you been through all these years? How has Kakashi fared?" A smile crossed Hinata's face. Realizing that even upon her resurrection, Lin still held Kakashi in her thoughts. Glancing at Obito, he noticed his nose inexplicably reddening. Meanwhile, Obito's gaze darted away, unable to meet Lin's clear, watery eyes. He opened his mouth to speak but felt as though his throat were choked, unable to utter a single word. His heart was burdened with anguish and conflict. How could he reveal to Lin the dark, bloody past he had wrought in the name of vengeance? "I'm doing well. Everything is quite all right." Kakashi remains the same, becoming a ninja who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Hinata interjected, providing Obito with a reprieve. "We are engaged in a grand endeavor, aspiring to create a brand new ninja world, and we are on the verge of success. Before that, you should reside here in peace. Once the plan is completed, you will be able to return to that new ninja world." These plans were confidential, making it inconvenient for Obito to disclose them. Hinata's words elevated Obito's status in Lin's eyes, successfully helping him navigate the predicament. Her gaze towards Obito transformed, shifting from that of a friend in need of care to that of someone to be admired. Lin nodded thoughtfully, softly stating, "Though I do not yet fully comprehend, I trust you, Obito." Obito lowered his head slightly, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He was acutely aware that the path he traversed was fraught with deception and sin. However, confronted with Lin's trusting gaze, a flicker of hesitation and struggle ignited within him. Nevertheless, he sincerely appreciated Hinata for rescuing him from the moment. After arranging for Lin to reside within the lunar space, Hinata and Obito returned to the Kamui space. Hinata remarked, "There is no need for guilt. I speak the truth. as long as our plan is executed. We shall forge a brand new world. You shall be one of its architects, and in that future, Kakashi will merely be an ordinary shinobi, while you will emerge as the grand benefactor of this new realm. However, should we falter, you will be condemned as a sinner. This is something you must weigh carefully. Hinatachi's words served as a reminder to Obito that if he wished to win Rin's heart, he must resolutely follow his lead. Taking a deep breath, Obito solemnly replied, "Thank you for resurrecting Rin. I will act according to your plan." Hinatachi nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. We must accelerate our progress." Sasuke has already integrated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly enhancing his power. We must fully harness this strength, take him and declare war on the 5 great nations. Subsequently, you both shall transplant a Rinnegan to amplify your abilities and ignite the Shinobi World War. A glint of determination flickered in Obito's eyes. "I will. It is good that you understand. There is still time. Go and spend some moments with her while Kakashi is absent." Hinatachi smiled and offered a few pieces of advice to Obito. With newfound clarity, Obito expressed his gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you." His speech carried a tone of respect, reflecting his reverence for Hinatachi. After all, he was now in the same boat as Hinatachi. Should anything happen to him, not only would Rin potentially vanish once more, but he would also be forever tainted, unable to earn Rin's forgiveness. Observing Obito disappear into the Kamui space, Hinatachi wore a satisfied smile. This was his second layer of assurance. He had successfully secured Obito's absolute loyalty, and from any perspective, Obito would remain unwaveringly devoted to Hinatachi. Even if Naruto himself attempted to persuade him otherwise, it would be futile, for Obito's motivation was Rin, with perhaps Kakashi in the background. Yet, Hinatachi cared not for whom Yuhi Rin favored or whether Obito was deserving of resurrection. He was solely concerned with the flawless execution of his plans. Hinatachi's moral compass was remarkably flexible. Next, there was another individual who needed to be thoroughly won over, Yakushi Kabuto. Hinatachi had previously promised him the revival of Yakushi no, and now was the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. Yakushi Kabuto had facilitated Sasuke's integration of 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, and had administered a potion to expedite the merging process, subsequently assigning a puppet to attend to him. Soon after, Yakushi Kabuto received a message from Hinatachi and arrived outside a cave. Hinatachi drew Yakushi Kabuto into the Kamui space, smiling as he said, "I will take you to meet someone. I believe you will be delighted." Yakushi Kabuto seemed to have already guessed who it was and respectfully bowed, expressing his loyalty. "Thank you, Lord Chi. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your plan." A sincere smile graced Yakushi Kabuto's face, indicating he had surmised the identity of the person Hinatachi referred to. Hinatachi led him into a newly created lunar space, where Yakushi no awaited. Upon seeing her, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled. "Director." No was equally overwhelmed, opening her arms to embrace Yakushi Kabuto. He rushed forward, tightly holding her, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Hinatachi quietly observed this touching scene, a content smile adorning his face. Leaders like him were a rarity, indeed. After resurrecting Yakushi no, he provided her with all the evidence against Danzo to prevent any awkwardness that might arise from their meeting as strangers, thus preserving the beautiful atmosphere. Once Yakushi Kabuto and no calmed their emotions, Hinatachi stated, "Kabuto, your wish has been realized. I hope you will serve our plan with unwavering resolve." Yakushi Kabuto nodded earnestly, replying, "Lord Chi, your great kindness is beyond my means to repay. I shall not hesitate to face any peril for you." Hinatachi expressed his satisfaction. "Very well. Our plan has now reached a critical juncture, and we cannot afford even the slightest error." Kabuto's expression became serious as he responded, "Rest assured, Lord Chi, I understand." Kabuto lacked the space-time ninjutsu to frequently traverse between the moon and the shinobi world. Once their reunion concluded, Hinatachi returned Yakushi Kabuto to the shinobi world, instructing him to look after Sasuke and continue his tasks. Chapter 187. Kurizetsu's interrogation and the 5 Kage's reaction after concluding his tasks. Kurizetsu, sought out Hinata, who was preparing to attend the Six Nations Summit in Konoha. Emerging from underground, Kurizetsu obstructed Hinata-chi's path, his eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Hinata-chi, what you have done is utterly contrary to our original plan. According to Kurizetsu's design, Hinata-chi was supposed to successfully capture the Nine Tails during this invasion, not immerse himself within the ranks of the 5 great nations, as he currently did. Hinata-chi remained calm and composed, staring directly at Kurizetsu as he spoke. Kurizetsu, plans are always outpaced by change. The invasion of the Nine Tails has encountered numerous unforeseen circumstances, and the 5 great nations have united. Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Obito have betrayed me. Kabuto has taken control of Obito, and they aspire to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails themselves. Should we attempt to capture the Nine Tails under these circumstances, we would only place ourselves at a disadvantage. They possess more pawns than I do. My Edo Tensei army has been seized by them, and even Uchiha Madara could be resurrected at any moment, along with Nagato's Rinnegan. Only by joining the ranks of the 5 great nations can we gain more room for maneuver. As he spoke, a murderous intent flickered in Hinata-chi's eyes. As though truly enraged by the betrayal, he declared vehemently, "One day, I will surely kill that Yakushi Kabuto." Kurizetsu gradually calmed from his fury. After hearing from Shirazetsu, he had hastened to find Hinata-chi to uncover the truth, and he had not anticipated such a result. "Isn't Kabuto your subordinate? How could he suddenly betray you?" Kurizetsu inquired warily. Though he viewed Hinata-chi as a power-hungry madman who could be manipulated, he remained cautious. If Kabuto could betray Danzo and Orochimaru, what was to stop him from betraying Hinata-chi? Hinata-chi's tone grew icy. Kurizetsu. After a moment of silence, Kurizetsu seemed to contemplate Hinata-chi's words. Eventually, he spoke. "If that is the case, what do you intend to do next within the ranks of the 5 great nations?" Hinata-chi's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. "I will incite their conflicts, bide my time, and patiently await the opportune moment." "I was overthinking it," Kurizetsu acknowledged, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Your strategy is nothing short of perfect. I misjudged you." With that, he once again submerged into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Hinata-chi watched where Kurizetsu had disappeared. Internally calculating, he had intentionally disclosed the information about Uchiha Madara's potential resurrection during their conversation, knowing it would stir Kurizetsu's interest. This way, he could awaken Kurizetsu's other desires and engage in heartfelt discussions with Uchiha Madara according to the original plan. With that, Hinata-chi activated Kimui, instantaneously vanishing from his location. Upon arriving in Konoha, he immediately spotted Hinata and Hanabi eagerly waiting at the village's entrance. Upon seeing Hinata-chi's arrival, the two rushed toward him in excitement. Hanabi even wrapped her arms around his, while Hinata, though more bashful, shyly clutched his arm as well. Hinata-chi regarded the sisters with a gentle smile. "Brother, since you come this time, please stay for a few more days. We will take care of you." Rushang-chi gently shook his head, stating that there were numerous affairs requiring his attention. The matters concerning Uchiha Obito remained unresolved, and many troubles were left in his wake, which he felt compelled to address personally. His purpose for attending this gathering was to participate in the Six Nations Conference, where they would collectively discuss strategies to counter their adversaries. Hinata looked up at Rushang-chi, her eyes filled with understanding and support, urging him to exercise caution. Hanabi nodded vigorously, expressing her unwavering faith in her brother's ability to resolve the issues at hand. Rushang-chi smiled as he affectionately ruffled their hair, assuring them that once the dust settled, he would devote quality time to their family. As they conversed, they unknowingly approached the venue for the meeting. Suddenly, Rushang-chi remarked that he would arrange for them to head to the Federation, as a great conflict was imminent, and he could not bear to leave them behind. Hinata, taken aback, quickly responded that they could take care of themselves and did not wish to be a burden. Hanabi clenched her fists, resolutely declaring that they would remain in Konoha to support him. Rushang-chi sighed softly, clarifying that it was not a burden, but rather his concern for their well-being. The situation was unpredictable, and the Federation would be far safer. Hinata bit her lip, seemingly about to protest further, but Hanabi tugged at her sleeve, conceding to their brother's wishes. Shangchi nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness, assuring them that once the storm passed, they would finally be able to reunite as a family. He then turned and walked toward the meeting hall, while Hinata and Hanabi watched his retreating figure, their eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Shangchi knew he could not involve his sisters in the unfolding events, as their participation could jeopardize the plan, thus providing a perfect opportunity to protect them. This action also aligned well with the persona he had cultivated in the 5 great nations. Upon entering the meeting hall, Shangchi observed that all 5 Kage had already taken their seats. In an instant, all eyes focused on him, some filled with complexity, others with anger, and a few with relief. The one with the most complicated emotions was Gaara, who viewed Shangchi as both the perpetrator of his father's death and a savior. The most furious was Raikage, who, upon spotting Shangchi, seemed ready to charge at him with murderous intent, but was restrained by the disparity in their strengths, realizing that such a confrontation would likely remain unfulfilled. Conversely, the other Kage felt fortunate, having witnessed Shangchi's formidable prowess and preferring to avoid conflict with him, relieved that he had chosen to amend his ways. Shangchi maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding their gazes as he steadily approached his designated seat. That Tsuchikage and Noki broke the silence first, his tone laced with scrutiny, inquiring about Shangchi's sincerity in collaborating with them. Shangchi met Noki's gaze with composure, responding earnestly that given the pressing circumstances, he would exert all his efforts now that he had chosen to stand with them. Mizukage Terumi, pursing her lips, expressed her skepticism, citing Shangchi's previous actions that made trust difficult, questioning how they could be assured he would not betray them again. Shangchi frowned slightly, responding in a deep voice that their paths had merely diverged. He was willing to trust them once, believing they had the capacity to change the world, which was sufficient. Raikage slammed his hand on the table, shouting vehemently that differing paths could not absolve the countless innocent lives he had taken. Shangchi regarded Raikage, whose chest was still bandaged, with disdain, retorting that it was naive to think that war did not entail casualties. Such losses were a natural occurrence. Furthermore, he pointed out that he had not inflicted significant losses upon Kumogakure, as all those he had killed had been resurrected by the former leader of Akatsuki. Shangchi feigned indifference, admonishing Raikage not to hypocritically accuse him. In this chaotic world, everyone fought for their beliefs, and what Raikage deemed innocent might be perceived as an obstacle by others. He challenged Raikage, stating that if he believed himself morally superior, he could seek vengeance against him using any means necessary, as long as he could succeed in killing him. Shangchi's words cut deeply, striking at Raikage's core, and it was undeniable that he had not killed many of their shinobi. The destruction caused had predominantly been due to Deidara, not to Shangchi himself. In terms of sheer strength, even the entirety of the beleaguered Kumogakure would stand no chance against Shangchi. Raikage's face contorted with rage upon hearing Shangchi's dismissive remarks, his forehead veined and his eyes wide with fury, as if he were on the brink of attacking. "You shameless wretch! How can you so cavalierly dismiss the casualties of war? Those fallen soldiers had families and loved ones, yet you treat them as mere fodder." Raikage's voice echoed throughout the hall, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. "I see you are merely guilty and unwilling to acknowledge your crimes." Raikage continued to bellow, insisting that no amount of eloquent speech could mask his past misdeeds. "I, Raikage, will not easily forgive you." At this moment, Raikage's fury was barely contained, his breaths heavy, his gaze fixed on Shangchi as if he wished to pierce him with his glare. Gaara, observing the enraged Raikage and the disdainful Shangchi, interjected, urging everyone to focus on their common enemy rather than squabbling amongst themselves. Tsunade concurred, stating that now was not the time for emotional outbursts, emphasizing the need to unite all available forces to confront the impending crisis. Shangchi nodded slightly, assuring them that he would demonstrate his sincerity through action. This statement provided Raikage with a means to de-escalate the situation, allowing him to suppress his anger and return to his seat in silence. Inoki cleared his throat, suggesting they promptly discuss strategies to address the threat posed by Uchiha Obito and his allies. The others nodded in agreement, redirecting their focus to the pressing matters at hand. Shangqi was the first to speak, slowly revealing the gravity of the situation. The worst-case scenario had unfolded, as Kisame and Sasuke had not returned from the Land of Rain. The dire news continued, as both had defected from Akatsuki and joined forces with Uchiha Obito and Kabuto, rendering their enemies even more formidable. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly somber, the expressions of those present reflecting the weight of his words. Once they had processed the information, Shangqi produced several documents, continuing, "This is a list of shinobi who have been reanimated through impure world reincarnation. Please take a look. These individuals were originally gathered by me and are now mostly revived by Kabuto." Ino stepped forward to distribute the intelligence to the 5 Kage, who all displayed expressions of horror upon reviewing the extensive list. It contained many of the finest shinobi from the 5 great shinobi countries in recent years, including several Kage. Moreover, it listed several deceased members of Akatsuki who had also been resurrected. The Kage's faces darkened with fury as Gaara spotted the name of Chiyo. Tsunade recognized the names of her former lover Dan and her grandfather, while Reikage found the names of many fallen subordinates. Inoki, too, was met with the name of Uchiha Madara, a figure as terrifying as a demon. The list of individuals subjected to the Edo Tensei has nearly doubled compared to the original work, with ninjas such as Chimu Shumo, who had never appeared before, now added by Rin-Chi. Furthermore, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are included. Inoki solemnly placed the list down, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "This is nothing short of a calamity. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been resurrected." Terumi bit her lip, fury flickering in her eyes. "What is that madman Yakushi Kabuto planning?" Tsunade, suppressing her grief, stated, "Regardless of his intentions, we must not allow him to succeed. Can we truly defeat such formidable foes as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara?" Observing the somber expressions of the others, Rin-Chi continued, "Yakushi Kabuto cannot revive them at their full strength. If he were to do so, he would lose control entirely. Therefore, I speculate that their power, even if resurrected, would only amount to about 30 to 40% of what they possessed in life." Upon hearing this, the group's hearts were slightly assuaged. 30 to 40% of their strength should be manageable, even against the god of shinobi. Tsunade cautioned her companions, "Do not let your guard down. Even at 30 to 40%, victory is not guaranteed." She added, "I'll present some battle records of my grandfather, hoping we can find a way to defeat them." Setting aside tactics for the moment, she began discussing the intelligence they had gathered. They still possessed the Rinnegan and 7-tailed beasts, all of which are formidable forces. Noticing the atmosphere grow somber, Tsunade added, "Indeed, we are fortunate to still have the 8 tails and 9 tails, both perfect Jinchuriki. As long as we protect them, victory in this war shall still belong to us." Rin-Chi's expression turned grave. Strictly speaking, they have acquired all the tailed beasts. The revelation stunned the group. Reikage abruptly stood, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? How can this be?" Rin-Chi replied solemnly, "To my knowledge, tailed beast chakra is not irreplaceable. Your village's Jin and In are said to have fused with a portion of the 9-tailed chakra, correct? Moreover, Orochimaru once managed to obtain a part of your 8-tails body, which he later cultivated into a severed horn. That was subsequently taken by me and is now in Yakushi Kabuto's possession. Additionally, does the 4th Hokage not still possess half of the 9 tails within him? His current state of being unrevived is solely due to his prior experience escaping Edo Tensei. If Uchiha Obito desires that portion of the 9 tails, he could seize it at any moment. Chapter 189. The 5 Kage will regret it. The 5 Kage swallowed hard in unison. The implications were all too clear. The legendary 10 tails spoken of by Pain could reappear at any moment. A being feared even by the sage of 6 paths. Could they truly overcome such a threat? If the earlier list had merely posed a challenge, they now fully sensed the danger. Although they had never witnessed the power of the 10 tails firsthand, their understanding of the 9 tail strength allowed them to envision a fraction of its might, which encompassed the combined power of all 9-tailed beasts. Terumi May licked her dry lips and inquired, "Do you, Akatsuki, possess any other information about the Ten Tails? Perhaps a method to counter it?" Rienchi shook his head. "No. Our knowledge of the Ten Tails is limited to myth, said to be capable of annihilating a nation with a single blow. We suspect there may be some exaggeration, but destroying a ninja village or leveling a mountain should pose no challenge. Furthermore, only those with the Rinnegan can control it." Reikage A's expression darkened. The mention of destroyed ninja villages and mountains served as a painful reminder of his own village's recent devastation. Rienchi continued delivering critical intelligence, and he could only suppress his anger deep within. As silence enveloped the hall following Rienchi's words, Anoki finally broke the stillness. "It seems the situation is quite dire. However, we cannot remain idle. We must devise a countermeasure." Terumi May furrowed her brow, contemplating, "Could we not begin by unraveling the Edo Tensei technique? If we can prevent those resurrected ninjas from participating in battle, it would alleviate our burden." Tsunade, seizing upon a glimmer of hope, smiled faintly. "There may indeed be someone capable of this. He is currently in Konoha, and we should seek him out." Rienchi also smiled. "You refer to Orochimaru?" "Indeed. He may possess the means." The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, recognizing this as an opportunity, and no one seemed to care about Orochimaru's rogue status any longer, especially with an Akatsuki leader present. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya personally escorted Orochimaru into the meeting hall, where Rienchi noted that Orochimaru was adorned with numerous ceiling tags. Upon entering the hall, Orochimaru halted in fear, instinctively taking a step back. He turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade, anger evident. "Have you both lost your minds? This is Rienchi. How could the 5 great nations be negotiating with him, having been imprisoned by Rienchi for nearly a decade?" Orochimaru was astonished to find him before him again. Rienchi had become a psychological shadow for Orochimaru, unaware of the current circumstances due to his prolonged confinement. Orochimaru realized that the balance of power had shifted. Rienchi was now a true ally of justice, while he himself was the one seeking redemption. Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, saying, "Calm down, Orochimaru. We are all fighting for the shinobi world now, and Rienchi is our comrade." Orochimaru could hardly believe his ears. Was the mastermind behind the greatest calamities in the ninja world now considered an ally? Was he the one losing his sanity? Or was the world itself gone mad? Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Orochimaru exclaimed, "Comrade? What a jest! Rienchi is the leader of Akatsuki, responsible for countless disasters in the ninja world, and you dare call him a comrade?" He continued to rage. "Jiraiya, Tsunade, have you forgotten his past deeds? His hands are stained with blood. How can he possibly fight alongside us?" Yet, in the face of Orochimaru's accusations, no one offered a response. He gradually ceased his struggles, despair and confusion clouding his gaze, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation before him. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regain his composure, scanning the faces of those present, and coldly declared, "Even if he claims to collaborate with us now, who can guarantee this isn't yet another scheme? I, Orochimaru, will never be so easily deceived." He aimed to incite discord among the 5 Kage. Finally, Rienchi spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Orochimaru, I cannot erase the past, but the situation is urgent, and the threat of our enemies looms large. We must set aside our prejudices." Orochimaru scoffed. "Set aside prejudices? How easy it is for you to say. Do you think a few eloquent words can convince me of your transformation?" At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward, her tone serious. "Orochimaru, this is not the time for debate. Rienchi is now our comrade." Orochimaru's lip twitched in anger as he shouted, "Tsunade, have you been blinded by him as well? Is your mind truly functioning? Can you genuinely trust the words of a rogue?" Gongso's expression grew grave as she addressed Tavon, stating, "The ninja world now faces an immense crisis. Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto are attempting to resurrect the Ten Tails, having already acquired formidable power and summoned numerous powerful ninjas through the Edo Tensei technique." Dashawan scoffed derisively. Gongsha, Collaborating with this villain amidst such peril is akin to seeking shelter from a tiger. Ru Shangqi gazed resolutely at Ang, asserting, I understand your skepticism towards me, but we now confront a common adversary. If we do not unite, the ninja world is destined for annihilation. Da Xuan retorted coldly, annihilation? And what of it? Aligning with you might hasten my demise. Zhao Meiming interjected, unable to contain herself. Da Xuan, cease your obstinacy. This is no time for rashness. Da Xuan shot her a contemptuous glance, mocking, what do you comprehend? You have all been deceived. Wo Ai Luo spoke slowly. Da Xuan, we cannot allow internal discord to obstruct our chance to confront the enemy. Da Xuan erupted in laughter. Ha ha, bunch of naive fools. Prepare to be betrayed by Ru Shangqi. At that moment, the usually silent Mu spoke up, Da Xuan, if you continue to sow discord, do not blame me for being ungracious. Da Xuan's countenance shifted, yet he stubbornly declared, you shall rue this day. As the atmosphere thickened, Ru Shangqi's expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura of chakra surged through the assembly. Da Xuan, it seems only through force will you yield to cooperation. In an instant, he was before Da Xuan, gripping his throat tightly. Da Xuan's face flushed, struggling to breathe, yet his eyes reflected defiance and tenacity. He attempted to perform a jutsu to escape Ru Shangqi's grasp, only to find himself immobilized by sealing tags. Do you think this will make me submit? Da Xuan gasped. Ru Shangqi tightened his grip, coldly stating, I have no desire to waste time. You will either cooperate or perish. The assembly was momentarily stunned into silence by Ru Shangqi's sudden aggression. Gang Shou urged, Ru Shangqi, do not act rashly. Ru Shangqi met her gaze, stating, if he remains obstinate, we will all perish at the feet of the Ten Tails. His words silenced any would-be dissenters. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, yet he retorted, if you kill me, do not expect to uncover the method to counter the Edo Tensei. Ru Shangqi narrowed his eyes. Do you think I lack the courage to wager? I can control you once, I can do so again. He brandished a mental sphere before Da Xuan's face, poised to use it at any moment. At this tense juncture, Gulai stepped forward once more, urging Da Xuan, abandon your stubbornness. Setting aside grievances to confront the crisis is paramount. Da Xuan, panting heavily, contemplated for a moment before finally nodding in acquiescence. Ru Shangqi released him, and Da Xuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes rife with unending animosity. I hope you do not resort to any tricks, Ru Shangqi warned. Rising to his feet, Da Xuan scoffed, for now, I shall heed your words. At that moment, he masked his emotions entirely. The atmosphere in the room slightly eased, yet each individual still felt a taut tension within. Dayamug cleared his throat, stating, now that Da Xuan is willing to cooperate, let us swiftly discuss how to address the impending threat. The group nodded in agreement and resumed their seats. Gangsho initiated Da Xuan. Please elucidate the key to countering the Edo Tensei. Da Xuan shot her a disdainful glance, replying leisurely, the crux of the Edo Tensei lies in the caster's control over the deceased soul. To counter it, one must either locate and thwart the caster or utilize sealing techniques to sever the connection with the souls. Zhao Meiming frowned. That is no simple task. We do not even know the caster's whereabouts. Wo A Loa pondered briefly, suggesting perhaps we can seek clues from the resurrected ninjas. Ru Shangqi nodded. That is a viable direction. But we must proceed cautiously. Those ninjas possess considerable strength. Da Xuan turned to Ru Shangqi. Additionally, what my subordinates? Did they not develop a talisman capable of severing the caster's control? Where are the research materials? He referred to the talismans Lai had placed within his body to regain control over his soul during the Edo Tensei. Ru Shangqi replied, that traitor has been eliminated by me, and they possessed no research materials for confidentiality. However, I retained a few of their failed talismans, which I brought along today, anticipating their potential use. Da Xuan scoffed. Very well. Let's examine them. Perhaps we can glean some ideas for improvement. Ru Shangqi perceived a multitude of intentions in his gaze, sensing his concealed schemes, yet he remained unfazed. It was evident who the true master of intrigue was. Da Shang's cunning was no match for Shang's insight. Although Shang-Chi discerned some of Da Shang's machinations, he still retrieved the talismans from his possession and handed them to Da Shang. Da Shang accepted them, scrutinizing them carefully. After a moment, he remarked, though these failed prototypes are imperfect, they still reveal a semblance of thought. With my research, we may refine them into something useful. Da Yamu inquired, how long will it take to complete the improvements? Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait. Da Shang shot him a glowering look. What is your hurry? This is not a matter to be resolved in haste. As the group deliberated, another ninja rushed in, urgency etched across their face, declaring, Uchiha Sasuke has appeared outside the venue, attacking anyone in sight. We cannot stop him. He has arrived, Shang-Chi muttered. In the blink of an eye, the messenger's head was severed, and a figure emerged before the assembly. It was none other than Sasuke, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable hatred. His eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, coldly fixed upon the gathered individuals. Shang-Chi smiled, speaking first, Sasuke, your eyes have surpassed Itachi's. You have indeed not disappointed him. Hearing the praise, Sasuke's lips curled subtly into a grin as he caressed his eyes. Indeed, but I must also thank you for your guidance, senior. He then pivoted the conversation. However, this does not excuse your betrayal of your own dreams, senior. As Sasuke's words hung in the air, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Shang-Chi furrowed his brow, responding gravely. I have not betrayed my dreams. Perhaps humanity is not as wretched as it seems, and perhaps this world can indeed be transformed through alternative means. Sasuke scoffed. Do not feign innocence, senior. You once vowed to pursue your dreams relentlessly, offering your unwavering support, even at great personal cost. Yet now, you mingle with these so-called righteous individuals, seeking a path of gentle compromise. What is this? It is not the determined and spirited you that I once knew. Shang-Chi inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Sasuke. Sasuke, you are still young. Many matters are not as straightforward as you perceive. All my endeavors are dedicated to seeking a more enduring and peaceful resolution. Sasuke gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Senpai, you are far too naive. The people of Konoha will never easily change. Only when they truly experience fear and despair will they understand the need for introspection. Do you remember what you once said? Only destruction can bring about rebirth. Hinata Chi shook his head, sighing, Sasuke, such actions will only lead you into an endless abyss from which you cannot escape. Although Hinata Chi was quite satisfied with Sasuke's current state, he felt compelled to feign counsel due to the necessities of the narrative. Sasuke sneered, and what of the abyss? As long as I can achieve my goal, I will not hesitate to shatter myself into pieces. Even if it means forgiving Konoha, that can only be discussed after I have obliterated it. Observing Hinata Chi's discomfort, Orochimaru interjected with a sardonic tone, it seems we have a splendid show ahead. This situation grows ever more intriguing. Hinata Chi cast a sharp gaze at Orochimaru, admonishing, Orochimaru, silence yourself. This matter is not for you to meddle in. Orochimaru shrugged, ceasing his words, yet a cryptic smile lingered upon his face. Jiraiya then remarked, he has begun to call you senpai. You ought to counsel him promptly. Hinata Chi turned back to Sasuke and shook his head. Everyone's path is their own choice. I have no right to interfere. Sasuke, if you wish to continue down your former path, then what is the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing Hinata Chi's question, Sasuke's tone softened somewhat. I have come to exact vengeance upon Konoha and eliminate those few worthless individuals. I implore you, senpai, do not hinder me for Itachi's sake. With a sigh, Hinata Chi conceded, I promise you, I will not obstruct you. However, you underestimate them. This could lead to your downfall. With that, Hinata Chi transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the clouds. The others present showed no reaction to Hinata Chi's departure. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing his betrayal, maintaining neutrality was already a commendable outcome. Sasuke displayed a confident smile and proclaimed, Senpai, this is not me underestimating them. It is that I am now powerful enough to rival a nation. Under Hinata Chi's guidance, Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved, and his Sage Mode had reached the third stage. making his would-release techniques even more formidable. Tsunade regarded the vengeful youth before her with trepidation, realizing that the current Uchiha Sasuke was a product of the era when the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was in power. How many potential dangers had he buried within Konoha? Tsunade furrowed her brow and addressed Sasuke directly. Sasuke, revenge cannot resolve everything. Konoha may have erred in the past, but indiscriminate destruction will not yield true peace. Sasuke scoffed. Tsunade, do not preach to me. The sins of Konoha are unforgivable. Jiraiya stepped forward, his tone unwavering. Sasuke, consider this. If you were to annihilate Konoha, how many innocent lives would suffer? Is that truly the outcome you desire? Sasuke's gaze flickered momentarily, but was soon consumed by hatred. Innocent? Who will account for the pain I endured all those years? Tsunade advanced, raising her voice. Sasuke, when will this cycle of vengeance cease? Let go of your hatred. We can seek a better path for the world together. Sasuke clenched his teeth and shouted, spare me your platitudes. You cannot change anything with your sweet words. If you return my loved ones to me, I will relinquish my hatred. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled derisively. Tsunade, do not waste your breath. This boy is blinded by his vengeance. Inoki scoffed at Sasuke's words. Konoha truly has an abundance of talent, each one more troublesome than the last. First, we had Uchiha Obito, then Hinata Chi, and now Sasuke. It is truly exhausting. Mei Terumi chimed in. Konoha always seems to produce these formidable yet troublesome figures. Tsunade discerned the mockery in their words and replied with a solemn expression. Everyone, this is not the time for jesting. We must consider how to handle the crisis that Sasuke presents. Gaara spoke calmly. In the current situation, we cannot allow internal conflicts to distract us. Although Sasuke is consumed by revenge, if we can stabilize him for now, we may collectively face the threat of the Ten Tails. Inoki frowned. Stabilize him? Easier said than done. This boy is filled with hatred and will likely resist any attempts. Mei Terumi pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could try to agree to some of his conditions, such as promising to thoroughly investigate the events of the past and provide him with an explanation. Tsunade felt a deep sense of despair. Most of those involved back then had already perished, including the mastermind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura. Even if they wished to shift blame, there was no one left to hold accountable. While the group debated fervently, Sasuke impatiently interjected, "Stop your self-indulgent discussions. No one will stop me today." At that moment, the previously silent Kakashi suddenly appeared. Sasuke, pause and allow me to speak. Upon seeing Kakashi, Sasuke's hatred intensified. You, stop pretending to be the teacher. Do not speak of letting go of hatred. I reiterate, if you return my loved ones, I will cease my vengeance. Unable to contain the flames of revenge any longer, Sasuke formed hand seals and declared, Tsunade, as a member of the Senju clan. Do you recognize this technique? Sasuke extended his hands forward, Mokuton, Shinjikai Koten. As Sasuke unleashed this potent would-release technique, countless massive trees erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire venue. The crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly employed their respective techniques to defend themselves. Kakashi furrowed his brow and shouted, Sasuke, such actions will only deepen your hatred. Tsunade formed hand seals and activated her superhuman strength, shattering the encroaching trees, and cried, Sasuke, you have lost your way. Jiraiya unleashed his Udama Rasengan, pulverizing a large swath of trees. Gaara manipulated sand to create a barrier, shielding against the onslaught of wooden attacks. Inoki soared above, utilizing dust release to attempt to obliterate the expansive forest. Mei Terumi employed her lava release, dissolving the encroaching branches. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, with his talisman in hand, had already retreated to a safe distance, observing the battle with keen interest. He had no intention of fleeing, for he harbored grander aspirations, such as becoming the Sage of Six Paths, Chapter 192. Sasuke vs. Naruto, 5 Kage. Unmoved, Sasuke continued to amplify his chakra output, causing the forest to grow more wildly and launch assaults against the assembly. Simultaneously, he summoned a shadow clone that spewed forth a torrent of flames. Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu. The roaring inferno raged through the forest, the searing heat distorting the very air. The branches of the trees crackled and exploded under the flames, billowing thick black smoke that obscured the sun. The flickering firelight illuminated Sasuke's face, yet his gaze reflected no sign of retreat, only the thrill of vengeance. Flames rapidly ascended the trunks, turning the once lush green leaves to ashes, swept away by the wind. Burning branches plummeted to the ground, igniting sparks. The ground of the venue became searing hot, and some ninja, caught off guard by the sparks, found their clothing ignited, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. At that moment, Naruto, in his Nine Tails chakra mode, finally arrived, exclaiming loudly, "Sasuke, enough!" Countless clones of Naruto, each wielding a Rasengan, tore through the blazing sea of fire before them. Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his icy composure. "Naruto, do you intend to stop me as well?" Naruto fixed his determined gaze upon Sasuke. "Sasuke, I do not wish to fight you, but I will not allow you to continue down this misguided path." Naruto now possesses a profound understanding of Sasuke's feelings. In this situation, the only way to reach Sasuke is through a confrontation, compelling him to listen. Sasuke scoffed. "Do not utter those childish words about letting go of hatred. Gulme, let me witness your progress." The gazes of Naruto and Sasuke clashed. Suddenly, Naruto's mouth opened uncontrollably, and a black raven slowly emerged, one eye adorned with a crimson three-tomo Sharingan. This was the raven left within Naruto by Itachi, which flew out upon sensing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its three-tomo merged, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it directed its gaze towards Sasuke. The technique named Kotoa Mitsukami was initiated, casting an illusion aimed at protecting Konoha. Though Itachi had used this to control the Sasuke of the Mangekyo era, it held no effect on Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo. With a slight glare, the raven uncontrollably flew towards Sasuke. After placing the raven upon his shoulder, Sasuke murmured, "Itachi, sure sway, I will avenge you." Upon uttering these words, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and he turned to Naruto. "Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan." Susanoo. The colossal humanoid form of Susanoo sprang into action, each of its four arms wielding the Yata mirror, the Totsuka blade, and a bow. Naruto refused to back down, entering his tailed beast transformation, morphing into a gigantic golden chakra fox, radiating immense chakra waves, its fur dancing with the wind, and its gaze sharp. Sasuke Susanoo stood tall and imposing, its weapons glimmering with a cold light. Sasuke shouted, "Naruto, today you shall learn the extent of our difference." With that, Susanoo brandished the Totsuka blade and lunged fiercely toward Naruto. Naruto skillfully dodged the attack, his enormous tail sweeping towards Susanoo. Susanoo used the Yata mirror to defend, the collision sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath them. Sasuke commanded Susanoo to create distance, drawing back an arrow infused with powerful chakra that shot toward Naruto. Naruto swiftly sidestepped, the arrow narrowly missing him and creating a large crater upon impact with the ground behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged at Susanoo, opening his mouth to unleash a scorching-tailed beast ball. Susanoo raised the Yata mirror, deflecting the tailed beast ball back. Naruto quickly leaped to evade, the tailed beast ball exploding in midair, generating a massive cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the obscured visibility, Sasuke directed Susanoo to launch a close-range assault. The Totsuka blade and Yata mirror alternated strikes, clashing against Naruto's claws and tail, producing a deafening metallic clang. Their battle escalated, each collision causing the surrounding space to tremble. The glow of Naruto's chakra intensified, while Sasuke's Susanoo became more solidified. Susanoo shot another arrow, which Naruto swatted away with his tail. At that moment, Susanoo charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Naruto. Struck, Naruto rolled back a distance. Quickly regaining his footing, he charged toward Susanoo again, continuously unleashing tailed beast balls, while Susanoo utilized various weapons and defenses to counter the onslaught. The battlefield was a maelstrom of flying dust and energy fluctuations, neither side yielding. In the sky, Hinata watched as the surrounding structures crumbled under the impact of their clash. He remarked in awe, "You can evade the initial strike, but not the final blow." Nagato didn't clear the field. Uchiha Sasuke has come to do so. Such is fate. Below, the 5 Kage observing the fight felt helpless. They yearned to aid Naruto, but found themselves powerless against such overwhelming forces. The Tsuchikage, the most experienced among them, seized the moment when Sasuke commanded Susanoo to leap into the air. With swift hand seals, he shouted, "Doton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu." A peculiar beam of light shot from his hands, heading directly for the airborne Susanoo. Sasuke sensed the imminent threat and maneuvered Susanoo to evade. However, the vast range of the Doton attack grazed the edge of Susanoo, causing a portion to vanish into nothingness. Naruto capitalized on this opportunity to launch another attack, his tailed beast form surging with power as he lunged at Susanoo, engaging Sasuke in a fierce close-quarters battle. Sasuke's eyes widened with fury, the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan reaching its zenith, and Susanoo's weapon swung with increasing ferocity. In that moment, Gaara, the Kazekage, summoned a massive sand hand that ensnared Sasuke's leg, violently tossing him into the air. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was equally relentless, unleashing a corrosive liquid towards Sasuke in an attempt to deliver a finishing blow. Mid-air, Sasuke appeared to surrender, closing his eyes as the acidic substance rained down upon him. Instantly, his body was burned and scarred. Yet just as everyone thought the outcome was settled, Sasuke vanished. "You worthless fools, do not disturb me." His voice echoed as he reappeared atop a rooftop. Chapter 193. Sasuke's resolve for revenge. To kill Sakura? Sasuke stood upon the rooftop, coldly surveying the crowd below. The wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace, tears of blood streaming from his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had just cast an illusion upon himself, transforming it into reality to erase the harm he had suffered. Breathing heavily, it was evident that employing such a technique akin to his Inagi exerted a tremendous toll on his physical and chakra reserves. Sasuke stood atop the roof, coldly gazing down at the others. "Do you think this will stop me? You are naive." Naruto looked at Sasuke, his eyes filled with concern and an almost pleading expression. "Sasuke, hatred will only drag you deeper, causing us all to lose more. Come back with me." Sasuke's voice turned icy. "Naruto, you cannot fathom the pain I have endured. Konoha must pay the price." Naruto took a few steps forward, speaking loudly. "Sasuke, I understand your pain, but perpetuating hatred will only breed more tragedy. Remember the times we fought side by side." Sasuke hesitated momentarily, memories flashing through his mind. Yet they were quickly overshadowed by hatred. "But what does that change? It does not alter what Konoha has done to my family." Naruto took a deep breath. "Sasuke, if we continue to live in hatred, where does our future lie? Where are our dreams?" Sasuke gritted his teeth. "My dream is to annihilate Konoha." Naruto shook his head. "Even if you destroy Konoha, will your heart truly find peace? Hatred will only keep you bound in darkness." Sasuke remained unmoved, his expression fierce as he clenched his fist. "The thought of destroying Konoha brings me joy." Just as Naruto found himself at a loss for words, a vortex appeared beside Sasuke, and Obito emerged. "Then can you relinquish your hatred toward me? I eagerly await your forgiveness, Naruto. To be honest, I accidentally killed Namikaze Minato, inadvertently killed Kushina, and even unintentionally released the Nine Tails. If I say this, will you forgive me, Naruto?" This time, Obito did not wear a mask, having resurrected. He stood beside Sasuke in a black robe, uttering the most derisive words. Naruto glared at Obito, his eyes aflame with anger. "Obito, you are the root of all this. You led Sasuke astray." Obito chuckled coldly. "Did you not tell Sasuke to let go of his hatred? Why can you not do the same? If you cannot achieve it yourself, why demand it of others?" Naruto was left speechless, realizing he had no right to counsel Sasuke to relinquish his hatred. Sasuke declared, "Do not compare me to you. I am merely pursuing my own desires." However, Obito dismissed his words, saying, "Sasuke, do not be obstinate. We both harbor resentment towards this world, Why not destroy it together? At that moment, Naruto raised his head and shouted in anger, Obito, do not attempt to sway Sasuke. You are guilty of heinous crimes, while Sasuke has merely been led astray by you. Sasuke, do not err further. The one who ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan is already dead. Do you wish to harm the innocent? Sasuke's expression grew more deranged as he retorted. So what? I intend to obliterate everything in Konoha. He surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the panicked villagers of Konoha fleeing, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing them scramble in disarray. Having lost the peace my brother brought, I understand the meaning of my vengeance. At that moment, Obito interjected, No, they're not all dead. Have I not brought forth the last two who ordered it? With that, Obito activated Kamui, and two elderly figures were cast forth like refuse. They were none other than the remaining high-ranking officials of Konoha, Tsunade, and Mito. Upon seeing them, Sasuke's fury intensified, and he approached them step by step. The Kusanagi, sword in his hand, igniting with the black flames of Amaterasu. Naruto, noticing the situation, urgently called out, Sasuke, do not act impulsively. Yet, Sasuke paid him no heed, glaring at Tsunade and Mito, gritting his teeth as he said, Your decisions led to the annihilation of my family. Tsunade and Mito looked at Sasuke in terror, attempting to escape, but their frail bodies rendered them powerless. Just as Sasuke prepared to strike, Sakura suddenly dashed out from the rooftop, positioning herself in front of the two elderly figures. Sasuke, please do not do this. Sakura pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Sasuke halted mid-motion, his voice devoid of emotion as he coldly commanded, Sakura, step aside. Yet, she stood her ground, crying uncontrollably, Sasuke, if you kill me, no one will wait for your return. Clearly, Sakura failed to see the current state of Sasuke, still believing him to be the Uchiha Sasuke from the Chunin exams. However, at this moment, Sasuke was blinded by hatred, and without hesitation, he swung the Kusanagi sword, the flames of Amaterasu poised to strike Sakura. In that critical instant, Naruto extended his hand from below, his golden chakra stretching out, and at the last moment he grasped Sakura and pulled her away. The flames of Amaterasu surged forth unimpeded, instantly engulfing Tsunade and Mito. They shrieked in agony amidst the black flames before quickly turning to ashes. Sasuke observed the scene before him, devoid of any compassion, only relishing the ecstasy of revenge. Yet, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his gaze, as if in that moment, he realized he had embarked on an irreversible path. After being rescued by Naruto, Sakura collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. She could not accept that Sasuke had become so cold-hearted. Naruto looked at Sasuke, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He understood that Sasuke was now irrevocably twisted by hatred, and the bonds of friendship they once shared seemed shattered in that moment. Sasuke, do you truly wish to continue down this path of error? Naruto implored, his voice trembling. Sasuke turned his head, coldly regarding Naruto, declaring, This is not an error. It is the path I must tread. Obito, standing aside, wore a smug smile, exclaiming, Excellent, Sasuke, continue with me and let this world descend into chaos. Allow me to deliver the final blow to Konoha. Sasuke merely formed hand seals, a purple light representing Susanoo pulsating around him as he attempted to summon its complete form to deliver a fatal strike to those present. However, contrary to his intentions, despite exerting all his strength, he could not master this overwhelming power. The imminent complete Susanoo flickered erratically, its outline becoming indistinct, ultimately dissipating amidst a violent surge of energy. Sasuke's complexion turned pale, gasping for breath, clearly drained from the failure that had greatly exhausted his stamina and chakra. Chapter 194. Selection of the commander of the ninja allied forces. Seeing the situation unfold, Naruto seized the opportunity to speak. Sasuke, look at you, so fixated on revenge. Yet you cannot even fully control your strength. If this continues, you will only harm yourself. Sasuke glared at Naruto, shouting, Be silent. This is but a temporary setback. I will succeed. At that moment, Obito patted Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, There's no need to rush. You have just fused those two pairs of eyes. Gome, Embrace our ultimate power. Enjoying the process of revenge is an essential aspect of it. Sasuke finally shifted his gaze from Naruto to Obito, contemplating for a moment before nodding. The next moment, Obito activated Kimui, drawing Sasuke into the Kimui dimension. Naruto, filled with rage, demanded to know where Obito intended to take Sasuke, his chakra surging violently, the golden light growing ever brighter. Obito, where do you intend to take Sasuke? Naruto bellowed. Obito merely smirked dismissively. That is not for you to know, Naruto. Sasuke has chosen his path, and you cannot stop it. By the way, the fifth great ninja war has now begun. Our next meeting will be on the battlefield, Kage. With that, Obito's figure vanished from sight. Naruto clenched his fists, shouting towards their vanishing direction. No matter where you go, I will bring Sasuke back and help him rediscover his true self. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Kage darkened considerably as they had just been speculating about the strength of Obito and Sasuke, and at that moment, they gained a clearer understanding. The fluctuations of chakra emanating from Sasuke moments ago, if unleashed successfully, were unimaginable in their scope. And what exactly was the ultimate power Obito spoke of? All of this sent shivers down their spines. In the sky, Hinata, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, nodded in approval, acknowledging Obito's flawless performance and his dedication to the task. Indeed, reviving Rin was an exceedingly astute choice. It illustrated the stark difference between enforced diligence and a shareholding system in motivating individuals. But now, it was my turn to intervene. Descending to the ground, Hinata's first words were, "How does it feel?" Uchiha Sasuke, who has merged two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm confident that given a few more years, he could become the next Uchiha Madara. He is already formidable, is he not? Hinata now resembled an excited child, proudly showcasing his creation to others. After all, it was no easy feat. Sasuke's progression to this point had been the result of years of careful planning and intricate strategies to forge this ultimate instrument of revenge. With someone to boast about at last, how could he not take the opportunity to elaborate? The Kage's expressions grew even more grim as they recalled the source of this great calamity. In this world of shinobi, who else but Hinata could be responsible for such a crisis? The ever-fiery Raikage was the first to voice his impatience. Hinata, you have created such chaos and yet still have the audacity to gloat. Hinata, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. Raikage, do not be so quick to anger. If it were not for me, would you have such clarity regarding Sasuke and Obito's powers? The Tsuchikage frowned, stating, but none of this should have occurred. Your so-called creation has brought immense disaster to the shinobi world. Hinata crossed his arms. Disaster? Without the courage to take decisive action, how can we hope for true peace? Moreover, I'm merely granted in power. It is this world that has wrought these tragedies. The Kazekage spoke solemnly. Let us set aside these discussions for now. The most pressing matter is how to confront Obito and Sasuke, as well as the impending Fifth Great Ninja War. Indeed. Hayashi K nodded repeatedly, then turned to Tsunade, the Hokage, and said, please find us a suitable place to continue the meeting. This venue is no longer viable. The Konoha Conference Hall was in utter disarray. The once solemn and imposing structure now reduced to ruins. The roof had been torn off, revealing shattered beams and signs of scorching within. Surrounding buildings had also suffered, with residences collapsed, shop signs broken, and goods scattered everywhere. Tsunade furrowed her brows, casting a glance at the surrounding debris before stating gravely, follow me. The group followed Tsunade to a relatively intact basement. Once seated, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Tsunade looked at the assembly and broke the silence first. The current situation is dire. We must swiftly form a coalition of ninjas to confront the impending crisis. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Raikage spoke in a deep voice. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning will not retreat. We shall fight with full force. The Tsuchikage also expressed his support, stating, the Land of Earth will dispatch elite forces. The Kazekage Gaara calmly added, the Land of Wind will stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone. The Mizukage nodded slightly, affirming, the Land of Water will not shirk from its responsibilities. Hayashi K also voiced his stance. The Federation will not tolerate any disturbances to the safety of the ninja world. Hearing Hayashike's words felt like a heavy blow to the others. They were all aware of his past transgressions and the real disturbances he had caused to the ninja world. Tsunade suppressed her desire to retort, recognizing Hayashike's current position of authority, and continued, "In that case, we need to swiftly determine the composition and command structure of the coalition. Each Kage must return to select outstanding ninjas and arrange logistical support." Inoki spoke up. "To establish a coalition of ninjas, we must select a commander. Otherwise, we will fight independently and shift blame, thereby squandering our only advantage." Tsunade nodded, taking up the conversation regarding the choice of the coalition commander. "Does anyone have suitable candidates in mind?" A brief silence ensued. Selecting a commander was a serious matter, representing immense power. This position could mobilize the entire combat force of the ninja world during wartime. The Raikage was the first to speak. "I believe the commander must possess both strength and leadership. I recommend myself." His tone was resolute and self-assured. He needed this opportunity to rebuild his village, which required the assistance of other nations. While major countries would not allow the Raikage to misuse public funds, he could leverage the title of coalition commander to garner support from smaller nations for the reconstruction of his village. Inoki understood the Raikage's underlying motives. He did not wish for Kyomogakure to rely on the aid of smaller nations for its recovery, as being weaker than Sunagakure was already a significant concern. He shook his head. "Raikage, your temperament is too hasty. A commander must be composed and calm. I find Akazakage, Gura, to be a more suitable candidate." The cunning Inoki intentionally suggested Gaara, who was least likely to assume such a heavy responsibility. After all, Gaara was still young and lacked experience in warfare. How could he possibly become the commander of the coalition? Gaara squinted, recognizing this was a single-choice question, and replied, "Tsuchikage, you flatter me. My experience is limited, and I would find it difficult to shoulder such a heavy duty." Meanwhile, Hayashike, observing the unfolding drama, feigned anger and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you all done? Look where the ninja world stands now, and yet you're still indulging in these petty cleverness. If we fail, all 5 great nations will perish." Chapter 195. The coalition commander is Chiba Mushio. Terumi cleared her throat, breaking the brief silence. "Hayashike is correct. This is not the time for disputes. I suggest we set aside our prejudices, analyze each Kage's strengths and weaknesses, and then make a decision." The Raikage grunted. "Fine, Mizukage, you go first." Terumi pondered briefly before responding. The Raikage is powerful and valiant in battle, but as the Tsuchikage pointed out, he is somewhat impulsive. The Tsuchikage is experienced, yet may be limited by age and energy. The Kazekage is young and full of vigor, but indeed has less experience. I, too, lack the experience of leading a war. As for Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled, and her leadership skills are commendable, yet Konoha has just undergone significant upheaval, making it challenging for her to manage everything. As everyone listened to Terumi's analysis, they fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Tsunade interjected, "Have you all forgotten someone?" The group exchanged glances, uncertain of whom Tsunade was referring to. Sensing their confusion, Tsunade continued, "The most crucial quality needed for the coalition commander is not merely the ability to command, but rather the individual's prestige and influence within the ninja world, someone who can unite all, even former enemies, under a common cause." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the assembly's eyes widened. How could they not realize who she was referring to? Even Hayashike was taken aback by this revelation, his mouth slightly agape, realizing that Tsunade possessed such decisiveness. The individual with the highest prestige and influence in the current ninja world could only be Chiba Mushio, the leader of the Federation. Tsunade finally voiced the name, and the expressions of the other 4 Kages grew increasingly vivid. They had envisioned countless candidates before Tsunade spoke, but none had anticipated her to suggest this name. The proposal to appoint Chiba Mushio as the coalition commander instantly sparked an uproar, with many expressing their dissent. How can he be the commander? He has just decimated Kyomogakure. The Raikage slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, agreed indeed. Hayashi K bears a significant responsibility. Inoki nearly voiced his true thoughts but stopped himself halfway. The Kazekage Gara frowned and stated solemnly, "This matter requires careful deliberation." Hayashi K watched the opposition silently, choosing not to argue. He had never intended to become the coalition commander. However, should such a proposition fall upon him, he would not refuse. After all, it was quite intriguing to have a puppet master assume command of the ninja world. It felt somewhat akin to a one-man show. Tsunade crossed her arms resolutely and said, "Please, refrain from rushing to oppose. Allow me to finish." While Hayashi K's past actions have indeed caused some chaos, his transformation is evident. His grasp and analysis of the current situation in the ninja world surpass our expectations. Not to mention his intricate plans concerning Sasuke and Obito. His influence within the Federation and the ninja world enables him to mobilize numerous resources for the coalition. Most within the ninja world are unaware that Chiba Mushio is. In fact, Hayashi K, his reputation is undeniable. If he steps forward, we will undoubtedly garner greater public support. Furthermore, Hayashi K's strength is unfathomable. Having him at the forefront will surely boost morale. Moreover, his familiarity with various ninjutsu and tactics will allow him to make optimal decisions swiftly based on different battlefield situations. Most importantly, his unwavering desire to maintain peace in the ninja world is indisputable. The efforts he has made to guide the ninja world back on track cannot be overlooked. Tsunade asserted confidently, "I believe that if given a chance, he can lead us to victory." The assembly fell into contemplative silence. Tsunade's assertions were indeed valid. Just considering the Federation's selfless assistance to various nations during disasters and its support for their economies, the Federation and the name Chiba Mushio had become a beacon of hope within the ninja world. If he were to make an appearance, he would undoubtedly receive support from the populace, alleviating their burdens, and the Federation's material readiness was evident. Their scientific ninja tools far surpassed the capabilities of this era. If Hinata K were to become the commander of the ninja allied forces, he would undoubtedly secure greater support for the ninja world. His leadership capabilities are not to be underestimated. Since the inception of the Federation, it has never faced defeat in warfare. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that Hinata K is indeed the most suitable candidate for this role. Reikage also grasped this understanding, yet he still scoffed, declaring, "Even so, I cannot trust him." Tsunade exclaimed loudly, "We have reached a critical juncture for the survival of the ninja world. We must set aside our prejudices and make the choice that is most advantageous for all. Hinata K's ascension to the command may very well be one of our few chances for victory." Apart from Reikage, several others were moved by this notion. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Tsuchikage Inoki cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence, and slowly remarked, "Upon contemplation, Tsunade's words hold merit. The ninja world is indeed in peril and requires someone to take the helm. While Hinata K has a past, his transformation and actions are evident for all to see. If he can indeed lead us to victory, why not grant him a chance?" Kazekage Gara nodded solemnly, stating, "Tsuchikage is correct. We cannot allow past grievances to overshadow the current crisis. Hinata K's achievements within the Federation, as well as his grasp of the situation, may provide us with a turning point." Mizukage Terumi may concurred. "I too agree. The situation is urgent, and we must focus on the greater picture. If Hinata K can assume command and consolidate our strengths, it will greatly assist us in resisting the impending war." Observing that the other three Kages had expressed their support, Reikage, though still reluctant, refrained from further opposition, merely grunting in silence. Chapter 196. The Anti-Feudal Fighter Chinya Mushio, Rinnegan Sasuke. Hearing the unanimous support for her proposal, Tsunade shouted, "Excellent. Now we possess the spirit of the ninja allied forces." Hinata K felt as if the battle hymn of his world resonated within him. There was indeed a hint of a spirited narrative in the air. Thus, Hinata K was unwittingly thrust into the commander-esque position, albeit under the name of Chinya Mushio. Life is indeed fascinating. Hinata K never anticipated he would become the leader of the ninja allied forces. Could it be that his redemption was too thorough? To suddenly find himself at the helm of the ninja allied forces was nothing short of remarkable. He was not only the hidden antagonist behind all events in the ninja world, but also the leader of the righteous side. However, the moment had come for Hinata K to express his stance. Although his script did not include a prepared speech, he was adept at improvisation. A director, astonished now. This is a seasoned veteran. Hinata K took a deep breath, gazing upon the assembly, and declared, "Since you all place your trust in me, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. From this matter, I can see you have not let me down. This world indeed possesses its virtues. In the face of crisis, we have set aside our prejudices and united. Let us strive together to construct a perfect world. Thus, I shall issue my first command: consolidate the politics and military of the Six Nations to establish the Ninja Allied Forces." Terumi May nodded, stating, "While we have made our decision, we must still consult with the daimyo. Otherwise, without their funding, we cannot mobilize." Hinata K narrowed his eyes at Terumi May. "It seems Mizukage does not comprehend my words. As the commander of the Ninja Allied Forces, my objective is not merely to repel the enemies before us. I aspire to create a perfect world, and the decaying institution of monarchy need not persist." A glimmer of murderous intent emanated from Hinata K, directed not at the five Kages, but at the daimyo. "If you are uncertain on how to proceed, our federation can take over." This statement effectively sculpted the image of a radical revolutionary. Several among them felt a stir within, recognizing the superiority of the Federation system. They had long yearned for an opportunity such as this. After all, the daimyo's control over finances had restrained them. But this crisis concerning the ninja world presented a chance to exert forceful control over the daimyo. Among the five Kages, Gaara exhibited the most significant reaction. As the Wind Country, it maintained the closest ties with the Ninja Federation and was deeply influenced by its republican ideals. Many high-ranking ninjas and officials from the Wind Country had previously sought to incite him to instigate a coup. He had always declined, as it would only lead to mutual destruction. However, with this opportunity laid before him, he was reluctant to let it slip away. Tsunade intervened. "There is no need for such drastic measures. Let us defer these matters for the time being." I believe the daimyo would concur when faced with such an enemy. Tsunade had collaborated well with the daimyo of the Fire Country and was not eager to take that step. She preferred to wait until after the war to address these issues. Before Hinata K could retort, Reikage AI interjected, "I see no reason to wait. Now is the optimal moment to overthrow the feudal dynasty. If we miss this opportunity, we may not know when it will arise again." Surprisingly, Reikage was the first to support Hinata K, though this did not indicate that his ideology aligned with Hinata K's. He was simply loyal to his nation and did not wish to witness those parasites continue to harm it. Gaara added, "I support this." Tsuchikage and Noki remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, "Perhaps this is an opportunity for change." Mizukage Terumi May bit her lip, ultimately making up her mind. "Then let us take action." Hinata K smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us first resolve our internal issues and face external threats with greater unity. The outdated rule of feudalism must come to an end. We must swiftly control the daimyo and establish a provisional council. Our federation will prepare war supplies and oversee the revolutionary efforts of those smaller nations. Time is of the essence, and I hope we can establish a temporary government within 10 days. We must complete wartime mobilization and bring the most elite ninjas here, while I and Konoha will temporarily oversee the protection of the Kyubi and Hachibi." In no time, ninjas from various nations sprang into action. Under Hinata K's command, they swiftly took control of the daimyo. A temporary council of officials embracing new ideologies was formed, maintaining the nation's operations in the short term, with the objective of sustaining wartime functionality until the conflict concluded. However, this action incited some chaos and unrest. Loyal supporters of the daimyo attempted to resist, but their efforts seemed insignificant against the might of the ninjas. Meanwhile, Obito brought Sasuke back to the hastily assembled base, where Kabuto had already prepared for surgery. On the table lay the pair of Rinnegan belonging to Uchiha Madara. Kabuto greeted their arrival with a smile, presenting the ready-made potion, take this. We will soon begin the surgery to implant the Rinnegan. With your mastery over Mokuton and Sharingan, I believe you will harness that power exceptionally well." Sasuke furrowed his brow, hesitating as he gazed at the potion before him. After all, it was not his own power, and he felt some reluctance. Obito, sensing his hesitation, urged, "Sasuke, this is our chance to grow stronger. Do not hesitate." Sasuke gritted his teeth, recalling the strength the sage's organs had bestowed upon him, and remembering his quest for revenge. He seized the potion and drank it in one gulp before lying down on the surgical table. Obito followed suit, consuming the potion and reclining as well. Kabuto commenced the intense surgery, his hands skillfully and steadily at work. As time passed, the atmosphere in the operating room grew tense. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, the surgery was completed. Each of Sasuke and Obito had a Rinnegan implanted in their foreheads. Sasuke felt the power of the Rinnegan coursing through him, a sly smile gracing his lips. With this newfound strength, the ninja world would tremble beneath our feet. Meanwhile, Obito remained silent, his only desire being for the completion of Hinata's plan, after which he could live on the moon with Rin for eternity. At that moment, a white Zetsu poked its head out to report, "My lord, the daimyo of the various nations in the ninja world have been subdued, and the ninja allied forces are currently consolidating their strength." Obito let out a cold snort. "They are certainly quick to act, but it won't change anything." Standing up, Sasuke proclaimed, "Then let us shatter their illusions." Obito nodded and departed the base with Sasuke, ready to embrace the impending conflict. Chapter 197. Hinata's Puppet Army, 10 days later. On the side of the ninja allied forces, the 6 great nations, accompanied by their respective ninja troops, arrived in grand procession outside Konoha village. During this time, Hinata had been busy personally directing the anti-feudal revolution in the small nations and bringing forth 10,000 puppets that had gathered dust in storage. Originally, he had prepared a staggering 100,000 puppets for this war, but given the current situation, 10,000 would suffice. This was Hinata's hidden trump card. Should the entire plan tragically fail, he would not hesitate to turn against the 5 great nations. Thus, the forces of the Allied Federation consisted not only of a composite troop of 2,000 ninja warriors, but also this formidable puppet army. On a high platform erected in the Allied camp, Hinata stood shoulder to shoulder with the 5 Kage, their expressions grave as they watched the thousands of ninjas gradually assemble below. The ninjas moved swiftly and methodically, erecting numerous tents with precision. Thousands of tents lay scattered like pieces on a chessboard, with many ninja soldiers weaving through them, creating a tense yet orderly scene. However, the Federation's army had yet to make an appearance. Reikige's fiery temper was ignited, and he impatiently urged Hinata, "Where is your Federation's army? Why do we not see them? Are you deliberately toying with us?" Hinata maintained his calm demeanor, replying steadily, "They are on their way. Lord Reikige, please be patient." Reikige scoffed derisively. "I see you are merely making excuses to buy time, filled with useless rhetoric." At that moment, the earth shook violently as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, trembling with force. In the distance, clouds of dust soared, resembling a thick yellow curtain that obscured the sky. A majestic puppet army surged forth like an unstoppable tide. The variously shaped puppets, tall and short, were arranged into distinct units. Their steps were synchronized and their movements coordinated, clearly not a disorganized rabble. This was a full 10,000 puppets, nearly matching the number of ninjas in the Allied forces, an astonishing scale. This implied that in one-on-one combat, even some Jonin might need to share the burden of several puppets with Chunin. The 5 Kage and the Allied forces were left astounded, their faces etched with disbelief and profound shock. The puppets marched with resolute strides, their bodies gleaming with a cold, sharp metallic sheen, as if clad in impenetrable armor. They exuded a powerful presence that instilled fear, akin to moving steel fortifications. Suchikage Onoki could not help but marvel inwardly. This grand puppet army is beyond imagination. The strength of the Federation is astonishing. I cannot fathom how they forged such terrifying power. Mizukage Terumi furrowed her brow, her expression solemn as she contemplated. It is no wonder they possess the audacity to drive change. Such formidable power is truly not to be underestimated. Clearly, our previous understanding of the Federation was far too superficial. Gaara gazed at the imposing puppet army, grateful that they were allies with the Federation rather than adversaries, realizing how devastatingly the Wind Country would suffer otherwise. Meanwhile, Kankuro stared wide-eyed at the colossal puppet legion, his mind racing with countless questions. How did they accomplish this? Can puppets truly be manipulated in such a manner? What energy drives them? Is there a furnace embedded in each puppet? Such a notion was impossible. What a tremendous expenditure that would require. What mysterious technology was Hinata employing? No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend how these puppets achieved such remarkable capabilities. At that moment, the ordinary ninjas within the Allied forces were in a frenzy. Heavens, is this the power of the Federation? It's terrifying. One ninja stammered, his hands subconsciously gripping his weapon tighter as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Such a powerful puppet army. How come we had never heard of this before? To oppose them would be unimaginable. Another ninja's eyes widened in sheer horror, as if he could already envision the grim fate of confronting such power. Thankfully, we are allies. With such strength aiding us, perhaps there is still hope for victory. Some ninjas murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes, though it was still tainted with the fear of the unknown. It was hard to believe that the Federation harbored such astonishing strength. Clearly, we had underestimated them. More ninjas could not contain their astonishment, their hearts filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation for the future. In an instant, gasps of awe and expressions of disbelief cascaded through the Allied forces, each face illuminated by a blend of reverence and surprise at the Federation's puppet army. The myriad expressions formed a tableau rich with complex emotions. Hinata turned to Reikage, smiling as he inquired, "Lord Reikage, what do you think of my Federation's army?" Reikage frowned, pausing for a moment before responding. "I must admit, it is indeed impressive. However, on the battlefield, strength is not solely determined by numbers and equipment." Hinata nodded lightly, replying, "You speak truly, Lord Reikage, but what would you suggest?" With a snap of his fingers, Hinata summoned the massive puppet army to methodically clear the area, establishing a camp for the Federation's subsequent forces. The five Kage widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to fathom the scene before them. Are these truly puppets? Are you certain they're not living beings encased in metal? Yet they show no signs of life. What jutsu is this? Can ninjutsu truly reach such heights? Hinata, observing the perplexed expressions of the five Kage, smiled and explained, "There is no need for astonishment. This is not traditional ninjutsu, but rather the culmination of advanced technology and the principles of ninjutsu. This was merely a ruse. Although the Federation boasted advanced technology, they had not yet reached the capacity to independently develop robots. This, of course, was a testament to Hinata's Rinnegan abilities." Chapter 198. Hinata's speech. Reikage gazed at the efficient and orderly puppet army, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph. They are merely a facade. When it comes to the battlefield, their actual efficacy remains uncertain." Hinata chuckled softly, not pressing the matter further, responding, "Let us wait and see." "Lord Reikage." Suchikage Onoki furrowed his brow, asking, "Technology? What kind of technology possesses such power?" Hinata continued his elaborate fabrication, explaining, "This is the culmination of years of research by the Federation. Utilizing a special chakra conduction device and intricate mechanical structures to achieve precise control and efficient operation of the puppets. This could also be considered a trap laid by Hinata. These individuals would undoubtedly attempt to secretly study a few puppets, but they would likely achieve no results. However, the final interpretation rests with Ri Xiangqi. After all, who asked you to covet the technological advancements of the Federation? It is merely the case that the five great nations may not exist in the post-war world. Shuang Mei Terumi nodded thoughtfully. So that is the reason. No wonder it is so remarkable. Upon returning, further research must be intensified. I did not expect the gap between Wuyin and the Federation to be so vast. Ri Xiangqi gestured. Let us proceed, everyone. since battle may commence at any moment. We should develop strategies and discuss specific combat methods. The group descended from the high platform and entered a tent for deliberation, taking their seats. All eyes turned to Ri Xiangqi, the commander of this conflict, who was expected to speak first. Ri Xiangqi asked the Federation statistician beside him, "Please provide the current troop numbers so that everyone is aware." Yes, the total strength of the joint forces is 15,658, with 10,000 puppet soldiers, 12,346 from the 6 great nations, and 312 ninjas mobilized from small nations. Those ninjas are from countries participating in the anti-imperialist movement sponsored by the Federation. Ri Xiangqi nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "The strength of the enemy remains unclear. Our primary adversary is still Edo Tensei. Lady Tsunade, I wonder how Orochimaru's research on the talismans is progressing." Tsunade produced a talisman and handed it to Ri Xiangqi. "This is the latest product developed by Orochimaru. It has yet to be tested, but according to him, it should be effective." After examining the runes on it, Ri Xiangqi found that Orochimaru had indeed delivered a delightful surprise to the Ninja Alliance. "There is no time for experimentation now. We shall test it on the battlefield later. How many do we currently possess?" Tsunade replied, "Only about 10, but Orochimaru is hastening its production." Ri Xiangqi frowned slightly. "The quantity is a bit scarce, yet we shall use them for now and observe the effects. We will apply this to the strongest among us and simultaneously persuade them to join the Ninja Alliance. This may yield remarkable results." Everyone nodded in agreement. They had considered this themselves. If they could convince the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, the war might conclude swiftly. Ri Xiangqi produced a battle report and distributed it for review. This was a plan devised by the strategists of the 5 great nations. For confidentiality, Ri Xiangqi had only just seen it himself. The plan is straightforward. Obito and his associates aim to create an illusion of Karabi and Naruto within the Alliance camp, establishing 4 defensive lines to the north, south, east, and west centered around the command post, where information will be relayed via ninjutsu from several sensory ninjas of the Yamashiro clan. Following the plan, Ri Xiangqi commanded, "Reikage, lead your troops to secure the eastern front. Suchikage, I entrust the western front to you. Shuaying, you are responsible for the southern line, while the northern line shall be overseen by Gaara. Tsunade, you will lead the medical ninjas to be on standby near the command post. The remaining 5,000 puppets will provide mobile support around the camp. Do not take all the ninjas at once. This is likely to be a protracted battle, and we can organize rotations." At this point, no one hesitated to issue commands, all nodding in agreement. "Understood." Ri Xiangqi gazed sternly at the assembly. "Friends, this battle concerns the future of the ninja world. We must exert ourselves fully and leave no room for error." As they exited the meeting tent, the outside was already in chaos, with ninjas from various nations arguing over numerous issues. The 5 Kage and Ri Xiangqi observed the situation, but as soon as they departed, the uproar erupted. The reason was simple. They were once enemies, and some among them had lost family members to those present. How could they coexist peacefully? Ri Xiangqi ascended into the air, calling out loudly, "Silence." His voice carried an unassailable authority, and the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Ri Xiangqi's resonant voice echoed in the ears of each individual. "You should recognize my face. I am the current leader of the Federation, Shinya Mushio. Once an enemy to some of you, now your temporary leader. What is the goal that brings us all together here? You may still be uncertain. I am here to inform you. It is the enemy, our common enemy." Ri Xiangqi cast a commanding gaze over the now quiet assembly, proclaiming, "In the past, the daimyos controlled our fates, exploiting our toil, treating us ninjas as mere tools to be used without regard for our lives. Yet we rose against them and completely obliterated that decaying feudal power. Now, the nations have established a temporary council, a result of our collective efforts, a significant step toward freedom and equality. However, we now face an even graver challenge. Our enemies seek to destroy our homeland and shatter the hard-won peace we have achieved. Can we allow them to succeed? No. Behind us stand countless citizens, our loved ones, friends, everything we wish to protect. We hail from different lands and may have once been foes, but in this war to defend our home, we are comrades, brothers. We must cast aside past grievances, join hands, and fight for our shared goal. Our strength lies in unity, in faith, in the yearning for peace. I believe that in this battle, each of us shall be courageous and will give everything for victory. For we fight not only for ourselves, but for our descendants, for the future of the ninja world. Let us forge a monument of victory with our blood and courage. Chapter 199. The Ninja World War. Elite Jonin reduced to fodder in an instant. The shouts of the Ninja Alliance resounded deafeningly, their morale soaring, each person prepared for battle. As soon as Ri Xiangqi's words fell, a young ninja from the Alliance boldly proclaimed, "Leader, we shall surely follow you, fighting for peace, never retreating." His eyes sparkled with determination. Shortly after, another seasoned ninja echoed loudly, "Indeed, let us set aside our past hatreds. Now we fight solely to protect our homeland." He gripped his weapon tightly, veins bulging. Among the crowd, a ninja from a small country brandished his short blade, shouting hoarsely, "Regardless of the enemy, we shall ensure they come but do not return." His roar seemed as if it could pierce the heavens. The 5 Kage watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such fervor among ninjas. Yet, with just a few words from Ri Xiangqi, the atmosphere was electrified. Inoki mused to himself, truly adept at rallying hearts. No wonder he has established such a vast foundation in a short time. We cannot allow Ri Xiangqi to monopolize the spotlight. At that moment, the Raikage's booming voice rang out. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. If anyone loses face on the battlefield, I will not spare them." In an instant, the ninjas of Kumogakure raised their arms in cheers, his words calming the restless hearts. The other 4 Kage seized this opportunity for their own acclaim. Mizukage Terumi May also raised her arms high, declaring, "Brothers and sisters, let us showcase the strength of ninjas." Tsuchikage Inoki spoke with a steady tone. "Let us unite our efforts. We must not let this battle go to waste." Tsunade, fists clenched, shouted, "Warriors, show your courage, and let the enemy witness our resolve." Gaara gazed at the impassioned crowd and proclaimed, "For peace, for the future, we shall surely triumph." In an instant, the shouts of the Ninja Alliance reverberated through the skies, their spirits soaring as each individual readied themselves for battle. Subsequently, for mixed troops, led by several shadows, advanced towards their predetermined defensive line. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away, within an underground cavern, Yaoshido, Dado, and Sasuke stood together. To their right lay a pit, containing 100,000 white Zetsu, created from Hashirama's cells and the Outer Path's golem. Surrounding them were hundreds of coffins, each sealing a reanimated ninja. At this moment, both Dado and Uchiha Sasuke bore a closed Rinnegan on their foreheads, poised to activate at any moment. The 11 white Zetsu emerged from the ground, stating, "This has been drawn according to your wishes. The 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki are within the Alliance's camp, planning to guard it while awaiting our assault." Dado scoffed, "These foolish individuals believe they can hinder us in such a manner?" His eyes glimmered with disdain. Yaoshido adjusted his glasses and ominously remarked, "However, we must not let our guard down. We are facing the entire Ninja Alliance this time." Sasuke crossed his arms, his expression icy. "Who cares? Let us charge straight in." Dado shook his head. "We must not be reckless. We need to act according to plan. Let those failures weaken their combat strength first. Then we shall bring an end to this foolish world." Yaoshido casually summoned the majority of the reanimated ninjas from their seals, leading the white Zetsu towards the Alliance's defensive line. The initial wave consisted of failures, ninjas of around Jonin level, mere pawns. Among them were Asuma, Kato Dan, Shino, and Darui. At this juncture, the antagonists could be said to be 2 deceiving 1 Sasuke, as Yaoshido and Dado were already aware of Hinata's entire plan, while only Sasuke was genuinely striving for the 10 Tails. Meanwhile, on the eastern front of the Ninja Alliance, the Raikage commanded with a stern demeanor, "Everyone, stay alert and monitor the enemy's movements." His gaze was sharp, continually observing the battlefield's fluctuations. Suddenly, a ninja shouted, "Reikage-sama, a large number of unidentified objects are approaching." The Reikage focused, only to see the white Zetsu surging like a tide. Prepare for battle. In the south, Mizukage Terumi Mei surveyed the situation, exclaiming, "Do not let the enemy breach our defenses." She wielded her water whip to strike down the white Zetsu charging towards her. In the west, Tsuchikage Anoki floated above, directing the alliance. Concentrate fire, eliminate these monsters. To the north, Gaara manipulated sand to form sturdy defenses, obstructing the advance of the white Zetsu. Countless ninjas stood atop the sand walls, launching weapons to slay large numbers of white Zetsu. Within the alliance's camp, Hinata, utilizing sensory ninjutsu, perceived the ongoing battles and contemplated, how tedious. When will a true war erupt? When will this child's play come to an end? Yaoshido and Dado had prepared 10 pain puppets. He eagerly anticipated their deployment. These 10 puppets were intended to reseal the 7 captured tailed beasts within the bodies of reanimated ninjas. Those Jinchuriki who had not perished would be replaced by the previous generation, with the 8 tails and 9 tails having their chakra partially substituted by Burubi and the brothers Kin and Jin. This brought the total to precisely 10 individuals. As he thought, a ninja from the Nakayama clan reported, "All defensive lines are under fierce attack. The combination of white Zetsu and reanimated ninjas is placing immense pressure on our defenses." Hearing this, Hinata's expression turned grave. "Let them hold for half a day. I will dispatch puppets and ninjas to support the 4 defensive lines, alternating with the severely injured to ensure their endurance." Just as Hinata was pondering, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The white Zetsu and reanimated ninjas relentlessly assaulted the Ninja Alliance's defenses. Despite the Alliance's valiant resistance, casualties were steadily rising. Within the Alliance's camp, Hinata swiftly reallocated puppets and ninja forces, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. "Move out. We must hold the line," Hinata commanded loudly. The puppet army and supporting ninjas hastened to the battlefield, granting a brief respite to the various defensive lines. However, at that moment, Yaoshido revealed a sinister smile, casting another ninjutsu to summon even more powerful reanimated ninjas. His true trump card had been activated as members of the Akatsuki organization, Sasori, Deidara, Haiden, Chiyo, Hozuki Mangetsumu, Rashi, the third Reikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato were also freed from their seals. Do's remaining trump cards were limited to Uchiha Obito and Nagato, both of whom, according to the script, would make their appearance after the 8 tails and 9 tails were forced to reveal themselves. Chapter 200. The arrival of the Konoha boys across the battlefield. Several coffins rose from the ground, erupting open, revealing familiar and unfamiliar figures that left every member of the Alliance wide-eyed. The emergence of these formidable reanimated ninjas startled the Alliance forces. On the Eastern Front, the Reikage glared at the reanimated third Reikage, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, they've even summoned my father." The third Reikage, recognizing his son, smiled faintly. "Son, I never imagined we would meet in this manner, but you must stop me." Nearby, Haiden, acting without Do's control, charged towards the enemy, shouting, "Though I no longer feel pain, I will offer you all to Lord Jashin." The revived Kakuzu casually retrieved a heart from beneath a fallen ninja. "I wonder if my money has been put to good use by Pain and the others." If Hinata were to learn of Kakuzu's resurrection and his first question, he would proudly respond, "Rest assured, I have been using it wisely, preventing that spendthrift Conan from squandering it." The other defensive lines faced similar predicaments. The emergence of these ninjas almost instantaneously reversed the tide of battle, shattering what had been a relatively stable front. Now, only a handful of elite ninjas remained to barely hold their ground. Within the command center, Hinata received urgent communications from a sensory team. The Eastern Front is requesting reinforcements. The Western Front is also calling for aid. At nearly the same moment, both fronts were in dire need of support, yet Hinata found himself devoid of any usable forces. Those who could assist had already been deployed. Even Tsunade, the medical ninja, have been sent to the front lines, leaving no elite players available. According to the script, Hinata still had to confront Uchiha Obito and others, necessitating the preservation of his strength. He ordered them to concentrate their efforts on attempting to implant Orochimaru's cursed seals into the enemies, aiming to restore their original consciousness, ensuring they selected only the strongest ninjas from the 5 great nations, preferably the 5 Kage, who could significantly alter the battlefield's dynamics. Understood. The communications team promptly responded, relaying Hinata's orders. On the battlefield, the members of the Ninja Alliance received the command, attempting to use Orochimaru's control seals on the formidable reanimated ninjas. However, this proved to be no easy task, as the reanimated ninjas were powerful and aggressive, presenting significant obstacles to the Alliance's efforts. On the Eastern Front, the Raikage struggled against the Third Raikage's relentless assault while searching for an opportune moment to employ the seal. Yet, the ferocity of the Third Raikage's attacks made it difficult for him to approach. In the south, Mizukage Terumi Mei found herself locked in a stalemate with Hozuki Mangetsu. She attempted to close in on Chiyo, hoping to use the seal on her, but Mangetsu's water techniques continually disrupted her movements. In the west, Tsuchikage Inoki maneuvered in the air, attempting to find an opportunity to use the seal against Mu, but he remained unable to breach their defenses. In the northern line, Iai Luo, grappling with a tumultuous mix of emotions in the presence of his father, Luo Sha, remained resolute in his desire to use a talisman to restore his father's consciousness. Their primary objective was, of course, to regain control of the original predecessors. The Four Shadows, leveraging their power to reseal formidable foes such as Didala, Xia, and Xiandai. The newly established 5th battlefield saw the Leaf Village's support troops clashing against the undead army summoned through Edo Tensei. Tsunade trembled as she beheld the figures of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama before her, great-grandfather, second grandfather. Behind Tsunade stood elite ninjas of Konoha, including Jiraiya, Kakashi, Yamanaka Shino, and Akimichi Choza. Opposing them was the Edo Tensei army of Konoha, featuring the Senju brothers, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 5 formidable shinobi. Senju Hashirama gazed at the familiar faces before him, his eyes brimming with affection. Tsunade and the ninjas of Konoha. I never imagined I would meet you all in this manner in the new era. Senju Tobarama's expression turned grave. Tsunade, do not hesitate. Strike without remorse. The enemy seeks to control us, and we cannot escape. We currently possess only 30% of our original strength, but I believe in you. Tsunade clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. How could I possibly harm you? In that moment, she seemed to forget her duty as Hokage, reverting to the gambling girl she once was. Senju Tobarama bellowed, Tsunade, you are the Hokage of Konoha. Prioritize the greater good. Tsunade tightened her fists, her body trembling slightly. But Senju Hashirama interjected, Tsunade, we trust you to make the right decision. Taking a deep breath, she fought back her sorrow. Great-grandfather, second grandfather, I am so sorry. Kakashi, on the other hand, regarded the familiar yet alien figure of Hatake Tsukumo across the battlefield, his emotions a complex tapestry. His lips quivered slightly. Father, I never expected we would meet again so soon. The farewell Kakashi referred to was from a few days prior, when they had encountered one another in the Pure Land during the invasion of Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze remained stern, yet could not conceal the warmth hidden within. Kakashi, come forth without reservation. Kakashi gripped his short blade tightly, struggling to speak. Father, please validate my training once more. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in acknowledgement. You truly are my son. Kakashi inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes as he concealed a talisman on his person. Father, I will restore your consciousness. With those words, he darted towards Hatake Tsukumo, who met him with unyielding ferocity. Kakashi moved like lightning, the clash of his short blade against Hatake Tsukumo's weapon igniting a cascade of sparks. Tsunade took a deep breath, forming hand seals to dispel the seal on her forehead, unleashing a surge of powerful chakra as she charged at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama smiled gently, effortlessly absorbing Tsunade's onslaught. Tsunade, your strength is still insufficient. Yet, there was no trace of hostility in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya engaged in a fierce ninjutsu duel with Senju Tobirama, activating Sage Mode. He shouted, "Lord Tobirama, forgive my intrusion. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu." A searing flame erupted from his mouth, heading straight for Senju Tobirama. The latter, witnessing the two sages on Jiraiya's shoulders, revealed a look of satisfaction. The Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku? Konoha truly has promising successors. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, water release, water barrier technique. A massive wall of water surged forth, intercepting Jiraiya's fiery assault. Steam billowed into the air as water met fire, enveloping the battlefield in a mist. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya leaped forward, gathering energy for a colossal sage art, Super Otama Rasengan, hurling it at Senju Tobirama. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Senju Tobirama swiftly countered with an earthen barrier, aiming to thwart Jiraiya's attack. However, the Rasengan's might shattered the wall effortlessly, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama evaded the Rasengan, which detonated on the ground, leaving a massive crater. As expected of Lord Tobirama, such rapid reflexes, Jiraiya gasped. Senju Tobirama warned gravely, "Be cautious." He again formed hand seals, darkness technique. Instantly, darkness enveloped the surroundings, severely obstructing Jiraiya's vision. Yet, Jiraiya maintained his composure, relying on his Sage Mode perception to navigate the battle. Nearby, Might Guy, Akimichi Choza, and other elite ninjas of Konoha surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen, launching their attacks in unison to keep him occupied. Chapter 201, A Father-Son Alliance, Unbreakable Bonds. The first, second, and third Hokages, along with Hitaki Tsukumo, were all engaged. But no one could contend with Namikaze Minato. In a flash, he appeared among the ninja coalition, his golden hair billowing in the wind, his gaze icy and merciless. "Beware of my kunai. That is the Flying Thunder God technique." His voice was urgent, yet he moved with blinding speed, each appearance accompanied by a lethal strike. The coalition was taken aback by this sudden onslaught, their formation thrown into disarray. A ninja attempted to block Minato's attack, but was swiftly evaded, followed by the cruel arc of the kunai, leaving a spray of blood. Cries of anguish resonated across the battlefield. "Everyone be careful," someone shouted, striving to organize an effective defense. Yet, Minato's speed was insurmountable, elusive as a phantom. The kunai in his hand glimmered ominously, each swing claiming a life. The coalition's resistance felt futile, fear spreading among the ranks. "Do not falter. For peace," a brave jonin cried out, charging at Minato, only to meet a merciless blow. Minato weaved through the crowd, leaving chaos and carnage in his wake. The casualties among the coalition mounted, and the situation grew increasingly dire. In that critical moment, a familiar figure appeared, standing protectively in front of a ninja skilled in sealing techniques. It was Naruto. "Father, do not become a slave to the enemy. I believe you can break free from their control once more," Naruto shouted at Minato. Minato continued his assault. "I have tried. The enemy has strengthened their control techniques." With unwavering determination, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, shadow, clone technique. Instantly, numerous shadow clones materialized, rushing towards Minato in an effort to restrict his movements. But he dispatched them effortlessly with his kunai. Minato conjured a Rasengan, hurling it at Naruto. "Damn it, I must stop them," Naruto yelled, launching his own Rasengan to collide with Minato's. The resulting shockwave from their clash momentarily stilled the air, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent both of them reeling backward. At that moment, a ninja desperately threw a talisman towards Naruto. Minato, under control, launched a kunai to intercept the talisman before it could reach Naruto. "Naruto, this is a talisman to disrupt the Edo Tensei technique. If you place it within the body of the fourth Hokage, it will restore his consciousness." However, the kunai was intercepted by a flurry of thrown ninja tools. "Thanks. Now leave the rest to me." Naruto managed to grasp the talisman, his gaze fixed intently on Minato. "Father, trust me. With a fierce roar, Naruto's chakra surged, instantly entering the QB connection mode, a colossal silhouette of tailed beast chakra manifesting around him. Though Minato could not control his movements, a glimmer of pride and trust shone in his eyes. With a powerful push from his feet, Mingren propelled himself towards Bo-Fong Shui-Min like a cannonball, simultaneously entering the state of Bijou transformation. Enveloped in the immense chakra of the Bijou, he resembled a blazing meteor. Bo-Fong Shui-Min was also drawn by this formidable force, as the Bijou chakra encircled him as well. Two gigantic golden chakra, nine-tailed foxes manifested once more on the battlefield. Mingren tightly embraced Bo-Fong Shui-Min, refusing to let go despite the relentless blows to his back. Undeterred, he fought through layers of Bijou chakra, laboriously inching closer to Bo-Fong Shui-Min. At last, Mingren succeeded in approaching Bo-Fong Shui-Min, exerting all his strength to insert a talisman into his father's body. In an instant, the light of the Edo Tensei technique flickered upon Bo-Fong Shui-Min, his body gradually ceasing its movements and his gaze regaining clarity. Both father and son exited the Bijou transformation state, yet maintained the posture they had assumed within it. Mingren held his father tightly. Bo-Fong Shui-Min reached out, affectionately stroking Mingren's head, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his son's intervention. Mingren beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Father, it's wonderful. You've finally broken free from control." Bo-Fong Shui-Min returned a smile, remarking, "The war is not over yet. Let us save our reminiscing for later." The two shared a knowing glance before turning their attention back to the battlefield. United in their fight, the power of the nine tails resonated between them, sending powerful chakra waves rippling across the battlefield. "Father, let's advance together," Mingren shouted with fervor. Bo-Fong Shui-Min nodded slightly, his golden hair flowing in the wind, replying, "Very well, my son." In unison, they dashed towards the controlled third Hokage. Mingren called out to several Konoha ninjas, Nongmei Mao Sensei, Dingzhou Uncle, Zao, Jin Uncle, let's take the lead. The Konoha ninjas quickly stepped aside, clearing the way for the duo to avoid any accidental harm. They had both chosen Sarutobi Hiruzen as their opponent, driven by a hint of personal vendetta. Mingren and Bo-Fong Shui-Min surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, their figures darting across the battlefield with lightning speed. Bo-Fong Shui-Min launched several kunai, instantly teleporting behind Sarutobi Hiruzen with the Flying Thunder God technique, thrusting the kunai towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted swiftly, his staff transforming into a protective barrier. At that moment, Mingren executed the wind release, spiraling shuriken, channeling potent wind chakra into a spiraling projectile aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. With hands clasped, Sarutobi Hiruzen invoked Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Thick layers of earthen walls rose in succession, barely managing to deflect the spiraling shuriken at the last moment. However, Bo-Fong Shui-Min quickly initiated the 8-trigram seal, attempting to restrict Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately countered with Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Bo-Fong Shui-Min, interrupting his sealing technique. Observing this, Mingren shouted, "Father, move aside." He then harnessed the chakra of Kyubi to execute the Tailed Beast Bomb, a powerful energy sphere hurtling toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcing him to divert his attention. In that brief moment, Bo-Fong Shui-Min swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. The formidable Tailed Beast Bomb detonated, obliterating Sarutobi Hiruzen's Edo Tensei body in an instant. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could recover, Bo-Fong Shui-Min seized the opportunity to advance, forming hand seals for the multi-shadow binding technique. Chapter 202, The Sealed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the prelude to the great battle. The kunai in Bo-Fong Shui-Min's hand transformed, covered in sealing runes, before plunging directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's Edo Tensei form. In an instant, the sealing runes enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen, rendering his body incapable of recovery. "I am sorry, third Hokage, but I must do this to account for Xiao Lajiao," Bo-Fong Shui-Min stated coldly, uttering the first words to Sarutobi Hiruzen since his revival. Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying a look of shame, replied, "I have wronged you all. Go and stop the first Hokage and the others. Do not concern yourselves with this old man." Regardless of the rumors spun by Hinata Hayashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen held some responsibility for Mingren's troubled childhood. Mingren, with a stoic expression, grasped his father's arm and began to lead him away. His arrival was, of course, part of Hinata Hayashi's plan. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was dispatched by Hinata Hayashi to support the fourth Raikage. This was the next step in the script, as Hinata Hayashi reluctantly placed Mingren and Killer Bee into the fray, while Obito and Sasuke prepared to capture the two. Mingren, taking hold of Bofeng Shui Min's arm, hastened towards Tsunade's location. Tsunade was engaged in a fierce battle with Senju Hashirama, already bearing multiple wounds. Upon seeing Mingren arrive, she glared fiercely, rebuking Mingren, "Why aren't you hiding at the designated location? Don't you realize that Obito's target is you?" Mingren responded firmly, "Tsunade-bachan, I cannot stand idly by while everyone is in danger." Tsunade furrowed her brow, admonishing, "You reckless child, if you fall into enemy hands, all our efforts will be in vain." Bofeng Shui Min quickly intervened. "Tsunade-sama, Mingren acts to protect everyone as well. This is not the time for reproach. We must face the crisis together. Indeed, moreover, Big Brother Mushio has acknowledged my strength and promised to come to your aid," Mingren stated proudly, wiping his nose. "And I have freed my father from the control of Edo Tensei, so you need not worry about the upcoming battle." Bofeng Shui Min looked astonished. "You truly managed to convince Hinata Hayashi?" Hearing this question brought Mingren even greater joy as he excitedly replied. "Big Brother Mushio said he is willing to give the ninja world a chance to prove itself. This world is not devoid of hope. You should be at the command center now." Bofeng Shui Min smiled. "You continue to surprise me." Meanwhile, this was indeed part of Hinata Hayashi's plan. Simultaneously, Killer Bee was sent to support the Raikage. This was the next step in the script, as Hinata Hayashi reluctantly placed Mingren and Killer Bee into the fray, while Kabuto sent Uchidara, Nagato, Obito, and Sasuke to pursue the last two-tailed beasts. In the cave, Kabuto, through the connection of Edo Tensei, observed the situation and realized that Hinata Hayashi's script had proceeded to the next stage. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Sasuke, witnessing the usually composed Kabuto lose his composure, pressed for an explanation. "What is happening?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, feigning calmness. "The Ninja Coalition has developed a talisman capable of severing the control of Edo Tensei. Now, Bofeng Shui Min and Luo Sha have both been defeated and regained their self-control." Hearing this, Sasuke frowned in reproach. "What were you doing? How could such a blunder occur?" Kabuto pretended to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "It is of no consequence. Those pawns can be discarded. The 8 tails and 9 tails have now emerged. We can reveal our final trump card." Obito, holding a fan, positioned it behind himself. "That will suffice. Let us proceed according to the original plan." Sasuke, "I will capture the 8 tails, and you will pursue the stronger 9 tails with pain." Hinata Hayashi instructed Uchiha Madara to engage, while the other ninjas would be led by Nagato. Sasuke snorted, charging ahead, followed closely by a pain puppet, while Obito activated Kamui and vanished from sight. On the eastern battlefield, the fourth Raikage, with Killer Bee's assistance, seized a fleeting moment of vulnerability during a fierce clash with the third Raikage, successfully inserting a talisman into his body. The third Raikage's movements abruptly halted, his gaze gradually regaining clarity as he looked at the Raikage, sighing deeply. "Son, I knew I did not misjudge you." With the addition of the strongest spear and shield, the other Edo Tensei ninjas were swiftly defeated and sealed. In the southern front, Shui Ingzhaomei, under the interference of Gue Denghuanyu, was unable to approach Xiandai. However, at a critical moment, she cleverly employed the mist concealment technique to confound Shui Yu, seizing the opportunity to draw closer to Xiandai and implant a talisman within her. Upon awakening, Xiandai swiftly turned the tide of battle in the southern front alongside Zhaomei, subsequently converting Gue Denghuanyu to their side. In the western front, the Earth Shadow, Yi Mu, gradually gained the upper hand in his aerial battle against Wu. After a perilous clash, he took advantage of Wu's instability and swiftly inserted a talisman into Wu's body. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu collaborated with the two generations of Earth Shadows to swiftly defeat and seal other Edo Tensei ninjas. In the northern front, Ai Luo, following a fierce battle, manipulated sand to restrain his father, Luo Sha's movements, successfully placing a talisman within him. Luo Sha gazed at his son with pride, and together they brought a turning point to the northern front. Meanwhile, on the fifth battlefield, Tsunade, alongside Senju Hashirama, found an opportunity with the assistance of Naruto and Minato to implant a talisman into Senju Hashirama's body. Upon awakening, Senju Hashirama immediately aided Jiraiya and others in combating Senju Tobarama, allowing his brother to regain control of his body. Kakashi, amidst a fierce confrontation with Hatake Tsukumo, seized a moment of vulnerability to insert a talisman into his father's body. After regaining consciousness, Hatake Tsukumo joined Kakashi in facing their adversaries. As the Edo Tensei ninjas were sequentially sealed and awakened across various fronts, the pressure on the ninja allied forces gradually diminished, shifting the battle in their favor. Within the command center, a ninja burst in with excitement, announcing, "Report. The Eastern Front has received good news. The 4th Raikage, with the assistance of Killer Bee, successfully implanted a talisman into the 3rd Raikage, who has now regained consciousness." Following this, a stream of good news continued to flow back to the command center. Hinata K's expression remained unchanged as he calmly instructed how the forces on each front returned to the command center promptly. The ninjas beside him were taken aback by Hinata K's composure, expecting him to display joy or excitement upon hearing the news, yet he remained consistently calm. They exchanged whispers, speculating on his demeanor, questioning if he had anticipated such outcomes, and remarking on his experience in warfare that might render such victories less stirring for him. Perhaps he has grander schemes in mind that we cannot fathom. One ninja nodded with conviction. Chapter 203. The Power of Uchiha Sasuke. Just as the battle among Tsunade and Naruto, Minato, and Senju Hashirama on the 5th battlefield began to ease, a sudden surge of energy rippled through the sky, heralding the arrival of dark figures imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the group looked up, they beheld Sasuke levitating in the air, his forehead adorned with the Rinnegan, and his eyes possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Behind him trailed 10 puppets infused with the chakra of tailed beasts, each exuding a tangible aura. Sasuke coldly surveyed the battlefield, addressing the gathered warriors with icy disdain. Hatake Tsukumo, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Namake's Minato, I am astonished that you have severed your connections. Who would have thought that Orochimaru possessed such capabilities? His voice was like ice, instantly chilling the atmosphere of the battlefield. The 10 Rinnegan puppets formed a row, enveloped in varying hues of tailed beast chakra, their hollow eyes brimming with murderous intent. Tsunade's expression grew grave as she clenched her teeth. Sasuke, do you intend to make an enemy of the entire ninja world? Sasuke scoffed. The ninja world is already decayed. It demands a complete reshuffling. That is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The same eyes as Madara. I never expected to encounter such an adversary in this era, Senju Hashirama remarked, observing Sasuke's eyes with a mixture of admiration and concern. Brother, this is not the time for reflection. Senju Tobarama interjected, his presence radiating a palpable aura of hostility. So our enemy this time is this young Uchiha? Naruto quickly interjected, Sasuke is not our enemy. He is merely momentarily misled. You two are under Uchiha's spell. Just like my brother, Senju Tobarama frowned. Naruto raised his voice, urging, Sasuke, do not stray further down this path. Ignoring Naruto's pleas, Sasuke waved his hand, sending the 10 puppets charging toward them. The puppets transformed into their tailed beast forms, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs simultaneously directed at the group. In response, the warriors employed their respective jutsu to counter the onslaught. Namake's Minato and Senju Tobarama swiftly utilized Flying Thunder God to redirect a portion of the tailed beast bombs to an open area. while Senju Hashirama summoned wooden walls to block the remaining attacks. This battle still relies on you. Our current physical forms have limited capabilities, Senju Tobarama shouted. Understood, Naruto exclaimed, fist bumping with Minato before they re-entered the Nine Tails connection mode. Sasuke, refusing to be outdone, commanded 7 puppets capable of complete tailed beast transformation to unleash their full power. In an instant, 7 tailed beasts soared into the sky above the battlefield. While the puppets of Barubi and the gold and silver horns remained in their tailed beast form due to insufficient chakra. Since you're comrades, I will leave that Uchiha brat to you. We shall buy you time, Hatake Sakumo remarked with a smile, even in the face of crisis. All right, Naruto shouted, summoning 2 shadow clones and launching himself into the air, spiraling toward Sasuke with a Rasengan in hand. Though Naruto could not fly, his audacity propelled him skyward to confront Sasuke. Fool! Sasuke scoffed at Naruto's reckless action, casually evading by merely shifting 2 meters to the side. Just as Sasuke prepared to retort, a figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto in the sky, Namikaze Minato. With a powerful push, Minato propelled Naruto forward, who shot towards Sasuke like an arrow. Sasuke, startled, activated the flight capability of the Rinnegan in an attempt to evade. However, his control over the Rinnegan was still in its infancy, and Naruto's speed was unmatched, allowing him to reach Sasuke in an instant. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke hastily summoned the skeletal form of Susanoo to collide with Naruto's Rasengan, the tremendous impact causing ripples in the surrounding air. Snap out of it, Sasuke! Naruto shouted, exerting more force into his attack. Sasuke coldly retorted, do not be naive. This world is beyond salvation. I require the power of the 10 tails. Naruto, surrender the 9 tails. With that, Sasuke intensified his strength, sending Naruto tumbling away. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Senju Hashirama and the others engaged in a fierce struggle against the 7-tailed beasts and the puppets. The tailed beasts roared, unleashing their formidable power, while Senju Hashirama and his allies deftly maneuvered with their exquisite ninjutsu and combat experience. These seasoned warriors, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Hatake Sakumo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy, coordinated impeccably, holding their ground against the overwhelming might of the 7 fully tailed beast-formed puppets and 3 remaining puppets in their tailed beast form. On the battlefield below, Shinsho Zhujian stood like a towering mountain. With a clap of his hands, he unleashed the wood release technique, summoning a colossal wooden dragon that rose from the earth, its claws lunging fiercely at the tailed beast puppets. Shinsho Feijian, agile and swift, darted through the fray, deftly employing various water release and space-time ninjutsu to disrupt the movements of the tailed beast puppets. Chimu Sakumo and Kakashi wielded short swords, weaving between the puppets. Each strike aimed precisely at the vital points of the tailed beasts. Tsunade unleashed her formidable strength, repelling the encroaching puppets with relentless force. Jiraiya summoned the massive Fukasaku, engaging in a fierce clash with the tailed beasts. Might Guy, having opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, confronted the tailed beasts head-on with unyielding might. The group oscillated between individual combat and coordinated efforts, displaying no signs of panic amidst the onslaught of 7 fully transformed tailed beast puppets and 3 in their tailed beast cloaks. The clash of Shinsho Zhujians would release against the tailed beast's power resonated with thunderous roars. Shinsho Feijian's space-time ninjutsu caused the puppets' attacks to frequently miss their mark. Chimu Sakumo and Kakashi's swords left deep gashes on the puppets, while Tsunade's brute force rendered them unable to approach. Jiraiya's toad battled fiercely against the tailed beast puppets, and Might Guy's 8 gates erupted with astounding energy. As the scene unfolded, the 3rd Raikage, having regained control over his body, rapidly sealed all reanimated ninjas. Just as the tension eased, the space before them twisted, and Obito's figure emerged slowly. The 3rd Raikage, 4th Raikage, and Killer Bee immediately heightened their vigilance as Obito, with his cold Sharingan gaze, surveyed them. The 8 tails, you have finally appeared, Obito's voice echoed, laced with a chilling undertone. The 4th Raikage's eyes widened in fury, his lightning chakra crackling ominously Abito, do not dare lay a finger on Killer B. Killer B gripped his weapon tightly, ready for battle. A sly smile crept across Abito's face. How naive. First, let me show you the gift I have prepared. He raised 2 fingers, summoning technique. The ground behind him split open, and a colossal creature, adorned with 9 closed eyes and a massive maw, clawed its way out. Its gray body was encased in a hard shell, exuding an aura of dread that instantly sobered the expressions of the 3rd and 4th Raikage. What manner of beast is this? The 4th Raikage gritted his teeth. Killer B inhaled deeply and roared, no matter what it is, let us take it on together. With that, the trio charged at Abito and the monstrous entity. The 4th Raikage's lightning transformed into bolts, hurtling towards Abito, while the 3rd Raikage concentrated his strength into a single finger aimed at the creature. Killer B entered his fully transformed state, launching himself with his gauntlets. Unperturbed, Abito evaded the 4th Raikage strike and deftly used the Uchiha fan to block the 3rd Raikage's assault. It's just a fan, do not underestimate me. The 3rd Raikage bellowed, colliding with the Uchiha fan. However, what he believed would easily shatter turned back much of his force, sending him reeling. As Killer B barreled forward, the Outer Path Golem met him with a punch, the impact forcing both to stagger back. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Ninja Coalition surged towards Abito. Suddenly, the Outer Path Golem erupted with fierce lightning, snaking towards the advancing ninja like a horde of serpents. The air filled with anguished cries as the lightning scorched the bodies of the ninja, leaving them charred and collapsing to the ground. The acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. Do not approach. This battle is beyond your capability. Retreat, the 4th Raikage shouted, heeding his command. The ninjas halted their reckless assault. The 3rd Raikage, 4th Raikage, and Killer B exchanged glances filled with rage and sorrow. Abito, you fiend, I shall tear you to pieces. The 4th Raikage vowed through clenched teeth. Abito smirked disdainfully, then do try. In the northern front, as Gaara and his father, Raza, had just stabilized the situation and prepared for a brief respite, a coffin suddenly appeared out of thin air. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Gaara's instincts kicked in, and a barrier of sand rose swiftly. The coffin lid fell, revealing Nagato, who emerged with a pained expression. It's him. Gaara's eyes widened. Isn't he the wielder of the Rinnegan? He has been resurrected as well. Nagato gasped, I cannot control my body. Be cautious. Please stop me once more. Gaara took a deep breath, nodding resolutely, I will. He and his father unleashed a torrent of sand mixed with gold, sweeping towards Nagato. In response, Nagato summoned the Yada Mirror, soaring into the sky to evade their combined assault. Simultaneously, his arm transformed into a launcher, unleashing a barrage of missiles towards the Ninja Coalition behind them. Gaara, Raza cautioned. Understood. In an instant, the amalgamation of sand and gold morphed into countless tendrils, deftly intercepting the missiles and detonating them mid-air, plunging the northern battlefield back into chaos. On the western front, Tsuchikage, Inoki, and Mu had just sealed the other reanimated ninjas when another coffin materialized on the battlefield. The second Tsuchikage Mu, not one to waste time, immediately released Dust Release, enveloping the entire white coffin. Just as he intended to reduce both the coffin and its occupant to dust, the light of the Dust Release vanished, and the coffin exploded, revealing a figure emerging from a mist. Both Inoki and Mu gasped in astonishment. It's Uchiha Madara. The two recalled the terror of being defeated by him in the past. Madara, with his Rinnegan eyes, stepped out of the coffin, seemingly oblivious to their presence. He raised a hand to inspect his new form, murmuring, Edo Tensei is not a natural technique of the Rinnegan. What has gone awry on Abito's side? Observing his surroundings, Madara noted this is the battlefield. It seems there has been a premature summoning. He closed his eyes, sensing several presences on the field. Chinsho Jujien, Chinsho Feijian, Uchiha Abito, Nagato, a young one with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and nine-tailed beasts. A smile crept across Madara's face. So many familiar faces. This is quite amusing. Ignoring the two before him, he strode away, intending first to seek out Abito to ascertain the current situation before confronting Chinsho Jujien. You cannot leave. Inoki, suppressing his fear, positioned himself in front of Madara. Oh, Madara, intrigued by the audacity of the obstruction, turned his gaze upon Inoki. It's you, isn't it? It has been a long time. You have certainly improved. Madara sneered. Inoki gritted his teeth, declaring, Uchiha Madara, no matter what, we will not allow you to run rampant. Madara scoffed dismissively. You think you can stop me? You were no match for me then, and you're no different now. Wu also stepped forward and solemnly declared, the present is not like the past. We must stop you. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, and, upon hearing such audacious words, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, then come and try. With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Chapter 205. The Legend of the Shinobi World? The strongest in the shinobi world? Overestimating oneself. After speaking, he vanished in an instant, approaching Inoki and Wu with a speed that was almost akin to flying just above the ground. Madara's velocity was so extreme that Inoki and Wu had no time to react. Suddenly, Madara swung his hand, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that sent Inoki flying, crashing violently into a distant cliff where falling rocks buried him. Seeing this, Wu quickly formed hand seals, attempting to use Doton to counter Madara's onslaught. However, Madara merely lifted a hand, and an invisible force bound Wu's movements, rendering his jutsu ineffective. Such tricks are useless before me. Madara scoffed, kicking forward, sending Wu's body hurtling like a cannonball, crashing onto a massive boulder. Having dealt with the two, Uchiha Madara pressed onward towards his target. Along the way, the ninjas of the allied forces were intimidated by his overwhelming presence, none daring to obstruct him. At that moment, another figure descended like a meteor, creating a large crater upon landing. Emerging slowly from the dust was Hyuga Hayashi, who had rushed from the command center upon receiving news. A faint smile graced his face, as if eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. That is Uchiha Madara, immensely powerful, and he even possesses the Rinnegan's abilities, Inoki cautioned. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand, signaling those behind him to retreat. I know. You too, Tsuchikage. Take your troops to support other battlefields. I will handle this here. Wu's body had already recovered, floating once more. Are you sure? You may not fully grasp Uchiha Madara's strength. However, Inoki held back Wu, who was still attempting to dissuade Hyuga Hayashi. Rest assured, Lord Wu, his strength can rival that of Madara. Inoki was confident in Hyuga Hayashi's capabilities, having witnessed his prowess firsthand. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Wu ceased his attempts to persuade him and left with the Ninja Alliance. Uchiha Madara suddenly sensed a chakra that rivaled Senju Hashirama's, causing him to glance over with interest. At that moment, a voice echoed in Madara's mind. Lord Madara, the young man in white before you, is the strongest in the current shinobi world, Hyuga Hayashi. Upon hearing this, Madara realized this was the user of Edo Tensei. He regarded Hyuga Hayashi with curiosity, conversing with the voice in his mind. Oh? And who are you? 1,000 miles away, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, I am Kabuto, an associate of Obito. Your plan has encountered minor issues, and it would take time to explain. In brief, the 8 Tails and 9 Tails are currently in enemy hands, forcing us to initiate the 4th Shinobi World War. Madara's expression remained indifferent. He held little regard for the so-called strongest in the shinobi world before him. It seems you know quite a lot, even about the plan. Indeed, but I implore you to deal with the enemy before you, as he poses the greatest obstacle to our plan. To meet your peak form, I have prepared the finest offerings. You have witnessed my peak form? No, allow me to experience it, the power of the Uchiha legend. Very well. At this moment, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze toward Hyuga Hayashi and inquired, You are the strongest in the current shinobi world? Hyuga Hayashi, appearing relaxed, retrieved a hair tie from his pocket and casually secured his flowing hair, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, The strongest? Perhaps. However, encountering the legendary Uchiha Madara is quite intriguing. Madara sneered, such arrogance from a mere child. Has the shinobi world descended to such depths? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Typically, those who faced Uchiha Madara displayed utmost reverence and fear. Yet this was the first time he encountered such a brazen youth, which infuriated him. Hyuga Hayashi shrugged. "Oh, then I eagerly await your demonstration, the legendary Uchiha Madara. I hope you do not disappoint." A hint of disdain flickered in Madara's eyes. This ignorant fool would soon pay for his hubris. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze sharpened. "Then let us see whether your legend holds true, or if my strength surpasses yours." Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal. "In that case, brace yourself for my technique." A surge of powerful chakra erupted from him. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from Uchiha Madara's mouth, surging toward Hyuga Hayashi. Unfazed, Hyuga Hayashi raised his hand, Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. A massive wave of water appeared from thin air, colliding with Madara's roaring flames. Instantly, steam enveloped the area, shrouding both combatants. Madara's voice pierced through the mist. "Impressive, but this is merely the beginning." With that, he vanished from sight. Hyuga Hayashi sensed an overwhelming presence behind him and swiftly turned, launching a powerful punch. The impact echoed as Hyuga Hayashi's fist collided with Madara's palm, the force fracturing the ground beneath them. "Not bad, child," Madara remarked, a slight smirk forming. Hyuga Hayashi chuckled. "You aren't too shabby yourself." After their initial clash, both warriors swiftly disengaged. Madara charged forward once more, each step generating a fierce gust of wind. Hyuga Hayashi met him head-on, their fists and feet intertwining in a dance of combat. Madara's strikes were forceful and domineering, reminiscent of the original Konoha steel fist, while Hyuga Hayashi countered with agile and varied techniques, rooted in the Hyuga's gentle fist style. Bang! Hyuga Hayashi dodged Madara's straight punch, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Madara's ribs. Madara reacted swiftly, blocking with his palm and attempting to throw Hyuga Hayashi off balance. Utilizing the momentum, Hyuga Hayashi executed a flip in midair, transforming his fist into an open palm, aiming for Madara's head. Madara released his grip, stepping back to evade the strike. The two exchanged blows back and forth, their powerful clashes creating explosive sounds that reverberated through the air. Dust was kicked up from the ground, forming a hazy mist around them. They engaged in another fierce confrontation, and Madara's arm shattered from the impact of the Edo Tensei, forcing him to retreat. The next battle will be detailed thoroughly, not merely brushed over. Chapter 206, The Strongest Byakugan Versus. The strongest Sharingan child. Your taijutsu has truly impressed me. Given your skill, you must be from the Hyuga clan, Madara acknowledged, his arm regenerating as admiration flickered in his eyes. With such prowess, you are worthy to be my opponent. Tell me your name. Hyuga Hayashi smiled slightly. I am Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi, very well. Now, I shall get serious. I will show you the limits of your Byakugan. With those words, the chakra around him surged once more, an overwhelming presence raging like a tempest. Since this is a battle of Sharingan versus Byakugan, I shall refrain from using other powers. Hyuga Hayashi resolved to temporarily revert his Rinnegan to Byakugan, his black eyes transforming into a brilliant white. Clearly, he had activated the Byakugan. Meanwhile, a fierce glint flashed in Madara's crimson Sharingan. Susanoo, a colossal, blue, skeletal figure materialized beside him, gradually solidifying into the humanoid form of the fourth stage of Susanoo. Shujo wielded a short blade, striking fiercely towards Hinata K. Unfazed, Hinata K raised a hand into the air, invoking the wind ninjutsu technique. Kaiten, wind chakra emanated from his body, forming a verdant chakra sphere that enveloped him. The long blade of Susanoo clashed against the sphere, emitting a resonant metallic sound, unable to penetrate. In the next instant, the short blade materialized from the humanoid Susanoo, shattered with a thunderous crack. Observing this, Hachimadara furrowed his brows slightly, letting out a cold snort, not without merit. He then commanded Susanoo to launch another assault, a colossal fist charged with immense power hurtling towards the green chakra sphere. Hinata K waved his palm. Hako Kusho. Waves of green chakra shockwaves erupted from within the sphere, colliding with Susanoo's fist, resulting in a tremendous explosion that fractured the ground around them. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Susanoo remained unscathed, advancing once more towards Hinata-ke. With a swift step, Hinata-ke leaped from the sphere, his hands moving rapidly. Juken Hako Hyaku Ni Juho. His figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages, countless palm strikes raining down upon Susanoo. The surface of Susanoo rippled, yet it did not sustain any substantial damage. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. You young lad, with such feeble attacks, you cannot hope to breach my Susanoo. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Hinata-ke retorted. Is that so? Then how about this? He felt his chakra surge once again, forming seals with his hands. Hako! A massive array materialized beneath him, encasing Susanoo within its bounds. A tremendous pressure emanated from Hinata-ke's eyes, binding Susanoo's limbs. Uchiha Madara, sensing the restriction on Susanoo's movements, displayed a hint of surprise. This is not the Hako of the Hyuga clan. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata-ke lunged towards Susanoo, gathering a formidable chakra in his hands. Raiji Ninjutsu, Hako, Garai Sho. His palm struck heavily against Susanoo's chest, producing a resounding crash, while tumultuous lightning engulfed Susanoo, activating the chakra within. Cracks immediately appeared across Susanoo's form. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened as he intensified his chakra output, striving to mend the fissures. You think you can defeat my Susanoo so easily? Not a chance. With the surge of chakra, Susanoo's brilliance flickered, the cracks beginning to slowly heal. Hinata-ke's Byakugan meticulously tracked the flow of chakra within Susanoo, pinpointing its vulnerabilities. Found it. A glimmer of determination sparked in Hinata-ke's eyes as he dashed once more towards Susanoo. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. You dare come again? Naive. In Susanoo's other hand, a chakra longsword materialized, swinging towards Hinata-ke. He sidestepped, simultaneously gathering chakra. Katon, Ninjutsu, Enshi. Two fiery lion heads, formed from chakra, burst forth from his hands, launching towards Susanoo. Susanoo cleaved one lion head in twain, yet the other latched onto its arm. Seizing this moment, Hinata-ke leapt atop Susanoo's head, extending a fist downward. Shinkugeki, a colossal fist, descended from the heavens, and under its overwhelming force, Susanoo could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo collapsed back to the ground. You actually managed to harness the power of the Byakugan to this extent. You truly are a prodigy. Uchiha Madara initially praised Hinata-ke, but swiftly changed his tone. Yet alas, had you been born of the Uchiha, you would have been destined for greatness. Hearing this, Hinata-ke scoffed inwardly, pondering what being born an Uchiha would entail. Like hunting weasels? Had he traversed to the Uchiha, it would have been an entirely different tale. His chakra surged wildly, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. A colossal complete form of Susanoo rose from the ground, towering and exuding boundless pressure. The complete Susanoo bore twin swords, their blades glinting with a chilling radiance, as if capable of severing the void itself. Faced with such an adversary, Hinata-ke remained unperturbed, murmuring to himself, it seems the limit of the Byakugan lies here. The 80 gods' vacuity strike can indeed shatter a complete Susanoo, but that is no feat achievable by an ordinary Byakugan. However, I believe I have yet to employ this technique earnestly. This shall be the perfect opportunity to test it. Uchiha Madara, witnessing Hinata-ke's calm demeanor in the face of impending doom, proclaimed, Boy, tremble before this absolute power. Uchiha Madara commanded his complete Susanoo to swing its massive katana viciously towards Hinata-ke. As it sliced through the air, it seemed to tear space itself, emitting a shrill sound of rending. Just as Uchiha Madara believed he could vanquish Hinata-ke, he beheld Hinata-ke's Byakugan morph into the crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, manifesting his own complete Susanoo. In an instant, a massive Susanoo erupted from the ground, the two titanic forms of Susanoo facing each other, the air thickening under their immense pressure. Hinata-ke's Susanoo radiated a cerulean hue, wielding dual heavy swords, striking downward to clash with Uchiha Madara's katana. In a sudden move, Hinata-ke struck, forcing Uchiha Madara back. In Chapter 207, the clash between Susanoos ensued. The once confident expression of Uchiha Madara encased within his complete Susanoo, instantly froze. A flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that this boy, claiming to be Hinata K and possessing the Byakugan, could also wield the Mangekyo Sharingan and summon a complete Susanoo. How could this be? He had always assumed Hinata K was merely a genius of the Hyuga clan, pushing the limits of the Byakugan, never suspecting he had such hidden talents. A flicker of doubt arose within Uchiha Madara's mind as he scrutinized Hinata K's Susanoo, contemplating, what exactly is this boy's origin? Possessing the Byakugan, yet wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be a fusion of some unique bloodline? Following his astonishment, fury surged within Uchiha Madara. He felt mocked, realizing that Hinata K had concealed his abilities all along, revealing them only at this moment, as if deliberately challenging his authority. You dare to hide your strength from me, boy? Truly audacious, Uchiha Madara frowned. Simultaneously, the fighting spirit within Uchiha Madara was ignited. Encountering such a formidable opponent rekindled a long-lost fervor within him. He coldly regarded Hinata K, stating, "You have successfully captured my attention, but today, you shall still fall before me." With that, he directed his complete Susanoo toward Hinata K. Facing the furious advance of Uchiha Madara, Hinata K's lips curled into a confident smile. Then let us see who shall emerge victorious. Uchiha Madara commanded his complete Susanoo to swing its immense katana with ferocity towards Hinata K, the air seeming to tear apart with the force of the strike. Hinata K skillfully maneuvered his own complete Susanoo to evade Uchiha Madara's assaults while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. His Susanoo wielded dual heavy swords, striking down powerfully against Uchiha Madara's katana, producing a deafening clang. Uchiha Madara's katana was soon riddled with numerous cracks, as Hinata K's heavy sword proved significantly sharper and more resilient. The reason was simple. It was a weapon crafted by the Federation, inspired by the Toketsu sword and Yata mirror, deemed a new artifact in the world of ninjas. Uchiha Madara recognized the anomaly of Hinata K's heavy sword, but found himself powerless against it, compelled to continuously amplify his chakra output to restore the integrity of Susanoo's katana. Every clash between the two complete Susanoo generated tremendous energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Just as Uchiha Madara's attack missed its mark, Hinata K's Susanoo swung its colossal sword with great force, unleashing a powerful sword aura aimed directly at Madara's Susanoo. Madara hastily manipulated his Susanoo to defend, but the sword's might exceeded his expectations, causing his Susanoo to stagger slightly backward. With a furious roar, he exclaimed, "Do not be so arrogant, brat." Once again, Madara intensified the output of his chakra, and the power of his complete Susanoo surged instantaneously. The immense form radiated an overwhelming pressure, and the katana in his grasp was wielded with even greater ferocity, each strike imbued with the potential to annihilate. Yet, Hinata K remained unfazed. His gaze was as calm as ice, skillfully maneuvering his azure Susanoo to counter Madara's relentless assault. Once more, Hinata K discerned Madara's next move. His Susanoo gripped the heavy sword tightly, the blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, the sharp edge piercing directly into Madara's Susanoo. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene, utterly shocked that Hinata K could so swiftly and accurately exploit his vulnerability. With a violent explosion, Madara's Susanoo shattered, dissipating into specks of light in the air. The force of the impact sent him hurtling away, his armor fracturing to reveal the visage of Hashirama on his chest. As he fell back to the ground, debris swirled around him. Due to the nature of his Edo Tensei body, his armor rapidly regenerated. Yet an expression of incredulity lingered on Madara's face. If his earlier defeat in physical combat could be attributed to the frailty of his Edo Tensei form, then his loss in the Battle of Sharingan left him at a loss for rationale. He was Uchiha Madara, vanquished by an outsider who was not even of Uchiha lineage. If this were to leak out, who would dare believe it? How could this be? I, Uchiha Madara, who has pursued power my entire life, never anticipated I would falter in the one domain I hold most dear, my Sharingan. Brat, you have succeeded in provoking my wrath. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the allied shinobi forces, not far off, bore witness to the cataclysmic battle between Hinata and Uchiha Madara. Shock and awe were etched on their faces, eyes wide and mouths agape, as if ensnared by a binding jutsu. Is this truly the extent of a ninja's power? It is akin to a clash between deities. A young soldier of the allied forces trembled as he spoke. I have never witnessed such formidable strength. It surpasses our wildest imagination. Another soldier echoed, his eyes filled with reverence. It resembles a battle of divine beings from myth. We are so insignificant in the face of such power, a third soldier murmured, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. They gazed at the two colossal Susanoo in the distance, the energy waves generated by each collision filling them with trepidation. The surrounding space quivered, the earth cracked, as if the apocalypse were nigh. This pervasive fear gripped every heart, for they knew not how this battle would conclude, nor whether Lord Muki would triumph over Uchiha Madara. When Madara's Susanoo shattered and he was cast to the ground, a thunderous cheer erupted from the allied forces. Lord Muki! Lord Muki! The crowd chanted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Soldiers embraced one another, tears of joy flowing as they celebrated this hard-won victory. Among them stood Inoki, his diminutive form trembling slightly as he fixed his murky gaze on the battlefield, his heart tumultuous. He had believed that after years of combat, and having encountered countless powerful ninjas, nothing could compare to the scene before him, which rendered his past experiences trivial by comparison. He truly can contend with Uchiha Madara, Inoki murmured to himself. Madara had once been his inner demon and nightmare. Yet he never envisioned such a formidable figure could be defeated. The ease with which Hinata had achieved this left him incredulous. Initially, he had thought that Hinata would merely hold his ground against Madara, perhaps perishing together, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. Hinata had comprehensively overwhelmed Madara in every aspect. As Uchiha Madara slowly rose from the ground, his gaze no longer bore the earlier disdain, but was instead filled with extreme focus and gravity. Brat, you have indeed caught my attention, but it is far from sufficient. Madara bellowed, his Sharingan transforming into Rinnegan, emanating a sinister glow. Suddenly, the sky darkened, a massive shadow enveloping the earth. Madara swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the mightiest ninjutsu he could muster, Tenpenki-I. A colossal meteor descended from the heavens, ablaze with ferocious flames and an oppressive force, barreling straight towards Hinata. The meteor's trajectory left a trail of searing air, as if it aimed to incinerate the very atmosphere. In the face of such an attack, Hinata's Susanoo appeared somewhat diminutive. Yet, as Hinata beheld the apocalyptic scene, his expression remained unchanged. He was, after all, a being who had once annihilated a planet. Just when everyone expected Hinata to maneuver his Susanoo to evade, his next action left all jaws agape. He actually dispelled his Susanoo, descending back to the ground. The soldiers of the allied forces erupted in a clamor upon witnessing this unexpected move, speculating wildly. Could it be that Hinata has surrendered? One ninja voiced in terror. No, I see determination in his eyes. He does not seem the type to give up. Perhaps he possesses some mysterious jutsu we are unaware of, another ninja countered. Could it be that his chakra has been depleted, rendering him unable to maintain Susanoo? This thought sent a shiver through many hearts. It is over. The recent battle must have drained too much chakra, while the Edo Tensei ninja has infinite chakra. What now? They whispered among themselves, filled with doubt and concern, their eyes fixed on Hinata, uncertain how he would respond to Madara's world-ending strike. Even Inoki, who had always been at odds with Hinata, found himself clenching his fists in anticipation of Hinata's next move. At that moment, Hinata was indeed the savior of the allied forces. Should he fall, the world would truly be lost. In the next instant, the crowd beheld as Hinata's pupils transformed to a golden hue, his entire being enveloped in golden chakra, his white robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Hinata rose into the air, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Now, It is the battle of Rinnegan against the Tensigan. Tensigan? What power is this? Madara gazed at the transformed Hinata K, his face a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Is this truly your strongest power? It was not due to a lack of knowledge on Madara's part, having lived so long. It was indeed his first encounter with the Tensigan, a bloodline limit he had never heard of. No matter, you will soon gain an understanding of it. Hinata K raised his gaze towards the descending meteor, simply lifting one hand as an unseen force arrested the massive rock in midair. This spectacle made Madara furrow his brow in confusion. What kind of ability could possibly lift such a colossal meteor with a single hand? However, he had little time to ponder, as Uchiha Madara once again formed hand seals. You managed to catch the first meteorite, but how will you respond to the second? The sky darkened once more, and another colossal meteorite hurtled towards Hinata Kaido alongside the first. Hinata Kaido's golden chakra radiated brilliantly as his formidable gravitational field erupted, anchoring both meteorites in midair. His control over gravity was so potent that he could even reshape the moon. 2 meteorites were merely child's play, and even a meteor shower would be effortlessly handled by him. The Ninja Alliance gasped in awe at this spectacle. Was this the power of Lord Mushio? It was simply unbelievable. Lord Mushio could certainly defeat Uchiha Madara and save us. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming, "He is holding the meteorites with one hand?" Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine, yet he did not retreat. The Rinnegan in his eyes shimmered as he prepared to unleash a more potent technique. However, Hinata Kaido did not grant him any opportunity. He swung his arms fiercely, sending the 2 meteorites hurtling back towards Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression changed dramatically as he hastily formed hand seals. Would release. Advent of the trees. Countless massive trees erupted towards the sky, attempting to shield against the incoming meteorites. But this defense was hasty and ultimately insufficient to withstand the dual onslaught. The wooden defenses of the wood release were swiftly shattered, and the meteorites, imbued with overwhelming force, descended upon Uchiha Madara. A tremendous roar echoed, and, as the dust settled, Madara appeared somewhat disheveled, a substantial portion of his body crushed by the meteorites, slowly being restored by the Edo Tensei technique. This marked the 3rd time he had been shattered by Hinata Kaido during their battle. The first time was by a single punch from Hinata Kaido, the second by a sword strike from his Susanoo, and the third by his own meteorites. Uchiha Madara's fury reached its peak. His attacks had been repeatedly thwarted, and his most formidable techniques appeared feeble in the hands of Hinata Kaido, a humiliation he had never endured even at the hands of Senju Hashirama. He roared, "You brat! You are indeed strong, but I, Uchiha Madara, will not concede so easily." Meanwhile, in the sky, Hinata Kaido was already preparing a new assault. The 9 truth-seeking balls coalesced in his grasp, and a golden beam shot skyward from his hands, piercing the clouds. Golden will rebirth explosion. Hinata Kaido, wielding the radiant beam, brought it crashing down upon Uchiha Madara with an unstoppable force. The soaring golden pillar tore through the clouds, split the mountain before him, and transformed the ground into a deep chasm, rapidly approaching Madara's position. Madara's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the surging golden beam, acutely aware that this strike possessed extraordinary power. His first instinct was to absorb it using the Rinnegan, but he quickly dismissed that option. This attack was not merely chakra. It was the power of his bloodline, impossible to absorb entirely. In this critical moment, Uchiha Madara summoned all his chakra, the glow of his Rinnegan intensifying. "Shinra Tensei!" he shouted, unleashing a powerful repulsive force from his body, attempting to counter Hinata Kaido's golden wheel rebirth explosion. However, the might of Hinata Kaido's strike was overwhelming. Shinra Tensei merely slowed its momentum. The dazzling light soon engulfed him entirely. Chapter 209, Uchiha Madara's Defeat, Black Zetsu's Deception. Uchiha Madara's presence vanished completely, and only then did Hinata Kaido release his grip, the light gradually dissipating to reveal a vertical pit in the ground. Uchiha Madara had disappeared without a trace. Hinata Kaido was well aware of where Madara had gone. It was Black Zetsu who had rescued him. Although Black Zetsu had not appeared, he was secretly preparing for contingencies. For it was not yet time for him to withdraw. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaido feigned ignorance, pretending that Uchiha Madara had returned to the Pure Land. The Ninja Alliance erupted in jubilant cheers, ecstatic over Hinata Kaido's victory. Uchiha Madara is dead. Long live Lord Mushio. Waves of joy surged through the crowd, each face radiating relief and hope for the future. Inoki gazed at the towering figure in the sky, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions. Past grievances with Hinata Kaido seemed trivial in this moment. He was grateful that his previous biases had not affected this crucial battle. He exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing, murmuring, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Inoki understood that had it not been for Hinata Kaido's display of such immense power, the Ninja Alliance would have likely fallen into an irretrievable abyss. Hinata Kaido slowly descended from the sky, and the crowd immediately surrounded him, chanting, "Hero, hero." He walked toward the cheering throng, his voice resonating powerfully, inspiring all. "This is our collective victory, and it is you who fought for this ninja world. You are the true heroes." Inoki beamed a genuine smile at Hinata Kaido, saying, "I was short-sighted before. This time, it was all thanks to you." Hinata Kaido smiled slightly in response. "We guard peace together." The cheers erupted once more. Regardless of their respective nations, all ninjas rejoiced for Hinata Kaido at that moment. As the cheers gradually subsided, Hinata Kaido spoke again. "Our war is not yet over. I ask you all to continue following me to the Northern Front to support our comrades." "Understood." The Ninja Alliance responded in unison. Hinata Kaido then led the way, soaring into the sky, guiding everyone towards the Northern Front where Gaara of the Sand was battling. Inoki and Mu ascended into the sky, positioning themselves alongside Hinata Kaido as a sign of respect. "Lord Mushio, why are we heading to the Northern Front first?" Inoki inquired. "The reports from the north indicate some strategic advantages, yet the rakeage on the Eastern Front faces Uchiha Obito, and they have stated they cannot hold on much longer." Inoki subtly cautioned, fearing that Hinata Kaido's past conflicts with the rakeage might prompt him to act impulsively in support of Gaara, with whom they had the best relations. "The presence of Nagato there could bolster our strength. I have already expended considerable energy in the recent battle, merely maintaining the facade for the sake of the ninjas. I intend to use my last reserves to implant Orochimaru's curse mark within Nagato, thus granting us a force wielding the Rinnegan," Hinata Kaido casually stated, having actually held back during the recent battle. Otherwise, Black Zetsu would have been irrelevant. However, he spoke this way to give his future self a buff, as his displayed strength was excessively formidable. It would be difficult to explain if he refrained from intervening later. Hinata Kaido could then continue to drive the plot forward, eventually leading to the revival of Otsutsuki Kagaya, at which point he would consume her entirely. Inoki and Mu did not perceive the underlying issues in Hinata Kaido's words. As the recent battle had been profoundly shocking, and expending a large amount of chakra was not surprising. If one could endure such a battle and still engage in high-intensity conflict, that would indeed be remarkable. The second Tsuchikage Mu, hearing Hinata Kaido's explanation, nodded in acknowledgement and remarked with admiration, "You are a true hero, not only in strength but also in strategic foresight." Hinata Kaido humbly replied, "It is all for this ninja world." In a subterranean base, wrapped in Black Zetsu's embrace, Uchiha Madara slowly floated from the ground. Black Zetsu then began to separate from Madara's body. It was he who had used Yin-Yang release to extricate Madara from Hinata Kaido's assault. Uchiha Madara glared angrily at Black Zetsu, shouting, "Why did you take me away? I can still fight." He is Uchiha Madara, a legend in the shinobi world. When has he ever found himself in such a wretched state? This disheveled escape is entirely uncharacteristic of Uchiha Madara. The voice of Kurizetsu was low and ominous as he faced Madara's inquiries, continuing to embody the will of Uchiha Madara with a soothing tone. "My lord Madara, do not act impulsively. Hinata Kiyoshi's strength is beyond imagination, and you are not running away. In your current state as a reanimated body, you cannot unleash your true power. Engaging in a head-on clash would not be wise. That Hinata Kiyoshi is not a match for you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara gradually calmed from his rage. You need not say this. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to accept defeat easily. I have lost battles before. However, I will not perpetually suffer defeat. Kurizetsu continued to reassure him. Your strength is beyond question, but our plan cannot falter due to a momentary lapse in judgment. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. My lord, during your absence, there have been significant changes in our plans, and we need to deliberate further. Although Hinata Kiyoshi is strong, he may not comprehend our ultimate scheme. Listening to Kurizetsu's words, Madara felt as though all his efforts had been for naught, as if he had handed Kurizetsu and Obito an ace in the hole, only for them to squander it entirely. Truly, they had squandered the precious resources of the Rinnegan, the Outer Path, Hashirama Cells, and White Zetsu. Kurizetsu chuckled darkly. Rest assured, my lord Madara, everything remains under our control, and you shall realize your ambition, transforming this world into the vision you desire. This, of course, was impossible. The world would undoubtedly morph into Kurizetsu's desired image, rather than that of Uchiha Madara. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Madara said, Tell me, what has transpired during my absence? What is this Hinata Kiyoshi, and what is the nature of his eyes? At your command. After your departure, Uchiha Obito. Before Kurizetsu could continue, Madara interjected sternly. Silence. Speak first of Hinata Kiyoshi. Understood, my lord, Kurizetsu replied respectfully, concealing his unchanging ambition beneath a mask of loyalty. Hinata Kiyoshi was born in Konoha in the year 45. Kurizetsu divulged all the information he possessed to Uchiha Madara, though the completeness of this intelligence remains uncertain. He also omitted many of his own manipulations, portraying it as though he had abandoned Uchiha Obito in favor of Hinata Kiyoshi. In reality, it was Obito who had betrayed Madara, seeking to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and resurrect Rin Noara. Kurizetsu was forced to continue the Moon Eye plan with Hinata Kiyoshi, but later, Hinata too betrayed the plan due to the influence of two women. He deceived Yakushi Kabuto, persuading him to locate Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke to continue the Moon Eye plan. Kurizetsu refrained from mentioning that Hinata was also his collaborator. He aimed to leverage the information gap created by Madara's recent resurrection, playing both sides to his advantage. Uchiha Madara, unaware of the inconsistencies in Kurizetsu's words, had never doubted him, believing Kurizetsu to be the embodiment of his will. Thus, he had never suspected Kurizetsu of deceit. The rebirth, the ability to seize bloodline techniques, is indeed fascinating. This Hinata Kiyoshi is a worthy adversary. Madara regained his momentum. However, the reality had already proven the failure of his Shinobi Federation. The Moon Eye plan remained the sole path forward for the Shinobi world. Kurizetsu, hearing Madara's words, chuckled. Indeed, my lord, everything is still within our grasp. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito are of little use, but they can be utilized to gather the tailed beast for you. We merely need to await the opportune moment. At that time, I shall control one of them to resurrect you and retrieve your Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara revealed a faint smile. Well done. The two envisioned a new plan, as if everything would proceed smoothly. When the time came, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and eliminating Hinata Kiyoshi would be effortless. At that moment, in a location where Hinata Kiyoshi had just battled Uchiha Madara, a small white snake slithered into the ground. Shortly thereafter, in the temporary research lab of Orochimaru at the Allied Forces Command Center, he had been stationed there since the war began, tasked with creating talismans to sever the connection between reanimated shinobi and their summoners. He feigned a bargaining stance, demanding freedom after the war ended, to which the Federation reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, he was placed here with a dozen shinobi assigned to supervise him and transport the talismans he produced. Meanwhile, Orochimaru subtly achieved his own objectives by crafting the severing talismans for the Allied forces. Those talismans had indeed been tampered with by Orochimaru, as Hinata Kiyoshi had observed. He merely awaited the opportunity to seize control over the reanimated shinobi, utilizing their power to acquire the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, ultimately becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This was, of course, his envisioned scenario. At this moment, a small white snake emerged from the ground, merging into Orochimaru's body, granting him clarity on the recent events. Orochimaru closed his eyes, savoring the images that danced in his mind, murmuring, "The rebirth, the Rinnegan, such formidable power." Just as Orochimaru contemplated this, a shinobi burst into his laboratory. "Orochimaru, where are the newly created talismans?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Orochimaru understood the reason and gestured toward the two talismans at his side. The shinobi promptly seized them and dashed outside. Watching the figure retreat, Orochimaru allowed a smile to creep across his face. Simultaneously, Hinata Kiyoshi led the allied forces to the northern front, where a swirling storm of sand and dust engulfed the battlefield. Gaara and Raza were engaged in a fierce battle against the reanimated Nagato. Faced with this dire situation, Gaara and Raza had no choice but to exert their utmost effort to counter the colossal meteors controlled by Nagato from the sky. A meteor, formed by the Tenchi bridge technique, loomed above, descending slowly yet resolutely toward Gaara and his allies. In that critical moment, Gaara reacted swiftly, using sand to barely cushion the meteor's impact. Yet he found himself immobilized, fully aware that any lapse in focus could lead the recently battered allied forces into catastrophe. Consequently, Gaara gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to gradually push the meteor away. At this pivotal moment, the ordinary shinobi of the allied forces began to flee in the opposite direction, desperate to escape the looming crisis. Meanwhile, Nagato sat astride the eight-tailed bird, weapon in hand, relentlessly launching missiles at Gaara. Raza, however, positioned himself protectively in front of Gaara, striving to compensate for his previously delayed paternal love. He had reconciled with his son during Pain's invasion of Konoha, acknowledging his past mistakes. Now, he was determined to rectify his former errors, safeguarding his child. The sand not only shielded Gaara, but also extended countless sand hands toward Nagato overhead. Observing the precarious situation, Hinata Kiyoshi's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a surge of formidable chakra. In an instant, he appeared beside Gaara, a forceful repulsion allowing him to catch the meteor. "You all go support the other shinobi. I will handle this," Hinata Kiyoshi commanded. Upon hearing his order, the allied forces turned and rushed toward the newly emerged white Zetsu army. Meanwhile, Oinoki joined the assault against Nagato. Controlled by the forces of the impure world reincarnation, Nagato was unable to command his own actions, yet he faced the onslaught of 4 adversaries without yielding an inch. Upon noticing Hinata K's arrival, a glimmer of relief crossed his face as he remarked, "Hinata K, it seems we have made the same decision. I had thought you were the instigator of this war." Yet, he was not entirely mistaken. The true orchestrator of this conflict was indeed Hinata K. Dragging a meteorite towards a desolate area, Hinata K declared, "Yes, perhaps we can place our trust in this world once more. Perhaps they will surprise me. I am truly glad that you, Hinata K, have taken the same course of action as I." However, the smile on Nagato's face swiftly vanished as his arm transformed mechanically into a formidable cannon. He warned loudly, "I apologize, but I can no longer control myself. The person behind me compels me to destroy that meteorite." Unfortunately, it was too late. In the next moment, a heavy beam of chakra erupted from Nagato's arm, piercing through the colossal meteorite in Hinata K's grasp. The meteorite detonated under the immense pressure, scattering countless fragments toward the allied ninja forces on the ground. "Be careful," Hinata K shouted urgently. Although he appeared frantic, he refrained from overexerting himself. Well aware of his current role as a weary warrior who had just emerged from a fierce battle, low on both stamina and chakra, how could he possibly muster the strength to halt the falling debris? Raising both hands as if to hold back the descending stones, he managed to temporarily suspend most of them in midair. With a dramatic expression, he exclaimed, "Everyone, run! I cannot hold on much longer." The allied ninja forces began to flee, but before they could distance themselves, Hinata K seemed to lose all strength, his arms drooping limply. His body swayed like a kite in the wind, on the verge of collapse. With the absence of Hinata K's restraint, The debris fell like rain. Hinata K. Gaara cried out in alarm as he witnessed the scene. The four Kage, Onoki, Rashi, and Gaara also sought to break free from Nagato's entanglement to aid Hinata K in alleviating the pressure and stopping the massive stones. However, Nagato denied them this opportunity, using his Shinra Tensei to compel them to confront his assault. Just as the stones were about to descend, a multitude of origami cranes soared through the air, exploding upon nearing the debris, effectively neutralizing the threats above. The enormous stones were transformed into harmless gravel. At that moment, a figure appeared on the horizon. Konan, with her pristine paper wings, descended like an angel, surrounded by countless origami cranes made from explosive tags. The Allied forces erupted in cheers, celebrating their unexpected salvation. An angel, so beautiful. Their admiration for her assistance was palpable. Hinata K, struggling to lift his gaze, looked upon Konan, his voice barely a whisper. Konan, you've come. Mid-sentence, his swaying body resembled a flickering candle in the wind, unable to withstand the immense pressure, and plummeted earthward like a severed kite. Seeing this, Konan's eyes filled with concern and urgency. Without hesitation, she flew toward Hinata K, opening her warm embrace. Her arms transformed into countless pure, white paper pieces, enveloping Hinata K gently yet securely. Then, with great effort, Konan flapped her angelic wings, summoning a gust of wind as they ascended back into the sky. At that moment, they hovered close, gazing into each other's eyes, acutely aware of one another's warm breaths. Feeling Hinata K's breath, Konan's face flushed crimson, and she quickly released him, conjuring a platform of paper for him to stand upon. Regaining his footing, Hinata K wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you, Konan. She feigned calmness, replying, It's nothing. As the leader of Akatsuki, it is my duty to protect you. Hinata K chuckled at Konan's composed demeanor. Regardless, I owe you my gratitude for this. Konan huffed lightly. You should rest for now. Allow me to take action. Nagato is not merely a pawn in their game. Agreed. Hinata K's earlier display was not merely for the sake of seeking Konan's embrace. It had been an impromptu performance, and he had not anticipated her proactive approach. Moreover, it was not that Konan harbored an infatuation for Hinata K, but rather that he was of paramount importance, prompting her to adopt the quickest solution. In the distance, Nagato observed this scene, a smile gracing his lips. Though he was no longer alive, he felt assured that someone could protect Konan in his stead. He harbored no further concerns. Konan approached the battlefield where Nagato and the four Kage clashed, declaring, Allow me to handle this. The four Kage exchanged glances, aware of their own exhaustion, and stepped back, yielding the battlefield to her as they prepared to assist. With unwavering determination, Konan fixed her gaze on Nagato, proclaiming, Nagato, let me stop you. Nagato's expression bore a hint of resignation. Konan, I am sorry to trouble you. Producing a long array of summoning scrolls, she released an innumerable quantity of explosive tags, sending them soaring like a tidal wave toward Nagato. Though manipulated by Kabuto, using the Yada no Kagami to attempt an escape, he was immobilized by Hinata K's gravitational constraints, allowing Hinata K to deliver a crucial control maneuver. Faced with the relentless barrage of explosive tags, Nagato resorted to using Shinra Tensei, the powerful repulsion scattering the approaching cranes. Yet, Konan's assault was unyielding, seemingly without end. I will not allow you to remain their puppet any longer. Konan's voice rang with conviction. At that moment, Hinata K interjected, Konan, be careful. Shinra Tensei is nearing its limit. Nodding slightly, Konan intensified her control over the explosive tags, the origami cranes multiplying into a dazzling yet perilous spectacle that encircled Nagato. In the next instant, Nagato's Shinra Tensei dissipated, and countless origami cranes enveloped him, resulting in a tremendous explosion as thousands of explosive tags detonated in succession. The explosion consumed Nagato's form, relentlessly dismantling the body sustained by impure world reincarnation. Gaara, use the sealing technique. Hinata K commanded upon witnessing the devastation. Understood. Magnet release, gold dust funeral. With a unified effort, Gaara and Rashi combined their powers, encasing the site of the explosion in a golden pyramid of sand mixed with gold dust. A ninja from the command headquarters presented a newly crafted talisman to Gaara, who wrapped it in sand before placing it within the ceiling pyramid. Guided by Gaara's manipulation, the talisman was sent into Nagato's body, aiding him in regaining control over his own physical form and soul. Subsequently, Rashi and Gaara cautiously released the seal, and Nagato reappeared before the group. However, instead of attacking, he assisted the allied forces in eliminating the remaining white Zetsu. As the group swiftly dealt with the surrounding white Zetsu, Hinata K feigned rest to recover a modicum of strength, reuniting with the higher-ups of the allied forces. Hinata K greeted Nagato. "Nagato, it has been a while." Nagato, feeling somewhat ashamed, replied, "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you all." Hinata K placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It is nothing. This was beyond your control. The forthcoming battle will be significantly more manageable with your participation. Let us proceed to support the other units." However, just as Ri Huang-chi finished speaking, a towering beam of chakra erupted from the horizon, accompanied by an overwhelming presence of chakra that surged into Ri Huang-chi's senses. Nagato's Rinnegan also detected this extreme danger, and his expression changed dramatically. The Ten Tails has emerged. Chapter 212. The Guilt of Bofeng Suimin. To understand the emergence of the Ten Tails, we must rewind time and revisit the events. While Uchiha Madara was engaged in combat with Ri Huang-chi, the battle on the 5th battlefield between Uchiha Sasuke, Ten-Tailed Beastpain Puppets, and the Konoha team was also underway. Bofeng Suimin gazed at Naruto, who had been knocked back, concern filling his eyes. "Naruto, are you all right?" Naruto landed back on the ground, stabilizing himself, and gently shook his head to signify he was unharmed, his gaze fixed firmly on Sasuke. As he watched this father-son duo, he was reminded of his own family, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi, all of whom had fallen victim to Konoha's actions. Now, with the strength of his father and brother beside him, watching over him, he was determined to utilize that power to achieve his own goals. Sasuke let out a furious roar, crying out in anger, "Aw!" The combatants on the battlefield below were simultaneously fending off the tailed beast puppets while keeping an eye on the battle above. Senju Hashirama sighed inwardly, hoping that these two children could reconcile and resolve this crisis. Tsunade gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Naruto, you must bring Sasuke back." Might Guy shouted loudly, "Naruto, ignite your youth." Naruto charged toward Sasuke once more, his hands swiftly forming seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, countless Narutos surged into the air, encircling Sasuke. Sasuke unleashed the power of his Rinnegan, the immense repulsive force shattering the shadow clones. Seizing the moment, Bofeng Suimin teleported behind Sasuke, thrusting his kunai towards him. Sasuke reacted swiftly, turning to defend with his Susanoo. "Child, you must be bearing an immense grievance, but your current actions cannot change anything. Turn back," Suimin implored. "Impossible. I can change everything with the power of the Ten Tails. I will resurrect those who were harmed by Konoha. I can create a perfect world," Sasuke shouted, declaring his intentions as if to prove a point, amplifying the strength of his Susanoo and forcing Suimin back. As Suimin landed on the ground, he contemplated Sasuke's words. Being as astute as he was, he could deduce the cause and effect, realizing that during his brief time in office, the most significant issue he faced was the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. A wave of guilt surged within him. It seemed everything stemmed from his actions. Had he saved Rin back then, perhaps these subsequent events would not have unfolded. If Obito had not strayed down a dark path, if he had not perished, Naruto would not have endured such a tragic childhood, and he would have had the opportunity to reform the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, preventing Ri Huang-chi from annihilating his clan. And Sasuke would not have embarked on this path. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto leapt above Sasuke, shouting, "Wind release!" Raisin Shuriken. A powerful wind attribute chakra, Shuriken, soared toward Sasuke. Sasuke's Susanoo enveloped itself in flesh and garments, transitioning into its human form, drawing back an arrow of purple chakra as it prepared to unleash its might. Amaterasu. Tears of blood welled in Sasuke's eyes as the chakra arrow was instantly engulfed in the black flames of Amaterasu, shooting forth to collide with Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. The clash of Sasuke's Amaterasu arrow and Naruto's wind attribute Rasen Shuriken created a violent explosion in the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Bofeng Suimen's gaze grew resolute. Sasuke, you bear too much hatred, but regardless, I cannot allow you to harm Naruto. He flickered and reappeared before Sasuke, his trident kunai gleaming as it lunged toward him. Sasuke bit his lip, his inner turmoil of pain and rage intertwining. Why do you all seek to stop me? Only by acquiring the power of the Ten Tails can I change everything. His Rinnegan glowed with a mysterious light, and Susanoo expanded, the Tenkyuken swinging violently to meet Suimen's attack. Suimen evaded by sidestepping, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Sasuke, gathering energy for a massive Rasengan. However, Sasuke seemed to anticipate this, swiftly using the Yata mirror to deflect the attack. Suimen was forced to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the reflected strike. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged forward, his chakras surging. Sasuke, come back with me. He unleashed another Rasen Shuriken, targeting Sasuke. Naruto, don't waste your efforts. Sasuke commanded, manipulating Susanoo to extend a gigantic hand, attempting to grasp Naruto, for he could not bring himself to kill him. Yet, golden chains erupted from behind Naruto, tightly ensnaring Susanoo's entire form. Sasuke struggled against the golden chains, but found himself powerless, as they seemed to seal away all his strength. Naruto took this chance to hurl his Rasen Shuriken, striking directly at the chest of Sasuke's Susanoo. The immense force propelled Susanoo backward several meters, and the wind attribute chakra erupted, relentlessly tearing at Susanoo's defenses. However, the strike ultimately failed to breach Sasuke's Susanoo, merely leaving a network of cracks upon its surface. Sasuke, regaining his composure, commanded Susanoo to rise, and in the next moment, all the cracks had mended. Naruto stepped forward, calling out, "Do you remember who taught me this ninjutsu?" Sasuke remained silent, listening quietly to Naruto's words, quietly gathering his strength. "It was Big Brother Mushio who taught me. He revealed the secret of my identity, allowing me to realize for the first time that I was an ordinary child with parents and a family, not a forsaken fox without a mother or father." Suimen felt an even deeper sense of guilt upon hearing Naruto's words, recognizing his own faults in this matter. Sensing his father's remorseful gaze, Naruto gently shook his head, signaling for him not to worry. "I understand why you were so fixated on power. Big Brother Mushio comforted us at that time, telling us that death in this world is not the end. Perhaps becoming the strongest in the ninja world could allow us to resurrect our loved ones." Later, Mushio asked us about our aspirations. "My dream was to become Hokage, to be the strongest in the ninja world and resurrect my parents. Your dream was also to become the strongest in the ninja world, to take revenge on your brother and revive your parents." Subsequently, Big Brother Mushio, wishing to support us, entrusted me with the sealing technique that has been passed down through the Uzumaki clan to help me restrain the power of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, he bestowed upon you the Sage Art Seal to grant you the ability to control natural energy. Chapter 213. Sasuke's Madness. The shattered Susanoo, as Naruto recounted the tale from that time, his tone suddenly grew intense, and he exclaimed, "But don't you realize that you are on the wrong path? Sasuke, in your pursuit of power, you are willing to oppose the entire ninja world. Will this truly resurrect your loved ones? Your actions will only lead to the loss of more innocent lives and the shattering of more families. Will the so-called perfect world you seek truly come to fruition through such means?" Big Brother Mushio granted us power with the hope that we would use it to protect, not to destroy. Hatred has clouded your vision, preventing you from seeing the true path. Even if you resurrect the Ten Tails, such power does not rightfully belong to you. Sasuke, turn back. Do not let darkness consume you. Do not allow hatred to drive you. Together, let us change this world in the right way and fulfill our ideals. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke covered his face with one hand and erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Only after laughing to the point of breathlessness did he regain his composure. He lifted his gaze to Naruto and spoke. Naruto, do you have any idea how ignorant your words are? Power is all that matters. Does it truly matter where it originates? Your Kyuubi is not your strength, is it? You may not be aware of how refined Hinata's research is. In such a vast federation, what do you think they're studying? The jutsu to resurrect the dead has already been perfected, and I have acquired that jutsu. Once I become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I can bring my loved ones back to life. If you hand over the Kyuubi and leave here without obstructing my plans, I will revive your parents after I become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Sasuke pointed towards the side where Namake's Minato stood. Naruto, do you not wish to reunite with your parents? Namake's Minato shook his head. No, neither Kushina nor I require such a resurrection. As long as we know that you, Naruto, are happy now, that is enough for us. Even if we were resurrected in such a manner, we would not find peace. I believe your loved ones would feel the same. Naruto looked at his father, nodding resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Sasuke, I will not compromise. Power obtained through erroneous means will ultimately bring disaster. Even if one could resurrect their loved ones, it would be built upon the suffering of countless others. What meaning does such resurrection hold? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's anger erupted like a volcano about to explode. Be quiet. Naruto, what do you understand? You have never experienced the pain of watching your loved ones die before your very eyes. You have never felt the agony of having to kill your closest kin. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his orbs threatening to burst. Sasuke's chakra surged wildly, and the power of Susanoo swelled once more, as if it sought to crush everything around it. My parents and loved ones perished at the hands of Konohagakure. It was all part of a conspiracy by the higher-ups of Konoha. Sasuke roared with a voice strained from exertion. I will make them pay. I will use the power of the Ten Tails to destroy it all. Since you claim this power does not belong to me, let me show you just what this power entails. Sasuke formed hand seals, and his body erupted with a purple radiance as the colossal complete Susanoo soared into the sky. The immense and majestic figure of Sasuke's Susanoo overshadowed the land, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Naruto and Minato, undeterred, both entered their complete beast transformations. Naruto and Minato were enveloped in the chakra of the Kyuubi, nine tails thrashing wildly, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Sasuke, controlling his complete Susanoo, initiated the first strike, his dual blades slicing through the air, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind aimed at Naruto and Minato. Utilizing the power of the Kyuubi, Naruto dodged swiftly while simultaneously unleashing a massive tailed beast bomb that surged toward Sasuke. Minato instantaneously moved to Sasuke's flank, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Facing the combined assault of the father and son duo, Sasuke showed no signs of retreat. The defense of Susanoo was impenetrable. One strike effortlessly deflected Naruto's tailed beast bomb, countering with fierce melee combat. The two in their tailed beast forms appeared diminutive under the shadow of complete Susanoo. Sasuke wielded his blades with devastating power. Each strike carried the potential to obliterate everything in its path. Naruto and Minato executed their moves in perfect harmony, as Minato's instant teleportation through the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to weave between the onslaughts of Susanoo, seeking a moment to counterattack. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the formidable chakra of the Kyuubi, continuously firing tailed beast bombs in an attempt to breach Susanoo's defenses. However, Sasuke's Susanoo was too powerful. While those tailed beast bombs were formidable, they only left faint marks on its sturdy defense. Seizing the moment, Minato teleported above Susanoo, gathering a colossal Rasengan in his hand and crashing it down upon Susanoo. Sasuke reacted swiftly, commanding Susanoo to raise an arm in defense. The Rasengan collided with Susanoo's arm, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. Amidst the chaos, Naruto seized the opportunity to close in on Susanoo, his nine tails thrusting toward its body like sharp spears. Yet, the exterior defense of Susanoo proved to be exceedingly robust, and the tail's assault failed to inflict any substantial damage. Chidori, Sasuke shouted, unleashing a torrent of lightning from Susanu's form, aimed directly at Naruto and Minato. The two hurriedly scattered to evade the onslaught, as the ground was pounded into deep craters wherever the lightning struck. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Naruto and Minato began to feel the toll of exhaustion and chakra depletion. They exchanged a glance and, using a fist bump, communicated mentally through their bond. Regular attacks are ineffective. We must target his weakness. We need to strike directly at Susanu's forehead, where Sasuke is. I will feign an attack while you look for an opportunity to strike there. Naruto nodded in agreement. Father, be careful. Taking a deep breath, Minato once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Susanoo as Naruto unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs to distract Sasuke. Sasuke, indeed drawn to Minato's actions, focused his attention on him and commanded Susanoo to counter fully. At that moment, Naruto seized the chance, thrusting his 9 tails into the ground, propelling his body like lightning towards Susanoo's forehead, where he gathered a Rasengan the size of the Kyuubi itself. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's intent, attempted to defend, but Naruto was already upon him, and he was growing weary. Just then, Minato also used the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Naruto. The two combined their strength, pouring it into the Rasengan. The massive Rasengan collided with Susanoo's forehead, creating a thunderous explosion. I must bring you back to your senses, Sasuke, Naruto shouted. With a resounding crash, the forehead of Susanoo shattered, a vast fissure forming as light flickered erratically within. Sasuke's face turned pale as he coughed up blood. Yet, he refused to relent, desperately channeling his chakra to maintain Susanoo's form. In the next moment, the Rasengan surged through Susanoo's defenses, barreling down toward Sasuke. Sasuke's Rinnegan flared brightly, and an invisible repulsive force erupted outward. The power of this strike was immense. The ordinary Shinra Tensei could not withstand it. While it slightly impeded the Rasengan's advance, the overwhelming chakra, along with the repulsion, sent Sasuke flying backward. Sasuke crashed violently into the ground, creating a deep crater. As smoke filled the air, it took a long while for Sasuke to painfully emerge from the pit, blood staining his lips, his body covered in dirt and disheveled. Why must you all stop me? Naruto, you should understand me the most. I can bring your parents back to life. Why do you obstruct me? Naruto looked at Sasuke, his eyes filled with compassion and resolve. Sasuke, it is precisely because I understand you that I cannot allow you to continue down this path of error. Minato stepped forward, gazing at the disheveled Sasuke. Child, hatred will only cause you to lose yourself. Let it go. But Sasuke roared back, no, you do not understand at all. Everything I have endured, you will never comprehend. At that moment, the space beside Sasuke began to distort, 3 massive octopus-like appendages emerging alongside the immense Outer Path Golem, followed by Uchiha Obito. As Dato surveyed the battlefield, he observed the 3-tailed beasts ensnared and would release from a distance, along with the beleaguered Konoha team struggling against them, Sasuke in a state of disarray, and the formidable duo of Minato and Naruto, radiating powerful chakra before him. What a pitiful sight, Sasuke, he remarked mockingly. Sasuke, undeterred by Dato's jibes, inquired, is it just these few octopus legs? Both the 2nd and 4th Mizukage have arrived, and the enemy is proving quite resilient. Nevertheless, it suffices. Summon the 10 tails for fusion now. Sasuke coldly asserted, I have entangled so many enemies as per our plan. According to our agreement, I shall execute the final step. Dato chuckled lightly, of course proceed. Despite the inflated confidence in Sasuke's words, Dato had entrusted him with the most effective pain puppets. Should they swiftly defeat him, it would only reflect poorly on Sasuke. Yet, Dato harbored no doubts regarding Sasuke's request, as he intended for him to become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki as per Hyuga Hayashi's plan. With a gesture of invitation, Dato relinquished control of the Outer Path Golem. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with longing as he beheld the Outer Path Golem. He swiftly performed hand seals, channeling a vast amount of chakra into it. The unsealed pain puppets rushed toward Sasuke. In the next moment, the Outer Path Golem opened its mouth wide, releasing a flurry of purple chains that soared toward the tailed beastified pain puppets on the battlefield. The purple chains ensnared the sealed-tailed beasts, dragging them toward the golem. Quick! Stop him! We cannot allow him to absorb the tailed beasts. Seeing Sasuke's actions, the Konoha forces were frantic, eager to intervene. Meanwhile, the controlled tailed beasts unleashed tailed beast balls towards the Konoha ninjas, forcing them to halt and defend against the impending assault. Just as they managed to block the tailed beast balls, Dato appeared before them, obstructing their path. This route is closed, Dato declared coldly, emanating a potent aura. Tsunade glared fiercely, shouting, Dato, you scoundrel, you shall not hinder us. With your strength? Dream on. Dato responded with a derisive smile. The group unleashed their respective ninjutsu in an attempt to break through Dato's blockade. Yet, Dato's dual Mangekyo Sharingan abilities proved exceedingly enigmatic, leading to a stalemate. Even Minato and Tobirama's kunai, aimed to circumvent Dato, were drawn into the Kemui dimension. Meanwhile, Sasuke had successfully ensnared the tailed beasts within the outer path golem. The complete chakra of the one tail to the seven tails, the horns of the eight tails, and a portion of the nine tails chakra were all replenished. The nine closed eyes of the outer path golem sprang open, letting out a piercing howl. Sasuke's expression twisted into one of malice as he bellowed. The 10 tails is about to be resurrected. This war is mine to win. At that moment, the Konoha ninjas showed no signs of retreat. Naruto's eyes widened in fury as the chakra of the nine tails surged within him once more. I will not let you succeed, Sasuke. Minato launched several kunai toward Sasuke. Tobirama formed hand seals, summoning a massive wood dragon that ascended toward the outer path golem and Sasuke, exclaiming, Young man, this is not the path you should tread. Tobirama remained calm, meticulously observing for any openings in the enemy's defenses, poised to unleash a decisive strike. Shikaku, wielding a long blade, radiated a chilling aura as he charged toward the outer path golem. Kakashi swung his sword repeatedly at Dato, urging Sasuke, Dato, do not make a grave mistake. Might Guy ignited the flames of youth, declaring, let me halt your madness. Dato sneered. Do you truly believe this will impede us? You are woefully naive. With that, a half-formed azure, Susanoo, manifested around him, conjuring several Kamui shuriken that soared towards the airborne wood dragon and the grounded ninjas. The Kamui shuriken first struck the wood dragon, severing it in two as it plummeted to the ground. The sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers, prompting them to leap aside to evade the onslaught. The shurikens struck the ground, warping it into a vortex. It was unfathomable what would happen should they strike a person. In the next instant, Minato and Naruto executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Sasuke as Naruto's Rasengan spun violently, infused with overwhelming chakra, hurtling towards Sasuke. The moment they materialized, Sasuke ensnared them in a Genjutsu, drawing them into an illusion. Even though they were perfect Jinchuriki with tailed beast chakra to assist in breaking the Genjutsu, they still required time. A mere second's delay resulted in a grievous wound appearing on their chests. Utilizing his ocular technique, Sasuke transformed their sensations within the Genjutsu into reality. And in the next instant, he summoned Susanoo to form a skeletal hand reaching for the two. Just then, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized beside the outer path golem, swiftly forming seals and unleashing a sharp water release technique aimed at the golem's head. Water release, water surge wave. Sasuke, gritting his teeth, was compelled to abandon his grasp on the two and protect the outer path golem. The skeletal hand intercepted the torrent of water, neutralizing the attack. But in doing so, he lost the opportune moment, allowing Naruto and Minato to retreat swiftly from Sasuke's reach. Tsunade hurriedly approached to treat Naruto's chest wound. And under her care, his injuries quickly healed. As for Minato, his body, being that of a reincarnated individual, was impervious to such ordinary wounds. Dato coldly laughed from the sidelines. Let the chaos intensify. Kakashi, wielding a short blade, charged at Dato, shouting, Obito, cease your delusions. Even if Rin is revived, she will never forgive your current actions. Dato swung his fan towards Kakashi, declaring, I shall create a perfect world. You are but remnants of the old. Who is to say what is justice and what is evil? Kakashi countered, asserting that such a world would be rejected by all. Just as the fan was about to strike Kakashi, he drew his blade to parry. Then you must inquire with your revered Senju Hashirama. How many lives did he indirectly take to end the Warring States period? With that, Dato pressed his attack against Kakashi, and the two quickly became embroiled in combat. At this moment, Senju Hashirama formed seals once more, summoning a colossal forest world to ensnare Sasuke and the Outer Path Golem. Young man, turning back is the only way to salvation. Sasuke scoffed, his Susanoo expanding as he conjured a long blade to sever the trees. Meanwhile, Shikaku, wielding a short blade, dashed toward Sasuke like a specter, proclaiming, "Regardless of who you are, I shall stop your madness today." Sasuke gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, electric currents of Chidori dancing along its blade, his gaze filled with determination and frenzy. There is no turning back. This is the path I have chosen. The Kusanagi sword unleashed a Chidori slash towards Shikaku's short blade, igniting a flurry of sparks. In a fleeting clash, the Kusanagi sword and the short blade collided multiple times, with Shikaku's blade ultimately shattering under the relentless assault of the Kusanagi sword and Chidori. Forced to retreat, Shikaku evaded Sasuke's ensuing strike. Naruto, empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, summoned a massive Rasengan once more, charging towards Sasuke. Minato, resolute, silently vowed, "Son, I will protect the village and safeguard peace alongside you." The kunai in his hand glimmered ominously as he rapidly coordinated his attack with Naruto. Sasuke's Susanoo grew ever more formidable, enveloping him in a protective embrace as a surge of power erupted from within, fending off the assaults of Naruto and Minato. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, causing trees to burgeon forth, their massive trunks resembling colossal serpents as they lunged at the duo once more. Sasuke skillfully manipulated Susanoo, swiftly dismantling several of their attacks and severing the surrounding branches, roaring, "None shall hinder my path." He unleashed the full might of Susanoo, his eyes ablaze with determination. With deft control, he wielded the massive blade of Susanoo, cleaving toward Naruto, Minato, and Hashirama with ferocity. The air split as the blade's energy surged forth, emitting a piercing shriek. Naruto pressed forward rather than retreating, channeling the chakra of the Nine-Tails into two arms, his Rasengan expanding in brilliance as it collided with Sasuke's sword. In an instant, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending debris flying. Both warriors were thrust back several paces. Minato flickered into motion, hurling kunai marked with a Flying Thunder God technique, attempting to disrupt Sasuke's actions through a series of strategic relocations. However, Sasuke's Sharingan, with its acute perceptive capabilities, allowed him to respond in kind, deflecting or evading each attack. Hashirama's would release grew increasingly potent as enormous wooden hands emerged from the earth, grasping tightly at Sasuke's Susanoo. Yet, Sasuke struggled fiercely, a surge of power erupting from Susanoo, shattering the wooden grasp. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama sought Sasuke's vulnerabilities, seizing the moment to unleash the Flying Thunder God slash, instantly appearing before Sasuke, his blade imbued with lethal intent aimed directly at him. Sasuke, expressionless, effortlessly parried the strike with Susanoo. Nevertheless, Tobirama, a seasoned adversary of the Uchiha, did not relent. He conjured a meticulously compressed water drill, piercing into Susanoo's form, causing cracks to appear. With a disdainful huff, Sasuke's Rinnegan flared brilliantly, a tremendous repulsive force sending Tobirama flying. Just as Tobirama was repelled, Tsunade appeared before Sasuke, intent on capitalizing on the gap left by Tobirama's attack. However, Sasuke's reflexes were swifter as he thrust the blade of Susanoo through Tsunade's chest. The sudden blow caused her body to tremble violently, blood gushing from a wound. Yet, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they ignited with an even fiercer resolve. "Sasuke, you shall not prevail so easily," Tsunade bellowed, leveraging her formidable will and strength to grasp the short sword of Susanoo. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, attempting to withdraw the blade, only to find it firmly held. Then Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch with her left hand, striking the short sword and shattering it. She extracted the broken blade from her own body and hurled it at Sasuke, closing the distance with a forceful punch. Aimed precisely at the spot recently targeted by Tobirama, Susanu's most vulnerable point. Tsunade's unyielding strike, propelled by an indomitable spirit, crashed into Susanu's weak point. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance of Susanoo flickered, as if on the verge of collapse. Pain flickered across Sasuke's face, evidently shaken by the impact. Enduring such relentless assaults, even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was a considerable strain. Yet at that moment, the 5-second cooldown of the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei concluded, releasing a powerful repulsive force that sent Tsunade flying. Witnessing this, Hashirama swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to catch Tsunade, his concern evident as he inquired, "Tsunade, are you all right?" Tsunade, pale and weary from the relentless battle, shook her head in exhaustion. As Sasuke found himself at his most vulnerable, Naruto seized the opportunity, perfectly merging with the power of the Nine Tails. His form radiated a blazing golden light, resembling an invincible war deity, as he held aloft a long-prepared golden Rasengan. "Sasuke, turn back!" Naruto shouted, as the Rasengan swelled with cataclysmic energy, surging towards Sasuke. Minato, not idle, appeared behind Sasuke in an instant, pressing his Rasengan against the back of Susanoo. Sasuke found himself caught in a pincer attack. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his chakra into Susanoo, desperate to evade this impending onslaught. At that moment, Hashirama pressed his palms together, summoning colossal wooden vines from the earth that ensnared Sasuke, binding him in place. Trapped with no avenue of escape, Sasuke faced the simultaneous onslaught of both Rasengans. A blinding explosion of light erupted as the dual strikes impacted Susanoo, causing myriad cracks to form. Blood spewed from Sasuke's mouth as his body swayed precariously. Yet, he remained steadfast, the madness and determination in his eyes unwavering. Suddenly, the outer path golem erupted with a deafening roar, its form undergoing a tremendous transformation as crimson chakra surged skyward, enveloping it. Sasuke's body was engulfed in the red chakra, his power escalating once more as Susanoo regained its luminescence. "I shall not falter," Sasuke roared, breaking free from the wooden vines. His chakra restored as he re-entered the state of the Tengu armor, summoning the two divine artifacts, the Tenkyuken and the Yata Mirror. With a swing of the Tenkyuken, the duo was forced to retreat from the onslaught of the divine weapons. At that moment, Obito broke free from the close-quarters struggle with Kakashi and Might Guy, joining Sasuke. "The Ten Tails has been revived. It seems this war is ours to win." Obito coldly gestured toward the remnants of the old world within Konoha, declaring, "Let us, the two saviors, send you on your way." Sasuke spread his arms, a manic smile gracing his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to experience the terror of the Ten Tails." Obito's words aimed to align with Hinata's plan to further sculpt his persona, while Sasuke truly believed that his scheme was merely a step away from fruition. He awaited the moment to absorb the evolutionarily advanced Ten Tails into his being, intending to reshape the world and resurrect his loved ones. As if to affirm their declarations, the towering column of crimson chakra dissipated, revealing the true form of the Ten Tails to all. It stood as a colossal beast boasting 10 tails, its form reminiscent of a mountain, dwarfed by those who stood beneath it like mere ants. In its initial state, the Ten Tails possessed only 2 forelimbs, its entire body cloaked in a muted, woody hue. Spiraling, wooden dorsal fins jutted from its back. Most striking was the blood-red Rinnegan with its 9 tomo nestled within its singular eye, and its gaping maw brimming with jagged teeth. A blood-red moon loomed behind it, casting an eerie yet harmonious reflection alongside its 6 tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke retracted Susanoo, leaping onto the back of the Ten Tails alongside Obito, as wooden conduits extended from the creature's body, piercing their own forms and establishing a connection. "The Ten Tails requires time to evolve. Let us deal with them in the meantime," Obito suggested. Sasuke, his gaze frigid as ice, nodded in agreement, These ants indeed pose a nuisance. Let's eliminate them first. As the crowd gazed at the Ten Tails, their hearts brimmed with astonishment and dread. Yet their expressions revealed no hint of retreat. Naruto clenched his teeth, once more summoning the power of the Kyuubi within him, his golden aura shining ever brighter. No matter what monstrosity you are, we shall not allow your success. Wolfing Shueimin's expression grew grave as he swiftly formed hand seals. Prepare for another assault. Senju Hashirama inhaled deeply, the vast chakra within him surging. Everyone, unite and give it your all. Tsunade, enduring her pain, shouted resolutely. The warriors of Konoha shall never falter. Kakashi and Might Guy also readied themselves, preparing for the impending fierce battle. The Ten Tails seemed to sense the hostility of the crowd. It opened its colossal maw and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound seemed capable of tearing the sky apart, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Let this destruction be all the more thorough. Sasuke smirked. Obito crossed his arms. No one can hinder our march. The two stood atop the Ten Tails, looking down upon Konoha's mightiest shinobi and their accompanying ninjas as if they were mere ants. Naruto glared fiercely, shouting, Sasuke, Obito, your malevolence shall be brought to an end. With that, he transformed once more into the Kyuubi and charged toward them. Wolfing Shueimin followed closely behind, his kunai glinting coldly as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Appearing at the side of the Ten Tails, the golden head of the Kyuubi enveloping him, ready to unleash a tailed beast bomb at any moment. Senju Hashirama formed hand seals, releasing all the accumulated chakra as numerous wooden dragons erupted from the ground, coiling around the Ten Tails in an attempt to restrain its movements. Sasuke, standing on the back of the Ten Tails, scoffed. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. As he spoke, the two manipulated the Ten Tails to stretch its body, shattering the wooden dragons effortlessly. This body is unable to gather sage chakra. Otherwise, perhaps the heavenly gates could bind the Ten Tails, Hashirama lamented. Tobirama, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the current situation, replied, Don't ask me about everything. I am devising a solution. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb that Bluffing Shueimin had gathered was swatted back by a hand of the Ten Tails as if flicking away a bothersome fly, forcing Shueimin to activate the Flying Thunder God to return to his original position. Confronted by the oncoming Naruto, the Ten Tails opened its gaping maw, radiating a brilliant light as a powerful energy beam shot toward Naruto. Naruto, evade! Bluffing Shueimin shouted urgently, his eyes wide with alarm. The crowd quickly scattered, and wherever the energy beam struck, everything turned to ash. Many of the ordinary ninjas of the allied forces were unable to escape in time, obliterated by the immense power of this attack. Naruto narrowly dodged the Ten Tails energy beam, witnessing the fallen, his heart seething with rage. Sasuke, Obito, what have you done? Chapter 217. The Allied Ninja Forces Technique. The coalition of the disparate Sasuke and Obito, however, remained unfazed, continuing to manipulate the Ten Tails to unleash even more ferocious assaults. The Ten Tails' robust tail swept through with the force of a tempest, instantly conjuring a violent gale. The wind howled, swirling sand and dust around the battlefield, rendering the entire scene increasingly chaotic. At that moment, Gaara and Raza appeared on the horizon, materializing in the sky. Without hesitation, they spread their arms, manipulating sand mixed with gold to swiftly form a colossal sand cushion. The Ten Tails' powerful tail struck down upon it, dissipating much of its force, but still raising a massive cloud of dust. Following suit, Inokimu, the third Raikage, the fourth Raikage, Ao, Termime, Chio, Killer Bee, Nagato, and Konin, along with numerous other formidable figures, led the allied forces onto the battlefield. Their expressions were resolute, embodying an unwavering determination to triumph. First Division ready. The commander of the First Division's voice boomed like thunder as the ninjas swiftly took their positions, standing tall with weapons glinting coldly in their hands. Second Division ready. The ninjas of the Second Division responded in unison, their eyes filled with combat spirit. Third Division, Fourth Division, Fifth Division. Support units surged forth to join Konoha's ranks, forming a vast sea of ninjas, a truly magnificent sight. The puppet army, undeterred by death and fierce in battle, had dwindled to just over 2,000 units after an intense skirmish. Yet even so, they radiated a chilling aura. "Everyone is here," Naruto exclaimed, excitement and gratitude gleaming in his eyes as he looked at his comrades. "Naruto, it has been a long time." Nagato, sensing the surging Kyuubi chakra within Naruto, spoke with satisfaction, knowing he had not erred in his judgment. "Nagato, you're here too." Naruto replied with enthusiasm. "By the way, where's Mushio and Ai?" Not spotting that familiar figure, Naruto inquired of Nagato. Nagato smiled. "To untie the knot, one must tie it first. Hyuga Hayashi has gone to find him. Perhaps he will have a solution." "Wonderful. I knew Mushio and Ai would have a way." Naruto's eyes sparkled, for in his mind, there was no task Mushio and Ai could not accomplish. They just needed to hold on until Hyuga Hayashi arrived to reinforce them. This is the Ten Tails. Indeed a force that even the Sage of Six Paths must regard with caution. Inoki observed the colossal Ten Tails, feeling its overwhelming chakra, his brows furrowing tightly. "This chakra is formidable." Terumi may clench her teeth. As the allied forces looked upon the Ten Tails, akin to a mountain, they felt a tremor within. Could such a beast truly be vanquished? Just then, a voice resonated in their minds. "Even the Ten Tails is not invincible. United, we can defeat it." This was the voice of Kakashi, who had taken command after Hyuga Hayashi left the command center. He then relayed the plan to restrain the Ten Tails to the crowd. Upon hearing Kakashi's strategy, the determination in their hearts was reignited. "Very well, let us demonstrate our ninja allied forces technique," Naruto exclaimed with excitement as he clapped his hands. "The ninja allied forces, how intriguing. I never expected the entire ninja world to unite in this manner," Obito mused. "And so what? They are merely a rabble," Sasuke replied, preparing to once again manipulate the Ten Tails to launch an attack. Naruto shouted, "They are not a rabble, but a coalition capable of defeating you with their ninja techniques." In the next moment, several ninjas from Yamashiro clan simultaneously activated the mind transfer technique, temporarily seizing control of Sasuke and Obito's bodies. However, within 2 seconds, the multitude of Yamashiro ninjas collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, clearly having suffered considerable injuries. They had been struck by Sasuke and Obito's Jinjutsu, their spirits severely wounded. Though it lasted only 2 seconds, that was more than sufficient. Following this, the ninja allied forces exhibited astounding unity and synergy. The Cloud Village ninjas shouted in unison, "Let this beast witness our power." They swiftly formed hand seals, powerful chakra converging in their hands. Wind release, Gale Palm. Lightning release, Lightning Pillar. Accompanied by their battle cries, brilliant light erupted instantly, forcing the Ten Tails to squint against the blinding radiance. "Well done, brother from the Cloud Village." The Konoha ninjas cheered loudly. Just then, the Rock Village ninjas also stepped forward. "It is our turn to act." Earth release, Quake of the Earth. They slammed their hands against the ground, unleashing a tremendous earth release power, causing the earth beneath the Ten Tails to violently collapse, swiftly forming a massive pit into which the Ten Tails' body uncontrollably sank. "Haha, let's see how this monster remains arrogant now," the Yenin Rinja excitedly shouted. "Utilize the Wu In technique, Feng Duan, and the Ji Huaichong to disrupt the perception of the Sharingan." Lu Jio's voice resonated in the minds of each allied ninja. "Understood." The water release, mist concealment technique. The ninjas from Wu In village exhaled a thick mist. Ji Huaichong. Countless Ji Huaichong flew from the sleeves of the Yonu clan, covering the pit. Feng Duan, violent storm. The ninjas from Sha-In village unleashed a gale from their palms, dispersing the mist technique and filling the entire pit. The threefold ninjutsu was unleashed in unison, completely obscuring the vision of Daitu and Saozu. Lu Jio's voice echoed in the minds of the crowd. Melt release ninjas prepare to unleash the melt release lime solidification technique. A dozen ninjas possessing the melt release bloodline swiftly stepped forward, forming hand seals as chakra surged within them. Melt release. Lime solidification technique. They shouted in unison, their powerful chakra erupting instantaneously as torrents of scorching lime water spewed forth towards the Ten Tails. Lu Jiao promptly commanded, Wu-Yin ninjas, release the water release, water bullet technique. The many ninjas from Wu-Yin village wasted no time, swiftly forming hand seals, water release, water bullet technique. A massive surge of water shot forth from their mouths, colliding with the incoming lime. The lime and water blended instantly, generating copious amounts of steam and smoke. Konoha's fire release ninjas, it is your turn. Use fire release to solidify and bind the Ten Tails. Lu Jiao ordered loudly. Numerous fire ninjas from Konoha stepped forward. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fiery flames surged towards the mixture of lime and water, the intense heat causing it to solidify rapidly, forming a sturdy cement that tightly bound the Ten Tails. Excellent. We have succeeded. The ninjas erupted in cheers. Do not relent, continue the assault. Only by defeating the controller can we hope for victory. Lu Jiao's voice once again reminded everyone that the battle was not yet over. Senju Hashirama gazed upon the united ninja alliance with a smile. Truly remarkable. Ninjas from different nations have united. If this continues, perhaps genuine peace can indeed be realized in the future. Brother, stop the sentimentality. Let us first deal with the immediate trouble, Tobarama reminded. Chapter 218. The Ten Tails enters the second stage, the despairing alliance. Saozu, witnessing the Ten Tails ensnared, was filled with rage. Damn you mere ants! Saozu shouted furiously. After all that had transpired, his pride trampled. Saozu became exceedingly volatile. Daito remained unfazed, calmly stating, Do not panic. We have not lost. The Ten Tails is still evolving. Just then, the Ten Tails suddenly unleashed a powerful force, attempting to break free from part of its solidified restraints. Meanwhile, Nagato exerted his power, the Rinnegan continuously channeling its ocular prowess, striving to suppress the movements of the Ten Tails from afar. The Ten Tails is still evolving. We must act swiftly. Everyone, Nagato shouted. He sensed an even stronger force brewing within the Ten Tails, a power he could not contain. The puppet army leaped down first, each pulling out the spirit orbs left by Hinata Ki, clutching them tightly, shouting, the energy hidden in the back. Just kidding. Over 2,000 puppets descended upon the Ten Tails like a swarm of ants, and in unison, the power contained within the spirit orbs detonated, their might rivaling that of an ordinary B-rank ninjutsu. However, even with 2,000 B-rank techniques unleashed simultaneously, the Ten Tails remained utterly unmoved. Everyone attacked together. In an instant, several individuals leaped into the massive pit, charging towards Saozu and Daito. Naruto, wielding a colossal spiral shuriken, leaped towards Saozu and Daito. The figure of Minato Namikaze vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the Ten Tails, his kunai aimed directly at the transmission tube at the back of Daito's head. Senju Hashirama summoned all his chakra, shouting, Would release. Advent of the tree world. Countless massive trees erupted from the ground within the pit, sweeping toward the Ten Tails, further reinforcing its bindings. Killer Bee also entered a complete tailed beast transformation, unleashing tailed beast balls, continuously firing them at the two. Inoki and Mu floated in the air, their hands converging as they jointly unleashed ninjutsu. Dust release. Original world stripping technique. A powerful beam of light shot toward the Ten Tails' eyes, this strike threatening to reduce the Ten Tails to ashes. Terumi May parted her lips. Melt release. Melt monster technique. A highly corrosive liquid sprayed toward the two. The third Raikage's body flickered with lightning. Hell stab, thrusting forward with tremendous force towards the enemy. The fourth Raikage was equally unyielding. Lightning release. Lightning dance of the 1,000 generations. The overwhelming power of lightning crackled through the air. Kogo Mitsuki extended 2 fingers. Water, iron, cannon technique. Dense water bullets rained down upon the two like a torrential storm. Chio manipulated her puppets, various hidden weapons shooting towards Saozu and Daito like a swarm of locusts. Konan transformed her body into paper. Countless paper sheets turning into sharp blades that swept forward. In an instant, a myriad of attacks converged upon the Ten Tails, and Saozu and Daitu appeared as if they might succumb to the onslaught at any moment. Yet, neither displayed a hint of fear, as though it were not they who were at a disadvantage, but the Ninja Alliance. In response to Minato's sudden assault, Daitu seemed to have anticipated it, swiftly turning and delivering a powerful kick towards Minato. "Teacher, do you intend to use the technique from our first encounter a second time?" Minato was forced to block with his forearm, his body propelled backward by the sheer force. Saozu gazed at Naruto, charging towards him with fervor. A surge of inexplicable rage welled within him, roaring, "Do not presume that this will defeat me." As he spoke, the previously dormant Ten Tails stepped into its second stage. Its body underwent a bizarre transformation. In an instant, the 10 tails sprouting from its back grew rapidly like trees, evolving into massive hands. Simultaneously, its hind limbs and head emerged, resembling a skeletal giant monster. Instantly entering the second stage, the 10 tails broke free from its cement restraints. 10 hands flailed, effortlessly scattering all attacks and sending the descending Ninja Alliance flying. The Ninja Alliance was caught unawares by this sudden counterattack, tumbling to the ground, many injured and bleeding. Damn, the 10 tails is far too powerful. Naruto gritted his teeth, rising from the ground. Saozu, witnessing Naruto's disheveled state, laughed triumphantly. "Do you think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts? It is nothing but a delusion." However, the Ninja Alliance did not falter. They regrouped, their eyes filled with determination. Lu Jio shouted from afar, "Everyone, do not panic. Reorganize the attack." Daitu observed the increasingly unruly 10 tails beneath him. It is becoming more disobedient. The cells of Hashirama surged within Daitu's arm, once again forming a conduit that penetrated the 10 tails, strengthening the bond with the 9 tails. Saozu, unwilling to be outdone, also summoned a conduit from the sage organ beside his heart, breaking through the skin and clothing on his back to connect with the 10 tails. Daitu cast a sidelong glance at Saozu and suggested, "Let us first deal with those at the command center. The Nara clan is quite troublesome." Saozu did not respond to Daitu, but spoke to Naruto. "Naruto, watch closely. You are truly powerless to protect anything. All this destruction stems from you." Meanwhile, the 10 tails gaped its maw, conjuring a conical-tailed beast ball, targeting the command center several kilometers away, where Nara Lugio and Yamanaka High were located. In that moment, everyone understood the intentions of the two, yet none possessed the capability or strength to intercept or prevent this strike. "Stop, Saozu!" Naruto screamed with rage upon witnessing this scene. Yamanaka Ino shouted with tears in her eyes, "No, Saozu!" Her father was still in the command center, and she shouted desperately, attempting to awaken the last vestiges of conscience in Zuiju. However, Zuiju had long succumbed to darkness, fixated solely on becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Indifferent to the cries of a mere woman, Lu Jian's eyes widened. Despite his intelligence, he could not conceive a solution in such dire circumstances, as the disparity in strength rendered any attempt futile. Senju Hashirama gazed at the still coalescing tailed beast ball, feeling utterly powerless. His body was simply too weak now. Perhaps in his prime, he could have withstood this attack with the true tree's myriad arms, but that was not possible at present. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato hurled their kunai, hoping to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to seize the tailed beast ball, but the 10 tails merely exhaled, sending the kunai spiraling away, never reaching its intended target. Nagato attempted to use the Rinnegan to control the 10 tails and divert the attack. Yet the two had long since reinforced their dominion over it, rendering his efforts impotent against their command. Everyone was aware of their objective, yet none could intervene. In the next moment, that conical-tailed beast ball, akin to a small mountain, was launched from the 10 tails maw like a cannonball, hurtling toward the allied command center. At that instant, every gaze was fixated on the tailed beast ball. Zuiju wore a smile, eager to witness the impending destruction. Meanwhile, the allied forces could only cling to the hope of a miracle. Chapter 219. The Savior appears in the blink of an eye. A resplendent golden meteor suddenly emerged at the horizon, tearing through the heavens with thunderous force, crashing into the conical-tailed beast ball. The next moment, the tailed beast ball halted abruptly in midair, as if ensnared by an invisible, colossal power. Immediately following, a voice resonated in everyone's ears like a tolling bell. "Zhuo, you have certainly grown bolder. Do you wish to kill me?" All eyes widened in astonishment as they turned toward the source of the voice. There, a towering figure floated in midair, surrounded by a radiant golden chakra that blazed brilliantly, too dazzling to behold directly. With a single hand, he securely held the immensely powerful tailed beast ball, suspending it in the air like a deity wielding dominion over all, exuding an unparalleled majesty and authority. At that moment, Hinata became the sole focal point of the world, invoking awe in all present. Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can it be you? What of Uchiha Madara? Was he not sent to stop you?" Zhu's demeanor was fraught with panic, primarily due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Hinata, whose strength was unfathomable. To this day, he had not heard of anyone defeating him. With Hinata's appearance, it was likely that the highly anticipated Uchiha Madara had met with failure. Observing Zhu's panic, Obito reminded him, "We have not yet lost. The Ten Tails has entered its second stage. Even if Hinata faces a fierce battle, it will deplete his energy considerably, leaving him weakened." The members of the Ninja Alliance, upon witnessing Hinata's arrival, displayed expressions of surprise and hope. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "Big Brother Mushio, you've come." His eyes brimmed with trust in Hinata. Lu Jian exhaled deeply, his furrowed brow easing slightly. Father is saved. He truly is the man hailed as the savior of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama beamed at the sight. It is he. It seems he has embarked on the right path. This child's power has surpassed mine. The ninja world now holds hope. Reflecting on the past, when they resurrected Hinata as their pawn, his revealed ambitions had been immense. Little did they expect he would join the ranks of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama regarded Hinata with a frown. He harbored no fondness for the one who once sought to control him. Terumi Mei's grave expression softened slightly. "As long as he is here, we can surely turn the tide." Inoki proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, do not slacken. Let us fight together." Meanwhile, within the command center, the many ninjas prepared for what they believed to be their final moments erupted into cheers. They were saved, and who among them would wish for death? Lu Jio and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seems we will not perish. Just then, several ninjas rushed into the command center. Not good. Orochimaru has escaped. Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed once more. Lu Jio pondered for a moment and stated, "He must have fled. He is no longer needed in this battle. Do not pursue him. You will not catch up. Continue with your duty to protect the command center." As he said, Orochimaru would struggle to cause any upheaval in the current battle. Their primary objective was still to defeat Zhuo and Obito. The pursuit of Orochimaru could wait until after the war concluded. Hinata's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Zhuo and Obito, his golden chakra burning ever more intensely. "Zhuo, Obito, your ambitions must end here." Zhuo gritted his teeth, shouting at Hinata. "Hinata, do not think this will stop us." Obito echoed, "Even if you have come, it changes nothing." Hinata scoffed, "Then let us see." With that, he exerted force with his palm, and the conical-tailed beast ball shifted direction under his gravitational pull. The newly redirected tailed beast ball surged towards Zhuo and Obito with the force of a thunderclap, and their expressions paled instantly. They had never anticipated that Hinata could wield such tremendous power, manipulating the Ten Tails tailed beast ball with such ease. The members of the Ninja Alliance were left speechless at the sight. The tension they had previously held seemed to tighten further at that moment, as their eyes fixated on the tailed beast ball, scarcely daring to breathe. Naruto's mouth fell open. Disbelief etched across his face. Big Brother Mushio threw the tailed beast ball back. Killer Bee's eyes widened as he murmured, "This guy is simply a monster." Terumi Mei took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. Is this the true power of Hinata? We may have underestimated him. Granny Chiyo's wrinkles appeared deeper. her face a mask of shock. It seems I did not misjudge him. Maintaining a friendly relationship between Sunagakure and the Alliance was an incredibly wise decision. In her final moments, she had entrusted Gaara with the leadership of Sunagakure, urging him to foster good relations with Konoha and the Alliance. At that time, she recognized Naruto and Chiba Mushio's potential, and Sunagakure was in a state of extreme weakness, necessitating allies. Thus, she left such parting words, never anticipating their significance. She could only hope that the war would conclude. Perhaps such thoughts were not meant for the deceased. Conan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. As expected of him, he always brings victory, whether in the Akatsuki's missions or otherwise. Hinata consistently utilized his formidable strength and strategy to achieve perfect outcomes. Thus, within the Akatsuki, he often undertook missions alone. Anoki, observing the astonished expressions around him, remarked, "You have yet to witness the true extent of Hinata's power. He has defeated Uchiha Madara, a ninja who wielded both the Rinnegan and Sharingan." After witnessing the battle between Hinata and Uchiha Madara, Anoki began to extol Hinata's prowess. "He had surpassed me." Senju Hashirama looked on with a warm smile. Feeling no envy, the stronger Hinata became, the safer the ninja world would be, and the future would be more peaceful. Senju Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at his brother. Understanding his thoughts, he perceived his brother's growing concern for Konoha's safety as Hinata's invincible strength became ever more apparent. His research on the Uchiha clan has led him to understand that the formidable power may not stem from Senju Hashirama. Yet it undoubtedly has the potential to transform into Uchiha Madara. It is no wonder that they are so astounded. The energy contained within that tailed beast ball is something they have never encountered in their lives. Such an attack seemed to be cast aside effortlessly by Hinata. What kind of strength is this? Chapter 220. The strategy of Hinata, Sasuke, and Obito exerted every ounce of their strength in an attempt to withstand the oncoming conical-tailed beast ball. Obito instantaneously activated Kimui, seeking to transfer the tailed beast ball into his dimension. However, the overwhelming force caused instability in his space. The two could only command the 10 tails to condense another tailed beast ball and aim it at the conical-tailed beast ball, suspended in the air. At this moment, Naruto also created several shadow clones, weaving through the ranks of the ninja allied forces, imparting his 9 tails chakra to each individual. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Obito instructed the 10 tails to entwine its 10 tails together, providing them with protection. Boom! The 2-tailed beast balls collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The immense energy radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble and shatter. In the face of such an explosion, Hinata remained immobile in the sky, surveying the battlefield from his elevated position. The members of the ninja allied forces, situated at a safe distance from the explosion and shielded by Naruto's 9 tails chakra, remained unscathed. In stark contrast, the 10 tails along with Obito and Sasuke felt the brunt of the explosion's aftermath, their blood surging from the force, with even the 10 tails letting out a pained roar. Observing this scene through the protection of the 10 tails, Hinata seemed satisfied before descending toward the side of the ninja allied forces. As Hinata touched down, those familiar with him approached. Shikaku and Ino bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving our father." Hinata gracefully waved his hand, displaying his poise. "I am the commander of the allied forces. It is my duty. I shall fight alongside you from here on." At this moment, Nagato inquired, "What is the situation over there?" Hinata nodded. "It is complete. Kabuto has officially joined our ranks. He has gone to seek the body of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke has relocated Itachi's body, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Yet Kabuto should be able to find it. Once Uchiha Itachi makes his appearance, he should be able to persuade Sasuke to return to the right path." Just as Hinata had stated, this was the next step of his plan. He had recently sought out Kabuto, facilitating his return to the ninja allied forces and assigning him the task of retrieving Uchiha Itachi's body to perform a reanimation technique, awaiting the opportune moment for Itachi to emerge and guide Uchiha Sasuke back to righteousness. Excellent. Upon hearing Hinata plan, Naruto clapped his hands in excitement. Hinata K sighed softly. I can only hope to keep pace. The ensuing battle will likely fall upon you. My ocular power has been significantly drained, and I cannot exert much strength now. I was merely putting on a show of bravado earlier, displaying a facade of weakness. All present, including Tsunade, perceived no issues. Naruto patted his chest, assuring, "Do not worry. Leave it to me from here on." Hinata K then approached Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, producing 2 portions of Hashirama cells. I will restore a portion of your strength. Your current bodies are too limiting. Hashirama, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in delight. Ha! Splendid. I can finally use sage techniques. His demeanor mirrored that of Naruto, proving once again that he was indeed a reincarnation of chakra. Hinata K divided the Hashirama cells, placing them upon the chests of Hashirama and Tobirama. The flesh surged, and the 2 pieces of tissue fused seamlessly with their bodies, significantly enhancing their strength. Hearing Hinata K's words, the resolve for victory solidified within the hearts of the gathered. At this moment, Sasuke and Obito also sensed Hinata K's current weakened state. Sasuke, filled with excitement, remarked, "It seems the battle with Uchiha Madara has indeed drained his stamina, compounded by the recent manipulation of the Kodama. He must have merely been posturing." Obito gazed at Sasuke's exhilaration, a flicker of pity crossing his heart. The naive child still believes Hinata K can be defeated. If only he truly understood Hinata K's might, he would not entertain such thoughts. However, he would not disclose the truth to Sasuke. If Sasuke did not become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would be the one in dire straits, and he lacked the ambition for such a fate. His current desire was solely to complete the task assigned by Hinata K and then pursue Rin Noara to win her heart. Obito maintained his composure. "Then let us hasten to take action and resolve this." The 2 rallied once more and launched an assault against the ninja allied forces. The Ten Tails raised its 10 hands into the air, unleashing a torrent of wooden spikes that rained down upon the allied forces. Stepping forward, Senju Hashirama joined his hands in prayer, instantaneously entering sage mode, the visage of a black sage mask appearing upon his face. Sage art, Myojinmen. In the next moment, 10 red Myojinmen descended from the heavens, crashing upon the Ten Tails, firmly restraining its hands and halting the launch of wooden spikes. Naruto, not to be outdone, gathered chakra to form a spiral shuriken in his hand. Everyone, let's charge together. The numerous members of the ninja allied forces, enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beasts, followed Naruto as they surged towards Obito and Sasuke. However, the power of the Ten Tails was astonishingly formidable, even when suppressed. It continued to struggle, attempting to retaliate. Its yet unsubdued head coalesced a tailed beast ball and hurled it swiftly towards the crowd. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto linked everyone together, transforming into a colossal red bird that boldly charged towards the tailed beast ball without hesitation. This was sheer folly. Sasuke shouted loudly. The red bird flapped its wings, unflinchingly colliding with the tailed beast ball and astonishingly shattered it to pieces. The red bird then continued its flight towards the 2. "Well done." The crowd behind erupted in cheers, advancing towards the Ten Tails. Meanwhile, Hinata K placed his hand beneath his chin, pondering the next steps of the plan. However, he was actually contemplating how Naruto achieved this feat. Shattering the Ten Tails tailed beast ball with the Nine Tails chakra was truly remarkable. Could it be that our Ashura's chakra played a role once more? Or was it the legendary power of bonds? In the original story, Niji's sacrifice was boundless. So what was this situation now? Sasuke, sensing the dire circumstances, suddenly displayed a look of panic. Obito gritted his teeth, speaking with frustration. "Just delay for 10 more minutes. The Ten Tails will soon evolve." A glimmer of resolve flashed in Sasuke's eyes. "For the sake of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I will fight with all I have." Sasuke and Obito resolved to exhaust every last bit of their strength to withstand the fierce assault of the ninja allied forces. Chapter 221, The Battle Resumes. Delayed combat. Obito once again conjured several Kamui Shuriken to create distractions, yet they were successfully intercepted by the attacks of the ninja allied forces. Meanwhile, Sasuke hurled the Kusanagi sword into the sky, unleashing a powerful lightning release, activating the Sage Art and drawing upon natural energy. A blue-white lightning column cascaded from the heavens, striking the Redbird. However, the Redbird, enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra, withstood the formidable lightning attack with sheer resilience. Naruto shouted angrily, his power surging once more as he and the others broke through the lightning's blockade, relentlessly advancing toward Sasuke and Obito. However, at this moment, the Crimson Giant Bird began to sway unsteadily. With the last vestiges of his strength, Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken in his grasp towards Sasuke and Obito. Having accomplished this, the chakra of the Nine-Tails could no longer sustain him, and he, along with the others, descended back to the ground. The tailed beast chakra, enveloping Naruto, had dissipated. Even the colossal chakra of the Nine-Tails could not withstand such depletion. Gasping for breath, he found himself stripped of much of his combat capability, necessitating an extended period for recovery. Sasuke and Obito, sensing the imminent attack, simultaneously manifested the skeletal form of Susanoo to shield themselves. Yet, the assault did not strike the two as anticipated. Instead, it altered its trajectory mid-air, severing the link between them and the Ten Tails. Well, the Ten Tails has been sealed and cannot unleash its power, Obito remarked. I will use Kimyui to transport a few strong individuals away. The battlefield here shall be entrusted to you. Obito's gaze immediately fixated on Kakashi and his companion, Hatake Tsukumo, who had just arrived. In an instant, he activated his space-time ninjutsu, effortlessly transporting the two into the Kamui dimension. He then leapt towards the multitude of formidable foes, bringing Minato Namikaze into the Kamui space as well. Following this, he too entered the Kamui realm, intent on fulfilling his final mission, to make Sasuke the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki while he sought his ultimate redemption. Sasuke gazed toward the direction in which Obito had vanished, his expression growing increasingly grave. The adversaries he now faced were the strongest united forces of the shinobi world, and he stood alone, observing Naruto, who was now under protection. A hint of disdain flickered in Sasuke's eyes. It was only the weak who sought the shield of others. He aspired to become the world's strongest. He would not falter here. The ninja coalition, undeterred by Obito's departure, launched a fierce offensive against Sasuke once more. Stamping his foot, Sasuke commanded the Ten Tails, which began to extrude gray monsters that surged forth, transforming into beasts that charged at the Ninja Alliance. In the next moment, Sasuke leapt into the fray, wielding the Kusanagi sword as its blade danced gracefully, instantaneously claiming countless lives. Deprived of the Nine-Tails chakra's protection, they reverted to the status of ordinary shinobi, lacking even the slightest capability to retaliate against an opponent of Sasuke's caliber. Meanwhile, due to his recent bond with the Ten Tails, his physical strength, chakra, and ocular power were restored to their zenith, providing him with a singular advantage against the multitude of titans he faced. Before him stood Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju of Konohagakure, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto had already reached a state of semi-unconsciousness after relentless battles, having exhausted all their chakra. A revival of their combat capabilities would require time. From Awagakure, Inoki and Mu. From Sunagakure, Raza, Gaara, and Chiyo. From Kumogakure, the third and fourth Raikage, along with Killer Bee. And from Kirigakure, the second Mizukage, Kahaku no Yagura, and the fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. These adversaries confronting Sasuke were indeed formidable, each possessing at least the strength of a Kage. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke ignited the eternal flames of Amaterasu upon the Kusanagi sword, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood that this battle would be extraordinarily arduous, yet his pride forbade any retreat. Hashirama was the first to strike, unleashing a colossal wooden dragon that surged towards Sasuke. With a swift motion, Sasuke evaded the attack, simultaneously unleashing a blast of black flame from the Kusanagi sword, igniting the wooden dragon, which plummeted to the ground shortly thereafter. Seizing the opportunity, Tobirama executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Sasuke in an instant. Thrusting a kunai toward him, Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed, turning to parry the kunai with his sword. At that moment, Inoki manipulated dust release to form a massive cube that enveloped Sasuke. Sasuke's Rinnegan glowed, summoning a translucent blue shield that absorbed the dust release entirely. Gaara commanded his sand to surge from all directions towards Sasuke, who activated Susanoo, materializing a humanoid form that leapt beyond the reach of the sand. Raza, lurking nearby, seized the moment to strike, conjuring a sand hand that yanked Sasuke back to the ground, slamming him down with force. The third and fourth Raikage charged at Sasuke with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Susanoo, which Sasuke could only defend against using the Yata mirror. The two were repelled by the mirror's rebounding power. Simultaneously, Kahaku and Terumi unleashed a coordinated water release technique, inundating Sasuke in a massive torrent, binding his movements. Yet, in the following instant, the complete form of Susanoo manifested once more, rendering the water technique ineffective. Sasuke stood atop Susanoo, gazing down upon the ninja coalition below. With a multitude of ants, the situation grew troublesome, yet it was time to end the jest. Commanding the complete Susanoo, Sasuke drew his katana, aiming to cleave through the assembled foes beneath him. He felt that without Naruto and Minato, he might still manipulate these individuals at will. However, he had not anticipated the presence of Hashirama among them. Hashirama bellowed, hands forming seals as countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, fortifying a barrier against Sasuke's formidable strike. "Child, do not be so arrogant." Hashirama's gaze bore authority. Sasuke, however, merely smirked. "Hashirama Senju, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" With that, Sasuke exerted his power once more, the katana engulfed in roaring black flames, consuming the trees as he continued to cleave towards the multitude. Hashirama responded with a technique, would release the great forest of hands. Instantly, the earth sprouted numerous wooden hands that grasped the katana. Would release, would golem technique. Trees at Hashirama's feet rapidly grew, forming a gigantic wooden figure comparable to Susanoo's complete form. As the wooden giant surged forth, it collided violently with Sasuke's Susanoo, compelling Sasuke to relinquish his long sword in the ensuing struggle. Just as both sides engaged in a stalemate, Tobirama and Killer Bee, who had remained silent until now, simultaneously attacked. Water release, water dragon bullet, tail beast bomb. Tobirama formed seals with his hands, utilizing the water pools left by Terumi and Kahaku to launch this technique. The water surged into the sky, coalescing into a colossal water dragon that spiraled above. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, fully transformed into the Eight Tails, leapt into the air, gathering the long-prepared tailed beast bomb in his mouth. The water dragon and tailed beast bomb advanced toward Sasuke, who was locked in combat with the wooden giant. The spiraling dragon lunged to tear at the complete Susanoo. The tremendous impact caused Sasuke's Susanoo to shudder violently. Yet, Sasuke did not retreat. His eyes widened with fury as he unleashed another surge of chakra from within. The radiance enveloping Susanoo intensified, withstanding the dual onslaught. Subsequently, Susanoo raised its foot and kicked the wooden giant back several paces. Sasuke swung his sword towards the wooden giant, sending forth a fierce gust of blade wind. However, Hashirama maneuvered the wooden giant adeptly to evade the strike, extending its massive wooden hand to strike Susanoo with ferocity. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. He commanded Susanoo to vibrate its wings, soaring into the air to evade the crushing blow. Immediately after, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, leveraging his diving momentum to deliver a powerful chop to the wooden giant's head. Hashirama swiftly formed seals, causing the wooden giant to sprout numerous sturdy branches, intertwining to form a protective lattice that thwarted Sasuke's downward strike. Upon witnessing the scene, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, and a tremendous repulsive force erupted from Susanoo, causing branches to shatter. At that moment, Senju Hashirama infused the sage chakra he had gathered into the wooden golem beneath him, and it suddenly radiated a verdant glow, seemingly augmenting its power further. The golem swung its colossal fist, accompanied by a howling wind, striking towards Susanoo. Unfazed, Sasuke commanded Susanoo to counter with equal ferocity. The two titanic entities collided in a thunderous clash, shaking the ground around them. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi presented a scroll to Chiyo, the last scroll left by Scorpion, capable of amalgamating puppet scraps into a new giant puppet. This scroll was the one Hayashi had retrieved alongside Scorpion's remains, and he had since studied its mechanics and enhanced its efficacy. Originally limited to fusing 100 puppets, Hayashi had elevated the scroll's potential to limitless, as long as there was sufficient chakra. With Scorpion, the original operator, deceased and devoid of a puppet core, Hayashi could utilize his own Rinnegan's mental energy to activate it. Hayashi gazed towards the clouds, seemingly reminiscing about his fallen friend. I have always said that Scorpion did not lose to your puppetry, but rather to his own emotions. He pointed towards the distant crater, where over 2,000 dismantled puppets lay, signaling Chiyo to use them to activate the scroll. Trembling, Chiyo accepted the scroll, delicately tracing its patterns as if caressing a treasured artifact. Having defeated Scorpion in life, she pondered how he succumbed to his emotions, transforming himself into a heartless puppet, yet unable to evade the essence of humanity. Chiyo quivered as she unfurled the scroll, revealing a bold crimson inscription. Infusing the scroll with chakra, it levitated, and in the next moment, countless chakra threads erupted from it, sweeping towards the multitude of puppet fragments in the pit. At this moment, Chiyo's silhouette seemed to merge with Scorpion's Crimson Secret Theater ensemble. With this declaration, the puppet remnants trembled as if bestowed with new life. They swiftly assembled, forming an immense puppet that matched the size of the golem, albeit unable to activate. Hayashi marveled. Indeed, Scorpion was an artist. Its appearance is splendid. As he spoke, a golden mental sphere coalesced in his palm and was directed into the puppet's body. Upon receiving the infusion, the puppet's eyes ignited with light, and it slowly raised its arms, emanating a formidable aura. The battle between Sasuke and Senju Hashirama momentarily ceased, as both turned their attention towards this newly manifested formidable entity. Hayashi refrained from controlling the giant puppet, entrusting the reins to Chiyo, who held the scroll. After all, he was not a genuine puppeteer. Such matters were best left to professionals. As Chiyo beheld the resuscitated giant puppet, she felt a surge of emotions. Realizing her grandson's creation had seen the light of day once more, she positioned the scroll before her, weaving hand seals to command the giant puppet toward Sasuke. Sasuke snorted disdainfully as Susanoo raised its katana, preparing to strike the puppet head-on. The puppet's fragmented arms surged, coalescing into a shield that shimmered with golden light. This radiance emanated from the mental sphere crafted by Hayashi's Rinnegan, allowing the puppet to harness part of his ocular power. The clash between the shield and Susanoo's katana erupted in a brilliant display of sparks. Sasuke felt a powerful recoil, astonished by the force, while the giant puppet also bore the brunt of the impact, scattering fragments from its shield. Seizing the moment, Chiyo commanded the puppet to attack. Its other arm clenched into a fist and struck towards Susanoo. Sasuke reacted swiftly, maneuvering Susanoo to evade. Just then, Hashirama directed the golem to join the fray, its enormous hand descending towards Sasuke. With a fierce shout, Sasuke channeled all his chakra into Susanoo, bracing against the golem's assault. Faced with a relentless onslaught from both the golem and the puppet, Sasuke had no choice but to ascend into the sky. At that moment, the giant puppet unleashed several hefty arrows towards Susanoo, while the golem unleashed 2 wooden dragons that soared into the air. Sasuke navigated through the air, dodging the majority of the attacks, yet a few arrows and parts of the wooden dragons struck Susanoo, causing it to sway violently. Chapter 223, Naruto's Plea in the Air. Sasuke evaded left and right, yet could not entirely avoid the barrage of assaults. Several heavy arrows and fragments of wooden dragons struck his Susanoo, leading to significant instability, and his expression darkened. The giant puppet, under Chiyo's control, showed no signs of ceasing its onslaught, unleashing a flurry of projectiles toward Sasuke. The golem, directed by Hashirama, relentlessly attacked, its robust branches piercing towards the airborne Susanoo like javelins. Sasuke, trapped in the air, could only continue to evade while countering with slashes of his sword to shatter the incoming attacks, struggling to withstand the mounting pressure from all directions. His Susanoo sustained numerous injuries. Chiyo commanded the giant puppet, declaring, "Sasuke, today marks your end." Hashirama's golem, equally merciless, hurled its branches like arrows towards Susanoo, bellowing, "Cease your madness, or face annihilation." With gritted teeth, Sasuke roared, "You think you could defeat me?" He swung his katana vehemently, attempting to cleave through the incoming assaults. However, the combined assault of his adversaries intensified. The fully tailed beast, Killer Bee, joined the fray, unleashing a powerful tailed beast bomb. Sasuke's defenses began to crumble under the relentless barrage, and the armor of Susanoo developed grievous cracks. Gaara and Raza manipulated sand infused with gold to form a massive vortex, ensnaring one of Susanoo's feet. Meanwhile, Nagato conjured a gravitational force to bind Sasuke's movements. With his mobility severely restricted amidst this overwhelming coalition, Sasuke could no longer endure. With a thunderous crash, Susanoo shattered completely, and Sasuke plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the back of the Ten Tails. In an instant, the multitude surged towards the Ten Tails location, intent on delivering the final blow to Sasuke and concluding this war. Just as they raced towards the fallen Sasuke, a figure darted forward like lightning, positioning themselves before the crowd. It was Naruto, his face etched with urgency and sincerity, arms outstretched as he implored, "Please, everyone, stand down and grant me a chance to reason with Sasuke." Naruto's voice resonated with desperation and resolve, his gaze piercing through the assembly, brimming with a plea. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, his expression a blend of tension and determination. "Sasuke is my friend. I believe I can bring him back. Our bond is profound, and I cannot bear to see him perish at your hands. Please, trust me this once and grant me this opportunity." Naruto suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed loudly. The crowd halted in their tracks, gazing at Naruto. Their reactions varied. "What did you say? Sasuke has killed so many of our comrades. He is absolutely unforgivable." The fourth Raikage, filled with fury, kicked Naruto aside and prepared to rush towards the Ten Tails. However, in the next moment, Naruto clung tightly to the Raikage's leg. "Get off!" The Raikage, exasperated, attempted to shake off Naruto with brute force. Yet he found himself unable to budge an inch, as if bound by an immense weight. "Raikage-sama, please believe me. Sasuke still has the potential to turn back." Naruto's grip remained steadfast, his voice resolute and unwavering. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward and addressed Naruto gently. "Naruto, your loyalty to your friend is admirable, but the crime Sasuke has committed cannot be overlooked or forgiven." Naruto lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. "Jiraiya-sensei, I understand everyone's anger, but we in Konoha share some responsibility for Sasuke's current path. I believe that if given a chance, he can rediscover himself." Gaara, standing nearby, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Naruto, I empathize with your feelings, but this concerns the lives of many and the future of the ninja world. We cannot act solely on your emotions." Naruto clenched his teeth. "Gaara, you have also experienced pain and darkness in the past. You can relate to Sasuke's current emotions. Can we not give him a chance?" Chiyo sighed. "Naruto, this child has strayed too far. It may be difficult for him to return." Standing up, Naruto surveyed the crowd. "Everyone, I assure you on my honor, if Sasuke cannot turn back, I am willing to bear all the consequences with him." The fourth Raikage, infuriated, retorted, "What gives you the right to take responsibility? How will we face those who have perished?" He swung a punch at Naruto's face in anger. At that moment, another figure intervened, forcefully restraining the Raikage's fist. The Raikage looked up to see the stern visage of Senju Hashirama. Hashirama sympathized with Naruto's plight, recalling how he had once faced a similar situation with Uchiha Madara. "I can understand your feelings. Why not grant Naruto a chance for the sake of my legacy? I just heard from Tsunade about the boy's story, and indeed, Konoha shares some blame. Let this be a favor to me." The Raikage's thoughts swirled with frustration. "What face do you have to ask for favors? You are dead, having left after the war. Who do I owe this favor to?" Yet, he found himself powerless against the overwhelming strength before him. Still, there was one person present who could defy Hashirama's request: his brother, Senju Tobirama. Tobirama coldly remarked, "Brother, have you forgotten what happened with Uchiha Madara? Your leniency back then indirectly created this situation. If you had heeded my advice and eradicated the Uchiha clan, we would not be facing this now." Hashirama found himself at a loss for words. The truth was undeniable. However, given another chance, he would likely make the same choice. As Tobirama prepared to deal with the malevolent Uchiha boy himself, Naruto once again positioned himself in front of him. "Uncle Tobirama, I beg you." Tobirama glared at Naruto, commanding, "Get out of my way." Naruto stood firm, declaring, "Lord Tobirama, I know you hold a grudge against the Uchiha clan, but Sasuke is different." Chapter 2:24. The perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Tobirama scoffed. "How is he different? The Uchiha are all filled with ambition. They cannot be trusted." Naruto inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "Sasuke has endured immense suffering. His heart is not entirely dark. I believe that with warmth and understanding, he can break free from the shackles of hatred." At that moment, Terumi May stepped forward, stating, "Naruto, your ideals are overly naive. The crimes Sasuke has committed are numerous and cannot be easily erased with mere words." Naruto bit his lip, replying, "Lady Terumi May, I understand how challenging this is, but I am willing to prove my resolve through action." Killer Bee spoke up, "Naruto, while I admire your courage, I cannot stand with you on this matter." A flicker of disappointment crossed Naruto's eyes, quickly replaced by renewed hope. "Everyone, I implore you, trust me one more time." At this juncture, the usually silent Inoki slowly spoke. "Naruto, your persistence is moving, but this concerns the safety of the entire ninja world. We cannot act solely on your fervor." Naruto clenched his fists. "Lord Tsuchi, I recognize the risks involved, but if we do not give Sasuke a chance, we will forever lose the possibility of him returning to the right path." The crowd fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Then, from afar, Sasuke's weak voice resonated once more. "Naruto, I do not need your pity. I have my own path to follow." The Ten Tails entered its third stage, its once emaciated form now bulging with muscle. In the next instant, the Ten Tails' essence swirled into Sasuke, vanishing from sight, transforming him into a white sphere. Subsequently, the white sphere shattered, releasing a flurry of white feathers. Holding a staff, with 8 truth-seeking orbs at his back, the now completely white Sasuke reappeared before everyone, symbolizing his ascension as a transcendent being of the 6 paths. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Sasuke, floated in the air, radiating an overwhelming aura, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Raikage and his allies yearned to strike Naruto, blaming him for the current predicament, had he not intervened. Sasuke might have perished. Yet, at this point, there was no turning back. They could only attempt to defeat him. Chiyo and Hashirama once more commanded their wooden constructs and giant puppets to attack Sasuke, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons and wooden spears. Sasuke merely waved his staff, effortlessly shattering all incoming attacks, then dove toward the wooden constructs and giant puppets. As Sasuke charged fiercely, Chiyo and Hashirama exchanged glances filled with gravity. Hashirama quickly formed hand seals, causing the branches of the wooden constructs to intertwine into a massive protective net, attempting to halt Sasuke's onslaught. However, Sasuke's power was too formidable. With a mere swing of his staff, the protective net disintegrated, and the wooden constructs were severed in half. Chiyo's giant puppet extended its arms in a desperate attempt to shield itself from Sasuke's assault. A resounding crash echoed as Sasuke cleaved through the puppet's arms, then thrust his hand into its chest, shattering the core within. In an instant, the massive puppet erupted in an explosion, reduced to scrap metal. Damn it! Chiyo's complexion paled. Meanwhile, the others unleashed their strongest jutsu against Sasuke. Gaara and Raza manipulated sand and gold to form massive spikes aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke, however, merely sidestepped the attack with ease. Killer Bee unleashed a tailed beast bomb, combining it with Pain's shuriken directed at Sasuke. Sasuke, wielding his staff, effortlessly dispersed the tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Tobirama appeared beside Sasuke, throwing a dozen explosive tags that detonated in a tremendous explosion. As the blasts engulfed Sasuke, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing him unscathed, shielded by the truth-seeking orb he had conjured. As Sasuke charged towards the coalition forces, Senju Hashirama once again performed hand seals, summoning the mighty Myojin Gate from the heavens. Initially capable of restraining the 10 tails, the Myojin Gate was effortlessly shattered by Sasuke. The assembled warriors assumed defensive stances in anticipation of his onslaught. However, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke lost control and collapsed to the ground, his flesh swelling as his body became saturated with chakra, mirroring the plight of Obito in the original narrative. His consciousness was incessantly eroded by the power of the 10 tails. Memories stripped away. If Sasuke could not withstand this threshold, he would become a mere puppet of the 10 tails, entirely losing his sense of self. The others recognized that something was amiss with Sasuke's condition and prepared to rush in to subdue him. Yet at that moment Hinata Keiji appeared, standing defiantly before them. Your attacks will be futile. He has become the progenitor of chakra. Ordinary chakra assaults cannot harm him. Only physical techniques and sage arts can inflict damage. Seize this opportunity. I will implant sage seals into you, enabling you to wield sage chakra to a certain degree. With that, Hinata entered sage mode, a familiar chakra serpent materializing beside him. In such dire circumstances, none doubted Hinata's intentions, for the world hung perilously in the balance. Hinata implanted sage seals into everyone except Naruto, Jiraiya, Senju Hashirama, and Might Guy, even bestowing them upon several deceased individuals. Notably, the fourth Raikage, aside from Might Guy, was the second strongest in taijutsu, most likely to shatter the Shinjuta, while Hinata imbued others with sage seals. Sasuke's spiritual essence was being relentlessly torn apart by the roots of the 10 tails, with his left arm and memories being siphoned away. First, his left arm along with memories of Uchiha Fugaku, followed by his right arm and recollections of Uchiha Mikoto. A family portrait was being incessantly shredded by the roots. And when the memories of Uchiha Itachi surfaced, Sasuke could no longer bear it, unleashing a primal roar as all his pain and fury erupted at that moment. The swelling in his body was suddenly suppressed, and he regained control, reclaiming his memories and consciousness. He had successfully become the perfect Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Chapter 225. The World Transformed. Unending calamity having achieved this state, Sasuke rose slowly, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented resolve and calmness. The onlookers felt a tightening in their hearts, yet each was prepared to fight to the death. Naruto was the first to charge forward, shouting, "Sasuke, let us settle this." His chakra surged as he unleashed the sage art, Rasengan. With a mere flick of his Six Paths staff, Sasuke easily deflected Naruto's attack, sending him staggering back. "Naruto, you remain so naive." At that moment, the third Raikage, wrinkled and fierce in his sage form, surged forward, enveloped in lightning as he struck at Sasuke with blinding speed. Sasuke took the threat seriously, using several Shinjuta to defend. The Raikage's finger collided with the Shinjuta's defense, tearing a small breach, but beyond that, no further progress was made. Gaara and Shodai manipulated sand to form a massive wave, attempting to restrain Sasuke's movements. Yet, with a simple stomp, he dispersed the sand with overwhelming force. Senju Hashirama summoned a colossal wooden golem, engaging Sasuke in fierce combat. The golem's fists rained down like a tempest upon Sasuke, yet he effortlessly shattered it. Killer Bee brandished 8 swords, seeking to engage Sasuke in close combat, but Sasuke pierced him through the chest, seizing the 8 tails. Just as he was about to extract the beast, Senju Tobirama intervened to rescue him. Sasuke surveyed the struggling warriors before him and smirked coldly, gripping his staff tightly. His aura intensified. The fourth Raikage, witnessing this, roared and charged with dazzling lightning. Unfazed, Sasuke deftly sidestepped the Raikage's assault, landing a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Senju Tobirama attempted a surprise attack using the Flying Thunder God technique, but Sasuke sensed it and countered with a swift wave of his staff, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Tobarama, forcing him to evade. Kuratsuchi unleashed a Sage Seal version of the dissolution technique, a highly corrosive liquid surging towards Sasuke. With a dismissive grunt, Sasuke transformed the Shinjuda into a shield, effortlessly blocking the attack. Chiyo manipulated her remaining puppets to assault Sasuke, but with a mere gesture, he reduced them to ashes. Inoki and Mu combined their efforts to unleash the dust release technique, powerful attacks hurtling towards Sasuke. In an instant, myriad Sage techniques bombarded him, compelling Sasuke to evade continuously. As he faced the relentless assault from those determined to pursue him, rage surged within him like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth grinding in fury. Why? Why will you not relent? He roared internally. Who among you can truly fathom the agony I have endured? The power I seek is solely for avenging those who have wronged me. Memories of the Uchiha clan's annihilation flooded his mind, the cold, resolute gaze of his brother Itachi haunting him, and the countless days and nights he spent wandering in darkness, grappling with despair. I merely wish to resurrect my loved ones. What fault is there in that? His heart screamed, his body trembling with rage. I have lost far too much. You self-proclaimed champions of justice are nothing but a self-serving lot. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he intended to incinerate the very world. Meanwhile, Hinata inwardly praised Sasuke's current state. This is remarkable. Sasuke is in a prime position to harness the power of the Ten Tails. Keep pushing. Only by maximizing this power can Kagaya resurrect effectively. The essence of chakra is the fusion of spiritual and physical energies, and the world's strongest often tread the path of extremes due to their formidable mental fortitude. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Nagato. These are but a few exemplary cases. Even Hinata himself had experienced profound suffering and terror in his youth, his spiritual energy surpassing that of most. Thus, as long as his physical training kept pace, his chakra extraction speed was exceedingly swift. Sasuke, in a state of absolute rage, was naturally capable of better harnessing the Ten Tails' power. In the shadows, Kuro had also become immensely excited. Yes, more anger, more pain. Enveloped in the Shinjuda, Sasuke disregarded the external assaults. Hinata observed as Sasuke formed an array of seals within Shinjuda. In an instant, the heavens altered, wild winds surged, and dust swirled. The sky darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder clashing as bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, danced through the clouds, striking down upon the battlefield. The earth trembled violently, massive fissures tearing through the ground as if to swallow all. Fiery flames erupted from the depths, molten lava flowing, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Torrential rain fell, rapidly forming turbulent floods laden with stones and mud, sweeping away everything in its path. Mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled, their thunderous roars deafening. The battlefield was instantly plunged into utter chaos and panic. The ninjas stood before this sudden onslaught of natural disasters, feeling overwhelmingly insignificant and fragile. Hinata K, suspended in the air, recognized the technique. Heavenly change, earthly transformation. The power of the Ten Tails unleashed catastrophic natural disasters upon the surroundings. Sasuke's Dojutsu shield dissipated as he gazed down at the hellish scene below. Suffer, wail, struggle, and then perish. Every act of resistance is merely a performance to amuse me. The fourth Raikage struggled to maintain his balance, roaring, Sasuke, you madman. Yet, Sasuke remained unfazed, his eyes betraying a resolve as cold as ice. This is the fate that awaits those who oppose me. Naruto, witnessing the apocalyptic landscape, felt an overwhelming urgency and shouted at Sasuke, Sasuke, stop. This will destroy everything. Sasuke retorted with a sneer, Naruto, you are so naive. This world is meant to be reshaped. You all are merely the nourishment for the new world. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow. Employing would-release techniques to mitigate some of the destruction and shield his comrades from the face of such relentless calamity. His efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Gaara and Rasha desperately manipulated sand to protect their allies from the torrents and falling debris, yet felt utterly powerless. Everyone continued to rescue their comrades, but countless lives were lost beneath this devastating technique. At that moment, Sasuke stood at the eye of the storm. Resembling a deity who commanded everything, his power seemingly limitless as it exacerbated the dreadful disaster. Chapter 226. Hinata K strikes again. At this juncture. Hinata K stepped forward, joining the allied forces. Sasuke, your actions have gone too far. End this senseless slaughter. This technique bore no effect on those of higher caliber, and Sasuke's use of it only served to slaughter the ordinary ninjas of the Alliance. I am merely fulfilling your original dream. Do you truly wish to oppose me? Sasuke declared, unleashing a tangible wave of chakra. If that's the case, I shall have to eliminate you. Hinata K chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you know how I perceive your character? You lack a genuine understanding of your own strength. You were like this back then, and you remain the same now. Even without the Rinnegan, do you truly believe you can match us? As he spoke, he extended his arms, and numerous powerful ninjas of the Alliance gathered behind him. Sasuke, your arrogance has forever left you devoid of allies, while my pride compels everyone to yield to me. This is my charm, the final lesson I imparted from Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Hinata K, cease your preaching. I am now the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, a being beyond your reach. Hinata K smiled gently. Then let us see, everyone, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and the third Raikage, join me in defeating Uchiha Sasuke. The rest shall rescue the ninjas of the Alliance. We shall handle this here. There was a rationale behind selecting these individuals. Naruto, as the protagonist, bore a halo Hashirama's sage art would release could slow Sasuke's onslaught. Tobirama's flying thunder god technique would aid in swift relocation, and the third Raikage was the most capable ninja under normal conditions of breaking through the tailed beast bomb. Hinata K then activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his azure humanoid Susanoo leaping into action, wielding a chakra sword aimed at Sasuke in the air. He intended to maintain the facade while awaiting the next move from Obito and Kabuto. Naruto transformed into a colossal golden nine tails, charging alongside Hinata K toward Sasuke. Tobirama left a flying thunder god mark on the third Raikage, and in the next moment, the Raikage became a flash of lightning, hurtling toward Sasuke. Meanwhile, Hashirama continuously summoned trees with would release to restrict Sasuke's movement, but they were shattered by Obito's staff. The azure humanoid Susanoo, under Hinata K's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, soared high. The chakra sword gleaming with deadly intent, lunging toward Sasuke. Sasuke scoffed, swinging his staff to meet the oncoming wave of energy. The golden nine tails, transformed by Naruto, roared and unleashed a torrent of blazing-tailed beast bombs toward Sasuke. Unperturbed, Sasuke manipulated the tailed beast bomb into a shield, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The shockwave from the explosion resonated throughout the air, leaving everyone in awe. The third Raikage, now a bolt of lightning, surged forward, his body crackling with lightning release, aiming to pierce Sasuke with immense velocity. Sasuke evaded, swinging his staff to sever the Raikage's arm, but in the next instant, Tobirama appeared behind the Raikage. In a blink, Tobirama activated the flying thunder god technique, swapping places with the Raikage on Sasuke's other side. At such close proximity, Sasuke could only form the weakest shield from the tailed beast bomb on that side. Empowered by Hinata K's Sage Art Seal, the Raikage's thrust transformed into a Sage Art attack, its overwhelming force obliterating Sasuke's defense. The Raikage's arm pierced through Sasuke's shoulder, causing excruciating pain. Yet Sasuke retaliated by directing the tailed beast bomb toward the Raikage's arm. However, Tobirama would not grant Sasuke this opportunity. In an instant, he executed the flying thunder god technique, bringing the Raikage back to the ground. Thus, Sasuke's counterattack fell short. This fleeting entanglement provided an opening for the surrounding three. Hashirama unleashed would release, colossal branches ensnaring Sasuke's form, just as Sasuke prepared to sever the encumbering trees. The Susanoo blade from Hinata K and Naruto's tailed beast bomb struck simultaneously. The relentless barrage of attacks left Sasuke no time to protect himself with the tailed beast bomb, forcing him to take flight to evade the onslaught aimed at his vital points. Yet, The speed of their assault was astonishing, landing upon Sasuke in the blink of an eye. The Susanoo blade whistled past, severing Sasuke's shoulder, while the tailed beast bomb struck directly against him, resulting in a colossal explosion that enveloped him. As the smoke cleared, all eyes were riveted on the epicenter of the blast, hearts racing as they pondered Sasuke's fate. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the haze, and Sasuke's silhouette emerged, battered yet unyielding, his eyes ablaze with determination and fury. "You insignificant insects! Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" Sasuke roared, his chakra surging once more, the tailed beast bomb mending his wounds. Rapidly forming hand seals, a massive tree erupted from his back, the god tree reappearing in the ninja world, planted firmly on the battlefield. The god tree grew wildly, ensnaring many struggling ninjas from the Alliance, who were instantly drained into desiccated husks. Fueled by their chakra, the god tree continued to ascend, reaching toward the heavens. Reflecting in the moonlight, the tree then sprouted 6 enormous blossoms, with the largest flower at the top housing a Rinnegan at its center, while the flowers on the branches each contained a tailed beast bomb. The sheer size of these tailed beast bombs surpassed that of the Nine Tails and the humanoid Susanoo combined, making one ponder the catastrophic power they would unleash upon explosion. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in horror, their tension peaking. Hinata, Kei's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Everyone be cautious. We must not allow that tailed beast bomb to be unleashed." Naruto gritted his teeth, gathering chakra once more. The power of the Nine Tails erupting in full force, his 9 tails aglow with brilliance. Senju Hashirama pressed his palms together, unleashing the power of Mokuton, causing the surrounding trees to grow rapidly and form immense wooden walls in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the tailed beast balls. Senju Tobirama vanished in a flash, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Sasuke, aiming to interrupt his hand seals. The third Raikage radiated with the brilliance of Raiton, preparing to charge once more. However, Sasuke coldly scoffed, declaring, "Too late." No sooner had he spoken than 5 colossal tailed beast balls were launched, hurtling towards the group with cataclysmic force. In that moment of peril, Hyuga Hayashi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan shone brightly, emanating a mysterious power. "Time's I bind," Hyuga Hayashi shouted. Chapter 227, Uchiha Itachi's Persuasion. The temporal confinement precisely locked onto the airborne tailed beast balls, leaving the others unscathed. The impending explosions of the tailed beast balls momentarily halted in mid-air, granting the group invaluable time. Seizing the opportunity, Senju Tobirama swiftly performed hand seals and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the tailed beast balls away one by one. A tremendous explosion reverberated across the distant sea, flames soaring into the sky, and smoke billowing forth. The waves were drawn here, crashing against the ground where the group struggled. Yet this was far preferable to perishing in the blast. As the group exhaled in relief, Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Hyuga Hayashi and Naruto, the tailed beast balls transforming into 2 black arms reaching for them. Hyuga Hayashi instinctively prepared to use times to restrain Sasuke's movement, but sensing a powerful aura from afar, he abandoned the thought. Consequently, Hyuga Hayashi hastened to evade Sasuke. Sasuke's black arms, formed from the tailed beast balls, seized Naruto and hurled him violently to the ground. Naruto crashed heavily, jolted out of his 9 tails chakra mode. From above, Sasuke proclaimed, "Do you not understand? I am now the second sage of 6 paths, the creator of a new world. Reflect on the suffering you have endured. Is it truly worth fighting for such a world?" Hyuga Hayashi extended his hand to assist Naruto. With Hayashi's help, Naruto stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I vowed to protect this world, and I will uphold that promise. This is my ninja way. I will build a new world, but not through such means." Sasuke replied coldly, "Humph, the excuses of the weak. I will create a brand new world, one that I shall dominate." At that moment, a voice echoed, "Lord Hayashi, I hope I'm not too late." Kabuto Yakushi leaped from a distance, landing beside Hyuga Hayashi. "Perfect timing. You brought it, right?" Hayashi remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Of course, as per your command." Sasuke furrowed his brow. Kabuto, victory is within reach. Are you betraying me? Kabuto chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Hee, Lord Sasuke, betrayal is not the term to use. We merely have a cooperative relationship. Lord Hayashi has presented me with an offer I cannot refuse. Thus, I act for my own benefit. Sasuke's eyes flickered with impatience. Very well, I shall execute you. The traitor, as well. With that, Sasuke prepared to launch his attack once more. Kabuto, however, smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands, from which a coffin emerged from the ground before him. Sasuke regarded the reanimated ninja with disdain. Who is this? Who can you summon to alter the tide of battle? Even the first Hokage is no match for me. Who else can you resurrect to oppose me? The Sage of Six Paths? Kabuto maintained a benign smile. No, neither of those. Lord Sasuke, you will be quite surprised to meet this individual. As the coffin lid fell, a figure emerged slowly. The sight of this individual caused Sasuke's eyes to widen in shock. It was his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke softly uttered the name of the newcomer, but in the next moment, a tide of fury erupted within him. Kabuto, how dare you reanimate Uchiha Itachi? You are crossing my line, regardless of the world's betrayal and enmity. Sasuke could not bear to see Itachi, who had endured so much for him, become a pawn of another. With that, Uchiha Sasuke charged to eliminate Kabuto. Yet, the awakened Uchiha Itachi stood firmly in front of Sasuke. Sasuke, I consented to my resurrection, and I am aware of the circumstances. Sasuke, halt. Your current actions will only bring suffering to this world. They will not change anything. A disparity in information arose once more. Uchiha Itachi, newly resurrected, relied on Kabuto's narration for his understanding of the outside world. As Kabuto was an underling of Hyuga Hayashi, he would naturally weave a tale that favored Hayashi, mixing truths and fabrications. Thus, Uchiha Itachi remained oblivious to the embellishments surrounding the Uchiha clan's massacre, and he would never know that the two brothers lacked the time to genuinely discuss the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Itachi, softly imploring, "No, brother, wait. I am on the verge of success. I have become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. You and our parents are in the Pure Land. I will soon be able to resurrect you." Uchiha Itachi observed his brother, filled with despair and sorrow. Sasuke, resurrection is not true liberation. Let go of your hatred and return to the right path. That is what we must do. Sasuke, however, remained deaf to his brother's words, his gaze resolute. "No, brother. You do not understand. They all must die. Only by resurrecting, you can our family reunite." Uchiha Itachi regarded his stubborn brother and slowly said, "Sasuke, hatred has blinded your eyes. Your so-called success is but an illusory bubble. Our family's reunion should not be built upon the suffering of countless others." Sasuke fell back to the ground, the two facing each other, shouting, "Brother, why do you never understand me? Everything I do is for us." Uchiha Itachi shook his head, a note of sadness in his voice. "Sasuke, true reunion is inner peace and reconciliation, not this extreme way." Sasuke's eyes widened, tears welling in them. "No, brother. You are wrong. Only with absolute power can I change everything." Uchiha Itachi extended his hand, attempting to touch Sasuke's face. "Sasuke, let go. Look back at the harm you have caused. This is not what we desire." Sasuke could not comprehend why his brother would impede him. He could oppose the world, but he did not wish to confront his brother. In a fit of rage, Sasuke swatted Itachi's hand away. "I will not give up, brother." Uchiha Itachi, hearing Sasuke's words, understood that he could no longer persuade him. Yet, he could not bring himself to harm his brother. He painfully closed his eyes. "Sasuke, I am sorry for failing you." Sasuke, his expression darkening, replied, "Nisan is all right. Please wait. Our family will soon reunite." With that, Sasuke placed his hand upon Itachi's reanimated body, invoking the tailed beast ball to instantaneously dispel the Edo Tensei technique. A beam of light shot down, enveloping Uchiha Itachi's soul as it ascended to the Pure Land. Chapter 228, The Amaterasu Spear Confrontation, a clash of ideals. Congratulations, Hyuga Hayashi, you have successfully enraged me. Sasuke raised his head, his face flushed with fury as he glared at Hyuga Hayashi. "Is that so? That sounds quite unfortunate. Hyuga Hayashi wore a mischievous expression, devoid of any fear. Time is up. It is time to conclude this farce. Hyuga Hayashi closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they transformed into a pair of golden irises. Upon witnessing this transformation, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. Hyuga Hayashi's Rinnegan powers had returned, and so swiftly. Hinata refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead persistently taunting Sasuke's nerves. How does it feel to be denied and rejected by your kin? What emotions surged within you upon hearing Itachi's words? Enraged by Hinata's provocative remarks, Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury. Silence. As he spoke, a fragment of the Shinjutsu, known as the Rinnegan, elongated in his grasp, transforming into a long sword that spiraled like DNA. This was the divine artifact of the Sage of Six Paths. The wielder's formidable will would be embodied within the sword, giving rise to this manifestation of the heart. The more resolute a person's intent, the greater the sword's power became. Gripping the spiraled lance tightly, Sasuke declared, his voice icy and resolute. This sword of the heart shall materialize my will. It can pierce through all obstacles that hinder my path. My resolve is unwavering. None shall stand in my way. Hinata, however, sneered, "Oh, really? It seems to me that your desire to obliterate the world pales in comparison to my yearning to protect it." His words belied his true intentions. The notion of safeguarding the world was merely a facade for his aspiration to transcend it. With that, Hinata entered the Rinnegan chakra mode. His entire being ignited with golden chakra, 9 Shinjutsu orbs materializing behind him. He extended his hand, and a replica of the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared within his grasp. Sasuke glared at Hinata, shouting, "Then let us see whose resolve is superior." Before his words had fully dissipated, he charged forward, wielding the sword of the heart. Hinata stood his ground, brandishing the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi in response. Their weapons collided instantaneously, unleashing a brilliant radiance and a tremendous shockwave. The surrounding space seemed to warp under the force, the ground fracturing, debris swirling violently. Simultaneously, countless phantoms of memories surged within their minds. A trial set forth by the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi, targeting the most vulnerable facets of their souls. Before Hinata unfolded a divergent timeline. He envisioned a life where his parents were not driven to death by the Hinata clan, but instead accepted him, allowing him to become a mere chunin, marrying a woman from the branch family, and living a blissful life with a darling daughter. Experiencing these memories, Hinata smiled subtly, dismissing them. He was acutely aware that such a life was not his destiny. To be a caged bird, trapped for eternity, was utterly contrary to his nature. This illusion did not hinder Hinata. Rather, it fortified his resolve, rendering the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi ever more potent. On the contrary, Sasuke's heart resembled a tempest-tossed sea, turbulent and chaotic. He had never anticipated that even his dearest brother, Itachi, would not stand by him. A glimmer of confusion and struggle flickered in his gaze. The path he once held with unwavering faith now bore faint cracks in the face of Itachi's denial. "Why, brother? Why do you not stand with me?" Sasuke silently cried out, his voice echoing through his very soul. His grip on the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi trembled slightly. At this moment, his previously unshakable resolve wavered. Could it be that I am truly in the wrong? This thought flitted through his mind like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Yet, the flames of hatred swiftly reignited, attempting to smother this flicker of doubt. "No, I am not wrong. They all deserve to perish. My brother simply does not yet understand." Sasuke gritted his teeth, striving to convince himself. However, that fleeting doubt took root like a seed within him, cultivating further chaos and anguish. The turmoil within him was vividly reflected upon the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Amidst the ebb and flow of their wills, Sasuke's weapon began to shatter piece by piece. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata swung the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi with tremendous force, inflicting a grievous wound upon Sasuke's torso. The chakra emblematic of the 9 tails surged forth. Following this decisive strike, Hinata too found himself in a weakened state, the golden chakra receding as he exited the Rinnegan chakra mode, collapsing to one knee upon the ground. In this critical moment, Naruto sprang into action. Golden chakra tails erupted from his form, ensnaring the chakra that represented the 9 tails. At this juncture, Killer Bee also advanced to grasp the chakra symbolizing the 8 tails. The coalition of numerous shinobi engaged in a tug-of-war, pulling Naruto's chakra from Sasuke. Naruto established a mental connection with Sasuke, employing persuasive words to sway him within the confines of their shared consciousness. Sasuke's resistance weakened significantly. With their combined efforts, the chakra of the 9 tails was gradually extracted from Sasuke's being. 7 tails re-emerged upon the battlefield, while Sasuke was forced to relinquish the 10 tails Jinchuriki state, crashing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, multiple figures surged toward the airborne Sasuke. The reanimated shinobi, with the exception of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, rushed toward Sasuke. These reanimated warriors appeared as mindless puppets, their expressions vacant. The sudden shift transpired too swiftly for anyone other than Hinata to respond. The reanimated shinobi fell under Orochimaru's control through his cursed seals. The Senju brothers, however, had their powers augmented by Hinata, enabling them to resist the control of the reanimation technique, unperturbed by its influence. Meanwhile, both the ground and sky bore witness to the emergence of 2 individuals. On the ground, Kurezetsu lurked stealthily as an ambush, while Uchiha Madara descended openly, intent on attacking Sasuke. The target of both waves was the Rinnegan held within Sasuke's grasp, an indispensable component for Orochimaru's ambition to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Likewise, Uchiha Madara sought to resurrect himself as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, requiring Sasuke to initiate the Rinnegan's celestial birth technique. The subsequent step entailed reclaiming his Rinnegan. Orochimaru was scheming with the cursed seal. Prevent them. Upon hearing Hinata's command, the coalition swiftly mobilized, launching an offensive against the multitude of reanimated shinobi. The reanimated warriors, akin to unhinged marionettes, charged recklessly toward the descending Sasuke, fixated solely on the precious Rinnegan in his possession. A gleam of avarice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he manipulated the cursed seal, striving to seize complete control over the reanimated shinobi, thereby fulfilling his ambition to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 229, Uchiha Madara, Reanimation Release, the 3rd Raikage, under Orochimaru's control, moved with incredible swiftness, reaching Sasuke's side in an instant, extending his hand to grasp Sasuke's eye. Yet, Senju Tobirama would not allow Orochimaru to succeed. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind the 3rd Raikage, teleporting him 100 meters away. Uchiha Madara descended with overwhelming force, intent on obtaining Sasuke's Rinnegan, for it was a crucial step in his resurrection as the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Yet, Senju Hashirama, recognizing his old friend, unleashed the wood release technique, delivering a powerful punch toward Uchiha Madara in midair. In response, Uchiha Madara was compelled to activate Susanoo to counter Hashirama's assault. Meanwhile, Nagato, riding the 8-legged bird, was also compelled to charge toward the falling Sasuke. However, Naruto would not allow Orochimaru to prevail. He instantly entered a complete tailed beast transformation, intercepting Nagato with a swift claw. In that moment, all parties found themselves ensnared in a chaotic battlefield, their forces entwined as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. At that juncture, Kurezetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows, made his move. Like a specter, he approached Sasuke silently from below, then, with blinding speed, attached himself to Sasuke. Sasuke, already dazed from the loss of tailed beast chakra and severe injuries, trembled as Kurezetsu enveloped him, his body succumbing to the control of the dark entity. On the battlefield, none of the combatants noticed the subtle movements of Heiju, as they were all fiercely engaged in their individual battles. Hinata, Kei, Naruto, and Kurabi were preoccupied with the immediate crises before them, leaving no room to attend to the unexpected developments involving Sasuke. With Heiju's possession, Sasuke involuntarily formed a hand seal. He fought desperately against the invasion of his consciousness, but was utterly powerless, his current state too weakened. At that moment, Hinata Kei called out, "Yao Shirdo, release the Edo Tensei on everyone present." Immediately complying with Hinata Kei's command, Yao Shirdo dispelled the Edo Tensei technique, affecting all present. Countless beams of white light fell, enveloping the participants as they ascended into the sky. The soul of Senju Hashirama gradually rose, on the verge of departing this world, as he addressed Uchiha Madara, "Ban. We are already dead. There is no need to disturb the realm of the living any further. Let us leave this world together." Two forms of light surrounded Uchiha Madara, one beckoning him to leave this world, the other striving to resurrect him. "Ha ha ha, Hashirama, my plan is about to come to fruition. You should depart on your own." With that, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground, declaring, "Edo Tensei, activate." The purifying light surrounding him faded, replaced by smoke, signifying Uchiha Madara's complete resurrection. In tandem, Sasuke fell into a deep unconsciousness, having sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. It was only through Hinata Kei's insistence that Do attended to him, preserving his life. The numerous Edo Tensei ninjas were taken aback by this scene, but found themselves powerless, as they too were about to depart this world. Nagato spoke, "Hinata Kei, Naruto, I entrust the next phase to you. Rest assured, Nagato-senpai." Naruto promised loudly. The nefarious Orochimaru had always harbored ill intentions, and Tsunade angrily struck the stone wall beside her. Yet, Hinata Kei found himself grateful for Orochimaru's interference, for without it, he would not have so smoothly facilitated the transfer of the Rinnegan and the 10 Tails to Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, Orochimaru's expression soured. His scheme had failed, and the Edo Tensei had been undone by Yao Shirdo, resulting in the loss of all his pawns. He turned to leave when a voice called from behind. "Where do you think you're going, Lord Orochimaru?" "You, Yao Shirdo, aren't you on the battlefield? How did you find your way here?" Orochimaru frowned as he recognized the newcomer. "Such matters can be handled by a mere clone," Yao Shirdo replied, producing a talisman crafted by Orochimaru, waving it before him. "If we're discussing authorship, who do you think the true creator of this talisman is?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face paled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he suddenly grasped the truth. Yao Shirdo had been aligned with Hinata Kei all along. Everything had been a meticulously orchestrated performance, from Jiraiya's rescue to the invasion of Konoha, and culminating in the Great Ninja War. It had merely been a grand play devised by Hinata Kei and Yao Shirdo. Realizing this, Orochimaru's eyes widened, bloodshot and dilated. His mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg. Yao Shirdo remained calm, observing the scene unfold. After the initial shock, Orochimaru quickly reconciled with the reality, erupting into laughter. How utterly fascinating. The truth of the ninja world is indeed this. His laughter echoed through the air, tinged with madness and self-deprecation. "I always believed I was the one orchestrating the game, only to find I was merely a pawn on your board." Narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint flickered within. "Yao Shirdo, do you think aligning with Hinata Kei will lead to a favorable outcome for you? He is merely using you, knowing so many of his secrets. How could he ever spare you once his goals are achieved?" Aware of so many secrets, Orochimaru sought to sow discord for a chance at survival. Yao Shirdo smiled serenely. "Lord Orochimaru, you still do not understand. The power and intellect of Lord Hinata Kei far exceed your imagination. Following him is my voluntary choice." Hinata Kei had honored his earliest promise by resurrecting the director. How could he betray Hinata Kei for mere words? As he spoke, Yao Shirdo formed a hand seal, and in an instant, Orochimaru collapsed in agony, his body convulsing. The curse mark left by Yao Shirdo penetrated to the very soul, allowing him to eliminate Orochimaru once during the collapse of Konoha, and again now. There would be no third chance. Yao Shirdo approached Orochimaru, placing a hand upon his head. Utilizing the jutsu imparted by Hinata Kei, he extracted Orochimaru's soul, subsequently shattering it with his chakra. "Farewell, Lord Orochimaru." Before departing, Yao Shirdo took Orochimaru's corpse, ensuring its complete eradication. No one would discover Orochimaru's demise, only that he continued to roam the ninja world. Chapter 230. Invisible Power. The Edge of the Wheel and the Abyss. Meanwhile, Heiju, having taken control of Sasuke, reached out and plucked the Rinnegan from his forehead. Heiju, now possessing the Rinnegan, then transferred himself into a white Zetsu and burrowed underground, arriving beside Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, this is your Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara accepted the Rinnegan and placed it into his eye socket, revealing a proud smile. He then performed hand seals, summoning the Outer Path Golem from within Sasuke. The golem emerged from Sasuke's body, shrouded in smoke, and materialized behind Uchiha Madara. Beasts, it is time to end this. Uchiha Madara leaped atop the golem's head, the Rinnegan glaring at the 9-tailed beasts. In an instant, 7 of the tailed beasts, along with the fully transformed Naruto and Kurabi, were struck down by a sudden surge of power. The Outer Path Golem released 9 chains from its mouth, expertly ensnaring the necks of the 9-tailed beasts, dragging them towards itself. The one tail threw 7 tails. The 7-tailed beasts were swallowed whole by the Outer Path Golem with no resistance. The 8 tails severed its own tail to save Kurabi. However, the 9 tails lacked such an ability and was forcibly extracted from Naruto's body. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto lost the tailed beast, equivalent to a person losing all their chakra. He collapsed heavily, his face pale as paper. Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others rushed to him, carrying him back to the allied forces where Sakura administered emergency aid. Uchiha Madara erupted into boisterous laughter. It seems everything is under my control. At that moment, Hinata stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he addressed Uchiha Madara. Madara, your ambitions will not succeed. Uchiha Madara scoffed with your current state. How much strength do you possess? 30%? Or perhaps 40? I will not kill you just yet. You are the only adversary on this battlefield that piques my interest. I shall wait for your recovery to engage in a fair battle. Just then, a vortex of space erupted beside Naruto, and Uchiha Obito, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, and Shuon Maki appeared on the battlefield. The surrounding members of the ninja allied forces tensed at the sight of Uchiha Obito's arrival. Kakashi stood protectively in front of everyone, declaring, "Do not worry, everyone. Obito has decided to join us. We are now comrades in arms." He then briefly recounted the events that transpired within Kemui's space, revealing how the 4 had battled, ultimately leading to Obito's defeat at the hands of the 3, who had also learned from him that Sasuke had become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Shuemin was aware that they might require the power of Obito. Thus he intervened to stop Kakashi, who intended to eliminate Obito, and sought to persuade him to abandon his malevolent path. Obito, in alignment with the script left by Hinata, proclaimed that he had become the Uchiha Obito who aspired to be Hokage. With Shuemin's forgiveness, the others refrained from pursuing the sins Obito had committed, for who among them had suffered the most from Obito's malice than Shuemin himself? As for the reason why Tsukumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze were not released from the impure world reincarnation technique, this was also a result of Hinata's deliberate arrangement. After all, they were not in the same world, were they? Hinata succinctly recounted the events that transpired during this period in the real world, sharing vital intelligence with everyone. However, Shuemin was too preoccupied to listen to Hinata's tale. He crouched beside Naruto, forming hand seals to transmit the 9 Tails chakra from his body. At that moment, Kurizetsu re-emerged from the ground, obstructing Shuemin's hand, absorbing the 9 Tails chakra into his own form. The crowd was about to take action to thwart Kurizetsu, but he utilized Yin-Yang release, causing his body to sink back into the earth. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their anger boil. Shuemin's eyes turned crimson as he thrust a kunai into the ominous black liquid beneath him. Yet Kurizetsu was impervious to physical harm. His form flowed like water, rendering the kunai ineffective, and he continued his retreat into the ground. Should he succeed in escaping, the allied forces would lose their last tailed beast, thereby extinguishing any hope of saving Naruto. They had to reclaim a portion of the tailed beast chakra within a limited time frame to revive Naruto. Otherwise, he would meet an inevitable demise. At that moment, Naruto was already in a countdown to death. How could they possibly defeat the ten-tailed state of Uchiha Madara and reclaim the tailed beast chakra? Just then, Obito acted decisively, seizing Kurizetsu's flowing form and activating Kamui, drawing Kurizetsu into the Kamui dimension. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara approached the others, having absorbed the ten tails into his own being, transforming into the new Jinchuriki of the ten tails. Without the constraints that hindered Sasuke, Madara embodied the perfect vessel of the ten tails. Obito, are you truly contemplating betrayal at this juncture? We are on the verge of realizing the Eye of the Moon plan, a chance to transform this world from hell into paradise. Uchiha Madara extended his hand, inviting Obito back to his side, proclaiming him the savior of the new world. Obito gazed at Madara, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but ultimately resolved, he declared, Madara, perhaps you're right. I am willing to return to your side and complete the Eye of the Moon plan. Upon hearing this, Madara erupted into a triumphant laugh. Haha, Obito, you have finally grasped my grand vision. The Eye of the Moon plan is the redemption of this world. As Obito slowly approached Madara, Kakashi stepped forward to grasp Obito's shoulder, only to have him effortlessly evade with Kamui. The allied forces found themselves powerless against the phasing Obito and, to prevent Madara from obtaining a second Rinnegan, redirected their focus, launching an assault on Madara. Meanwhile, Hinata Chi continued to feign exhaustion from the battle, observing the others' efforts. Yet, Madara merely glared with his Rinnegan, stating, You insects should cease your futile struggles. In an instant, numerous shadow-level warriors were repelled by an invisible force. This was the unique ocular ability of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. It was a special skill accessible only to his Rinnegan, creating shadows that could not be perceived by those lacking Six Paths power, yet could interfere with and harm the physical realm. Shadow clones possessed abilities nearly equivalent to the original, capable of executing the techniques the original excelled in. With one eye, only one shadow could exist with both eyes. The number increased to 5. As the battle progressed, Hinata Chi, with his Rinnegan, discerned the situation clearly and observed a shadow clone of Uchiha Madara weaving through the crowd, each strike effortlessly repelling an adversary. The formidable warriors found themselves without any means to resist, easily pushed back. Jiraiya, supporting Kakashi, rose and remarked, This fellow is terrifyingly strong. His aura surpasses that of the recent Sasuke. I cannot perceive his attacks. Why is that? Onoki was equally perplexed, despite a lifetime of battle experience. He had never encountered such an uncanny ability. Without sensing any chakra fluctuations or visible enemies, they suddenly felt themselves under assault and were subsequently forced back. Helplessly, they watched as Obito advanced toward Uchiha Madara. Just when they thought the two would shake hands, Obito suddenly plunged his hand into Madara's body, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan to seize a portion of the Ten Tails chakra, intending to rescue Naruto. You scoundrel! Madara exclaimed, enraged, reaching for Obito's Rinnegan. But Obito evaded with phasing. Retracting his hand, Obito grasped the chakra of the 8 tails and 1 tail. He then leaped backward, aiming to return to the ranks of the allied forces, but Madara would not grant him that opportunity. Madara pursued Obito, combining forces with his shadow to assault him. Faced with the ever-approaching Madara, Obito was compelled to activate Kamui, drawing Naruto into the Kamui dimension. He needed to transfer the tailed beast chakra to Naruto, otherwise, Madara could interrupt him at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Madara, as shadow, swiftly reached Obito, aiming for his Rinnegan. Though Obito attempted to evade, he was ultimately unable to escape, allowing Madara's shadow to seize his Rinnegan. Taking advantage of this moment, he entered the Kamui dimension with Naruto, but at the cost of Madara acquiring a complete pair of Rinnegan. The shadow returned to Madara, who unhesitatingly inserted the Rinnegan into his left eye socket. In the eyes of the ninja from the allied forces, a bizarre scene unfolded. Obito's Rinnegan suddenly flew from his forehead, returning to Madara's grasp. At that moment, Hinata Chi spoke. What just knocked you down was his clone. That clone is invisible to you, allowing it to defeat you silently. Just now, That clone returned to his body. It seems to be a limitation of the skill. Now is the time for you to act. Buy me some time. I need to recover my ocular power. Upon hearing Hinatachi's words, the spirits of the allied forces were instantly revived, reigniting their fighting spirit. The powerful warriors of the allied forces charged towards Uchiha Madara without hesitation. Shuemin took the lead, wielding a kunai with unwavering determination, declaring, "Madara, your schemes will not succeed." Uchiha Madara chuckled coldly. "You fools do not know the peril you face." Yet, the coalition worked in harmony, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Oenoki, the Tsuchikage, manipulated rocks to rain down upon Uchiha Madara. Mate Terumi, the Mizukage, summoned water release to form a colossal water dragon aimed at the enemy. Gaara, the Kazekage, commanded sand to ensnare Madara's movements. However, facing this combined assault, Madara effortlessly dispersed all attacks with a mere strike. Meanwhile, Hinatachi stood at the rear, eyes tightly shut, seemingly exerting all his effort to restore his ocular power, waiting for the opportune moment to force Uchiha Madara into a corner, compelling him to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara overwhelmingly suppressed the allied forces, rendering them utterly defenseless. The multitude could hardly endure for 3 minutes before all succumbed to the ground. For the prowess of Uchiha Madara was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond their capacity to contend. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, Might Guy emerged resolutely, igniting the essence of his life as he initiated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death technique. "Kakashi, this move was originally reserved for you," he declared, as his entire being erupted in a fervent crimson chakra, resembling a blazing inferno, distorting the very air around him with its immense power. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment he faced Hinata. Then, Might Guy unleashed the familiar Fifth Lotus, although it inflicted minimal damage upon Uchiha Madara. Yet, he still possessed his most potent technique. Drawing a deep breath, determination gleamed in his eyes. Night Guy. His form surged forth like a burning dragon's head, propelled by an indomitable momentum towards Uchiha Madara. The fabric of space seemed to tear under the weight of this formidable force, producing a thunderous roar. Confronted with such a resolute and powerful assault from Might Guy, a flicker of surprise and admiration flashed across Uchiha Madara's eyes. To wield such formidable power, your taijutsu deserves my commendation, young one, Madara proclaimed, his tone grave yet brimming with arrogance. However, Might Guy's Night Guy assault was relentless, compelling Madara to respond with all his might. He raised the Six Paths Sage's staff to deflect the oncoming Night Guy. Under the impact of Night Guy, Madara was propelled backward, his body soaring through the air, leaving a trail of shattered earth in his wake. Witnessing another being struck by Night Guy was an entirely different experience. Hinata rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, preparing to engage once more. As the smoke dissipated, they did not witness the scene of Uchiha Madara's demise. Instead, they observed him slowly regenerating from the half of his body that had been shattered. Despite the astonishing power of Might Guy's blow, Madara ultimately endured due to his overwhelming strength. Exhausted from the exertion, Might Guy collapsed to the ground. Looking at the fallen Might Guy, Madara remarked, "To have forced me to such a state, you have every reason to be proud. I shall grant you a dignified exit." With that, he launched a truth-seeking orb from his back towards Might Guy. In that critical moment, Hinata abruptly opened his eyes. The chakra of the Rinnegan surged forth, and he swiftly entered the Rinnegan chakra mode. He deftly maneuvered the truth-seeking orb at an extraordinary speed, colliding with the orb Madara had projected, generating a tremendous energy shockwave that made the surrounding space tremble. At that moment, Hinata stood in front of Might Guy, casting a cold gaze towards Uchiha Madara. Furrowing his brow, Madara addressed Hinata. "I did not expect you to recover so swiftly. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. We shall engage in a fair battle. Before the God Tree blooms, we have ample time to spar. Is that so? What will happen if I sever the God Tree?" Hinata retorted, as the 9 truth-seeking orbs behind him fused into one. Grasping the orb firmly, he unleashed a golden beam, slicing towards the God Tree behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Hinata's audacity to target the very foundation of his dreams. Yet, he found himself powerless to counter Hinata's strike. The Rinnegan is an eye of technique, possessing a well-rounded capacity, while Hinata's prowess lies predominantly in offensive power. In the face of Hinata's golden wheel reincarnation burst, Uchiha Madara could evade or withstand, but he could not halt it. Reviewing the abilities of the Rinnegan and the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, none could obstruct this blow. Uchiha Madara could only watch helplessly as the golden beam in Hinata's grasp descended upon the god tree, illuminating the surrounding darkness with its fierce radiance. A resounding crack echoed as the robust trunk of the god tree was cleaved in twain. The colossal tree began to sway, its branches splintering, leaves cascading like a deluge of autumn. The energy within the god tree spiraled into chaos, gushing forth in turbulent waves. Madara's expression darkened ominously as he glared at Hinata. Bellowing, "You are courting your own demise." His fury was palpable. The cornerstone of his dreams had been severed by Hinata. At that moment, he heard the god tree calling out to him in his mind, and he dashed towards the collapsing tree, drawing its essence into his being. Just then, a vortex of divine power surged once more, and Naruto, enveloped by Kaguya, reappeared on the battlefield with Obito. As Black Zetsu landed, it instantly detached from Obito's form, burrowing into the earth before merging with a white Zetsu. Naruto's full recovery was evident, as the 9 truth-seeking orbs, coalesced by the Sage of Six Paths, hovered behind him. Upon his arrival, he swiftly approached Might Guy, channeling yang power to sustain him. Simultaneously, Sasuke regained consciousness, his left eye transformed into the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. The two of them positioned themselves behind Hinata, confronting Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's first words were directed towards Hinata. "I apologize, Elder. I have strayed from the path, and now I must do my utmost to rectify my mistakes." This statement left Hinata perplexed, and before he could inquire further, Naruto interjected, "Makushinai, the ninja world owes its current state to you. We are grateful." What is happening? Is this Thanksgiving? Hinata mused, bewildered by their fervent gratitude. What had the Sage of Six Paths conveyed to them? He had assumed that the Sage, secretly safeguarding the ninja world, would reveal Hinata's secrets. It seemed to have transformed into a day of thanks. Sasuke succinctly explained, "We encountered the Sage of Six Paths. He bestowed upon us new powers and informed us of your contributions to the ninja world over the years." Naruto gazed at Hinata with admiration. "Indeed, Makushinai, we have come to understand your sacrifices. The ninja world has greatly benefited from your protection." With both affirmations, Hinata displayed a gentle smile, feigning profundity as he nodded. "It was merely to safeguard our world. Such efforts are inconsequential." Upon hearing Hinata's words, their admiration deepened. Meanwhile, Hinata remained utterly baffled, pondering what the sage had imparted to Naruto and Sasuke, who appeared utterly enthralled. Naruto continued earnestly, "The Sage of Six Paths entrusted us with the task of bringing you into the spiritual realm. He has matters to discuss with you." What did this mean? Was it an attempt to ensnare him for elimination? After everything said, Hinata was utterly confounded. What scheme was the Sage of Six Paths concocting? If so, he felt compelled to explore this spiritual realm. He bore no apprehension towards the sage's potential actions. He believed his strength was now sufficient to contend with Kaguya, let alone the sage. Feigning difficulty, Hinata declared, "With a formidable foe before us, we should prioritize confronting Uchiha Madara." Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward, shielding Hinata protectively. "Fear not. We shall handle this. We are no longer weak." After a moment's hesitation, Hinata nodded. "Very well. I shall venture into the spiritual realm. You must hold your ground. He has just acquired the God Tree's power and is immensely powerful." "Leave it to us," Sasuke affirmed, drawing the Kusanagi sword from his back. Hinata-chi returned to the rear of the allied forces, once again surrounded by numerous skilled protectors. He settled down in a meditative posture and voluntarily entered a state of slumber, subsequently delving into his own mental realm. He sought to uncover the true intentions of the Sage of Six Paths. Should any issues arise, he intended to eliminate this potential threat completely. Upon entering his conscious space, he sensed another will attempting to breach into his mental domain. It was no wonder he had previously advised Naruto and Sasuke to inform him, for had such an intrusion occurred unexpectedly, he would have unhesitatingly obliterated it with his Rinnegan. Then, Hinata lowered the defenses of his mental space, allowing the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths to enter. He beheld a white soul enveloped in chakra as it manifested in human form before him. Without uttering a word, Hinata coldly regarded the sage, patiently waiting for him to speak, thereby maintaining the upper hand. The sage gazed at Hinata with a nostalgic expression, remarking, "It has been a long time, brother." Upon hearing this, Hinata finally grasped the situation. The sage had identified him as the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Yuki from the Otsutsuki clan, the ancestral lineage connected to the Hinata clan and the moon's Otsutsuki. Effectively feigning ignorance, he solemnly stated, "Sage of Six Paths, I respect you as a predecessor, but if you continue down this path, I shall be compelled to view you as a threat to the ninja world and eliminate you." As he spoke, Hinata raised a hand, radiant golden light swirling around it. He sensed the current frailty of the sage. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate him, having not reincarnated for so long. The sage relied solely on his previous strength to sustain his memories and some power, which had significantly diminished over time. It was also plausible that the sage had merely sent a fragment of his spirit into Hinata-Chi's mental realm. Hinata-Chi speculated that this ancient being might indeed resort to such measures. The sage, observing Hinata-Chi's readiness to act, exhibited no fear. "Scion, you truly do not remember your past after your reincarnation. You are, in fact, the reincarnation of my brother, Otsutsuki Yuki, 1,000 years ago, when we sealed our mother together. Something you must already know. I will share some truths you may be unaware of. We agreed to jointly protect the ninja world, and in your quest for greater power to combat those from our mother's homeland, you willingly relinquished your chakra and spirit for reincarnation, embarking on this bloody path. Yet, it seems you have succeeded. Your strength now surpasses that of our mother, granting you the capability to contend with the Otsutsuki clan." The sage sighed, "I lack your audacity and must remain in the shadows to protect the ninja world." Hinata, hearing these words, wore an expression of skepticism. Could it be that the sage was aware of his identity as a soul from another realm and sought to deceive him? However, the sage's sincere demeanor suggested he was not merely performing. This left only two possibilities. 1. The sage had misperceived due to the overwhelming strength of Hinata-Chi's soul as a traveler, compounded by recent events. This seemed unlikely, as the sage was a being of Six Paths caliber, not prone to such elementary mistakes. Thus, the second possibility emerged, which Hinata-Chi found most plausible. The timeline of this world might diverge from the original narrative. During the battle on the moon, Hinata-Chi had not detected the spirit of Otsutsuki Yuki. According to his past memories, Hinata's character in that narrative was guided by Yuki. Alternatively, Hinata-Chi might have consumed all members of the Hinata clan on the night of their massacre. The reincarnation of Otsutsuki Yuki was indeed tied to the Otsutsuki of the moon or the Hinata clan. Among those Hinata-Chi had devoured, there could have been the reincarnation of Yuki, their chakra absorbed into his own. When Hinata-Chi made a significant stir, the sage, upon detecting him, likely believed him to be the reincarnation of his brother's chakra. Not only would he refrain from obstructing him, but he might also covertly assist Hinata-Chi. However, given the sage's current state, even if he realized that Hinata-Chi was not the reincarnation of his brother's chakra, he could not impede him. Having pondered these matters, Hinata-Chi began to comprehend why Sasuke and Naruto suddenly exhibited such respect towards him. The Sage of Six Paths revealed the truth of this world and informed Hinata-Chi of his brother's reincarnation, subsequently disclosing Hinata-Chi's role in reshaping the moon and thwarting the plans of Otsutsuki Shuren. Hinata-Chi narrowed his eyes at the sage and slowly declared, "I am Hinata-Chi, not the Otsutsuki Yuki you speak of, neither now nor in the future." This statement indeed reflected the truth. He could never be Otsutsuki Yuki, nor was he ever meant to be. The sage seemed to anticipate his reaction, calmly replying, "Belief or disbelief lies within your heart." Yet, the crisis facing the ninja world remains unresolved. Uchiha Madara has absorbed the power of the divine tree. If not addressed, the entire world shall descend into irretrievable chaos. Hinata Chi raised his hands in exasperation. "No need for your concern. I will resolve it myself. It is my responsibility, and you need not trouble yourself." The Sage of Six Paths scrutinized Hinata Chi intently, stating, "Regardless of your denials, the essence of Yuki indeed lingers within you. I understand you have your own thoughts and decisions, but I hope you remember the original intent of protecting the ninja world must not be lost." Hinata Chi scoffed derisively. My original intent needs no reminding from you." He would never forget his purpose, especially as he sought to consume Kagaya Otsutsuki. The essence of Yuki within him merely served as proof of his actions. At that moment, a sudden and intense wave surged through Hinata Chi's mental space. Frowning, he realized Kagaya had been resurrected, prompting him to complete the final step of his plan. It seemed he had no time for further discourse. With that, Hinata Chi expelled the sage's consciousness from his mental realm. The sage appeared to have more to say, yet he could not resist Hinata Chi's will and was forcibly ejected from the mental world. Hinata Chi returned to reality, his eyes snapping open to behold the colossal trunk of the divine tree, its branches sprawling across the world, enveloping the coalition forces like cocoons. The battlefield was left with only Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, Kakashi, Sakura, the reanimated Shikage Nara, and Minato, 7 ninjas who had not succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara was ensconced in chakra gathered from the entire ninja world, his body swelling as he became entirely enveloped by Kagaya's black essence. Indeed, even with the body of Hashirama, Kagaya had successfully betrayed Uchiha Madara. Gradually, her massive form coalesced into that of a woman. She possessed long blue-white hair, cascading like a waterfall, extending beyond the length of her own body. Her eyes were a pure white, and the unique Rinnesh Sharingan upon her forehead radiated a chilling light, as if it were the key to controlling the cycle of life and death. The 2 horns atop her head signified her extraordinary lineage, marking her as a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Hinata Chi rose, stretching his stiff body, excitement coursing through him, causing him to tremble. Gazing upon her alluring form, he whispered in a tone only he could hear, "At last, Kagaya Otsutsuki has appeared, the final step of my plan. My ultimate nourishment." Her emergence serves as a testament to the unwavering efforts of Hinata Chi, who has toiled for nearly a decade to engender the current scenario. Regardless of Kagaya Heim's formidable power, he possesses a means to vanquish her. Not only does Hinata Chi himself possess the strength to confront Kagaya head-on, but he also commands the enhanced versions of Sasuke and Naruto, alongside the dual Kimyui of Uchiha Obito and the reincarnation of Minato. Hinata Chi is undeniably holding a plethora of aces against a novice, Kagaya, who has just begun to grasp the intricacies of the game, and a mere strategist, Kurizetsu. He is on the verge of acquiring the entirety of the chakra and the latent power embedded within this vessel's bloodline. Subsequently, he can utilize the divine tree to invade other planets and continue planting the divine tree. As the others fixated their attention on the suddenly materializing woman, they failed to notice Hinata Chi's somewhat peculiar demeanor. Chapter 234. Hinata Chi, Double Eye Mode. Aside from Hinata Chi, the others were momentarily stupefied by Kagaya's terrifying aura. Naruto exclaimed, "This is the Kagaya Otsutsuki that the old man spoke of. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths bestowed such power upon us." Sasuke absently touched the crescent moon-shaped mark on his hand. Kagaya's gaze was suddenly drawn to Hinata Chi, sensing a familiar aura emanating from him, as if recalling something ominous. She stammered, "They're coming." Sensing his mother's trepidation, Kurizetsu spoke to reassure her, "Mother, these are the last few individuals in this world. Those 2 are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, and the one at the back is merely a native of this world, not one of your people." However, Kagaya meticulously sensed the aura surrounding Hinata Chi. The Otsutsuki presence was remarkably potent, even surpassing her in certain aspects. Yet, He was not of the Otsutsuki clan, but bore a striking resemblance, with some discernible differences. Upon activating her Byakugan, she discerned the immense chakra contained within the three individuals, with Hinata-Chi's chakra fluctuations being particularly reminiscent. It was chakra from the Rain Village. No, it was all my chakra. In response, her hair surged toward Hinata-Chi, Sasuke, and Naruto, launching an immediate assault. This was her chakra, and she intended to reclaim it. Kagaya's attitude towards chakra is evident, particularly in her relationship with her two sons, whom she created from the wishes of countless individuals. They were merely tools for her to resist the people of her homeland. Yet when these tools disobey, she seeks to reclaim the power she bestowed upon them. This reflects her mindset, akin to directing them to engage in fratricide. Confronted by the oncoming strands of hair, Hinata-Chi merely waved his hand, severing all the strands that approached him. Sasuke and Naruto employed their own techniques to evade the assault. Kurizetsu, congratulations on achieving your goal, Hinata-Chi remarked with a smile. Kurizetsu, hearing Hinata-Chi's acknowledgement, responded with a sinister grin. Thank you for reviving my mother. To express my gratitude, I will ensure she makes good use of your eyes. Kurizetsu felt an overwhelming sense of victory. Kagaya had been resurrected. Since we are on the subject, would you not congratulate me as well? Hinata-Chi continued to smile. Kurizetsu looked at Hinata-Chi, inexplicably gripped by an unsettling fear, and inquired, Congratulations for what? Hinata-Chi spread his hands and replied, Congratulations to me for acquiring excellent nourishment and for the opportunity to counterattack the Otsutsuki clan. Is that not worthy of a celebration? Even now, he was still acting, as Naruto and Sasuke had already been misled. It was better to continue the ruse while observing Kurizetsu's terrified expression. Do you not think it possible that I facilitated your resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki to eradicate this scourge once and for all? I had that thought when Uchihamadara became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and surmised your intentions, which is why I did not expose your true origins before him. Although Naruto and Sasuke were somewhat surprised, they did not question Hinata-Chi's actions. Even the ever-compassionate Naruto clapped his hands and said, Let us resolve the final threat to the ninja world in one fell swoop. Let our predecessors seize her power to revive our loved ones. Sasuke contemplated this statement, his eyes reflecting a murderous intent. He had once again become Hinata-Chi's staunch ally. He resolved to allow Hinata-Chi to consume the woman before them to establish the world of his dreams and to resurrect his family in the correct manner. It was certain that Itachi would support him as well. The others, though astonished, did not display unexpected reactions. It was characteristic of Hinata-Chi to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, albeit for the sake of the ninja world, even if the methods were flawed. This was not the moment to raise objections in the face of such an adversary. Kurizetsu began to grasp certain truths. He had assumed that Hinata-Chi had kept him as an ally, which was why he had not exposed him. Yet now it appeared that he had been outmaneuvered. Kurizetsu's voice trembled with fear, yet he still feigned bravado, saying, What of it? How could you possibly contend with the mother who is the progenitor of chakra? Reviving my mother was your gravest mistake. Hinata-Chi scoffed, Is that so? Then, let us put it to the test. With that, he re-entered Double Eye mode, his Rinnegan and Sharingan manifesting simultaneously. Months had passed, and Hinata-Chi unleashed his full power, activating Double Eye mode once more. In an instant, he surged toward Kagaya. Sasuke and Naruto, without hesitation, followed suit, launching their assault against Kagaya. A flicker of fear crossed Kagaya's eyes as she perceived the words of the man before her. It seemed as though she were the true prey. After all, the familiar powers of Yin and Yang had once again resurfaced. Would she be sealed once more? She then activated the Heavenly Divine, transporting everyone to the lava world, transforming the ground and surroundings into a hellish landscape. This was her bloodline limit ability, capable of instantaneously shifting her world and all those around her to another space, including lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid, directly connected to the origin space. Now, she had altered the environment into the lava world. However, this capability held no sway over Hinata-Chi. With a mere thought, he aided his comrades in floating above the ground. He then charged toward Kaguya like a shooting star, exuding an overwhelming presence. Faced with Hinata Chi's onslaught, Kaguya did not dare to be negligent. She manipulated her countless strands of hair like tentacles to assail him. Hinata Chi did not falter. The strands of hair were shredded before they could near him by the chakra radiating from his being. In the face of Hinata Chi's unstoppable momentum, Kaguya extended her hands and unleashed a torrent of purple fist shadows. Hinata Chi was well acquainted with this ability. It was none other than the 80 Gods Air Strike. Without hesitation, he countered Kaguya's attack with his own 80 Gods Air Strike, colliding with her assault. Summary: in the 58th year of Konoha, in a single night, 2 major bloodline clans were annihilated simultaneously, prompting Konoha to issue a bounty. Uchiha Itachi, S-rank rogue ninja, charged with the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Hinata Chi, S-rank rogue ninja, charged with the massacre of the Hyuga clan and the seizure of their bloodline. As a progeny of the Hyuga clan and an outsider, Hinata Chi was regarded as a disgrace, bullied throughout his youth, but fortunate enough to find refuge among his blood relatives, who were subsequently persecuted by the main family. In Hinata's mind, there exists but a singular thought: the annihilation of Hinata. Yet, at present, his strength falls short. He requires a greater power.